Family. The corporate worker wished to travel to the world of One Piece and was adopted as a baby by Dr. Kuroba. At the age of 3, I awakened to be a Kugan, and on the night of my birthday, my eyes exploded, turning into a mutated Sharingan. Later, I met Nico Robin, but the demon-slaying order is approaching. How should I deal with it? This plot is so gripping. I tell you, I felt like my eyes were about to explode. Really, I'm not joking. Blood gushed out from between my fingers, and I was rolling on the ground in pain. Family, who understands? That feeling was even more thrilling than using a CPU as a hot plate. My grandpa, with a clover-shaped head, kicked the door open and rushed in. When he saw me like that, he was almost scared to death, picked me up, and rushed outside. All right, let me start from the beginning. This story has to begin when I was still a corporate worker in my previous world. That day, I was watching the latest episode of One Piece. Goodness, I was so mad. As soon as Luffy's Nika form appeared, I had a lump stuck in my throat and slammed the table, cursing, saying this WT doesn't understand anything about passion. After cursing for a while, I switched to Naruto and watched the 4th Hokage use the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, I whimsically made a wish to have a Flying Thunder God technique too. What happened next? The next second, a beam of light descended from the sky, accurately locking onto me, and I blacked out. When I woke up, I found myself as a hungry baby floating in a broken wooden basin. Can you believe it? I was swept away to Ohara and picked up by an old man with a head shaped like a clover. This old man was Dr. Kuroba, who later became my grandpa. 3 years passed in a flash. Momonosuke Dagu could already run around. Yes, you heard it right, Momonosuke. I thought this name should mean I would transform into an Ultraman, but I couldn't even produce a single beam of light. However, I discovered something even more outrageous. One day, I secretly snuck into a small grove to do some training like an adult, running and jumping, and after just a few minutes, I told you my vision suddenly changed. I could see in all directions with no blind spots, like I had opened an 8K panoramic VR. At that moment, I thought it was Kinpira hockey and excitedly ran home. I stood in front of the mirror. Goodness. My black pupils had turned completely white. Isn't this the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan in Naruto? I was so excited that I squealed like a pig in my room, almost giving my old scholar grandpa a heart attack, thinking I'd gone crazy. I even specifically soaked in seawater to confirm I hadn't eaten that notoriously awful devil fruit. From that day on, my training never stopped. Every day, I did 500 squats, sit-ups, push-ups, and leg kicks, plus 1,000 sword swings. Family, who understands? The training volume I imposed on my 3-year-old body would be considered ridiculous even for a 30-year-old corporate worker soul. Then one day, my Byakugan started to twitch wildly, jumping for 7 days in a row like I had a little electric motor inside me, and I thought maybe I was going to evolve into a Rinnegan. That night, right after I turned 3, Grandpa gifted me 2 Supreme secret manuals, the basics of Navy 6 styles training, and a training notebook by a great swordsman named Arthur. I was so excited that I went back to my room to read. Just as I was getting into it, I had an attack of middle school syndrome, striking several poses like I alone am supreme under heaven and earth on my bed when Grandpa yelled from downstairs, scaring me into lying flat on the bed. Then the key moment came. Just as I lay down, my eyes suddenly exploded. It was just like I told you at the beginning, with immense pain and bleeding, I almost thought I was going blind. After I returned from the clinic, my eyes didn't hurt anymore, but they had changed. They were no longer Byakugan. I ran to the mirror, and there they were, silver-white Scara, sky-blue pupils, with a golden tomo sprinkled inside. What the heck is this? Sharingan? But the color scheme is way too unconventional. So, with these mutated eyes, I lived for another year. At 4 years old, I was growing like a 10-year-old due to daily training and the good food in this world, towering over others. One day, I was practicing my sword in the small grove when I suddenly heard something moving nearby. Turning my head, I saw a little girl with shoulder-length black hair, standing there timidly, even shorter than me. When she saw me looking at her, she got scared and kept apologizing, like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing her like that melted my heart, so I walked over to pat her head. She thought I was going to hit her and close her eyes in fear. I gently patted her head and asked her name. She quietly replied, "I'm Nico Robin." My heart skipped a beat. It really was her. I immediately reached out my hand, smiling, and said, "Hello, I'm Dagu, let's be friends." Little Robin was stunned, looked up at me, and cautiously asked, "Big brother, you're not afraid of me?" They all say I'm a monster. Hearing that, my nose felt sour. I squatted down, looked her in the eyes, and deliberately opened my mutated Sharingan, the 3-colored pupils shining brightly in the sunlight. I smiled and said, "Monster? Robin, look at my eyes, aren't they strange too? If you're a monster, then I'm a monster too. We make a perfect pair." Robin stared at my eyes, first surprised, then she burst out laughing. I tell you, she looked so beautiful when she smiled. I told her I was only 2 years older than her, and her shocked little expression was priceless. From that day on, I became her exclusive big brother, mainly providing companionship, taking her everywhere with me. 2 more years passed. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, I was 6 years old and Robin was 4. That day, all the scholars in Ohara went crazy, cramming into the Tree of Knowledge around a transponder snail. Why? Because Pirate King Gold Roger was about to be publicly executed today. I pulled Robin and squeezed the front. When the image appeared, the whole square was packed with people. Roger walked step by step onto the execution platform, radiating an imposing aura. Then someone shouted the classic question, "Hey, Pirate King, where's your treasure?" The next second, Roger's world-shaking laughter came through the transponder snail. "Want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put everything in the world there." As soon as he finished speaking, a spear pierced through his chest. But it was useless. Everyone went crazy. The scholars around me were so excited their hands shook. I knew that a brand new, chaotic era called the Great Pirate Era was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years passed, in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. In these 2 years, pirates swarmed like locusts, and Ohara had been harassed several times. But I knew in my heart that the real deadly threat wasn't the small fry. Robin's mother, Alvia, was coming back, which also meant that the Navy's demon-slaying order was about to arrive. I stood by the sea, practicing my sword desperately. One swing sent a 10-meter-long sword energy cleaving through the waves, but that wasn't enough, far from enough. My eyes hadn't shown any signs of evolution since they reached 3 Tomo 3 years ago. Instead, 2 years ago, I accidentally awakened my sage body, and my physical fitness was becoming increasingly abnormal. But having just physical strength was useless against the demon-slaying order. So I practiced like my life depended on it. While I was struggling in the sea, on the other end, Robin was chatting with a giant. That guy was named Saul, a giant vice admiral of the Navy, wearing a cowboy hat, with a laugh that was quite infectious. Dare le siesta. I tell you, Robin was so influenced by him that she started to laugh like him. Saul was quite warm-hearted. Seeing Robin unhappy, he asked her what was wrong. Robin said she missed her mom and wanted to tell her that she had also become a scholar. When Saul heard this, he paused for a moment and said, "Is your mom named Nico Alvia? I've met her." I tell you, Robin's eyes lit up in an instant, bouncing up like a little rabbit, asking where it was. As a result, Saulo, this guy, was straightforward and said, "Oh, I sank your mother's ship while leading the team, and I've captured her too. Who understands the family?" Robin was stunned on the spot, tears welling up as she cried. "My mom is just a scholar." Saulo quickly waved his hands and said, don't worry, I'll let her go later." Robin's heart was like a roller coaster. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she wilted again and murmured, "Then why hasn't mom come back to find me?" Saulo comforted her, saying maybe your mom has already come back. Upon hearing this, Robin, although knowing it was just to comfort her, still held onto a glimmer of hope and said she wanted to go home and take a look. Just as the two of them said goodbye, trouble arose. The temperature suddenly dropped, like turning on the air conditioning. A laid-back young man riding a bicycle came leisurely over, and let me tell you, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Saulo's face changed dramatically as he shouted at Robin, "Run." Then he nervously stared at the young man. "Kazan, you wouldn't target such a small child, would you?" That young man, who would later become Admiral Akiji Kazan, exhaled white mist and asked Saulo why he had betrayed the Navy. Saulo exploded at that moment, screaming hysterically, "Justice? Is this your justice? Launching a massacre order against unarmed scholars? And such a peaceful island? Answer me, Kazan." Robin ran far away, and upon hearing the words massacre order, her soul was frightened away, and she ran desperately towards the Tree of Knowledge. She had to tell everyone. On Kazan's side, he felt a jolt in his heart from Saulo's roar, but he still held his ground. A soldier's duty is to obey. Upon hearing this, Saulo laughed and took a stance. "All right, then there's nothing to talk about. Vice Admiral Akiji Kazan, giant warrior Hagover. Saulo, let's fight." Kazan sighed, "You're going to die." He raised his hand and swung an ice blade. As a result, with a clang, a layer of black emerged on Saulo's arm, directly shattering the ice blade. It was the haki of armament. Kazan was astonished. "When did you learn that?" Saulo scratched his head and said, "He just learned it recently." "All right," Kazan said with a helpless smile. "I'll get serious now." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful ice attack, sending a massive ice bird flying towards Sabo's face. The scene shifted, and under the Tree of Knowledge, chaos erupted. Robin sprinted over and threw herself into the arms of a white-haired woman, crying out, "Mom." Yes, her mother, Alvia, had truly returned. The two embraced and cried. But Dr. Clover, unable to watch any longer, interrupted them. It was then that Robin remembered the urgent matter at hand and shouted anxiously, "Run! The demon-slaying order is coming." At this, the entire place erupted in panic, and the scholar residents became frantic. Alvia quickly stepped forward, stating that Robin was telling the truth. She had returned to deliver the warning. This caused the crowd to completely lose control, scattering in all directions like a disturbed nest, rushing home to gather their belongings in preparation to flee. But could they escape? An arrogant voice rang out, and rows of Navy soldiers soon surrounded all the scholars. A lewd middle-aged man stepped forward. His name was Spandam. He pointed at the scholars and boasted, "According to CP9's investigation, you scholars want to resurrect ancient weapons." Dr. Clover trembled with anger. "We just want to restore the truth of history." Just then, Spandam's din mushy rang, and upon answering, he found it was the 5 elders on the other end. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Clover shouted at the din mushy, "Why hide history? What are you afraid of?" The 5 elders coldly replied, "You have no right to know." The doctor was completely enraged and revealed shocking information. According to our research, 800 years ago, there was a massive kingdom. Spandam, the voice of the 5 elders on the other end changed, roaring as if seeing a ghost. "Kill him, right now." Without hesitation, Spandam pulled out a gun and aimed it at Dr. Clover. "Stop!" Bang! I said stop. I was rushing at that time, but still arrived a step too late. I watched helplessly as the bullet was fired, and my mind exploded with a buzzing sound. An invisible shockwave erupted from me, causing everyone present, the Navy, CP9, including that Spandam, to fall down like dominoes. But the bullet had already left the chamber. I rushed to the doctor like I had gone mad. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and he was no longer breathing. Alvia and the other scholars lay in pools of blood. I held the doctor's cold body and cried out in anguish. Under the intense stimulation, my 3-tomo Sharingan underwent a drastic transformation in an instant. Conqueror's Haki? Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Ha ha! At that moment, I awakened, focusing on emotional stability, and with a swift motion, I took down the comatose culprit Spandam with a single strike, leaving not a trace behind. A CP9 member who had just regained consciousness was next. I sent him on his way with another sword strike. Then there was a skinny guy who, just before dying, actually withstood my sword strike with an iron block and took a picture of me with a small snail phone. "Just wait to be wanted," he shouted. I let out a cold laugh, just about to take him down when suddenly I heard a whistling sound from the sky. I looked up, and damn, the sky was filled with shells. The demon-slaying order had begun. The skinny CP9 guy saw this and turned to run, shouting, "Just wait to be destroyed." I don't have time to deal with him. I saw at a glance that Robin was holding her mother's corpse, and there were at least 50 shells raining down on them from above. Divine power. I activated the kaleidoscope in my left eye and grabbed the doctor's corpse, instantly switching places with the 2 scholars next to Robin. Just as I reached Robin, I wanted to use the flying thunder god with my right eye to take them away together, but I realized there wasn't enough time. Susanoo, in a critical moment, tears of blood streamed from my eyes as a massive golden skeleton rose from the ground, forcibly protecting the 4 of us inside. A series of explosions boomed, and as the smoke cleared, I coughed up blood, still shaken. "It's time to go, flying thunder god." Ignoring the excruciating pain in my eyes, I prepared to teleport forcefully. "Stop!" Ice block 2-pronged spear. 2 ice spears shot through the air. Akiji Kuzan had arrived, but he was still a step too late. Just as the ice spears were about to pierce me, our 4 figures instantly vanished from the spot. When I regained consciousness, we had changed locations. We fell to a place called Snake Island, also known as the Daughter Kingdom. 3 little girls were playing hide-and-seek in the forest and discovered us, unconscious. The leading black-haired girl, let me tell you, was incredibly beautiful, even at a young age, already a stunning beauty. She is the future Empress, Boa Hancock. She commanded her 2 somewhat apologetic younger sisters to carry us 4 back. By nightfall, Robin suddenly woke up from a nightmare, crying out for her mother. Hancock entered the room and told her, "You're awake? Your mother is in the next room." Upon hearing this, Robin immediately became alert and fired off a rapid series of questions. "Who are you? Where is this? Where is my mother?" Hancock looked at this girl, who was about her age but had lost her mother, with a hint of sympathy and explained, "My name is Boa Hancock. This is Amazon Lily. And we found you in the forest." "We?" Robin quickly grabbed her hand, asking, "Who else is there besides me?" "Your father, mother, and grandfather," Hancock replied. Robin sighed in relief, but quickly reacted, "I don't have a father." Hancock was taken aback, pointing to the room where I was lying and asked in confusion, "Isn't that young man your father?" Robin shook her head and requested Hancock to take her to see. Hancock agreed. Upon entering the room, Robin saw me lying on the bed. Although I was still unconscious, her anxious heart instantly settled, as if everything would be fine as long as I was there. Hancock noticed Robin's emotions calming down, but couldn't help but curiously ask, "He really isn't your father?" Robin turned to look at me and softly explained, "No, he is my brother. Don't be fooled by his height. He's only 2 years older than me." I tell you, Hancock was stunned for a moment. He probably didn't expect that the difference in our body types meant we were siblings. Robin saw that I was fine and finally let out a sigh of relief. Then turned to Hancock and asked, where are my mom and Grandpa Clover? I want to go see them." Hancock nodded and led her outside, casually asking about our backgrounds along the way, inquiring about Robin's name and how she ended up in this comm belt. Robin was honest and said her name was Nico Robin, and the one lying on the bed was her brother, Beast Daku. As for how she got here, she fainted and didn't know anything. The two chatted as they walked, eventually arriving at a particularly secluded little wooden cabin. I tell you, at that moment, Robin's mood was absolutely at its peak of anxiety, because Hancock had already told her on the way that her mom and Grandpa Clover were gone. The door creaked open, and Robin's footsteps were heavy as if they were leaden. The room was empty, with 2 outlines of people covered by white cloth in the middle. She crouched down, her hands trembling like she was sifting through grain, slowly lifting the white cloth. Beneath the cloth were her mother, Nico Alvia, and Dr. Clover, both lying peacefully as if they were asleep. But the shocking blood holes in their foreheads clearly told everyone that they would never wake up again. Robin broke down and cried, holding them. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Hancock watched from the side, feeling uneasy, and quietly stepped out, leaving 2 female warriors at the door to guard, while he left first. I don't know how long it had been, but I also woke up groggily. Goodness, my head was pounding like it was about to explode. When I opened my eyes, something was wrong. Why was it pitch black in front of me? I couldn't see anything. I was completely stunned at that moment, my mind racing with thoughts. I remember I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki and Sharingan to avenge my grandfather. And in the end, I even took on Susanoo. But this doesn't make sense. Even if I was a rookie using my ultimate ability for the first time, it shouldn't have resulted in me going blind, right? What is going on? Just as I was filled with questions, I heard footsteps outside, and the door creaked open. Robin walked in, initially heading towards the bed as usual, but when she looked up, she froze. "Dagu." In the next second, she dashed over like a little cannonball and plunged into my arms, crying out with a choked voice, "Dagu, you finally woke up? That's great, that's great." I feel the small body in my arms, listening to her surprised and delighted voice, and my heart softens. I reach out to hold her, gently patting her back. "Robin, I'm fine, don't worry." As soon as I opened my mouth, I finally pulled her back from that immense joy. Her little face flushed, and she quickly withdrew from my embrace, saying a bit shyly, "It's fine as long as you're okay. You've been unconscious for 5 days. 5 days? That's not too bad. I thought I had slept straight to the finale." I breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked about the current situation. "Robin, where are we now? What about Aunt and Grandpa?" The moment I mentioned this, Robin's expression darkened instantly. "We're on Amazon Lily. Mom and Grandpa Clover have already been buried." "Is that so?" Hearing this news, my heart sank, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. I instinctively lifted my head, not wanting tears to fall in front of her. But then I caught the key phrase, "Amazon Lily? How do we end up here?" The answer didn't come from Robin, but from a completely unfamiliar female voice. "You suddenly appeared on Amazon Lily 5 days ago. It was me and my sisters who saved you." I instantly understood. Wow. From Ohara in the West Sea, a flying thunder god directly transported me to 9 Snake Island in the comm belt. This distance is like teleporting from Earth to the moon. No wonder my Sharingan has completely worn out. This is considered overloading. My CPU has overheated. I quickly followed the direction of the voice and forced out a grateful smile. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and Robin, and for helping us bury our elder. The voice sounded again, quite pleased. No need to thank me. I'm a good friend with Robin. But Robin beside me was silent for a long time. I waited for a while and could only call out to her. Robin? Robin? Huh. Only then did she come back to her senses, asking, what's wrong? I pointed in the direction of the sound and said, aren't you going to introduce me to your new friend? I had no idea you had acquaintances on Daughter Island. Robin collected herself and then introduced, this is my friend I've met over the past few days, Hancock, Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock. I was shocked at that moment. The future pirate empress. I quickly smiled and greeted, hello, Boa Hancock. I'm Dreamiest Dagu. You can just call me Dagu. Hancock raised an eyebrow and replied, hello, Dreamiest Dagu. Seeing our friendly exchange, Robin was quite happy, but as soon as she noticed my grayish-white eyes, her mood dropped again. Dagu, your eyes. I waved my hand in front of my eyes, but I couldn't feel any light at all. Still, I smiled and comforted her, saying, it's okay, Robin, don't worry. Even if I can't see, I still have observation hockey, so it's fine. But she seemed to want to say something else when Hancock suddenly interjected. Let me tell you, her way of thinking is quite unique. It's fine, Robin. Just get him a new pair of eyes. Robin immediately responded, oh, right, as if she had an epiphany. But I shook my head and firmly refused. No need. This is fine. I don't want to use someone else's eyes. Seeing my resolute attitude, Robin had no choice but to give up. However, the good times didn't last long, as Hancock suddenly changed her tone, her voice dropping several degrees as she directly called me out. Monkey D. Luffy, you should know the rules of Amazon Lily, right? Robin panicked when she heard this and was about to plead for me, but I stopped her. I answered directly, I know, men are prohibited from entering Amazon Lily. Hancock seemed to appreciate my understanding, but she must have felt conflicted inside, not wanting to hurt her newly made friend. But rules are rules. It's a centuries-old, ironclad law, and there was nothing she could do. Since I'd been unconscious before, it was a special case, but now that I was awake, I had to leave. Well, you should prepare to go. After she said that, she turned and left, leaving just Robin and me in the room. Robin looked at her departing figure and immediately turned back to me, her attitude resolute. Dago, wherever you go, I will go. I walked up to her, patted her head, and smiled. Silly girl, it's not easy for you to come to Nine Snake Island. This is a great place for training. Don't worry, I won't go far. So where do you plan to go? She asked, looking confused. And how will you get there since you can't see right now? It's just next to Nine Snake Island. I explained they can take me there. As for my eyes, my observation hockey is not just for show. Robin looked even more surprised. You have observation hockey? How come I didn't know that? I closed my eyes and sensed for a moment, casually saying, I just awakened. Just now. Her jaw almost dropped in shock. When I saw her like that, I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, so I could only rephrase. Ahem. Actually, I've been awakened for a long time, but my eyes were too useful before, so I didn't develop it much, which led to it being unreliable at times. So that's how it is. She finally believed me, and then asked me, so where exactly are you going? As I groped my way toward the door. I spoke that name, Luscana. It's right next to Nine Snake Island, so you can come visit me when you have time. Robin quickly came over to support me, saying, all right, just be careful on your own. When we reached the seaside, Hancock was already waiting, saying that the 9 snake pirates had just returned, and we needed to see Lady Boa, while also mentioning my whereabouts. I was quite surprised. Hancock was quite warm-hearted, completely different from the arrogant empress she would become later. But then I thought about it. She was only 9 years old now, just a little girl. Not long after, a woman over 2 meters tall, dressed in a pink coat, swaggered over. This was the current snake princess of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. She glanced at us and asked Hancock, are these the 2 outsiders you mentioned in the transponder snail? Hancock respectfully introduced us. We quickly stepped forward to greet her. To our surprise, this snake princess immediately dropped a bombshell. To be honest, you 2 surprised me. She took out a newspaper and handed it over, saying on this, you are labeled as children of a devil. Children of a devil? I was confused, and since I couldn't see, I let Robin take it. As soon as Robin opened the newspaper, she began to read, and the headline was outrageous. The Farmer and the Snake. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? The scholarly sanctuary Ohara was brutally slaughtered by those who were adopted. What the hell, this overwhelming wealth? No, this overwhelming filth just came like this. The newspaper wrote us as the culprits of the massacre of Ohara, ungrateful white-eyed wolves. In the end, the world government called for the world to sanction us and issued a wanted notice. Robin read it out loud while crying because she knew how important this information was to me. After finishing the newspaper, 2 pieces of paper fell out. She picked them up and saw that they were our bounty notices. Son of the devil Monkey D. Goku, bounty of 150 million berries. Daughter of the devil Nico Robin, bounty of 50 million berries. 150 million? I sneered. Hancock looked at the tearful Robin and then at me, who, although blind, had tears in the corners of my eyes, and felt relieved. She thought that a child with such emotions couldn't possibly be a devil. She asked us what our plans were for the future. I directly stood up and said, Lady Hancock, I want to go to Ruscana to train. And Robin can stay on Amazon Lily. Is that okay? Ruscana? Hancock was surprised. Do you know what that place is? I nodded, seeing my determined attitude. She could only agree. All right, I'll take you there tomorrow. Hearing that I want to go there, Hancock immediately exploded. Monkey D. Goku, do you know what kind of place that is? She explained to Robin with a serious face that Ruscana is an uninhabited island with 48 seasons a year, also known as Beast Island. It is full of huge and ferocious beasts. Even our Amazon Lily warriors are scared. What? Robin was horrified and hurriedly advised me. Goku, please don't go. It's too dangerous. I shook my head and smiled, saying, don't worry, I'm fine. Early the next morning, I followed the Snake Princess's ship. I didn't let Robin come to the island with me. I just had her see me off at the seaside of Nine Snake Island. I was afraid she would see the terrifying sights on the island and insist on staying with me. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, I had an exhilarating time on this Beast Island. Every day, I was either chased by wolves or bitten by snakes. There wasn't a single day of peace from jackals, tigers, leopards, snakes, insects, or ants. Hiss, a 10-meter giant python, resembling a zebra, silently lunged at me from behind. Trying to ambush me, without even turning my head, I sidestepped and countered with a downward slash of my dual-bladed sword. Take this. With a ripping sound, the sword sliced from the python's back to its belly, causing the giant python to roll in pain. I shook my head and delivered another strike, sending it to its demise. Since you're in such pain, let me free you. After collecting my spoils, I walked back to the camp while contemplating. Over these 2 years, my observation haki had become so advanced that I could perceive the outlines of static objects, and my conqueror's haki could be controlled with ease. I had mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, and my swordsmanship had reached the level of a swordmaster. In terms of overall strength, I could at least be considered a colonel, right? Unfortunately, my kaleidoscope was gone. Otherwise, I'd at least start at the rank of Rear Admiral. Size still too weak. I sighed. My grandfather only gave me 2 notebooks, without even a teacher. That girl Robin also didn't know what was going on. She hadn't come to see me even once in these 2 years. Forget it. I won't think about it. Time to eat. Today I had snake soup with steak. Living quite well. Just as I was about to dig in, a very refined voice suddenly emerged. Kid, can you treat me? Goodness, what kind of instant teleportation hack did this old man use? I was startled. I cautiously asked, who? Sitting across the campfire was an old man, with hair mixed with gold and white, a scar over his right eye, and wearing glasses, looking quite cultured. Old man? I'm just a retired old man. Want to eat and drink for free? I spoke. First, introduce yourself. The glasses-wearing man paused for a moment. All right, my name is Rayleigh, and I'm a coding mechanic. Rayleigh? My heart skipped a beat, but I quickly realized he had indeed been to this island in the original story, so it wasn't surprising. I handed him the steak and snake soup. My name is Dagu. Nice to meet you. While eating, I asked him, by the way, Rayleigh, why did my observation haki detect you just now? He looked at my gray-white eyes and explained, advanced observation haki can shield the perception of lower-level observation haki. I understand now. So he had been here all along, just watching a show. I asked him when he arrived, and he said it was when that snake ambushed me. He was also curious about how I ended up here, considering this place doesn't welcome men. I briefly explained what happened 2 years ago. After we finished eating, he got up to leave. I quickly stopped him. Are you leaving? I actually wanted to ask you for some advice. We heard this. He circled around me with a wary expression. Asked me for advice? I see you want to beat me up for the meal. Huh. I'm not falling for that. I twitch my mouth. Am I going to beat you up? Can I really beat the vice captain of the Pirate King, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh? He froze on the spot and asked in a daze, "Do you know me?" "I don't know you." I shook my head. But if someone could sneak into the doldrums alone and is called Rayleigh, I couldn't think of anyone else but the legendary Dark King. Now it was his turn to feel awkward. All right. Then I'll take my leave, and I'll ask you again next time. Seeing that he insisted on leaving, I had no choice but to shout, "All right then, Uncle Rayleigh, remember to bring some wine next time." "No problem." As soon as the words left his mouth, he disappeared. I shook my head. It seemed I was still far from being a top-tier powerhouse. 7 days later, Rayleigh indeed came again. At that time, I was practicing with a gorilla, and sensing his arrival, I used my Conqueror's Haki to scare the gorilla away and went to greet him. "Uncle Rayleigh, you're here. Can you teach me today?" He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have Conqueror's Haki too." Seeing that he was dodging the question, I got a bit anxious, but then he suddenly asked me, "Hey kid, do you know Arthur?" "Arthur? Arthur from A Sword in the Stone?" "Yes." I shook my head. "I don't know him. But the notes I've been studying are a birthday gift from my grandfather." "Your grandfather is Cloba, Dr. Clover?" Rayleigh looked surprised. I nodded. He looked even more puzzled. "That note was given to Dr. Clover by me. How could he have given it to you?" Now it was my turn to be curious. "So, where did you get it, old man?" "The lifelong effort of a great swordsman isn't easy to obtain, right? It was given to me by Arthur himself." This is a long story. As soon as I heard there was a story, I perked up immediately. "Uncle Raleigh, go ahead and tell me." Seeing my determined expression, he could only nod helplessly. "All right, then let me tell you the story of King Arthur the Knight." The time goes back to the year 1475 of the Sea Circle calendar in the New World. At that time, young Roger Raleigh and Jabba were sailing on the Oro Jackson, which had just been launched less than a year ago and discovered a new island. When Roger heard about a new place, his eyes lit up, shouting that they had to go on an adventure. Raleigh and Jabba mocked him from the side, saying he was just a reckless captain who charged ahead without a care. Roger felt wronged and ended up being laughed at by everyone on the ship. Just as they were joking around, the ship reached the shore. Suddenly, a slash flew out from the forest. Raleigh reacted the fastest, leaping up, drawing his sword to block it, and shouted, "Who goes there?" A voice came from the forest. "Pirates, you are not welcome here. Leave." Following that, a man in golden armor emerged, his right hand clenched as if holding something invisible, and impatiently warned again, "Pirates, leave." Roger jumped down from the ship and introduced himself boldly. "I am Gold, Roger, the man who's going to become the Pirate King." "And you are?" The man coldly replied, "Pendragon Arthur, the Emperor of Britain." "I will say it one last time. Please leave." Roger wanted to negotiate, saying they at least needed some supplies. However, Arthur frowned and, without saying another word, raised his right hand, sending an invisible slash towards Roger. "Since you won't listen, I'll make you." Just as Roger was about to be hit, Raleigh instantly flashed in front of him, firmly blocking the invisible weapon with his sword. "How could I let you harm our king so easily?" Observation Haki. Arthur was a bit surprised, but then he understood. It made sense, as this year's super rookies were normal to have observation Haki. Since that was the case, I will take it seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, a gorgeous long sword slowly appeared in his empty hand, shimmering with gold and blue. Arthur gently caressed the sword's body and introduced it to Raleigh. "The sword is called Sword of the Covenant Victory, the Holy Sword of Britain." Seeing his demeanor, Raleigh mimicked the action, his eyes sharp. "The sword is called Aurora, one of the supreme grade great blades, 12 works." Upon hearing this, Arthur's eyes lit up like he had just won 5 million, and he shouted, "That's right. Only the supreme grade great blade is worthy to clash with my holy sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a cannonball, delivering a powerful slash. Let me tell you, what kind of person is Raleigh? He didn't even raise an eyelid, countering with a sword strike that met Arthur head on. Then twisting his wrist, the sword tip aimed swiftly at Arthur's lower body, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Arthur was also a skilled fighter, and with a leap as if he had oil on his feet, he dodged back just in time. But Raleigh didn't give him a chance to breathe, taking advantage of the situation to deliver a horizontal slash. Seeing he couldn't dodge, Arthur stomped his foot and braced the sword against Raleigh's aura. The two swords were locked in a stalemate, and Arthur gasped, saying, "You pirates have some strength." Raleigh chuckled, suddenly exerting force, directly pushing Arthur back, then teasing him. "What? Your Majesty, is this just the warm-up, and you want to back out already?" "Huh." Arthur, with his violent temper, couldn't take that, grinning as he charged again, shouting, "Stop being so arrogant. This is Britain, not a place for you to run wild. With your little strength, do you think you can do as you please?" Clang! Another hard clash, with Raleigh effortlessly deflecting it, saying as if teasing a child, "Your Majesty, you need to understand one thing. No matter how strong you are just one person. We are a crew. If it comes down to a fight, do you think you can stop all of us?" Let me tell you, that sentence directly left Arthur speechless. In a moment, he was stunned. He thought Raleigh would seize the chance to take him out. But when he looked up, he found Raleigh had already sheathed his sword, standing there with a smile watching him. At that moment, Arthur completely understood that these pirates were entirely different from the trash he had seen before, who burned, killed, and looted. He took a deep breath, sheathed his own sword, walked up to Raleigh, and extended his hand. "I recognize you. What's your name? Let's practice swords together sometime." "Silbaz Raleigh," Raleigh replied, shaking his hand. "Vice Captain of the Roger Pirates." "Ha ha!" Roger's loud voice couldn't hold back any longer, rushing over and throwing his arm around Raleigh's shoulder. "So how is it, Raleigh? Isn't it great to make a new friend?" Raleigh also had a smile on his face, saying to Roger, "Captain, why don't we stay here a few more days? I want to communicate well with Arthur." "Of course." Roger agreed without a second thought, turning to shout at the crew, "You guys, set up a feast. Let us celebrate our vice captain making a new friend." Oh! The ship instantly erupted in excitement. Those carrying barrels of wine, those roasting meat. The scene was even livelier than New Year's. Raleigh found Arthur with a wine glass. "Come on, Arthur, let us drink to this. This is a celebration of our new friendship." As the two clinked glasses, I don't know who started it, but everyone on the ship began to sing that song Bank Sake. I tell you, the singing, the atmosphere was truly amazing. Arthur looked at these unruly pirates and was probably also infected by this sense of freedom. After the song ended, he directly invited, "Raleigh, do you want to come see my palace?" Roger's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. "Of course. How can we refuse a friend's invitation? Let us go. Let us set off now." Thus, the Roger pirates spent 7 days eating, drinking, and having fun in Arthur's palace. When it was time for them to leave, Arthur seemed quite reluctant, standing on the shore and shouting, "I still want to spar with you more." Raleigh stood on the ship and nodded. "We are pirates. We cannot stay in one place for too long. Take care, my friend." Reflecting on this, Raleigh's eyes suddenly became wet. His voice choked. "That was our first meeting with Arthur, and also our last. I was stunned at that moment. What happened next? Did something happen to Arthur? That's right. Raleigh's voice grew heavy. 2 years after we set sail, we heard a piece of news. Britain fell. Arthur died in battle. Damn, my mind went blank. Who did it? Arthur was so strong. Who could take him down? Raleigh sighed and shook his head. A legendary figure. That guy was known as the strongest in the world, with all kinds of monsters under his command. Even the Navy would steer clear of him. He had a quirk of collecting strong people, like a stamp election. He sought out our captain, but was rejected by Roger. Then he heard Arthur was strong and went to Britain to recruit him. What happened then? Arthur surely told him to get lost. That madman, enraged, directly wiped out all of Britain. My heart sank, and a name instantly popped in my mind. Roxdy, Jibek, but I didn't dare say this out loud. I was just a kid. How could I know such old stories? So I changed the subject. What was it like when you guys got to Britain later? Sigh. Raleigh sighed. By the time we arrived, there was nothing left. The entire country has turned into a wasteland, blood flowing like rivers. Yet not a single corpse can be found. In the center of the square, we only found Arthur's holy sword, the sword of victory of the Covenant, just stuck in the ground. We were puzzled at the time. That madman destroyed everything. So why did he leave behind this most valuable holy sword? Why? I was curious too. Because he couldn't take it, Raleigh said. Not just him, all of us tried, Roger, me, Jabba. None of us could pull it out. That sword was as if it were rooted to the ground, not moving an inch. I thought to myself, wow, even the future pirate King Roger can't pull it out? This sword is too mysterious. So how did you finally get it out? It was quite magical in the end, Rayleigh recalled. I accidentally pulled out my own sword, Aurora, and then that holy sword just buzzed and jumped out a little bit. Just that little bit allowed us to pull it out. But strangely, after pulling it out, apart from me and Roger, no one else could touch it. Roger said that was because the sword still held Arthur's will. It only recognized me, who wielded Aurora. Moreover, only those with Conqueror's Haki, that is, born kings, could use this sword. So that's how it is. I nodded and asked the initial question again. How did Arthur's training notes end up in Dr. Clover's hands in Ohara? Rayleigh smiled. Well, we later sailed to Ohara, thinking it was a sanctuary for scholars and relatively safe. So we entrusted the notes to Dr. Clover for safekeeping. Of course, we also kept a copy. Speaking of which, he took out a book from his bag, subconsciously wanting to hand it to me, then realized I couldn't see and awkwardly smiled and put it back. Although I couldn't see, I clearly perceived everything with my observation haki, and I didn't point it out. I just asked him, so, what about that sword? The sword, Rayleigh said mysteriously, you will naturally know when the time is right. All right, since he wouldn't say, I stopped pressing, feeling like I had rested enough. I stood up directly. Uncle Rayleigh, let's have a match. Seeing my eager expression, Rayleigh helplessly nodded. All right, I'll accompany you, my young friend, for a little spar. The days that followed were filled with daily training, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. That day I stood by the sea, and after 7 years, I finally saw this blue world again. My family, who understands? That feeling of seeing the light again. Moreover, my eyes underwent an incredible upgrade. Instead of evolving into the reincarnation eye, they surprisingly turned into the transmigration eye, although I didn't know the principle behind it. That didn't matter. What mattered was that I felt a tremendous change in my strength. Now, even against a vice admiral, I would definitely have the power to fight. Dagu. Rayleigh's voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw his surprised expression. Smiling, Uncle Rayleigh, my eyes are better. Then, I deeply bowed. Nice to meet you. Teacher Rayleigh. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Good kid. I was worried that your eyes would be inconvenient when you set sail, but I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. After laughing, his expression grew serious. Now that your eyes are better, are you planning to go to sea? I looked at the distant sea and nodded heavily. Yes, teacher, I feel my time has come. Please allow me to set sail. Rayleigh quietly looked at me for a long time before slowly speaking. Fool, how can I not allow it? I came this time to give you a parting gift. Saying this, he took out a long wooden box from the bag behind him. I opened it and saw a long sword with a sheath lying quietly inside, giving me an indescribable sense of familiarity. It was Arthur's sword, the once holy sword, the sword of victory of the Covenant. Rayleigh said beside me, I actually wanted to give it to you long ago, but I was afraid you were too young and reckless to handle this power. Now it's time. Holding this heavy sword, I was so moved I didn't know what to say. At that moment, Rayleigh pointed at the sea. The people from Nine Snake are here to pick you up. You should be leaving. I nodded. Yes, teacher, I'm leaving. When I have the chance, I will visit you at Tsubaki Archipelago. After saying that, I walked toward the Nine Snake pirate ship that was approaching the shore. Just as I reached the side of the ship and hadn't seen who was coming, a soft body directly leaped into my arms. Robin, even after 7 years, I instantly recognized her, because apart from her, no one else would charge into my guard like that without any defense. We just held each other quietly until a cough broke the silence. I turned to the captain of Nine Snake, Susan, and bowed in thanks. Lady Snake Princess, thank you for coming to pick me up, and thank you for taking care of Robin all these years. Upon hearing this, Susan frowned. Do you mean you want to take Robin away? Yes, I answered decisively. Susan immediately became displeased. Have you considered whether Robin wants to leave? We, Nine Snake, took you in under pressure from the world government, and you just want to leave? I was fired up at the time, thrusting the holy sword into the ground with a loud thud. If that day really comes, I, Dagu, will be the first to return. Anyone who dares to touch Nine Snake will know why the flowers are so red. Strength? Susan was so angry she laughed, sizing me up, her eyes clearly saying, just you? I shook my head and directly extended an invitation. If Lady Snake Princess doesn't believe me, why not come up and try? Robin beside me was anxious and wanted to persuade me, but I just patted her head to reassure her. Seeing my resolute attitude, Susan became interested and laughed. All right, since you're looking for trouble, I'll oblige. Robin, seeing she couldn't persuade me, could only helplessly step aside. Without saying another word, I didn't even draw my sword from its sheath and charged straight at her. Bang! Susan frowned and kicked my sword sheath, sternly saying, Kid, do you look down on me? Draw your sword and fight me. I took a breath, exerted force in my hand, and slowly pulled out the holy sword. Clang! A clear sound of the sword echoed. This holy sword that had been silent for decades was once again revealed to the world. Susan looked at the sword in my hand, clearly taken aback. She could feel that this sword was extraordinary. But she didn't ask much because I had already charged at her again. She immediately hardened her fists and feet with haki to counter my sword's edge. Boom! The battle instantly erupted, and we fought fiercely, causing Robin and the others to retreat repeatedly in the wake of our clash. I don't know how long we fought, but Susan became increasingly alarmed. She realized this kid's strength was no longer inferior to hers. This gave her hope, a hope to find the missing Boas sisters. To thoroughly confirm my strength, she began to hit harder. Finally, after another hard clash, Susan suddenly jumped back and shouted, Wait! I stopped my assault, a bit puzzled. What's wrong, Lady Snake Princess? Are you dissatisfied with my strength? No. Susan shook her head. I acknowledge your strength. However, I still want to test your temperament. Are you ready? Temperament? I was just confused when in the next second, a terrifying pressure, like a mountain crashing down, suddenly struck me. I quickly looked up at Susan and instantly understood what she meant by temperament. It was the pressure of Conqueror's haki. Hey, I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Susan probably thought this would intimidate me, but after I adapted a bit, I burst out laughing. I said to her, Lady Snake, what's the fuss? Is this your temperament? Feels. Is that it? Goodness, Susan's brows are furrowed, probably thinking this script isn't right. My Conqueror's haki, which is 1 in a million, how come it's like blowing air conditioning, having no effect on him at all? Before she could figure it out, I directly countered with a trump card, saying, Lady Snake, you've checked the goods, now it's my turn, right? You should give mine a try too. As soon as I finished speaking, I unleashed my Conqueror's haki at full power. Susan let out a muffled sound and was pushed back half a step, her eyes wide open. Conqueror's haki? You have it too. I saw the situation was good and decided to back off, dissipating the tension. I walked up to her with a cheeky smile and said, Lady Snake, you're joking. I think we can call this one a draw. She was also a straightforward person, nodded, and said, All right, then I can trust you with that matter. What matter? I was still confused when Robin came over and quietly explained to me. It turned out that this wasn't a competition at all, but an interview. The Hancock sisters had gone missing recently, and Susan was assessing me to see if I had the ability to go out to sea and bring them back. As soon as I heard it, my mind went blank. Damn, I forgot. I was so focused on my eyes recovering and feeling happy that I completely forgot about this huge matter. This is a turning point in Hancock's life. I immediately patted my chest and assured Susan, Don't worry, Lady Snake. Hancock and the others are also my benefactors. I'll definitely bring them back safe and sound. Only then did Susan smile great. I'll be waiting for your good news in Amazon Lily. With that, Robin and I boarded the ship of the Kuja pirates, ready to set sail. Once we entered the cabin, it was just the two of us, and the conversation flowed freely. I shared everything I had learned from Rayleigh on the island over the years. She, in turn, told me about her time studying with Susan, always considering Hancock as a sister. As we talked, she leaned against me, looked up at me, her eyes full of concern. Dagu, can you really find Hancock? I gently touched her head and softly said, Don't worry, I already know where they are. But for now, we can't go. Robin suddenly sprang up from my arms. Anxious, you know where they are? Then what are we waiting for? If we can't do it alone, let's call Lady Snake and your teacher, King Rayleigh. We can definitely do it. I could only smile wryly and shake my head. Let me tell you, at that moment, Robin's expression froze instantly. Her mind was racing so fast that she probably went through all the places in the world that even the top experts wouldn't dare to go in an instant. Then, she suddenly looked out the window, as if she thought of something, and quickly covered her mouth in fright. After a long while, she finally calmed down, her eyes filled with terror. That, Hancock and the others. I pulled her back into my arms and said, I told you, I will definitely bring her back, just rest assured. That's what I said, but who understands the family? At that moment, my heart was in a panic. That was the heart of the world government. Mary Geos. Rescuing someone from there was as difficult as starting on hell mode. Although I knew that a few years later, Fisher Tiger would cause a huge uproar and I could ride the wave to save people, but right now Robin was by my side. How could I possibly make her wait that long? Just then, there was a knock at the door. I opened the door, and a warrior from the Nine Serpents said, "Lady Serpent is looking for you." I pulled Robin along, and we went over to the deck, where Susan was lying on a chair, soaking up the sun. She sat up and asked me, "Kid, have you made up your mind? Where are we heading next?" I had already planned it out in my mind. The original plan was to find partners at Sea High first, but now saving people is the top priority. I said in a deep voice, "Go to the Shambadi Islands." Susan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll take you to Shambadi." The ship turned around and headed towards the center of the world. I pulled Robin back to the room, not noticing that Susan sighed behind us, muttering, "Do you think I don't know what you want to do? What can I do about that place? Kid, I hope you can really create a miracle." Half a month later, the ship arrived at Shambadi. Let me tell you, this place is something else. It's like a huge bubble theme park, but it's dirty underneath, with human trafficking and everything. After we docked, Susan specifically told me, "Once we get off the ship, we'll pretend we don't know each other. I can't involve the entire Nine Snake Island. I understand, if this gets exposed, Nine Snake Island will be the next Ohara." I nodded at her, then grabbed Robin's hand. And in the next moment, the two of us disappeared on the spot, leaving only two small pebbles falling on the deck. Susan was stunned, and from a distance, I could see the corners of her mouth rising, as if saying this kid has some skills. I took Robin straight to the small wooden cabin in the No. 13 Red Tree area, which had a sign reading Shaki's Bar. When Robin saw the sign, she had a look on her face that said, "Are you kidding me?" I didn't explain and just knocked on the door. A woman's voice with a particularly charming tone came from inside. "Come in." Pushing the door open, we saw a woman smoking sitting behind the bar, looking at us. Robin was probably confused, unable to tell if the woman was in her 20s or 40s. But I knew very well who she was. This was my masteress wife, Shaki, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. I went up with a smile and shouted, "Master's wife, I'm here to see you." Xiachi and Robin were both stunned at that moment. After looking me up and down for a while, Xiachi said, "You're the big guy that Old Lay mentioned? Went out to sea." I scratched my head and said, "No way, I'm just here to visit the teacher and check on you." Xiachi tapped his pipe on the table. His gaze, suddenly sharp, cut the nonsense. "I'm glad you care, but if you don't tell the truth, it makes me very unhappy. So, what do you really want from me?" Well, I couldn't hide it anymore. I laid out everything about Hancock and my plan. I need information on the Celestial Dragons. I want to leave my flying thunder god mark on them, and then teleport directly to Mary Ahua. After hearing this, Xiachi's expression darkened, and he asked me, "Have you considered the consequences of failure? Even if you get up there, how will you get out? If Old Lay finds out I sent you to your death, he will blow up on me." I looked at her and said seriously, "Teacher's wife, don't worry. Aren't you curious how Robin and I went from the West Sea to Nine Snake Island in an instant?" As soon as I finished speaking, I closed my eyes and opened them again, the kaleidoscope Sharingan reappearing after 7 years. Xiachi, who had seen her fair share of storms, was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. "So, your previous blindness was because of this?" I awkwardly nodded. Robin next to me instantly understood, grabbing my arm with concern in her eyes. I quickly explained, "But it's different now. It has completely matured, and there are no side effects. It's fully awakened." Only then did Xiachi breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that my plan was much more feasible. However, she added, "But recently, there hasn't been any news of celestial dragons coming to Sabaody." I felt a chill run down my spine. Just then, the door opened, and a familiar voice came through. "Celestial dragon? What? Are you looking for the celestial dragon, Dagu?" I suddenly turn around. My teacher, King of the Underworld Rayleigh, has returned. I quickly explained the situation to him again. After listening, Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, let out a laugh, and said, "What a coincidence, one just came down. Damn, the opportunity has come." I immediately entrusted Robin to the teacher's wife and rushed out on my own. When I arrived at the number 1 Red Tree area, sure enough, there was a fat man in a spacesuit, accompanied by 2 slaves, looking arrogant and overbearing. I could smell it from 800 meters away. I hid in the shadows, quickly switched my vision to a kaleidoscope, took a glance, and done. The mark has been placed. Just as I was about to sneak away, there was a loud bang. That Dragon Man, just for fun, shot and blew up the collar of a nearby slave. Seeing that guy still dancing and celebrating, I clenched my fists. But I had to endure it. To save Hancock, I had to endure. I turned to leave. Just then, a woman cried out in anguish, "My child! My child!" I turned around and saw it was over. A child, probably scared, was charging straight towards the celestial dragon. The people around were like wooden puppets, heads down, not daring to look. Heh, this world is really rotten to the core. The celestial dragon raised his gun, and the scene was exactly like when I watched Dr. Clover get killed 7 years ago. Bang! The gun went off, but this time it was different. In an instant, I rushed in front of that child, extending 2 fingers to firmly catch the incoming bullet. I casually threw away the bullet and turned back to the 2 stunned kids, saying, "It's fine now. Hurry back to your mom. It's dangerous here." The 2 children ran back, crying. The celestial dragon, pointing at me, screamed in frustration, "You little brat. Are you looking for death? Looking for death?" When I heard that, I almost laughed out loud. The group of sycophants around him also snapped back to reality, looking at me like I was a fool, and then erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. This kid must be crazy. He can't possibly not know who he is standing in front of, right? One of them pointed at my nose and scolded, "Kid, do you know who you're facing? This is Saint Roseward, the creator of the world." I was annoyed and turned around to look at these clowns, calmly saying, "Yeah, I know. Just a bunch of self-proclaimed world nobles with glass domes on their heads, right? Dressed like this, afraid others won't know he's got connections." They were completely stunned by my words, hesitating for a moment before shouting again. "Then do you dare talk back? Aren't you afraid of dying?" I laughed and raised my hand to touch my sword, afraid. I actually want to see if I would be afraid of an admiral. I tell you, I felt like I was on fire. As soon as I finished speaking, a lazy voice came from the nearby woods. "Oh, is that so?" Immediately after, a tall guy with instant noodles for hair, wearing a Navy justice coat, strolled out. I was shocked. An admiral, Kazan. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. How could this guy be here? ISNT, he's supposed to be slacking off at headquarters? My mind raced, and I blurted out, "Navy brother, aren't you supposed to be at headquarters? Why are you here in Tsubaki?" Kazan paused for a moment, lazily scratching his head. "Ah, looks like you know me. But you got it wrong. I'm not an admiral yet, just a candidate. As for why I'm here, it just happened to be my duty shift. And someone reported that there was a situation here, so I came to take a look." I was left speechless. Who understands my pain? I searched for a long time and ended up picking a day when the future admiral of the Navy was on duty to cause trouble. I instantly thought of that old man Rayleigh. He definitely knew Kazan was on the island. That old guy must have done it on purpose. He wanted to use Kazan as my sparring partner. At that moment, in the bar, Rayleigh actually sneezed. Coughing, he held his wine glass and asked Shaki, "Did I forget something?" Shaki took a drag of her cigarette and said slowly, "If I remember correctly, you should have reminded your apprentice who is stationed on the island today." Rayleigh's old face turned red, awkwardly taking a sip of his drink, stubbornly saying, "It can't be that unlucky. The kid Dagu won't actively provoke that person." Robin, who was nearby, turned pale and quickly asked who it was. Shaki directly told her, "The candidate for the next admiral, Kazan." Robin gasped, nearly losing her balance. "Isn't that the Navy who killed Saul back in the day?" Just as Rayleigh was about to comfort her, saying something like, "Don't worry, they won't meet." Boom! A loud noise came from outside, cutting off his words. Rayleigh's expression changed instantly, turning dark, up. Robin was anxious. "Uncle, we need help." But Rayleigh sensed the situation and calmed down, taking another sip of his drink. "Don't worry, Dagu is fine. He's just having a back and forth with that Navy. Doesn't need us for now." Shaki also smiled and reassured Robin, "Don't worry, with this guy around, he won't let his apprentice get into trouble right under his nose." Robin finally relaxed a bit. As for me, I was already fighting Kazan. Bang! My sword wrapped in hockey clashed with his ice blade, and we collided fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. It was intense. Meanwhile, that celestial dragon teammate was still babbling. "Navy, hurry up and finish him. This Saint has things to do later." I was really pissed. "Can't you shut up if it's none of your business?" Kazan, annoyed by his urging, said to me, "Sorry, little brother, but I'm going to get serious now. As soon as he finished speaking, I felt the pressure double instantly. Goodness, he was about to unleash his full power. However, I had already prepared a backup. I glanced at the celestial dragon, saw the flying thunder god mark I had left on him, and smiled. I suddenly exerted force, using the recoil to jump back, and waved to Kazan coolly. In that case, I'll take my leave. Until next time, Kazan. Kazan was taken aback, probably wondering where my confidence came from. The next second, I disappeared right in front of him. Only then did he realize why I looked familiar. I was that kid from Ohara a few years ago. He glanced at the unharmed celestial dragon, and surprisingly, there was a hint of approval in his eyes. Thinking my temperament was good for not killing an enemy on the spot. However, the celestial dragon was already furious, pointing at Kazan and screaming, "Navy! How could you let him go? He insulted me, the great celestial dragon." Kazan simply yawned, lazily saying, "Are you hurt now?" Besides, he disappeared into thin air. I can't even chase after him. His attitude was completely dismissive. The celestial dragon trembled with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything to Kazan. After all, he was the future admiral. In the end, he could only huff and leave with his sycophants. Kazan watched them walk away and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for me, I zipped back to the bar, landing right next to Robin. Then, old man Rayleigh, let me tell you, he was so startled by me that he jumped, and once he realized it was me, he immediately hit me with a conqueror's hockey shockwave. I was so wronged. Whispering to him, I said, "Teacher, if you have an opinion, we can have a fair fight, but why sneak attack me? I just fought for my life against an admiral and came back to be backstabbed by my own teacher." When Rayleigh saw it was me, he withdrew his hockey. But his expression was still sour, snorting coldly. "How dare I have an opinion on you? You're so unpredictable. What if one day you don't like me and come back to mess with me? My old bones can't handle it." I realized that the old man was just scared and being petty. It was Robin who came out to mediate. "Dagu, actually Uncle Rayleigh is very worried about you." I immediately understood, quickly poured myself a glass of wine, and leaned over to Rayleigh, ingratiatingly raising my glass. Then, student to teacher, cheers, please don't be angry. Rayleigh took the glass, drank it in one gulp, and his expression softened a lot. At this moment, Shaki spoke up. "Dagu, that sudden ability you just showed is quite interesting. Can you tell us about it?" "Sure." So I briefly introduced them to the Flying Thunder God and the heavenly guardian power of the kaleidoscope. But of course, I didn't mention anything about the reincarnation eye. That thing is too overpowered, so I had to keep it hidden. After I finished talking, Shaki took a drag of her cigarette and slowly said, "Originally, I wasn't going to charge you for this drink, but since you volunteered, don't forget next time." I was taken aback and quickly asked, "A master, how much?" "Not much. 100,000 berries." I immediately sighed in relief. Just 100,000, not bad. I thought I was going to get ripped off. I immediately patted my chest and promised, "Don't worry, I'll make it up next time." Just then, the phone on the bar rang. Xiaoqi picked it up, and a voice on the other end said, "The celestial dragon has left," and then hung up. Xiaoqi looked at me. "Did you hear that? When do we act?" I thought for a moment and said, "Wait. Wait until the celestial dragon returns to Mariewa tonight. Then I'll teleport next to him and investigate the location of Hancock and her sisters. During this time, Robin will be under your care, teacher." Rayleigh nodded nonchalantly and then went out for a stroll. Since I had nothing to do, I suggested taking Robin out shopping. Just as we were about to leave, Xiaoqi spoke again. "I suggest you don't go out right now. Of course, if you want to go and fight that person again, then pretend I didn't say anything." I slapped my forehead, realizing that there must be people looking for me everywhere. Going out would just be walking into a trap. So we sat back down obediently. Just as I was getting bored, the door of the bar was pushed open with a bang, and a large group of people walked in. The one leading them wore a straw hat and had bright red hair, very eye-catching. I smiled as soon as I saw him, thinking, isn't this a coincidence? A pillow has come just as I was feeling sleepy. Robin saw me suddenly laugh and whispered, "What's wrong?" I waved my hand and lowered my voice, saying, "It's not related to them, but you could say." "It is related." To my surprise, my voice wasn't loud, but that red-haired guy had sharp ears and turned to look at me. "Oh, it's related to us? Then can you tell us what it is?" I grinned. "I just want to ask you for a favor." The red-haired guy laughed. "But why should I help you?" I looked at him with certainty. "You will. Because you are Shanks, my senior brother. As soon as I said this, the whole place fell silent. Not only Shanks, but the people behind him, like Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess, were all in an uproar. Captain, when did you get a junior brother? Yeah, Shanks. Why Haven T? We heard you mention him. Shanks looked just as confused. He first calmed down his crew and then asked me seriously, Brother, are you mistaken? I'm called Shanks, that is correct. But I don't remember having a junior brother like you. Do you know who my teacher is? I coughed twice and nodded towards Xiachi. The teacher is right here. Do you think I could talk nonsense? Senior brother Shanks. Shanks followed my gaze to Xiachi and saw her smiling and nodding. He was completely stunned, looking me up and down. You, really are my junior brother? I shrugged. Absolutely, I am Monkey D, Goku. Only then did Shanks extend his hand. Nice to meet you. Junior brother? Then he pointed to his companions. Since you know me, I'll 1T introduce them. I nodded and then pulled Robin over. This is my partner, Nico Robin. After saying that, it felt wrong. So I corrected myself. No, she is the person I want to accompany for life. Robin's face instantly turned red. Shanks and the others cheered a couple of times and then got straight to the point. Junior brother, you just said you need help. What help do you need? I glanced at Ben Beckman behind him and then spoke. I just want you to help delay the Navy currently stationed in Tsubaki. Sure enough, as soon as Shanks heard this, he immediately looked at Beckman, waiting for him to decide. Beckman pushed up his glasses and looked at me, asking, It's no problem for us to help block the Navy. However, you have to tell us which admiral is stationed there, right? Of course, it's Admiral Akiji Kazan. I told the truth. This matter could be found out easily. No need to lie. After hearing this, Beckman looked at Shanks. Got it. What is your decision, Captain? Shanks pondered for a moment and then suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Of course we help. This is my junior brother S. first request upon meeting. How can I let him down? Moreover, don't you think this is a great opportunity? Everyone looked at him with question marks on their faces. Shanks chuckled. Of course. It's an opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves. Just think about it. We fight against the future admiral of the Navy in Tsubaki and then retreat safely. By the time we reach the second half, who would dare look down on us? As soon as he said this, Jesus Burgess and the other's eyes lit up. Beckman nodded, indicating that this plan was feasible. Shanks turned to me and asked, Junior brother, what do we act? Tonight, anytime tonight. No problem. Then I'll head straight to the Navy S base tonight. I tell you, these guys are all about being swift and decisive. After saying that, he said goodbye to Xiachi and turned to leave. Robin looked at their backs. A bit worried. Goku is your senior brother. Really reliable? I laughed. Don't worry. Despite how he looks, he is actually very reliable. Xiachi also added, That's right. That red-haired kid is my husband's successor as captain. Robin was directly shocked. The successor of the Pirate King? ISNT, that the future Pirate King? Time flew by, and soon it was nighttime, and Rayleigh strolled back. Just then, boom, a loud noise came from afar. They're here. I felt a jolt in my heart, knowing that Shanks and the others had started. I greeted Rayleigh and the others, activated Flying Thunder God, and instantly disappeared from a spot. Just as Rayleigh returned, he hadn't even settled into his seat when he saw me suddenly vanish. Looking bewildered at Xiachi, Robin explained to him what happened with Shanks earlier. After hearing this, Rayleigh immediately released his observation hockey to check the battlefield situation. As a result, when he saw it, his face turned dark. Good heavens! Not only was Akiji on the battlefield, but Kizura Borsellino had also arrived. This was a buy one get one free. A full meal deal. Although Shanks and the others could still hold on, being surrounded and beaten by two vice admirals, defeat was only a matter of time. Rayleigh made a swift decision, told Xiachi, and immediately rushed toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, I had already appeared in Mariewa, right in front of the celestial dragon named Roswald Saint. He was stunned, pointing at me, stuttering, probably having never seen such high-tech teleportation so close in his life. I didn't have time to waste with him and activated my Eye of Rebirth directly, using the Eye Technique puppet control to instantly turn him into my puppet. To be honest, I was quite intimidated in Mariewa, especially since there's an ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years. I could feel that the moment I opened my eyes, a gaze swept over from that direction, making me too scared to breathe. Luckily, he didn't pay attention to me. I immediately gave my new puppet an order. You go out and take a look. And let me know if any celestial dragon has recently acquired 3 young female slaves. Yes, Roswald Saint immediately acted as if nothing was wrong and walked out his palace. I shared his vision through his eyes. I saw him swaggering into another palace, opening his mouth to shout, "Saint Kamal, I heard you got a new batch of slaves. Bring them out and let us compare." A celestial dragon with a long blue nose walked out, looking impatient. "Compare what? I just got my batch, and they haven't been trained yet. If you want to compare, fine, 3 days later. I'll train them and then compare with you." "Okay, no problem." After getting a response, Roswald Saint immediately turned and left. Seeing this, I had a good idea. Although the process was absurd, these 2 perverts were planning some kind of slave competition, but at least I finally had a lead. I cut off the visual sharing and instructed Roswald Saint to return to his palace, while I quietly closed my eyes and began to gather my strength. As a result, my plan to conserve energy didn't even last a minute. I tell you, 3 days just flew by in the blink of an eye. My tool man, Roswald Saint, hurried back and finally brought me some good news. He said that while he was chatting and boasting with another celestial dragon named Sharinganin Saint, he heard that guy bragging about how he recently got 3 little girls as slaves, and he even complained that they were too young to show off. As soon as I heard this description, I thought to myself, wow, I know what's going on. It's definitely those 3, Hancock and her friends. What a coincidence. I quickly asked where Charlemagne lived, then I wiped out all the memories that Rosward had about me with a single thought, letting him go about his business. Let me tell you, only a celestial dragon with a brain deficiency can be fooled like this. If it were someone else, my little trick would have been exposed long ago. After handling things here, I directly used a spatial jump and swooshed over to Charlemagne's lair. Wow, family, who understands? That palace was resplendent, and in the midday sunlight, it almost blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Talk about top-notch light pollution. I made up my mind right then and there that if I didn't tear your place down later, it would be an insult to my damaged eyesight. But once I got inside, I was dumbfounded. This place was too big. Where was I supposed to find someone? I couldn't just casually use my perception, or else those CP0 lackeys would swarm around me like flies drawn to a smell. Just as I was worrying, a butler-like figure walked past me, looking quite important. "Hey, it's you." I widened my eyes and directly hit him with a mental control combo, then casually put a flying thunder god mark on him. Perfect. Next. It was time for a first-person immersive experience, letting him be my navigator. I followed that guy's perspective, winding through twists and turns into a basement that was pitch black, where I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Suddenly, the lights came on, and I almost threw up right then and there. That place was absolutely uninhabitable. It was like hell on earth, with bloodstains and filth everywhere, and the smell. It was just unbearable. Then I saw them, Hancock and her 2 little figures, chained in the corner with cold iron chains. The bastard I was controlling tossed a food container in front of Hancock with a loud clang. His attitude, no different from feeding a dog. Hancock silently crawled over, dragging the iron chain, and the moment she opened the food container, my blood pressure shot up to my forehead. What was inside was not food for humans at all, but a lump of something unidentifiable that looked like spoiled pig feed. I couldn't hold it in for a second. In an instant, I used the flying thunder god technique to appear right in front of her, kicked the guard beside her away, and shouted at Hancock, "Stop eating." Hancock was stunned at that moment. When she looked up and saw me, tears streamed down her face all at once. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Her expression of grievance mixed with surprise made my heart twist. The future domineering pirate empress was now just a little pitiful person in need of protection. Without further ado, saving her was the priority. I told the sisters to hold onto Hancock tightly and directly activated the teleportation. But before leaving, I took a glance back at this filthy hell, and the fire in my heart couldn't be suppressed. I hadn't planned to escalate the situation, but now, I was not happy. I summoned a giant stone statue and gave it a deadly command. Level this place to the ground. Give me a thorough cleanup in the physical sense. The next second, the 4 of us appeared in Shacky's bar. Uncle Rayleigh was shocked to see me back, and with 3 young girls no less. I quickly introduced them to each other. Shacky, being someone who had seen the world, immediately took Hancock and the others to wash up without saying a word, and Robin kindly followed along. Uncle Rayleigh came over and patted my shoulder, saying, "You did well, kid. You managed to get them out without anyone noticing." I felt awkward at that moment, scratching my head and said, "Uncle, actually, I couldn't hold back and set off a big firecracker over there." Guess what happened next? Uncle Rayleigh, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh and praised me for doing the right thing. He said I was thinking too simply. If I had quietly rescued them, the world government would have gone crazy and issued a worldwide manhunt for those 3 girls. By then, Amazon Lily would have suffered too. Now that I've made such a scene, it has turned into a major incident of unidentified individuals invading the Holy Land, which instead helped to extract Hancock and the others, muddling the waters and shifting the focus away from them. Wow, this was a case of hitting the mark by accident. Reverse prediction, indeed. I was still a bit tipsy at the time and suggested maybe I should go back and grab some devil fruits to make a bigger scene. Uncle Rayleigh quickly held me down and said, "You can forget about that. Going back now is just walking into a trap, right?" Thinking about it, he was right. I shouldn't be too reckless. After waiting for more than an hour, Hancock and the others finally got themselves sorted out. Let me tell you, after they cleaned up, they looked incredibly fresh. I took a close look and, fortunately, they only had some superficial injuries and had lost a bit of weight. But there were no serious wounds left, which finally put my mind at ease. Hancock is also a bit impulsive and said she wanted to go home right away. I nodded and prepared to take them back. Robin was a little worried about whether my eyes would have issues from continuous high-intensity teleportation, so I smiled and patted her head, reassuring her that I had leveled up and my stamina was great now. Then, after saying goodbye to Uncle Rayleigh and the others, the 4 of us disappeared from the spot again, after safely sending the 3 sisters of Hancock back to Amazon Lily. Robin and I hitched a ride on a boat and took a leisurely journey for over a month until we reached the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Why do we come here? Because my next target is to recruit my initial team from the 4 Seas. Let me tell you, I already have candidates in mind. The Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, the Fortune Teller Hawkins, and Zoro's senior sister Kana, who died in the original story. I want them all. Just thinking about bringing these future big shots into my fold in advance gets me excited. This move is called intercepting. Do you understand what a version answer means? When we arrived at Reverse Mountain, I told Robin that we shouldn't rush to the 4 Seas just yet. We need to meet an old predecessor first. This guy is called Kuroka's, the ship's doctor on Roger's ship, and he is also an old friend of Uncle Rayleigh. When I found him, he was holding a harpoon and looked like he had just finished something. I introduced myself, saying I was a student of Raleigh, and sent his regards. The old man was quite moved when he heard that. I took the opportunity to share what I had heard about the Rumbar pirates, mentioning that the big-headed Brook wasn't dead, just missing. Of course, I couldn't go into too much detail, just said it was a rumor. But that was enough to give the old man and the big whale, named La Boone, some hope. After our conversation and taking care of what I needed to do, I didn't linger. In the shocked gaze of old man Kolokas, I directly picked up Robin and with a whoosh took off towards the North Sea. Before leaving, I also told him that we would keep an eye out for news about Brook. Next up was the North Sea. Let me tell you, the North Sea is not a peaceful place at all. The islands are constantly at war, with cannon fire everywhere. As soon as we arrived, the sounds of battle were like a background BGM that never stopped. Robin and I floated in midair, looking down. Wow, 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely below. Robin asked me what to do, and I said, "What else can we do? It's getting dark. We should find a place to land first. We can't spend the night in the sky, can we?" So, with a snap of my fingers, we instantly teleported to a relatively peaceful little town on the island. This town was quite magical. While outside it sounded like fireworks during the New Year, inside people were eating and drinking as if nothing was happening. We found a hotel, and the receptionist was a petite young woman who asked how many rooms we needed. I was still thinking about it when Robin just said 1 room. Hey, I really liked her straightforwardness. No nonsense at all. The receptionist led us to the room and kindly reminded us that it was chaotic outside, so we shouldn't wander around unnecessarily. I smiled and agreed. Once she left, Robin asked me what we were actually looking for in Beihai. I didn't hide it from her. I said our little team is too small. We need to recruit more people. I'm planning to form a pirate crew of light, aiming to recruit 12 partners. No, 12 companions. I'll tell you, I haven't finished planning my grand blueprint yet, when suddenly the door was violently kicked open from the outside. A group of armed soldiers rushed in and surrounded me, their guns all pointed at my face. I was completely dumbfounded, and I said, "Hey guys, I just checked into the room. Why is it getting intense already?" The big guy in charge was quite aggressive, pointing his finger at my nose and asking where my accomplices were. Just then, there was a splashing sound from the bathroom, and Robin was quite clever. As a result, one of the big guy's underlings, a little rookie, probably new, got so nervous that his hand shook and bang. He accidentally fired a shot. That bullet, let me tell you, passed right by my foot. Who understands this? It really pissed me off. My face darkened. I stared at them fiercely and calmly said 2 words. "Get out." Just those 2 words. I added a bit of an imposing tone. That group of people clumsily dropped their guns. Their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost, and they scrambled out of there. I picked up the big guy's gun and handed it back to him. His hands were trembling, and he took it without looking back and slipped away. Once they left, Robin finally came out of the bathroom. Good heavens, he was still damp, looking like he had really taken a shower. His mental fortitude was impressive. The next morning, I told Robin we needed to go out and gather some information. This information was worth a lot, at least 50 small targets. Just as we went downstairs, that waitress from yesterday stopped us, saying the whole city was under martial law and we weren't allowed to go outside. I thought to myself, isn't this a disaster? Then I had a clever idea. I invited the waitress to our room, saying I just wanted to ask for something, nothing else. Robin was there too, and the waitress shyly followed us. I got straight to the point and asked her, "General Crane, do you know where it is?" She thought for a moment and said, "I think about a month ago it was done on Minion Island," and then she returned to the Navy headquarters. Great, that's exactly what I needed. Without saying another word, I grabbed Robin's hand, and with a whoosh, we disappeared again. By the time Robin realized what was happening, we were already flying in the sky. She asked me where we were going, and I said, to Swallow Island. I told you, looks don't last more than 3 seconds. I was so focused on the destination that I completely forgot the way flying around. And well, I got lost. There was even a navigator on the sea. It was ridiculous. Luckily, Robin had sharp eyes and spotted a pirate ship below. We directly parachuted onto their mast. The pirates down there were still celebrating with champagne, all of them drunkenly shouting about venturing into the Grand Line. When I heard that, I thought to myself, this is the wrong direction. They are heading back. I spoke up. "Hey guys, could you please turn around?" The pirates immediately exploded in anger, grabbing their weapons to attack. I figured there was no point in talking to these extras. I unleashed my conqueror's haki, and except for their captain, everyone else fell down, sound asleep. The captain turned pale and stood frozen in place. I patted his shoulder and smiled, asking, "Big guy, going to Tsubaki Archipelago, no problem, right?" What could he say? He nodded like a garlic clove. Just like that, we spent half a month as passengers on that ship. Finally, we arrived at Tsubaki Archipelago. Before disembarking, I looked at the trembling pirates and the honest captain, and I told him, "Buddy, take my advice. The Grand Line is too deep. You can't handle it." The captain was a sensible guy, probably scared out of his wits. He nodded repeatedly. As soon as Robin and I left, I heard him turn to his crew and say, "Brothers, we're not pirates anymore. Let us go home with the money we took. Let us rebuild our village." Hey, guess what? I hadn't even started recruiting yet, and I already disbanded a pirate crew. After that, Robin and I headed straight for our next target, Tsubaki Archipelago. I'm telling you, the person we were looking for this time was a heavyweight, the future surgeon of death, Trafalgar Law. In the end, we wandered around town like headless flies for half the day without finding a single clue. Robin couldn't help but ask me, "Hey, Dagu, is your intel reliable?" Just then, I slapped my thigh and thought, oh man, I forgot. This guy Law, due to being sick when he was young, never stays in town. He is a pure wild boy, always hanging out in the woods. We quickly turned around and dashed into the small woods outside the city. Hey, guess what? It's better to arrive by chance than to arrive early. Just as we entered the woods, we stumbled upon a live broadcast. We saw 2 naughty kids surrounding a shivering little polar bear and bullying it. I was contemplating whether to step in and uphold justice when a cool guy wearing a spotted hat stood up and shouted, "Stop it." I took a glance and thought, well, the main character has arrived. The 2 bullies were still unconvinced, pointing at the little white bear and calling him a monster. Let me tell you, that kid Luo really doesn't waste any words. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Room." A semi-transparent blue dome instantly engulfed the 2 bully kids. Then, with a flash of his long knife, he split them in half. Their upper bodies and lower bodies were separated on the spot, but they were still alive and screaming. Family, who understands? This surgical fruit is just too incredible. It's simply the ultimate dream of a surgeon, focusing on precise cutting, and it even has a painless, bloodless mode. Robin was stunned beside me and quietly asked what was going on. I chuckled and told her, "This is our future ship doctor, a surgical fruit user worth 5 billion, and the ultimate skill of this fruit can even grant immortality." Isn't that amazing? Robin was shocked at the time, quickly covering her mouth, afraid of being discovered. Over there, Luo quickly scared those two kids into wetting themselves. They knelt down and apologized to the little white bear before running away in a panic. Once they were far off, I clapped my hands and walked out from behind the tree, cosplaying as a behind-the-scenes big shot. Luo was quite alert. He quickly pointed his knife at me and asked who I was. I got straight to the point. "Young man, I see you have remarkable potential. Do you want to join me and become part of my pirate crew?" That kid was quite arrogant. When he heard my goal was to match Roger, he directly mocked me for being inexperienced. I wasn't angry at all. I went all out and called out his full name with the D. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. His face turned green at that moment, and without saying a word, he activated another room to attack me. What happened next? His proud long knife struck me. Making a sound as if it hit steel, sparks flew out, and it left him speechless. I leisurely told him that I not only knew his name, but also that he wanted to take revenge on Don Quixote da Flamingo for Corazon. His pupils shook, probably wondering where this person came from. Seizing the opportunity, I directly extended an olive branch. "Join me, and I will give you the power to avenge your enemy. Don't talk to me about Navy rules. We are pirates, and we thrive on freedom. Doflamingo's status means nothing to me." At this, Law was genuinely moved. After pondering for a while, he finally nodded in agreement, with the condition that I help him take down Doflamingo. This matter was settled. I was overjoyed and turned to ask that little polar bear, Beepo. The poor little guy said he couldn't do anything and was afraid of being a burden. I directly patted his fluffy head and gave him a spoiler, telling him, "You are not an ordinary bear. You are a member of the warrior tribe from a country called Zo, and there is the blood of a navigator flowing through you." Upon hearing he could go home, Beepo immediately became excited and agreed to join. Everyone was happy. Then Law suddenly asked me, "What about the ship? Take us to the ship." I could only smile awkwardly. "Well, the ship is still downloading. It's 99 done. Don't worry." It was quite an awkward situation. In the end, I broke the ice and said that I wouldn't take you on board just yet, but I would take you to meet a mentor and receive the world's top medical education. Luo was quite curious about how to get there, so I grabbed each of them and activated Flying Thunder God, greeted Robin saying I'd be back soon, and in the next second, whoosh, the scene switched. From the small forest in the North Sea, we directly parachuted to the starting point of the Grand Line, Twin Cape. The old man Kurokas, who was guarding the lighthouse, was reading the newspaper and got startled by us. I went up and greeted him. "Old man, I'm back. I'm bringing you a disciple." I pointed at Law and introduced him, Trafalgar Law, a user of the Op-Op fruit. The old man immediately jumped up from his chair in surprise. I introduced Mr. Kurokas to Luo from behind. "This is the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger." Now, it was Luo's turn to be shocked. And guess what happened? Old man Kurokas immediately delivered a backstab, saying to Luo, "Compared to me, you're the heavyweight captain. After all, you're the disciple of the Dark King Rayleigh." Luo's jaw dropped to the ground, and he looked at me with a different expression. Let me tell you, this exchange of information was explosive, and it was all about making sure no one had it easy. In the end, Kurokas agreed to take Luo under his wing, but not as an official disciple, just a student, with the condition that Luo would help him take care of Labone. Luo didn't mind. After all, in his heart, he only had one true teacher, Corazon. That settled it. I entrusted Luo and Beepo to the old man, reminding Luo to keep a low profile and not be discovered by the Flamingo, and then I used Flying Thunder God to return to Robin's side. So, Luo and Beepo stayed in Twin Cape, one learning medicine from the former big shot and the other self-studying with a navigation chart. As for Robin and me, we began a 6-month quest to find someone in the North Sea, with our target being the magician Hawkins. Let me tell you, the North Sea is truly not a place for people. It's a battlefield every day like a large-scale battle royale scene. And I even saw the floating castle of Germa 66. After half a year of wandering, we finally arrived at a place called Yuyin Town. Goodness, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The streets were filled with fortune tellers and black tents, as if we had entered the lair of some mysterious organization. I said, "This is it. That fraud Hawkins must be here." We casually entered a tent, where there was a mysterious figure in a black robe. He immediately said, "I know the past 500 years, and I know the future 500 years, which made me awkwardly dig my toes into the ground." He asked me to place my hand on a crystal ball, chanted some incantations, and sure enough, a scene of Hawkins playing cards in the woods appeared in the ball. Then, with a bang, the image disappeared. He coolly said, "The person you're looking for is in the woods to the west. Go find him." I thanked him and was about to leave with Robin. Wait a minute, just as we took a step, the man in the black robe called us back again. And this time, the voice was no longer the hoarse, mysterious tone, but instead sounded like that of a middle-aged woman. I told you, guess what she said next? "Handsome, you haven't paid yet." Goodness, I was stunned at that moment. Asking for directions cost me 100,000 berries. This isn't fortune-telling, it's outright robbery. But there's nothing I could do. When you're under someone's roof, you have to obediently pay. Robin also had a look of disbelief, and, after paying, we quickly made our escape. Following the address that the fortune-teller lady gave us, we found that young man in a small grove to the west. This guy was even weirder. When I asked him what he was doing, he didn't even look up, talking to me about the collision of fate and the War of Kings. I thought to myself, are you putting on a stage play here? Just as I was about to ask again, he looked up at me with bright eyes and directly shouted, "Captain. Family, who understands? This joining process is so smooth." Robin was dumbfounded beside me, probably thinking that finding crew members is this efficient nowadays. I was overjoyed and immediately declared, "Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates, Basil Hawkins." But this guy was so cool. I introduced him for a long time, and he just responded with a not saying a single extra word. "All right then, I get it. You're going for the aloof persona." Now that we found him, we directly used the flying thunder god technique to return to Gemini Gorge. When old man Kuroka saw us, his eyes nearly popped out, probably thinking we forgot our keys when we went out. I chuckled and revealed Hawkins behind me. "Old man." I brought him back. The old man sized Hawkins up for a long time, and then pouted, "Is this it? Doesn't seem that special." As soon as I heard this, I thought I have to show off a bit. I gave Hawkins a look. "Hawkins, why don't you show the old man a demonstration?" I told you. Hawkins is also a straightforward person. Without a second thought, he drew his sword and charged at Kuroka's. My heart almost stopped for a moment, but the old man didn't even raise an eyebrow. He just casually said, "You will die." Just those 3 words completely stunned Hawkins. His sword halted in midair, looking at me with a confused expression, as if his eyes were asking, "Captain, this isn't how the script goes, right?" I quickly tried to smooth things over, sighing inwardly. "What is this all about?" I said to Hawkins, "How about this? I'll find you an opponent. You can give it a try with him." I thought we shouldn't let newcomers explode with stress right after they arrive. With a swift move, I used Flying Thunder God to pull out our proud ship doctor, Trafalgar Law, who was deeply engrossed in medicine, along with his pet bear Beepo. Law was originally reading a book inside a whale's belly when suddenly the scenery changed, and his face darkened. I pointed at Hawkins and said to him, "Here, your opponent." Then I pointed at him and Hawkins and said, "This is your new partner, the Seer." Law was not pleased at that moment. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" I quickly leaned over and turned on my persuasion mode. "Luo, think about it. You get beaten up by me and the old man every day. You're almost developing a psychological shadow from it. So I'm just finding you a sparring partner. I mean an opponent to test your progress, right?" Luo pondered for a moment and seemed to agree, nodding his head. All right, the venue cleared out, and I, along with Robin and the old man, stepped aside to watch the show. At first, the two were quite honorable in their combat, clashing swords in a pure swordsmanship duel, exchanging blows back and forth. After a while, Luo spoke up. "All right, buddy, not bad, but I'm about to go all out, so watch out." Hawkins, still looking cool, nodded. "Then you be careful too. I'm going to use my abilities." In the next moment, Luo directly opened his domain room. On Hawkins' side, things got even crazier. He summoned a gigantic scarecrow that exuded an ominous aura, charging straight at Luo. I'm telling you, these two were like you play your scalpel, and I play my voodoo doll, showcasing a uniquely bizarre style. Luo was also fierce, swinging his sword at that scarecrow, and with a swift motion, he split in half. Hawkins was shocked at that moment. But before Luo could feel proud, the two halves of the scarecrow, as if equipped with resurrection armor, instantly merged back together and swung a stick to send Luo flying. Luo found himself in midair, swapping places with a small stone nearby, barely avoiding a hard fall. But it was clear he had taken some damage. As soon as I saw it was about to end, I quickly stepped in and called for a stop. All right, that's enough. This match goes to Hawkins. Luo let out a sound, and although he was not pleased, he was someone who could accept defeat, so he put away his knife. However, Old Man Colokas frowned and said he didn't like Hawkins' underhanded tactics. I quickly defended him, saying that it was just a personal style. Luo and Beepo were shouting to go back and read books, so I used a flying thunder god technique to send them back in a lab's belly. Hawkins watched us disappear and reappear out of thin air, looking very curious. Robin smiled and explained to him that we were currently staying in the belly of the Island Whale Lab to accumulate power, and that he would have to live there too in the future. After settling the newcomer, I said to Robin, "The business in the North Sea is done. Next stop, the South Sea." Robin was taken aback for a moment and asked me how I seemed so familiar with everything, as if I had the entire map opened up. Can I say I'm a time traveler? No, I can't. I can only stiffen my neck and make up something. Ahem, what's the advanced observation hockey, which allows me to foresee the future. You get it. Robin had a face that said she didn't believe me at all, but she didn't press further. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Old Man Colokas, who was reading the newspaper, suddenly spoke up. "You guys are going to the South Sea? Then you might as well stop by Batali Island and help me check on the kids there, especially those around 8 or 9 years old." As soon as I heard the name Bartolomeo, my DNA instantly reacted. Family. That's the place where Pirate King Roger's wife and children stayed. Ace, doesn't that match up? I immediately agreed. I turned around and told Robin about it, saying that the Pirate King actually has descendants. Robin was so shocked that she jumped up, her eyes wide open. Then the old man coughed a couple of times beside us, and I understood right away. He was telling me to shut up. All right, without further ado, I bid farewell to the old man, and the two of us took off, heading straight for the South Sea. As soon as we arrived at a place called Ducati Town in the South Sea, I was stunned. This was no small town at all. It was practically a pirate version of Crow Zero, with small fights every 3 steps and gunfights every 5 steps. We finally found a hotel and wanted to grab a bite to eat, but just as we sat down, a bottle crashed onto our table with a bang. A muscular man swaggered over and shouted at me, "Hey kid, want to join my pirate crew?" His lackeys cheered him on, saying their captain was the notorious Tiger Tangon with a bounty of 15 million. I was speechless at the time, thinking, can someone with a bounty of 10 million be this arrogant these days? I instinctively nodded, considering the price level in this world. Seeing me nod, the muscular man immediately laughed. "Kid, you know what's good? From now on, you're rolling with me." I quickly waved my hand. "Big brother, you misunderstood. I didn't say I wanted to join." The guy named Tagang's face instantly darkened, and he pulled out a wolf-tooth club and slammed it on the table. "Do you dare to play me?" I just realized that he took my nod just now as an agreement. I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen, insisting that pirates do things without reason. And today I have to join, whether I want to or not. I was really annoyed at the time. What is the point of reasoning with these illiterates? I unleashed my conqueror's haki, and the entire hotel instantly fell silent. Except for the burly leader who was barely standing. All the other lackeys were foaming at the mouth and lying down, collectively falling asleep. A real physical hypnosis. That leader stared at his fallen subordinates, completely dumbfounded, and stammered while pointing at me. What did you do?" I sighed and thought to myself that I originally wanted to take you down together, but I didn't expect you to be quite tough. Todd Gang reacted, let out an angry roar, and swung the mace towards my head. I didn't move at all. With a sudden burst of strength, I instantly swapped positions with the chair next to me, causing him to miss his strike. Todd Gang was still in a daze, but Robin beside me suddenly spoke up, his eyes shining with excitement. "Dagu, let me take this one." I was slightly taken aback, not expecting Robin to volunteer. I just told her, "Fine, be careful." After all, Robin didn't spend those 7 years on Amazon Lily for nothing. Dealing with someone who clearly looks like a background character shouldn't be a problem. I had just taken 2 steps back when the muscular guy named Tagon on the opposite side laughed and shouted at me, "Hey kid, not bad. Letting a woman stand in front of you, you've got guts." I have to tell you, I was at a loss for words at that moment. It wasn't something I could decide. It was Robin who wanted to step up. I simply chose to remain silent and cross my arms to watch the show. As a result, Robin started speaking, looking harmless and cheerful. "Oh, Mr. Tiger, do you look down on us girls?" The big guy didn't respond at all, just snorted coldly. Robin shook his head, looking like he was watching a clueless child, and continued, "Looks like I need to change your impression of women today." No sooner had he finished speaking than something explosive happened. Robin squinted his eyes, and suddenly 2 hands appeared out of nowhere on the big guy's shoulders, grabbing his neck. The big guy was stunned at that moment, but probably because Robin wasn't using much strength, he struggled a bit and actually managed to shake them off. Now he was fired up, brandishing a spike club and mocking, "That was interesting, but that's all you've got. Let me show you what real strength is." With that, he charged over. "Sigh, why provoke her?" Robin sighed, brought his arms together, and 2 more hands grew out from under the big guy's feet, tripping him up. With a loud bang, the big guy fell face first into the ground. Although it wasn't a heavy fall, it was extremely humiliating. When he got up, the way he looked at Robin had changed, becoming very serious. He took a deep breath and was about to say something harsh, admitting that he underestimated her. But before he could finish, his body began to swell. With a loud pop, his shirt burst open, and tiger stripes appeared all over his body. I was stunned at the time. Who understands the family dynamics? I casually bumped into someone looking for trouble, and it turned out to be an animal-type ability user. After transforming, that guy looked at us both in shock, and he was so smug, hands on his hips, bursting into laughter. "What's wrong? Are you scared, silly? Now you know why I'm called the dominant tiger. I'm a tiger person with the cat-cat fruit, prowling tiger form." When Robin heard this, she chuckled. That is indeed quite impressive." As soon as this pun came out, Tagon paused for a moment before reacting, his face turning green with anger. With a roar, he lunged forward, this time abandoning his mace and revealing his tiger claws. Robin frowned. This time her movements increased as flowers bloomed on her body, sprouting 6 arms that instantly locked all of Tagang's joints. With another slap, Tagang's face hit the ground again. Now he was truly enraged, letting out a beast-like roar that actually broke free from Robin's restraints, launching himself like a cannonball towards her. Robin was slightly surprised, but the smile on her face widened. This time she went all out, instantly manifesting 10 arms that tightly wrapped around Tagon from head to toe like a zongzi. Robin was serious this time. Tagon used all his strength, but couldn't move at all, only able to howl in frustration, wasting his energy. As soon as I saw it, I thought, "Oh, it's over," and clapped my hands as I walked over, saying, "Impressive, impressive." Robin must have been feeling pleased inside, but she still wore that calm and composed expression on her face and nodded at me. Just then, there was a loud bang, and the door of the small shop was kicked open. A wildly aggressive voice shouted, "I've heard there's a pirate causing trouble. Where are they?" Immediately after, a squad of Navy soldiers rushed in. Robin propped her cheek up and quietly asked me, "What should we do? Should we run?" I shook my head and said softly, "Let's see first. I told you the way these Navy guys came in, it just fell off. I suspected they were the kind of troublemakers." Sure enough, a Navy colonel playing with a pistol came out and directly mocked, "Oh, Tiger, why do you turn into a sick cat today?" As soon as Robin saw the Navy arrived, he disabled his abilities. The tied-up tiger got up and yelled at the colonel, "Mind your own business, Navy." The colonel laughed. "You've been knocked down and you're still so arrogant?" Tiger huffed, and didn't he retort? After all, it was indeed embarrassing to be taken down by a woman. He rolled his eyes and pointed at us, starting to make up nonsense. I originally wanted to invite these 2 to join us, but they refused and knocked out all my men. Oh, the colonel, upon hearing this, turned his attention to us. He stared at me for a long time, looking puzzled, as if he had seen me somewhere before. Then he turned around and shouted, "Go, find the bounty notice for me, and see if there are these 2 people." Damn, these 2 actually started talking? Robin frowned beside me. I quickly gave her a look, signaling her not to rush. To be honest, I was also quite curious about how much my bounty had increased. After a while, the sailor who went to get the bounty notices ran back. followed by a large group of Navy personnel directly surrounding the small shop. The sailor handed 2 bounty notices to the colonel, glancing at me secretly. The colonel took the first one, and the officer next to him leaned over to look, reading it out loud. Daughter of the Devil, Nico Robin, bounty of 50 million berries. After reading it, he was stunned, pointing at Robin and shouting, You're that Daughter of the Devil? Robin just smiled, which was considered an acknowledgement. The officer was still shocked by the 50 million berries, while the colonel looked at the second bounty notice. His voice trembling, Son of the Devil, Beast Daku, bounty, 100 billion, 3, bounty of 300 million berries. What? The officer's eyes nearly popped out, snatching the bounty notice to count himself. 100 billion, oh my God, it really is 300 million. Robin covered her mouth and laughed at me. Daku, you're already at 300 million. I felt embarrassed at that moment, thinking I hadn't done anything recently. How did my bounty shoot up like a rocket? This outrageous bounty, why'd it land on my head? Just then, a voice that sounded cultured yet filled with pressure came from the doorway. Son of the Devil, Beast Daku, a Navy colonel, dressed in a justice coat and looking refined, walked in, his gaze fixed on me. Why are you in the South Sea? I pondered for a moment and made a joke. Can I say I'm here for tourism? The colonel sneered. Do you think I will believe that? The lieutenant colonel beside him and that pirate, Targong, surprisingly greeted the colonel respectfully. Colonel Billis. Wow, this colonel has quite the background. He completely ignored the two of them and continued to stare at me, saying, Monkey D. Luffy, since you have appeared in my jurisdiction, I have the obligation to take you to Impel Down for a visit. You're under arrest. Then he turned to Robin. And you, the devil child Nico Robin, you're also under arrest. Robin, however, was not at all flustered and even smiled. She knew that with me around, everything would be fine. I was fuming at that moment. I pointed at the nearby pirate and said, Colonel, shouldn't you capture this pirate next to us before arresting us? And guess what happened? Colonel Billis let out a cold laugh and patted the pirate's shoulder, saying, Thanks, brother. The pirate chuckled and asked him, Big brother, are you really capable? Billis interrupted him with confidence. Don't worry, my brother, I'm from the elite training camp. Capturing a small bounty criminal is a piece of cake. I exchanged a glance with Robin and instantly understood. Damn, it's entrapment. This tower guard is clearly an undercover agent from the Navy. I was just wondering if I had misjudged them, but it turns out these guys are quite crafty. But an elite training camp? I thought that old man Zephyr couldn't teach such insidious tactics. This feels more like something out of the Warring States period. Just as I was lost in thought, that Billy suddenly attacked, shouting, Daydreaming in battle is a big taboo. What the hell? Before I could react, a long knife was thrust toward my face. I quickly drew my sword and blocked it with a clang. I was furious at that moment. Colonel, that's not how martial ethics work. Sneak attacks? You're supposed to be a decent person. Don't you care about the Navy's image? He exerted force to push me back and coldly huffed. As long as we catch all you villains, the Navy is just. Great. Another one obsessed with absolute justice. I sighed and said to Robin, let's go. But as soon as that Billy heard we were leaving, he sneered again and charged at us with his knife. You think you can leave? Stay here. I looked at his fears strike and calmly said, See you next time, Colonel who likes to ambush. As soon as I finished speaking, just when the tip of his knife was about to touch me, I grabbed Robin and, with a whoosh, disappeared right in front of him. His heavy strike landed directly on the floor, carving out a crack over 10 meters long. Bastard! Colonel Byleth cursed in anger, helplessly putting away his knife and pulling out a phone bug to make a call. Once the phone bug connected, he directly reported his name. I am Colonel Byleth of the Ducati. Please connect me to Admiral Sengoku. Soon, Sengoku's authoritative voice came through the phone bug. Byleth immediately reported, Admiral Sengoku, the bounty criminal son of the devil Momonosuke D.K. just disappeared from my sight. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was momentarily stunned after hearing this, probably unable to recall who the son of the devil was. A lazy voice next to him reminded him. It was Akiji, Mr. Sengoku, that's the survivor from Ohara, the one I suggested increasing the bounty for 6 months ago. Sengoku then remembered and asked Byleth, Isn't he in Tsubaki? How'd he run to the South Blue? Akiji interjected. I remember he is a spatial ability user. You probably teleported over. Byleth quickly agreed from the other end of the phone. Yes, he just suddenly disappeared. I couldn't react in time. Akiji laughed directly. Actually, even if he didn't leave, you wouldn't be able to catch him. Upon hearing this, both Sengoku and Byleth were stunned. Akiji explained, the real trouble with him isn't his spatial ability, it's his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Yes, Akiji's tone became serious. Although he isn't quite a great swordsman yet, he's already at the critical point. As soon as these words were spoken, both ends of the phone exploded with shock. How could they catch a quasi-great swordsman with spatial abilities? Sengoku quickly reacted and immediately ordered, Byleth, keep a close watch, don't act rashly. I will send someone over. After hanging up, he said to Akiji, Kazan, you go to South Blue. Just as Akiji agreed, the office door opened, and Vice Admiral Tsuru entered with a young and beautiful female swordsman. Vice Admiral Tsuru directly said, Kazan doesn't need to go to the South Blue. She pointed to the female swordsman behind her, instructing that Gion should go instead. The young female swordsman named Gion, who would later become the candidate for Admiral Momotaro, immediately brightened up at the mention of a quasi-great swordsman. She was eager to try and accepted the task on the spot, turning to prepare. Sengoku also thought this arrangement was good. After all, a top-tier combat force like Akiji needed to be kept for dealing with the more troublesome characters later, such as Whitebeard and the others. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Akiji scratched his head and went back to rest. In the office, Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression became serious as she said to Sengoku, that devil kid is just a minor problem. The real headache now is that in the latter half, Whitebeard and Wang Ji are starting to fight over territory again. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a massive headache coming on. I'm telling you, no matter how big his head is, I couldn't care less about how they hold meetings at the naval headquarters. Because over here, I've already brought Robin and directly airdropped into the South China Sea. You know Flying Thunder God, right? In a flash, we appeared at a port called Ducati Town. And then with a flick of my hand, we swapped places with a merchant ship that had just set sail, landing smoothly on its deck. Did anyone notice? Well, once I activated my Conqueror's Haki and closed my eyes, when I opened them again, the world was peaceful. We just treated it like our backyard and found an empty room to sleep in. The next day, when we woke up, the sun was just right. As Robin and I stepped out, a guy next to us greeted us like he was familiar with us, treating us like we were locals. I laughed at that moment. It turns out the ship was like a tour group, with everyone not knowing each other, simply tailor-made for enthusiasts like us who enjoy traveling freely. I directly went to talk to the captain in a friendly manner. Don't ask me how I communicated, but after our conversation, Robin and I became the most distinguished VIP passengers on the ship. When I asked about our destination, hey, it was the Kingdom of Soul Bay. What a coincidence. That's exactly where I need to find someone. The month at sea was quite interesting. Several waves of clueless pirates showed up, with bounties only in the few 100,000 berries range. I was just about to warm up when guess what? The people on the ship pulled out submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even heavy machine guns and started shooting, turning the enemies into dust. I thought to myself, are merchant ships this competitive now? Their firepower is almost comparable to a small fortress. It wasn't until we got off the ship that the captain secretly took out a phone bug, shouted Navy Lady into it, and said that due to their delay, I had successfully landed. I was like, what's going on? Turns out this was a setup. On the other end of the line, my family, who understands, it's Peach Rabbit Shurjin, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, a future candidate for admiral, was speeding towards me on a warship. However, at that time, I didn't know any of this. I was just wandering the streets of the Kingdom of Soul Bay with Robin. This country, while the houses looked a bit worn down, had happy faces among the common people. Robin asked me where the person I was looking for was. I said I didn't know the exact location, but I had a clue. It was a member of the royal family. Upon hearing this, Robin got excited and said that if they had a perfectly good royal life and chose to be a pirate instead, there must be something wrong with that person. We inquired a bit and went straight to the palace. When we arrived, we both fell silent. The palace, to put it nicely, could be called frugal and well-managed. To put it harshly, it was just a large, unfinished house. As I was complaining about it, a little girl with pink hair rushed out, quite feisty, and confronted me, saying I was rude. I took a look and thought, oh, isn't this the Chiao Ali Bonney I was looking for? The future supernova big eater. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looking her up and down, and said, just you? Calling yourself a lady? That one sentence made her so angry that her face turned green, and she turned around and walked into the palace. I exchanged glances with Robin and said, "Hey, we found the person. Let's follow her." The little girl walked ahead, fuming, while we casually followed behind. She walked fast, so we walked fast too. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore, stopped, and shouted at us. "What are you doing following me?" I feigned innocence. "We're looking for the king, who is following you." She didn't believe me at all and yelled for the guards. When the guards arrived, she pointed at us and told them to kick us out. I sighed at that moment, peeking at her smug expression, and said, "Little sister, you're the one forcing my hand." I glared at her, unleashed my conqueror's haki, and suddenly, the guard around her fell like a line of dominoes. At this point, the little girl was completely stunned, her face pale, standing there trembling and unable to speak. You know me, I'm a loss when dealing with little girls, so I had to look to Robin for help. It was still Robin who stepped in. The gentle approach. She went up and patted the girl's head, saying she was an archaeologist here to study history, and somehow pulled out a few books about their country's history and the hero Bartholomew Bear. I was dumbfounded at that moment, thinking, when did my wife become a hexagonal warrior, carrying props around? Later, I found out she had used the flower fruit to create a clone to buy them. Her ability development was incredible. When Bonney saw the books, her guard immediately dropped, and she obediently led us to meet the king. In the hall, an old king with white hair sat there. Bonney leaned in and quietly complained that I had knocked down all the guards with just a glance. Upon hearing this, the old king immediately stood up and asked what a powerful person like me was doing in his humble place. I didn't beat around the bush. I bowed directly and said, "Your Majesty, I want one person." Saying that, I pointed at Bonney and expressed my hope that Princess Jolie Bonney could become my crew member. As soon as these words came out, both the old king and Bonney exploded. Bonney angrily pointed at Robin, accusing her of lying, and Robin shrugged, saying archaeology was her business, recruiting was the captain's business, and they didn't interfere with each other. The old king was even more furious, blowing his beard and glaring, snorting coldly, "Pirates? Despicable scum." As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. I said, "Your Majesty, not all pirates are the same. You can't just lump them all together. So, in your eyes, Bartholomew Kuma is also an unsavory pirate, huh?" This remark left the old king speechless. Kuma is a hero in their country. Would he dare to say otherwise? As soon as Bonney heard her father's name, she got excited and rushed over to ask if I knew her father. I nodded and said, "Not only do I know him, but I also know where he is now." Upon hearing this, Bonney immediately latched onto me, asking me to take her to find her dad. I smiled and patted her head, then turned to the old king and said, "Your Majesty, I'm taking her with me." The old king was still unwilling to give up, pointing at my nose and saying, "No way. I will never let a pirate take Bonney." Sigh. I had completely lost my patience at that moment. "So you want to play double standards, huh? Fine. I won't waste any more words. Conqueror's haki, full power. Boom." Let me tell you, in that instant, the entire capital of the Salb Kingdom, from people to rats, everyone except for us few, was knocked unconscious. The whole world went silent. The old king's face turned pale, and after pointing at me for a long time, he couldn't utter a single word. I sighed and said, "Your Majesty, I didn't want it to be this way. Now, you won't stop me, right?" The old king finally snapped back to reality, snorted coldly, and turned his head away, opting for out of sight, out of mind. "Hey, isn't that settled then?" I smiled and extended my hand to Bonney. "Welcome to the pirate crew of Light, Julie Bonney." Later, at the old king's request, I stayed there for another day until everyone woke up before leaving. After all, I had just taken their princess. I couldn't leave them with a mess. Then I took Robin and the newly joined Chef Bonney back to Twin Cape. When Kuroka saw us, he teased me about how quick I was to even bring a princess from a country. After that, he asked me how the task he entrusted me with was going. That caught me off guard. For the past month, I had either been at sea or in Salb, and I hadn't even gone to Battleira Island. When Kuroka saw my expression, he knew I hadn't gone, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. I was at a loss for words when I turned my head and saw Bonney, and suddenly an idea struck me. Wait, I remember in the original story, when Ace died during the Marineford War, this little girl was crying her heart out. So in the next moment, I directly grabbed this little girl and asked, Your Highness, do you know someone named Portgas? Portgas? Bonney was taken aback for a moment, but still nodded and said, I know him. My powers come from Aunt Rouge. Goodness. Before I could say anything, the old man Kuroka's next to me looked like his eyes were about to pop out, muttering, Rouge? Portgas de Rouge? Let me tell you, his expression was just like someone who suddenly won 500 million at a roadside lottery stall. It seems Roger must have talked a lot about his wife back in the day. I was shocked at that moment, but I quickly understood. I thought, how can an ordinary person possibly hold a child in their belly for over a year? It turns out that Aunt Lugio is also an ability user, and she has the power of time. This ability is just too incredible. However, it was precisely because of her overuse of this ability that led to her tragic end. Sigh, she truly is a great mother, and only a woman like her deserves to be part of our One Piece. I calmed myself down and then asked Bonney, so what happened to Aunt Lugio later? As soon as I mentioned this, the little girl's eyes turned red, and her voice trembled with tears. Aunt Lugio died giving birth to Brother Ace. Ace, old man Coloca's was shaken again, and this time it was confirmed. He became despondent. Seeing Bonney's sad expression made me feel bad too, but the show had to go on. I could only brace myself and continue asking, what about Ace? Do you know where he went? Bonney wiped her tears and shook her head. I only know that he seems to have been taken away by someone, but I don't know where exactly. All right, the clues end here. I turned to Coloca's. Old man, do I still need to go to Battleira Island? The old man waved his hand, and the meaning was clear. No need to go at all, the answer is out. With the matter settled, I turned to Bonney and said, Your Highness, let me take you to a place. The little girl's eyes lit up. Are you taking me to see Dad? Let's go, let's go. Saying this, she came and grabbed my hand. I quickly squatted down and touched her head. I told her, I really felt a bit heartbroken at that moment. Well, your dad isn't here. He's in a rather dangerous place, and we can't take you there yet. Bonney's face immediately fell, and she nervously asked me, So when can we go? At that moment, my mind was racing with calculations. Find her father? Bartholomew Kuma is currently following the dragon and causing a revolution. Who knows where he is? But then I thought, isn't Dragon's son Luffy in the East Sea? If I capture his son, wouldn't the father come out? But then I realized, oh no, if I mess with Luffy, his peak-level freak of a grandfather garb would probably punch me to the moon. This really is a game of extreme family tug-of-war. I can only pretend to be difficult and sighed. Let's do this. 6 months. 6 months later, I'll take you to a place where your dad will definitely go. Why 6 months? The little girl exploded on the spot, glaring at me with a fierce look. Unfortunately, it didn't work on me. I stood up directly, grabbing Robin with one hand and her with the other, and with a swift move, poof, the world became quiet. We went straight back into Lubu's belly. I introduced Bonney to everyone and then went back to the room to rest with Robin. Just as I stepped inside, I heard Bonney cursing outside, calling someone a bastard. That little girl immediately turned to find the easiest target, Beepo. She forced a smile that she thought was friendly. Little bear, tell your sister how to get out of here, okay? Beepo trembled in fear, unable to speak. Upon seeing this, Bonney immediately changed her expression and said fiercely, Are you going to tell me or not? Do you believe I'll pull out all your fur and turn you into a bald bear? Beepo broke down on the spot, screaming as he ran away. Just as Bonney was about to put on a show of tearing him apart, Ro, who couldn't stand it anymore, used a room to swap Beepo out. Bonney looked at Beepo, who suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, and then at the cold-faced Ro, and instantly backed down. She probably thought of my elusive abilities and regarded Ro as a strong opponent of my caliber. So she didn't dare make a sound and ran off to a corner to sulk. I perceived all of this in the room with my sensory abilities, nodding in satisfaction. Well, it seems that the ecological chain of this team has initially formed, which is good, just while we were enjoying a peaceful time here. On the other side in the South China Sea, the peach rabbit Shuan, who was ordered to capture me, was so furious she was almost steaming. She had just arrived in the Soul Bay Kingdom when her subordinates reported that I had just left. I could imagine her furious expression. Bastard, is this kid playing with me? In the end, she had no choice but to order her warships to patrol the entire South China Sea, making the pirates in that area suffer greatly during that time. As for me, the instigator, I was happily playing with my friends while taking a nap. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It was the autumn of 1508 in the Sea Circle calendar. During this year, we practically watched an entire season of Closer to Science featuring 800 ways for pirates to get themselves killed at Gemini Cape. Some pirates were lucky, sailing smoothly into the Grand Line on a sunny day. Others were unfortunate, encountering thunderstorms and hail, enjoying the treatment of the protagonist but not surviving. There were even those who were more unfortunate, crashing down from the upside-down mountain just in time to hit the Red Earth continent, directly sent to feed the fish. Of course, there are also some hot-headed ones who were quite strong and dared to take action against Lebeau. In the past, it was always old man Coloccus who dealt with this, but now that I was here, respecting the old and loving the young, I took on this task. Generally, when I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, the opponents would obediently comply. Until one time, as I usually released my Conqueror's Haki, I was surprised to find that not only did the opponent not back down, but they also unleashed their own Conqueror's Haki, clashing with mine head-on. I was stunned at that moment. Is there really a Conqueror's Haki user among the newcomers these days? I focused my eyes and saw a man wearing a pink feather coat, striding over with an air of disregard for anyone. My heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the younger version of the 7 warlords, Flamingo da Flamingo? My luck really is something else. Da Flamingo probably found it quite interesting to encounter someone like me, a tough opponent at the starting point of this Grand Line. He gave me a deep look, as if to remember me, and then set sail with his family. Watching him sail away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Law is currently in a state of limbo. Otherwise, the two sworn enemies would have clashed today and turned everything upside down. I plan to leave Da Flamingo, this boss, for Law to handle himself. I believe that given 10 years, he will definitely grow to the level he reached in the original work. In this year, our strengths have all improved by leaps and bounds. First is me. My eyes upgraded again 6 months ago, and this time I actually jumped to the Rinnegan, gaining the abilities of the Heavenly Path. To be honest, it's a bit underwhelming since I've already been able to manipulate attraction and repulsion. But at least I got the planetary devastation, so anyone who doesn't submit can have a moon sent their way, focusing on physical silence. Then there's Robin. Her strength has always been a mystery, but she's definitely the second strongest in the team. Hawkins sparred with her and was taken down in an instant. Keep in mind that Hawkins is now at least at the level of a naval branch colonel. So being able to easily take him down means Robin is at least at the level of a main branch colonel. As for our ship doctor, Law, he's mostly been learning medicine from Kuroka's, so his strength hasn't improved much, but I guess he could be considered a branch colonel. His little sidekick, Beepo, has actually made the most progress. This little bear can now have a back and forth with Law, which made Law quite self-conscious for a while. Lastly, there's Bonney. This girl might have been stimulated by my situation with her dad, and she trains like crazy. Unfortunately, her talent doesn't seem to lie in combat, so her strength hasn't improved much. I really don't know how she'll manage to become a supernova in the future. She probably is just too young. Dagu. Robin walked up to me. Shouldn't we set off? I smiled and said, don't worry. Even if we set off in the evening, we won't be spending the night at sea. I was originally thinking of just airlifting the ship and crew directly to the East Sea, but then I realized that our light pirates haven't even had a proper sailing experience after all this time at sea. Wouldn't that just make us the laughingstock? We need to make this a memorable occasion. Everyone on board, let us set sail. I pointed to a small pirate ship we had captured and shouted enthusiastically. Our destination is the hometown of the Pirate King, Lowtown in the East Sea. On the ship, Luo and the others each said their goodbyes to old man Coloccus, thanking him for his care over the past year. The old man coolly waved his hand, saying nothing. The ship surged along the current towards Reverse Mountain. The thunderous roar and the swaying of the ship excited everyone. To be honest, even I thought this hands-on experience was much more thrilling than flying over. Soon, the ship successfully reached the top of the mountain. I stopped the ship and, feeling a sudden burst of inspiration, pointed to the other side and said, "Hey, family, do you think if we floor the accelerator and charge down from here, we might just end up at Raftel?" With a whoosh, everyone erupted in excitement, their eyes shining as if they were about to become the Pirate King at any moment. I looked at their excited faces, took a deep breath, turned around and said, "Forget it. My goal is not to be the Pirate King, and I'm not interested in Raftel either. Let's head to the East Blue. Set sail." I control the ship, heading towards the East Sea. Behind me, a chorus of sighs can be heard. They're probably all curious about why I set out to sea. Robin simply smiles and walks beside me, offering no explanation. East Sea, Lowtown. We have arrived. This town is known as the place of beginnings and endings because the pirate King Roger was born here and was executed here. His last words, "Do you want my treasure?" directly ignited the crazy era of great pirates. However, in my view, while Roger's treasure is said to be the best in the world, I think those celestial dragons living in Mariewa are the real top dogs, right? The whole world is celebrating them. Walking down the streets of Lowtown, Law and Hawkins are filled with emotions. Bonney and Beepo have long run off to play, with Robin following behind. I headed straight to the execution platform in the town center with Law and Hawkins. When we arrived, they were immediately disappointed. Is this it? Just an ordinary wooden platform? But I stared blankly at the execution platform, thinking of Roger and also of that straw hat kid who would one day smile in the face of death here. Daz? Robin had returned with the two kids at some point and called out to me. I came back to my senses. What happened? Did we find a hotel? Should we go there now? I looked at the sky and said, all right, let's go to the inn to rest first. Tomorrow we will go to the next place. As soon as Bonney heard this, she immediately looked up at me within her eyes and said, Captain Dagu, when will you take me to find my father? I smiled and patted her head. Don't worry. Tomorrow we're going to find your father. Really? The little girl instantly became overjoyed, dragging Robin towards the inn, as if she couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. Watching her figure, I smiled and followed along with the others. Early the next morning, we left Rogtown. You ask about the Navy? Well, I used a Sharingan filter before I left, so to others, we were just ordinary passers-by, focusing on cyber stealth. On the ship, Bonney leaned over and asked me, Captain Dagu, will my father really be in that Seymour Ziji village? I shook my head and said, I don't know. I only know he's been there before and will definitely go there in the future. What you need to do is quietly wait in the village. Sigh. Bonney let out a sigh, her little face filled with disappointment. She was probably thinking about why she agreed to come out with me in the first place. If she hadn't come with me, she might have already met her dad in the Kingdom of Sorb. Seeing Bonney's little face droop like that made my heart sink, and I felt a surge of guilt. I originally promised the little girl I would help her find her dad, and now it had dragged on to this point. It really felt a bit unfair. Well, it had to be Sister Robin, who is practically the emotional intelligence ceiling of the team. As soon as she sensed the atmosphere was off, she immediately took Bonney back to the room to whisper. I felt a huge sigh of relief in my heart. Turning to look at the calm sea, the sea breeze blew, and suddenly my mind felt a bit tingly, and my hands itched too. How should I put it? It was that feeling of a martial arts master having a sudden epiphany, you know? In a flash, I drew out my contract victory sword and started slashing at the surface of the sea. Boom! Let me tell you, that scene was something. The calm sea was directly split open by me, creating a gap dozens of meters long, and the seawater rushed in, then exploded into a spray of water, pouring down on our ship like a heavy rain. Robin reacted the fastest, using a room to bring Chopper back to the room with a swoosh. Hawkins was also pretty good, directly summoning a big scarecrow to shield himself, not getting a drop of water on him. But me, the instigator, was showing off halfway, lost in my thoughts about life, and ended up forgetting to dodge, getting drenched like a wet chicken. Who understands, right? When the water stopped, I shook the water off my hair, embarrassed enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Luckily, no one on the deck saw it. So I quickly took advantage of Hawkins still being in the scarecrow and used a flying thunder god to slip back to my room. When I tidied myself up and came out again, hey, everyone was acting like nothing happened. Chopper was looking up at the sky, studying navigation. Hawkins continued to calculate his fate. Even Robin, whom I thought would definitely laugh at me, was training and didn't even acknowledge me. Fine. You all are like movie stars. After drifting at sea for half a month, let me tell you, I was about to throw up from watching the seagulls, and we hadn't encountered a single ghostly shadow. Finally, we arrived. Seymour Ziji Village. The moment my foot touched the land, that feeling was solid. We were all so excited, like we had just been released. With the villagers' guidance, we quickly found the legendary One Heart Dojo. Before we even entered, we heard the sounds of children practicing swordsmanship coming from inside. Bonney stood at the door, her little hands clenched tightly. probably wondering if her dad had shouted like that here back in the day. I walked up and knocked on the door a couple of times. When the door opened, a little girl with short hair came out, looking about the same age as Bonney. She looked at us warily and asked, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" I quickly pushed Bonney forward and said with a smile, "Hello there, little sister. We're here to find this young girl's father. We heard he used to come here. And guess what happened?" The little girl looked Bonney up and down, and let me tell you, her expression was like something out of a soap opera. As if in her mind, she was already staging the annual drama of my dad's illegitimate daughter showing up. Her face changed multiple times, but in the end, she maintained a serious expression and said, "Well, you can come in." As soon as we entered the dojo, I was stunned to see the main person, the dojo master, who wore glasses and looked quite refined. But the moment I saw him, my DNA reacted. This guy was definitely a top-tier big shot. That kind of aura between swordsmen is unmistakable. Although he was hiding it well, I had already stepped half a foot into the realm of a great swordsman, and I could feel it. Of course, while I could sense him, he must have sensed me long ago. I bet as soon as we arrived on the island, he knew a skilled person had come. The short-haired girl, his daughter Guina, ran over to explain everything to him. After listening, he adjusted his glasses and politely said to me, "Sir, I believe the person you are looking for is no longer here. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." When Bonney heard this, her little face fell again. I quickly patted her and said, "It's okay, we'll wait here. We will definitely be able to see your dad." When Guina heard that we were going to stay, her eyes widened. "You guys are going to stay in the dojo?" I just realized that I was so busy making arrangements that I hadn't even asked the master for his approval. I quickly apologized to the old man. "I'm sorry, mister. Gung Shirlang, that was too abrupt. We are willing to pay rent. I see you are teaching the village children for free, so your finances should not be very ample, right?" When Gung Shirlang heard this, he probably thought I was quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Then he asked Guina to take Robin and the others to the West Wing, saying he wanted to talk to me alone. I smiled at Guina and said, "Thank you, Miss Swordswoman." This title seemed to catch Guina off guard, probably because it was the first time someone had called her that. Her eyes lit up a bit. Even more interesting was that Robin and the others didn't move at all looking at me, and only followed Guina after I nodded to signal them. Gung Shirlang watched this scene and laughed. "It seems you found a good group of companions, son of the demon, Dream Beast Dagu." I was taken aback. He actually recognized me? I hadn't even introduced myself. Just as I was about to ask, he explained, "You're the famous person with a bounty of 300 million. I happened to see your image on the wanted poster recently, and it left a deep impression. So that's how it was." We sat down for tea, and he got straight to the point, asking me why I was so certain that Bonney's father would show up here. I looked at him and chuckled, thinking it was time to reveal my big card. I lowered my voice and said, "Mr. Gung Shirlang, you might not know who Bonney's father is, right?" Seeing his puzzled expression, I directly mentioned the bear's name and pointed out that he was a senior officer in the Revolutionary Army. With a crash, the teaware in his hand fell to the ground. His expression was like he had seen a ghost, completely bewildered. He must have been wondering how I knew about his connection to the Revolutionary Army. Seeing the usually composed Gung Shirlang thrown into disarray by me, I felt a surge of satisfaction. I helped him pick up the teaware and leisurely said, "Mr. Gung Shirlang, you seem quite surprised." He regained his composure, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down, bombarding me with a series of questions. "How do you know Mr. Xiong has been here? How do you know he is in the Revolutionary Army? These are confidential." I took a sip of tea and shrugged my shoulders. "Well, that's a trade secret. Can't disclose it. But don't worry, I'm not interested in the Revolutionary Army. I won't help them nor hinder them." After listening, he fell silent for a while and then asked me, "So besides waiting for Mr. Xiong, you should have other things to do, right?" I nodded. "Indeed. Actually, I would like to ask you for a favor, to teach my partners a bit." I thought, since we are here, let's go straight to the point. I directly pointed it out to him. "After all, you are the heir of the samurai nation and the Shimazuki family. Mr. Shimazuki G. Sure." Bang! He suddenly stood up, unable to hold it in any longer, pointing at me and questioning. "How do you know? Who are you?" His face turned pale. This was a secret he had kept for decades. As for me, I calmly sat there drinking tea, completely unfazed. I smiled at him. I already said it's a secret. He was so angry that he was panting, but there was nothing he could do about me. After a long time, he finally sat down, as if deflated. I hurriedly poured him a cup of tea and asked, "So, Mr. Gungsiling, will you help with this?" What could he do? He could only nod in agreement. Isn't this just perfectly controlling him? If I were to expose all his secrets, he could forget about living a stable life. As soon as I saw that the matter was settled, I got up to leave, but he stopped me. "Wait, they're all training. What about you?" I replied in a rather Versailles manner. As for me, I think my current abilities are sufficient. Sometimes, improving too quickly isn't a good thing, right? Well, that statement probably annoyed him. He stood up and acted unreasonable. "No way. I want to guide you right now. You have to accept it. Otherwise, they won't be able to learn either." I was dumbfounded at that moment. How could this refined yield Shiro be threatening someone? But what could I do? To save Luo, I could only grit my teeth and agree. So, the two of us ran to a large reef by the seaside outside the village, ready to fight. He held the Sword of Harmony, and I held the Contract Victory Sword. Are we really going to fight? I was still making my last struggle. "It's for your own good," he said seriously. "Fine, let's fight." With a swift motion, he launched a slash at me, and I countered with a sword block. Then we began a rapid exchange of blows, sparks flying everywhere. After a while, I felt it was about time, so I unleashed a 5-hit combo, 4 sword energies followed by my body charging in. Yield Shiro took it seriously too, unleashing 4 blade energies to block, then clashing with my body S-sword. With a loud bang, we were both knocked back. I grinned and said, "Mr. Yield Shiro, don't hold back. Give me your best shot." He adjusted his glasses and replied, "All right, then be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, I hadn't even reacted when he appeared right in front of me as if he had teleported. The tip of his blade aimed at my neck. Oh no! In a split second, I activated my heavenly hand strength and swapped places with a poor little fish that had just jumped out of the water. As a result, that fish was instantly sliced into sashimi. Yield Shiro was stunned, staring at the suddenly appearing fish that he had just cut in half, looking completely bewildered. A capability user? I quickly followed his words and said, Yes, I'm a Superman-type Paramecia user." Then I rambled on and explained my heavenly hand ability as a fruit power. After that, we started fighting again, this time for real. By the end, the rocks beneath our feet were about to shatter. Gung Shiro gathered his strength for a big move, and a massive Iato slash came slicing towards me. As soon as I saw it, I stopped pretending and laid it all bare. The Conqueror's Haki was fully unleashed, wrapping around my Contract Victory Sword. In an instant, my sword was enveloped in golden red lightning. Crackling with energy, I struck down with his sword against his slash, and with a loud bang, his attack was cut through as if it were made of paper, the residual force flying towards him. Gung Shiro was shocked. He certainly didn't expect that I would use such a top-tier skill as Conqueror's Haki. He hurriedly raised his blade to block, but still, my strike sent him flying. To make matters worse, the reef beneath our feet cracked with a snap and completely shattered. He lost his balance and fell into the sea with a splash. I quickly flew over and pulled him out of the water, placing him on another small reef. He coughed up water for a long time, then looked at me with a face full of disbelief. "Mr. Dagu, your strength is enough to challenge Whitebeard, right?" I felt awkward at that moment. Who understands? My Conqueror's Haki is entwined. It's not that I'm amazing, it's that this sword of Contract Victory has a built-in cheat. It can ignore levels and force me to use Conqueror's Haki. But this thing, like Yama, has its limitations. If your Haki isn't strong enough, it can actually backfire and knock you out. I glanced at the sword in my hand, which had returned to normal, and felt a wave of fear in my heart. Then I looked up and gave an awkward smile to old man Gung Shirlang. Anyway, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Today, I'm going for an air of mystery. Goodness. One moment I closed my eyes and opened them again, and half a year had passed, and we were already in the summer of the year 1509 in the ocean calendar. Let me tell you, in this past half year, all members of the Light Pirates, including me, became temporary students at old man Gung Shirlong's dojo, practicing every day. At first, Law and Bonney, those two rebellious ones, were all resistant, thinking that practicing the basics was a waste of time. But after half a year of practice, hey, it turned out to be great. All their little fighting flaws were corrected, and their strength surged up. I've said it before, old man Gung as a teacher is absolutely top-notch, with professional expertise and personalized teaching plans. As for me, It gets even more ridiculous. I was just practicing swordplay normally by the sea, swinging my sword day after day. Then one day, I casually swung at the sea, and then I became a great swordsman? I didn't even realize it. Who understands? There was no sense of ritual at all. It was only later, when the old man saw me practicing and gave me a look that said you can do it, that I realized I had leveled up. This is what they call indifference, the highest realm of being able to strike, right? Not taking upgrades seriously at all. One day, I looked over and saw Bonney standing by the sea like a stone waiting for her husband, standing there since morning. I went over to tease her and asked if she had finished her training tasks. She exploded, let out a cold huff, and pointed at my nose, calling me a big liar. She said I had deceived her feelings. I was dumbfounded and asked, "What did I lie to you about? Money or people?" She said that I promised to take her to find her dad, but after dragging it out and changing places, I still hadn't let her see him. Well, I guess I have to take the blame. I was indeed in the wrong, and I was left speechless by her. She huffed again and turned back to continue watching the sea. I thought to myself, this girl really misses her dad. I heard that old man Gung Shirlang said her dad Xiong is coming soon, so she has been waiting here every day. I returned to the dojo feeling dejected. As soon as Robin saw me come in, she put down her book and poured me a cup of tea. She asked if Bonney was still waiting. I nodded and sighed, saying that the child missed her father too much. As soon as the words came out, I regretted them. Wasn't I just stabbing a knife into Robin's heart? She was the one who had never seen her father since birth, and her mother. Sigh. I looked at Robin and suddenly asked her if she wanted to go back to Ohara and take a look. Robin was stunned for a moment. Ohara, the place that had been erased from the map by the Buster Call. She snapped back to reality and said she didn't want to, that it was gone. So what was there to think about? But the corners of her eyes were already wet. My heart ached, and I pulled her in my arms, whispering softly, "After we see Bonney's father, I'll take you back to the West Blue to have a look. In fact, I should have taken you there a long time ago, but I was afraid it would make you sad. Let me tell you just this one sentence, 10 years. She held back her emotions for 10 years. And then they all came pouring out with a wow. She cried so heartbreakingly, calling out for her mom, Dr. Clover, and Sabo. Everything came out. I couldn't say anything. I could only hold her tightly and let her cry it out. This emotion had been pent up for 10 years. If it wasn't released, it would have turned into illness. We just stayed there quietly until it got dark and a big dragon-headed ship docked. At night, I was holding Robin when Beepo, that white bear, kicked the door open and rushed in, saying, "Captain, it's here. Sister Bonnie's dad has come." Robin and I quickly separated. She went to tidy up while I followed Beepo outside. When we reached the shore, wow, what a scene. Our crew was all there, and across from us stood several people with completely different auras. I immediately locked onto 3 of them. One had a big head, and even the black robe couldn't hide it. That must be the Okama King Ivankov. Next to him was a giant muscular man wearing a bear-eared hat, full of contrast. That's the tyrant bear, Bonnie's dad. The last one was wrapped in a black robe, but his powerful aura was radiating like he had Wi-Fi on. Who else could it be? The son of the naval hero garb, the future pirate king, Luffy's dad, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. I walked up to Kuma and, "Hello, I'm Dagu, the captain of Bonney." To my surprise, he simply replied with 2 words, "Hello." And that was it. The situation became quite awkward, and Bonney even made a face at me, which annoyed me. So, I turned to find the main person, Dracula Myhawk. I had just reached out my hand and said I was pleased to meet him when he immediately revealed my background. "I'm also very glad to meet you. The survivor of Ohara, the son of the devil, dreaming Dagu." My heart sank. Wow, he had dug up my entire history. I decided to drop the pretense and said directly, "It seems Mr. Dracula knows quite a bit about me. But don't worry, I have a good impression of your Revolutionary Army. After all, my hometown was massacred by the world government, and I can't wait for you to succeed." After hearing this, Dracula's wary expression immediately softened, and we shook hands again. Not long after, Ivankov came over to say the supplies were ready, and it was time to go. Before leaving, Kuma brought Bonney in front of me and formally entrusted his daughter to me. I patted my chest and promised that as long as I was on the ship, whenever she got off, I would be there for her, no matter the distance. Only then did Kuma feel at ease and leave. We watched the Revolutionary Army's large ship disappear into the night once again. 7 days later, early in the morning, Robin and I packed up and prepared to set off for the West Sea. Robin still wanted to come along, but I stopped her, saying you are still too young. Especially Bonney and Beppo. They need to continue growing with the old man. I entrusted them to Yagushiro, turned to leave, and then a little green-haired boy ran over with 3 bamboo swords. It was Zoro. He asked me when I would be back, saying that if I left, no one would tell him the stories of the 3 sword styles secrets, 3,000 worlds and 9 sword style. Ashura. I laughed and ruffled his green hair into a mess. Kuina came running up behind him, lecturing him, and the little guy huffed in a proud manner and turned to leave, only to walk in the wrong direction, almost getting lost again, which made me laugh. After saying goodbye to everyone, I took Robin's hand and used a flying thunder god technique, disappearing in an instant. The next second, we appeared at the Gemini Gorge, the closest point to the West Sea that I had marked. I intended to greet Uncle Kuroka's, but there was no one in the lighthouse. He was probably in Laboon's belly. Robin was eager to go, so I thought it was fine, and we flew directly towards the West Sea. Let me tell you, the West Sea now is a real mix of fish and dragons. In the past, because of Ohara, it was a haven for intellectuals, but now that Ohara is gone, it has become a stronghold for gangs. As soon as we landed on Tsubaki Archipelago, we saw a muscular guy covered in tattoos, looking just like a gang leader, actually helping an old lady cross the street. Family, this is simply abstract. It's like abstract opened the door for abstract. After helping the old lady, this guy walked over to us enthusiastically and asked if we needed help. Robin asked him where there was an inn. He politely pointed us in the right direction and emphasized that that inn was the safest on the island. I felt something was off at that moment. As soon as we left, this guy immediately ducked into an alley, pulled out a phone bug, and started calling people, reporting to Colonel Put, target spotted, the bounty of 300 million, the son of the devil, Monkey D, Luffy has just landed. Goodness, I was shocked. This guy was actually an undercover naval officer. We found the hotel at the address he mentioned. Let me tell you, the exterior looked as battered as a war-torn building in Syria, with walls full of dents and holes. Robin and I exchanged glances and both felt deceived. But sticking to the principle of having come all this way, we steeled ourselves and pushed the door open. As soon as we entered, however, the inside was bright and clean. The decor was old-fashioned but spotless, and a girl in a maid outfit greeted us with a warm welcome. The contrast between the inside and outside was just too stark. We opened a room, and after the maid left, I sat down in the chair and instantly figured everything out. I sighed and said, I originally thought the West Sea was dominated by gangs, but I didn't expect that the gang was actually the Navy. And let me tell you, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. While I was feeling emotional, Robin brought some bad news, saying that Ohara had been physically deleted from the map. Who understands what that means? It's the kind of erasure that is literally in the literal sense. The surrounding islands have all been renamed. Want to find it? Sure. Good luck searching for a needle in a haystack. I was completely stunned at that moment, and I thought, isn't this nonsense? These Navy people are really going to great lengths to cover up the truth. Then I had a sudden idea and said, wait a minute, isn't Ohara a ruin now? So why don't we just find an island nearby that has ruins? Wow, I really felt like a little genius at that moment. But who would have thought that all our luck seemed to be used up in coming up with ideas? The two of us focused on a deep exploration of the West Sea, spending a full 2 months searching through dozens of broken islands, and none of them were it. It felt like every time we opened a blind box, it was always thank you for your patronage. It was ridiculous. When we finally found the place, looking from the sky, both Robin and I fell silent. Where was Ohara? The entire island had been flattened, and even that iconic tree of knowledge was reduced to nothing. Let me tell you, that feeling was like returning to your hometown and finding out that your community had been completely leveled. It was so disheartening. Robin couldn't hold back and directly knelt down crying. After all, Uncle Saul would also be forever left there. I was just about to comfort her a bit, when suddenly a group of female Navy personnel jumped out from the side while we were feeling sentimental. The tall sister leading them had long black straight hair and immediately said, Dream Megalos Daiki, you are under arrest. At that moment, I saw an old lady on the subway looking at her phone with a peculiar expression. What was going on? I took a closer look and thought, wow, isn't that the Peach Rabbit from Shij? A future candidate for a great commander. A bunch of comments flashed through my mind. This lady is heavyweight. specifically targeting the three main powerhouses of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy is afraid of meat. She skilled with knives. Zoro is a sword fanatic. She a top swordsman. Sanji is a womanizer. She a great beauty. She simply the chosen nemesis. Why is she here in advance? As a result, this lady didn't give me any time to think and immediately bombarded me with questions like a machine gun, asking what I was doing in the South Sea a year ago. Why did I leave after just 2 days? Where have I been for the past year? Let me tell you, with that tone and resentment, you'd think I owed her $8 million and hadn't paid it back. I was dumbfounded and said, "Beauty, isn't this our first meeting? Where's all this resentment coming from?" She huffed and said that over a year ago, she rushed for more than a month to catch me, but just an hour late. I left just before she arrived. Can you imagine how frustrating that is? As soon as I heard it, I was like, wow, so that's what happened. This is pure misplaced anger. She didn't even give me a chance to respond. And without a word, she came at me with a knife. I quickly drew my sword to block it. While fighting, I still wanted to ask her, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" But she just wouldn't say anything, and her attacks became more and more fierce, each one aimed to kill. Seeing her stance, I quickly shouted to Robin, "Be careful. She definitely is backup. This girl is not right." Sure enough, Robin was also surrounded by her group of female soldiers. But I wasn't worried. With Robin's flower fruit, as soon as she made a move, it was floral chaos. A bunch of arms sprouted from the ground like whack-a-mole. And with a few slaps, she sent that group of Navy girls reeling. I'm in a bit of trouble here. As I was playing, I noticed something was off. The state of Gion feels a bit like leveling up in a game, just one step away from success. My heart sank. If I don't help her and let Carp and Sengoku find out, they'll say I've delayed a naval genius, and I would be hunted down all over the world. Well, I guess I'm out of luck. I might as well take her all the way to the finish line. I simply activated my Sharingan and started to be her sparring partner. "Hey, your footwork is off. Wrist, wrist." I guided her as she practiced. Finally, she let out a loud shout, and a sword aura over 100 meters long shot up into the sky. Hey, she broke through and became a great swordsman. Once she achieved that breakthrough, she looked so refreshed and even respectfully bowed to me, saying thank you. I said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Well, we're off now. See you again if fate allows." But then, the most surprising thing happened. She actually tried to recruit me. She said with my strong abilities, why be a pirate? I should join the Navy. She could help me clear my bounty and start as a colonel. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Sister, you're thinking too optimistically." I asked her, "Do you know where this is?" She replied, "Ohara." I asked again, "Do you know why this place has become like this?" She looked confused and said, "Isn't it because scholars are studying ancient weapons?" I sighed and told her the truth about how Ohara's past was wiped out by the Buster Call, just because I studied a bit of history, and also share my identity and Robin's, especially the fact that Robin can understand ancient texts. After hearing this, she was completely stunned, probably needing to reshape her worldview. I said to her, "Now you understand, right? Our bounty is a death order from the world government, and no one can revoke it." Without waiting for her to process it, I grabbed Robin and left. Later, I heard that she called her superior, Admiral Tsuru, but didn't reveal the whole truth. I guess she is someone with her own ideas. Our next stop was directly to Road Town, heading straight for a weapon shop. When I walked in, I found that among the big barrel of broken swords, there was indeed the cursed blade, Sandai Kitetsu. I waved my hand and told the owner, "I'll take this whole barrel." The owner thought I was opening a dojo and happily quoted me a price of 9 million berries. I paid the bill, and to avoid exposing my ability to teleport, I knocked the boss out with a conqueror's haki, grabbed hundreds of swords along with Robin, and made a run for it. Back on the ship, Robin asked me why I knocked out the boss. I chuckled and explained that if someone saw us disappearing into thin air, the next Navy officer would not just be a rear admiral. It would probably be that old man Garp personally coming after us. After all, the East Blue is under his protection. Robin then realized that the crazy old man Garp is indeed not someone to mess with. That's why I had to keep the commotion down. Seeing Robin's expression, I knew she understood. I told her that I not only knocked out the boss, but also cleared out most of the people on that street with my conqueror's haki, making sure to leave no trace. Robin had nothing to say and turned to go ashore for a stroll. As for me, I took out the Sandai Kitetsu from that pile of junk. Wow, As soon as the sword was unsheathed, a wave of ominous energy surged out, try to influence my mind. Unfortunately for it, that power was as insignificant to me as a mosquito buzzing around. Just as I was admiring it, Beepo's furry head popped over. Captain, great. I quickly put the sword away, and when I looked up, Law, Hawkins, and Bonney had all boarded the ship. Hey, everyone. Long time no see. Law and Hawkins were quite cordial, but that girl Bonney just huffed at me. I didn't bother with her and directly called Law and Hawkins. Come on, give me a hand to move these iron lumps to the dojo. Beepo, the little guy, was quite eager and shouted that he wanted help too. Fine. The more the merrier. We huffed and puffed and moved all 100 swords to the Ichin dojo. Master Gung Shiro was quite pleased and immediately distributed the swords to the dojo's disciples. However, he also set a rule that for practice, they had to use bamboo swords, safety first. Those kids had just gotten their hands on real swords, and before they could warm them up, they were taken away again, and their faces all fell. Master Gung Shiro nodded in satisfaction and turned to go inside, and I quickly followed him. He poured me a cup of tea and glanced at the sword in my hand. Sandai Kitetsu. I tell you, this old man is really impressive. He recognized it without even drawing the sword. I directly handed the sword over, which I got from Rogatown, and also brought some gifts for the brothers at the dojo. He nodded and asked me, who do you intend to give this cursed sword to? Zoro. I answered without a second thought, as I felt this sword was a perfect match for him. Gung Shiro first nodded, then shook his head. Zoro deserves it, but not now. He is too weak to handle the evil nature of this sword. I understand. I immediately responded. That's why I didn't give it to him directly. Master, I'll leave this sword with you for now. When you think Zoro is worthy, you can present it to him as a graduation gift. How about that? Sure. Gung Shiro agreed immediately. After settling the sword issue, he held his teacup and looked at me with deep eyes. You have other matters to discuss, right? Goodness. I knew I couldn't hide it from him. I nodded. Master, since you've already noticed, I suppose you can guess what I'm here for. He sighed and touched the sheath of the Kitetsu sword. I originally thought your target was Zoro, but this sword made me realize your true target is my daughter, Kuna. I scratched my head and chuckled. Zoro has his own path to follow. I came here to defy fate and change Kuina's destiny. Kung Shiro fell silent. I steeled my heart and directly spoiled the future for him. Master, about a year later, after over 2,000 battles with Zoro, Kuina will want to settle the score with a real sword. She will take your wad Ikemanji to sharpen it, but while looking for sharpening stone, she will fall down the stairs and hit the back of her head on a rock, and she will be gone. I finished speaking in one breath, and the room fell into a deathly silence. Gung Shirlang stared blankly at the sword, Haiwa Ikemanji, hanging on the wall, and didn't say a word for a long time. After quite a while, he finally sighed deeply. Alas, it seems I put too much pressure on her. I was puzzled at the time. Who among my family understands this? I told him that his daughter would die in the future, and he didn't doubt my nonsense at all. I couldn't help but ask him, Master, do you believe what I'm saying? He nodded and said yes. In this vast ocean, predicting the future is not something extraordinary. Moreover, being able to precisely find out Hawkins and others around the world, just like opening a blind box, already proves your ability. No one would go to such great lengths to find a few little kids to form a pirate crew. So that's how it is. It turns out that in their eyes, I was already a prophet. I quickly asked, so what do you mean? Are you willing to hand over Kuina to me? He didn't answer me directly, but instead asked, when are you planning to set sail? In a year, I will leave the East Sea. A year? He pondered for a moment. Then let's talk about it again in a year. Well, I didn't get a definite answer. I felt a bit disappointed, but I couldn't push him, so I had to take my leave. After coming out, I watched Zoro and Kuina sparring again on the training ground. While I was contemplating the next plan, Robin had no idea when she stood beside me and asked, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought? I came to my senses and looked at her, saying, let's think about a year from now. A year later, we will have to leave Donghai. Robin nodded, indicating that she understood. I took another glance at Guena and turned to Robin, saying, starting tomorrow, I'm planning to explore the East Sea by myself. You should stay here and rest well. Upon hearing this, Robin's expression changed, and she nervously asked, why would you want to do something dangerous alone? No way. I quickly assured her that it was just a simple trip, and since you've been running with me for so long, you deserve a break. Seeing my serious demeanor, She finally relaxed. Early the next morning, I flew away, watched by everyone. I had just left when I heard Zoro's loud voice. Kuina, let's settle this once and for all. The 750th time. And what happened? Kuina was lost in thought, looking in the direction I had disappeared. And when he shouted, she irritably swung her bamboo sword, and with a thud, Zoro fell to the ground. The 750th victory. Without looking back, Kuina walked away. Zoro, you still have a long way to go. Zoro was so angry that he pounded the ground a few times. Even worse, Master Kusher happened to pass by, thought of what I said yesterday, looked at Zoro with a sigh, and walked away. Now Zoro completely misunderstood, thinking that the master was utterly disappointed in him, and pounded the ground a couple more times. At that moment, Bonney came over and looked down at Zoro, saying, "Not convinced? If you're not convinced, practice harder. One day you'll surpass her and return double what she gave you." I guess half of what she said was meant for Zoro, and half was for herself. I studied the map in the sky for a long time and finally decided that the first stop would be Kiki Shia village. I landed in a grove, and just as I started walking towards the village, I heard a burst of laughter. Two little girls were running after each other, and the one in front with orange hair accidentally bumped into me. The one behind, named Noki Gao, quickly ran over to apologize. I smiled and looked down at the little one in my arms. This lovely little lady, shouldn't you come out of my arms? Then I checked my pocket, and hey, my wallet was gone. I looked at this little orange-haired girl named Nami, who took my wallet out of her pocket and waved it in front of me. Next time, don't be so reckless, little thief cat. Goodness, the little girl's face turned red, and she was so embarrassed. Nojiko scolded her for a while, and then, to make amends, insisted on inviting me back to her home to eat oranges. I pretended to decline for a moment, but in the end, I still went to the orange orchard with them. As soon as we entered the orchard, Nami started shouting to look for someone named Belmir. I looked at the trees full of big, red oranges, picked one at random, peeled it, and tasted it. Let me tell you, the flavor was amazing, sweet and juicy. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck me. I had a solution to prevent Belmir's future death. A woman in a short shirt walked over, and she should be Belmir. When she heard I was going to buy oranges, she even offered to give me some a try. I shook my head and pointed at the entire orange grove, speaking loudly. "Beautiful lady, you may have misunderstood. I want all the oranges in this grove, not just for this year, but for every year to come." The three of them, Belmir, Nami, and Nojiko, were all left dumbfounded. I quickly explained that I was buying them to supplement the energy of my disciples at the dojo. Only then did Belmir believe me. After discussing, she gave me a super low price. Once we finished negotiating, she went to pick oranges. Nojiko took me inside and even made me a cup of their homemade orange tea. When I tasted it, it was quite good, and I wanted to learn how to make it, even saying I would pay tuition. Nami, the little money lover, brightened up when she heard this, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to make it herself. As it was getting dark, Belmir pushed out a large cart of oranges. I directly pulled out a thick stack of berry from my pocket and handed it to her, saying this was the payment for this time, and the extra was a deposit. Belmir was stunned holding that thick stack of money, probably wondering why I was being so nice to her. I had a private conversation with Nami and Nojiko, and then in front of them, I made both myself and the orange disappear in an instant. Nami and Nojiko were stunned and started shouting in surprise. But let me tell you, Belmir is no ordinary person. As soon as she saw my trick, her expression darkened. As a former Marine, she immediately deduced that I was a devil fruit user and definitely not a Marine. The only conclusion was that I was a pirate. She immediately shouted at the two sisters, who were still excitedly discussing, "Stop talking. Forget about him. He is not a good person. He is a pirate." As a result, Nojiko and Nami directly refuted her. Would a pirate buy things and pay for them, and even rush to pay for tuition? This question left Belmir speechless, and she began to doubt herself. Could she have misjudged? I told you. She took a glance at the money I gave her and probably thought just 2 words, "Forget it." Sighing, she directly apologized to Nami and Nojiko, saying she would take them to the town to buy nice things as an apology. Well, those 2 little girls' eyes lit up when they heard that, and they immediately cheered out loud. Their excitement was off the charts. Belmir found it both helpless and funny, leading the 2 of them towards the town. With that matter settled, I hurried on to my next destination, the Windmill Village. Let me tell you, Windmill Village is like a divine place for beginners. Think about it. The Navy hero Garp, the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, the future Pirate King Luffy, and also Ace and Sabo, all came from this one village. Alright, I almost forgot. There's also that legendary figure, the Bandit King Zeeg, who dares to challenge the 4 emperors with a bottle of liquor. Of course, this is all just a joke from the internet. He is just an ordinary bandit with a bounty of 800,000. I was just strolling when suddenly I felt a chill down my back, as if someone was tracking my location. I quickly looked up, and oh my god, the person in front of me, who was both teasing a kid and picking his nose, could only be Carp. My heart skipped a beat. This can't be true. The odds of running into him are just too high. My shout immediately caught Carp's attention. He was holding a child in one hand, just like carrying a basket of vegetables, and walked over, sizing me up from head to toe. Kid, do you know who I am? As soon as I saw that he didn't seem to recognize me, I quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I had to flatter him. Iron Fist Carp. Who doesn't know your great name in this sea? Hearing this, Carp was so pleased that his tail almost wagged to the sky. He proudly shook the child in his hand. Luffy, did you hear that? As long as you become an outstanding Navy, you'll have face wherever you go. Come on, let's be Navy together. However, the child, the future Pirate King Luffy, turned his head and replied coolly, I don't want to. Carp's face fell instantly, and he seemed like he could breathe fire out of his nostrils. He roared at Luffy, Luffy, you must become a great Navy. After yelling, and here's the outrageous part, he casually raised his hand and whoosh, through Luffy like a shot put. Little Luffy traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the sky, accompanied by screams of awe. Carp himself was momentarily stunned, as if thinking, huh? Why is my grandson flying? Then he reacted, chasing after him while shouting, Luffy, don't be afraid. Grandpa is coming to save you. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Who understands, family? The iconic scene in this anime has such a strong impact when witnessed in person. I saw Luffy about to faceplant, and Carp's old arms and legs were clearly miles away from helping him. Without thinking much, I used a technique to switch places with a small stone under Luffy, safely catching him. As a result, this little brat's way of thinking was simply peculiar. Having just walked through the gates of hell, he turned around and forgot all about it, his eyes sparkling as he clung to me. Wow, Uncle, you're so cool. How'd you do that just now? Teach me, teach me. I looked at Luffy, who was lively in my arms, and thought to myself, no wonder he is the main character, his heart is so big. I intentionally teased him. Why should I teach you? Without a second thought, he replied, because I want to get stronger and then defeat my grandpa. This was quite something. Carp, who had just run over, turned pale. He had initially felt proud that his grandson was ambitious, but upon hearing that the goal was to take him down, he couldn't hold back. He yanked Luffy from my arms and immediately entered training mode. With his left hand, he threw Luffy, and with his right hand, he caught him. Then with his right hand, he threw him again, and with his left hand, he caught him. They were having a blast, accompanied by the sounds of Luffy thudding to the ground and his screams. I watched the grandfather and grandson having so much fun, and one thought crossed my mind. Did Dragon also enjoy this kind of paternal love back in the day? Just as I was thinking, an old man rushed over, raising his cane and fiercely striking Carp. You bastard, you're bullying Luffy again. He's not your toy. Carp, caught off guard, covered his head and fled, still stubbornly retorting. Village Chief, I'm training him to be an excellent Navy officer. The village chief, enraged, had his mustache bristling and gave him a few more hits before taking Luffy and walking away without looking back, believing that out of sight, out of mind. Once they were far away, Carp turned his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at me. Kid, what are you doing here? I awkwardly scratched my head and said, I just passed on a trip. Do you believe me? Carp stared at me for a long time, then turned and walked away, saying as he walked, traveling is good. Young people should see more. But you shouldn't be a pirate. Otherwise, I'll personally send you on a one-day tour of Impel Down. I was stunned on the spot. The meaning of this sentence is that he already knows who I am. Looking at Carp's back, I pondered and turned to enter a tavern. As the door opened, a particularly gentle voice came. Welcome. When I looked up, I saw Machino. She looked even better in real life than in the anime, that kind of white moonlight feeling. No wonder even red-haired couldn't resist. She noticed me staring at her in a daze and seemed a bit uncomfortable. but still politely asked, "Customer, may I ask what you would like to order?" I blurted out, "Just for me a cup of tea," and immediately regretted it. Ordering tea in a tavern, what was I thinking? To my surprise, Marquino actually smiled and replied, "Sure, please wait a moment." I was a bit dazed and found a seat to sit down. Before long, she really brought me a cup of tea. I couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected to be able to drink tea in a tavern. Marcy laughed at me and explained that the tea was prepared for the elderly in the village, and the juice was for kids like Luffy. Just as she finished speaking, the door was slammed open, and Luffy rushed in like a little cannonball, heading straight for the bar. "Marcy, juice. I want juice." Marcy had already prepared it, and Luffy grabbed the cup and started gulping it down. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and saw me. His eyes lit up as he rushed over. "Aren't you that elusive uncle? What are you doing here? Teach me that move. Teach me, teach me." He said this while tugging at my clothes. I tell you, watching anime makes me think of this as lively, but when it actually happens to me, it's just pure troublemaker behavior. To deal with troublemakers, you have to let them know the harsh realities of society. I smirked and let out a sinister laugh. Luffy was immediately stunned and took steps back. "Mysterious uncle, what are you going to do?" I approached while laughing. "What do you say? Don't come over. I'm not studying anymore. Not studying anymore." Luffy was so scared that he started stuttering and turned to run outside. But after just a couple of steps, he bumped right into me. I had already teleported and blocked the door. He looked up at me, and scared, he couldn't even speak properly. "UNC, uncle." I squatted down, looking at him at eye level, smiling even more happily. "Run. Why aren't you running?" "Don't worry, I'll just stay here squatting, absolutely still." He looked at me with a mix of belief and doubt. "Really?" I nodded affirmatively. He immediately dashed outside. I watched his back and chuckled. I had long left a mark of the Flying Thunder God on him, so I could find him no matter how far he ran. Beside me, Makino couldn't bear to watch any longer and came over to plead softly, "Sir, please don't make it difficult for Luffy. He's still just a kid." I was squatting when I looked up and happened to meet Machino's gaze. The angle. We both felt awkward. I quickly lowered my head and coughed, saying, "Don't worry. Mr. Carp is still here. How could I really go after his grandson?" Machino also realized what was happening. Her face turned red, and she stepped back several paces. I stood up and said, "Luffy ran far away. I'm going to find him." After saying that, I disappeared with the Flying Thunder God technique. Makino was left stunned in place, probably thinking that Luffy's nickname was indeed not wrong. On the other side, Luffy had already run into the small forest, and I suddenly appeared in front of him again. He was startled and shivered, changed direction, and continued to run, muttering, "Damn, this uncle really comes and goes like a ghost. I need to run further." I watched him run out of sight, shaking my head. I didn't know when Carp had also appeared beside me. I asked him, "Mr. Carp, are you really okay with him running around like that?" Carp laughed heartily. The men of the monkey family must be brave and fearless. I thought to myself, he's only 6 years old. What kind of man is he? Seeing that it was getting late, I said to Carp, "Then I'll take him back. It's time for dinner." Carp nodded. I used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared directly at the top of a big tree. Luffy had just climbed to the top and was panting, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Humph, I've made it up here. Let's see how that old man finds me." I quietly said beside him, "Is that so?" He instinctively replied, "Of course, I'm up in the tree right now." Halfway through, he realized it, and his whole body froze. Slowly, he turned his head, and when he saw me, his eyes nearly popped out. "Mysterious uncle, what are you doing here?" He got so excited that he slipped and fell straight down from the top of the tree, screaming, "Help me, uncle." I shook my head helplessly. It was another Flying Thunder God technique combined with heavenly hand power, gently bringing him to the ground. The feeling of solid ground helped him regain his composure, and he turned to me and sent a good person card. "Thank you, uncle. You are really a good person." I was caught off guard by this sudden good guy card. I told him, "All right, go back. Your grandpa is waiting for you to eat meat." As soon as he heard the word meat, Luffy's eyes lit up instantly, and he pulled me to run home. On the way, he suddenly reminded me, "By the way, uncle, you lost." I paused for a moment before remembering that I had bet that I wouldn't move while squatting, but I ended up standing up to save him. "All right, I lost. I nodded. "Yeah, I lost." Luffy immediately jumped up happily. When I got home, Garp was already sitting at the table. I said goodbye to Garp and was about to leave. Just as I turned around, Garp called out to me, Wait. He pointed to the seat next to him. Come eat with me. As soon as I looked at the table, wow, it was all huge ham. And I couldn't even see a single vegetable leaf. I felt like my stomach was protesting. Just as I was about to refuse, Luffy pushed me down onto the chair and shoved a big meat leg in front of me. Uncle, eat up. My grandpa's roasted meat may not be as delicious as Machino's, but it's still pretty good. At that moment, I really wanted to run away, but my family... Do you dare to mess with Garp? Even Roger was chased all over the world by him. So who am I? I could only brace myself and take a bite. Hey, you know what? This meat actually tastes quite surprising. It seems to have a special energy in it. I immediately realized, this is Sea King meat. Garp didn't react much, but Luffy got excited, pestering me with questions. Uncle, what is Sea King? Is this what we're eating? Where can we find it? I looked at this kid who didn't even know basic common sense and could only start educating him from scratch about the King of the Near Sea, the Grand Line, the Doldrums. Luffy was startled and amazed, and in the end, he fell into a fantasy, shouting that he wanted to go to the Grand Line to eat meat, almost drooling on my clothes. I quickly used my teleportation ability to dodge, said goodbye to Garp, and this time didn't wait for his response. I activated my power and slipped away, leaving a leaf behind. I was strolling down the street in Windmill Village with that big meat leg, feeling that this place was truly peaceful. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice came from beside me. Mr. Vanishing Act? I turned around and saw Makino, who was holding a pile of clothes. She asked me where I was going, and I said I was just wandering around. Then I casually asked her what she was doing with the clothes. Makino looked at the clothes in her hands and explained, "These are for the kids." Kids? I was intrigued, thinking it must be for Ace and Sabo. I immediately became interested and asked Makino, "Can I come along to take a look?" Makino hesitated a bit. After all, she was going to a bandit den, but she probably thought of my ability to appear and disappear, and in the end, she nodded uncertainly. All right, just be careful. So, I followed Makino to the home of the bandit Dayton. Before we even reached the door, a rough and loud voice called out, and a burly woman appeared. Makino greeted her and handed over the clothes. Dayton, these are new clothes for Ace and Sabo. Dayton snorted, "What new clothes for those two little brats? They can just wear the torn ones." She said this, but her hands obediently accepted the clothes. A textbook case of being tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Makino spoke a good word for the two kids, and Dayton snorted again. Then she noticed me and curiously asked Makino, "Makino, is this your boyfriend?" We both froze on the spot. Machino quickly explained, and I followed up saying, "Ms. Caridadin, this is the first time I've met Miss Machino today, and I already have a family. Please don't make such jokes." Upon hearing this, Caridadin pouted and said, "Tsh, boring." After saying that, she took her clothes and went inside. Machino apologized to me with a face full of regret, saying that Caridadin is actually quite nice. I waved my hand to indicate that I didn't mind, and then I said to her, "But could you please stop calling me Mr. Mysterious?" It was then that Machino realized she didn't even know my name. I smiled and introduced myself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Dagu from Dream Beasts. But you can just call me Dagu." "Hello, Mr. Dagu. My name is Machino." After we finished introducing ourselves, Machino suggested it was time to head back. But I couldn't just leave like that. Having come all this way, I had to see the sons of the Pirate King, the future immensely popular Ace and Sabo, with my own eyes, right? So I waved my hand at Machino and said, "Miss Machino, you go ahead. I'll just stroll around this mountain and absorb some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Machino probably looked a bit confused, wondering what was so interesting about this broken mountain, but she was nice and nodded, saying, "All right, Mr. Dagu, please be careful." "Don't worry," I said, watching her leave. My mouth curved into a grin that reached my ears. In the next second, the power of the heavens activated, and with a whoosh, the space wobbled like jelly, and I found myself deep in the mountains and forests. Goodness, just as I steadied myself, I heard clanging sounds below. "Ace, to the right. Sabo, it's coming for you." I looked down and saw two little ones going back and forth with a small gray bear. I directly sat down on a large tree branch, crossed my legs, and started to watch the show. To be honest, these two kids, although small, really had a fierce spirit that was no joke. Before long, the little bear was exhausted, and, seizing an opportunity, Ace knocked it down with a stick. I was just getting into it when I suddenly felt movement in the nearby woods. I opened my observation color, and oh, this is interesting. The two little ones below still had no idea. Ace was excitedly stroking the bear's fur and asking Sabo, "How much do you think this thing can sell for? 100,000 berries?" Sabo was also patting the bear, looking greedy. Just then, I tell you, the whole ground started rumbling. In the next second, a fully grown grizzly bear, 3 times bigger than both of them combined, charged out of the woods like a little mountain. Its eyes were red. It must have been the parent of that little one coming for revenge. Sabo reacted quickly and rolled away to dodge it. But Aso, how should I put it? Why is his head so hard? He actually didn't T-run. He even brandished his weapon, striking a pose that said, "I will not flee." I was dumbfounded up in the tree and said, "Dude, that's not how you throw away lives." That big gray bear doesn't care about your protagonist's halo. Its bear paw, as big as a fan, came slapping down. I was about to intervene but held back, thinking he was fine in the original story, so he should be able to handle it. And what happened? With a bang, Ace was sent flying like a rag doll with just one slap. "Ace!" Sabo shouted at the top of his lungs. I took a look and thought this wouldn't do. If I kept watching, the future of One Piece's brother would be offline ahead of time. I sighed, too lazy to go down any further, and with a sharp gaze, I unleashed my conqueror's haki, overwhelming the surroundings. The big gray bear didn't make a sound, its eyes rolled back, and its massive body crashed to the ground, sleeping soundly. Sabo had just helped Ace up when he heard the commotion and turned around to see, and he was completely stunned, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Ace also groggily got up, and when he looked in the direction Sabo was pointing, he was instantly frozen in shock. I thought the show was over, so it was time for me to make my entrance. With a swift movement, I appeared directly behind the two of them and said softly, "You little guy, too reckless." "Who?" Their startled shout made them jump 3 feet in the air. Turning around, they glared at me with faces full of caution, bombarding me with questions. "Who are you? How did you appear? Why didn't we notice you?" I left them momentarily stunned, then slowly introduced myself. "My name is Dreambayusa Dagu, and I just came with Miss Machino." Upon hearing Machino's name, Sabo clearly relaxed. But that little hedgehog Ace was still on guard and asked, "What are you doing here with Machino?" I chuckled and deliberately looked him up and down, using that annoying tone to say, "Oh, here to deliver clothes for some little brats." As soon as Ace heard little brats, his face darkened. But upon hearing it was about delivering clothes, his guard was lowered significantly. After all, today was indeed the day for Marcy to deliver clothes, and in his view, those who knew about this shouldn't be bad people. But he still persisted. "So what are you doing here?" I shrugged and said, "Just browsing around." Ace's suspicious gaze returned. Next to him, Sabo quickly grabbed him and whispered in his ear, "Ace, forget it. He knows Makino, and he took down that big bear in one shot. Neither of us can handle him together." Only then did Ace reluctantly grunt and run over to the big gray bear, kicking it a couple of times before turning back to shout at me, "Hey, you don't want this guy, right? Give him to us." Without waiting for my response, he pulled out a small knife and started dealing with it, prioritizing action over discussion. I was watching 2 kids over there dissecting a bear while on the other side, the phone at the Navy headquarters in Windmill Village was about to blow up. Old man Garp was lying in a chair, picking his teeth, when a phone bug rang. He picked it up with the demeanor of a retired old man. "Sengoku? I'm on vacation. Don't bother me if there's nothing urgent. And definitely don't bother me if there's nothing at all." After saying that, he even held the phone bug a little further away. Sure enough, the next second, Sengoku's thunderous roar came through the phone. "Garp, you better come back right now. Your vacation is canceled." Garp dug at his ear and pretended to be clueless. "Huh? What did you say? It's windy here. I can't hear you." Sengoku was so furious he was almost panting, and finally said with a heavy tone, "Garp, something happened in the second half. Whitebeard has reached the top." If it were someone else, they would have exploded at this news, but Garp, after hearing it, responded as if he had just heard a weather report, lightly saying, "Normal. After all, he's Whitebeard." Sengoku was about to go crazy from his attitude and could only say, "Garp, come back. The Navy needs you." Garp sighed deeply, feeling helpless. "Sengoku, I'm old. I don't even have time to spend with my grandchildren." In the end, he agreed, saying he would have his aide Bogart come to pick him up. Just when Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this old buddy was finally being reliable, Garp, as if intentionally trying to infuriate him, leisurely added, "Oh right, Sengoku, That son of the devil is here with me. But I don't plan to capture him because he's not a pirate. After saying that, he abruptly hung up the phone. I can tell you that over in Marineford, the blood pressure of Admiral Sengoku must have shot up to 250 instantly. He looked at the disconnected phone and was so angry that his hands were shaking, unable to find anyone to curse at. In the end, he could only helplessly dial another number. When the call connected, he directly issued an order. "This is Sengoku. Have Gion answer the phone." Soon, Gion's voice came through. Sengoku got straight to the point. "Gion, I command you as an admiral to immediately go to the East Sea. The son of the devil is in the East Sea." Gion, on the other end, was shocked. Just a while ago, we had a fight at the Ohara ruins, and in just a few days, I had run from the Grand Line to the other side of the world in the East Sea. At this speed, it's faster than a rocket. But military orders are absolute, and even though Gion couldn't understand, he immediately accepted the order. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. While the Navy was in chaos, a newspaper exploded across the world like a nuclear bomb. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, ascends as the Emperor of the Sea. As soon as this news broke, the whole world went crazy. There were reckless little pirates shouting about taking his place, and old pirates who had been beaten down fell in a deep thought, while the majority were filled with despair and panic. In short, because of a single title, it seemed like the Great Pirate Era had another opening ceremony, and the entire world was thrown into chaos. As for me, after spending a few days in Windmill Village with the ASL trio, watching Carp being taken away, I felt satisfied and slipped away. Seeing the news about Whitebeard, my subordinates urged me to set sail quickly, but I said, "What's the rush? The kids back home, Bonney, Beepo, and Law are still just kids. Going out now would be sending them to their doom." So, I decided to first check out the last sniper of the Straw Hat crew that I hadn't met yet, Usopp. I flew west towards Luapu Village, according to the map. And as I was flying, I saw, good heavens, two people on a rock in the sea below, one big and one small, looking like they were about to perish. I looked down and saw, wow, isn't that Japu and Sanji? I greeted them with a smile. "Hey, you two, it looks like you need some help." Sanji weakly looked up at me, as if he saw a savior, and directly pleaded, "Please, take us away from here. This old man has a broken leg and needs treatment." He pointed to Japu beside him. However, Japu, this old man, was also stubborn and immediately shouted, "You brat! Who told you to plead for me?" Sanji retorted, "You old fool. Do you think I want to take care of you? If it weren't for that leg of yours being broken to save me, I wouldn't bother with you at all." I looked at these two treasures, and I couldn't help but laugh. I directly said, all right, stop talking. I'll take you with me." I grabbed one in each hand, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in a flash, the scene changed. 1 second, we were at the ocean's rocky shore, and the next we were at our temporary base in the One Heart Dojo. These two were left dumbfounded, their CPUs overheating, unable to react for a while. Robin was reading a book, and when she saw me suddenly bringing two people back, she was also taken aback. I chuckled and said, "Pick them up on the way." Then I used another teleportation to bring our ship's divine doctor, Luo, over. Luo looked displeased and said, "Captain, can you not always appear and disappear like this?" I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Can't you do it too? Just adapt a bit." Then I pointed at Zep and said, "It's time to work. Let's see if his leg can be reattached." As soon as Luo heard this, he got interested and squatted down to check Zep's mangled stump, nodding, "No problem. It can be reattached. What about his leg?" As soon as this was said, Sanji's joy instantly froze on his face. Zep's leg had long since sunk to the bottom of the sea. He suddenly knelt down with a splash, crying, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I could, I would trade my leg for his." Who would have thought that Luo, this tech-savvy straight guy, actually took a moment to size up Sanji and Zep seriously, then shook his head earnestly. "No, your leg won't work for him. The model doesn't match." Sanji first breathed a sigh of relief, but then his face turned pale with fear, probably didn't expect that Luo had really considered this option. Maybe because he had been hungry for too long, combined with his emotional agitation. Sanji swayed a couple of times and then fainted with a thud. Robin helplessly picked him up and said, "I'll take him to rest. You all carry on." I watched Luo start to treat Japu's wounds, wondering that I needed to find this old man a new leg. Where should I look for one? Why not just open a teleportation blind box? I was thinking of something similar and activated the Flying Thunder God. When I opened my eyes again, let me tell you, I was completely stunned. Beneath my feet was an island, but this island, it was floating in the sky, surrounded by clouds. Does anyone understand? I teleported straight to the lair of a legendary boss. Who else but the legendary figure known alongside Roger and Whitebeard could control a floating island? The captain of the flying pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Lion. I was just thinking when suddenly a figure flew over from a distance, wearing a ship's helm on his head and wielding two famous swords at his feet. Who else could it be but the Golden Lion? As soon as he approached, he shouted at me in a tone that was like calling a subordinate. Keek, keek, keek. Kid, join me. Someone like you who can fly should be on my ship. I couldn't help but sigh when I saw his ridiculous appearance. The Golden Lion frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Kid, are you unwilling?" I shook my head, sweeping my contemptuous gaze over him from head to toe, and laughed. Golden Lion, look at your current state. The flying pirate crew is long gone. You have a steering wheel on your head and two watermelon knives under your feet. How much strength do you have left? Do you think you can do anything to me? Ha ha! The Golden Lion, enraged to the point of laughing, said, "Kid, do you think I'm done for?" I nodded honestly. Yes. The next moment, he casually lifted the knife at his feet, and a slash came down. Then there were two more. Kid, today I'm going to make you understand why I'm called the Golden Lion. I won't dodge either. Drawing my sword of contract victory, I swiftly strike back with a single blow. My sword's momentum is unstoppable, directly dispersing his 3 slashes, and it continues to fly towards him with unyielding force. Only then does the Golden Lion take it seriously, laughing heartily. Wave slash. The famed blade on his leg unleashes an even thicker slash, and this time, it's my sword's energy that gets shattered. I let out a cold snort and struck again with my sword to counter the attack. The Golden Lion looked at me with even more satisfaction and began to persuade me. Kid, join me, and you'll have wealth, fame, and power. You'll be the first under me. I still say the same thing. I refuse. He was curious. Then what do you want? Tell me, and I'll get it for you. I intentionally teased him and casually uttered 2 words. Freedom. The Golden Lion was immediately stunned, probably recalling that fool Roger, and looked at me as if I were a lunatic. I was about to leave after seeing him not speak for a long time. He immediately stopped me. Wait. Do you think you can come and go as you please here? Today, you either join us, or you'll never be able to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at me, brandishing dual blades with the wind howling. I had been waiting for this moment, so I charged forward with my sword. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. The fight between us was incredibly intense. But as we fought, I noticed that this old guy, the Golden Lion, suddenly stared blankly at my sword, as if he had lost his mind. How could I let this opportunity slip away? With a flick of my wrist, I sent him flying. When the Golden Lion regained his senses, he didn't care about being knocked away. Instead, he was fixated on my sword, his eyes filled with shock and memories. He finally remembered that decades ago, when he was just a little brother, he had seen this sword. Back then, his captain had tried to invite someone, but was rejected. In a fit of rage, he massacred that entire country. The weapon of that person was this very sword in my hand. After that person died, the sword was stuck in the ground, and no one on their ship, including that unruly captain, could pull it out. And guess what? This old guy, the Golden Lion, not only recognized the sword but also named it, calling it the Sword of Contracted Victory, with the previous owner named Arthur. My heart skipped a beat. This was a perfect match. Old Rayleigh had previously mentioned that Arthur's country was destroyed by the Rock's pirates, and this Golden Lion was a high-ranking officer on Rock's ship back then. Now, it was going to be a showdown. Old grudges and new enmities had to be settled today. I pointed the tip of my sword at him and said, "Golden Lion, are you ready to die under this sword?" I told you I was laughing at that moment. The old man directly popped the champagne at me. He was laughing so wildly, cackling like a broken gong, saying, "What kid, are you out of your mind? The last owner of this sword was sent off by me personally, and you still want to use it to chop me? Dream on." I didn't waste any time with him and just said, "Are you going to try or not? You'll know if you do." As soon as I finished speaking, the old man's expression changed, and he charged at me again. However, this time he was smarter. He didn't get too close and launched an air cannon from a distance. A massive slash came flying toward me. I immediately countered with a sword energy and sent it back at him. To my surprise, Both sides completely annihilated each other without a sound. Just a gust of wind blowing through. I kicked off the air beneath my feet, and I shot out like a cannonball. The golden lion reacted quickly, lifting one foot and using the blade on it to block my sword. Immediately, the other leg followed up, performing a two-hit combo. I covered my left hand with haki and firmly blocked his other leg. During the standoff, the old man started laughing again. Then one hand formed a claw shape and reached out towards me. I initially thought it was just a regular attack, but when I took a closer look, the air around his claw was twisting. I was stunned and thought, "Hey, are you mixing things up? Is your tremor fruit competing with Whitebeard's?" I quickly jumped back, creating some distance, and asked him, "What is this? Air tremor?" The golden lion laughed even harder and said, "Kid, you know the guy Newgate? But this isn't his move. It's something I figured out on my own, just sword energy produced by my hand. All right, you're impressive. You call the shots." I realized that this old guy was indeed a tough character in his youth. I couldn't judge him based on his senile state when he was defeated by Luffy. I don't have the protagonist's halo either. I put aside my underestimation and charged at him again with my sword. As we fought, the old man suddenly stopped, scanning me up and down like a human radar, and asked what my relationship with Rayleigh was. I thought to myself, "Your eyes are sharp. You can see that?" He then started bragging, saying he had fought against the Roger Pirates countless times and was very familiar with Rayleigh's swordsmanship, claiming that there were traces of Rayleigh in my sword moves. Family, who understands? After boasting, he surprisingly said he wanted to teach me. Just as he finished speaking, he swiftly pulled out the two blades stuck in his leg. I was dumbfounded and thought, "Why would you do this? Are you going to self-harm if you can't win?" He held one blade in each hand, introducing them as Sakura, Ten, and Mugok. Let me tell you, the moment he gripped those two blades, his entire aura changed with a hum. That pressure was unprecedented. He nostalgically glanced at the twin blades, then raised his hand and executed a slash, shouting something like lion's might. Royal air roll. A slash came at me, transforming into a massive air lion head that opened its mouth and lunged at me. I slashed it apart with a reverse sword energy, but before I could catch my breath, he launched another attack, lion's might, imperial domain. In the next second, there was a thunderous roar beneath my feet, and a stone lion over 100 meters tall sprang up from the ground, charging at me. I couldn't let him get away with this anymore. I activated my Conqueror's haki to the max, wrapping it around my sword. With a swift motion, a flash of golden light appeared, and that stone lion shattered into pieces like Lego bricks. The golden lion was stunned and exclaimed, "Conqueror's haki," wrapped around, but he quickly figured it out, probably thinking that my sword had some special buff. He even praised me, saying no wonder Rayleigh would take me in. I had good potential. I just said thank you for the compliment, and this old man, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, shouted for more and charged at me with his dual swords. This time, he executed two slashes, and I directly met them with a Conqueror's haki slash. Goodness. His attacks were as flimsy as paper and were instantly torn apart by me. Seeing that long-range attacks weren't working, he rushed in to engage in close combat. It got lively then, with blades flashing everywhere. The floating island beneath us was suffering, crumbling into pieces as stones rained down. We fought until it was dark, and only then did we momentarily create some distance. But this old madman, in the next second, did something outrageous. He actually pulled the ship's helm off his head. Blood gushed out, and I immediately sensed something was off. That Conqueror's haki was pouring out like it was free, changing the color of the entire sky, with thunder and lightning, resembling a tribulation. This was his true power. He laughed maniacally, with dark golden lightning coiling around his dual swords, also infused with Conqueror's haki. I took a deep breath and raised my sword to meet him. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Our blades never even touched each other, with just a small gap in between, but that air was crackling and exploding, as if the very space was about to tear apart. With each collision came a deafening roar, and the floating island beneath us could no longer hold up, with a thunderous crash. It completely collapsed and fell towards the ocean below. The golden lion was still laughing. "Kid, aren't you going to stop it? If this thing crashes down, the nearby islands are going to get some ocean view properties, physically." I sighed, realizing that I couldn't ignore this any longer. I closed and opened my eyes, activated my Rinnegan, spread my hands, and a small black orb appeared, directly unleashing a planetary devastation. The unparalleled suction instantly drew all the fallen island debris and the dark clouds in the sky towards it, forming a new small planet in the sky. The golden lion was first shocked by my move, then became even more excited, roaring that I dare to hide my strength and look down on him, charging at me again with his sword. I shook my head and whispered, "Let's end this." In the next moment, I instantly teleported behind him. He reacted quickly, his battle-hardened instincts allowing him to sidestep and dodge my counterattack. Unfortunately, it was useless. As my pupils shifted, I unleashed the godly pull. A massive repulsive force sent him flying. Just as he steadied himself and was still processing what had happened, I used the universal attraction to forcibly pull him back, right into the path of my sword. At the brink of life and death, he unleashed all his power to break free from the gravitational pull and fled in panic. I stood there, a bit impressed by him, and said, "No wonder you're the legendary great pirate. You managed to react to this." He was panting heavily, his eyes filled with uncertainty. But little did he know, with the ship's helm stuck in his head for years, his observation hockey had long been rendered useless. He had only relied on muscle memory to evade. Such instincts diminish with each use. I no longer gave him a chance, with a flying thunder god technique. I hit him right in the face and stabbed forward with my sword. This time he couldn't dodge, and I pierced his chest directly. He coughed up blood and forced me back, but I took advantage of his weakness and launched a fierce attack. In no time, he was covered in wounds, blood flowing continuously. In the end, the old man really couldn't take it anymore. His body was covered in blood, his eyes were unfocused, and he couldn't even fly steadily. Falling straight down, I sighed, flew over to catch him, and brought him to the small planet I had just created. I crouched down and asked him, "Golden Lion, do you want to live?" He didn't answer me, kept his eyes closed, and began to mumble about rocks, Whitebeard, Lingling Kaido. In the end, he shouted Roger's name to the sky, laughing madly as he said he had lost again, once more to the people of the East Blue. I couldn't help but remind him, "Well, I am from West Sea Ohara." He was taken aback for a moment, then started laughing, his laughter growing weaker until, in the end, this great pirate who once competed with Pirate King Roger just breathed his last. I thought this good equipment shouldn't be wasted, so I resurrected him on the spot. Of course, it wasn't a true resurrection. I turned him into my Tendo Pain. From now on, he would be my worker. The resurrected Golden Lion, no, he should be called Tendo, stood up silently and tried it out. The ability of the float fruit was still there. I used my observation hockey and discovered that there was actually a living person among the rubble. I instructed Tendo to move the stones away, and upon closer inspection, I found a bloody guy who should be the unfortunate doctor from the original story who followed the Golden Lion. It was just in time, as Japu's leg had been found. I ordered Tendo to stay on this floating island, then picked up the doctor and used a flying thunder god technique to return to Shimurazuki village. When Luo saw me bringing someone back, he understood immediately. I tossed the person onto the ground and asked, "Can this leg be used to replace Shapu's?" Luo examined it and nodded, saying it was no problem. He directly opened a room, activated his surgery fruit ability, and seamlessly attached the man's leg to Shapu's body. After that was settled, I bid farewell to Luo, used another flying thunder god technique to take the legless body away, and directly threw it into the sea to feed the fish before returning to the floating island. I have to tell you, as soon as I came back and saw this messy island, my OCD kicked in immediately. I directly ordered my newly recruited underling, also known as Tiandao Golden Lion, "Old Gene, it's time to work. Move this island up to the sky. From now on, this will be our aerial fortress." I had him do this purely to see how much strength this legendary great pirate has left. After all, I can't just fight my own pain six paths, right? That would be like hitting my left hand against my right hand, which is boring. I watched as the Golden Lion started to exert his power, and hey, it really was something. That huge island began to sway and lift off into the sky, looking effortless. His strength is undeniable. But just as I finished my business here, something went wrong over there. I had just tossed that guy's corpse into the sea when a Navy warship passed by with pinpoint accuracy, as if it had navigation, and casually fished the body out. Guess who was leading the team? Tantata Shiryu. I tell you, The coincidence is incredible. One of her female sailors, with sharp eyes, said she saw a figure appear out of nowhere, throw something, and then vanish just like that. As soon as Shiryu heard this, she was stunned. And it was clear to her that it was definitely me, the demon child, Momonosuke. The frustration she felt was palpable. The target was right in front of her, but they perfectly missed it. Who understands the agony, right? She could only frown and order her subordinates to quickly investigate the identity of the corpse. The result? They were shocked when they found out. The corpse was the ship's doctor of the Flying Sky Pirates, Indigo. Now, this was bad. My collusion with the Golden Lion was directly confirmed by the Navy. The call instantly went to the Navy headquarters, to Sengoku's office. Sengoku and Granny Tsuru were on the phone, their heads buzzing. What the hell? How did Momonosuke get mixed up with the Golden Lion? Wasn't he an impelled down? How did he end up in the East Sea? Shiryu on the other end of the line was extremely embarrassed. She had no idea. She hadn't even seen my shadow throughout the whole thing. When Sengoku asked her where the Golden Lion was, she was even more clueless and could only say she saw me throw a corpse and then I disappeared. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, both realizing this was serious. They couldn't let Shiryu chase after it alone. They needed to send more manpower. But the problem was, sending a regular vice admiral to deal with the Golden Lion would just be sending them to their doom. Granny Tsuru gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go." Sengoku immediately rejected her. "No way. There are too many issues in the new world right now. I can't handle it alone if you leave." While the two were in a dilemma, Tsuru suddenly remembered, right? "Carp, let that old guy turn back." Just then, the office door was slammed open, and a muscular old man with purple hair walked in. Who was it? Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral. He had come to discuss new recruit training locations with Sengoku, but happened to overhear the conversation. His eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke up. "The Golden Lion is in the East Sea? Then let us arrange the training there. Carp can handle Whitebeard in the New World. Leave that old rival, Shiki, to me." Let me tell you, Zephyr's move this time was incredibly clean and decisive. He dropped the words and left, leaving Sengoku and Ji Yuan completely at a loss, frozen in place for quite a while without reacting. To them, with Zephyr personally stepping in, this matter was as good as settled. But little did they know, the Navy was in chaos, and I didn't care at all about their mess. I was busy with my new toy, the 10 Paths, Golden Lion, brainstorming like crazy. One 10 path wasn't enough. I needed the full set of Pain's 6 paths. Let me tell you, the candidate list I pulled out could scare the 4 emperors into a frenzy. Hell Path. Isn't it reasonable to have Whitebeard? Human Path. The Red Count S mind-reading level observation hockey. A perfect match. With these 3 old pals together. It was a combination of heaven, earth, and humanity. Far ahead. Azura Path. Barrett S destructive power was simply tailor-made. As for the remaining 2 spots, I haven't figured them out yet, but they're no rush. I'll take my time. Just like that, a year passed in the blink of an eye. This year, I had a blast, wandering around the East China Sea like a travel blogger. I went to Cocoa Village to grab some oranges, visited Windmill Village to mess around with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, and even stopped by Sierra Village to see Usopp and his mother, and I also cured that little girl named Kaya's illness. And what about Zephyr and Ji Yuan? They were miserable, really miserable. The 2 of them spent a whole year in the East China Sea like headless flies, turning over every place I might go. But they didn't find a single hair of mine. In the end, a major event happened, and they had to return to headquarters in disgrace. What major event? The Navy underwent a major reshuffle. Admiral Steelbone Kong got promoted, and Sengoku took over as admiral. Then, the positions of the 3 admirals were completely taken over by the 3 natural-type monsters, Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. Ji Yuan also got promoted to vice admiral. With the new officials coming in hot, the Navy set off a forest fire this time, burning away all the evil influences in the second half of the Grand Line, causing the pirates to cry for their mothers. And from then on, that sea area was referred to as the New World. Right at this pivotal moment, guess who I ran into? My senior brother, red-haired Shanks. He brought his crew and actually came to the East China Sea to avoid trouble. At the port of Windmill Village, I waved at him from afar. "Senior brother, long time no see." Shanks was surprised to see me. He must have wondered how I ended up here. But with his personality, he didn't think too much about it. He shouted to his crew, Hey, let us have a feast. Celebrate my reunion with my junior brother. Oh, the crew instantly erupted in excitement. Shanks walked over and, with a curious look, asked me, "What are you doing in the East China Sea?" I smiled and replied, "I've been here for 2 years, but what about you? You came here to hide, right?" Just as he was feeling awkward, a fierce little voice chimed in. "Not at all. Shanks isn't here to hide." A little girl with red and white hair, Yuta, hands on her hips, glared at me. "Uncle, don't talk nonsense. Shanks is a great pirate. Be careful, he might hit you." Shanks, amused, patted her head. "Yuta, this is my junior brother." Upon hearing this, Yuta's face turned red, and she seriously bowed to me. Uncle, sorry. Are you a pirate too? Tell me your adventure stories." This little girl was quite interesting. I pulled her down to sit and modified the story of Journey to the West a bit, telling her the tale of the monkey fruit user, which had her eyes wide open in amazement. By the time Shanks called us to start the feast, 2 or 3 hours had already passed. I was just about to take Yuta aboard when a more familiar voice rang out. "Uncle, where are you going?" I turned around, and sure enough, Luffy had arrived. The moment this kid heard about the feast, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed my hand and rushed. "Feast? I want to go. I want to eat meat." Of course, Shanks had no objections. The more, the merrier. But then Luffy and Yuta, those 2 little brats, started bickering the moment they met. And the scene was basically the pinnacle of elementary school arguments. Yuta proudly declared, "I'm Yuta, the songstress of the Red Hair Pirates." Luffy immediately retorted, "What is the use of a songstress? Pirates need to fight." Once they got on the ship, it was even more chaotic. Eating meat, drinking beverages, and playing games. Luffy was completely crushed by Yuta. Goodness, this kid Luffy, he couldn't handle losing. I don't know where he got a huge barrel of alcohol from, wanting to compete with Yuta in drinking. Family, who understands? 2 kids who didn't even add up to 15 years old wanted to down a whole barrel. Yuta was equally stubborn, insisting on drinking. Just as things were about to get out of hand, Shanks picked Yuta up, and I lifted Luffy into the air. Shanks was furious, muttering, "Yuta, didn't I tell you not to drink alcohol?" Yuta still argued back, pointing at Luffy. He brought it. I gave Luffy a lecture. "Luffy, you're still young. Drinking is harmful to your body. If something goes wrong, Miss Makino and your grandpa would be so sad." Only then did Luffy hang his head and admit his mistake. We let the 2 little troublemakers go and ran to the bow of the ship to enjoy the breeze. Shanks looked at the calm village below and sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen such a peaceful village. I smiled and turned to him, asking with a grin, "Senior brother, do you know the name of this village?" Shanks shook his head, looking puzzled. "I don't know. Is this village famous? Is that why pirates don't dare to cause trouble here?" I laughed at that moment and said to him, "No, I'm telling you. The reason no one dares to mess with this village is because it's the home of a naval hero. That little brat just now, his full name is Monkey D. Luffy." As soon as I said that, I wanted to see Shanks' reaction and test whether this world really has so-called narrative correction power. Let me tell you, Shanks' face turned pale in an instant. Who understands? Just a second ago, he was shouting about partying for 3 days and nights. And the next second, he jumped up from the barrel, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hey everyone, stop eating. Set sail. Hurry up. We're going to the next island." His crew was completely confused, still with their mouths full of meat, mumbling, "Huh? Why, Captain? The party isn't over yet." Shanks' reaction was like a mouse seeing a cat. His first mate Beckman could tell something was off. So he walked over and asked him in a low voice what was wrong. Shanks stammered for a long time, his face turning red. He couldn't possibly say he was scared off by a name, right? He was just having PTSD from being chased by Garp on Roger's ship back in the day. And hearing that name triggered his muscle memory, making him want to run. Seeing that Shanks couldn't explain, Beckman turned his gaze to me. What could I say? I could only shrug and give him a look that said, I couldn't go into too much detail with Beckman. He's too smart. And if he found out that Luffy is Garp's grandson, who knows what kind of twisted ideas he might come up with. Using the kid as leverage to threaten Garp. Now that would be a huge mess. Beckman sighed when he saw I wasn't saying anything and went back to ask Shanks again. This time, Shanks had calmed down a bit. He leaned over sneakily and asked me in a low voice, Junior brother is that person in the village now? Seeing him like that, I almost laughed out loud and teased him on purpose. What do you think? If he were here, would you see me chatting with you? Upon hearing this, Shanks immediately breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his back, and turned to his crew, waving his hand. Hey, everyone. The party continues. Keep it going for 3 days and nights, and don't stop until you drop. His crew was something else. Another round of howling and chaos as they started setting up the things they had just put away. Once the scene became lively again, Shanks slapped me on the shoulder and, with a forced smile, leaned over to say, "Junior brother, you really are my good junior brother." The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to swallow me whole. He lowered his voice and threatened me in my ear. "As a reward for scaring your senior brother, I've decided to take good care of you on behalf of Mr. Rayleigh. Come on, let us find a place and practice." At that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. This guy really couldn't handle it. I quickly gave Beckman a look, hoping he could intervene. However, Beckman, probably holding a grudge for my earlier indifference, turned around and walked away, pretending he saw nothing. Great. There was no escaping this beating. I sighed and said, "All right, let's change the location." After that, I grabbed his hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next second, we appeared on a beautiful deserted island filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. This was originally a vacation spot I had prepared for Robin, but it seemed wasted now. Once on the island, Shanks seemed quite relaxed. He first complimented the island, then looked at me with surprise and said, "Junior brother, your ability is amazing. In an instant, you can be thousands of miles away. It's making me want to eat a fruit." We exchanged some compliments about our business. He praised my conqueror's haki, and I said his swordsmanship was impressive. Suddenly, he got serious, his gaze sharpening. "Junior brother, it seems you won't understand what respect for your senior brother means unless I loosen your muscles and bones." With a loud boom, a terrifying wave of conqueror's haki surged directly at me. How could I let him show off alone? I countered with my own conqueror's haki. The two forces clashed in the air with a thunderous roar. It was like heaven striking earth, and the surrounding trees and rocks were instantly reduced to dust. Shanks was surprised to see that my conqueror's haki was on par with his. Without a second thought, he drew his sword, Griffin, infused it with his conqueror's haki, and charged at me. I also drew my sword, similarly wrapped in conqueror's haki, and met him head-on. With a crack, our swords collided, splitting the sky open, and black-red lightning danced around. The whole island trembled. While clashing with me, Shanks said, "Junior brother, not bad. Of course, my talent isn't lacking." As we fought, I felt it was enough, so I took a step back to create some distance and shouted, "Senior brother, be careful." Then I initiated an attack. Shanks took me seriously as well and performed a flying slash. I countered with a sword chi to block it, but he followed right behind the sword chi and appeared in front of me. With a loud clang, his strike crushed the ground beneath my feet. I couldn't help but complain, "Senior brother, we're just sparring. Do you really need to be that serious?" He, on the other hand, started giving me a lesson. "You have to take battles seriously. Didn't Mr. Rayleigh teach you that?" Saying this, he added more force to his attack. I thought to myself, this won't do. If he keeps pressing down, where'd I put my face? With a thought, I directly used a technique and instantly switched positions with him. He was caught off guard, his strength couldn't be contained, and he staggered, almost falling backward in a comical way. It was quite a mess. "Junior brother." Shanks steadied himself, his face turning green with anger. In a fit of rage, he unleashed another wave of sword energy towards me. This time, he struck out in anger, and the force was tremendous, pushing me back several steps. I steadied myself and said with a, "Senior brother, you don't have to be so angry, right?" He snorted coldly. "You try almost falling and see what it feels like to eat dirt." I feel a bit awkward now. I really didn't think that much at the moment. Looking at my expression, Shanks probably thinks it's pointless to keep fighting. I've been using the Flying Thunder God technique, and he can't hit me at all. In the end, he can only tire himself out. He might also think that if he keeps going and actually falls, it'll tarnish his reputation as one of the 4 emperors. So, he irritably waved his hand and said, forget it. I'm not fighting anymore, let's go back." Hey, that suits me just fine. Thus, our inexplicable fight ended, leaving behind a poor little island that we had both ravaged. Back on the ship, Beckman saw us return and curiously asked who won. Shanks, remembering the awkwardness from earlier, replied grumpily, "We didn't end up fighting." I awkwardly touched my nose, pulled over Luffy, who had been watching the commotion, said goodbye to him, and directly used his coordinates to return to Windmill Village. After sending Luffy home, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Ishin Dojo. Robin found it quite strange that I was back so early, and I announced directly, "We're leaving the East Blue. Our goal is the Grand Line." Robin went to gather everyone, and soon, the entire Light Pirates crew was assembled. I told them the plan. First, we would go to Windmill Village, then pass through Road Town, retracing the path that my teacher Rayleigh took back in the day. Everyone went to pack their things, and Robin and I went to say goodbye to Mr. Yasuhiro. When he heard we were leaving, he sighed, his eyes full of reluctance, and finally said, "Take Kuina with you." Saying this, he took down the sword and the Wado Ikemonji from the rack and handed it to me, adding, "Take this as well. Consider it a coming-of-age gift from me as her father." I held the knife, feeling quite uneasy. When I found Kuina, her eyes dimmed as soon as she saw the wad Ikemonji in my hand, but she still forced a smile and said to me, "Well then, please take care of me, Captain." It turned out that Robin had already informed her about everything. I handed her the knife, formally welcoming her to the team. Over an hour later, we all gathered at the entrance of the dojo, ready to set off. Gung Shiro couldn't help but tease me as I prepared to take everyone along with the Flying Thunder God technique. He sighed and said, "Follow me." We followed him in confusion, and even Kuina and Zoro didn't know what he was up to. Eventually, we arrived at the seaside, and GY Sure pointed to a huge white tarp and said, "We're here." As soon as I saw the outline, I guessed, "Is it a ship?" Gung Shiro nodded and said with emotion, "Although you say it's not officially setting sail yet, for me and for Kana, it is. I don't want to have any regrets. I want to personally send my daughter off to sea." Kuina's eyes turned red at that moment. I was also quite moved, so I stepped forward, pulled back the tarpaulin, and shouted to everyone behind me. From the East Sea, from the village of Shimamizuki, from this very moment, the pirate crew of Light officially set sail. The ship gradually drifted away, and we held a small ceremony on the deck. Everyone stacked their hands together and shouted out their dreams. I wanted to experience the world. Robin wanted to witness history. Kana aimed to become the greatest female swordsman. Bonney, the foodie, wanted to taste the world's delicacies. Law sought revenge. Hawkins wanted to witness destiny. And Beppo just wanted to follow me. The pirate flag that we had designed long ago was raised, featuring a skull that incorporated all of our characteristics. Almost like a cyber group photo of us all. We floated on the sea for 5 days, feeling quite bored, when suddenly there was a loud bang and a cannonball exploded next to our ship. I looked in the direction the cannonball had come from and saw a ship flying a pirate flag with a big red nose painted on it. I couldn't hold back at that moment. If I remember correctly, isn't this my other cheap senior, that money-obsessed Qianliang Daohua, the clown buggy? As soon as I finished speaking, the clever kids on my ship exploded with questions. Beppo was the first to ask, "Captain, since he is your senior, why is he attacking us?" I tell you, as soon as I asked that question, everyone's gaze towards me changed, as if they were looking at a human trafficker. What could I do? I could only sigh and shrug, saying, "Don't ask. Asking means he still doesn't know me, just like when Brother Shanks first came." Everyone then went, "Oh," as if they understood. Just as they figured it out, there were suddenly 4 more cannonballs coming from the opposite side. Luo was about to activate room on the spot, but I quickly stopped him. "Don't move. Let me handle this." I told you. At that moment, I stretched my right hand forward, facing the 4 cannonballs flying towards me, and out came 4 words. Shinra Tensei. Wow, that scene was like I had activated a reflection damage cheat. The 4 cannonballs suddenly hit the brakes in midair, turned around, and flew back the way they came. My crew was completely stunned, all with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. I bet they were all wondering how many devil fruits I had eaten, with abilities crazier than the last. As soon as I sensed that the atmosphere was off, I thought if I stayed any longer, I would end up becoming a cherished protected animal. I quickly found an excuse. "I'm going to check the situation over there." Before I finished speaking, a sudden burst of power occurred, and in an instant, I switched places with a barrel of wine on the ship, catching everyone off guard. As soon as I landed, I heard a small minion on the pirate ship stammering, "Captain, Captain, the cannonballs are coming back." Baki's big red nose wrinkled as he shouted, "Shut up, I can see." Although he spoke defiantly, he was quick to act. Just as the cannonball was about to hit him in the face, he yelled and shattered into pieces, his body falling apart like Lego bricks. and he slipped through the gap of the cannonball. When he reassembled himself on the deck, the cannonball exploded behind him with a loud bang. His crew, who had never seen anything like this before, immediately started cheering. Captain Baki is awesome. Captain Baki is the best. In response, Baki snapped back, "What are you all yelling about? Be quiet." This guy really had a temper. Just after he finished scolding, he was frowning and sizing us up when suddenly, one by one, his men started dropping like dumplings. It was me who did it. I figured it was useless to waste words with him, so I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki to clear the area first. Baki was stunned. Conqueror's Haki? When did this kind of monster appear in the EC again? I, like a ghost, first said above his head, "Nice to meet you, Brother Baki." He suddenly looked up, but saw nothing. I then instantly flashed to his ear, "Teacher Rayleigh, I've really missed you." This time, it scared him so much that he jumped back far away, pointing at me and stuttering. "Why you? Who are you? How do you know Mr. Rayleigh?" I finally had the leisure to reveal myself, and said with a smile, "My name is Dagu, and I am the closed-door disciple of Teacher Rayleigh. By seniority. Aren't you my senior brother?" I told you. Baki was petrified on the spot. He knew that this little background of his was something only those on Roger's ship could possibly know. Outsiders would have no way of knowing. This matter couldn't be faked. He scrutinized me up and down for a long time, still not believing. "Mr. Rayleigh's disciple? How could you be in the East China Sea? I came by ship, having learned from the great pirate era. Otherwise, how could I have flown here?" I explained casually. Only then did he nod, still half convinced, and asked me, "Then why are you looking for me?" I was speechless at the time. I pointed to my ship and said, "Brother, you fired cannons at my ship for quite a while, and I couldn't just come over to see which deity you are. As a result, when I looked, good grief, it was like a flood washing away the Dragon King temple." Baki's face turned red with embarrassment, but he quickly thought of something and pointed at his subordinate lying dead on the ground, biting back. "But you can't use your Conqueror's Haki to knock out all my men. Hey, what a way to shift the blame." I didn't even blink and immediately started to persuade him. "Brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Just think about it. If I reveal your identity as a member of the Roger Pirates in front of them, how will you survive in these waters in the future? How will you search for your treasure in peace?" Let me tell you, when it comes to money and treasure, Buggy's intelligence immediately drops. He actually believed it when he heard it, nodding repeatedly. "You're right. You're right. We can't let them know, otherwise my little money will be in danger." Seeing him completely fooled by me, I couldn't help but laugh inside. I quickly said, "Well, I'll take my leave now, senior brother. We'll meet again if fate allows." With a quick use of the Flying Thunder God technique, I was ready to escape. Before leaving, I even gave him a surprise by whispering in his ear, "By the way, Shanks is also in the EC." Buggy froze, mumbling, "Shanks? In the EC?" The next moment, he jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on and started kicking his subordinates. "Get up. All of you get up. Set sail. Hurry and run." Back on my ship, Robin asked me why I didn't invite the senior brother over to sit for a while. I waved my hand, fully aware that Buggy and I were simply not on the same wavelength. As long as we maintained appearances, that was enough. In the following days, the EC was calm, perhaps because Teacher Zephyr had cleaned up too thoroughly before. As a result, we didn't encounter any pirates, but instead ran into two groups of unsuspecting merchant ships. Seeing our unfamiliar pirate flag, they thought we were easy targets and even tried to fire cannons at us, just like Buggy did. I haven't said anything yet, but Bonney exploded first. She couldn't stand the grievance any longer and shouted, "Captain, counterattack! Get them!" I was both amused and at a loss for words, and said to Hawkins, "Go ahead, just give them a little lesson, but don't forget, we are the Sea Pirates of Light." Hawkins had been itching for a fight, so he stepped forward, drew his sword, and with a swish, unleashed two waves of sword energy. Wow, it was so clean and neat that all the cannonballs flying towards us turned into fireworks in midair. The merchant ship on the opposite side realized they had kicked a hardboard and quickly turned to flee. Hawkins still seemed a bit unsatisfied and asked if we should chase them. I shook my head and said, "Forget it. What's the point in messing with a bunch of merchants? There will be plenty of tough opponents for you to chew on later." Half a month later, we arrived at Windmill Village. To my surprise, Shanks and the others were still here. I thought to myself, this senior brother really has a lot of free time. And guess what happened? The welcome ceremony from senior brother Shanks was a sniper bullet fired from 30 nautical miles away. As luck would have it, it hit a hapless seagull that happened to be passing by, and it plopped down onto my deck. Law, standing nearby, chillingly remarked, "Captain, are all your senior brothers this hospitable?" I was so embarrassed that my face turned red, and Bonney beside me was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. In a fit of anger and humiliation, I took a quick step to the bow of the ship, hands on my hips, and stood there. "Come onto the island. I don't believe he dares to shoot while I'm standing here." As a result, the sniper on the opposite side took a look through his binoculars, probably stunned, and quickly reported to Shanks. "Captain, it seems to be your junior." Shanks grabbed the binoculars, took a look, and laughed. "It really is him. Has he officially set sail?" Then he ordered his men to disperse. As soon as I saw that the other side had no reaction, I felt so proud and snorted softly. As a result, not only Bonney but even Robin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Family, who understands? This was a social death scene. I couldn't stay there for even a second and directly used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of Shanks. Shanks pointed at my ship and cheerfully asked, "Junior brother, is this your pirate crew of light?" I nodded and then deliberately sighed. The ship is a good ship, and the people are good too. But it's a pity that there's a lack of a musician on board. It always feels like something is missing in the soul of the journey. Shanks didn't react at first, but when he turned around and saw Yuta playing wildly with Luffy, his face instantly turned green. His expression seemed to say, "I consider you a brother, and you actually want to take my daughter?" "No way." He refused without a second thought. I had already anticipated this. Hee. With a smile I said, "Brother, don't worry about safety issues. Do you think with my strength I can't protect her? Besides, I'm not going to the New World right now." Shanks was left speechless because he knew I was indeed ridiculously strong. At that moment, Luffy and Yuta ran over. Luffy came to complain to me, saying that Yuta was bullying him. As a result, Yuta quickly put Luffy in his place, saying they had made a bet. And the loser had to listen to the winner for 3 days. Wow, that little guy Luffy was completely stunned, looking dejected. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I started telling the two kids about my modified version of Journey to the West. Yuta listened with great interest and even occasionally gave Luffy some spoilers, which was quite enjoyable. When all my crew had disembarked to rest, I announced that we would set sail for Logtown in 2 days. Shanks came over, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Junior brother, why are all the crew members you found so young?" I laughed. Is being young a bad thing? It's not bad. You look helpless. It's just that he's too young. Besides the one who's always following you, the oldest is just barely an adult, right? Do you still want to take my 7-year-old daughter? Aren't you leading the kids astray? I chuckled and looked at him. Senior brother? Now, you know why I said we should wait a few more years before going to the New World, right? Shanks suddenly realized. I quickly seized the opportunity. So, senior brother, since there are still a few years left, you agree, right? It's just right for them to grow together. At that moment, he didn't think it through and actually nodded in agreement without realizing it. I made the decision on the spot. Thank you, senior brother. Don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Yuta. After saying that, I grabbed Yuta and Luffy and was about to leave. Wait. Shanks finally reacted, blocking my way and saying fiercely, "Don't even think about it. Yuta is my daughter. You can't take her away." I smiled at him and said, "Brother, you just agreed to it yourself. You are the red-haired Shanks, and you can't go back on your word, right?" Shanks was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't find a way to refute it. The funniest part was that the person involved, Yuta, decided not to go along with it. She let go of my hand, ran over, and tightly hugged Shanks' arm, saying with determination, "Uncle, I'm not going with you. I am a singer of the red-haired pirates." Wow. Shanks' little expression instantly shifted from frustrated to one of a triumphant victor, as if to say, "See, it's not that I disagree. It's that she doesn't want to." I laughed at that moment and thought to myself, what are you so proud of? Do you really think I have no tricks left? Let me tell you, when dealing with kids, especially those who have dreams of music, you have to use magic to defeat magic. Without saying a word, I cleared my throat and immediately gave them a big performance. I smashed them with only my railgun. Release it, for the dreams etched in our hearts. Family, who understands? This song is not of this world. It's so intense, it's explosive. Electronic music, rock, ultra-fast rhythms. It's simply a dimensional strike. I didn't even need to finish singing. Just those few climactic lines, and at that moment, only my railgun could strike with thunder, directly frying little Yuta's CPU. She was completely stunned, her eyes filled with little stars. Now it was Shank's turn to be dumbfounded. He saw that it was over. His daughter, S-Heart, had already flown away, her soul almost taken by me. He quickly played the emotional card, squatting down to hug Yuta, saying something about everyone having their moment to shine, that the future you will definitely shine bright, and with a flood of a father's tender words. He managed to make Yuta cry. Goodness, while they were embracing and crying deeply, I had already pulled Robin and Luffy away. Who has the time to watch their melodrama? And guess what? That kid Luffy, holding my hand, looked at me with eager eyes and asked if he could also join my crew. At that time, I was like, who understands family? Can I really take this little ancestor? His grandfather is the naval hero Carp, and his father is the Revolutionary Army leader Dorak. With that background, even in 2025, he would be a top official second generation and a red second generation combined. My little boat can't withstand the chaos from their family. I can only learn from Shanks, pat his head, and paint a big picture, saying that his stage isn't here, that 17 is his main stage. As a result, the kid just huffed and ran off angrily. On the other side, after crying, Shanks looked up and found I was gone. When I got back, this old guy surprisingly came to a realization and started analyzing with Yuta, saying that his ability is space movement, so whenever he misses home, he can come back anytime. Yuta heard this and thought, hey, that's right. It's like he never left. She was instantly overjoyed. Then, the most outrageous move came. Shanks pulled me over, hooked his arm around my neck, and said he agreed for Yuta to come with me, but with one condition. He said that whenever Yuta misses him, I have to unconditionally, immediately, and right away bring her back. Even if it's once a day. I was furious at the time. Goodness, am I running a cross-sea taxi service? And it has to be 24-hour on call? I shot back. Sure, but are you going to pay me for it? It was Beckman, the only normal person on the whole ship. He slapped Shanks on the back of the head and said, your request is so outrageous that even I can't stand it. Only then did Shanks realize, scratching his head in embarrassment, and said, how about once every 7 days? I'm still hesitant. This sets a precedent. What about Gwenna and Bonney? Am I becoming a kindergarten director? In the end, it was Beckman who stepped up and scolded Shanks again. Finally, we both took a step back and agreed on a 1-year family visit leave, where I must bring Yuta back once a year. So this matter was settled. Shanks handed Yuta's little hand to me and even made a serious threat, saying that if I dared to bully Yuta, I would face the consequences. As if I could bully a little girl. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and we were finally leaving Windmill Village. At the dock, Luffy was crying and came to see us off, asking if I really couldn't take him with me. I had a heart in my heart and shouted him. 10 years later, I'll be waiting for you at the top of this world in the new world. I said this for Ace and Sabo, who were hiding in the woods. Those two don't think I didn't notice. Once the ship set sail, Yuta came to ask me for songs, reaching out for materials. That's when I realized what a huge pit I had dug for myself. Did I hire a crew member? I hired an editor who demands submissions. For the next half month, let me tell you, life was like being a human jukebox. Every day, I was in the cabin frantically rushing to write, transcribing all those One Piece theme songs I had heard in my past life. Share the World, Crazy Rainbow, Fight Together. I felt like I was becoming a miserable online writer, and Yuta was my devilish client. But I have to say, Yuta really was like a divine gift. Once she got the songs and sang them, the feeling was incredible. Everyone on the ship was like they were at a concert, completely entranced. One day, the ship finally arrived at Rogue Town. After Yuta finished a song, everyone was praising her. Bonney, with her sharp tongue, jumped out and said, compared to him, our captain is tone deaf. All right, I'll let it slide. Once we disembarked, I waved my hand and announced free time. Beepo, still clueless, asked if we should leave someone to watch the ship. Watch what ship? No need to worry. Robin and I were strolling around, preparing to buy some essentials for the Grand Line. We walked into a nautical supply store, and I immediately asked, boss, do you have any log poses? The shopkeeper looked up, saw us looking like fresh graduates, and his expression almost seemed to ask if we had come to the wrong place. He said, are you guys heading to the Grand Line? I said, yeah, what's wrong? Doesn't it look like it? The boss went silent after hearing that, stood up, and pulled out a crystal ball from a broken wooden box, then started giving me a life lesson. He said that everyone wants Roger's treasure, but the greatest treasure has always been right beside us. I swear, I almost replied with a thank you for your wisdom. I was thinking, hurry up. I'm busy trying to change the world. I don't have time for your motivational speech. After he finished rambling, he finally handed me the record pointer and specifically reminded me that in the Grand Line, you can trust nothing but this thing. I picked something up and casually complimented, "Boss, you're quite a person with stories." He immediately waved his hand and said he was just an old fool, then began to kick me out, picking up a newspaper and pretending to read it. All right, a wise man, that's how he behaves. I didn't ask further, thanked him, and slapped a stack of bills on the table. How much? Let's just say it was enough to buy out his shop easily. He was flaunting wealth that could rival a nation. I wasn't short on cash. Once we left, the boss picked up the newspaper, looked at the news about Robin, the son of the devil, and then at the money I left behind, muttering to himself that if all devils were like me, he wished the world were full of devils. Hey, this old man has quite an eye. As we stepped out of the shop, Robin asked me, "Dagu, isn't there a navigator named Babua on the ship?" He would definitely buy the recording pointer. Why did you buy one yourself? What can I say? I can't just say that I'm planning to create a new account to go out and have fun, and that I need a navigation tool, right? I can only vaguely explain that this is for personal use and that I might act alone in the future. Robin is understanding, seeing that I don't want to elaborate. He didn't press further. We just wandered around like that. I felt like I had a radar, sweeping the streets to see if there were any miraculous encounters where the protagonist finds magical items, like a devil fruit at a roadside stall. But what happened? We explored the entire rogue town. Robin bought a bunch of daily necessities, and I didn't even spot anything that looked like purple garlic. Sigh. I couldn't help but exclaim. After all, I'm not the protagonist. I don't have the protagonist's halo. Unfortunately, Robin overheard me and curiously asked what the protagonist's halo was. I quickly realized I had let my thoughts slip and hurriedly laughed it off, saying it was nothing, just talking nonsense. We strolled back to the port, and just as we arrived, we saw Bonney and the others rushing over, their expressions as if the sky had fallen. My heart skipped a beat, and I asked what's going on. Babua panted and immediately said, "Captain, it's bad news. Our home has been stolen." "Oh no, our ship has been detained by the Navy." I frowned, realizing that the situation was not simple. Guena quickly explained that they had returned to the ship 10 minutes ago and found a bunch of Navy personnel surrounding our ship, saying something about waiting for the right moment. Originally, Bonney, with her bad temper, was about to charge in, but Guena stopped her, saying we should wait until everyone was gathered before taking action. Just as we were talking, Luffy and Hawkins also strolled over. "All right, everyone is here." I waved my hand and said, "Let's go meet these sailors." I tell you, all the members of our light pirates are marching towards the port with great momentum. It feels just like we're going to collect protection fees. When we arrived at the port, those Navy soldiers were surrounding our ship. A little soldier spotted us first and started making a fuss. Then an officer who looked like a little leader came over and shouted at us. "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. A battle is about to start here." I couldn't help but laugh at the time. I politely told him, "Mr. Navy, we will leave as soon as we board the ship." When the officer heard this, he seemed to get it and urged us to hurry. As a result, he watched us walk straight toward the pirate ship they had surrounded. He got anxious and rushed over to stop us, roaring, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you would leave as soon as you boarded? Go to your own ship." I was just about to speak when a distinctive voice came from beside me. A naval colonel draped in a coat of justice approached, his eagle-like gaze fixed on me. "Sergeant, of course they won't leave, because their ship is the one right behind you." He paused and pronounced my name word by word. That's right. The bounty of 300 million berries on the head of the demon child, Doflamingo. Goodness, I was shocked at that moment, thinking, has my reputation spread all the way to the East Sea? Impressive. The young officer quickly saluted the colonel, calling him Colonel Donka. Let me tell you, Colonel Donka is practically a fan of my career. He looked at me and said that my fame is no small matter, renowned throughout the entire Navy. I was puzzled, wondering when I became so impressive. Seeing my bewildered expression, he actually began to list my exploits in front of all the Navy personnel and onlookers. The Shambered Islands, battling Admiral Akiji, and escaping unscathed. The South Sea, where Admiral Akiji himself admitted that his subordinate, Colonel Pizarro, couldn't last a single move against you. The West Sea, where the headquarters directly dispatched Vice Admiral Guion, codenamed Peach Rabbit, to capture you, and what happened? You swaggered right under her nose. He laid out all my encounters with Akiji and slipping away from Guion in detail. His voice was loud and passionate, as if afraid that the vegetable vendor at the street corner wouldn't hear. I was dumbfounded, thinking, which side are you on? Isn't this pure electronic cactus? Aiming to stab your own people. After he finished, the scene fell utterly silent. He realized it himself, his face turning green. Then the atmosphere shifted dramatically, from capturing pirates to sending off a plague, and he sternly questioned me. Tell me, what are you doing in Rowtown? What are your intentions? I shrugged my shoulders innocently and said, it's nothing, just bought some things for the Grand Line, and now that I'm done shopping, I'm getting ready to leave. Upon hearing that I was about to leave, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and immediately said, then why aren't you leaving quickly? I pointed to the ship behind him, surrounded tightly by the Navy, and then pointed at him. You're blocking the way. Only then did he react, quickly stepping aside and urging me, hurry up and go. I smiled and let Robin and the others board the ship first. However, after taking 2 steps, Robin stopped and helplessly pointed at the wall of people in front of her. I had no choice but to turn to Colonel Donka and say, Colonel, if you want us to pass, could you have your subordinates clear a path? Upon hearing this, Donka, in a fit of anger, turned around and yelled at his men, move aside. Everyone, get out of the way. Can't you hear? Do you want to die? Didn't you hear what I just said? Do you think you're stronger than Admiral Akiji or better than General Guion? Huh? Hurry up and clear the way. Let me tell you, those sailors parted like Moses parting the sea, creating a path in an instant. Once Robin and the others got on the boat, I turned back to that Eastern guy and said, Mr. Navy, you are quite reasonable. His face turned dark, and I guess he was feeling quite aggrieved inside. He asked me what I was still doing there. I said, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask you to pass on a message for me. As I walked towards the ship without looking back, I said, please inform Marshal Warlord that the demon child, Dreambow's Dagu, has set sail today from this place of beginnings and endings, Rogue Town, leading the pirate crew of light. I just set sail, and the Navy headquarters phone lines are almost blown up. That old man Sengoku was so angry after hearing the report that he nearly flipped the table, roaring that I was provoking him. The aide, Admiral Tsuru. Let me tell you, this old lady is truly cunning. After calmly analyzing the situation, she suggested directly, let's raise the bounty on him to 1 billion. Sengoku was shocked. Admiral Tsuru explained that the goal was to create a big news story, turning me into the target of everyone's ire, drawing the trouble away from them so they could reap the benefits. She also raised Robin's bounty from 50 million to 100 million. Just like that, 2 brand new bounty notices were sent from the Navy headquarters to the entire world. In the new world, Whitebeard received the bounty notice and laughed heartily, saying the sea is truly full of talent, but he is Whitebeard. In East Blue's Windmill Village, Shanks looked at my bounty notice and smiled, saying his junior brother was causing quite a stir, and he needed to hurry up. My cheap father-in-law, Yasuhiro, probably sighed in the dojo, worried that his daughter was involved with a troublemaker. In Sabaody Archipelago, Sister Shaki and Uncle Rayleigh were probably smoking while watching the show. As for us, just as we arrived at Reverse Mountain, the old man Crocus at Twin Cape handed me the freshly minted bounty notice. Son of the Devil, Monkey D, Luffy, bounty of 1 billion berries. Daughter of the Devil, Nico Robin, bounty of 100 million berries. I couldn't help but laugh after watching it. The Navy's efficiency is quite high. Robin took her bounty notice and asked me with some concern if a bounty of 1 billion would be too flashy. I told her, it's certain that the situation is unfavorable, but it's okay. With my current strength, even if Akiji stands in front of me, I can guarantee that I won't be defeated. If I go all out, I might even be able to win against him. When I said this, I quietly glanced up at the sky 10,000 meters high, where my secret weapon was floating. The others on the ship fell silent after hearing me, probably feeling discouraged by my rapid increase in strength. Grandpa Colokas came out to smooth things over and asked which route we were planning to take. I said, the Whiskey Peak route. He nodded and asked if we had everything prepared. That reliable guy, Beepo, directly pulled out 2 log poses. One for the first half and one for the second half, both already bought. After saying goodbye to Grandpa Colokas, Luo even made a special 90-degree bow and called him Teacher Colokas, which felt quite ceremonial. Then I waved my hand, set sail. With my command, Our light pirates officially took the first step on the Grand Line. Let me tell you, the start on the Grand Line was surprisingly smooth. The journey was calm, the sun was shining, and there was a gentle breeze, quite comfortable. But this comfortable life didn't last long. As soon as night fell, we saw the shadow of an island ahead. When we reached the port, it was eerie. There wasn't a single figure at night, and it was as quiet as a ghost town. When I activated my observation hockey, I realized that everyone was hiding in the town, having a party. All right, let us join the fun then. However, once we entered the town, I knew something was off. This wasn't a party. It was more like a large blind box opening event. A group of guys armed with knives, guns, and spears surrounded a few people who had been knocked down, dividing the loot. A big sister wearing sunglasses, not minding the darkness at night, said while smoking, "These ones seem to be from the South Blue. What's the bounty?" A muscular guy next to her responded, "I think the highest is only 10 million. Our Guena is still too young." At a glance, she immediately gets a strong sense of justice and quietly asks me, "Captain, what are they doing? Should we help?" I laughed at the time and said, "What about the split?" She still looked confused and said, "Of course we have to help those who have fallen." At this moment, Robin couldn't stand it anymore and directly asked her a soul-searching question. "Queen, if I told you that those who fell are pirates and the ones standing to split the loot are bounty hunters, who would you help?" Let me tell you, Robin's two sentences directly left Guena speechless. Her little head probably crashed, and her worldview was impacted just a bit. I saw that group of bounty hunters had almost finished their discussion, so I thought I would go over and take a look. If those pirates weren't truly heinous criminals, I could lend a hand. But guess what happened? As soon as we showed up, all eyes were suddenly on us. That muscular guy shouted, "Who are you?" The big sister next to him, wearing sunglasses, dropped her shades to the ground when she saw me, pointing at me and stuttering for a long time without saying a complete sentence. Now everyone became alert, and someone shouted, "Who has the bounty notice? Quick, see who this guy is." A skinny monkey immediately pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket, flipping through them like a deck of cards. When he got to the 10th page, he stopped, his whole body frozen as if he had been paralyzed. The person next to him couldn't wait any longer, snatched it away, and muttered, "What is going on with you all? It's just it's... He also got stuck. The atmosphere became even more bizarre. Finally, it was that big sister in sunglasses again, probably on the verge of a mental breakdown, pointing at me and screaming like a madwoman, "Child of the devil, dreaming of the great bounty of 1 billion berries. Why is such a big shot like you here? You shouldn't be in the new world. Why? 1 billion. Run." Let me tell you, when she shouted, the scene turned chaotic, with most people scrambling away in a hurry. In the end, only a few bound pirates were left on the spot, along with that sunglass-wearing lady and 3 or 5 muscular men. Then, an even more explosive scene unfolded. These few people exchanged glances, and suddenly, they all knelt down in unison, their heads hitting the ground. They cried out sincerely, "Respected son of the devil, we have admired you for a long time. Please give us a chance to follow you." Who understands family? What kind of gangster movie are these people imagining in their heads? They came up and bowed down, wanting to be my little brothers, and I was completely overwhelmed. I sighed and said to Robin, "You handle this. I'm going to check on those who were tied up." I walked up to those pirates and asked, "Where are you from and where are you going?" The bald leader stammered and said they were from the North Sea. They originally wanted to venture into the New World, but after getting beaten up, they realized they were just a bunch of weaklings and had decided to go back home to farm. I don't think they are bad people, so I casually untied the rope and said, "All right, you can go back and be good people." When I returned, Robin pointed at the few people still kneeling on the ground and said, "They want to join us. They are all capable individuals. What do you think?" I thought about it and shook my head. Our pirate crew doesn't recruit outsiders, so you should just go about your business. After saying that, I turned around and left with everyone. As a result, I underestimated the complexity of human nature. Just as we left, that woman pulled out a transponder snail and reported us directly to the Navy. It was a classic backstab. Luo sensed it too and looked at me, asking if we should go back and deal with them. I waved my hand dismissively, quite calm. "No need to worry. The Navy is too busy to deal with us right now. If they want to catch me, they'll at least need to send a seasoned vice admiral to lead the team. Those big shots are all tied up in the New World and can't spare any time. What is there to be afraid of?" When everyone heard this, they found it reasonable and decided not to worry about it. We found a comfortable place to sleep. And the next day, as soon as the record pointer was good, we set off for the next island. Let me tell you, this newly arrived island is just outrageous. As soon as we landed, the ground was covered with dinosaurs, like Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops. It felt like we walked into Jurassic Park. This place is called Little Garden. Robin explained to us that for us, this island is a primeval forest, but for the giants living here, it's just a little garden. As soon as I heard about the giant, I got excited and pulled Robin toward the depths of the island, letting them go play with the dinosaurs. As a result, Goena and a few other girls were also curious and insisted on following to see the giant. We were walking when the volcano in the middle of the island erupted with a loud boom. Immediately after, two thunderous laughs echoed, shaking the entire island. Eastly, Blocky. After two shouts, there was a huge sound of metal clashing. We hurried over to take a look, and what a sight it was. Two towering giants, one wielding a sword and the other an axe, were in a fierce battle. This scene completely stunned Luo, Goena, and the others. Luo exclaimed, "Is this the power of giants?" A natural advantage. Goena, however, was different. After staring for a while with a frown, she said, "It feels like there's only brute force. No skill at all." As soon as I heard it, I knew she had misjudged them, so I explained to them, "You must not underestimate them. These two are warriors from the giant country Elbaf, which is recognized as the strongest nation in the world." As soon as I said that, Goena's eyes lit up instantly, and her expression was such that it was as if she wanted to punch me in the face. Just then, the two giants finished their fight with no clear winner, and they started striding towards us. Luo and the others immediately became tense, and Goena even drew her sword, waiting for my command. However, I shook my head and said, "Don't be nervous. We're not here to fight." When the two giants reached us, the first thing they said made me laugh. "Hey, little ones, do you have any alcohol?" I laughed and said, "Yes. I'll have Luo and Beepo go back to the ship to get it." After a brief introduction, I learned that the one with the sword is named Dongli and the one with the axe is named Brokey. Just as we finished introducing ourselves, Kuina stepped forward, bowed formally, and said, "Hello, I am Kuina. I would like to spar with you. Is that okay?" Dongli and Brokey exchanged glances and then burst into deafening laughter. I patted Goena on the shoulder and advised her, "You're not their match yet. If they touch you, you might be done for." But this girl was quite stubborn. Her gaze firm as she replied, "I'm not afraid." Brokey, seeing her spirit, became interested and chuckled. "All right, since this warrior wants to spar, I agree. Well, now that we've reached this point, what else could I say?" I could only nod in agreement and remind her to stay safe. Goena excitedly responded and turned to Brokey, taking a stance. "Please, teach me, Grandpa Brokey." "Grandpa." Brokey was momentarily stunned, and Donnelly beside him was already laughing so hard he couldn't stand up. After all, in a giant race, he was considered young, but here over 100 years old makes him a grandpa. At this moment, Luo and the others also brought over drinks, and seeing the situation, they thought a fight was about to break out. I quickly explained it was just a spar. In the arena, Goena raised her sword. "One of the 21 forms of the Great Fast Blade. Please teach me." Brokey mimicked her and swung his giant axe, forged from ordinary Elbaf. Goena reminded him to be careful and dashed forward like an arrow. Brokey didn't hold back, raising his axe and smashing down toward her. The impact created a huge gust of wind that knocked the nearby trees askew. Yuta and the others gasped in shock. But who was Goena? She tilted her body and easily dodged, aiming to strike at Brokey. However, with a crisp clang, her famous sword didn't even break Brokey's skin. At this point, Goena understood just how big the gap between them was. Seeing her attack ineffective, Brokey lifted his massive foot and stomped down. With a loud boom, dust flew everywhere, and we all felt anxious for Goena. Robin stopped Bonney and the others from rushing in, pointing to the arena. "Look." When the dust settled, we were all stunned. Goena was actually standing firmly on Brokey's shoulder. Bonney and the others were dumbfounded, asking her how she got up there. I smiled and explained to them, "It's very simple." The moment Brook lifted his foot to step down, Kuina took advantage of the downward force of the wind, jumped onto his knee, and then, using the cover of the dust, circled behind him and rushed up to his shoulder. Wow, that move left us all dumbfounded, and that kid Rona's eyes went wide open. As soon as I saw the situation, I thought, enough is enough. If we keep going, Brokey will get serious. I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash beside Kuna and said, "All right, this is the end." Kuina understood as well. She was clear-headed. Even though she just showed off a bit, in a real fight, Brokey could pin her down with a single finger. So she decisively nodded and said, "Yes, Captain." I jumped down and cupped my fist towards Brokey. "Uncle, thank you for guiding our child." Brokey waved his hand and said it was nothing, that the little girl was quite cute, but I could tell he was already boiling inside. Whether it was from my sudden appearance or the frustration he felt when he stumbled, he understood that I was not to be trifled with. Donnelly beside me looked at me with a changed expression as well. Just as I landed, Bonney and Yuta took Gwena aside to whisper. Then that brat Luo directly stood in front of me, his eyes filled with battle intent. Seeing his demeanor, I chuckled. "What's up? Are you itching for fight too?" He nodded vigorously. "Captain, I want to give a try. Sigh, these battle maniacs." I turned to Donnelly and shouted, "Uncle Donnelly, how about showing us a little action?" Donnelly immediately stood up, brandishing his gigantic sword that looked like a door, and walked to the center of the arena, exuding an overwhelming presence. I nodded at Luo. "Go ahead." Luo didn't hesitate, drawing his sword and charging forward. He came in with a slash, but what happened? Donnelly laughed heartily, crossed his sword, and with a clang, easily blocked it. I'm telling you, Luo is quite cunning. He knows that brute force won't work. The next second, he activated his ability, Room, then followed up with Slaughterhouse Cut. Good heavens, I didn't even see how he moved before I heard a loud bang, and Donnelly's leg was directly severed. He crashed to one knee. This move was quite a shock for the giant race. Brokey, who was nearby, became anxious and stood up to rush over. I quickly reached out to stop him. Don't rush, it's fine, look, not a drop of blood has been shed." Brokey saw that it was indeed the case, and with my imposing presence pressing down on him, he hesitantly sat back down. To be honest, I was surprised myself. I initially thought Luo would only be able to scratch the surface, but I didn't expect him to really sever Donnelly's leg. It seems these little guys are growing faster than I imagined. But did you think I was the end? Donnelly is a seasoned warrior, and instead of being defeated, he was enraged. He planted one foot on the ground, roared, and his whole demeanor changed. The giant sword danced in the air, and the sword aura filled the sky, forcing Luo to scramble around in a panic, looking quite pathetic. Luo must have been cursing inwardly, unable to comprehend how such a big guy could be so agile. Just as he was caught off guard, Donnelly swung his sword at him. Luo didn't have time to dodge and could only brace himself with his sword. With a loud bang, he was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing through several large trees before finally stopping, lying on the ground and coughing up blood. As soon as I looked, I thought, that's it, it's over. I walked over and announced, "Uncle Donnelly has won." Then I casually treated Luo's internal injuries. That kid, after taking such a hit, his bones must be cracked. After healing him, I told him to hurry and put Uncle Donnelly's leg back on. Luo went over, waved his hand, and Donnelly's leg was perfectly reattached. Donnelly and Brokey looked at this miraculous scene, first stunned for a moment, then both burst into earth-shattering laughter. The fight was over, and I suggested we drink. As a result, they picked up our large wine barrel, just like the small cups we use for water, and gulped it down in one go. I was about to ask Babewood to bring more, but they quickly waved their hands, saying that the little wine we had on board wasn't enough for them to rinse their mouths, so never mind. Just as we were chatting, Babewood came over with the recording pointer, looking worried. "Captain, why isn't this pointer moving?" As soon as Brokey heard this, he started laughing again and explained to us that the magnetic record in this shabby place, Little Garden, is incredibly slow and takes a whole year. A year. My crew's faces turned green at that moment. Who understands this is just the second stop on the Grand Line, and we have to stay in this primitive forest for a year? At this rate, when will we reach the New World? They all looked like wilted eggplants. I quickly reassured them. What are you thinking? This island is special. The others are much faster, usually done in a few days or even minutes. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Robin then asked me, "So are we leaving or staying?" I was pondering when a dinosaur next to me let out a roar, which snapped me back to reality. Stay, I decided on the spot, and just like that, I would take advantage of this year to conduct a devilish practical training session for you all. This little garden is simply the perfect training ground, with dinosaurs as targets, two giants as sparring partners, and occasionally some clueless pirates showing up to serve as experience packages. Everyone heard this, and although they didn't want to stay for so long, they understood it was for their own good and agreed. When Brooke and Frankie heard we were staying for a year, they were overjoyed. They hadn't seen such a patient pirate crew in decades. So we embarked on a year of wilderness survival. Practical training in the little garden. During this year, Kuina and the others fought tirelessly, battling dinosaurs, giants, and the pirates that came to the island. The results were remarkable. Hawkins' strength shot up to the level of a commander, and both Law and Beepo solidified their captain-level abilities. Even the two girls, Bonney and Kuina, caught up in strength. The only one left behind was Yuta, who was too young and spent every day fishing and catching shrimp by the sea with me. Let me tell you, during this year of seclusion and training, the outside world has been in chaos. After Whitebeard, two new emperors have emerged in the New World, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlan, also known as Big Mom. Interestingly, these three, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, were actually crewmates on the same ship back in the day, and their captain is the bastard who killed my teacher. Now, we have a blood feud before even meeting. To deal with these three sea emperors, the world government has also made a big move by creating the 7 warlords of the sea. Simply put, they found 7 of the most formidable and rebellious pirates, gave them a legal license to loot, and sent them to fight against those emperors. I took a look at the first batch of names, and they were all familiar faces: Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Gecko Moria, Crocodile, Jinbei, and the Empress Hancock. None of these 7 are easy opponents. Each one has their own agenda. From then on, the seas became a 3-way standoff between the Navy, the 3 emperors, and the 7 warlords. A year later, we left the Flower Garden, heading for our next stop, Drum Island. Good heavens, we stepped off the ship and went straight into a world of ice and snow. Even though it was still summer, the girls, including Bonney, were stunned, while Yuta was showing off, claiming she had been to the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea, and that it was a paradise with 2 extreme climates. Just then, Hawkins started his daily fortune-telling, fiddling with his cards for a while, mumbling. The 2 kings converge, the sky collapses, and the earth sinks. I was left confused. What does that even mean? Does this broken country really have a king, and the sky collapses and the earth sinks? But he also said that the divination showed no danger. Bonney didn't believe him, saying he was wrong, but I told her not to speak recklessly and to trust our companions, although I also advised everyone to stay alert. We found a tavern to eat, and just as we sat down, we heard a commotion outside, with a group of people shouting, "The witch! The witch is out again!" Curiously, we looked outside and saw a frail old lady, as thin as a bamboo pole, staggering through the snow with a wine jug in her hand. The shopkeeper explained to us that she was the local healer, Ms. Kaleha. However, because her medical practices were so peculiar, everyone called her the witch. Luo became intrigued and asked what was so strange about it. The shopkeeper said, "This Dr. Kaleha treats patients without charging money. What she wants is your most precious possession. This could be a stone or even your life. As long as you consider it the most valuable thing, it can serve as payment." Damn, this is not a medical consultation at all. It's like opening a life-blind box. When this medical genius heard it, his eyes lit up as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He said, "Captain, I'll go take a look," and chased after it. The rest of us saw this and thought, forget about eating, let's follow. We followed Kaleha into a house where a patient lay on the bed, clearly nearing the end. Kaleha took a look and then extended her hand towards the patient's family. "Is everything ready?" The family member, trembling, pulled out a shelf in their pocket and handed it over, saying, "Doctor, this is the most important thing to me." We all thought Kureha was about to explode, thinking who would she fool with a broken shell? But guess what? She actually took the shell without showing any expression and then started treating the patient. I tell you, at that moment, all of us were dumbfounded. The patient's family was even crying on the spot, utterly heartbroken. We, the outsiders, were puzzled, thinking, was it really worth it over a broken shell? Then, an elderly man who was watching couldn't stand it anymore and quietly told us that the shell recorded the last words his mother left him. It was the only memory he had after her passing. Goodness, I gasped in shock. Who understands family? This was emotional blackmail. Using your most precious thing to trade for life. That witch doctor had a really dark heart. Our crew member Luo couldn't bear to watch and wanted to treat him himself so that the man wouldn't have to give up the shell. But our captain directly held him back and said something heart-wrenching. We can help him once, but can we help him for a lifetime? After we leave, if he encounters this again, he will inevitably lose that shell. Luo was instantly silenced. Yes, everyone understands this logic, but watching it unfold was too painful. Just when the atmosphere was heavy on our side, guess what? Kalaiha finished up over there. In just a few minutes, the person on the hospital bed sat up, lively and bouncing. The family was there thanking the doctor repeatedly, but Kalaiha ignored them, took a swig of alcohol, waved his hand, and said, "Once payment is made, it's a transaction. No need for thanks." After that, he swayed and walked away. I tell you, when Luo finished examining the patient, his expression was one of sheer admiration, acknowledging that this old lady's medical skills were indeed impressive, but her character, well, that was hard to commend. Just then, our captain suddenly frowned, staring intently in a direction, sensing that things were not simple. Following his gaze, we saw a solitary figure approaching us through the snow, carrying a cross-shaped black sword taller than himself on his back. The eyes under his hat, I tell you, were sharp like an eagle's, capable of piercing through. My mind buzzed, and I instantly thought, Hawkeye? Dracul Mihawk, the warlord of the sea, the future world's greatest swordsman. How could he be here? The man stopped about 10 meters away from us, his eagle eyes fixated on our captain. The captain understood and stepped forward, directly asking, Hawkeye, Mihawk, do you need something from me? Hawkeye was concise, just 2 words, sword duel. Our captain understood immediately. Good grief, the Navy was calling for help. Unable to handle things in the new world, they sent a warlord to stir things up. It was likely that the old fox Sengoku had tipped off Hawkeye, saying there was a great swordsman here, luring him over. Our captain wanted to struggle a bit. What if I refused to duel? Guess what Hawkeye said? That's fine. After saying that, he turned and walked away. I was stunned. So easy to talk to. But just a few steps later, he added, whenever you feel like dueling, just let me know. I couldn't help but laugh. This was like a real-life version of a joke. A classic swordsman sticking to you like glue. If you don't fight, he'll follow you every day. The captain was helpless, quickly calling him back. All right, I'll duel you. Hawkeye smirked, drew out his supreme black sword, and positioned it horizontally. Let us go. The stance was as if they were about to fight right there. Wait. Our captain hurriedly called for a stop. There were so many people here. Let us change places. After saying this, he placed a hand on Hawkeye's shoulder, told Robin to watch for safety, and in the next second, whoosh, the 2 of them vanished on the spot. I tell you, we were all stunned, just watching the spot where they disappeared, our minds filled with 4 words, the battle of great swordsmen. When we opened our eyes again, Hawkeye was bewildered. 1 second, it was the icy Magnet Island. The next, it was a place overrun with weeds and ruins. This top-tier boss could tell at a glance that this was no longer the Grand Line. Our captain's voice was terrifyingly low. This is Ohara, my hometown. Hawkeye was even more confused. How did the Scholar's holy land become like this? The hatred in our captain's eyes was almost overflowing. 10 years ago, just because my grandfather researched a bit of forbidden history, those beasts in the world government issued a demon-slaying order and leveled this place. That sense of grief and anger tugged at one's heart. After a while, the captain looked back at Hawkeye. Let us begin. With a clang, 2 extraordinary swords were drawn. Hawkeye's was the black sword Yoru, while our captain's was the contract of victory, a dazzling Golden King's sword. I tell you, the battle started off at full throttle. The 2 didn't even test each other and immediately went all out. The clash of swords so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up. The entire Ohara ruins were being shredded by their sword energy, causing the ground to shake. As they fought, Hawkeye noticed something was off. It seemed that our captain was intentionally guiding his slashes, making him destroy the ruins even more. Who was Hawkeye? He directly forced our captain back with a slash and asked in a deep voice, Are you trying to use my hands to destroy your own home? Good grief. Our captain was caught out, falling silent. He just couldn't bring himself to destroy this place full of memories. So he brought Hawkeye here, hoping to borrow his hand for a clean break. Better a short pain than a long one. Seeing his conflicted expression, Hawkeye suddenly sent a slash that barely missed our captain's cheek and coldly said, "Since you don't know what to do, let me help you." After that, his attacks became even fiercer. Each slash seemed aimed directly at our captain, but in the end, they narrowly struck the island. He was forcing the captain to make a decision. I tell you, at that moment our captain exploded. He let out a roar to the heavens. The momentum was overwhelming. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, even Sharingan, was activated. He felt more relaxed than ever and actually thanked Hawkeye, saying he helped him sever his inner demons. "Since you've let go, let us have a fair fight," Hawkeye said earnestly. "All right." As soon as the words fell, our captain teleported beside Hawkeye and thrust out a sword. The ensuing battle was nothing short of divine. Teleportation, Conqueror's Haki entwined, various advanced Haki clashing. The entire Ohara island beneath their feet was like tofu, cut into pieces, seawater rushing in, forming a huge lake. Finally, both of them stopped, beginning to gather strength for their ultimate moves. Our captain's sword was silent, yet the blade shimmered with golden light, containing all his past, longing, and determination. As for Hawkeye's strike, good grief, the winds and clouds changed, thunder and lightning rumbled, and the entire sky darkened, as if a heavenly calamity was descending. One sword, one blade, collided fiercely in the center of Ohara. At that moment, all sword wielders in the world, no matter where they were, felt a jolt in their hearts and simultaneously turned their gazes toward the West Sea. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was drinking, suddenly stood up, looking at the western sky, letting out his iconic wild laugh. "Gurura, the world's greatest swordsman?" Saying this, he swung his long knife fiercely, shouting with overwhelming pride, "Gurura, I am Whitebeard." With that swing, I tell you, the earth shook. The ocean surfaced thousands of meters high, with a crack, split open like Moses parting the Red Sea, directly creating a massive canyon. Goodness, how loud was this commotion? Over in the New World, Big Mom was having a tea party flaunting her desserts, when she suddenly looked up, chuckled, probably thinking about which flashy guy was causing a ruckus. On the other side, Shanks was also feeling it. He was dazed on his ship when he suddenly turned around, muttering, "Mihawk?" Beside him, his assistant Beckman was dumbfounded and asked what was wrong. Let me tell you, Shanks' expression at that moment was simply unbelievable. It wasn't that he sensed Mihawk, it was that he was having a PTSD episode. The moment he thought of the West Sea, he thought of the East Sea, and when he thought of the East Sea, he remembered the man who made him flee overnight, Kapu. Who among the family understands why he hurriedly left Windmill Village half a year ago? It was because he led Kapu's precious grandson Luffy astray, shouting every day that he wanted to become the Pirate King. Just as he left, Kapu took a break and went back home. Just imagine that scene, when Kapu returned and saw his grandson, whom he was preparing to train as the strongest Marine, wearing a straw hat and wanting to become the Pirate King. Wouldn't that scatter Shanks' ashes? Thinking of this, Shanks shivered all over, quickly shook his head, said it was nothing, and then slipped back to the cabin to pray that Luffy wouldn't get beaten to death by his grandfather. While the big shots outside had their various thoughts. At the center of the storm, Ohara, let me tell you, that scene was truly shocking. After Daku and Mihawk finished fighting, the moment they separated, the energy in between exploded. The entire island began to shatter like a crumbled wafer cookie, breaking apart and falling into the sea piece by piece. As the ground beneath them diminished, Mihawk reminded Daku, "Buddy, if we don't leave now, we'll end up feeding the fish." Daku finally came to his senses, looking at the ruins that held his childhood memories, feeling a mix of emotions. He put his arm around Mihawk's shoulder, took one last look, and with a flying thunder god technique, he vanished. Just as they left, the last piece of stone from Ohara sank down. From then on, this island of scholars completely disappeared from the annals of history, and Hawkeye Mihawk, because of this final battle, officially reached the pinnacle, becoming the world's #1 swordsman. When Daku returned to the ship at Magnet Drum Island with Mihawk, let me tell you, he looked completely wilted, like a frostbitten eggplant. Goena and the others saw him come back and rushed over to express their concern. Robin was even more direct, asking him if he lost and needed treatment. Daku waved his hand, saying it was nothing, then walked dejectedly back to his room. Everyone was confused. What happened to the usually sunny Daku? They could only turn their gaze towards Mihawk. As a result, this newly crowned world number 1 was incredibly aloof, simply saying, "You can ask them yourselves," before turning and walking away, looking quite carefree. Robin had no choice but to enter the room herself. Daku lay on the bed, and upon hearing the door open, he knew it was her. As Robin sat on the edge of the bed, wanting to ask about the situation, Daku looked up at her and blurted out 3 words, "I'm sorry." This left Robin completely stunned, wondering if this guy had hit his head during the fight. She reached out to touch his forehead, but Daku grabbed her hand, pulled her into his embrace with force. Robin's face turned red, and as she was lost in thought, she heard Daku whispering in her ear like a broken record, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry, Robin, I'm sorry." At this point, Robin also calmed down. She knew something terrible had happened. This man, who usually stood tall, had collapsed. She hugged Daku back, gently patting his back to comfort him. After a long time, Daku finally mustered the courage to speak, his voice trembling. "Ohara. I destroyed Ohara." Robin was instantly petrified. What? Wasn't Ohara already destroyed by the Buster Call? Daku looked at her dazed expression, took a deep breath, and spoke each word clearly. "I, the grandson of Ohara Scholar Clover, because of my own selfishness, personally sank that ruin, our home, completely. It has already sunk into the sea, never to be seen again." Once these words came out, Robin's entire world collapsed. Her only support, the person she loved most, had personally destroyed their last home, obliterating the final memories of her and her mother. She stood there in a daze, and Daku held her, both of them silent, spending the entire night like that. The next day, Hawkins knocked on the door outside, asking if they should set off. Only then did Daku come to his senses, telling Hawkins and the others to go explore the island first. Once everyone left, Robin finally spoke up, her voice as light as a feather. "Ohara, really gone?" Daku held her and nodded. "Gone, the one I buried with my own hands." On the other side, Robin and the others, who couldn't sit still, had already heard about a witch doctor named Kureha on the island, and a group of them set off to find her. After knocking for a long time with no answer, just as they were about to give up and head back, they were called out from behind. Turning around, they were shocked to see Kureha, accompanied by a man and a walking blue-nosed reindeer. Everyone was amazed and blurted out, "Raccoon." The little reindeer immediately exploded in anger, jumping up to retort, "That's rude. I'm a reindeer, and it could talk." At this point, everyone's attention turned to Beepo, feeling a sense of kinship. Beepo was also excited, rushing over to the reindeer, who was Chopper, and they immediately hit it off, shaking hands and becoming good friends. While the fluffy ones were making friends, Luffy was having a rough time. He respectfully tried to ask Kureha about medicine. "What do you think happened?" This old lady was purely an abstract artist. Luffy asked one thing, she answered another, and it was all a case of talking past each other. When Luffy asked about medicine, she countered, "Do you want to know my secret to staying young?" Luffy tried to explain again, and she replied, "Don't you know it's impolite to ask a lady's age? But I'll tell you, I'm only 130 years old." Luffy's expression at that moment was as if he had eaten a fly. He realized this old lady was just messing with him. In a fit of anger, he turned around and walked away. But not far along, the man who had been with Kureha, Hiraluk, chased after him with Chopper. He explained for a long time before Luffy finally understood that this country was suffering because of a strange king named Wapol, who had issued a decree that all doctors were to be taken under his control, making it harder than climbing to the sky for ordinary people to see a doctor. Hiraluk wanted to develop a universal cure to save the country, which was why he sought Luffy's help. After hearing this, Luffy was stunned, looking at Hiraluk as if he were an alien, and scoffed. Since the problem lies with the king, why not just make him change the decree? Or just get rid of him? This left Hiraluk speechless. He had never considered that kind of approach in his life. Seeing his expression, Luffy shook his head in disappointment and took Beepo back to the ship. Back on the ship, Luffy told Daku and Robin about this. Daku became completely stunned upon hearing it. He remembered that this was the Wapol with a munch fruit. Robin directly asked, "Daku, should we take action?" "I told you." Dagu was lost in thought at that time. What is this called? It's the classic trolley problem. If we save them, it's like robbing the future version of Luffy's crew. How can Chopper still get on the ship? If we don't save them, will just watch the people of his country die. And I want to be able to live with myself. Just when Dagu was so conflicted that he was about to pull his hair out, Beepo walked over with a pitiful look, tugging at his pant leg, looking up with his big watery eyes, and pleaded, "Captain, please help Chopper and the others." Oh, let me tell you, when I saw that little look in his eyes, my heart just melted. I simply couldn't refuse. I patted his fluffy head and said, all right, what else can I do? Since my navigator has spoken up, I have to give him face. I told him, go on, if you want to help your friends. Go ahead, the captain has your back. Goodness, Beepo's bare face lit up with joy. He could hardly believe it. I stood up, too lazy to drag it out any longer, and immediately started gathering people. Robin, notify everyone to assemble at the palace gate. Law, Beepo, your mission is to bring that doctor named Dr. Hilialik to me. This matter starts with him, and he must be present. As soon as the orders were given, everyone started moving immediately. Robin went to make contact, while Law and Beepo went to find people. The efficiency was top-notch. As for me, I held Robin's little hand and strolled leisurely towards the palace. By the time we arrived, Bonney and the others were already there. I glanced around and asked, where are Law and the others? Just as I finished speaking, I heard Beepo's loud voice calling from behind, Captain, we're here. I turned around and saw Luo and Beepo leading a big guy, along with a little reindeer with a blue nose. It should be Chopper. I got straight to the point and said to the doctor, Dr. Hilialik, you've heard about the situation, right? I want to help you. And the method is very simple. Get rid of the current king and replace him with a new one. I told you. My gaze at that moment was like a searchlight, fixed on him, demanding each word. Now, tell me your choice. Will you cling to your unrealistic dreams and watch this country go to ruin? Or will you join us in overturning this table and giving the common people a better way to live? Is it about saving people or saving your own ideals? Hilialik, give me an answer. I don't even know why I was so angry at that time. Maybe it was just the thought of having just buried my hometown with my own hands, and seeing him looking so conflicted made my anger flare up. I directly burned out that guy's CPU, and he stood there stuttering for half a day, unable to say a word. Just then, the palace guards came over, shouting and telling us to get lost. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention and kept staring at Hilialik. When those guards saw that we were ignoring them, they got even more anxious and drew their swords, ready to make a move. I was really annoyed at that moment, furrowing my brow and too lazy to even lift my eyelids. Wow, once I unleashed my conqueror's haki, it was like cutting wheat. All those surrounding guards fell down with a bang, sleeping soundly. This left Hilialik and Chopper dumbfounded, their eyes wide open like copper bells. However, the Doctor's instincts kicked in, and he actually ran over to check if those guards were okay, which really amazed me. While he was checking, a guy as strong as a bull charged out, shouting, "What have you done?" The moment Hilialik saw him, he immediately cowered, wanting to explain, but too scared to say we were here to rebel, stammering in a funny way. I glanced at the burly man. Oh, Dalton, right? I heard he is one of the few good officials in this country. Dalton was also a straightforward person. He thought Hilialik was our leader and earnestly advised him to quickly take us outsiders away, saying their king, Walpo, was in a bad mood, and encountering him would lead to no good outcome. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard him, so I interrupted him and pointed behind him, saying, "Is it the king you're talking about?" Dalton turned around, and he was stunned to see a bizarre figure that looked like a steel barrel standing there, who had no idea when he had arrived. He quickly rushed over and knelt down, looking extremely humble. As a result, the so-called King Valpo scolded him in front of everyone, treating him like a dog, and his words were so harsh that it was practically a workplace PUA scene. Guena couldn't hold back any longer and had her hand on her knife's handle, wanting to go up and give him a couple of hits. I waved my hand and looked at Luo. "Luo, this matter is related to the doctor, and you're our ship's doctor, so it falls to you. Is that okay?" Luo grinned, and with a ghostly cry, he unsheathed his weapon. "Don't worry, Captain, I'll make sure to complete the task." Saying that, he strode confidently towards Valpo. That guy Valpo was still quite arrogant, waving his hand to have his soldiers rush forward. Unfortunately for him, he didn't know that in front of me, having a lot of people was useless. As soon as I unleashed my conqueror's haki, every soldier that charged at me fell to the ground in neat rows. This left Valpo and Dalton stunned. Rock didn't care about that. He pointed his knife at Valpo's nose and demanded to know why he drove away all the doctors. Can you guess what that weirdo said? He said, "Why should I care about the lives of the common people? I still kept 20 royal doctors." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and 20 doctors in white coats walked out of the palace. I have to tell you, Luo was furious at that moment. It was simply an insult to the word doctor. Without saying a word, he unleashed a room and swung his knife. Valpo, who was as fat as a ball, managed to dodge pretty quickly. After Luo missed his first strike, he went for another slash. Just as he was about to hit, that foolish Dalton actually rushed up and took a knife for the king with his own body. Who understands this, families? So loyal, blood was spewing out. And what about that pig-headed king? He was laughing behind, as if mocking Luo's ineffective attack. I was completely speechless at that moment and quickly asked Beepo to check on Dalton's condition. Luo was also furious and coldly said to Valpo, "Letting someone take a knife for you, is this how you act as a king?" But Valpo actually said, "He did it himself. It has nothing to do with me." Fine, completely hopeless. Luo stopped talking nonsense and unleashed 2 more slashes. Over there, the seriously injured Dalton was still trying to get up to block the knife, but was firmly held back by Beepo. Beepo couldn't understand and asked him, "Uncle, what are you doing? Is this bastard of a king worth your life?" And guess what he said? "Because he is the king of this country. If he is gone, the country is gone." Wow, this mindset is too deeply ingrained. Beepo was directly stunned, but still held him back tightly. Dalton became anxious and actually transformed into a huge buffalo, wrestling with Beepo. Don't be fooled by Beepo's usually cute appearance. He has incredible strength and managed to keep that buffalo from moving an inch. While they were at a standstill, on the other side, Valpo was in a terrible situation. Luo was fast, accurate, and ruthless, directly disarming both of his arms. Now he couldn't even use his fruit ability. Then, the most explosive scene came. The guy actually kneeled down in front of Luo, banging his head and begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. You could be the king. Just let me go." What about his dignity? What about the honor of a king? Completely shattered. This kneel directly broke Dalton's faith. He instantly reverted back from his transformation, collapsing to the ground like a deflated ball. If Beepo hadn't supported him, he probably would have just fallen flat. At this moment, I slowly walked over, stood in front of Dalton, pointed at the kowtowing bug on the ground, and asked him, "Dalton, does such a king still deserve your loyalty? A guy who would trade the throne for his life. Does he still have a right to be your king?" Dalton was completely stunned, looking at Walpo, and finally lowered his head in shame. As soon as I saw him like this, I understood. I gave Luo a glance, and he understood without words. With a swift motion, Valpo's head flew off. Dalton let out a wail. After all, he had been with him for so many years. I didn't give him time to grieve and directly pressured him. Now that Valpo is dead, this country has no king. Dalton, you shall take the throne. Either you step up, or this country will be dissolved on the spot. Choose. He was still hesitating when Shilialik, who was nearby, reacted and knelt down first. "Please, Captain Dalton, take the throne." Good heavens, it was like igniting a powder keg. The soldiers who had just woken up also knelt down in droves, chanting loudly, "Please, Your Majesty, take the throne." Dalton was bewildered by this scene, and finally sighed deeply, nodding helplessly. "I understand. I will become the new king of this country, and I will never be like Valpo." As soon as he finished speaking, Shilialik and all the soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. The scene was simply incredible. I tell you, it's lively here, but once the business is done, we can't just stay here forever. I was thinking that Dalton has taken his position, and we don't have anything to do here anymore. So I called everyone and said, "Let's go, clear the way." That kid Babel was also impressive. The recording pointer had already filled up with magnetic force and could set sail at any time. With a wave of my hand, our Straw Hat Pirates had stayed on Magnet Island for 2 days and were off on a new journey, even too lazy to watch Dalton's king succession ceremony. All right, I later found out that when we left, that little blue-nosed reindeer, who was Chopper, was watching us by the seaside, his little eyes full of longing. His father, Dr. Hiralik, was also watching from behind, probably already aware this kid is bound to be swept away by the sea sooner or later. So, he was determined to train Chopper into a capable man. No, a capable reindeer, who understands family, right? We drifted at sea for 2 days, and I was lounging on the deck, soaking up the sun, when suddenly I jolted up. Robin, who was reading beside me, got startled and asked me what was wrong. I told her, "Do you remember that orange on my ship? From Cocoa West Village. When I left before, I gave the owner of that orange orchard, Belmere, a special little gadget and told her that if there was something she couldn't solve, she could break it, and I would come. This gadget, to put it simply, is a flying thunder god tag similar to the one from Naruto, which is my exclusive one-button call service." Robin understood immediately. "So it was Belmere who broke it to call for your help?" Of course. My heart skipped a beat, fearing that if I arrived late, Belmere would really be shot by Arlong, and that would be a permanent regret. I greeted everyone and said I was going. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated the Flying Thunder God and directly sensed the tag disappearing. Guess what happened next? Just as I left, a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger with a pig skull emerged from the sea. What a coincidence, isn't it? With the captain absent, Sister Robin naturally became a backbone. Bonney quickly asked her what to do. Robin remained calm, directly used her ability to scout, and then told everyone. The Boar Pirates, Captain Zhugang Lai, bounty of 30 million, animal type, boar fruit. He's the only one on the ship with a bounty. The others are just trash. Just focus on that pig head. Upon hearing this, everyone felt reassured, immediately took their positions, and prepared to fight. On the other side, on the Boar Pirate ship, the Captain Zhugang Lai, the pig-headed one, was looking at us through a telescope. One of his subordinates came over and asked, "Captain, should we fight?" Let me tell you, this guy's way of thinking is simply unique. As soon as he heard this, he laughed. "Fight? Why not fight? That is a 10 billion belly sea pirate. If I take him down, I could become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Wow. As soon as these pirates heard this, they got all hyped up, each one starting to daydream. They talked about how becoming a warlord would put them on equal footing with the Navy, how they could openly stroll around Marine headquarters in Marineford. The most outrageous part was someone shouting about wanting to harass Vice Admiral Tantata. I can only say, buddy, your thoughts are a bit too advanced. It's like an electronic pet wanting to eat its owner's meal. The pig-headed captain, seeing his crew getting more and more excited, shouted back, "Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and prepare to fire. If we don't take them down, how can you go see Tantata?" Upon hearing this, the crew quickly ran to load the cannonballs, each one pumped up like they were on adrenaline. The pig-headed captain looked in our ship's direction, waved his hand. "Target 10 billion belly. Fire." Bang, bang, bang. A series of cannonballs came crashing down like they were free, exploding into a spray of water beside our ship. Robin frowned and directly ordered, "You guys, deal with these cannonballs." Hawkins, Law, and Quina, without saying a word, drew their weapons and went up. The cannonballs flying toward us hadn't even touched the ship when they were all knocked into the sea in mid-air with a clattering sound. Seeing that the long-range attack was useless, the pig-headed captain understood that to claim the 10 billion bounty, they had to engage in close combat. He immediately ordered, "Boys, prepare for boarding combat." Robin saw that they had ceased fire and knew they were coming for a real fight. She turned back to remind everyone to get ready, then took Yuta back to the cabin. After all, Yuta was still young. It was better not to let her see such violent scenes. As the two ships were about to collide, Robin suddenly suggested, "Let us go fight on their ship to avoid damaging our own." I must say, this suggestion was indeed good. Even Bonney, who usually didn't get along with Law, was the first to nod in agreement. All right, everyone had no objections. Law didn't waste any time, extended his right hand, butchery. In the blink of an eye, Law, along with Hawkins, Bonney, and a few key members, appeared on the deck of the pig pirate crew like airborne troops. They were playing a high-end game, all teleporting. The pirates on the opposite side were dumbfounded, especially the pig-headed captain, whose jaw nearly dropped in shock. He had never seen anything like this. Law and the others didn't care whether he was shocked or not. They took a glance and immediately got to work. Quick battle, quick resolution. Hawkins stepped forward and stood right in front of the pig-headed captain, clearly reserving this boss for himself. When Law saw he wasn't included, he shrugged helplessly and turned to find trouble with other minions. The pig-headed captain, seeing Hawkins standing out alone, yelled angrily, "Who are you, kid? Where's that 10 billion belly demon child?" Hawkins didn't even lift his eyelids, calmly saying, "Today, I see you, death. The pig-headed captain didn't understand this, but he understood the word death and instantly got furious, transforming into a big wild boar, charging over with a roar, even giving it a name called Wild Boar Charge, which was just corny. Hawkins, however, slowly drew his sword, and then that sword, whoosh, turned into a pile of straw, directly tying up that boar tightly, unable to move at all. In just that short time, Bonney and Beepo had also cleaned up the other minions. Law walked over and asked Hawkins, "Finished?" Hawkins calmly nodded. "Yeah, let us go back and see what Miss Robin says." On the other side, I had already arrived at Kokoyashi village using the Flying Thunder God technique. What I didn't expect was that it was actually Nami who broke my thing. This little girl almost cried when she saw me, grabbing me and shouting, "Uncle, hurry and save Belmere." As soon as I saw her expression, I knew something big had happened. I quickly activated my observation hockey, and fortunately, Belmere was still alive. But the next second, I got furious when I saw a fishman pointing a gun at Belmere's head. I didn't think at all at that moment, and unleashed my Conqueror's hockey at full power. With a loud bang, the entire village, except for Nami and Nojiko, whether they were fishmen or villagers, all collapsed on the spot as if the server had crashed, lying flat. Nami and Nojiko were terrified, not knowing what had happened. I quickly crouched down to pat their heads and comforted them, saying, "It's okay. Let's go find Belmere." As soon as the two little girls heard this, they forgot their fear and grabbed my hand, running outside. Along the way, seeing all the people lying on the ground, they became more worried about Belmere and let go of my hand to rush ahead. By the time I leisurely caught up, they had already thrown themselves onto Belmere. Seeing that Belmere was just unconscious and had no injuries, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. When Nami saw me, she became anxious again. "Uncle, please check on Belmere. She won't be in trouble, right?" I was pulled in front of Belmere by her, and Noki was quite considerate, pulling Nami aside to make room for me. I was still wondering in my heart why these two sisters had such different personalities. I didn't waste any words. I just placed my hand on Belmere's forehead, and with a flash of green light, it was done. "All right." I stood up. The two little girls still looked skeptical, but the next second, Belmere started to groan and wake up. Nami was so excited that she directly jumped into Belmere's arms. After waking up, Belmere first comforted her two daughters, then walked up to me and sincerely thanked me, saying that if it weren't for me, the whole village would have been in trouble. I waved my hand and casually picked an orange to take a bite. "It's fine. If anything happens to you all, where would I find such delicious oranges?" Belmere laughed at my joke. She went to check on the villagers, and I told her that everyone was fine, just sleeping and would wake up soon. Only then did she completely relax. After that, I strolled over to the culprit, the blue-skinned fishman, Aulon. Belmere followed me and asked, "Mr. Dagu, how do you plan to deal with these people?" To be honest, I originally intended to throw Aulon away directly. But under his command, I saw an octopus fishman. Little 8. I remember this guy. He had saved Rayleigh back in the day. This made things a bit complicated. I thought to myself that I couldn't make a decision on this matter, so I might as well ask the parties involved. So, I greeted Belmel and gathered all the fishmen together, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and directly took them away from Kokoja village. Next stop, the Sabati archipelago. I appeared at the entrance of Shaki's bar with this group of unconscious fishmen, just in time to bump into Rayleigh, who was about to go in for a drink. Rayleigh looked at me and was stunned. "Dagu, you're back?" Then he noticed the pile of fishmen behind me and frowned. "You kid, are you starting a fishman business now?" "Teacher, what are you thinking?" I quickly retorted. "Don't you recognize that octopus? It looks familiar, right?" Rayleigh leaned in to take a closer look, his eyes narrowing. "Little 8. What happened?" I said calmly, "It was me." Seeing my attitude, Riley became calm as well and asked me to elaborate. Only then did I realize that he had already guessed I wasn't the kind of person who would jump to conclusions. I told him about encountering Along and his gang bullying the villagers in the East Sea and how I unexpectedly discovered Xiaoba. I asked him how to handle the situation. After listening, Riley didn't say anything, directly hoisting Xiaoba onto his shoulder, and while walking into the bar, he dropped the line, "Dagu, today I will teach you another lesson. For a king, one must not hesitate." As soon as I heard it, I understood. A smile appeared at the corner of my mouth as I looked at the remaining fishmen of Along on the ground, and I softly said, "I hope you don't commit evil in your next life." As soon as I finished speaking, I disappeared again with the remaining fishmen. This time, I took them to the floating island of the Golden Lion. Except for Along, I didn't spare any of the other fishmen. I dealt with all of them. Then, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Luo over. As soon as Luo arrived in this misty place, he was bewildered and asked, "Captain, why did you bring me here?" I pointed to the nearby Tinda Golden Lion and the barely alive Aaron, and succinctly said, "Come do the surgery. Transfer this fishman's legs to that person." Luo didn't think much and directly prepared to open the room. But when he looked up and saw the Golden Lion's face clearly, he froze on the spot, as if he'd seen a ghost. Golden Lion? I patted him on the shoulder and told him to relax. "Don't be nervous. This Golden Lion is already finished. Now it's just a puppet under my control." Luo looked at it skeptically and examined it closely, finding that the Golden Lion indeed had a vacant gaze, just like a wooden puppet. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But the shock in his heart was even greater. I urged him, "All right, stop overthinking and get to work." "Yes," Luo responded and immediately began the transplantation surgery. After a while, the surgery was finally completed. Luo sat down on the ground, panting heavily. I was a bit curious and asked, "Why are you so exhausted? Wasn't it easy when you replaced Japu's leg last time?" Luo looked at me speechlessly and explained, "Captain, can it be the same? Japu's was a same-species transplant, and the leg was only broken for a short time. This Golden Lion has been legless for over 10 years, and it's getting a leg from a Fishman tribe. Can the difficulty and energy consumption be the same for an interspecies transplant?" I understood now. I walked over to the Tendo Golden Lion to check it out. It was perfect. I nodded in satisfaction and praised Luo, as expected of our ship's doctor. "Your skills are impressive." After saying that, I focused my mind, and the Tendo Golden Lion with its new leg leaped into the air. I turned to Luo and said, "Haven't you always been curious about what top-tier power at sea looks like? Now let me show you. Let me tell you." That kid Rona was completely stunned on the spot. With just one look from me, the Golden Lion in the sky swooped down, and 2 blades were swung out. Goodness. It was so dramatic that the clouds in the sky were split into 4 pieces, just like cutting tofu. Rona's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. His mouth was wide open enough to fit a chicken egg, and I bet his CPU was overheating, with his mind racing with comments. Is this really a human? This combat power, it must be a god descending to Earth. I looked at his naive expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just watching wasn't enough. He had to experience it firsthand. So, I made up my mind and had the Golden Lion turn the blade towards us and strike. "Captain!" That kid Lona instantly stood on end, reacting quickly. He opened room in an instant, and it felt like he was ready to go down with us at any moment. I quickly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous. It's just a small scene. Sit down. It's basic operations." After saying that, I took a step forward and leisurely drew my sword. With a flick of my wrist, whoosh, a flash of golden light swept past, easily deflecting that slash. Immediately after, before Luo could react, I vanished from the spot. The next second, a thunderous roar began to sound from the sky, with flashes of blades and lights, like fireworks, turning the entire sky into a stage for me and the Golden Lion to perform. Luo below was dumbfounded, his neck craned like a giraffe. But he couldn't see anything clearly, only witnessing bursts of exploding sparks. No one understands that feeling. It's like thinking you're a 50-star king, only to realize you're just a stubborn bronze when you watch a professional match. That kid Luo's mentality probably took a bit of a hit. But that's good. This wave of shock therapy made him face reality, knowing just how deep the waters are in this vast ocean. I could see his expression changing from frustration to determination. His goal was clear now, to catch up with me, the captain. I watched the performance for a while, then suddenly flashed back to his side. "Captain." He startled me quite a bit and complained if I could stop appearing and disappearing all the time. I chuckled and quickly explained, "Bro, don't misunderstand. That was a script I arranged to test the performance of the Golden Lion and see how well the new legs work. I didn't expect to scare you, my bad." After saying that, I sincerely bowed to him. This high emotional intelligence moved completely flustered Luo, who waved his hands repeatedly, saying it was fine. After sorting things out with Luo, I used a Flying Thunder God technique to take the 2 of them back to the ship. As soon as we landed, Robin and the others surrounded us, all asking where I took Luo for team building. I said, I didn't go anywhere, just strolled around in the sky. As soon as Yuta heard about the sky, her eyes lit up, and with a face full of anticipation, she asked, Captain, did you go to the Sky Island? I shook my head and said, not really, it's just a floating island. As a result, Robin, that girl, was quick on the uptake. As soon as she heard the words floating island, she immediately grasped the key point, her eyes narrowed, and she directly asked me, Dagu, is it the Golden Lion? I was taken aback. Wow, you guessed it. It was obvious I couldn't hide it anymore. So I simply laid it all out. That's right. It's the Golden Lion. I just took Luo to get his leg treated. And by the way, I recruited him. Now he's one of my people. What? As soon as I said this, everyone on the ship was stunned, their expressions as if they had collectively been hit by a petrification ray. Each of them had their mouths wide open, faces filled with disbelief. Their own captain had actually taken the legendary pirate Golden Lion as a subordinate. Who would believe that if it were told? I want this effect. I want them to know that following me means a bright future. This can be considered a way to shake the tiger's mountain, reinforcing my glorious image as the captain. Of course, my crew members are all potential stocks, with strong psychological resilience. A little stimulation will only motivate them further, and they will never lie flat. Seeing that they have digested it well, I wave my hand. All right, stop dawdling, set sail. Destination, Alabasta. I also took the opportunity to educate them a bit, saying that the royal family of the Alabasta Kingdom, the Nefertari family, was one of the original 20 kings who founded the world. They originally had the chance to become celestial dragons and go to Mariehua to wield power. But in the end, they chose to stay and share the hardships with the people. Of course, I know very well that their decision not to go to Mariehua was probably because they had the Pluton, a powerful weapon, hidden in their family. This is a top secret, and I didn't tell them. As soon as the ship arrived at the port of Alabasta, the desert vibe hit me. I directly suggested, brothers, feel free to explore and have some free time. Then everyone automatically formed groups. Kuna, Bonney, and Yuta teamed up, chattering as they rushed into the market. Law and Hawkins took the Bear Beepo with them, probably to study the local customs. And me? Obviously, I was going to enjoy some quality time with my sister Robin. We casually walked into a store and only realized it was a perfume shop once we were inside. Well, since we're here, I generously told Robin, you pick, choose whatever you like, I'll cover the bill today. Then I found a comfortable chair to sit down and watched Robin flit around like a little butterfly, sniffing this and trying that, feeling quite at peace. Just as I was daydreaming, a man next to me suddenly struck up a conversation, looking quite troubled as he complained about why his wife was so obsessed with perfume. I chuckled and said, Uncle, it's just like how us men irrationally enjoy drinking. We don't understand women's happiness, so let's not meddle in it. As a result, the uncle changed his tone, looked me up and down, and lowered his voice to say, I didn't expect that the mighty son of the devil, a terrifying existence with a bounty of 1 billion, would actually have the leisure to accompany his girlfriend to a perfume shop. I felt a jolt in my heart. Wow, he recognized me. I didn't back down and directly replied, Same to you, uncle. You don't look like an ordinary person either. Are you in the same line of work? He chuckled, neither confirming nor denying it. Just then, his wife finished shopping, and he stood up to leave, but not before saying, I hope we can meet again in the new world. When skilled individuals confront each other, they know where to draw the line. At that moment, Robin also finished picking out her items and walked over to ask me, An acquaintance? I said, No, just a passing expert. Robin is indeed a walking encyclopedia. She immediately started searching in her mind and then told me, Tang Sanjiang, Xianzhang, a pure physical arts master with a bounty of 20 million berries. She was puzzled, wondering if 20 million really qualifies as an expert. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, Robin, this bounty is just like the number of fans for internet celebrities. It's really inflated. I feel this guy's strength is worth at least 2 or 3 billion. He's just low-key. Robin was shocked at that moment. Her little expression was incredibly cute. I patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, even if it's 10 billion. With me around, it's not a problem. After wandering around all day, everyone returned to the ship in the evening to stargaze on the deck. That little rascal, Chopper, suddenly asked me, Captain, where are we going next? I pointed to the depths of the island. Let's go inland and take a look at their capital, Albana. Bonney immediately raised the key question. What about our boat? The island is so big, it would take several days to go inland, and leaving the boat here doesn't feel safe. I casually said, it's nothing, just a small problem. I could put the ship into another space. I originally thought they would be as shocked as before, with their jaws dropping. But what happened? They all remained incredibly calm, just saying, oh, indicating that they understood. I was a bit confused at the time, wondering what was going on. Has my ability lost its flair? Or does Robin understand me? She quietly explained beside me. They're not shocked. They've just gotten used to your various amazing tricks. It seems I've overwhelmed them with too many surprises, and they've developed a kind of cyber numbness. Wow, so they've become immune to it. This crew is really hard to manage. The next morning, we sailed the ship into a hidden cave. In front of everyone, I widened my eyes, activated my reincarnation eye, and a black hole appeared out of nowhere, swallowing the entire ship. They were still complaining. Is this it? Is it really that simple? What else can I say? I can only shrug. What else is there? There's nothing I can do. Being too strong is just so unpretentious. Secure the boat. We are officially starting our desert hiking journey. I tell you, ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. After walking in the desert for 2 days, everyone was worn out, regretting their decision, wishing they hadn't insisted on walking. I couldn't stand it any longer and suggested using Flying Thunder God to take them directly to the capital. But these people were stubborn about their pride, saying things like it's not right. The suffering we've endured can't go to waste. We must walk there. This damn sense of ritual, it's exhausting. After walking a bit further, everyone could hardly take it anymore and rested under the shade of a giant rock. Even the polar bear on Babewa's side was almost cooked, looking completely wilted. I closed my eyes, activated my perception skills, and guess what? I sensed the clear sound of flowing water not far away. I quickly opened my eyes and shouted at them. Brothers, everyone stay alert. I sense a river ahead. It should be an oasis. Oasis. As soon as everyone, especially Bonney, heard those 2 words, their eyes lit up with excitement. She was the first to jump up from the ground, shouting at the top of her lungs. Hurry, hurry, let's go. I'm gonna die of thirst. We arrived at a place called Iluma, an oasis town that was as beautiful as a painting. But none of us had the heart to admire the scenery. Bonney was immediately captivated by the lamb skewers by the roadside, grabbing one in each hand and sharing with Gwenna and Yuta, with the 3 of them eating with greasy mouths. After finishing, Bonney was still not satisfied and even ran to the skewer vendor to learn the craft, saying she wanted to make them for us every day on the ship. Our navigator Babewa is also very dedicated, pulling the locals to ask about sailing knowledge in the desert. Luo and Hawkins have their own things to do. As for me, of course, I'm holding Robin's little hand, starting our romantic date. We wandered around the oasis, eating and drinking, and time flew by quickly. Before we knew it, it was evening. In this damn desert, the temperature difference is huge. As soon as the sun sets, the temperature drops sharply. Achoo! Robin couldn't help but sneeze. As soon as I saw it, I knew the opportunity had come. I quickly took off my coat and draped it over her, and then I pulled her into my arms. The plan worked. So I held Robin like that and gathered everyone. Then we found a hotel in town to stay. As soon as we entered the room, Yuta excitedly announced, I found out that there are song and dance performances here at night. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yuta told us that these days are their Thanksgiving, where they thank their mother river. And there are song and dance parties every night, praying for a good harvest in the coming year. Let me tell you, as soon as Bonney and the other girls heard this, their eyes sparkled, and they immediately dragged Yuta and Gwenna back to the room to rummage through their clothes and change. I was thinking about everyone going together, but guess what? My superstitious teammate, Hawkins, started his routine again, shaking his head and saying, Captain, I'm not going. The divination shows it's not a good day to go out. All right, you're the boss. Go ahead with your divination. I turned to ask Luo, and he was just about to say he wouldn't go either when, lo and behold, the big white bear, Babewa, next to him immediately looked at him with those big, watery, pitiful eyes. Who understands this, right? Who can resist that? Luo's cool demeanor instantly crumbled, and he quickly changed his mind. I'll go back and get ready. So just like that, we headed towards the banks of the Santo River. Wow, what a scene. It was packed with people. Bonney and the others were like wild horses, shouting and pulling Yuta to the front. Luo also took Babwa and wandered off after saying a few words. In the end, it was just Robin and me left. I looked at the lively stage with all the singing and dancing, feeling quite emotional, and then turned my head to see a pretty young guy next to me, holding a super cute little girl by the hand. I was just bored and casually said, "Hey, it's quite lively, huh?" The young man was really easygoing and smiled, saying, "Yeah, maybe we can stay this lively for a while." As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. This uncle has quite the mindset. Wait a minute, let me take a closer look. Oh no, this isn't. My heart skipped a beat, but I had to keep a straight face. I immediately said to Robin, "Robin, why don't you take this little princess to play with Bonney and the others? I need to have a little chat with this uncle about some man-to-man topics." The uncle was quite agreeable, gave a few instructions to his daughter Vivi, and handed her over to Robin. Once they left, the uncle smiled and said, "You have a great group of friends." I was about to respond politely when he changed the subject, but I didn't expect that the famous son of the devil, the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, would actually have the leisure to bring a princess. Oh no, bring his companions to watch a performance? Wow, the truth is coming out, huh? That's right. This uncle is none other than the king of this country, Alabasta, Cobra, and that little girl next to him is the future Princess Vivi. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Your Majesty, aren't you also bringing your own true princess to understand the people's sentiments? Cobra looked fondly at Vivi, who was playing happily in the distance, with a proud fatherly expression. If my daughter wants to see it, then I'll bring her along. Got it, a doting father. I understand. Then he looked me up and down, his eyes full of curiosity. The rumored son of the devil, I didn't expect you to be so young. You look completely different from the fierce image in the rumors. I gave him a mysterious smile. What you hear may not be true, and what you see may not be the whole truth. Who knows? Maybe I'm acting the part of you right now. Cobra's expression was like he was seeing something new. He paused for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and didn't continue the conversation. After the performance ended, Cobra, holding the sleeping Vivi, bid us farewell. As soon as he left, Robin came over to ask me, "Who is that uncle?" You were quite polite to him. I intentionally kept it a mystery and just said a name, Nefertari Cobra, then turned and walked away. Behind me, Robin and the others were first stunned, then suddenly realized and almost screamed, quickly covering their mouths and sneaking after me like thieves. Did you think that was it? The next morning, as soon as we left the inn, lo and behold, King Cobra himself was actually waiting for us at the door. He got straight to the point, saying he wanted to invite us to the palace for a visit. I pretended to hesitate for a moment, but inside I was overjoyed. He said it was mainly because his daughter Vivi didn't have many playmates her age and wanted to invite Yuta and the others to keep her company. The main focus was companionship. I understood that. Goena and the others' eyes lit up at the thought of going to the palace and immediately agreed. Vivi rushed over, grabbing them a hop onto the camel carriage. On the way to the palace, I had a private carriage with Cobra. This guy finally couldn't help it and asked me seriously, "What is your true purpose for coming to Alabasta? I don't believe you're just passing through." I looked out at the yellow sands calmly and told him, "It's that simple, the shipping route just happens to be here." After hearing that, he actually let out a sigh of relief. I secretly felt delighted. Let me tell you, I came here not just passing by, but mainly for him, for the Nefertari family, and for the historical essence that Robin has been longing for. I was still thinking about how to approach him, but he came to me first. So, we became close in the car. He asked me to call him Uncle Cobra, and I asked him to call me Brother Dagu. The atmosphere was really harmonious. When we arrived in the capital, Albana, as soon as we got off the car, two fierce men with a strong aura descended from above, one on each side of Cobra, protecting him and getting ready to fight me, shouting, "Son of the devil, what do you want in Alabasta?" Well, these two are the guardians of Alabasta, Jaka and Bell. In the end, Cobra pulled them aside and explained for a long time, and only then did the misunderstanding pass. In the evening, a grand banquet was held in the palace. After a few rounds of drinks, I looked at Cobra and couldn't help but express a few thoughts, saying that many pirates in this world are actually forced into it, their families destroyed, and they have no choice but to go to sea. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere became a bit heavy. Just then, Yuta stood up. Without saying a word, she started singing, and her song instantly lifted the mood back up. Vivi immediately became Yuta's #1 fan, pestering her to teach her how to sing. While they were having fun, I suggested to Cobra that we wanted to stroll around the palace. He didn't think much of it and personally took Robin and me for a tour. As we wandered, he brought us to a particularly ancient palace and said, "This is our family's tomb, the shrine for the deceased." As soon as I heard it, my heart skipped a beat. Damn, isn't the historical text right in there? Is this guy being careless or testing me? I bet he's being careless. So, I mustered up my courage and asked, "Well, Uncle, can we go in and take a look?" Cobra was stunned at first, sizing me up for a long time. But in the end, he shook his head. "Sorry, this is our ancestral tomb. Outsiders can't enter." All right, that was expected. As it got late, this matter just passed. Did you think it was over? How naive. That night, after everyone fell asleep, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique that I had secretly left on Cobra. And with Robin, we suddenly appeared deep inside the funeral hall. Guess what we saw? Cobra, alone, staring blankly at a huge stone tablet. Is this the historical text? Robin's voice echoed softly. Cobra was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He turned around abruptly, saw us, and his face went pale. Dream of the Uchiha? Is this your purpose? I ignored him and let Robin go to check the stone tablet first. Then I slowly walked up to him and said sincerely, "Uncle, don't get me wrong, we just want to take a look and fulfill Ohara's wish. We won't take anything." Cobra looked at us with some skepticism. After a while, Robin finished looking and walked over. Unable to contain his curiosity, Cobra quickly asked, "What exactly is written on it?" Robin glanced at me, saw me nod, then turned her head, a playful smile appearing on her lips, and said softly to Cobra, "It records the location of the ancient weapon Pluton." She paused, her eyes becoming extremely enticing. "If you want to obtain this world-destroying power, I can tell you all the information. By then, not even pirates, let alone the world government, would dare to meddle in your country's affairs, right?" I saw Cobra's Adam's apple roll violently, his eyes filled with struggle and hesitation. And guess what? This guy was tangled up for a whole week. 7 whole days, while Robin and I stayed in Alabasta with Yuta and Vivi practicing songs. I was almost becoming a music tutor. To be honest, whether Cobra agreed or not didn't matter to me at all. Titles like Underworld King and Heavenly King sound impressive. But to me, they're just not enough. Let me tell you, that so-called Underworld King leveling an island is just my youthful version of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. The Sea King can control sea creatures, and what I summon with my reincarnation eye is no less impressive. So, he can be conflicted, and I'll be carefree. After 7 days, we were ready to leave, bidding farewell at the city gate. I looked at Cobra's bitter face and got straight to the point. "Uncle, have you made up your mind?" Goodness, he finally spoke like a person, sighed deeply, and said forget it, afraid that having that thing would only make the country more chaotic. I was relieved at that moment. This was Cobra after all. I was genuinely worried he might get swapped with that Mr. 2. Since he had come to terms with it, I had to show a gesture, right? I casually broke a stick and handed it to him, saying, "Take this. I've opened a VIP line for you, marked with my sign. If anything happens, or if some clueless person comes to trouble you again, just break it, and I'll be there in a snap, got it?" Cobra held that ordinary stick, his eyes nearly popping out, probably wondering what kind of black technology this was. I couldn't be bothered to explain, and waved to everyone. "Let's go, let's gather." In the next second, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and whoosh, we all vanished on the spot. I bet Cobra's jaw dropped to the ground. Rumors? Family. Nothing beats witnessing the shock firsthand. When we reappeared, we were already in a cave by the sea. I released the ship with a wave of my hand. "All right, everyone, get on board. Off to the next island." The ship drifted on the sea for a few days, and life was incredibly leisurely. Suddenly, our navigator, Beepo, that white bear, shouted, "Captain!" Not good. As soon as I heard it, I thought there was a Sea King, but when I got closer to take a look, wow. That record pointer was standing straight up, like it had been injected with adrenaline, pointing directly at the sky. Bayboy was almost in tears, thinking the pointer was broken. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the situation. I directly pointed out Roland and Hawkins, both from Bay High, and asked them, "Have you heard the fairy tale of the great liar Rolando?" Roland nodded and said, "Isn't he the one who boasted 400 years ago about finding the land of gold, but ended up with an army sent by the king and got nothing, ultimately getting his head chopped off? That's all wrong." I snapped my fingers and started to give him a lesson. He wasn't a liar. He was the most honest person in the world. He really did find a land of gold, right on Guy Island. Unfortunately, just as he left, a massive, upwelling current shot half the island, along with the entire land of gold, whoosh up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. I have to say, the expressions on Luo and Hawkins' faces were simply mind-blowing. It was like the opposite of a childhood role model suddenly collapsing. That feeling, who understand it among family? So, I pointed to the sky, and the compass was still working, pointing to the golden land above Sky Island. Everyone got excited, and Bonney directly asked me, "Captain, how do we get up there?" Luo was still mumbling about whether to seek help from the Golden Lion. Without hesitation, I closed my eyes and opened them again, activating my reincarnation eye. The next second, our ship slowly ascended into the air, like an anti-gravity flying car, amidst the awe of everyone. High-level hunters often use the simplest flying methods, a powerful jump, and there we were, heading to the sky. Once we reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, the feeling was incredible. Below us was a vast sea of clouds, resembling cotton candy. However, the oxygen was really thin, and everyone started to gasp a bit. I told them to steady themselves and not panic. It was a small matter, just adapt to it. Even if we fell, I could fly and teleport, ensuring none of you would fall. That reassured everyone. Following the compass, we quickly arrived at an island filled with enormous vines and towering trees, Appiato. As soon as we set foot on the island, I sensed someone in the forest. I directly spoke into the mic. "Fellow villagers, come out and chat. Don't hide." To my surprise, an old man with a white beard appeared, riding a winged horse and holding a hoe. He claimed to be the former god of this place, named Ganfu Air. He asked what we Qinghai people were doing here, and I honestly replied, "Looking for gold." The old man shook his head, saying there was no gold here, only BS, which means land. He was surprised that I knew so much. I brought up teacher Rayleigh, saying that he had come here with Roger back in the day and told me about it. Guess what? They were indeed old acquaintances. Upon hearing Rayleigh's name, Ganfu Air's mouth opened wide, and he began reminiscing about the glorious past. Just as we were chatting, the ground shook with a thump, 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 and a huge blue snake, several dozen meters long, charged out like a train. The old man turned pale, grabbed his hoe, and shouted, "Run. This is the Lord of the Sky." I pulled him back and said, "Old man, don't rush. There's no need to run." He still didn't believe me and said we were underestimating the snake. I didn't want to waste my breath, so I glared at him, activated my Conqueror's Haki, and that fierce snake, which had just been so intimidating, instantly looked like it had seen a ghost, and whoosh, it darted back into the forest faster than anyone. The people from Ganfu Air were stunned, standing there with their mouths agape, repeatedly murmuring, This is the same power as Roger." Now, the misunderstanding was completely cleared up. The old man was overly enthusiastic and insisted on inviting us to his home as guests. As we walk along the road, Bonney secretly leaned over to ask me, "Captain, where exactly is that land of gold?" I laughed and pointed to Hawkins, who was calculating the tarot card behind me. "Ask him, we have a professional on the ship, a fortune teller." Without saying a word, Hawkins quickly took out his precious tarot cards and started reading them right away. I said to Robin, "Let's not join the commotion and instead follow the old man to his temple. The rest can be led by Hawkins to find that so-called land of gold." Old man Ganfuer was quite worried, saying what if they encounter that big snake? I thought to myself, don't worry, my crew members are reliable. If they didn't have some skills, how could they be on my ship? Besides, even if something really happens, we have Robin's surgical fruit as a backup. So what else there to fear? So I went with Robin to follow Ganfuer to his temple. Wow. When we arrived at the old man's palace, there were two angelic ladies waiting to greet us. The old man immediately put on a serious and solemn demeanor. Once the ladies left, he turned back into that amiable old man and even apologized to me. I waved my hand, saying it's no big deal. Who understands family matters? Isn't it common for leaders to have two faces, one in public and one in private? Once we entered the reception room, the old man welcomed us with the specialties of Sky Island while chatting. He said he didn't know anything about the land of gold, but over 20 years ago, Roger came here and mentioned that there was a huge secret hidden on this island. Upon hearing this, I understood right away. A secret? Isn't that related to Poseidon, the Sea King? It has nothing to do with gold. Roger, with his big mouth, Probably let something slip. Fortunately, Uncle Rayleigh was there to stop him. Of course, I couldn't just say it outright, so I stood up and said I wanted to wander around. The old man immediately got excited and said Roger had said the same thing back in the day. He asked if I had sensed something too. I thought to myself, it's not that I sensed anything. I just had the advantage of a God's eye view spoiler. But I certainly couldn't say that out loud. So I pretended to point at the sky and said, yeah, I feel like something up there is calling me. The old man got even more excited upon hearing this and insisted on following us. All right then, it's your territory, you have the final say. The three of us climbed up the massive vine outside the palace. Let me tell you, at the moment we reached the top, not to mention Gonfu or even Sister Robin was stunned. That huge golden bell was just hanging above the sea of clouds, with a stone tablet bearing a historical text underneath it. Gonfu was shocked to find the bell he had been searching for 400 years right here, while Sister Robin was amazed that there was actually a historical text at this altitude of 10,000 meters. Without saying a word, Sister Robin rushed over to interpret it, and I didn't want to disturb her, so I said to Gonfu, old man, this thing is probably the secret that Roger mentioned. Gonfu still looked confused, thinking, isn't it just a bell? What secret could it have? He was only thinking about how, as long as he rang this bell, they could end their 400 years of war with the Sandians. Lost in thought, he ran over to try to ring the bell, only to find, good heavens, the bell's clapper was thicker than he was, and he couldn't budge at all. As soon as I saw his expression, I knew what he was thinking. But I had to stop him. So I walked over and asked him, old man, do you think that once the bell rings, the war will stop? He said yes. When the bell rings, the war begins. When the bell rings again, the war ends. This is the belief of their generations. I directly told him, old man, isn't knocking now just asking for trouble? There's nowhere going on right now, and the Sandians are resting. If you suddenly ring a bell, isn't that a blatant provocation? If they don't fight you, who will they fight? Gonfu was stunned on the spot, speechless. I continued, so you have to choose the right moment. You should ring the bell when both sides are fighting the fiercest. That's what you call the horn of the end of war. Otherwise, you're just wasting the only hope. The old man took it in, remaining silent for quite a while. Over here, Sister Robin had also finished her interpretation, and just as she was about to tell me what was on the steel, I immediately gave her a look to stop her. I pointed to a corner of the steel and said, look over there. Robin leaned over to take a look and was also stunned. It was Roger's message. She then asked me why Roger could understand ancient characters. I shared with her what Uncle Rayleigh told me about listening to the voices of all things and how the Kazuki clan from Wano would carve such characters. Robin finally understood. Just as she was about to bring up the content of the stone tablet again, I interrupted her and glanced at Gonfer, who was still in a daze, meaning, it's better if fewer people know about this. Robin got it instantly. After a while, Gonfer finally figured it out and decided to listen to me. But then he started sighing, saying that even if the timing was right, they wouldn't be able to ring such a big bell. I couldn't help but laugh and said, don't worry about this. I'll handle it myself when the time comes. Gonfer looked at me with a face that said, you're just bragging. I didn't explain, just smiled confidently. Just then, as if on cue, my observation hockey opened up, and wow, down below, a fight had already broken out. I smiled at Gonfer and said, old man, maybe today is a good day to ring the bell. He was taken aback, then reacted and shouted, the Shandians are attacking. He hurriedly rushed down the vines, turning back to ask me to make sure to ring the bell at the critical moment. After he left, Robin asked me, are you really going to help? I laughed and said, of course, why not? This is a good deed. Besides, we'll probably be staying here for quite a while. The scene shifted and below, chaos had erupted. Gonfer and his people arrived at the battlefield, and the others from our ship were also there. Robin stepped forward and asked Gonfer if he needed help. The old man, quite principled, shook his head and refused, saying this was a feud between their two clans, and outsider shouldn't intervene to avoid making things messy. He even specifically shouted to the Shandian warrior named Wiper, saying they were just passing through and wouldn't take action. Wiper, with a proud look, snorted, but inside he was overjoyed. Why? Because before Gonfer arrived, he had already exchanged a few moves with Hawkins, and what happened? He was completely wiped out by Hawkins alone. It was a one-sided crush. Now hearing that we wouldn't intervene, he couldn't be happier. Gonfer didn't know any of this and thought the other side was intimidated by his presence. He had to step aside and then charged forward with his men. The two sides instantly clashed, and Gonfor and Wiper were evenly matched, battling back and forth. I saw it clearly above and thought to myself, all right, the atmosphere has reached this point. It's time to give them a little cyber shock. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Suddenly, a huge purple Susanoo arm appeared out of thin air, clenched its fist, and struck the massive golden bell with a bang. Bang, bang, 3 powerful hits. The melodious and resonant sound of the bell instantly echoed throughout the entire Sky Island. Below, the two groups engaged in fierce battle heard the bell and froze like someone had hit the pause button, all looking up at the sky in unison. Once the bell stopped ringing, Gonfuer walked up to Weepa and said, "Stop fighting. It's been 400 years, that's enough." As a result, Weepa exploded in anger, pointing his cannon at the old man and shouting, "Gonfuer, where did that sound come from? You're so calm, you must know. Did you hide the golden bell?" Gonfuer's expression became a bit unnatural, but he said nothing, simply throwing his long spear to the ground with a clatter. The meaning was clear. I'm not fighting anymore. This left Weepa stunned. Looking at the spear on the ground, he realized he might have misunderstood. Misunderstood, I tell you. In the next moment, Gonfuer spread his hands in a gesture that perfectly embodied the mentality of today's youth, just giving up. He said to Weepa, "Brother, look, I have no weapons now. If you think that taking me down will settle the 400 years of grievances for you, Sindia people, and we can shake hands and make peace, then go ahead." All right, he closed his eyes, stretched out his neck, and said, "Fire. Don't hesitate." Crack. Weepa had truly loaded his cannon, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Gonfuer. My heart was in my throat, thinking the next second would be a huge bang. What happened next? Silence, dead silence. Hundreds of people in the audience didn't dare to breathe. Everyone turned their heads to look and was stunned. The so-called battle demon Weepa, the ruthless character who wouldn't blink while killing, had his finger on the trigger but couldn't pull it. He was actually hesitating. Who understands this? The impact of this scene was too strong. Amidst the shocked gazes, Weepa let out a long, heavy breath, then slowly lowered the cannon in his hand. In that moment, the entire world came back to life. First, there was deathly silence, then soft sobbing, and finally, it erupted into a roaring wave of cheers and cries. It's over. The war has finally ended. Mom, Dad, did you see that? The sound of crying, shouting, and laughter mixed together, and I tell you, that scene could make even the hardest heart shed a couple of tears. In fact, I could see clearly that these people were exhausted from fighting. After 400 years, several generations had worn themselves out in this. Who wouldn't be tired? They just needed a way out. Now it's good. The golden bell rang, and the old adversary put down their weapons. Hasn't the way out appeared? Weepa looked at his tearful tribesmen around him, and for once, a smile appeared on his face. Gonfuer walked over and gave him a deep bow of 120 degrees, thanking him for ending the war. But then Weepa, with his proud nature fully activated, turned his head and said, "Humph, don't get it wrong. If you want the war to truly end, just return Apaya to us." I thought to myself, this is going to fall apart again. Sure enough, Gonfuer didn't even think about it and directly replied with 2 words, "Impossible." Weepa immediately exploded, pointing at Gonfuer and about to curse. As a result, Gonfuer's next sentence left him completely stunned. "I want to let you have Apaya, because it's not mine. It belongs to you, Sandia people." Huh? Weepa went completely offline, his face full of question marks. Gonfuer continued, "So, this place doesn't need my permission. You can come back anytime. However, I have a request, hoping you can allow us Sky Islanders to live here and grow some crops." This left Weepa completely at a loss. He was a battle maniac, with his head full of muscles and tactics, and had never dealt with such diplomatic language before. He was stumped. At a crucial moment, a girl named Laki stepped forward to respond for him. "Sure, but we need to go back and ask the chief first." Gonfuer natürlich agreed wohlheartedly. Just like that, a war that lasted 400 years came to a dramatic end because of the extreme tugging between 2 old men and a proud warrior. The Sandia people marched home, preparing to move back to their ancestral land. With that matter settled, Gonfuer immediately ran in front of Dagu, expressing endless gratitude, saying that if it weren't for you, we would have fought until the end of time. Dagu waved his hand and smiled. Mr. Gonfuer, actually, I have something I'd like to ask you. I want to stay here for a while. Is that convenient? Huh? Gonfuer was taken aback, then immediately delighted. Of course, no problem. You can stay as long as you want. But, aren't you going on an adventure? Dagu turned around and pointed at Yuta and Gwena and those little ones, saying, "Look at my crew. The average age is not over 10 years like a kindergarten class. I think the Sky Island is beautiful and suitable for their development. It's mainly about nurturing companionship." Gonfu took a look and thought, wow, they really are a bunch of little kids, and he understood right away, patting his chest and guaranteeing, "No problem. You can stay without worry. Not to mention me. Even the Sandia chief will treat you like an ancestor for ringing the golden bell." So it was settled. Dagu said, "Since we're not doing anything, let us go check out the legendary golden city, Zangdora." On the way, Bonney suddenly asked Dagu mysteriously, "Captain, have you ever seen a whole town made of gold?" Dagu smiled, "Well, hard to say. I've only been to Mariewa. That place should be the pinnacle of this world." Nanny, I tell you, except for Robin, everyone else's eyes were about to pop out. The captain, he has been to the holy land of Mariewa. That's the stronghold of the celestial dragons. Bonney immediately turned into a curious baby, pulling Dagu and asking a million questions. Captain, what's Mariewa like? Is it full of celestial dragons? Are the 5 elders one person or 5 people? Dagu was pestered and had no choice but to say, all right, let me briefly tell you. Mariewa not only has celestial dragons, but also CP agents and their slaves. Besides that, there's a very special army, the Army. The Army? We were all dumbfounded. There are navies, there are revolutionary armies. When did an army pop up? There is only one city on the Red Soil continent. Why would they form an army? Are they training in their backyard? Dagu also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what the celestial dragons were thinking. He only told us, stop guessing, anyway. The 5 elders are 5 people, not a combination of the Calabash brothers. While we were talking, we had already arrived outside the golden city, Zangdora. I tell you, the scene was simply dazzling. The whole city, from the houses to the streets, although covered in hundreds of years of dust and moss when the sunlight shone, it revealed a golden glow underneath. It was gold everywhere. Dagu couldn't help but exclaim, "It's indeed shocking. Although Mariewa is luxurious, it's just gold-plated silver. Here, it's directly made of pure gold. In a sense, it's even more extravagant than Mariewa." Bonney and the other little girls saw Dagu's shocked expression and covered their mouths, giggling. They felt that the captain, who usually always looked like he knew everything and didn't care about anything, finally showed some human qualities. We were just browsing when a sudden commotion erupted outside. A large group of people dressed in Sandia clothing surged in, clearly a moving crowd. As soon as they entered, they spotted us, a few foreign species. "Who are you?" A soldier immediately became alert, raising his weapon at us. With a whoosh, dozens of Sandians surrounded us, encircling us tightly. Just as Dagu was about to explain, a loud shout came from behind. "Stop!" It was a girl named Lachi. Let me tell you, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She rushed to the front like a gust of wind and fiercely scolded her compatriots. "What are you doing? These are our guests. Quickly put down your weapons." Although the soldiers were confused, they obediently lowered their weapons. Only then did Lachi breathe a sigh of relief and turn to Dagu, bowing deeply at 90 degrees. "I'm sorry, sir. My companions misunderstood. Please forgive us." Her demeanor was so humble that I couldn't bear to watch. I knew why she was so nervous. She had witnessed Hawkins single-handedly suppress their guerrilla group, let alone our Captain Dagu. In her eyes, we were probably beings who could wipe out their entire tribe with just a flick of a finger. Dagu, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay. We intruded without invitation. It's not their fault." Just then, an old but powerful voice came. "Good. No wonder you are highly esteemed by Gonfuer, truly worthy of respect." I turned around to see an old man walking in with Gonfuer and Weepa, exuding a strong presence. Without asking, it was clear that this was the chief of the Sandia tribe. Dagu approached the old chief and shook hands, exchanging a few polite words. The old chief was also an understanding person, knowing that Dagu was the benefactor who found the golden bell, and he immediately extended an invitation. "Little brother, if you don't mind, consider Zyangwala your home from now on. Dagu smiled and agreed. The old chief then instructed Weepa to arrange accommodation for us. And just like that, we settled in Golden City. Life was leisurely until a month later. That day, I was watching Robin train Yuta and the others when suddenly, the entire Appiato was in an uproar. Everyone was pointing at the horizon, looking as if they had seen a ghost. I followed their gaze, and wow, an object almost as big as the moon was slowly drifting towards us. It had mountains, rivers, and forests on it. Simply a flying island. The Sandia people in Zyangwala were terrified, and I even heard someone shout, "What is that? An AI-generated Cthulhu?" But Dagu just calmly looked up and said, "It's here." Robin asked what was coming, and Dagu responded, "Do you remember the golden line I told you about? It's here." After saying that, he walked alone towards the edge of the island. When he arrived, Weepa was already there, with a group of warriors on high alert, looking extremely tense. Dagu greeted them with a smile. "Hey, Weepa, don't be nervous. It's our own person, here to help me." After saying that, regardless of whether they believed him or not, he walked straight up to the blonde man descending from the floating island. That man was the Golden Lion, controlled by Dagu. At this moment, the old chief also hurried over, trembling, pointing at the Golden Lion, his voice shaking. "Dagu, is this friend of yours a deity?" It's no wonder he thought so. After all, he arrived on an island, and the spectacle was terrifying. Dagu smiled and explained, "Old chief, you're overthinking it. He's not a deity, just a user of a devil fruit ability." The old chief understood only partially, but the awe in his eyes was unmistakable. Dagu saw that he had explained enough and prepared to take the Golden Lion back to the city. Before leaving, he casually turned back and dropped a line for the stunned Sandia people that was simply out of this world. He said, "By the way, old chief, consider this floating island our accommodation fee for this period. Feel free to use it." Back in Zyangwala, Yuta and the little ones surrounded the Golden Lion, full of curiosity. Robin pulled Dagu aside and asked him why he had called the Golden Lion here. Then, Dagu dropped a bombshell. He looked at Guena and the others playing with the Golden Lion in the distance and softly said, "I have to leave." Robin was stunned. "Leave? Where to?" She quickly asked and added, "You have the Flying Thunder God. You can come back any time. Why expose the Golden Lion?" Dagu sighed, "Robin, the Flying Thunder God is not omnipotent. The abilities of devil fruit users in this world are incredibly diverse. What if one day I encounter someone who can counter my abilities? If something happens to you, I won't be able to make it back in time. So, I have to leave him here to protect you and train you." "So where exactly are you going?" Robin pressed. Dagu looked up the distance and slowly uttered 3 words, "Revolutionary Army." "What?" Robin was completely shocked. "Why are you going to the Revolutionary Army?" "Because of Dragon's invitation," Dagu replied, "and I also feel that this world needs some changes." After hearing this, Robin fell silent. She thought of Ohara and her past. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, her gaze incredibly determined. "I want to go too." Dagu looked at her, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded resignedly. "All right, but you have to follow my orders and not act recklessly." Robin happily agreed. She then asked, "What about Guena and the others? The Golden Lion is just a puppet. Can it take care of them?" Dagu's gaze turned to the distance, where Gonfuer was walking towards us. "This will have to be entrusted to Mr. Gonfuer and the old chief." He hurried over. "Mr. Gonfuer, where are you going?" Gonfuer pointed to the distant floating island and smiled. "I heard another Appiato has arrived and was planning to go take a look." "I see," Dagu nodded. "Then let's go together." The 3 of them walked and chatted. Dagu asked about the recent interactions between the Sky Island people and the Sandia people. Gonfuer saying that because everyone yearned for peace, the hatred from 400 years could be set aside so quickly. Dagu then asked, "Now that there's another Appiato, how do you plan to divide it?" Gonfuer pondered for a moment and said, "That needs to be discussed, but it's definitely a good thing with more land. Everyone will have a place to farm, and life will surely be better than it is now." Just then, the old chief's voice suddenly came from the side. When I turned around, wow, it was the old chief. It was then that I realized, without even noticing, I had already arrived at the destination, and that brand new floating island was right in front of me. I hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. "Old chief." As soon as I finished speaking, guess what happened? The old chief suddenly knelt down with his cane. I was completely taken aback, and he trembled as he said, "Brother Dagu, Thank you. Thank you for giving us another Appiato. Upon hearing this, Gonfuer instantly understood and exclaimed, "Oh, so this island was given by you." Then he also knelt down. "Brother Dagu, I can't express my gratitude. Family, who understands? These two old gentlemen, who together are nearly 200 years old, are giving me such a big salute. My heart can hardly take it." I quickly rushed up and helped them up, saying, No, get up, it's not a big deal. This island wasn't given for free. Actually, I have something I need your help with, and this island is just a prepaid thank you gift." When they heard this, their faces instantly turned red, and they exchanged a glance, looking thoroughly ashamed. They probably thought, wow, we thought he was here to repay a favor, but instead, he gave us another great gift. Immediately, they patted their chests and promised me, "Brother Dagu, if you need anything, just say the word. We will go through fire and water for you, no second thoughts." Seeing their eagerness to swear brotherhood with me, I was a bit stunned. It was just a floating island. Was it really that significant? If I were to give them a few more, would they immediately offer me the position of chief? I dare not even imagine. I hurriedly waved my hand and smiled, saying, "It's not a big deal." I turned to take a look at Robin before speaking again. "In a couple of days, Robin and I will be going on a trip. I'll rely on you two to take care of these little troublemakers at home, like Guena and Hawkins." I hadn't finished speaking when Gonfuer and the old chief eagerly replied, "No problem. Don't worry. We guarantee to take good care of your companions. Not a single hair will be harmed." All right, with that assurance, I felt relieved. I nodded at Robin. "Let's go back." Robin responded, and the two of us went straight back to Zyangula. 3 days later, everything on the island was finally settled, and I thought it was time to leave. Before I left, Guena couldn't help but ask me, "Captain, can you really not take us with you?" I shook my head, my attitude resolute. No way. The place we're going this time is too dangerous, and I can't guarantee that I'll be able to protect you at all times. Moreover, this is also a chance for you to gain experience and grow on your own. Guena was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right then. She agreed so quickly that I figured she had come to terms with it. She had indeed been a bit too dependent on me lately and needed to find her own rhythm again. Seeing Guena step aside, I glanced at the others, only to find that they were all like wooden stakes, not saying a word. I couldn't help but self-deprecate. It seems I'm not much of a captain after all. Apart from Guena, not a single person came to see me off. Well, as soon as I said that, everyone froze. Bonney was the first to react, walking up and giving me a pat on the shoulder. "Captain, don't you think you're taking yourself a bit too seriously? Do you really think I, along with Hawkins and the others, would be the type to say those mushy farewell words to you?" I smiled awkwardly and asked why not. Bonney laughed directly and said, "At first, we had that idea, but after following you for these years, you keep disappearing with Sister Robin every few months. And you're gone for a year or so. We've long been focused on companionship, you know? Even if you're not physically here, your spirit is with us. This has become a routine for us, so why say goodbye?" I was completely stunned after listening, staring blankly at the others, and found that they all had expressions as if it was just the way it is. I could only helplessly shrug my shoulders. Fine, I was the one being overly sentimental. I turned to Robin and said, "Robin, let's go." Then, everyone were off. As soon as I finished speaking, I grabbed Robin's hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant we disappeared. The next moment, Robin and I landed. Goodness, this place is desolate, covered in yellow sand and scattered rocks, called Baldigo. Guess where it is? The stronghold of the Revolutionary Army. A man approached us with a powerful aura. It was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dracul. He extended his hand and said, "Long time no see. Brother Dagu, welcome." I shook hands with him and got straight to the point. "Mr. Dolag, I hope that only you and Mr. Shion know my identity. Is that okay?" Dolag was taken aback for a moment and then burst into laughter. "Sure, no problem. Well, welcome back, Mr. Bo." I nodded in satisfaction. Robin, who was beside us, looked confused. "Mr. Bo," I whispered to her, explaining that it's a long story. To put it simply, a year ago when I brought Bonney to find Bear, I accidentally gave Dorag a lesson about what equality means. As a result, his CPU overheated, and he was so amazed that he insisted on bringing me into the fold. Mr. Bo is the alias we agreed on back then. I was still hesitant at first, but after my recent fight with Mihawk, where I personally buried Ohara, I finally made up my mind to come here and guide them. After hearing this, Robin suddenly understood. We followed Dorag into a room and bumped into a blond boy who was greeting Dorag. I frowned, my heart sinking. The inevitable had come. This was Sabo. From the looks of it, he was still like in the original story, having lost his memory after being shot by a celestial dragon. Sure enough, after greeting, he looked at me with confusion and asked Dorag, "Mr. Dorag, who is this?" Before he could introduce me, I stepped forward and introduced myself. "Hello, little brother. You can call me Mr. Bo." As I spoke, I placed my right hand directly on Sabo's head. Under Dorag's puzzled gaze, I used a little trick. A few seconds later, I lifted my hand, and Sabo immediately hugged his head, but just for a moment. He then lowered his hands, staring at me in shock. His mouth agape enough to fit an egg, duh? Sure. I quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Right now, you should call me Mr. Bo, understand?" Although Sabo was full of questions, he nodded vigorously. Only then did I release my hand. He immediately lowered his voice and asked urgently, "Mr. Bo, how did you end up here?" I didn't answer directly. Instead, I nodded towards Dorag, implying that he should ask him this question. Sabo is also a smart guy and understood immediately, quickly changing the topic. "So, Mr. Bo, how are Ace and Luffy doing?" "Luffy? Let me tell you." Dorag next to me had his ears perked up like a rabbit. He probably didn't expect that the boy he had casually saved actually knew his son who was running all over the world. I pondered for a moment and shook my head. I don't know either. I haven't returned to Windmill Village in a long time. Mainly because I'm afraid of being caught by that old man carp. Before, I was just a bounty criminal, and he could turn a blind eye. But now I'm a bona fide pirate, and as a naval hero, it's his duty to act. He can't just let it go if we run into each other. Sabo sighed after hearing this. I smiled at him and said, "If you want to go back, I can send you right now, but it's a bit risky." Sabo was tempted for a moment, but he shook his head with a determined look in his eyes and said, "No, since we've already set sail, I will never go back until I make a name for myself." When the three of us pledged brotherhood, we agreed that no matter where we are, our bond will never be severed. All right, since he brought up the oath, what else could I say? Dorag, who had been listening for a long time, was about to ask something but felt the timing was wrong and swallowed his words. He turned to me and said, "Mr. Bo, don't you want to know about the current situation of the Revolutionary Army? This way, please." He led me to a huge world map and began to introduce the situation. In short, things are going well in the Four Seas, especially in the East Sea, which is his hometown and has the strongest influence. However, once it comes to the Grand Line and the New World, it's a dead end. One is blocked at the door by the Navy headquarters in Marineford, and the other is occupied by the four emperors as their backyard, making it impossible to develop or move forward. After hearing this, we both sighed. Dorag quickly adjusted himself and said, "Forget about that. Let me introduce you to our cadres." Next came a series of introductions. Besides Kuma, whom I already knew, there was Ivankov, who was on a special mission, and then the commanders of the four armies, a big sister figure named Bello Betty, a giant named Morley, a cat person named Lindbergh, and a masked figure named Karas, among others. I politely greeted everyone and gave myself and Robin 2 pseudonyms. I introduced myself as Abibo, and you can call me Mr. Bo. This is my partner, Abihui. Robin also followed suit and greeted everyone. After everyone got acquainted, Dorag immediately looked at me with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Bo, the concept you mentioned before about surrounding the city from the countryside has greatly benefited us. In just this year, the size of our revolutionary army has doubled. So, we're always looking forward to your guidance again." I was stunned at the time. I just recited a few superficial points from the textbooks of the previous life, like Marxist theory and Mao Zedong's thoughts, and he took it as the gospel. It seems that for this world, these ideas are indeed a form of dimensionality reduction attack. I smiled and began to emphasize the importance of practical application. "Mr. Dolag, theory is ultimately just theory. It must be combined with reality. Everything starts from reality, seeking truth from facts, and testing the truth in practice. This is the right path." Dolag was taken aback and quickly asked, "Then how should we connect theory with practice?" "Hey, it seems my role here next is to be a teacher." I cleared my throat and continued, "I've set 3 major disciplines for you. First, connect theory with practice. Second, integrate with the common people. Come from the masses and go to the masses. Third, hold more meetings for self-criticism and correct mistakes." Wow. Dolag suddenly stood up, looking enlightened, and eagerly asked, Then, Mr. Bo, what should be the theoretical foundation of our revolutionary army? Since I was already here, I decided not to hold back and directly gave them a super concise version of the essential Marxist theories that I remembered. After I finished speaking, Dolag let out a sigh of relief, and his gaze was almost melting. Mr. Bo, hearing your words is better than 10 years of study. If I had known you sooner, our revolutionary cause wouldn't have come to this. Saying this, he suddenly grabbed my hand and earnestly said, Mr. Bo, I formally invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, even if it means taking my position as leader. Please be sure to join us. I'm begging you. After saying this, he gave me a deep bow. The other cadres beside him also bent down. Wow, what a scene. Although I had anticipated their excitement, I didn't expect Dolag to offer up the leader's position so boldly. Unfortunately, I had no interest in being a leader. I'd rather go home and take a good nap. I quickly stepped forward to help him up and chuckled. Mr. Dolag, am I not already standing here? Doesn't that count as joining you? Dolag was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You have a point. Mr. Bo is already in our Revolutionary Army's base, so of course, he is one of us. He understood clearly that my words meant I could contribute ideas but didn't want to be completely tied to this ship. So he immediately changed his tone in that case. Mr. Bo, I would like to invite you to be the Chief of Staff of my Revolutionary Army. What do you think? Chief of Staff? I pondered for a moment. This position was quite good. It had a high status, and the work was exactly what I wanted to do, just using my mouth. Moreover, in the original work, this position belonged to Sabo, so I could consider this as reserving a spot for my little brother in advance. I smiled at Sabo and then nodded to Dorag. No problem. I'll take the position of Chief of Staff. Good. Dorag clapped his thigh and directly pulled me to the main seat, announcing to everyone, from today on, Mr. Bo is the Chief of Staff of our Revolutionary Army. His words are my words. Absolute obedience, understood? Understood. The room was filled with thunderous shouts. Clap, clap, clap. Dorag led the applause. In an instant, the entire room was filled with applause and cheers welcoming me. I was also a bit infected by the atmosphere, stood up and replied, Thank you. I hope we can get along well in the future and work together to develop and strengthen the Revolutionary Army. For the people. For the people. They all shouted in unison with me. As soon as I saw the effect, I immediately felt energized and shouted. In the past, the people were like cattle and horses. Now, we must make them human, make them stand upright. Make them stand upright. We must firmly believe that a spark can start a prairie fire. One day, we will overthrow the world government, overthrow the celestial dragons, and give the people an equal world. A spark can start a prairie fire, returning equality to the world. After shouting for a long time, the atmosphere finally calmed down. Dolag looked at me with admiration and said, Mr. Bo, you were born for revolution. Join us officially. No, I resolutely refused again. I'm sorry, Mr. Dolag, but I don't have that intention at the moment. Also, I'm tired today and want to rest first. May I ask where our room is? Goodness. Although Dolag looked helpless, he was quite understanding and immediately called for Sabo to lead the way. I tell you, that kid Sabo was so enthusiastic along the way, always calling me Mr. Bo, making me feel a bit embarrassed. Just like that, Robin and I finally settled down at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. As soon as I left, I heard them whispering in the conference room. A guy who looked like an intelligence officer with shifty eyes leaned over to Dolag and made it clear, Boss, is this person the son of the devil with a bounty of 1 billion? Dolag, this guy, really knows how to give me value. He cleared his throat and directly fabricated a new identity for me. He said I was a master he encountered during his travels, and after a conversation, I enlightened him and amazed him, insisting he must invite me to be the guiding light of the Revolutionary Army. He even played the victim, saying he felt great pressure and that the revolutionary cause lacked core ideas and spirit. Goodness, the hat he put on me was so flattering I almost believed it. After his performance, he completely convinced those cadres. Their gazes shifted from suspicion to admiration, believing I was the ideological mentor who could lead them to victory. Thus, Robin and I stayed with the Revolutionary Army. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed by as if on double speed. And now it's the year 1514 of the C-Circle calendar. What did I do in these 3 years? To put simply, I gave the Revolutionary Army a major ideological upgrade, elevating them from a ragtag group to a regular army. I laid out action programs and core ideas clearly. When I had nothing to do, I also acted as an inspector, running around the world to see if anyone was messing around. If someone disobeyed, I'd make them run 10 or 20 kilometers or wash a comrade's stinky socks for a week. You wouldn't believe it. But this tactic was far more effective than any harsh punishment. The atmosphere of the entire Revolutionary Army became completely rejuvenated. Sabo is also considered half my apprentice. Dolag taught him how to fight, while I was responsible for supplementing his knowledge, with Robin occasionally lending a hand. Robin himself wasn't idle either. He trained daily with the Eastern Army commander Barrow Betty, rapidly increasing his strength. Now, he could use the gigantic technique, which was supposed to take 2 more years. At will, this was a full 8 years ahead of the original timeline. As for me, Dolag still thought I was on par with the general, which was hilarious. Who understands? My strength has long surpassed that dimension. In these 3 years, my reincarnation has completely awakened, with all 6 paths intact. Sharingan, Reincarnation Eye, now all on my standard equipment. With this upgrade in ocular techniques, my sage body has also reached perfection. Now, not to mention a general, even if Carp stood in front of me, the outcome wouldn't be certain. But I didn't tell anyone about this. I aimed to stay ahead, and was afraid it would put too much pressure on Robin. With 3 years up, it was time to leave. Dolag was reluctant, holding my hand and insisting I stay a little longer. I directly refused, joking that my companions were still waiting for me. Seeing he couldn't keep me, Dolag sighed and wished us a smooth journey. I replied politely, took Robin's hand, and with a flying thunder god technique, we instantly disappeared from in front of them. The next moment, we were back in Zandora, after more than 2 years away. There weren't many changes here. The only thing that surprised me was that Weepa had actually managed to spar with Robin, trading blows. Although Robin didn't use his abilities, he at least drew his sword. That's impressive progress. Robin was the first to spot us, instantly flashing over and knocking Weepa unconscious, then respectfully calling out, "Captain, you're back." As soon as the others heard, they all rushed over. Bonney was the most excited, proudly saying, "We trained really hard while you were gone. Our strength has skyrocketed." I couldn't help but laugh and said, "How about I check?" She immediately wilted, looking like a little quail. I shook my head with a smile, my gaze falling on Gwenna. This girl has indeed grown a lot, but when I complimented her, she seemed to become downcast instead. I understood clearly in my heart, this little girl had a mental block. As girls grow older, their bodies inevitably undergo some changes, and she felt that this had become an obstacle to her sword practice, as if the heavens were deliberately increasing the difficulty for her, leaving her feeling extremely frustrated. Just when I didn't know how to comfort her, Robin stepped forward. She saw through Gwenna's worries at a glance, and directly called Gwenna, Bonney, and Yuta to the side, saying she wanted to hold a girls' tea party. I waved them off, and then turned to Luo and Hawkins, cracking my knuckles and saying, "Come on, let's not just sit around. It's been a long time since we fought. You two team up, and let me see how much you've improved." Luo's eyes instantly lit up. Let me tell you, he had been itching for a fight. Over the past few years, he had been sparring with Hawkins, and by the end, Hawkins refused to fight him anymore, claiming some divination showed a draw, so it wasn't interesting. He tried to find the Golden Lion, but the Golden Lion, under my orders, completely ignored him. With no other options, he could only practice with Vepa every day, nearly giving the guy psychological trauma. Now that he heard I was initiating a battle, how could he possibly refuse? He was eager to find out just how far he was from Doflamingo. Hawkins also nodded. "All right, let's fight." I grabbed one of them in each hand and directly teleported us to a deserted island. As soon as we landed, the two of them were still a bit unaccustomed to the pressure difference from 10,000 meters up, their faces turning red. Once they recovered, I said, "Let's begin." No sooner had I finished speaking than Luo charged in with a room. Hawkins also conjured some kind of demon slaying form, a giant scarecrow appearing out of thin air. Luo teleported behind me from Slaughterhouse and swung his knife, while Hawkins' scarecrow also struck at the same time. Unfortunately, playing with space in front of me, I simply used my heavenly hand power and vanished in place. Bang! With a loud noise, Luo's knife and Hawkins' knife collided solidly. The two were immediately stunned, their expressions resembling that of an elderly person on the subway, staring at a phone, completely frozen. I dodged to the side, clapping my hands and laughing. "Not bad. Not bad, keep it up. Luo's face turned dark, and with a cold snort, he instantly teleported over to attack me again. At the same time, Hawkins launched an attack on my kidney from the other side. Hey, these two little guys are quite in sync. I stretched out my left hand and accurately grabbed Hawkins' sword, while my right hand raised the golden long sword to firmly block Luo's ghost cry. I was puzzled at the time and looked at Luo, asking Luo, "Why you keep staring at my kidneys?" Luo ignored me, smirking slightly, flipping his wrist, ready to activate his ability again. Just then, I felt some commotion on the other side with Hawkins. Without thinking, I let go and used another Heavenly Hand Force transfer. Bang! As soon as I stood firm, I heard an extremely crisp and loud slap. Looking closely, I saw that because of inertia, Luo charged forward, and Hawkins, who originally wanted to retract his attack, quickly thought of a way to turn his fist into a palm. As a result, this palm landed perfectly on Luo's face. The whole world fell silent. Both Luo and Hawkins were stunned, frozen in place. After several seconds, Luo's face gradually darkened, and he pointed at me, saying "you" repeatedly for a long time, before finally getting so angry that he put away his knife. "Captain, if you teleport again, then don't bother fighting." Great, I had provoked the kid. I could only raise my hands and surrender. All right, I won't use my abilities anymore. Is that okay? Saying this, I pushed off the ground and charged up with my sword. This time I planned to spar with them in swordsmanship. Luo also got serious, wielding his knife and launching a flurry of attacks at me. I easily parried them and countered with a strike that sent Hawkins flying. But at that moment, Luo sneaked up from behind me, targeting my kidneys again. Bang! I swung my sword and pushed him away, genuinely a bit angry this time. "Luo, do you have a grudge against my kidneys? Why do all your attacks target this area? You could chop my face instead. Can you not keep aiming for my kidneys?" Luo touched the still red palm print on his face and scoffed. "So what about this slap?" Fine, I was in the wrong here. But I couldn't help but say, "But you can't keep fixating on my kidneys. You've been aiming for this spot all along, why?" Luo looked at me as if I were an idiot and explained very professionally. "Captain, I am a doctor. From a medical perspective, the lower back is the only place in the human body that can be both fatal and non-fatal. Even if I did hit it, I could fix it for you." I fell silent after hearing that. The reasoning makes sense, but no matter how I think about it, something feels off. Who would want to experience the feeling of having their kidney taken out for no reason? I immediately dropped a harsh remark. "In any case, you're not allowed to target my kidneys again, or I'll throw both of you on this island right now." Luo shrugged and finally agreed. "All right then, let's continue." This time he didn't use his powers and clashed with me head on, using swordsmanship. Just as we were in the heat of battle, an unexpected guest arrived from the Sky Island. At the shore of Apaya, a shabby boat docked, and a strangely looking guy stepped off. This guy had extraordinarily long ears, carried several drums on his back, and was bare-chested, wearing a face that seemed to say he was a god. Yes, the person who arrived was Enel. At this moment, he was confronting Robin, Goena, and the others, along with Weepa and Gonfer. Enel glanced at the people in front of him, and aside from Weepa, the rest were either women or elderly. He sneered contemptuously and began with a taunt. It seems the god here isn't that impressive. He actually sent some old, weak women and children to their deaths." As soon as he said this, his group of little followers burst into laughter as if someone had pressed a switch. They were so arrogant, calling the god here a coward, demanding that they kneel and beg for mercy. It was outrageous. The noise pollution was making my ears almost calloused. I'll tell you, our Weepa was the first to lose his temper. He frowned and stepped forward, his aura as if he was about to fight. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And guess what? Ainala didn't even look at him, just let out a cold snort. Instead, a bald man behind him stepped out, holding a knife and pointing the tip at Weepa. "Call your god out. You don't even have the qualification to talk to our god." At this, the group of little brothers got excited, shouting insults like coward. Who understands the family dynamics? How can we tolerate this? Weepa exploded on the spot, shouted "shut up," and immediately aimed his rocket launcher at Ainalu, the barrel pointing directly at him, exuding dominance. "I am the god here. Now tell me, what do you want?" Upon hearing this, Ainalu was taken aback for a moment, sizing Weepa up with a gaze as if he were looking at a monkey. "You? A god?" "That's right." Weepa answered decisively. "All right, I need to fill you in on the setting. The god of this sky island is currently Weepa. This was the result of discussions among Gonfuel and the others. New era, new atmosphere. Those who understand, understand. Beside Weepa was a calm girl named Laki assisting him, aiming for a balance to prevent him from getting too worked up. Back at the scene, after Ainalu confirmed Weepa's identity, his arrogance surged back, and he issued an ultimatum. Since you are God, I hereby officially inform you, there is only one God, and that is... He pointed at himself, me. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden flash of lightning. I was dumbfounded. Where did the thunder come from on a sunny day? Upon closer inspection, wow. The electricity was coming from Ainalu. He looked like a walking power bank, bathing in thunder. The visual effect was off the charts. Sister Robin beside us casually remarked, a lightning-type devil fruit? Weepa didn't care about what fruit it was. His face darkened, gritting his teeth and asking, do you want to drive us out? Ainalu shook his head and smiled, a smile that sent chills down my spine. No, it's not about driving you away. If you submit to me, you can live. If not, as he spoke, the electricity on his body flashed again. Keeping you here is useless. This completely ignited Weepa's anger. Goodness, we just finished a 400-year battle to return home, and you, an airdrop soldier, think you can pick peaches? Dream on. Take this cannon. Weepa roared. Without hesitation, he opened fire. Boom! The shell shot out, heading straight for Ainalu. But strangely, Ainalu just stood there, not moving at all, and his subordinates looked like they were watching a show, completely unfazed. I felt uneasy. Sure enough, the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The shell zipped past, and then... Who understands what happened next? That shell went right through Ainalu's body, just like hitting a holographic projection. He didn't lose a single hair. Natural type. Sister Robin revealed the secret. But Weepa and the others didn't understand this. What to do if they couldn't figure it out? Then let us fire a few more shells. Bang, bang, bang. Several rounds were fired. This time, Ainalu's four subordinates moved, each easily intercepting the shells. Seeing this, Old Man Gonfuel also charged up with a long spear. Guena wanted to join, but was pulled back by Sister Robin. Wait. Robin looked at Ainalu and said to Guena, leave that person to me. Although Guena was a bit confused, she nodded and went to find the bald swordsman. Let me tell you, at this moment, Sister Robin's aura was simply incredible. She walked step by step to Enel, confronting him alone. Enel frowned and asked who she was, and Sister Robin smiled slightly. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else's name? This divine being? Enel snorted, mortal, you are not qualified to know my name. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and pointed at Sister Robin. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. A bird made of lightning screeched and pounced towards her. Sister Robin remained calm, crossing her arms. 30 rounds of flowers, armed claw. Guess what? A bunch of hands sprouted from that Thunderbird covered in hockey and locked its throat in one grab. With a bang, the Thunderbird exploded into a sky full of electric light. Although the shockwave caused Sister Robin some minor injuries, it was not a big deal. Now Enel was at a loss. His so-called mind network that could cover the entire island, which was his observation hockey, was directly for not found in front of Sister Robin. He asked in shock, who exactly are you? Why would a person from the Blue Sea help these Sky Island people? Sister Robin turned to look at Gonfall and the others, smiling gently. Because we are friends. Friends help each other. Is there a need for a reason? The word friends seemed to touch a nerve in Enel, and he was momentarily stunned before sneering and starting his monologue about friends being based on interests, which was pure emo talk. But who is Sister Robin? She was no longer that lonely little girl from years ago. She firmly said, no, friends truly exist. Just like us. This completely provoked Enel, and he went berserk. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A much larger Thunder Dragon came clawing and biting towards her. Sister Robin also went all out, 60 rounds of flowers, armed a tree. She conjured a giant arm to meet it. In the instant of collision, Enel's figure flickered, and he actually teleported next to Sister Robin. In the blink of an eye, Sister Robin instinctively swept her leg. Bang! Can you believe it? Enel, the lightning man, was actually knocked down by a kick. Although he instantly elementalized and appeared on the other side, the shock on his face was undeniable. He pointed at Sister Robin, furiously shouting, Woman, What trick did you use to hit me? Sister Robin just smiled and said nothing. This infuriated Enel, and he took a deep breath, his right hand surging with lightning. The energy wave made my scalp tingle from far away. Since you won't say, then this god will investigate it myself. Divine punishment. A terrifying pillar of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down towards Sister Robin. Sister Robin knew this was a big move and didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately using 10,000 purple and red, giant tree, slapping palm. A giant palm composed of countless arms welcomed it. Boom! A massive explosion kicked up clouds of dust, and when the smoke cleared, my heart sank. Sister Robin was actually kneeling on one knee. Her hockey reserves were still limited and couldn't fully cover such a large move, causing her to be injured. However, just when Enel thought he had won, with a swoosh, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing in midair right in front of Sister Robin. When Sister Robin saw him, she smiled and quietly stepped back. Let me tell you, seeing this person, all of us felt at ease. With a head full of golden hair and an aura of 2 meters and 8. The pressure was so intense that I felt it was hard to breathe from far away. The legendary pirate, the captain of the flying pirate crew, now a puppet of our captain, Golden Lion Shiki. When Enel saw Shiki, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His proud mind network had not sensed how this person appeared at all. Shiki, now a puppet, had only one command: protect Robin. He glanced at the injured Robin, then swept the entire area with his gaze, letting out a cold grunt. And then, boom, an invisible force exploded instantly. Conqueror's Haki. Except for Enel, Robin, and Bonney. All of us, including Kuna and Weepo on our side, and even Enel's little minions across the way, all rolled their eyes and passed out. Goodness, the efficiency of clearing the field was simply outrageous. I hurriedly dragged our fainted companion to a safe place with Bonney, and on the battlefield, only the Golden Lion and Enel were left facing off. Although Enel was scared, his damned pride as a god wouldn't allow him to back down. He let out a roar and directly unleashed his power. 200 million volts, Thunder God. He transformed into a giant lightning figure, crackling with electricity. But guess how the Golden Lion reacted? He didn't even raise an eyebrow, leisurely drawing one of the twin swords from his waist, Makuro. Thunder God Enel's fist, as big as a cooking pot, came crashing down, but the Golden Lion simply waved his hand slowly. Bang! A sharp slash sent that giant fist flying back. Immediately after, the Golden Lion flickered and teleported right in front of Thunder God Enel's face, delivering another slash. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Enel's godly head was cleaved in two. Bonney, watching from a distance, was stunned and asked Robin if this was the pinnacle of power in the sea. Robin shook her head, pointing at the other sword at the Golden Lion's waist, and said, "He hasn't even drawn his other sword yet." Bonney fell silent, realizing the gap between her and our captain was not just a Mariana Trench apart, but a whole dimensional wall. On the battlefield, Enel's split body reformed, but shrank in size, gaining speed, and surprisingly began to dodge the Golden Lion slashes. He sees an opening, flash behind the Golden Lion, and punch down hard. HM? The Golden Lion's eternally expressionless puppet face seemed to darken for a moment. Then, divine judgment. With this move, he caught Thunder God Enel off guard. I tell you, Enel flew back like a kite hit by a truck, crashing hard while his head buzzed. Could that old man, Golden Lion, let this opportunity slip? He charged forward with his sword, giving Enel no chance to catch his breath. Swish. Another slash. This one was different. The Golden Lion was really in a hurry to finish up. His sword was not only wrapped in haki, but also instinctively infused with his float fruit ability. Directly unleashing the lion's might, sky roll, Enel was immediately knocked to the ground, his Thunder God state vanishing, and he fainted. As soon as the battle ended, Robin approached, having just thanked the Golden Lion for his hard work. I tell you, the space suddenly twisted, and my captain, Dagu, appeared with a dusty Robin and Hawkins. Robin saw this and smiled, relieved that she didn't have to deal with the god herself. She quickly explained the situation to Dagu, who walked up to Enel. The expression on his face was something else. He must have been thinking, I thought you'd be coming to deliver your head later, but why are you here so soon? Nevertheless, Dagu coolly waved his hand. Law, treat him, and while you're at it, heal the others too. Then he turned to Hawkins and said, After law is done, bring him to Shandora to see me. After that, Dagu, along with Robin and the Golden Lion, elegantly returned to Shandora. Not long after, Hawkins brought Enel over. Let me tell you, this Enel is really something. Even as a prisoner, his nostrils were still flared as if he could hang 2 soy sauce bottles. Dagu saw him silent, while Enel stubbornly turned his head aside, putting on an air of arrogance. Dagu couldn't help but laugh in anger. Oh, so you think you're something, huh? Without saying a word, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, pressing it down specifically on him. Enel fell to his knees with a thud. The pressure was far heavier than what the Golden Lion had unconsciously released earlier, making him struggle to breathe. But guess what? This guy actually managed to endure it. Although Dagu didn't use his full strength, it was still more than a newcomer could withstand. Dagu noticed, oh, this kid has some backbone. Interesting. He immediately withdrew his haki and asked, do you want to join us? Enel was taken aback, pointing at himself, and then at Dagu. Yeah? Let me join you? Become your subordinate? Dagu nodded. Inexplicable, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this god serve someone else? Dagu, realizing this, thought about it. After all, he was a user of the Rumble fruit, running rampant in the Sky Island. Why would he want to team up with you? But a duck that's flying into your mouth can't be let go. Dagu's expression darkened, his voice chilling 8 degrees. I wanted to resolve this peacefully, but since you don't want to join, he suddenly raised his head, and his conqueror's haki poured out once more, coldly saying, then don't blame us for killing you to take your ability. As soon as these words came out, Enel was completely stunned. He thought for a long time, and finally looked up and said, fine. If you want me to join, you have to beat me in speed. If I win, you all have to listen to me. Dagu immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay, but he added with a sly smile. However, you'll have to wait for 2 days. I just got back, and you just finished a fight. I won't take advantage of you. Enel coldly snorted, probably realizing he wasn't in good shape. And didn't argue further. Dagu arranged a room for him and took Robin away. Let me tell you, Enel knew exactly where he stood. He understood that his strength was far from Dagu's, which was why he proposed a speed contest, hoping to leverage the speed advantage of his Rumble fruit to turn the tide. As a result, 2 days turned into 3, because the environment was damaged during the previous fight, and Dagu helped with the repairs. When the competition started, Enel zapped away in a flash of electricity, disappearing without a trace. But my captain? He stood still, calm and collected, bursting into laughter. Yuta was anxious beside him. Captain, hurry and chase. He has gone. Dagu just shook his head, smiling without a word. Bonney, unable to stand it any longer, reminded Yuta. Did you forget the captain's teleportation ability? It doesn't matter where that guy runs. Does anyone understand? This match was a thrilling electronic showdown from the start. Dagu had secretly placed a flying thunder god mark on Enel. Just like that, Dagu told everyone he was off and vanished in a flash. The next moment, he appeared on the main road of Angel Island, where Enel was munching on an apple. Feeling someone pat his shoulder, he turned around to see Dagu smiling and asking him, is this apple good? Where did you buy it? Enel was dumbfounded, pointing to a nearby shop. Dagu nodded and actually went to buy it. Enel was perplexed, thinking there was clearly no movement in the heart network. How did he get over here? No way. I have to leave. Another flash of electricity, and he disappeared again. As a result, after Dagu bought the apple, he used a flying thunder god to return to the ship to give the apple to Robin, then another flying thunder god, and he appeared in front of Enel again. This time, Enel was completely silent. He understood this was no coincidence. With a grim face, he asked, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Dagu feigned ignorance. What do you mean on purpose? Enel, fuming, coldly laughed twice. Forget it, this time you win. From now on, I'll let you handle me. Dagu took the admitting defeat Enel with a flying thunder god back to the ship and announced that Enel had officially joined the crew. Everyone applauded to welcome him, but Enel still wore a sour face until he saw the bag of apples that Dagu had just bought. Only then did he realize that Dagu had sent the apples first before looking for him. Inside, it was a mix of emotions. He couldn't help but ask Dagu what ability he used, and when Yuta heard his disrespectful tone, she was about to explode but was stopped by Dagu. Dagu explained the principle of the Flying Thunder God, making Enel even angrier. Are you mocking me? He felt this was unfair and demanded a proper fight. Fine then, Let us fight. Enel opened with a combination of Thunderbird, Thunder Dragon, and Divine Punishment, but Dagu effortlessly cut through them all with a single sword strike. Enel took a look and immediately activated his ultimate move, transforming into his Thunder God form. Luffy got serious as well, unleashing all three types of Haki. And with a single sword strike, the golden slash felt like the sky was collapsing. Enel was pushed to his limits, gathering all the lightning into a massive thunder spear to counter. But then he collapsed from exhaustion. Luffy saw this and thought, wow, that spear's power is almost on par with an admiral. But Enel was still on the attack path. He quickly used his flying Thunder God technique to rescue Enel before the attacks collided. Back on the ship, Enel felt the warmth of being cared for the first time, and the corners of his mouth secretly curled up. Afterward, Enel pulled out the blueprints for the Arc Maxim and said he wanted to build a ship to the infinite continent. Luffy corrected him that the Blue Sea already had unlimited land, but he still agreed to the shipbuilding. With not enough gold, the Sanya people of Skypiea, grateful for Luffy's kindness, gave him all the gold except the Golden Bell and even sent help. Thus began a year-long shipbuilding process. We directly used Law's ability to create a sandwich-like ship, wooden on the outside and filled with gold on the inside, emphasizing understated luxury. While we were building the ship, two major events happened outside. First, the Revolutionary Army was developing rapidly, and second, Luffy's mentor, red-haired Shanks, became the new Emperor of the Sea, alongside Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, known as the Four Emperors. The ship was completed, and we left the Blue Sea, our first stop being the Valley of Magic Town. Let me tell you, this place was full of low-level thugs with bounties of only a few million. As soon as we entered the tavern, someone, not knowing better, came at us with a big sword. Enel zapped him with lightning instantly. Luffy, finding it troublesome, unleashed his Conqueror-S Haki, clearing the entire place. Except for three knowledgeable individuals who remained standing. The three were so scared they were trembling and bowed to us, calling us sir. One of the bespectacled men even recognized Luffy as the infamous son of the devil with a bounty of 1 billion and knelt down on the spot. Turns out, this bespectacled man was actually an agent of CP5, secretly calling for reinforcements. Enel shot a bolt of lightning to silence him. The Navy reacted quickly as well, with Admiral Sengoku directly sending Peach Rabbit and Shy Garden to capture us. Meanwhile, Yuta, hearing that Shanks had become one of the Four Emperors, insisted on going back to clarify things. Luffy took her and Enel to Shanks' ship using Flying Thunder God. After a bit of back and forth, the father and daughter reconciled. Then Luffy had Enel spar with Shanks' first mate, Ben Beckman, intending to temper his edge. The two started fighting, and Beckman initially held back, but after Luffy reminded him, he got serious, and Enel was soon left doubting his life. It was a brutal match. This battle was even photographed by CPS Pigeon, and Enel's first bounty skyrocketed to 300 million, making waves across the sea. We continued our journey and arrived at Long Chain Island, where we were forcibly dragged into a Davy back fight by a female pirate captain named Purple Pearl. Of course, we easily crushed them, and that Purple Pearl even had her eyes on our captain. When she checked our bounty notices, she was stunned to find our captain had a bounty of 1 billion. Robin had 150 million, and Enel had 300 million. She realized we were not from the same world and left in embarrassment with her crew. Next, there was trouble with Uncle Cobra in Alabasta. As it turned out, Crocodile was up to no good. Our captain used Flying Thunder God to reach Old Sand. Let me tell you, Big Ancient was so disappointed in Old Sand. He thought he was a character after challenging Whitebeard's warlords, but he turned out to be a total joke. Big Ancient took him down quickly and even used the human path to extract his soul, scaring Old Sand into submission. And he was forced to join our pirate crew. The addition of new members put immense pressure on Hawkins, who began to feel the heat and trained like crazy. Our next stop is Water 7. Goodness, the Navy has really put in a lot of effort this time, directly sending Tontadaden, former Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral T-Pig, 3 Admiral-level powers, to block us. Our captain was incredibly calm, directly taking the entire Water 7 as hostages, telling them, if you dare to make a move, this city will be gone. Old Zephyr was so angry he could blow a fuse, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, ZUN decided to closely monitor us. We then went to find Mayor Iceberg, and Dagu casually borrowed the design of the Pluton from his disciple Frankie. After that, we accidentally entered the Devil's Sea and encountered Brook the Skeleton. His shadow had been stolen by another warlord, Gecko Moria. All right, let's go retrieve it. We boarded the thriller bark, and easily dealt with oars, and then fought with Moria. One was in the sky, and the other on the ground, playing a childish game of you come down, I go up. In the end, it was Crocodile who stepped in to finish it, and Brook got his shadow back. Because Kuina obtained the black blade, a Kushui from the swordsman Ryuma of Wano during the battle. Dagu even made a trip to the East Blue to hand the sword over to her father, Yasuhiro, for him to pass on to Zoro. Later, we arrived at Sabati Archipelago. Carp and Zun followed us again. We even met Hancock at the auction house. I tell you, Robin's relationship with her is incredible. They're like sisters. After that, Dagu met a blind uncle at the casino who smiled. Goodness, this uncle had incredible luck in gambling. The captain got an idea and started betting, with the stake being that he would join our ship. The uncle wanted to test him, but ended up being suppressed by the captain's gravity. Great, another admiral-level vice captain in hand. Enel was unconvinced and fought with the uncle, only to be hit by a meteorite pulled down from the sky. Doubting his life, it was still the captain who saved him. After finishing the coding, we prepared to go to Fishman Island. The Navy was really anxious, with Vice Admiral Tsuru personally leading the team, and Akiji Kazan also came, along with Carp and Ziyun. That lineup was terrifying. Dagu stood up alone to fight against the three admirals, creating an opportunity for us to dive down. Upon reaching Fishman Island, we met King Neptune and Jinbei. However, the idiots from Fishman Street, led by Hody Jones, kidnapped Yuta. Enel immediately electrocuted Fishman Street. In the end, it was Jinbei who stepped in to quell the situation. Dagu wanted to invite Princess Shirahoshi aboard, which even caught Whitebeard's attention. Dagu directly called Whitebeard to arrange a duel, and then used Flying Raijin to go fight with Whitebeard. The two had a massive battle, and, in the end, it was a draw because Whitebeard's body couldn't handle it anymore. Whitebeard also relented, saying that as long as Shirahoshi was willing, he had no objections. But then, Shirahoshi, due to her mission as a princess, actually refused. This left our captain incredibly frustrated. After resting for a year in Dressrosa, Yuta became a world-class diva, and Ace also came to catch up with us. Then we set off again, first arriving at Zou, meeting the Mink tribe, and conveniently visiting the historical texts and the signposts, having a friendly exchange with the leaders of the Cat Viper and Dogstorm. Next, we entered Big Mom's territory, and just as we landed on an island called Cake Island, we ran into Charlotte Smoothie. Those long legs. Ahem. Anyway, we had a standoff, and the other side didn't dare to act because we had the numbers. But let me tell you, the most outrageous part came. While we were browsing around, suddenly a person fully cloaked in black robes appeared, and their aura was more terrifying than Kaido and Whitebeard combined. The captain's face turned pale, and I had never seen such a serious expression in his eyes. He immediately told me, "Robin, take everyone and leave right now. Not a moment to stop." At that moment, I knew this was serious. I had just boarded the ship with everyone when I felt a cataclysmic noise coming from the island, and a golden sword light split the sky apart. We quickly set sail, our hearts racing. Later, I only remember that the man in the black robe seemed to say something to the captain about being a variable and not supposed to exist. Then, I felt the entire world buzz, as if something had been erased. After that, it was as if the pirate crew of Light and the Son of the Devil had never existed at all. I was still that survivor who escaped from Ohara. Old Shichibukai was still the one causing trouble in Alabasta. And Enel was still that arrogant god from Skypiea. Everything returned to how it was at the very beginning. What the hell is going on? Indeed, the Heavenly Path. Golden Lion used his unique ability as the 6 paths of reincarnation, Heavenly Path, which is also one of the absolute defenses, Shinra Tensei. Bang! Immediately, the Thunder God Enel felt as if he had crashed into a wall, as that wall had a strong repulsive force that sent him flying backwards involuntarily. Faced with such a situation, the Heavenly Path, Golden Lion would not miss this opportunity. He charged forward with his long knife, right in front of Enel, striking again. Swish! This strike was different from the previous ones. This time, the Heavenly Path, Golden Lion aimed to end the battle quickly, so he not only infused it with haki, but instinctively incorporated his devil fruit ability as well. Therefore, this strike was named Lion's Might, Royal Sky Roll. Chapter 182, Dagu and Enelbang. With the strike of the heavenly path, Golden Lion, Enel crashed to the ground and exited his Thunder God state. Seeing that the battle was over, Robin quickly walked over. You've worked hard. After saying this to the heavenly path, Golden Lion, who was sheathing his knife, she turned to look at the fallen Enel. At this moment, Enel had no visible injuries on his body, but he had his eyes closed, clearly having been knocked unconscious by the heavenly path, Golden Lion's Royal Sky Roll. Looking at this situation, Robin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What should she do with Enel? Swish! But just then, the space beside Robin suddenly rippled, and Dagu, along with a dusty and dirty Law and Hawkins, appeared. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but smile. Looks like I don't have to deal with this myself. After murmuring this, Robin walked over to Dagu and recounted what had just happened. So that's how it is. After hearing Robin's explanation, Dagu immediately walked over to the fallen Enel. Although Dagu already knew he would come, he didn't expect that his first meeting with Enel would be under such circumstances. He had thought Enel wouldn't arrive for a while longer. If he had known he would come today, well, it seems he wouldn't have been able to do much. Thus, after quietly observing Enel for a few moments, Dagu turned to Robin and said, Law, you handle him, then treat the others. Saying this, Dagu turned to Hawkins and said, Hawkins, once Law finishes treating him, bring him to see me in Skypiea. Yes, Captain. With Dagu's orders given, Law began to treat Enel's injuries. As for Dagu, seeing that Law had started to deal with Enel, he turned and took Robin back into Skypiea. The heavenly path, Golden Lion naturally followed closely behind. Time passed, and before long, Hawkins brought the treated Enel to Dagu. Captain, I brought him. After reporting to Dagu, Hawkins turned and left to assist Law. You. Seeing Hawkins leave, Dagu looked at Enel, wanting to say something but unsure of what to say, and ended up in a daze. However, Dagu's expression was seen by Enel as pressure, trying to make him clarify the situation. But Enel was who he was. Would he yield to Dagu's intimidation? The answer was certainly no. Enel was not like those old men from Baika, who were all spineless. Therefore, seeing that Dagu wasn't speaking, Enel naturally wouldn't take the initiative to speak either. Instead, he snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring Dagu. Facing Enel's behavior, although Dagu already knew he was this kind of person, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, Enel had become a captive, yet he was still acting so arrogantly. What was that all about? Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle, then unleashed his Conqueror's haki, instantly pressing down on Enel. The sudden increase in pressure caused Enel to kneel down, and he clearly felt that the pressure from this seemingly small man in front of him was far heavier and more suffocating than that golden-haired man earlier. However, that was to be expected. The heavenly path, Golden Lion, had merely instinctively and unconsciously released his Conqueror's haki, while Dagu had deliberately targeted all his Conqueror's haki at Enel. So it was clear that the pressure would be stronger. Just looking at Enel, who was still stubbornly holding up even while kneeling on the ground, Dagu was somewhat surprised. He thought Enel would be unable to withstand it. Unexpectedly, he managed to endure it. Although he didn't unleash all his Conqueror's haki, it was still not something a newcomer like Enel could bear. Thinking of this, Dagu looked at Enel's stubborn demeanor and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He then retracted his Conqueror's haki and looked at the gasping Enel, saying, Do you want to join us? Upon hearing Dagu's words, Enel, who had been gasping, immediately stopped, looking at Dagu in shock, pointing at Dagu and then at himself, saying, You? Me? You want this god to join you and become your subordinate? Exactly. Hearing this, Dagu quietly nodded in affirmation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing that Dagu really wanted him to join and become his subordinate, Enel hurriedly shook his head. You are daydreaming. As the only true god of Skypiea, how could I serve under someone else? It's impossible. Hearing Enel say this, Dagu felt a bit embarrassed. After all, as the strongest user of the Rumble fruit, Enel was indeed the strongest being on Skypiea. He had no need to join Dagu's pirate crew and submit to him. However, although Dagu understood Enel's mindset, He was determined to have Enel join. After all, the Rumble Rumble Fruit's ability was very powerful. It had speed and strength, making it the ideal fruit in Dagu's eyes. If Dagu hadn't had a Sharingan, he might have already found a way to go to the sky, to seek Baika and the Rumble Rumble Fruit, instead of waiting for Enel to come to him. But now that Enel had come to him, what reason did Dagu have to let him go? Therefore, upon seeing Enel's refusal, Dagu's expression darkened, and he murmured softly, "Well, I was thinking that if you joined us, we wouldn't make things difficult for you. Sure, since you don't want to join us." Saying this, Dagu suddenly raised his head, unleashing his conqueror's haki again, and calmly looked at Enel. "Then don't blame us for killing you to take your powers." Huh? Dagu's sudden change made Enel pause for a moment. Then he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. All right. After a long while, Enel slowly raised his head and looked at Dagu. "It's fine for this god to join you, but you must surpass this god in speed. If this god wins, then the position of god will still belong to me, and you must unconditionally obey this god." Then he changed the subject. "If you win, this god will let you decide." Chapter 183. Flying Thunder God and Thunderman all right. Upon hearing Enel's words, Dagu agreed without any hesitation. However, he then said to Enel, "But it will take 2 days." "Why?" Hearing this, Enel looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he wanted to postpone the match by 2 days. In response to Enel's confusion, Dagu chuckled lightly. "The first reason is that I just returned from outside after being away for 2 or 3 years, and the second." Saying this, Dagu looked Enel up and down and continued. "The second reason is naturally because you just fought with someone else, and to make you truly convinced, I certainly can't take advantage of you when you're at a disadvantage." After listening to Dagu's explanation, Enel understood. It was indeed as he said. He had just fought that blonde man, and his current condition was not optimal. However, the stubborn Enel would never admit that he wasn't in good shape. So after understanding Dagu's intention, he snorted coldly and turned his head away, no longer looking at him. He seeing Enel like this, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "You can rest here today. This is the room I've arranged for you. Robin, let's go." After saying this to Enel, he left with Robin. Looking at the backs of Dagu and the others leaving, Enel fell into deep thought. What he had seen and heard today had far exceeded his understanding. Whether it was Robin's suddenly appearing giant arm, or her ability to hit him, or the ability of the heavenly path, Golden Lion that stunned others, as well as the wall he encountered with the heavenly path, Golden Lion. All of this made Enel realize that these people from the Qinghai region possessed some kind of power to resist gods. Moreover, he wasn't even their match. Yes, Enel knew very well that if it were just that woman, he might still be able to fight and win, but if he was facing that blonde man, and... Thinking of this, Enel looked in the direction Dagu had left and murmured, "And that person, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to resist." It was precisely because Enel clearly knew he wasn't Dagu's opponent that he proposed to race in speed rather than strength, because he understood very well that the gap in strength between him and Dagu was so great that even his usual arrogance left him with no chance of victory. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then he stopped thinking and lay down on the bed, patiently waiting for the battle 2 days later. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, it was supposed to be 2 days, but due to the battle between Enel and the Heavenly Path, Golden Lion, some damage was done to Apaya. Therefore, during these 3 days, Dagu had been helping to repair the environment of Apaya, which delayed the competition by a day. However, it was just a day, and moreover, it was just a competition of this nature. So when he saw the somewhat awkward Dagu opposite him, Enel didn't say anything, but looked at him calmly and asked, "Can we start?" Upon hearing Enel's words, Dagu, who had been a bit awkward for not keeping the agreement, immediately returned to his senses and nodded to Enel. "It's ready." Billy. Just as Dagu's voice fell, Enel didn't hesitate at all and immediately used his ability. With a series of crackling sounds, Enel disappeared to a faraway place. Seeing this, Dagu didn't rush at all. Instead, he smiled confidently, as if victory was assured. After all, Dagu had secretly marked Enel with the Flying Thunder God seal long before Enel proposed this match. This meant that no matter how far Enel ran, as long as he was still in this world, Dagu could instantly appear in front of him. Moreover, in the adjacent Hokage series. Although the Flying Thunder God was originally developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to deal with Uchiha Madara's brother, Uchiha Izuna, it was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who truly brought it to prominence, especially when he made his name in the ninja world while fighting against the Raikage. And now, although there was no Raikage to make Dagu famous, Enel's ability, the Rumble Fruit, was even more in line with the concept of thunder than the Raikage. Thinking about it this way, using the Flying Thunder God to deal with the Thunderman Enel was even more fitting. Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, Dagu's demeanor made others confused. Why was Dagu laughing at this moment? Enel had already disappeared, yet Dagu was not anxious to chase after him. Instead, he was laughing to himself. Thinking of this, the competitive Yuta turned to Dagu and asked, "Captain, why aren't you chasing after him? That guy's already run away. If you don't chase now, what if you lose? What will we do then?" Yuta's words made Dagu pause for a moment. Then he didn't respond, only looking at Yuta and shaking his head with a smile. Yuta. At the same time, Bonney walked over to Yuta and said to her, "Yuta, have you forgotten?" Then she turned to Dagu and said, "The captain has that kind of teleportation ability. He isn't afraid of that guy running far." Because, saying this, Bonney looked in the direction Enel had left and smiled. "No matter where that guy runs, the captain will instantly appear in front of him." "I see." After hearing Bonney's explanation, Yuta suddenly realized. She then remembered that Dagu had such a cheating ability. Thinking of this, not only Yuta but also Bonney, Kuna, Robin, and even the others looked at Dagu with strange expressions, then turned their heads to look at the direction Enel had left, their faces filled with pity. Indeed, if that were the case, then the outcome of this competition was predetermined from the very beginning. Enel could never win. No matter where he ran, he couldn't escape Dagu's instantaneous movement. "I'm off." Seeing his companions all with this expression, Dagu couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, so after saying a word to everyone, he hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God to leave the spot. Just like this, the competition between Dagu and Enel began. Chapter 184. Apple and joining the team. That guy. On Angel Island, on Angel Avenue, Enel was munching on an apple he had gotten from somewhere, looking at the shops on both sides of Angel Avenue, while murmuring, "He must not have expected me to come here. Hihio, is that so?" Just at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, startling him. Clap. Immediately after, Enel felt a hand on his shoulder. Feeling the palm on his shoulder, Enel slowly turned his head. "You." Looking at the tall man in front of him, Enel was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Hee. Seeing Enel's reaction, Dagu couldn't help but laugh, and instead of mentioning the outcome of the competition, he looked at the apple in Enel's hand and asked, "Is this apple good? Where did you buy it?" Hearing Dagu's friendly inquiry, Enel foolishly pointed to a shop not far away and said that, Upon hearing this, Dagu smiled and nodded, then walked towards the shop Enel pointed to. Looking at Dagu's departing figure, Enel's expression changed several times, fluctuating between dark and light. He couldn't figure out how Dagu had suddenly appeared behind him when his heart network hadn't sensed any sound. "I need to leave." Billy lost in thought. Enel made a decision, and instead of eating the apple, after another round of popping sounds, he disappeared from the spot. "Thank you." At that moment, Dagu, who had just bought a few pounds of apples from the shop, turned around to thank the shopkeeper, only to see Enel disappear right in front of him. Looking at the spot where Enel had been, Dagu couldn't help but smile again, then shook his head and used the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Dagu first returned to Robin's side, handed the apples he had just bought to Robin, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique again. In New Appiato, far from Angel Island and the coast of Old Appiato, Enel remained silent as he faced Dagu, who had appeared before him once more. He understood that if the first time was just a coincidence, then the second time could not possibly be a coincidence either. Therefore, Dagu must have some ability he was unaware of, allowing him to accurately find him, or rather, to appear beside him instantly, because there was nothing on the shore to block them. Yet even so, Dagu had still appeared behind him without a sound. Realizing this, Enel darkly questioned Dagu. "So, you did it on purpose, right?" Upon hearing Enel say this, Dagu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What do you mean on purpose?" Hee. Seeing Dagu play dumb, Enel had nothing more to say. Although Dagu genuinely seemed to not understand what he meant, Enel felt that Dagu was just pretending. Clearly, he had the ability to teleport, yet he still agreed to race with him. Wasn't that intentional? Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help but sneer twice. Then his expression darkened as he looked at Dagu and said softly, "This time, I'll admit you won. From now on, you can deal with me as you wish." Oh, okay. Although Dagu still didn't understand Enel's thoughts, since Enel had voluntarily conceded, he naturally didn't think much more about it. In that case, let's go back. Taking a step forward, he grabbed Enel's hand and said, then used the Flying Thunder God technique again to return to where their companions were. In Sandora, when everyone saw Dagu holding Enel appear, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, Yuta even walked up to Dagu, looking at Enel with a puzzled expression, before turning to Dagu and asking, "Captain, is this over?" In response to Yuta's inquiry, Dagu smiled and nodded, then introduced to everyone from now on. "Enel is also a member of our crew. Everyone welcome." Clap, 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 clap. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu was the first to applaud. "Welcome." Clap, clap, clap. Following him were Robin, Yuta, Kuna, Bonney, Beepo. All the members of the Light Pirates expressed their welcome for Enel's joining. However, to this, Enel merely snorted and turned his head away. Just then, Enel was momentarily stunned, because he saw a full bag of apples on the other side, and, judging by their appearance, they were clearly the same kind of apples that Enel had just eaten. This means that, if he wasn't mistaken, this bag of apples was bought by Dagu at that shop. This reflected that Dagu first bought the apples, then brought them here before looking for him. Thinking of this, Enel's heart stirred. Then he turned to Dagu and asked, "Hey, what ability did you just use? How can you appear beside me instantly?" Hearing Enel address Dagu like that, Yuta was the first to be unable to hold back, wanting to give Enel a proper lecture. After all, for Yuta, who had grown up on Shank's ship, the captain could be informal and joke around with the crew. But that was no reason for the crew to disrespect the captain and call him hey, especially since Enel had just joined and wasn't even officially part of the crew yet. How could he just address Dagu like that? What about Dagu's authority after joining? Could this pirate crew even continue to exist? Because Yuta understood this. She planned to talk to Enel the moment she heard his words. Clap. However, just then, Dagu patted her shoulder, smiled at her, then turned to face Enel and explained the principle of the Flying Thunder Goddamn. So, after listening to Dagu's explanation, Enel became angry. He glared at Dagu and questioned, "Are you messing with me?" "No." Facing Enel's fierce gaze, Dagu shook his head and said, "I didn't mean to mess with you, That's enough." Unfortunately, before Dagu could finish his sentence, Enel waved his right hand, stopping Dagu from saying any more. He then said to Dagu, "The competition just now doesn't count. Now you must fight me seriously. If you win, you are the god. If I win." Chapter 185, Enel vs. Dagu. At this point, Enel turned to glance at the expressions of the others and found that they showed no concern that Dagu would lose. So he couldn't help but continue speaking. In fact, he knew very well that he could not possibly defeat Dagu. The reason he made such a request was mainly due to his inner unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept that Dagu had won with what seemed like cheating and had become his god. Therefore, even though Enel knew he couldn't match Dagu, he still wanted to have a fight, partly to see what Dagu's strength was like, and partly for his own peace of mind. Billy. Thinking of this, Enel silently used his ability and flashed to the other side. Seeing Enel stop speaking halfway and even run away, Dagu couldn't help but be puzzled. Then, looking at the others, Dagu, unable to make sense of it, walked to the other side and stood opposite Enel. Looking at Enel, who was already ready on the opposite side, Dagu didn't plan to delay any longer and calmly announced, "Let's begin." Kapipala. At the same time that Dagu announced the start, Enel decisively launched an attack. After a series of crackling sounds, a pillar of lightning struck towards Dagu. This was not the end. Enel immediately followed up with a series of moves. 3,000 volts, Thunderbird. 6,000 volts, Thunder Dragon. God's Judgment. Instantly, birds and dragons made of lightning, along with huge pillars of lightning, rushed towards Dagu. It was truly seeing Enel exerting his full strength as if facing a great enemy right from start. Dagu shook his head and sighed after dodging the initial lightning pillar. Clang. Then, without hesitation, he drew the sword of contract victory from his waist and swung it towards the incoming dragon, bird, and lightning pillar. Whoosh! In an instant, an immense slash was unleashed by Dagu, hurtling forward. Bang! 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 Immediately, Enel's series of attacks were cut down by Dagu's sword. However, Enel had anticipated this. The reason he launched a series of attacks on Dagu was mainly to buy time to prepare his ultimate move. Boom! With a loud bang, Enel successfully entered the Thunder God state and became Thunder God Enel. Indeed, seeing Enel in this form, Dagu couldn't help but nod in approval. Although Enel's current strength had not reached Dagu's expectations, it was still quite good, at least comparable to a typical Vice Admiral's level. However, Dagu had no intention of stalemating with Enel because he understood that the most effective and quickest way to defeat someone as proud as Enel was to overwhelm him with a thunderous force. This way, Enel would have no excuses left to counter Dagu. With this thought, Dagu's expression became serious, and he increased the strength in his hands, activating Observation Haki, Armament Haki covered, Conqueror's Haki entwined. That's right, since he decided to defeat Enel with overwhelming force, Dagu naturally could no longer hold back, unleashing all three types of Haki. Rumble. Instantly, a terrifying aura swept through the space, causing Thunder God Enel, who was rushing towards him, to freeze in place involuntarily. Dagu's terrifying aura reminded Thunder God Enel of the scenes from his childhood when he was bullied by others. He felt so helpless, so lonely, and wronged, as if the whole world was pressing down on him. Crackle. Just then, the sound of thunder rang out, and Thunder God Enel suddenly looked up, roaring at Dagu. I am a god. No one shall bully me again. Roar. Following this, with a fierce roar, Thunder God Enel took another step forward, charging at Dagu. Although Dagu was surprised to hear Thunder God Enel's furious roar, it did not stop his actions. As the three types of Haki fully activated, the sword of contract victory radiated golden light, and Dagu slowly raised it, suddenly swinging it down towards Enel. Rumble. In an instant, an enormous golden slash was sent toward Thunder God Enel. Such might even made Thunder God Enel feel as if the sky was collapsing on him. Finally, seeing the golden slash getting closer, Thunder God Enel let out a wild roar, and with a burst of lightning, sacrificed his Thunder God state to gather all the lightning into a huge lightning spear. Go! Then, with another furious roar, the lightning spear charged towards Dagu's slash. Bang! At the same time, after unleashing this attack, Enel collapsed to the ground. This, on the other side, upon witnessing Enel's attack, Dagu, who had been quite calm until now, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never expected that under such circumstances, Enel's strength would undergo a huge breakthrough, although it still hadn't reached the level of an admiral. However, with this one shot, Dagu dared to say that even Akiji would not dare to take it head-on, because Enel's shot already possessed the attack power of an admiral. Although Enel collapsed after this one shot, proving he only had the strength for that one attack. It could also be said that Enel was on par with the vice captain of the four emperors in the original story, Vice Captain Kizuru. Damn! Just at that moment, seeing the two attacks about to collide while Enel lay defenseless on the ground, Dagu immediately swore out loud after a long time, then used Flying Thunder God to dodge. Boom! Rumble. Watching the thunderous commotion from the battle, Dagu, who had brought Enel back to the others, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. That was close, so close that Enel could have perished there. Naturally, Enel, who was being supported by him, also understood this point. Looking at the commotion in the distance and feeling Dagu's presence beside him, Enel for the first time experienced the feeling of being cared for by someone, and it felt quite good. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help but smirk slightly. Enel's reaction naturally caught Dagu's attention. Dagu immediately turned his head to look at Enel and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Unfortunately, Enel would never reveal his thoughts to others. Facing Dagu's inquiry, he simply shook his head calmly, indicating that he was fine. All right. Seeing that Enel did not want to say more, Dagu did not press further and turned to the others, saying, "Let's head back." Yes. Upon hearing this, whether it was Robin and the members of the light pirate crew or Weepa and the members of Sky Island, they all nodded in agreement. Thus, under Dagu's lead, Everyone turned and headed towards Skypiea. Chapter 186, Art Poneglyph and the Ownership of Gold God. Inside Skypiea, after an hour of rest, Enel, who had recovered, was about to say something to Dagu. Wait. However, before he could speak, Dagu raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, Here, there is no such title as God. Then he pointed to Robin and the others around him and said again, You can call me captain like them, or just call me Dagu. Upon hearing this, Enel first glanced at everyone before addressing Dagu. Captain. Hearing this title, Dagu nodded in satisfaction and then smiled at Enel, asking, So, my crew member, do you have any questions? It's like this. Upon hearing Dagu's question, Enel immediately took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Dagu, saying, This is the blueprint I brought out from. Oh, hearing Enel say this, Dagu couldn't help but reach out to take the blueprint he handed over, looking at the drawings on it. If Dagu guessed correctly, what was recorded here should be the huge golden ship, Art Poneglyph, which Enel took years to complete in the original story. Sure enough, Enel followed up and said, This contains all the data for a ship called the Art Poneglyph. We can use it to build a huge ship that can fly to the Infinite Continent. Infinite Continent? Hearing this, Dagu was momentarily stunned, then inadvertently looked up, and soon realized. Indeed, in the original work, it was mentioned that after being defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, Enel traveled to the moon aboard the Ark Maxim and discovered a mechanical city there. Thinking of this, Dagu looked at Enel with a strange expression, because if Dagu remembered correctly, that mechanical city needed a large amount of electricity to activate, and the only one that could meet this requirement was Enel's Rumble Rumble fruit. Dagu suspected that it would also require the Ark Maxim, which was entirely made of gold, to provide the initial power to activate the mechanical city. Realizing this, Dagu looked at the blueprints of the Ark in his hand and fell into deep thought. However, to Enel, Dagu's behavior seemed to indicate that he didn't understand what the Infinite Continent was, so he was pondering. Therefore, Enel immediately explained to Dagu, the so-called Infinite Continent is a land entirely made of base. Stop. Seeing that Enel was about to continue, Dagu, who had just come back to his senses, interrupted him and said, I'm not interested in that Infinite Continent. Of course. Saying this, Dagu looked Enel up and down and added, If you're looking for land, then I can assure you that there is an infinite amount of land in the Qinghai below, which is what you call base. Huh. Hearing Dagu's words, although Enel felt that the Infinite Continent he was referring to and the one he wanted to go to might not be the same, he didn't argue further. After all, at this moment, he was merely Dagu's subordinate, or rather, as Dagu would put it, a crew member. However, whether as a crew member or subordinate, he should listen to Dagu. Therefore, after Dagu finished speaking, even though Enel felt somewhat strange, he didn't say anything further. Robin. Seeing that Enel had nothing else to say, Dagu turned to call Robin. What's up? When Robin approached and asked what was wrong, Dagu reached out and handed her the blueprints, saying, Take a look. Can you understand what's on this? Can it be built? Good. Hearing this, Robin nodded and took the blueprints of the Ark, studying them carefully. Captain. Just at that moment, Enel looked at Dagu with a hesitant expression. What's wrong? Seeing Enel like this, Dagu turned around and advised him. If you have something to say, just say it if I can do it. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I can help you. Seeing Dagu say this, Enel let go of his awkwardness and looked at Dagu affirmatively, saying, It's like this, Captain. I can build this ship. Hearing this, Dagu suddenly realized that indeed, in the original work, it was Enel who constructed the Ark Maxim, which proved that Enel had the capability to build it. Very well. So, Dagu said to Enel, Since you can build it, then you can take charge. Let me know what you need, and I'll prepare it. Okay. Hearing Dagu say this, Enel felt a stir in his heart. The feeling of being trusted was indeed nice, so he didn't hesitate and immediately listed the materials needed for the shipbuilding to Dagu. Gold. Initially, as Enel spoke, Dagu didn't think much of it, since most of what he mentioned were materials available on Skypiea and not difficult to find. However, when Enel mentioned needing a large amount of gold, Dagu was troubled. Gold wasn't absent. Not only was it available, but there was also a significant quantity. The problem was that the gold didn't belong to him. It belonged to Shandia, to the people of Skypiea. If Dagu were like Enel in the original work, ruling Appiato with violence, he would have undoubtedly claimed all the gold for himself without a second thought. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He hadn't used violence against the Shandians, nor did he rule Appiato. He was merely staying here like a friend. That's all. Since he was merely a guest, what reason did he have to demand that the homeowners hand over large amounts of gold for him to build a ship? Even if gold was worthless on Skypiea, it wasn't something Dagu could borrow at will. Captain Dagu. Just as Dagu was feeling extremely troubled, Weepa, who had been with Gonfor, Riki, and others, walked up to Dagu and sincerely said, "If you need gold, we can give you all the gold in Skypiea." However, saying this, Weepa paused and turned to look at the enormous golden bell outside, saying, "The golden bell cannot be given to you." Wait. Hearing this, Dagu thought he had misheard. So after Weepa finished speaking, he immediately asked for confirmation. "Weepa, are you really going to give us the gold?" Chapter 187. Sandwich Ships and the Red-Haired Emperor. Yes. At this moment, Gonfor also walked over and confidently said to Dagu, "Brother Dagu, since you need gold to build the ship, you can take the gold from Skypiea." Why? Hearing this, Dagu was still puzzled. He didn't understand why anyone would be willing to part with the gold of an entire city, as it was truly a wealth that could rival nations. What Dagu didn't know was that in Gonfor and the others' hearts, Dagu, who helped them resolve the 400-year war and gifted them a godly island, was akin to a godly existence. Therefore, they were willing to generously offer a large amount of gold. In fact, if it weren't for the significant meaning of the golden bell, they might even have given it to Dagu, because gold held no meaning for them. It couldn't grow crops like base, nor did it have multiple uses like shells. Thus, such useless gold, if it could be used to repay Dagu's kindness, would be the best outcome. So, after listening to Gonfor's explanation, Dagu fell silent. All right. After a long while, Dagu finally nodded helplessly and then thanked Gonfor and Weepa. "Thank you, Mr. Gonfor." "Chief Weepa, it's nothing." In response to Dagu's gratitude, Gonfor and the others hurriedly waved their hands, indicating it was no big deal. Even Weepa proposed to Dagu, "Well, Captain Dagu, if you need more hands." Saying this, Weepa glanced at Riki, and upon seeing her nod, he turned back to Dagu and said, "You can ask us. We would be happy to help Captain Dagu build the ship." This, faced with Weepa's enthusiasm, Dagu hesitated for a moment. Then looking at the manpower on his side, he reluctantly nodded in agreement to Weepa's proposal. He also thanked Weepa again. "Since that's the case, thank you once more. Chief Weepa, let's get started quickly." Seeing that not only was the material issue resolved, but even the manpower issue was taken care of, Enel immediately urged everyone to get to work quickly so that he could drive the Arc Maxim to the Infinite Continent. Qinghai. That's right. After listening to Dagu's words, Enel slightly shifted his goal. He wanted to go to Qinghai first to take a look, and then go to the sky to find the Infinite Continent where his ancestors lived. As for Dagu, seeing Enelu so eager, he didn't stop him but said, "Enelu, let's call it a day. You've already been injured today. Wait a few days for your body to recover, and then we can start working again." Hearing Dagu say this, Enelu was momentarily taken aback and then silently replied, "All right, let's wait a few days then." Just like that, a year passed in the blink of an eye, and time unknowingly reached the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar. During this year, Dagu and the others didn't go anywhere. They just built their own ship, the Ark of the Prophecy, under Enelu's command. Yes, Dagu did not change its name, mainly considering Enelu, as this ship was powered by his abilities. So he naturally had to take his opinion into account. However, unlike the original work, this Ark of the Prophecy, although still built of gold, looked like an ordinary large ship from the outside. When others saw this ship, they would surely think it was just a bigger vessel. As for why it was like this, it was because Dagu had a sudden idea to wrap a wooden ship around a golden ship. Therefore, this Ark of the Prophecy could be said to be both a ship and two ships. The reason they could achieve this was mainly due to Law's abilities. Using Law's surgery fruit space, they embedded gold into the interior of the wood. In other words, the Ark of the Prophecy is a sandwich ship, with wood wrapping around gold. I still remember the exaggerated expressions of the others when Dagu proposed this idea. They had never thought that a ship could have a filling like a cookie. However, after the experiment, everyone was stunned because Dagu's suggestion was indeed feasible. The ship could really be made into a sandwich. Thus, everyone enthusiastically began to build this sandwich ship, the Ark of the Prophecy. And in just a blink, a year had passed. On this day, they finally completed this sandwich ship wrapped in wood and gold. However, what Dagu and the others didn't know was that while they were leisurely building the ship, two major events occurred in the Blue Sea below. The first was that the Revolutionary Army, based on Dagu's guided construction plan, developed very rapidly and even established a foothold in the New World. The other event, in contrast to the unknown Revolutionary Army, was a significant event that shook the entire sea. Because after 4 years, following Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom, another person stood tall on the sea, crowned as the Emperor. Red-haired Shanks, Dagu's senior brother, a former intern of the Roger Pirates, the chosen successor of Pirate King Roger, and the most outstanding supernova of the new era at just 39 years old. Compared to the other 3 emperors, he was a whole reincarnation younger. Even the youngest among the 3 emperors, Kaido, was over 10 years older than the newly crowned red-haired. As a result, rumors began to spread across the sea. Roger's successor would once again reach Laugh Tale and become the next Pirate King. However, unfortunately, Shanks did not seek out Laugh Tale as others had imagined. Instead, he did something unexpected. After becoming one of the 4 emperors, he halted his steps. That's right, the heir of the Pirate King. Hailed as the most likely candidate to become the new generation's Pirate King, red-haired Shanks actually stopped moving forward after becoming one of the 4 emperors. Instead, he began to attack and seize territories like the other 3 emperors, clearly showing that he wanted to carve out his own domain and no longer wished to continue towards Laugh Tale. This left the world in shock. They never expected that the person most likely to become the Pirate King would stop just when he was closest to achieving it. However, regardless of how the world commented, Shanks continued on his own path, pursuing his territory-seizing endeavors. Chapter 188: Magic Valley Town and the Pirates' Magic Valley Town. A port town on the island of Kaya, in the Grand Line, is also the only town in the area and a no-man's land where the Navy, the Kingdom, and the citizens do not interfere. It is precisely because of this that Magic Valley Town has resolutely become a gathering place for nearby pirates, where many pirates reside and enjoy themselves. However, don't be fooled by the large number of pirates in Magic Valley Town and think that it is too strong for the Navy to dare to invade. In fact, the pirates in Magic Valley Town are merely small-time pirates, most of whom have bounties of only around 10 million. And there isn't a single one with a bounty exceeding 100 million. The reason the Navy does not bother with Magic Valley Town is not for any other reason, but mainly because the pirates there are simply too weak considering its geographical location. Situated in the Grand Line, there isn't even a single pirate with a bounty over 100 million, and they even band together for warmth. How could such a rabble possibly be taken seriously by the Navy or by the Buddha of the War Kingdom? However, perhaps it is precisely for this reason that so many ragtag individuals gather in Magic Valley Town. But today, at this very moment, Magic Valley Town has changed. Its upper limit is no longer in the millions, but has reached the hundreds of millions, and even billions now exist. The reason for this is not due to any other cause, but because today, Magic Valley Town welcomes the arrival of a significant figure, the Ark of the Prophecy. On board, not only is there the demon girl, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 150 million berries, but also the demon boy, Dagu, with a bounty that reaches the pinnacle of this world, 1 billion berries. Captain, the people in this town seem a bit off? On the Ark of the Prophecy, looking at the comings and goings of people in the town, Goena couldn't help but frown and turn to ask Dagu. In response to Goena's question, Dagu smiled sheepishly and said, "Well, that's because this little town has no ordinary people. They're all pirates." At this point, Dagu turned to glance at the others and said, "Let's go. We'll go down and take a look and also gather some news about the sea over the years." "Yes," the others replied and followed Dagu down the ship, stepping onto the land of Magic Valley Town. "Let's go to the tavern and have a look." The tavern is the easiest and best place to gather information. After observing the surrounding scenery, Dagu said to the group, and then walked towards the small building with a sign depicting a wine glass. The others did not say anything, simply following Dagu silently. Even Bonney, who usually was the most lively and would disappear with Guna and Yuta the moment they disembarked, obediently followed Dagu this time and did not wander off. All of this was because of Dagu's words, that this small town was filled with pirates, and there were only pirates here, which made Bonney refrain from leading Guayna and Yuta astray. Moreover, in Bonney's mind, this town, which was only inhabited by pirates, wouldn't have any places worth exploring or enjoying. Ding, ding, ding. Thus, under Dagu's lead, the light pirates arrived at a small tavern in Magic Valley Town. And after casually finding a place to sit down amidst the gazes of others, Dagu called out, "Boss, bring us some drinks." As soon as they sat down, Dagu waved to the shopkeeper to bring some drinks over. After all, they had entered the tavern, and if they just sat there doing nothing, it would seem quite strange in the eyes of others. However, Dagu might have overthought it. When they had just walked into the tavern, they had already attracted the attention of other patrons. After all, their combination is quite unique, not to mention their figures. Just the presence of the polar bear Beepo and the child Yuta in the team is already eye-catching. Look, others are pointing and whispering about Dagu and the others. A man with a slicked-back hairstyle scanned the room and had already assessed Robin from head to toe, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Enough for this captain to play with for a couple of days. Of course, it's not just Robin's beautiful figure that draws attention. The others also attract a crowd. Over there, a tall, thin man wearing black-rimmed glasses is looking at the young Yuta with a strange smile on his face. Besides Robin and the other women, men like Enel, Law, and Hawkins also frequently catch people's eyes. However, unlike the attention drawn by the women's figures, Enel and the others are noticed because of their attitudes. Whether it's Hawkins' indifference, Enel's arrogance, or Law's silence, their differing personalities gathered together in one place are bound to attract attention. In fact, the most eye-catching is still Dagu, the captain, because he not only sits in the main seat, but also shares laughter with Robin and the other women. Anyone with a discerning eye can see who the leader of this group is. Unlike a few years ago at Whiskey Peak, perhaps Dagu and the others have been out of the public eye for too long, or perhaps besides those two world-shocking bounties, Dagu hasn't done anything else noteworthy. This has led to the tavern being crowded with people, yet none of them recognize Dagu right away like they did during the Whiskey Peak incident. Thus, in the eyes of others, Dagu and his crew are just novice pirates. Since they're newcomers, the seasoned veterans naturally can't help but want to teach them some rules. "Hey kid," a man with a scar on his forehead, shirtless and carrying a 2-meter-long broadsword, approached everyone. Bang! With a flip of his hand, the broadsword smashed onto the table in front of Dagu, shattering it. Huh! This scene made Dagu frown. Just at that moment, before Dagu could say anything, Enel acted first. Bang! A flash of electricity appeared, and the man with the broadsword immediately collapsed, twitching a few times before falling silent. All the commotion immediately drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. The reason is that this man is not an ordinary person, or rather, he is not just any pirate. Among the numerous pirates in this tavern, although he is not the strongest, with a bounty of 30 million berries, he ranks in the top 5. And such a person was easily dealt with by what they thought were newcomers. How could that not surprise everyone? Many even secretly felt relieved that they hadn't acted just now, or they would have met the same fate as that man. Chapter 189. Low-tier pirates and high-tier pirates are looking at the man on the ground. Dagu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Enel to act so quickly. He had originally wanted to avoid drawing attention, as quietly developing is the style of a cautious person. Unfortunately, with Enel's actions, Dagu found it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Of course, this doesn't mean Dagu is afraid. He simply didn't want to attract attention. If Dagu had wanted to be noticed, he would have gone to Mary Joa to rescue Hancock and the others covertly. Instead, he could have made a grand entrance or left some marks to prove he was the one who did it. Bursting into Mary Joa and coming out unscathed would undoubtedly skyrocket Dagu's popularity. He could even rally people to follow him and declare himself a king. Don't believe it? Just look at the original work S. Fisher Tiger. After single-handedly storming Mary Joa and rescuing all the slaves, his popularity was unmatched, even overshadowing Whitebeard. If Fisher Tiger had seized that opportunity to rally people, with his comrades like Jean Bay and others, he could have easily built a nation similar to Big Mom's Tato Land. In other words, Fisher Tiger could have become a king simply by relying on his daring act at Mary Joa. Unfortunately, Fisher Tiger couldn't let go of the prejudices between races and even though he saved them, he didn't accept them, leading to his eventual downfall. Similarly, if Dagu truly wanted to reach the top early, he could have used his exploits at Mary Joa to rally people. However, at that time, Dagu, and even now, he had no intention of claiming kingship based on that glorious deed. Dagu prefers to develop quietly, accumulating strength silently, and when he finally makes a move, it will be astonishing. Otherwise, why do you think he specifically sought out Robin and the others, and even invited the young Yuta on board? It's all because Dagu doesn't want to be too famous or too eye-catching, although he has already shaken the world twice due to the bounties. Those events were without explanation, or rather, the only ones who know the reasons are the Navy. Others don't know what Dagu has done, don't understand, and thus don't believe that Dagu's bounty is linked to his strength. They might even gradually forget about Dagu, just like the others in the tavern. However, after what just happened, Dagu knows that it's impossible for him to remain low-key, because no matter what, Dagu just wants to develop quietly, which doesn't mean he is afraid of trouble, let alone those with bounties under 100 million. If it were someone like Whitebeard, Dagu might consider whether to take action. So, while others are still in shock, Dagu slowly stands up. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible wave erupted, the Conqueror's haki poured out, and only a few people in the tavern remained standing. A slick-back man, a glasses-wearing man, a hot-bodied young woman. Captain, can you not use Conqueror's haki next time? Looking at the scene around her, Bonney helplessly turned to Dagu and said, doing this makes his crew members feel unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Dagu felt a bit awkward and then smiled in response. All right, no problem. I want to do it like this next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned his head to the three remaining standing. You three. Igriegagis. Just as Dagu was about to speak, the two men and one woman hurriedly ran up to him, bowing respectfully as they asked, Sir, what orders do you have? This response from the three is understandable. After all, they initially thought Dagu and his crew were just rookie pirates, not realizing that although Dagu looked young, his strength was something they couldn't contend with. They even felt that Dagu could resolve them without lifting a finger. This is because they clearly understood what Dagu's ability to knock out others was. That was a power only a king could possess, a symbol of absolute strength. Haki. It was Conqueror's haki. If the three hadn't been to Tsubaki and learned about the existence of Conqueror's haki, they probably wouldn't be as terrified as they are now. They might think that Dagu merely used an unknown ability to knock others out. But it's precisely because they understand Conqueror's haki clearly and know what kind of ability it is that they behave so pathetically. Looking at the three people in front of him who were bowing and scraping, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He knew that once he took action, the outcome would end up like this. He chose to act low-key precisely because he didn't want things to turn out this way. Unfortunately, human power has its limits, and there are always things in the world that don't go as one wishes. However, these weren't really a big problem for Dagu. It was just somewhat irritating. That's all. So, Dagu chose to ignore the attitude of the three and calmly asked, I want to know, has anything major happened on the sea in the past 2 years? Yes. Facing Dagu's question, the woman among them was more articulate. Immediately, the hot-tempered woman answered, Reporting to you, my lord, there haven't been any major events on the sea in the past 2 years, except for one. Saying this, the hot-tempered woman paused, observed Dagu's expression, and upon finding no dissatisfaction, she continued, that is, the former Pirate King's crew member, red-haired Shanks, has become another emperor of the sea after Kaido. So now there are already 4 emperors of the sea, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and the newly risen red-haired Shanks. They are collectively referred to as the 4 emperors. The pirate crews under them are known as the 4 emperor pirate crews. Is it already this time? After listening to the hot-tempered woman's explanation, Dagu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Unknowingly, red-haired Shanks had already become one of the 4 emperors. Shanks has become one of the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, hearing that Shanks had actually become one of the 4 emperors, Yuta, Shanks' daughter, couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to Dagu and said, Captain, I want to go back and take a look. Is that okay? I want to check on Shanks and casually ask him why he didn't tell me about such a big deal as becoming one of the 4 emperors. Whether he still has me as his daughter in his heart. Chapter 190 CP Organization and Dagu's Return this. Upon hearing Yuda's words, Dagu was momentarily stunned. But the other three, after hearing Yuda's words, fell into a daze. They never expected that the youngest-looking member of this team was actually related to one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, and judging by her words, she is Shank's daughter. Thinking about it this way, who exactly is Dagu? Who could become her captain? With this thought, the 3 of them slightly raised their heads to seriously observe Dagu's appearance. Evil, demon, son of the devil. Bang! Suddenly, the bespectacled man exclaimed. Then with a thud, he knelt down in front of Dagu, trembling all over, and remained silent for a long time. Son of the devil? At the same time, although the other 2 were still somewhat confused, since the bespectacled man had already knelt down, they didn't dare to hesitate and followed suit, kneeling down before Dagu. Oh! Hearing the bespectacled man's exclamation and seeing the others kneeling, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He thought that after all these years, no one would remember him, but unexpectedly, just after returning to the Blue Sea, he was recognized. He had to admit that he had underestimated his own influence. After all, not everyone breaks 1 billion in their first bounty. Even Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Pirate King, Joel D. Roger weren't directly set at a bounty of 100 million when they first set sail, let alone Monkey D. Luffy, whose first bounty was only 30 million berries years later. However, since he was recognized, so be it. Since he had already taken action, he was afraid of being known. With that in mind, Dagu immediately ignored the kneeling trio and turned to Robin and the others, saying, "Let us go. We'll head back to the ship first." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu directly stepped towards the door. "Yes, Captain." Hearing Dagu's words, Robin and the others first glanced at the 3 kneeling down, then followed Dagu's footsteps. "Wait, son of the devil." Just as Dagu was about to walk out of the tavern, the bespectacled man suddenly stood up and called out to Dagu. Upon hearing this, Dagu silently turned his head and looked at him. Seeing this, the bespectacled man didn't hesitate any longer and immediately said to Dagu, "Son of the devil, I want." Unfortunately, just as he was about to say something, Dagu raised his hand to interrupt him and turn around, not looking back as he said, "If you want to join my crew, then no, I don't need vassals." This, looking at Dagu leaving with the others. The bespectacled man stood there in a daze. He never thought that there would be such a special existence in this world that would turn down subordinates offered to him. "Hey, why were you so respectful to that person just now?" Meanwhile, seeing that Dagu and the others had walked far away, the hot-tempered woman immediately approached the bespectacled man and inquired about Dagu's identity. Although she knew that someone who could be the captain of Shank's daughter was definitely not an ordinary person, she really had no idea who he was. Not just her. The slick-haired man next to her was also looking at the bespectacled man with a bewildered expression. Even though they had heard the bespectacled man mention Dagu's name, they couldn't recall who the son of the devil was at all. As for the confusion of the two, the bespectacled man didn't hide anything and immediately explained Dagu's identity to them. Nanny. After the bespectacled man finished explaining, the slick-haired duo was shocked again. They hadn't expected that person to be the super newcomer, the son of the devil, dreamiest Dagu, who caused a stir in the sea years ago by surpassing 1 billion in his second bounty. Hey, just as the 2 came to their senses and wanted to ask the bespectacled man more questions, they found that he had already vanished without a trace. After looking around and still not finding the bespectacled man, they had no choice but to give up searching and began to call for their subordinates. What the 2 didn't know was that the bespectacled man had somehow already stood on the roof of the tavern, holding a din mushy and dialing a number. Beep, beep, beep after a series of sounds. Although no voice came from the other end, the bespectacled man knew the call had been connected. Therefore, he didn't waste any words and immediately reported to the person on the other end. "Officer, this is Magic Valley Town. Just now, the son of the devil, dreamiest Dagu, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, who has been missing for several years, and his accomplices landed here, and on their ship." Just at that moment, the bespectacled man was about to say something more when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and the bespectacled man vanished from the world. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land, Mary Ahua, In the CP-5 command center, the commander of CP-5 looked at the suddenly silent Din Din Mushi in front of him and fell into deep thought. Beep beep beep. After a long while, he picked up the Din Din Mushi again and dialed number. Who is it? Not long after, a voice came from the Din Din Mushi that was within his expectations. Admiral Sengoku. At this moment, the commander of CP-5 did not act haughtily like when he faced the bespectacled man earlier. Instead, he directly opened his mouth to inform the Marine Admiral, Sengoku, about the situation reported to him by the bespectacled man. After finishing relaying the information, the CP-5 commander continued to say to Sengoku, "There is another piece of news. I suspect that a lightning-type ability user has appeared among the Demon Child's crew, and their observation haki is quite strong." Hearing the CP-5 commander's words, Sengoku, far away in Marineford in his office, couldn't help but be surprised, then asked, "Why do you say that?" Facing Sengoku's inquiry, the commander was not displeased, but immediately shared his speculation with Sengoku. The commander recalled the commotion from earlier and analyzed the Sengoku. "Because before my subordinates encountered trouble, I clearly heard a rumble of thunder. Moreover, my subordinates, the members of CP-5, wouldn't be foolish enough to report to me right under the Demon Child's nose." After listening to the commander's analysis, Sengoku fell silent. He understood that the situation might indeed be, as the CP-5 commander said. The Demon Child, Momonosuke, had returned with even stronger power after disappearing for several years. Chapter 191. Gion moves out in private space after quietly glancing at the already disconnected snail phone. Sengoku turned to the young woman standing beside him and said, "Gion, you must have heard that. What are your thoughts?" In response, the tall young woman, Peach Rabbit Gion, calmly said, "Mr. Sengoku, I want to set sail." Hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but stare at Gion for a long time. Only after seeing her remain unfazed did he helplessly wave his hand and say, "Go ahead. Be safe." "Yes." Thus, with Sengoku's permission, Gion left the office, boarded her vehicle, and headed towards Water 7. Clearly, Gion understood that if she went directly to Magic Valley Town, she might miss her chance with Momonosuke. So she planned to get ahead and arrive first at the next island on the Momonosuke route, Water 7, to wait for her opportunity. Meanwhile, in Magic Valley Town, on the Arc Proverb, Enel, who had just unleashed a divine punishment, was gathering his power. At the same time, the unaware Bonney approached Enel, looking puzzled, and asked, "Enel, what did you just do? Why did you attack?" Hearing Bonney's words, Enel slightly raised the corner of his mouth and coolly replied, "I just dealt with a rat." "A rat?" Upon hearing Enel say this, Bonney was slightly confused, but then suddenly realized that the rat Enel mentioned was obviously not a real rat, but rather a bug. "A spy." Then Bonney turned to Enel, looking at him curiously, and said, "Is it okay?" Seeing that Bonney was still planning to ask Enel something, Momonosuke immediately stopped her and said, "No need to worry about any rats. Since Enel has already dealt with it, there's no need to pay further attention." Moreover, as he spoke, Momonosuke looked towards the direction of Magic Valley Town and said, "Even if a Marine Admiral comes, you don't need to be overly concerned. I will deal with them. Right now, the most important thing is that I take Yuta back to Red-Haired Shanks." At this point, Momonosuke turned to Law and said, "During the time I'm away, Robin will be in charge of the ship, and Law will assist. Is there any problem?" Law. Hearing this, Law nodded and said, "No problem, Captain." Faced with Momonosuke's arrangement, how could Law have any objections? Not to mention Law being appointed as the deputy. Even the usually arrogant Bonney and the aloof Hawkins had no objections, because everyone had gotten used to it previously when Momonosuke was away. It was Robin who handled all affairs, so how could they object to Robin leading them? As for Law, nobody cared because Robin would arrange everything well, and there was essentially no role for Law to play, so what objections could they have? Of course, this did not include Enel, who had just joined the crew a year ago and had been with everyone. In Enel's view, having Momonosuke as captain was acceptable. Robin, as Momonosuke's woman and having previously fought him, also proved to be quite capable, so Enel had no major objections to Robin taking command in Momonosuke's absence. But Law, who was he? Riding on top of a god was impossible. Therefore, Enel directly said to Momonosuke, "Captain, I have objections." Oh, hearing Enel's words, Momonosuke was slightly surprised and turned to him and asked, "What's the matter? Do you have any objections?" In response to Momonosuke's question, Enel immediately pointed at Law and said, "Captain, I have no objections to Robin being the temporary commander, but I do have objections to Law being the deputy." Upon hearing this, Momonosuke was slightly taken aback and asked, "What objections do you have?" Facing Momonosuke's question, Enel answered without thinking, "Law's strength is not as strong as mine." Enel's words not only left Momonosuke speechless, but also caused Law to fall into silence. However, the difference was that Momonosuke was troubled by Enel's slight insubordination, while Law was simply frustrated because he was compared unfavorably to the newcomer but had no way to refute it. After pondering for a long time, Momonosuke raised his head and looked at Enel calmly. "Enel, do you think your strength is so strong that no one in this sea is stronger than you?" Upon hearing Momonosuke's words, Enel immediately retorted, "Not really. At least, Captain, you are stronger than me, and also..." At this point, Enel turned to Robin and said, "And Robin's strength is also not weak." Hearing this, Momonosuke understood that in Enel's mind, aside from himself and Robin, whom he had fought against, he looked down on everyone else. He believed that the strength in this sea was just that. Moreover, having just defeated 2 pirates with 2 ordinary attacks only deepened his arrogance. Understanding this, Momonosuke frowned and said to Enel, "You will follow me later. We will go to Shanks' ship." Indeed, Momonosuke planned to take Enel with him to see the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. This, faced with Momonosuke's sudden arrangement, Enel was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and replied, "No problem, Captain, as long as I can follow you." Hearing Enel's words, Momonosuke nodded and then turned to Robin, instructing, "Robin, I'll leave it to you from here." In response, Robin also nodded and said, "Don't worry, since that's the case." Seeing Robin agree, Momonosuke immediately reached out and pulled Enel and Yuta, saying, "Let's set off." As soon as he finished speaking, Momonosuke immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the Arc Proverb room. Just as Momonosuke left with Enel, Beepo looked at Law, who suddenly opened his domain, and asked Law, "Where are you going?" Unfortunately, in response to Beepo's question, Law did not reply, but directly activated his ability and also disappeared from spot. Law. Looking at the place where Law had vanished, Beepo felt a sense of loss. He didn't understand why Law chose to leave alone without taking him, especially since they were the best of friends. Beepo. Looking at Beepo's expression, Robin smiled and walked up to him, gently placing her hand on his head, comforting him. Everyone has secrets they don't want others to know, even if that person is their best friend. Just like with Das. I have some secrets I don't want Das to know, and Das has secrets I don't know about. Although I don't know what they are, I know he has secrets. So Beepo, give yourself some personal space, as well as some for me. After hearing Robin's words, Beepo suddenly understood and immediately nodded in response. I understand, Robin's sister. I'll go back to my room now." With that, Beepo turned and walked towards his room. Seeing this, Robin just shook her head and said no more. After all, the one who tied the bell must untie it. Let them think for themselves. Chapter 192. Farewell and combat in a certain sea area of the New World. The red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, was sailing slowly. Suddenly, Shanks, who was sitting at the bow of the ship, turned to look at the mast, where he noticed 3 figures had appeared in front of it. Yuta. Seeing the 3 appear, Shanks quickly walked over, half squatting down to look at his grown daughter, and asked, "How did you get here? Did you miss me?" Unfortunately, Yuta did not appreciate Shanks' warm greeting. Instead, she coldly huffed and then glanced around before saying to Shanks, "Shanks, I heard you became one of the 4 emperors?" Hearing this, Shanks was taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Yes. I indeed became what they call one of the 4 emperors." Upon hearing Shanks admit he was now one of the 4 emperors, Yuta glared at him and questioned, "Then why didn't you tell me? Do you even care about me anymore? Do you still consider me your daughter?" Hearing Yuta's words, Shanks was momentarily stunned. He couldn't understand why Yuta was so agitated. To Shanks, this so-called title of 4 emperors was merely an external label. It wasn't a big deal, and whether he said it or not didn't really matter. However, what Shanks didn't know was that Yuta didn't care about the title of 4 emperors. What she cared about was that such a significant event happened, and her father Shanks didn't inform her. In Yuta's eyes, this was equivalent to Shanks no longer considering her part of the Red Hair Pirates, as if he had forgotten her and thought it unnecessary to share the adventures of the crew with her anymore. Thus, when Yuta learned that Shanks had become one of the 4 emperors without telling her, she became so angry that she had Daz bring her to see Shanks immediately. All of this stemmed from Yuta's fear that the people of the red-haired pirates, especially her father Shanks, might truly forget her and exclude her from the crew. Of course, Shanks was unaware of Yuta's thoughts, but looking at her expression, he understood that he must have done something wrong to make her so upset. Yuta, after pondering for a moment, Shanks stepped forward, extending his only hand to embrace Yuta, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Yuta. Although I don't know what I've done wrong. Please believe me. Shanks loves you always, always. You will always be my daughter, no matter when. You are my only daughter, red-haired Shanks' daughter." Shanks. Listening to Shanks' words, Yuta fell silent. She didn't know whether she should still be angry or if she had any reason to be angry or scared. Thus, the father and daughter held each other in silence, time slowly flowing by for a long while. Cough, cough. After an unknown amount of time had passed, seeing that the two showed no signs of separating, Daz, unable to bear it any longer, finally coughed a couple of times to remind them. Upon hearing the noise, Yuta immediately pushed Shanks away, and Shanks slowly stood up, turning to Daz and asking, "Junior brother, did you come here for something?" Saying this, Shanks slightly tilted his head to glance at Enel beside him, asking Daz, "Is this your new partner?" "Yes." In response to Shanks' question, Daz nodded and then explained to Shanks, "Senior brother, although the main reason for coming this time is that Yuta wanted to see you, but..." At this point, Daz turned to Enel and said, "I also want Enel to have a spar with the members of the Red Hair Pirates. Is that okay?" "Oh." After hearing Daz's words, Shanks was surprised, then looked Enel up and down before greeting him. "Hello. I'm Shanks. Nice to meet you." "MM." In response to Shanks' greeting, Enel merely acknowledged it with a faint MMA. Seeing this, Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then smiled knowingly. He understood why Daz brought Enel here and said he wanted him to have a spar. Given Enel's demeanor, it was clear he was an inexperienced rookie, unaware of the world's dangers, which was why Daz brought him along to let Enel learn a lesson. Beckman. Understanding this, Shanks turned to his first mate, Ben Beckman, and said, "You go and practice with this young brother." "Sure." In response to Shanks' order, Beckman did not refuse. As he had been observing Enel since earlier, he knew that if he wanted to fulfill Daz's hidden requirements and let Enel face setbacks, then aside from Shanks and himself, the other members of the Red Hair Pirates were somewhat lacking in strength. Although both Yasopp and Luffy could defeat Enel, Beckman sensed that they would likely end up in a stalemate with this kid named Enel, which contradicted Daz's intention. If Beckman guessed correctly, Daz's idea was to let Enel experience defeat, even despair, to suppress his arrogance and haughtiness. The only ones capable of achieving this in the red-haired pirates were Shanks and Beckman. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for the Captain Shanks to fight one of the crew members, even if it was a friendly spar. Thus, Shanks let Beckman take action, and Beckman readily agreed without hesitation. "Junior brother." Seeing Beckman agree, Shanks turned to Daz again and said, "Since the choice of opponent is decided, you can handle the venue." "No problem." Hearing Shanks' words, Daz immediately agreed without hesitation, then without delay, placed his hands on Beckman and Enel. Flying Thunder God. In a flash of spatial transition, Daz took the two away from the Red Force. Yuta. Seeing the three leave, Shanks turned to his precious daughter, Yuta, and requested, "Yuta, we haven't heard your singing for a long time. Can you sing us a song?" Seeing Shanks like this, Yuta couldn't help but frown. Perhaps having stayed too long on the quiet ship with Daz had made her somewhat unaccustomed to Shanks' playful nature. However, it was nothing to worry about. Yuta quickly relaxed her brow, then walked to the center of the ship, the position where she had been standing before, and began to sing. The long journey, just beginning, was filled with courage, love, and friendship. Chapter 193, Beckman and Enel. Boom. 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 On a nameless island in the North Sea, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Above, the sky was clear, and the blazing sun hung high. Amidst the booming thunder, there were also the sounds of gunfire. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, heading straight for a tall man on the island. facing the oncoming lightning. The tall man took a deep breath and raised his weapon. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a bullet shot out from the man's gun, meeting the formidable pillar of lightning. Boom! The bullet collided with the lightning, but surprisingly, the small bullet dispersed the surging lightning with a single hit. Oomph! Watching this scene from the sky was a burly man with long ears holding a golden staff, who snorted in response. Then, with a sweep of his golden staff, he accurately struck the 4 empty drums behind him. Boom! 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 As the sound of the 4 drums echoed, 4 more pillars of lightning appeared, charging straight towards the tall man below. The 2 combatants were none other than Beckman, brought here by Dagu from the red-haired pirates, and his crew member, the lightning fruit user, Enel. They had been fighting for half an hour. Dagu initially thought Enel would be defeated by Beckman quickly, realizing that he could not act recklessly with his current strength. However, to Dagu's surprise, after a brief exchange with Beckman, Enel recognized the mismatch and, using his ability to hover with lightning, began to play kite with Beckman in the air. Although Beckman had some aerial capabilities, this was merely a friendly sparring match for him, and he didn't need to exert his full strength. If he were to go all out, it could lead to injury for either Beckman or Enel, which would be undesirable. Therefore, it could be said that Enel was recklessly attacking while Beckman was quite restrained. Dagu couldn't help but feel a headache upon seeing this situation. His intention was to make Enel understand that there are always stronger people, but if this continued, the outcome might not only fail to suppress Enel, but could actually embolden him. Thinking of this, Dagu sighed helplessly and then looked at Beckman, saying, "Beckman, brother, could you please take a bit more seriously? Always going easy is not good." Hearing Dagu's words, Beckman pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You're right. Then I'll be a bit more serious." As he said this, Beckman reminded Dagu, "If anything happens as a result, I won't take responsibility. Rest assured." To Beckman's surprise, after hearing his words, Dagu nodded without hesitation and even looked at him with an eager expression, as if urging him to quickly give Enel a good beating. Beckman, unsure of Dagu's situation, didn't pay him much more attention and turned to look at Enel in the air. He then moved his feet and flew straight towards Enel. Seeing Beckman's figure charging through the air, Enel, who was previously calm, couldn't help but be taken aback, and then his expression turned cold as he swung his golden staff. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous drum sounds continued, and with the appearance of the drum beats came the continuous lightning. Although this lightning was much smaller than before, the numbers were relentless, causing Beckman to furrow his brow. Watching the lightning approach, Beckman sighed softly, then focused his gaze and began to gather his momentum. Boom! With a roar, Beckman charged into the sea of lightning without hesitation. Strangely enough, although he was surrounded by lightning, Beckman was unharmed. It was as if the lightning feared him, passing by him without striking him directly. Of course, the reality was not that the lightning feared Beckman. In Dagu's view, it was more accurate to say that Beckman was skillfully sidestepping the lightning just as it was about to strike him. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Dagu and Enel, Beckman passed through the sea of lightning unscathed and continued towards Enel. Boom! Just as Beckman was about to make contact with Enel vanished in a flash of lightning and appeared on the other side. Bang! However, just when Enel thought everything was normal, a bullet grazed the tips of his hair and flew into the distance. This situation made Enel break out in a sweat, and he reached up to push aside the singed hair in front of his eyes. Looking at it, Enel felt a stirring in his heart. It was close, so close that he could have met his end. Bang! But it wasn't over yet. Just as Enel was in a daze, another gunshot rang out, and a bullet shot through his forehead in a flash. Boom! Surprisingly, this attack had no effect on Enel. The reason was that Beckman had not used haki on this bullet, so it was merely an ordinary bullet. As is well known, ordinary attacks have no effect on Logia-type users. Otherwise, Enel's head could have really been blown apart. All right. Upon seeing this, Dagu appeared in front of the two of them and said, "The match is over. Let's go back." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu grabbed Beckman with one hand and placed the other on Enel's shoulder, regardless of Enel's dazed state, and then used the flying thunder god technique. Snap! What Dagu didn't know was that, while he was pulling Beckman and resting a hand on Enel, A pigeon on the nameless island below was taking a close-up shot of the three with a camera. Thus, unbeknownst to Dagu, he and his crew member, Enel became famous. Although Dagu's bounty did not change, Enel, who fought Beckman and commanded Lightning, drew significant attention from the Navy. The reason was that the current 3 admirals of the Navy were all Logia-type users, and although Enel seemed unable to defeat Beckman at the moment, he could not be underestimated. Moreover, even though Enel was defeated by Beckman, he did not crumble at the first blow. Not to mention that his opponent was the vice-captain of the Yonko red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, who was even close in strength to a Yonko. Thus, based on all of this, the Navy set a new high for Enel's initial bounty, shocking the world. Along with this, Dagu and the light pirates he founded also stirred up a wave. Chapter 194, Shanks' Envy and Buggy in Treasure Hunting New World, Red Force. Shanks, who was originally listening to Yuta's singing, suddenly paused and turned to see Beckman and Oda, who had appeared beside him. "You're back," Shanks exclaimed. He then turned to Yuta's direction and said, "It seems like it's been a while. Yuta has sung several songs already." "Sorry." Beckman responded to Shanks' words with an apology, then sat down beside him to watch Yuta's performance. Seeing this, Shanks didn't pay any more attention to Beckman and turned to Oda, asking, "How's it going?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shanks signaled with his eyes towards Enel, who was still feeling down. Oda, however, just shook his head and smiled slightly, not answering Shanks' question. Instead, he turned to Enel and said, "Enel, don't be gloomy. Come over and listen to Yuta sing with us." Upon hearing this, Enel remained silent, but walked to the side to quietly watch Yuta's performance. Observing Enel's demeanor, Oda shook his head helplessly, then stopped paying attention to Enel and sat down beside Shanks, watching Yuta's performance while thanking Shanks. "Thank you, senior brother." "No need," Shanks replied, waving his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Suddenly, Shanks thought of something and turned to Oda, asking, "By the way, junior brother, where did you find him?" After saying this, Shanks glanced at Enel, indicating he was referring to him. In response to Shanks' question, Oda couldn't help but smile. He then told Shanks about his trip to Sky Island and how he met Enel. "I see." After listening to Oda's explanation, Shanks nodded silently, then looked at Oda with envy and said, "Junior brother, how come I never get such good fortune? Just going to the sky, and you meet such a promising partner." Just then, noticing Shanks' expression, Beckman interjected, and he is said to be the strongest Logia user with the rumble fruit. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks was taken aback, and his pupils gradually widened as he looked at Enel with deep desire. Clearly, he was intrigued, given Enel's current age and strength. Shanks was sure that if he were to mentor him, Enel would undoubtedly become another figure among the current 3 admirals of the Logia type. Moreover, the abilities of the rumble fruit are more versatile than those of the current admiral's fruits. While it couldn't be said to be stronger than the others, it would definitely adapt better to various environments. The rumble fruit has speed comparable to the light fruit and power akin to the magma fruit. And the paralysis effect after being struck by lightning can be likened to the controllability of the ice fruit. With such an almost all-powerful devil fruit, who wouldn't be tempted? Even Oda, who possesses the sage eye and the sage body, was once tempted, not to mention Shanks, who only has the 3-color haki and swordsmanship. However, Shanks' expression soon darkened because he realized that Enel was currently his daughter's companion and his junior brother's crew member. Even so, Shanks couldn't help but ask Oda, "Junior brother, do you think you could let that guy come over to my side?" Upon hearing Shanks' words, Oda was immediately speechless, staring at Shanks with a blank expression and remained silent for a long time. Although he already knew that Shanks was someone who valued talent and even invited Marco to join his crew in front of Whitebeard, Oda genuinely didn't expect that Shanks would want to poach his junior brother's crew member for the sake of talent. Thinking of this, Oda silently looked at Shanks and said, "Senior brother, I have never seen such a shameless person as you." Hearing Oda's words, Shanks couldn't help but smile awkwardly, then turned his head and said no more. Seeing this, Oda also didn't say anything further and turned to watch Yuta's performance. Time quietly passed in this silence, and before they knew it, night fell. "Senior brother, we're leaving now." Under the moonlight, Oda was saying goodbye to Shanks on the Red Force. To this, Shanks simply nodded and said, "Okay." Come over again when you have time. Shanks at that moment, Yuta, who was nearby, looked at Shanks as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong, Yuta? Noticing Yuta's demeanor, Shanks immediately crouched down and looked at her, asking, is there something else? Or is someone bullying you? As he spoke, Shanks' gaze shifted to Oda, clearly assuming that Oda hadn't taken good care of his precious daughter and that she had been bullied. No. However, when Yuta heard Shanks' words, she shook her head and said, no one is bullying me. It's just, never mind, let's leave it at that. Having said half of her sentence, Yuta abruptly changed her tone and said goodbye to Shanks. Shanks, I'm leaving. I'll come back when I have time. As soon as her words fell, Yuta turned and went to Oda, taking his hand and saying, Captain, let's go. Okay. Seeing that Yuta had said this, Oda had nothing more to say. He could only nod in agreement with Yuta's words, then once again said goodbye to Shanks before using the Flying Thunder God to return to their ship with Yuta and Enel. Watching the three disappear, Shanks' gaze flickered, and he sighed repeatedly. Envy, how can one put it into words? Just as Shanks finished speaking, Beckman, who was beside him, blew out a puff of smoke and said, if you're envious, why don't you eat a devil fruit? Who knows, you might get the ability to teleport at will, and then you can go wherever you want. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks was momentarily stunned. Then he actually started contemplating whether he should eat a devil fruit. Never mind. However, after pondering for a while, Shanks shook his head and said, devil fruits aren't suitable for me. I don't want to become a landlubber. At this point, Shanks couldn't help but think of his little partner, Buggy, who was also a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates back in the day. He wondered where he was now. Was he still continuing his treasure-hunting journey? Achu at that moment, in a certain sea area of the East Blue, Buggy, who was digging for treasure with his subordinates, couldn't help but sneeze, but he didn't pay it any mind and continued urging his subordinates to dig faster. Chapter 195, The Great Talent Snatching Operation and the Frustrated Crowd. Long Chain Island, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is a grassland-type, relatively elongated ring-shaped island. Usually, it is divided into 10 small islands by the sea. However, every year, there's a major low tide when the sea recedes, and at that time, the 10 small islands restore to a single ring-shaped island. Yet this only lasts for a few hours. After those hours, the entire island will once again turn into 10 small islands. At this moment, the light pirates were aboard the Ark Maxim, landing on this peculiar island. On the coast of Long Chain Island, the members of the light pirates, seeing this unique island for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, this island is quite special. After expressing their sentiments, Dagu glanced at everyone and said, let's go explore. With that, Dagu took the lead and walked into the island. Meanwhile, after exchanging glances, Robin and the others followed suit to explore this extraordinary island. They saw vast grasslands where several antelopes were running, a lion roaring in the distance, giraffes walking in groups, and 2 white elephants playing in a pond, looking very content. Suddenly, a loud and abrupt sound broke this tranquility, causing the animals to flee in all directions. Seeing this situation, the expressions of Dagu and the others darkened, and they turned to look at the source of the commotion, a flamboyant woman in a bright red robe waving something at them. Observing the woman's actions and glancing at the others around her, Dagu walked up to her and asked, what is the matter? In response to Dagu's inquiry, the woman did not answer immediately, but huffed before saying to Dagu, you are pirates too, right? As she spoke, she pointed to the flag on the ark, proper behind Dagu and the others, asking, what you say? How about? She then turned and pointed behind her, saying, the Poison Spider Pirates could have a friendly match? Poison Spider. After hearing the woman's words, Dagu looked at her and the others behind her with confusion, then shook his head and said, sorry, we have no intention of having a match with you. With that, Dagu prepared to turn and leave. Wait, just as Dagu turned around, the woman called out to him again, do you know about Davy Back Fight? Huh. Hearing her words, Dagu was puzzled and turned to Robin, hoping the academic Robin could translate the meaning for him. Not disappointing Dagu, Robin explained, Davy Back Fight. The Capture the Crew battle seems to be a common game among pirates. Capture the Crew? A game? After hearing Robin's explanation, Dagu was puzzled for a moment, but then realized that he remembered such a storyline, which indeed took place on this island. However, He recalled that Luffy encountered a fork-headed character with the power of the time fruit, not the flamboyant woman in front of him. Thinking of this, Dagu assessed the flamboyant woman and then realized that it was still at least 5 years before Luffy set sail. So it was normal that it wasn't that fork-headed character. However, Dagu rejected the woman's proposal because he had no interest in this game. As far as he knew, this so-called capture the crew battle was just a child's play, completely meaningless. Therefore, Dagu looked at the woman again and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, we're not interested." With that, Dagu prepared to leave again. But at that moment, the flamboyant woman, seeing Dagu not taking the bait, unexpectedly took out a coin and threw it into the sea. Huh? Hearing the sound, Dagu turned his head in confusion and looked at her, asking, "What are you doing? What does that mean?" Facing Dagu's question, the flamboyant woman was a bit surprised that Dagu didn't understand, but she didn't say much. After a huff, she explained, "This is a game that has been passed down from a pirate paradise long ago. Pirates would compete to get the best crew members from each other, which is the Davy Back fight, capture the crew battle. Throwing a coin into the sea signifies that Davy Jones has approved of this game. The entire game is decided in 3 rounds, and the loser must swear allegiance to the winner for life. If there are no desirable crew members, they can also take the pirate flag, which is seen as the life of the ship, making it a brutal competition that gambles on comrades and dignity. There are 3 main rules in Davy Back fight. 1. Anything lost in Davy Back fight must be won back in Davy Back fight. 2. The defeated crew members chosen by the winner must immediately swear allegiance to the enemy captain. 3. The flag taken from the loser shall never be raised again. Violating any of these rules will be considered a pirate shame and sent to Davy Jones' locker. Legend has it that Davy Jones was cursed by a demon long ago and lives at the bottom of the sea, collecting all the sunken ships and treasures into his locker." After finishing her self-introduction, Dagu's face darkened as he said, "So, you mean we have to agree?" "That's right." Although the woman felt a bit scared seeing Dagu's expression, she still mustered the courage to say, "You must play this game with us, the Poison Spider Pirates, or else you will be considered as not following the game rules, which is a disgrace for pirates." "You." Hearing her words, Dagu's eyes widened, ready to use his conqueror's haki to knock her out, but at that moment, Robin placed a hand on his shoulder and turned to signal him to look at the others. Huh? Following Robin's gaze, Dagu was surprised to see that his companions were all eager to participate, clearly wanting to try this so-called Davy Back fight, capture the crew battle. All right. Seeing this, Dagu realized it wouldn't work to stop them from playing, so he reluctantly turned back to the woman and said, "We'll play." "How do we play?" With that, Dagu asked the woman how the game should be played. Seeing Dagu agree, the woman couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "It's simple. Davy Back fight, capture the crew battle is usually a best-of-3 format." Thus, after the woman finished her introduction, a traditional game among pirates officially began. Chapter 196. The Fun of the Purple Pearl and the Football Among Pirates. The first round. Find the strongest animal on Long Chain Island. Starting now. Not long after, when the female pirate finished introducing the competition items, she immediately announced the start of the match without any pause, then turned to Dagu and the others, saying, "Contestants, please come to the stage." Hearing the female pirate's call, Dagu and the others turned to look at Enel. Clearly, for this first round of the searching game, they had chosen Enel as the contestant. With Enel's wide range of observation haki, he was indeed the best choice. Although Dagu's observation haki and even his eyesight were more suitable than Enel's. After all, Dagu was the captain, in other words, the main commander. One would not have the main commander go out first. Therefore, this first round naturally fell to Enel. For this, Enel had no objections. Ever since he was defeated by Beckman a few days ago, he had been curious whether anyone in the Blue Sea was strong enough to defeat him without any resistance. Regardless of whether it was Dagu, Jinshitsi, or Beekman, even more so when he heard Yuta mention that his father, the guy with the full head of red hair, was said to be stronger than that Beekman, he became even more curious. It was precisely for this reason that Enelu accepted the challenge without hesitation. He wanted to see if anyone from Qinghai could really defeat him so easily. However, he soon became disappointed, as when he easily brought a 10-meter-tall male lion before everyone. The person opposite him only had a small lion about 5 or 6 meters long, which looked like a juvenile compared to his. In such a situation, Enelu felt no joy. Instead, he felt somewhat dejected. It seemed that not everyone in Qinghai was a strong warrior. Sighing at these thoughts, Enelu quietly stepped back behind Dagu, no longer paying attention to what had turned into a farce in his eyes. But unlike Enelu, the members of the Poison Spider Pirate crew were shocked when they compared the large lion that Enelu had brought with their little lion. At that moment, they realized that Dagu and the others were probably not ordinary pirates, as ordinary pirates could never easily subdue a male lion over 10 meters long. Understanding this, the female pirate had the others check Dagu and their bounty notices, while she took a couple of steps forward to stand in front of Dagu and said, "You won the first round according to the rules. You could choose one person from us to challenge, or you can choose for us to lower our flag. Speak. What is your decision?" However, to the female pirate's surprise, after hearing her words, Dagu just waved his hand and said, "No hurry. Let's finish the next 2 rounds first." You. After hearing Dagu's words, the female pirate was shocked. She had never expected someone as clueless as Dagu to exist. Clearly, if he made a request, whether it was for a person or to lower their pirate flag, it would greatly dampen their morale. Yet, Dagu asked for nothing and simply wanted to continue to the next round, leaving the female pirate unsure whether to think Dagu was confident of victory or truly daring. But either way, she thought Dagu was foolish, and she naturally wouldn't refuse such a foolish request. All right. Therefore, after a shock, the female pirate immediately smiled and said, "Then let's wait until the match is over." After speaking, the female pirate turned and walked back to her side. Oh, by the way, just as she turned around to take a step, she suddenly remembered something, turned her head back to look at Dagu, and smiled. "My name is Purple Pearl. I am the captain of the Poison Spider Pirate crew." After speaking, the female pirate, or rather, the captain of the Poison Spider Pirate crew, Purple Pearl, did not wait for Dagu to respond and turned back to head towards her pirate crew. Purple Pearl's attitude towards Dagu naturally attracted strange looks from Bonney and others. "Captain." Oh wow, Bonney called out to the captain while glancing back and forth between Dagu and Purple Pearl. You. Seeing Bonney like this, Dagu was speechless. How was he to know that this Purple Pearl would give him a look as she was leaving? Thinking of this, Dagu turned to look at Robin and, finding she had no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at Bonney and said, "Hurry up. You said you wanted to go up for this round, right?" TCH. Hearing Dagu's words, Bonney, who had initially wanted to watch the excitement, clicked her tongue when she saw Robin still unresponsive and then turned to shout, "Guna, Yuda, and Beepo, let's go." After speaking, Bonney took the lead and walked towards the Poison Spider Pirate crew, followed closely by Guena and the other she had called. As Bonney and the others left, Dagu turned to Robin, opened his mouth intending to say something. But just as he opened his mouth, Robin's finger pressed against his lips, and then she quietly embraced Dagu, whispering, "No need to say anything. No need to explain anything. Just let me stay by your side." Hearing this, Dagu said nothing more. He just silently reached out and gently embraced Robin, everything unspoken. TCH on the other side, Purple Pearl, who had been closely watching Dagu, saw him embracing another woman and immediately clicked her tongue in displeasure. Then, she turned around and instructed the participants of the second game behind her. "Listen up, you few. Only victory is allowed, no loss." As she spoke, Purple Pearl turned back to look at Dagu, mumbling, "I want that kid to be my man." "Yes, Captain." Thus, with Purple Pearl's orders given, the participant from the Poison Spider Pirate crew responded and charged aggressively towards the 3 girls on the opposite side, along with a small white bear. Begin. Soon, the participant from both sides met, and Purple Pearl did not hesitate to announce the start of the game. Hearing their captain's command, a few members of the Poison Spider Pirate crew immediately smirked and then moved their feet, kicking the ball at Bonney and the others. Seeing this, Bonney and the others focused intently on the ball in front of them, taking a step forward to prepare to intercept it, not allowing the opposing team S-ball to get past them. Indeed, this second round was none other than soccer, or rather, a variation of soccer, as the total number of participants from both sides did not even reach half of a standard team, only 7 people and 1 bear. As for how victory was determined, naturally, it was by kicking the ball into the opponent's territory. However, unlike a normal soccer match, since both sides were pirates, there were no restrictions on attack methods. In other words, the participants from both sides could freely attack each other. Who, for example, right now, a member of the Poison Spider Pirate crew was raising a metal rod to strike at Guena. Facing this blow, Guena did not hesitate. She immediately drew out her sword, the Wado Ikamanji, and blocked it. At the same time, she moved her feet, turning her body and using the force to take the ball from the pirate, running towards the direction of the Poison Spider Pirate crew. Guena's swift action truly surprised the pirate wielding the metal rod. He had initially thought that this young girl would surely be caught off guard and knocked down by him. However, to his surprise, upon contact, he felt a powerful force from this young girl, numbing his hand. Not only that, but the main thing was her speed. He had only experienced such speed in their captain, Purple Pearl. It should be noted that their captain, the leader of the Poison Spider Pirate crew, Purple Pearl, was a big shot with a bounty of 40 million berries, and she was known for her speed, capable of hovering in the air for a period of time. One could only imagine how shocking it was for this pirate to see such speed in a girl who looked like she hadn't even reached adulthood. Not just him, even Purple Pearl, who was watching from the back, was equally astonished. At the same time, she vaguely realized that Dagu and the others might really not be ordinary pirates, but rather some big shots. However, the person she had sent to gather information had yet to return, making it difficult for her to determine who this group of people really was. Just as Zijin Pearl was thinking about these things, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Hey! With a delicate shout, Bonney could exert her strength, and a pink wave of light flashed by, causing the several opposing pirates to transform into elderly men with white hair and difficulty in walking. The ball beneath their feet was easily taken by Bonney and her crew and brought to Zijin Pearl. As Zijin Pearl stared blankly at the 4 balls in front of her, Bonney shouted at her, "Hey woman, we won. Hurry up and announce the result." Huh? Hearing Bonney's shout, Zijin Pearl quickly came back to her senses, then looked at Bonney with a complicated expression and raised her head to announce loudly, "In this Davy-back fight, our Poison Spider Pirate crew has lost." After saying that, Zijin Pearl looked dejected and quietly walked in front of Dagu, saying, "Captain, according to the rules, you have won 2 out of 3 rounds, and you have achieved a great victory in this battle for the crew. What do you plan to do with us?" Dagu hesitated at Zijin Pearl's question. It wasn't that he had any intentions towards her or the Poison Spider Pirate crew, but he couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. Should he make the Poison Spider Pirate crew join his ranks as a subordinate pirate crew? Thinking of this, Dagu shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. He didn't want to take on any subordinate pirate crew. It would be too troublesome. So, should he just disband the Poison Spider Pirate crew? Thinking of this, Dagu's eyes brightened, but then they dimmed again. Disbanding the pirate crew was possible, but who knew if they would really abide by the game rules? After all, it was just a game. Not to mention others, Dagu himself didn't care too much. If it weren't for Bonney and the others wanting to play, he probably would have gone back to the ship to rest long ago. After coming to this conclusion, Dagu sighed helplessly and waved his hand at Zijin Pearl, saying, "Forget it, we don't need anything from you. Just don't oppress ordinary civilians in the future. Robin, let's go." After saying that, Dagu didn't wait for Zijin Pearl to respond and called the others to turn and leave. He was really afraid that Zijin Pearl would say something unpleasant afterward. Although it wouldn't have much of an impact, it would be annoying. So, he simply didn't give Zijin Pearl the chance to speak and directly returned to the ship. Watching Dagu's departing figure, Zijin Pearl stood there in a daze. She had thought that Dagu's earlier reluctance to make any demands was because he had some thoughts about her entire Poison Spider Pirate crew. However, now that the victory and defeat were clear, Dagu only asked them to be a bit nicer to ordinary people and didn't mention any demands at all. What should they do? This truly left Zijin Pearl somewhat perplexed and increased her interest in Dagu. "Captain!" At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Zijin Pearl, snapping her back to reality. She slowly turned around to look at the subordinate she had just sent to gather information and asked, "What is it? Did you find something?" Yes, Captain." "Look." In response to Zijin Pearl's inquiry, the pirate, while catching his breath, handed a stack of bounty notices to his captain, Zijin Pearl. Looking at the bounty notices handed over by her subordinate, Zijin Pearl hesitated for a moment and then slowly accepted them, proceeding to look through them one by one. Pirate crew of light, Captain, son of the devil, Dagu, bounty, 1 billion berries. Crew member, daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, bounty, 150 million berries. Crew member, Thunder God Enel, bounty, 300 million berries. Crew member, Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, bounty, 60 million berries. Crew member, Magician, Basil Hawkins, bounty, 80 million berries. Crew member, Gluttonous Chef, Jewelry Bonney, bounty, 40 million berries. Crew member, Swordswoman, Kuina, bounty, 30 million berries. Crew member, Songstress, Yuta, bounty, 10 million berries. Crew member, Pet, Beepo, bounty, 200 berries. After reading through the bounty notices of Dagu and his crew, Zijin Pearl was left speechless, and she finally understood why Dagu had looked down on her. Although she had overestimated Dagu and his crew to a large extent, she never expected that even the bounties of the two girls among them were comparable to hers. As for that person she saw as competing with her for men, her bounty had reached an astonishing 150 million berries, while it had soared to 1 billion berries. Such an outrageous bounty. This reality check made Zijin Pearl realize that she and he were not from the same world. She was not qualified to stand by his side. Thinking of this, Zijin Pearl sighed helplessly and then silently turned to walk back to her ship. She had decided that although she could not stand by his side, since she had lost to him, she still had to abide by the rules. She needed to go back, return to the Four Seas, help her homeland, and fend off the invasion of other pirates. Everyone, set sail. Destination, the Four Seas. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Dagu and the others, Zijin Pearl led the poisoned spider pirate crew, which had been sailing for several years, back on their journey. Chapter 198. Alabasta and Crocodile on the Ark Maxim. Watching the ship of the poisoned spider pirate crew sail away, Bonney couldn't help but turn to Dagu and tease, "Captain, you just letting her go like that? Not going to keep her? You rascal." Hearing Bonney's words, Dagu couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. Directly placing his hand on Bonney's head and rubbing it fiercely, Dagu's actions made Bonney shout in a panic, "Let go! Let go!" While shouting, she flailed her arms trying to break free from Dagu's grasp. But unfortunately, the petiter had no chance against Dagu, who had grown to 3 meters tall. She couldn't reach him at all. All right. However, at this critical moment, Bonney's deity, Robin, spoke up. Robin walked in front of the two who were playfully tussling and said, "You're not children anymore. You should pay attention to the differences between men and women." Hearing Robin's words, both Dagu and Bonney were taken aback. They hadn't expected Robin to say something like that. Even Dagu felt that Robin's words were clearly directed at him. And the reason was obviously due to Zijin Pearl's earlier reaction, which made Robin jealous. Unintentionally, Dagu blurted out his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Robin was momentarily stunned and then silently shook her head, turning around and heading back into the cabin. Seeing this, Dagu naturally followed closely behind. The others who remained behind exchanged knowing smiles as they watched the two of them. In the cabin, Robin was sitting in a chair reading a book of unknown content, while Dagu stood quietly by the side, not saying a word. After a long while, it seemed that Robin couldn't bear the silence any longer. With a long sigh, she looked at Dagu and said, "Sit down." Sigh. Hearing Robin's command, Dagu quickly complied and sat down in the chair in front of her. Smack. As soon as Dagu sat down, Robin helplessly shook his head and then clapped the book shut with a sound. Turning around, she faced Dagu and said, "Dagu." Hearing this, Dagu promptly replied, "Yes." Seeing Dagu's nervous expression, Robin shook her head again and gently said, "Dagu, you really don't need to be so tense. I have no objections." Moreover, as she spoke, Robin couldn't help but smile at Dagu. Moreover, "You have nothing with that purple pearl. Even if you did, I just need to know that you're by my side." Robin. Listening to Robin's words and seeing her gentle smile, Dagu fell silent. He slowly extended his hand without saying a word and silently embraced her. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, just for the two of them. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Robin gently pushed Dagu away and looked at him with soft eyes, saying, "All right, let's go out. You still need to set the course for the next stop." Saying this, Robin pulled Dagu up and turned toward the door. "Captain, Sister Robin." On the deck, upon seeing Dagu and Robin come out, Kuina, and the others immediately greeted them, waiting for Dagu's instructions on whether to continue sailing or stay here for a while. In response to everyone's greetings, Dagu quietly nodded, then looked around at everyone and said, "Let's set off to the next." However, to everyone's surprise, Dagu's words suddenly halted, and his expression began to grow serious. Dagu's state naturally piqued everyone's curiosity, and Robin directly inquired, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" "No." Facing Robin's question, Dagu slowly regained his calm, and, after glancing at everyone again, changed his words, "You all stay here and have fun. I have something to take care of." As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could react, Dagu vanished from sight with a flying thunder god technique. Seeing Dagu leave in such a hurry, even though he said it was nothing serious, everyone still felt that something was off. They looked at Robin with puzzled expressions, hoping she could provide some answers. Unfortunately, Robin knew nothing either. Facing everyone's gaze, she could only helplessly wave her hand, saying, "I don't know what's going on either." After that, Robin turned to look at Longchain Island and said, "Although I don't know what's happening, Dagu's words are reliable. So let's listen to him and have some fun here." Hearing Robin's words, everyone agreed. Their captain was indeed a very cautious person, and even if something were to happen that he couldn't handle, he wouldn't let it escalate. After all, if anything went wrong, their captain could disappear to who knows where with a single flying thunder god technique. Understanding this, everyone nodded and said, "All right, then let's wait here for the captain to return." Soon after, Bonney turned to Kuina and Yuta and shouted, "Kuina, Yuta, let's go play downstairs." Saying this, without waiting for the two to respond, Bonney grabbed their hands and jumped off the ship, stepping onto the land of Longchain Island once again. Meanwhile, at the royal palace in Alabasta, in Cobra's study, "Uncle Cobra, is something wrong?" Dagu, who had been transported here using the flying thunder god technique, was asking Cobra if something had happened. Otherwise, Cobra wouldn't have destroyed the flying thunder god item he left behind to call him over. In response to Dagu's question, Cobra pondered for a moment before explaining, "It's like this, Dagu, recently in Alabasta." With Cobra's explanation, Dagu finally understood why he had been called over. It turned out that it coincided with the time when Crocodile, the sand crocodile, was resisting Alabasta. However, what puzzled Dagu was that Robin had always been with him and had never left. So how did Crocodile know to come to Alabasta? Why did he think there was something he wanted in Alabasta? As he thought about it, Dagu couldn't help but speculate if the world government had given him information to test Alabasta's royal family, the Nefertari family. Chapter 199, Cobra's Sigh and Crocodile thinking of this. Dagu looked at Cobra and asked, "Uncle Cobra, why did Crocodile come to Alabasta?" Just as he finished speaking, Dagu realized that Cobra probably wouldn't know why Crocodile came to Alabasta. Upon hearing Dagu's question, Cobra contemplated for a long time but couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head and asked Cobra, "Then Uncle Cobra, where's Crocodile now?" In response, Cobra immediately replied, "In Rain Base. Since he arrived, he has been living in Rain Base, turning it into his base." Hearing this, Dagu was not surprised. Indeed, Crocodile had chosen the same location as in the original story. However, Dagu was not very clear about Alabasta's geography, as he had not seriously explored Alabasta during his last visit. Thus, he helplessly asked Cobra, "Then where is Rain Base?" Upon hearing this, Cobra realized that Dagu probably didn't know where Rain Base was, so he didn't waste time and immediately turned to shout outside Burl. With Cobra's shout soon, the guardian of the Alabasta kingdom, Burl, walked in through the door and approached Cobra, saying, "Your Majesty." In response to Burl's greeting, Cobra first nodded slightly, then turned to Dagu and said to Burl, "Burl, I want you to take Dagu to Rain Base, is that all right?" Hearing Cobra's words, Burl was initially surprised. Then after glancing at Dagu, he shook his head at Cobra and said, "No problem, Your Majesty, I can set off at any time." "Good." Seeing Burl agree, Cobra then looked at Dagu and asked, "Dagu, how about it? Let Burl take you there?" "That's fine." Regarding Cobra's decision, Dagu had no objections and nodded in agreement. He then turned to Burl beside him and said, "Thank you, Uncle Burl." "No need." In response to Dagu's politeness, Burl simply said lightly. Then he turned to Cobra and said, "In that case, Your Majesty will set off now." Hearing Burl's words, Cobra pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, "The sooner we go, the the sooner we return. Yes. Burl responded to Cobra and then turned to Dagu, saying, dreaming of a new world, Dagu, come with me. After saying that, without waiting for Dagu's response, Burl turned and walked outside, and Dagu, after signaling to Cobra, followed Burl's footsteps. Thus, under Burl's guidance, Dagu set off on the road to Rain Base. As he watched Dagu and the others leave, Cobra looked out the window and murmured, Warlord of the Sea, if it weren't for you releasing the dance powder in this country, I wouldn't have called Dagu here. Indeed, the main reason Cobra summoned Dagu was due to Crocodile's release of dance powder in this country. Unlike the original story, where Cobra was powerless even though he knew that Crocodile was the root cause of the rainless Alabasta, this time Cobra had a choice, and that was Dagu. Yes, in Cobra's heart, he trusted Dagu more than the Navy, or rather, facing the existence of one of the warlords of the sea, the Navy was utterly meaningless. Moreover, compared to the Navy, Cobra believed that Dagu could better resolve the country's predicament. It was precisely for this reason that Cobra destroyed the Flying Thunder God item left by Dagu to summon him. Thinking of this, Cobra couldn't help but let out a sigh, lowering his head again, murmuring, world government. On the other side, after a day of flying, Dagu finally arrived at Crocodile's stronghold, Rain Base, under the guidance of Bell. Flap, flap in the sky, Bell flapped his wings, looking at Dagu, who was standing in mid-air beside him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He initially thought Dagu would be standing on his back or being grabbed by his claws to come to Rain Base, but he never expected that this son of a devil could actually fly. Thinking this, Bell shook his head, then pointed to the town below and explained to Dagu, this is Rain Base. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile, made this his base after coming to Alabasta, and he also opened a casino here. At this point, Bell pointed to a crocodile-shaped building in Rain Base and said, that is the casino opened by Crocodile called Rain Banquet. Thanks to Crocodile and the reputation of the warlords of the sea, this casino has become the most famous entertainment facility in all of Alabasta. Many people come here hoping to get rich overnight. And then, Bell's expression became somewhat serious. He continued, moreover, because Crocodile has recently cracked down on many pirates disturbing Alabasta, his reputation among the people is quite high, even surpassing that of His Majesty Cobra, who is known for his benevolence. But, as he spoke, Bell's face gradually turned ugly, and he said indignantly, but all of this is fake, fake. I saw with my own eyes the scene of those pirates interacting with Crocodile. I saw the pirates kneeling before Crocodile. Clearly, those pirates invaded Alabasta under Crocodile's orders. Otherwise, how could so many blind pirates invade Alabasta just when Crocodile happened to arrive? You should know that Alabasta is not a small country. The regular military force of Alabasta is 600,000 strong. How could it frequently encounter pirate invasions? Are those pirates crazy? Knowing they have no chance of winning, they still seek their own doom? Listening to Bell's words and seeing his righteous indignation, Dagu fell silent for a moment. Based on what Dagu had seen and heard in the original story, Crocodile was indeed capable of such acts. A person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. However, whether in the original story or now, the final outcome would be Crocodile's failure. In the original story, it was due to Monkey D. Luffy's existence, and now it was because of him, Dagu, the Dream Mebius. Hey, thinking of this, Dagu shook his head and smiled, then said to Bell, don't worry. After today, Crocodile will no longer stay in Alabasta. After saying that, Dagu went straight towards the crocodile-shaped Rain Banquet. Seeing this, Bell hesitated for a moment before quietly landing on the ground, hiding among the crowd. He wanted to see who was stronger, this son of a devil with a bounty of 1 billion berries, or Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea. Chapter 200, Dagu and the Crocodile Rain Banquet, a casino founded by Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, to gather funds. Also, due to the convenience and authority of the warlords of the sea, as well as Crocodile's previous series of schemes, this casino is quite famous in Alabasta. Not only in Alabasta, but residents from nearby islands also flock here, hoping to get rich overnight. This has led to Rain Banquet, and even Rain Base becoming very lively, if not for the increasingly strange climate in Alabasta since Crocodile's arrival. This made Cobra suspicious, arranging for Bell to secretly investigate and discover that Crocodile was actually using dance powder secretly within Alabasta, and if Cobra couldn't find him, he would never have summoned Dagu. However, what Cobra didn't know was that the item Dagu left for him, marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, was actually prepared specifically for Crocodile. Years ago, when Dagu first set foot in Alabasta, he had his eye on Crocodile, which was why he left such an item and told Cobra to contact him if there were any issues. However, Dagu later realized that Robin had been by his side the whole time, and Crocodile might come looking for him first. So he had originally planned to give up on Cobra's side. But unexpectedly, perhaps because the light pirates had been in the sky all these years, and Dagu and Robin had been secretly working for the Revolutionary Army, Crocodile couldn't find them and thus set his sights on Alabasta. Thinking of this, Dagu looked up at Rain Banquet in front of him, shook his head, and stepped inside. Quick, 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 buy it and leave, buy it and leave. Big, 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 big. What's big, what's small? I want a leopard, a leopard. Flush. Ha ha ha, I won. Damn it, how did I lose? Bastard. As soon as he stepped in, Dagu felt as if he had entered another world, listening to the noisy voices. Hello, sir. At that moment, a waitress dressed as a bunny girl approached Dagu and greeted him. May I help you with something? Hearing this, Dagu pondered for a moment, looked around the environment again, and then smiled at the bunny girl, asking, I'm looking for someone. I wonder if you can take me to see him? Oh, who is it? Upon hearing that Dagu was looking for someone, the bunny girl couldn't help but be puzzled. She didn't understand why this tall customer would want to find someone in a casino. Facing the bunny girl's confusion, Dagu didn't hesitate and immediately replied, Warlord of the Sea. The air froze. As soon as Dagu spoke these words, the noise that had been louder than a vegetable market suddenly stopped. Ha ha! Then, laughter erupted, and everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. A young man who had just lost all his wealth and was regretting it laughed and said, Ha ha! You little brats still want to find Lord Crocodile, the Warlord of the Sea? Ha ha! Behind him, a handsome man dressed in a dealer's robe also laughed. Ha, not bad. Not bad. Kid has guts. I admire you. Ha ha on the other side. A stunning woman smoking a lady's cigarette glanced up and down at Dagu after lightly blowing a smoke ring, then laughed and said, This young man must have just come back from the sea and wants to challenge Lord Crocodile, right? Not just these people, but everyone in the hall laughed at Dagu upon hearing his words, mocking his overestimation of himself and ridiculing his audacity to challenge Lord Crocodile, a warlord of the sea. Faced with such a situation, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. He had anticipated this. As for these people, Crocodile, being a Logia type, was perhaps an invincible existence, akin to a deity. However, to him, Crocodile was just that. Perhaps even Enel could match him at this moment. But listening to the surrounding noise and laughter, Dagu felt quite uncomfortable. Thus, he didn't waste words and immediately let out a cold snort, using the Conqueror's Haki, a skill specifically for rookies. Boom! Instantly, with an invisible and soundless wave, everyone in the hall, except for the bunny girl in front of Dagu, fainted. Looking at the situation around him, even the bunny girl understood that the young man before her was no ordinary person, at least not someone she could casually tease. So, without hesitation, the bunny girl immediately said to Dagu, Sir, please follow me. I will take you to see our boss. Upon hearing this, Dagu quietly nodded. Then, under the guidance of the bunny girl, Dagu finally met the owner of the casino, one of the warlords of the sea, who once challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and aimed at one of the three ancient weapons, Pluton, the Logia-type Sansan fruit user, Sir Crocodile. Looking at the man with a slicked-back hairstyle smoking a cigar across the long table, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It was as if he had returned to his past life, sitting in front of a computer. But Dagu understood that all of this was just an illusion. It was merely the familiarity of the scene that made him think he was sitting at his computer, watching a show at that time. With this thought, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head secretly. What's wrong? It seems like the son of the devil is a bit disappointed in me. However, Dagu's shaking of his head was interpreted by the slick-back man, Crocodile, as if Dagu had some opinion of him. No. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu immediately shook his head and explained, I am not disappointed in you. I am disappointed in myself. Oh, hearing this, Crocodile couldn't help but feel puzzled. What does this son of the devil mean? What does he mean by not being disappointed in him, but rather in himself? Unable to figure it out, Crocodile then asked Dagu, I am curious, with a bounty of 1 billion, why are you still disappointed in yourself? What is it about yourself that you are not satisfied with? Sigh upon hearing this, Dagu helplessly sighed. I am disappointed in myself because I shouldn't be thinking about making you my crew member. I originally thought that after you challenged Whitebeard and realized the power of this world, you would train harder to catch up or even surpass Whitebeard, but at this point, Dagu quietly glanced at Crocodile, then turned around and walked out while saying, Sorry, I came to the wrong place. Chapter 201, Dagu in the Desert. Listening to Dagu's words, although Crocodile remained silent, Dagu understood from the quicksand spreading beneath his feet that Crocodile was indeed responding as he had thought. Looking at the quicksand that seemed to want to swallow him, Dagu smirked, then regained his composure and turned to look at Crocodile, pointing at the quicksand under his feet and asking, What does this mean? Huh? Faced with Dagu's question, Crocodile merely sneered coldly and said nothing more. However, from the increasingly speeding quicksand, Dagu knew that Crocodile was serious, or rather, in Crocodile's eyes, even with a bounty of 1 billion. He still did not have the qualification to speak to him this way. After all, Crocodile had challenged Whitebeard and succeeded in surviving. A newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion simply did not have the right to have an equal conversation with him, let alone mock him. Understanding this, Dagu silently shook his head again, then his gaze changed, and he used the sky manipulation technique. Clap! Instantly, Dagu placed his hand on Crocodile's shoulder and softly said, It's better to talk things out. After all, as the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists. You. However, in response to Dagu's words, Crocodile did not reply, but instead looked at Dagu with a shocked expression. He never expected that Dagu would have such speed. Although he had heard that the son of the devil seemed to have some space ability that allowed him to appear anywhere in the world at will, Crocodile had never paid much attention. To him, all of this was just exaggeration. Even if there really was some ability to shift through space in the world, it couldn't be done without side effects. But after the recent changes, Crocodile understood that even if Dagu had some side effect from traveling around the world, he indeed possessed spatial abilities. Moreover, it was recognized by the Navy and had a value of 1 billion. Indeed, even now, Crocodile still believed that Dagu's bounty of 1 billion was primarily due to his fruit ability, not Dagu's own strength. However, this was ultimately Dagu's fault. After all, he had never openly fought against anyone renowned on the sea, although both the former Golden Lion and red-haired Shanks, as well as Mihawk and even the current Peach Rabbit, all had significant reputations on the sea. The problem was that when Dagu fought them, he was either in the sky or on deserted islands, or even in the ruins of Ohara. These places had no one else except for the combatants. This led to Dagu's strength being quite inconspicuous on the sea, or rather, not taken seriously by others. In fact, after the footage of Enel fighting Beckman surfaced, people who were unaware of the truth believed that Enel was the true captain of the light pirates, and among them was Crocodile. Crocodile looked Dagu up and down and said, I wonder how your strength compares to your captain, Raijin? My captain? Raijin? Hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu was puzzled. When did he have a captain named Raijin? In confusion, Dagu fell into deep thought. After a long while, Dagu suddenly raised his head and looked at Crocodile, asking, Are you talking about Enel? Are you saying that Enel is my captain? Exactly. Seeing Dagu's astonished expression, Crocodile, though a bit confused, did not ask further. Instead, he turned and picked up a bounty notice from a nearby table and tossed it to Dagu. This was a bounty notice that had recently shocked the entire sea, and the prediction of the thunder fruit on it had piqued Crocodile's interest, which is why he had not put it away until now. And looking at the bounty notice of Enel in his hand, Dagu was momentarily at a loss for words. He never expected that Enel would be exposed after just the first battle, which was even just a sparring match. Looking at the bounty above, which was 3 times higher than when he was first offered a reward, and the description stating that he fought evenly against Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Dagu knew without guessing that Enel was now clearly a household name worldwide. Also, seeing Enel looking majestic under the lightning, Dagu understood why Crocodile referred to Enel as his captain. Compared to Enel's battle against Beckman and the extraordinary-looking photo, if Dagu were unaware of the situation, He too would think Enel was the one in charge. With this in mind, Dagu did not explain anything to Crocodile, but directly placed his hand on him. Flying Thunder God. Immediately after, with a technique of Flying Thunder God, Dagu took Crocodile to the other side of Alabasta, where there were no other towns within a few days' journey, allowing Crocodile to unleash his abilities without worry. Indeed, Dagu's idea was simple. Since you don't believe it, then let the facts speak for themselves, and the fact is battle. Looking at the endless yellow sand around, Crocodile, who was suddenly brought here, was slightly surprised. However, he quickly calmed down and turned to Dagu, saying, "It seems the rumors are true. The son of the devil indeed has the ability to teleport freely." Hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu had no response but instead said to him, "Come on." Huh? Seeing Dagu's attitude, Crocodile was puzzled again because Dagu's demeanor seemed different from what he knew. As far as he knew, this son of the devil, although a pirate, was quite friendly to others and usually greeted people with a smile. Why was he acting this way toward him? However, although puzzled, Crocodile was not the type to dwell on it. He was merely a bit surprised. Soon, Crocodile returned to his normal state, looked around the environment again, and couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, if the rumors are correct, your teleportation can go quite far. And since you can come to find me, it means you should have heard of me. So why not teleport to a place without desert, like directly into the sea? That way." At this point, Crocodile's expression froze, and he instantly realized that the reason Dagu didn't teleport to the sea or another non-desert area was that he had absolute confidence. Even in his own territory, he could suppress him. Understanding this, Crocodile's anger surged, and he growled at Dagu, "Kid, you're seeking death." As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile launched an attack on Dagu. Sandstorm. Chapter 202. Crocodile's scheme and Dagu's fury. As Crocodile swung his right hand, the sand around began to surge, and soon a sandstorm formed, sweeping towards Dagu. While looking at the sandstorm that resembled a natural disaster, Dagu couldn't help but exhale, then placed his right hand on his sword and began to gather power. Clang. Finally, just as the sandstorm was about to reach Dagu, he suddenly drew the sword of contract victory and slashed forward. Whoosh! Then a massive slash appeared, directly meeting the newly formed sandstorm. Bang! With a loud bang, the sandstorm was shattered. However, what surprised Dagu was that after the sandstorm was broken, a crescent-shaped sand blade followed. Clearly, this was Crocodile's attack. While launching the sandstorm, he also used the crescent sand blade, indicating that the sandstorm was merely a feint, and the crescent sand blade was his real killing move. Realizing this, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle. This was very much in line with Crocodile's character. A sneaky guy. Laughing, Dagu murmured to himself, then extended his left hand. Shinra Tensei. Instantly, the repulsive force of the Rinnegan was unleashed by Dagu, blocking Crocodile's sand blade and rebounding it. However, at that moment, Dagu's right hand holding the sword moved to his back. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. It turned out that Crocodile had somehow appeared behind Dagu, extending his left arm with a golden hook to block Dagu's long sword. TCH. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, Crocodile couldn't help but click his tongue, then quickly concealed himself again, blending into the sand. Just as Crocodile disappeared again, Dagu turned around and looked at the sandy ground, saying, "Is this the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords? I never expected that a dignified warlord would turn out to be someone who prefers sneak attacks and fears direct confrontation." Continuing, Dagu expressed with a disappointed look, "I heard that the 7 warlords, Crocodile, dared to challenge that man and successfully left his territory. What a heroic figure he must be. But I didn't expect." Shaking his head, Dagu continued with a face full of disappointment. "But I find that you are merely someone who likes to sneak attack. I suppose the reason you survived under that man's command is also due to this sneak attack tactic." Hearing this, even though he knew Dagu was trying to provoke him, Crocodile couldn't help but reveal himself, pointing at Dagu with anger. The thing he hated most in life, yet was most proud of, was the battle with that man, the one who stood at the world's highest throne, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. That battle made his name known, allowed him to witness the greatness of the world, crushed his ambitions, and made him understand his limits. Therefore, his feelings were complex whenever others mentioned that battle. especially with his kid's words not being kind. This made him both furious and helpless, because what this kid said was the truth. He indeed did not fight Whitebeard head-on. He simply tried to sneak attack Whitebeard as he did earlier, only to be knocked down by Whitebeard. However, it was precisely because of that battle that he came to Alabasta, as he heard there was one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. He wanted to use the power of Pluton to go back to the New World and fight Whitebeard again. And this time he was absolutely confident he would win. However, he still lacked a crucial element. Someone who understood ancient text. And such a person, as far as he knew, the kid in front of him just happened to have one on his ship, and she was also a wanted criminal at the same time as this kid, the Devil's daughter. Nico Robin. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but size Dagu up and then suggested, "Kid, I have a proposal. Do you want to hear it?" "Huh?" Hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu was slightly puzzled, then relaxed a bit, looking at Crocodile and asking, "What proposal? Tell me." "Very simple." Seeing Dagu lower his guard, Crocodile smirked and then explained to Dagu, "I need Nico Robin from your ship to do something for me, and in return, I can give you what you want. How about it?" After finishing, Crocodile invited Dagu. "This is a deal, a mutually beneficial deal. All you need to do is lend me Nico Robin, and I can get you anything you want." However, what puzzled Crocodile was that the kid on the opposite side did not respond after he finished speaking. Instead, his expression turned even darker. Seeing this, Crocodile quickly realized that the kid was unlikely to agree to his proposal. However, Crocodile didn't really care about Dagu's attitude because he never truly intended to cooperate with Dagu. He was merely trying to stabilize him for the time being. Crocodile wanted to get what he desired personally and was not interested in collaborating with others. He just wanted to laugh. Therefore, he never considered cooperating with Dagu from the beginning. The reason he spoke to Dagu was simply to prepare for an attack, which was now ready. Desert Sunflower. With a loud shout from Crocodile, the sand beneath Dagu began to surge violently, gradually forming quicksand that was slowly engulfing Dagu. He watching Dagu sink without any reaction. Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. Still young, so easily. But then his expression froze, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the quicksand suddenly erupted into the sky, and Dagu slowly rose into the air, floating in front of Crocodile with a grim expression, saying, "Crocodile, you have crossed my bottom line. Are you ready to face the consequences?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu didn't give Crocodile any time to respond. He raised his right hand, and the long sword instantly slashed down on the unprepared Crocodile. Slash! This sword came too quickly for Crocodile to react. Although he instinctively used elementalization, Dagu's attack still struck his true body precisely. Suddenly, Crocodile let out a painful scream as blood gushed from his chest. Chapter 203. Choice and closure. This was not over yet, as at that moment, Dagu suddenly reached out and grabbed Crocodile by the neck, glaring at him. Human path, soul extraction. In an instant, Dagu unleashed another ability awakened by his Rinnegan over the years. Rinnegan 6 Pat's human path. He forcibly extracted Crocodile's soul. Bang! As soon as Dagu let go, Crocodile's body, now devoid of a soul, collapsed. Looking at Crocodile's soul, which was emitting invisible smoke under the sunlight, Dagu finally relaxed his furrowed brow. As he watched Crocodile's soul gradually become transparent under the blazing sun, Dagu let out a long sigh and returned it to the body. After a long while, as he observed the slowly recovering Crocodile, Dagu smiled and said, "So, are you still planning to go after Robin?" "You." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Crocodile wanted to say something but was stunned when he opened his mouth. He was afraid. In that brief moment, when his soul was exposed to the sun, he felt fear. The scorching sensation of the sun and the feeling of waiting for death made him panic, causing the usually proud Crocodile to feel unsettled. It should be known that even when facing Whitebeard, Crocodile had never felt this way, but facing this kid before him, he panicked. He was afraid. Seeing Crocodile like this, Dagu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Crocodile, based on your attitude just now, I officially inform you that you." As he spoke, Dagu smiled widely. "From now on, you will be my crew member. This is to prevent you from acting against us in the dark. Of course." At this point, Dagu's tone shifted. "You can also choose not to join us, but I think you are well aware of the consequences." I won't allow someone who has designs on my partner, no, my wife, to remain in this world. So, Crocodile, make your choice. Will you join us? Or shall I send you to meet Roger? After finishing, Dagu quietly looked at Crocodile, waiting for his response. Hearing Dagu's words, Crocodile fell silent. He understood that the kid called the son of the devil was not joking. If he were in Dagu's position, he wouldn't allow someone with ulterior motives to act in the shadows. Unless that person was someone he couldn't deal with, he would never let them go. Therefore, after hearing the choice Dagu presented, Crocodile clearly realized that his current situation was precarious and could lead to death. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but tremble, then took a deep breath, closing and opening his eyes, finally making up his mind. Although Crocodile felt helpless, he had no choice but to respectfully call out to Dagu. Captain. Good. Hearing Crocodile call him Captain, Dagu immediately smiled and shouted, then placed his hand on Crocodile's body. And a burst of light flashed. Crocodile suddenly felt as if his body had become lighter than ever before, even lighter than before his soul was extracted. This change made Crocodile's gaze toward Dagu become more serious and astonished. He didn't expect the son of the devil to have such diverse abilities. Not only could he teleport, but he could also extract souls and heal injuries. These various abilities showcased Dagu's extraordinary nature and made him realize that he truly couldn't escape now, as he knew too much, since it appeared to outsiders that the son of the devil only had teleportation abilities. It indicated that he had been deliberately hiding his other capabilities. However, so many abilities were revealed to him. Clearly, if he really refused to join, the only path awaiting him would be a dead end. Thinking of this, Crocodile secretly felt relieved that he hadn't made the wrong choice. As long as he was alive, there was always hope. If he lost his life, then he would truly lose everything. All right, let's go back. At that moment, Dagu suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Crocodile didn't say anything but silently nodded. Okay, since he had already agreed to Dagu, he would go along with it. Following him to see what lay ahead was not a bad idea. Moreover, given the strength Dagu had just displayed, he was already very close to Whitebeard. If there were more hidden abilities, then he... Royal level. Thinking this, Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Crocodile's reaction, Dagu couldn't help but laugh. Then without saying anything, he placed his hand on Crocodile's shoulder. Flying Thunder God. Then, another Flying Thunder God transported them directly to the rain area. Originally, Dagu intended to go directly to Alabasta to meet Cobra, but he suddenly remembered that Belle was still in the rain area. That was why he returned here. All right. Inside the casino, after glancing around, Dagu said to Crocodile, Crocodile, you handle things here. From now on, you will be on my ship, so you won't need anything here. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu walked toward the door. By the way, however, suddenly Dagu thought of something, and then turned his head to look at Crocodile and reminded him, you better not think about running away, because I've already left a mark on you. Spatial mark. After saying this, without waiting for Crocodile to respond, Dagu directly walked out of the rain banquet. Crocodile watched the direction he left, lost in thought. Clearly, Dagu's last words were a warning him not to have any different thoughts. Because no matter where he ran, Dagu could use his spatial ability to appear in front of him in an instant, just like he returned here earlier. Understanding this, Crocodile helplessly shouted, Come here. Pat, 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 pat. After a while, as a series of footsteps sounded, a group of people appeared in front of Crocodile and respectfully said, Boss. Looking at the subordinates in front of him, Crocodile expressionlessly nodded, then directly announced to everyone, From today on, the rain banquet is closed. I am going to sea. As soon as the words fell, Crocodile didn't care about what would happen to the people left behind or the funds accumulated over the past few days, and directly transformed into quicksand, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 204 Dagu's Return and Hawkins' Sense of Crisis. On the coast of Long Chain Island in the first half of the Grand Line, on the ship of the light pirate crew, the Ark, the Proverb, Hawkins suddenly felt something and turned to one side of the ship. Then, under Hawkins' gaze, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. When Hawkins saw who had come, he immediately greeted one of them. Captain, you're back. In response to Hawkins' greeting, the person lightly nodded, then asked Hawkins, Where are Robin and the others? That's right. The ones who suddenly appeared on the ship were none other than Dagu, who had just fought in Alabasta, and the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Why say former? It's actually because not long ago, after Dagu met with Crocodile in the rain and encountered Bell, he directly used Flying Thunder God to return to Albana. After explaining the situation to Cobra, he also used Crocodile's exclusive warlord of the sea, Den Den Mushi, to inform the Navy, announcing that Crocodile officially withdrew from the position of warlord of the sea and joined his light pirate crew. Although such behavior was very different from Dagu's past actions and seemed somewhat high-profile, Dagu no longer needed to be cautious. With his current strength, even facing a Marine Admiral head-on would be difficult to determine a winner, let alone in a full-out battle. Even against Whitebeard or Carp, Dagu couldn't say he would win. But they could never defeat him either. This does not mean that Dagu would use Flying Thunder God to escape, but rather a direct confrontation, where every punch and blade clashed. After so many years of time passing, settling, and the development of the Rinnegan and the reincarnation Dagu's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Otherwise, how could he easily subdue Crocodile, who was a warlord of the sea? It was precisely because of his confidence in his strength that Dagu boldly announced to the Navy that Crocodile had withdrawn from the warlords and joined his ranks. As for Crocodile's feelings about this, he had no objections, or rather, he didn't dare to have any objections. After all, he couldn't defeat Dagu. If Crocodile could defeat Dagu, he would surely do something about it. Unfortunately, Crocodile could only think about it. With his strength, dealing with Dagu was impossible, neither now nor in the future. Because as his strength improved, Dagu's strength was also rapidly increasing, and even faster than his. After all, Dagu was much younger than him. And youth brought greater potential and faster growth. Therefore, the later it got, the more Crocodile would be unable to compete with Dagu, which is also why Dagu could confidently take him under his wing. At this point, Crocodile, who thought of this, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Dagu in front of him. Sigh hearing the noise, Dagu, who was originally talking with Hawkins, immediately turned his head to look at Crocodile and asked, "What's wrong?" However, facing Dagu's question, Crocodile naturally couldn't express his thoughts. He just shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Oh, looking at Crocodile's demeanor, although Dagu understood he must have something unsaid, he didn't ask further. Just responded with an "oh," then jumped off the ship according to what Hawkins had just said and stepped on a long chain island. He was preparing to find Robin and the others, casually bringing them back to get ready to set sail. Warlord of the Sea. After Dagu left, Hawkins finally shifted his gaze to Crocodile, and it was at this moment that he realized the man brought back by his captain was actually one of the warlords of the sea. Regarding Hawkins' confusion, Crocodile, although he didn't want to pay attention, had no choice. He was already considered a companion of the other party. And in response to a companion's greeting, if he didn't respond, he couldn't be sure that the Devil Child wouldn't use that as an excuse to do something to him. Therefore, Crocodile nodded and said, "That's right. I am indeed a warlord of the sea, but just a former warlord. Now Saying this, Crocodile turned his gaze to the island and continued, "Like you? I'm also one of the Devil Child's crew members. Oh no, under the captain. I see." After hearing Crocodile's explanation, Hawkins pondered, then no longer paid attention to Crocodile, but turned around and picked up his weapon to train. He felt a sense of crisis, a crisis from within, as well as a crisis of strength. He realized that after going to sea this time, his status and strength in the team were becoming lower and lower. Whether it was the newly joined Enel or the former warlord of the sea Crocodile, Hawkins understood that he couldn't deal with either of them. Moreover, it wasn't just them. Even the originally subordinate Law had gradually caught up, and he might even surpass him. This made it impossible for Hawkins to calm down and relax, as he was considered one of the older members on the ship, yet he was continuously overshadowed by newcomers, and the aloof Hawkins was also feeling frustrated. Swish, swish, ha, ha. Thinking about this, Hawkins trained even harder, as the swordsmanship inherited from the One Heart Dojo, Kanshiro danced in Hawkins' hands. As for Crocodile, since it was his first time meeting Hawkins, he looked at Hawkins in this state and thought he was a diligent trainer. He even sighed, thinking that the Devil Child subordinates were indeed very hard-working, training without any breaks. On the other side, on Long Chain Island, Dagu did not use Flying Thunder God to instantly teleport to Robin and the others, but followed the reactions he sensed with observation haki to find the location of the few people. Robin. Looking at the group sitting together, Dagu called out to Robin. Dagu? Suddenly hearing the voice, Robin was a bit surprised. And when she raised her head to see Dagu walking towards them, she immediately stood up and said to Dagu, who had come closer, "You're back." Facing Robin's greeting, Dagu smiled and nodded, then turned to look at the others. Captain. Seeing Dagu's gaze, Kuina, Bonney, and Yuta all greeted Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu also smiled and responded, then looked at Robin and asked, Robin, where did Enel, Law, and Beepo go? They? Upon hearing Dagu ask about Enel and the others, Robin immediately turned her head and pointed to the other side, saying, they went over there, but I don't know what exactly they are doing. Oh. Hearing Robin say this, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit curious about what Enel and Law were up to. I'll go take a look. So, after saying a word to Robin, Dagu walked towards the direction she pointed. Chapter 205. The connection between the warlords and everyone boom. This is one of the islands of Long Chain Island, and a loud noise suddenly echoed across the island. Crackle following that, a rumble of thunder sounded, and a massive lightning pillar quietly appeared from the sky, then suddenly crashed down to the ground. Boom! Another huge sound followed, spreading across the entire island, making the small island tremble. However, before the lightning pillar struck the ground, a transparent light shield had already formed in advance, covering a large area. Sinair, Dagu, who had just arrived, was secretly sighing as he watched the scene below. Dagu knew that this battle was clearly proposed by Law, as Enel was not very fond of fighting. Of course, Law was not someone who was keen on fighting either, but he was anxious. Or rather, ever since they left the Sky Island, Law had been anxious. But that is understandable. After all, it has been 8 years since Law lost Suddy, and Dagu invited him onto the ship, almost 9 years now. After such a long time, Law had grown from a naive boy into a young man in his prime, and most importantly, his strength had also made remarkable progress. Now, even Law could match a vice admiral in the Navy, and there was a very high chance he could win. It was precisely because of the improvement in strength that made Law more eager. He wanted to find Don Quixote da Flamingo to take revenge. However, he was not the captain of this ship and could not decide the course. Although he understood that Dagu would definitely go to find Doflamingo, he still couldn't help but feel restless. He needed an outlet. That's why Law sought to fight Enel. In the previous years, Law's opponent had always been Hawkins, as their strengths were quite similar. Unfortunately, because they had been fighting each other, Law could no longer feel any progress from Hawkins. Or rather, he and Hawkins were too familiar with each other, familiar enough that they could anticipate each other's next move from the slightest muscle twitch. In such circumstances, how could there still be room for improvement? So, that's why he sought out Enel. On one hand, he and Enel had known each other for over a year, but because everyone was busy building the Arc Maxim, they hadn't had the opportunity for proper sparring and understanding. On the other hand, Enel was stronger than him, which could provide him with the pressure needed to promote his progress. Looking at Enel across from him, Law said, Enel, you are strong, stronger than I expected. This is great, very good. Room, slaughterhouse. Saying this, Law instantly used his ability to teleport next to Enel, and at the same time, his sword, Ghost Cry, slashed towards Enel. Bam! Seeing this, Enel showed no hesitation and immediately activated his Logia elementalization, preparing to distance himself from Law. Clang! Bang! But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the two, blocking Law's Ghost Cry with one hand while stopping Enel from escaping with the other. This sudden change startled both Law and Enel, and when they looked at the person in front of them, they couldn't help but exclaim in unison, Captain! Then the two retracted their momentum and greeted their captain. Dagu, Captain, you're back. In response, Dagu simply nodded silently, but did not comment on their earlier battle. Instead, he turned and said, Get ready, we should set off. After that, without waiting for a response from the two, Dagu turned and headed back the way he came. Yes. Hearing Dagu's words, Law and Enel exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement and followed Dagu's lead. In a short while, Dagu led the two back to where Robin and the others were, and naturally Beepo, who had been following Law, was with them. We're back. Upon seeing Dagu return with the others, Robin immediately greeted him. Facing Robin's greeting, Dagu smiled and responded, then turned to glance at the crowd and said, "Let's go back. We're preparing to set sail, and there's a new partner to introduce." After saying that, Dagu walked towards the ship. New partner? Hearing Dagu mention a new partner, everyone was puzzled and curious about who this new partner was that would be invited in. As they thought about this, the crowd followed Dagu back to the shore. And when they saw the figure with a slick-back hairstyle, smoking a cigar on the ship, they were momentarily stunned. Warlord. Looking at that figure, Robin turned to Dagu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Dagu, is this the new partner you mentioned? One of the warlords, Sir Crocodile?" "Yes." Dagu confirmed with a nod and pointed to Crocodile above, saying, "One of the former warlords, codenamed Sand Crocodile, will be a member of our Straw Hat Pirates from now on." While as soon as Dagu's words fell, the scene erupted in an uproar. Goena and the others never expected that this new partner would be a warlord, and it was the Sand Crocodile who was one of the earliest to become a warlord. Looking at the shadow under the sunlight, the crowd's thoughts became diverse for a moment. Is this the person who shares the same status as my father among the warlords? As the daughter of another warlord, Bartholomew Kuma, Jewelry Bonney couldn't help but think of her own father as she gazed at Crocodile's shadow. Warlord? Don Quixote, Doflamingo. On the other hand, Trafalgar Law, who also had connections to the warlords, couldn't help but think of another warlord, the Night Scorpion, Don Quixote Doflamingo, as he looked at Crocodile's figure. Warlord? Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. At the same time, Goena, who aimed to become the world's #1 swordsman, looked at Crocodile and thought of Hawkeye, Dracul Mihawk, who held the title of the world's #1 swordsman and was also a warlord. Hancock, even Robin, upon seeing Crocodile, couldn't help but think of her childhood playmate, the only woman among the warlords, the current Empress of Amazon Lily, known as the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. As for Yuta, Bepo, and Enel, they had no direct connection to the warlords, but they understood the influence and strength the warlords had in these seas. Therefore, when they looked at Crocodile, their expressions were not much weaker than those of the others. Chapter 206, Self-Introduction and Offending Everyone. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was still lost in thought, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head, then reminded them, and led the way onto the ship. Oh, after the others reacted, they quickly followed him onto the Ark Maxim. Captain, on the Ark, the Pledge, when Dagu saw Crocodile approaching, although Crocodile was reluctant, he still greeted him, then turned his head away and looked at the others who followed behind him. Dagu did not express any opinion on Crocodile's attitude, but instead turned around to introduce him. "They are all the members of my light pirate crew." As he spoke, Dagu pointed at Crocodile and introduced him to the others. "This is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a user of the Sansan fruit. You can get to know each other." After saying that, Dagu took a step back to clear the way. "Hello." Seeing this situation, Nico Robin, who had been following Dagu, was naturally the first to step forward and introduced herself to Crocodile. "I am Nico Robin. Nice to meet you, Mr. Crocodile, the former 7 warlord." However, what surprised Robin was that after she finished speaking, Crocodile did not introduce himself right away. Instead, he looked her up and down, seemingly lost in thought. Cough, cough. At that moment, Dagu suddenly coughed twice, as if to remind Crocodile, which brought him back to his senses. Then Crocodile looked at Robin and said lightly, "Hello, survivor of Ohara." Suddenly, the air froze. After Crocodile finished this sentence, everyone instinctively held their breath, quietly watching Robin, afraid she would react. However, to everyone's surprise, after hearing Crocodile's words, Robin did pause for a moment, but then smiled and walked over to Dagu's side, showing no extreme reaction. Yet, Dagu could clearly feel that Robin's heart was not as calm as it appeared. After all, no one can truly face their past calmly, especially a past that is like hell. Sighing at this thought, Dagu tightened his grip on Robin's hand, hoping to reassure her. Hey, on the other side. Although Robin calmly walked aside, Bonney understood that her heart was not so peaceful. With the intention of standing up for her good sister, Bonney did not hold back and directly walked up to Crocodile, pointing at his face, and said fiercely, "How can you say such things? Do you know how much that hurts, Sister Robin?" Bonney. But just then, Robin's voice came from the side, causing Bonney to be startled. When she turned to look at Robin and saw her shaking her head, Bonney could only sigh helplessly and then turned to Crocodile, warning him. Crocodile, I warn you. Don't think you're impressive just because you were a former 7 warlord. My father is also a 7 warlord, still serving. So don't think I would be afraid of you, especially with our captain still here. The captain cares the most about Sister Robin. If you dare to make her sad again, you'd better watch out for the captain's wrath. Oomph. After saying this, Bonney did not introduce herself to Crocodile and directly turned to Robin's side, silently looking at her. Sister Robin, Bonney. However, before she could finish, Robin shook her head first. No need to say anything. I'm fine. Saying this, Robin smiled and thanked Bonney. But I still want to thank you for standing up for me just now. No, Sister Robin, Upon hearing Robin's words, Bonney immediately wanted to say something to express her feelings. But as soon as she spoke, Dagu cut her off. Then she heard Dagu say, all right, let's just let this matter pass and not talk about it anymore. Seeing that Dagu said so, Bonney finally realized that her words were, in a sense, also hitting Robin. Therefore, after understanding, Bonney obediently closed her mouth and turned around, glaring at the culprit of this situation, Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile was talking to Yuta. Yuta imitated Bonney's earlier action, also pointing at Crocodile, but she was even more arrogant than Bonney, because she had flown to Crocodile's head with the air shoes made from the wind shell on Sky Island, looking down at him. I warn you, if you dare to make Sister Robin sad again in the future, I can guarantee that you will not only face the captain's wrath, but also the wrath of the 4 emperors. And don't think I'm joking, At this point, Yuta felt her credibility was a bit low. So she quickly explained to Crocodile, Yuta, daughter of the 4 emperor red-haired, I absolutely mean what I say. Oomph. After saying this, Yuta snorted coldly and flew straight to Bonney's side, standing silently behind Robin, as if to support her. Following Yuta was Kuina. Although she also wanted to support her sister Robin like Bonney and Yuta, she didn't have any impressive background like them, and wasn't clear about Kin's strength. So she couldn't rely on any power. Therefore, she could only say to Crocodile, Crocodile, although I don't have a shocking background like Bonney and Yuta, but... Clang. At this point, Kuina drew her sword, pointing at Crocodile. But Kuina, will definitely become a great swordsman in the future, even the world's greatest swordsman. So you'd better be careful. After saying this, Kuina also didn't wait for Crocodile to respond and turned to stand behind Robin. As for Crocodile, after hearing her words, he expressed doubt about her claim of not having a background. Because in his view, if this woman named Kuina truly had no background, she wouldn't be able to wield a famous sword. Indeed, although Crocodile didn't recognize the sword in Kuina's hand, he could tell that it was not an ordinary sword. At least it belonged to the category of great swords. In his eyes, a girl of only around 10 years old, if she really had no background and relied solely on Dagu, it would be impossible for her to possess one of the 21 remaining great swords in the world. Chapter 207. Crocodile and the Thunder God next. After Kuina left, Law walked up to Crocodile, looked him up and down, and said, Hello, my name is Trafalgar Law. I am a ship's doctor, and we can spar when we have time. As he spoke, Law turned to his side and said to Beepo, This is Beepo. He serves as the navigator. Hello. With Law's introduction, Beepo took a couple of steps forward, greeted Crocodile, and then retreated back behind Law. It was clear that Crocodile's earlier words had a negative impact on Beepo. Seeing Beepo like this, Law didn't say anything more to Crocodile, directly leading Beepo away to the side. To be honest, he also had some opinions about Crocodile, not because Crocodile was a 7 warlord, but because, like everyone else, he was affected by Crocodile's earlier words. After all, he had lived with Robin for 8 or 9 years, so there were feelings involved. Seeing Robin in pain, Law felt uncomfortable as well. That was why after greeting, he turned and left with Beepo to the side. Billy. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards Crocodile. Faced with such a scene, Crocodile furrowed his brows immediately, but didn't move, allowing the lightning to pass through him. Bang! After a while, the lightning passed through Crocodile's body and struck the nearby Long Chain Island. As for the area where Crocodile was hit by the lightning, only a few grains of sand fell, and he himself was not affected at all. However, this change still made Crocodile frown and look at the long-eared man who had walked up to him. The man he had mistakenly thought was the captain of the light pirates, the man with a bounty of 300 million berries, Enel. Seeing that Crocodile had received his attack in a similar manner, Enel couldn't help but examine Crocodile seriously, and then said, "Are you a god too? God?" Upon hearing Enel's words, Crocodile couldn't help but feel puzzled, but he quickly realized that Enel likely mistook his Logia ability for divine power. Indeed, from the perspective of an ordinary person, the Logia ability derived from nature, with its destructive power comparable to natural disasters, could be considered divine to some extent. However, this was not a reason for Enel to attack him, let alone the fact that he was not only not Enel's enemy, but rather his companion. It was surprising that Enel would welcome a companion he met for the first time with an attack. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but snort coldly, suddenly raising his right hand, causing a grain of sand to appear and strike towards Enel. Enel did not expect Crocodile to fight back. He had only wanted to joke with Crocodile. After all, Dagu had said that this guy was a warlord of the sea. Based on his earlier observation, it was evident that this warlord's strength should be quite formidable, which was why Enel had made a move to test him. And it could also be seen as venting some anger for Robin. Indeed, part of the reason Enel attacked Crocodile was to vent for Robin, or rather, it took up a large part of the reason. Although he had only joined the Light Pirates for just a year, which was far less than others, his feelings for the crew were no less than anyone else's. As for why Enel had such deep feelings for the crew, it was mainly due to his experiences when he was young. In his hometown, Skypiea, Burka, Enel had not encountered a single peer, no, not just peers, but no one had ever cared for him or communicated with him in a friendly manner. However, in the Light Pirates, with Dagu and the others, although it had only been a year, the circumstances of that year were unimaginable for Enel. He had never thought that one day he could also have friends and that there would be people who cared about him. This was why he did not refuse Robin's request for a spar and would inexplicably feel angry when Robin was targeted. However, Enel naturally would not voice all of this. When faced with Crocodile's attack, he also made no move, quietly letting it pass through his body and strike into the distance. Boom! After a thunderous sound, Enel returned to his original form and calmly said to Crocodile, "Do you want to have a fight? A battle of gods." Upon hearing Enel's words, Crocodile frowned again and then looked up and down at Enel, as if he understood something. This thunder god was likely just a young man who had just set sail, or perhaps someone who had just stepped into society. Realizing this, Crocodile seemed to be less angry, but he did not intend to let go of the matter of Enel's reckless attack on him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Crocodile turned to Dagu and asked, "Captain, I want to spar with this thunder god. What do you think?" Hearing Crocodile say he wanted to fight Enel, not only Dagu but also Robin and the others were somewhat surprised. They did not expect that Crocodile, who had just joined the crew and caused so much trouble, would now want to fight Enel. What surprised them even more was that after Crocodile finished speaking, Enel immediately followed up and asked Dagu, "Captain, I also want to fight the warlord of the sea to see what the strength of the blue sea is like." Hearing this, looking at the expressions of the two, Dagu pondered for a moment and then reluctantly nodded in agreement. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu reminded the two, "But you'd better keep it light. If I find out that you two are going too hard, don't blame me." Listening to Dagu's words, Crocodile was stunned, and he recalled the pain of being burned by the scorching sun. As he thought about it, Crocodile couldn't help but shiver, then assured Dagu, "Got it." Meanwhile, Enel also assured Dagu, "Captain, don't worry. I'll be careful." Seeing that both of them had said so, Dagu didn't know what else to say, so he told them, "You can fight here on Long Chain Island." Saying that, Dagu turned to Robin and the others and said, "You should also see what the top strength of this sea is like and what you are lacking compared to it." "Yes, Captain." Hearing Dagu's reminder, Luo, Hawkins, Gwena, and others responded immediately and then focused their attention on Crocodile and Enel. Chapter 208, Thunder and Sand, and the Awakening of the Devil Fruit. Chapter 208, Thunder and Sand. And the awakening of the Devil Fruit, with this is Long Chain Island in the Grand Line, where a sudden strong wind swept through. Crackle following that. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning surged, and arcs of electricity streaked across the sky, illuminating the dim Long Chain Island shrouded in clouds. Boom! Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted, and the entire Long Chain Island began to shake continuously, and the original grassy landscape gradually transformed into a sea of yellow sand. Seeing this scene, everyone on the Arc Maxim couldn't help but be astonished. Although they had long heard of the strength of the Logia, which could easily change the surrounding environment, they didn't expect that the Logia could achieve such a level, completely altering the environment of an entire island. However, what surprised everyone even more was that in the face of this scene, Enel also retaliated in kind. Rumble, crackle. In the high sky, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed from time to time, and then a giant lightning dragon began to reveal its might from the clouds. 120 million volts double thunder dragon. Then, with the sound of voice, the giant dragon immediately charged down towards the island below, and behind it, there was another equally formidable beast accompanying it. Roar! The two lightning dragons roared, exuding incomparable might, pressing down towards the yellow sand below like a torrent. Boom! Seeing the giant dragons coming, Crocodile, standing on the yellow sand, naturally would not remain indifferent. With a wave of his hand, the yellow sand began to rise and fall, gradually swelling. Heavy sandstorm. Then, accompanied by Crocodile's loud shout, the yellow sand condensed, and a sandstorm began to rise, instantly kicking up flying sand and stones, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, the lightning dragons did not show any fear at this situation. Instead, they were even more invigorated, and without hesitation, they dove straight into the sandstorm. Boom! In an instant, thunder and sand collided, and the resulting sound seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. On the other side, seeing the scene, Law Hawkins and others couldn't help but feel an extraordinary shock. Even though they had reached such strength now, they had never imagined that human power could achieve such a level. However, it was also because everyone's knowledge was a bit shallow. After all, they had only lived in the East Blue and Sky Island over the years. Although they had the guidance of someone like the Gold Lion of the Heavenly Path, for him, dealing with the current group of people didn't require much effort. So it was hard to talk about this scene that could change the world. Moreover, compared to the Gold Lion's float fruit, the movements of the natural type were clearly more impactful and awe-inspiring. As the saying goes, how could human power compare to the great forces of nature? No matter how superhuman the paramecia is, it still has the character human in it. Although paramecia can exhibit some characteristics of a natural type after awakening, how can it compare to the natural type that can manipulate the forces of nature from the very beginning? Additionally, although Law and the others had fought against Enel and had seen Enel battle against Crocodile, it was still only a single sound of thunder, far less shocking than the clash of thunder and sand. Thus, in the intersection of thunder and sand between Crocodile and Enel, Hawkins and Law were shaken. As a result, Law couldn't help but exclaim, "This power from nature is indeed terrifying." Indeed, upon hearing this, Hawkins nodded in agreement and replied, "This kind of power that can change the terrain of a place can only be achieved by the natural type." Not necessarily. Just as Hawkins finished speaking, Dagu shook his head and said, "Changing the terrain of a place, although it is the specialty of the natural type, does not mean that only the natural type can do it. Paramecia and even Zoan types can also achieve this." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Bonney looked at him in surprise and asked, "Captain, what do you mean? Are you saying that paramecia?" At this point, Bonney pointed to herself, and then to Hawkins and the others. "We can also create movements like Enel and change the terrain of an area?" "That's right." Listening to Bonney's words, Dagu nodded. Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he explained, "Changing terrain is not exclusive to the natural type. The devil fruits of the other two types can also achieve this. However, it requires one devil fruit to reach a certain level of awakening. But not all devil fruits can change the terrain after awakening. Ordinary Zoan and paramecia types still cannot achieve this." Awakening of the devil fruit. After hearing Dagu's explanation, everyone was even more confused. Does the devil fruit have an awakening? What is awakening? Seeing the puzzled expressions of everyone, Dagu couldn't help but smile and explain again. The so-called awakening of the devil fruit refers to a sudden qualitative leap that occurs when one develops their own devil fruit to a certain extent. For example, some paramecia types, after their abilities awaken, can affect things outside of themselves. At this point, they have a similar influence to the natural type. As for Zoan types, after awakening, they can significantly enhance their recovery ability and combat power, but Zoan types cannot be generalized, because there is a special category within Zoan types: mythical beasts. The current Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and one of the four emperors, Kaido, are both of this existence, and they must have successfully awakened. However, Zoan types also have a weakness that other types do not have. Other types either successfully awaken or cannot awaken. But for Zoan types, there's a possibility of awakening failure, leading to some unpredictable side effects: losing rationality, in the true sense becoming an animal, and among us. At this point, Dagu looked around at everyone and shook his head. Even if you all awaken, you still cannot reach the level of Enel, because you're not that special type of Paramecia or the mythical beast type of Zoan. Originally, everyone was a bit hopeful that they could also change the terrain like Enel in the future, but upon hearing Dagu's words, they were momentarily stunned and felt a bit disappointed. Seeing everyone like this, Dagu knew that this matter was not a big deal. Everyone was just a little down for a moment and would quickly recover, so he didn't say anything further. Instead, he turned around and continued to watch the battle on Long Chain Island. Chapter 209. Chilin and 10,000 Thunder. At this moment, on Long Chain Island, thunder and sand were colliding, and the battle between Crocodile and Enel was still ongoing. 300 million volts. Chilin. Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, a thunder beast mixed with the might of thunder descended from the sky amidst the dark clouds. Tornado of sand. At the same time, Crocodile, standing on the island, also shouted, and then the sky, filled with yellow sand, gathered again, forming a sand tornado that rose from the ground to meet the descending thunder beast. Billy, but that wasn't the end. Just as the sand tornado and the thunder beast Chilin met, a thunderclap suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Just then, while Crocodile was still watching the sky, a golden staff came whistling towards him from behind. Clearly, this was Enel taking advantage of Crocodile's attention being on the sky to launch a surprise attack with the speed of lightning. However, Crocodile, being experienced in battle, was not panicked by Enel's sudden appearance despite being slightly surprised. Hey, just as Enel's golden staff was about to hit him, Crocodile smirked lightly and without any visible movement. When the golden staff swept past, Crocodile suddenly collapsed into a pile of sand and stones. Corrosion cycle. At that moment, not far away, Crocodile's voice suddenly called out, and immediately a force of corrosion began to spread from the sand beneath Enel's feet, quietly absorbing the moisture from Enel's body. Billy. But for this situation, Enel was not flustered. Instead, he seemed to have anticipated it and entered his elemental form. By using elementalization to resist the corrosive force, while also using the power of lightning to turn the sand and stones beneath his feet into crystals, Crocodile could no longer control the quicksand around him. Seeing this scene, Crocodile couldn't help but be surprised. He had forgotten one thing, which was that sand would crystallize under high temperatures, and thunder just happened to have high temperatures. This meant that Enel's ability was quite restraining against him. Thinking of this, Crocodile's expression turned grim. It was the first time he encountered such an opponent, one that restrained him in every aspect. Whether it was the previous actions that always preceded him or the current attribute restraint issue, Crocodile had never encountered this before. Even when he fought against Whitebeard, he had never felt this constrained. In his view, Whitebeard relied only on the power of vibration to disperse his sand attacks, but it did not form any effective damage to the sand itself. Unlike this guy in front of him, called Enel, who directly crystallized the quicksand, causing him to lose control over it. Thinking about this, Crocodile couldn't help but snort coldly, then raised his hand. Desert Sunflower. Immediately, the flowing sand in the sky began to gather, as if it wanted to bury Enel, who stood within it. Enel, however, was not tense at all. Instead, he turned to look at Crocodile. Billy. Then came another thunderous sound, and just as Crocodile's expression darkened, Enel once again flashed up into the sky, causing Crocodile's attack to miss entirely. Faced with this situation, Crocodile could no longer remain calm. He pointed directly at Enel in the sky and shouted, "Thunder God, is running all you can do?" Hearing this, Enel immediately planned to come down and have a proper fight with Crocodile. However, when he caught sight of Dagu beside him, He suddenly suppressed his urge to charge down. After experiencing battles with Dagu and spending over a year on Sky Island with the Golden Lion, along with the feelings of frustration he sensed from Beckman, Enel no longer believed that his lightning power was invincible, like a god descending to earth. He now understood very well that although he had strength, he was not invincible, at least not in this blue sea, let alone against someone who already possessed divine power. Even though it wasn't the same as lightning, it was still a comparable existence. Therefore, in response to Crocodile's provocation, Enel not only remained calm, but also stood quietly in the sky, indifferent to Crocodile's actions, even waving his golden staff. Thunderstorm. Crackle. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning shot down like a torrential rain. Oomph. Seeing Enel's reaction, Crocodile let out a cold snort. Realizing that further provocation would be futile, Crocodile stopped talking and raised his hand. Desert. Sunflower. In an instant, he unleashed another desert sunflower, but unlike before, this time the target was not Enel in the sky. Instead, he buried himself beneath the raging sands. As the onlookers wondered why Crocodile was doing this, the lightning struck down at that very moment. Boom! What happened next made everyone understand why Crocodile had attacked himself. Crackle. When the lightning struck down, it did not hit Crocodile directly, but instead, it struck the desert sunflower he had created to protect himself. In other words, Crocodile had turned his offensive move into a defensive one. This thought immediately left Roe and Hawkins outside in awe. If it were them, they would never have thought to use an attack as a defense. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but their lack of combat experience made it impossible for them to think of this layer, making it hard to talk about transforming offense into defense. However, unlike the astonishment of Hawkins and the others, Enel in the sky seemed to have anticipated Crocodile's move. After releasing the thunderstorm, he began to gather energy. And by the time the thunderstorm ended, Enel's energy accumulation was also complete. Above Enel, a massive ball of lightning, which contained infinite power, silently formed. 10,000 thunder. With a roar from Enel, the colossal lightning ball immediately plummeted toward the ground. Watching this scene, not only did Crocodile, who was facing the attack, look grim, but Dagu on the Arc Maxim also grew serious. He knew that if Enel mishandled this move, the Long Chain Island might become the second Ohara, sinking into the sea. Chapter 210. Victory and Departure. Thinking of this, Dagu felt he could no longer watch. If this island were merely an uninhabited wasteland, it wouldn't matter if it was destroyed. But the issue was that people lived on this island. If the island was destroyed, countless people would be displaced. Although the island had already been severely damaged by Enel and Crocodile, it was still livable. Moreover, the damage caused by Enel and the others was not permanent. With the passage of time, it could all be restored. However, if it sank into the sea, there would be no chance for recovery. Realizing this, just as the 10,000 thunder was about to fall, Dagu finally moved. He used a celestial hand, instantly appearing beside Crocodile, and then, under Crocodile's puzzled gaze, he soared into the sky to meet the descending lightning ball. Super, heavenly punishment. As he approached the lightning ball, Dagu spread his arms and executed a powerful move of the Rinnegan. Then, in the astonished eyes of Crocodile below, Enel above, and everyone on the Arc Maxim, the fierce lightning ball seemed to hit something elastic, compressing for a moment before shooting back into the sky at an even faster speed. Boom! As it shot into the sky, the lightning ball exploded. The resulting force turned the originally dark sky into a clear blue expanse. Watching the scene, whether it was the people on the ship or the two on the island above, everyone felt an inexplicable shock. They realized for the first time that their captain's strength had reached such a level. Enel's long-prepared powerful move was so easily deflected. Yes, deflected, not directly obliterated. It should be noted that obliterating is much easier than deflecting. To obliterate, one just needs to keep increasing the force. But to deflect, one must exert a force similar to that of the attack. Otherwise, too much force would obliterate it, and too little would let it dominate. Only with a similar amount of force can it be completely deflected. Of course, everyone was unaware that Dagu's move was essentially a rebound. So as long as it was powerful enough, it would work. As the saying goes, great strength yields miraculous results. If everyone knew the nature of Dagu's move, they wouldn't be so surprised. However, Dagu was unaware of the thoughts of the crowd. What he understood at this moment was that the battle had reached its conclusion. If they continued to fight, the Long Chain Island would likely not hold out and would sink. Therefore, Dagu turned to Enel and said, "Enel, let's end it here. Call it a draw, how about that?" After the earlier 10,000 thunder, Enel had no desire to continue fighting, so upon hearing Dagu's words, he nodded without hesitation and replied, "No problem, Captain. All right, then let's go down." Seeing Enel agree, Dagu reminded him and then turned around, using Celestial Hand once more to flash beside Crocodile, looking at him and asking, "Crocodile, shall we call it a draw this time? What do you say?" "No objections." Crocodile replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. In fact, after Dagu's earlier strike, Crocodile recalled the scene of his soul being exposed by Dagu. So how could he possibly have objections upon hearing Dagu's question? Seeing that Crocodile also agreed, Dagu nodded and said, "In that case, let's head back to the ship." Upon hearing this, both Crocodile and Enel replied in unison, "Yes." Thus, under Dagu's lead, the three returned to the Arc Maxim. Captain, on the ship, upon seeing Dagu return, everyone greeted him. But in response to everyone's greetings, Dagu only nodded, then turned to look at Long Chain Island, observing the environment that had become riddled with holes due to the battle between Crocodile and the others. Dagu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Forget it. However, Dagu soon sighed to himself and then turned to the crowd, saying, "Let's set sail to the next island." "Yes, Captain." With Dagu's orders given, everyone went to their respective posts and began to drive the Ark Proverbial way from Long Chain Island towards the next island. Just as the ship was leaving the coast, Dagu unexpectedly returned to Long Chain Island. Universale Traction. Immediately, in the eyes of everyone, Dagu seemed to have unleashed some ability, and all the fine sand created by Crocodile was drawn together, eventually merging into a giant sandball. Looking at the sandball in front of him and the refreshed land below, Dagu nodded in satisfaction, then fixed his gaze on the sandball. Flying Thunder God. Dagu vanished from everyone's sight, but just when everyone was curious about where he had gone, Dagu's voice suddenly came from behind them, saying, "Let's go." When everyone turned around, they saw Dagu sitting leisurely on a bench on the deck, basking in the sun. Captain, seeing this, Bonney immediately walked up to Dagu and asked curiously, "Where did you just go? What about that big sandball?" He in response to Bonney's confusion. Dagu chuckled lightly and explained, "I just took a trip to Alabasta." Oh, upon hearing Dagu say this, everyone immediately realized that the big sandball must have been taken by Dagu to Alabasta. After all, Alabasta is a desert country, so it makes sense for Dagu to take the sand there. Once they understood, everyone stopped asking further questions and instead focused on their own tasks. Crocodile. As everyone got to work, Dagu called out Crocodile's name. Captain. Hearing the call, Crocodile walked up to Dagu and asked, "Is there something you need?" Listening to Crocodile's question, Dagu pondered for a moment, then looked up at Crocodile and smiled. "This is my pirate ship. I hope you can remember that, mister." Crocodile of the former Shichibukai. Understood. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Crocodile couldn't help but feel a jolt of realization, then calmly replied, "If there's nothing else, I'll go rest now." Seeing Crocodile like this, Dagu smiled and said, "That's all." At this, Crocodile immediately turned around and entered the cabin, fully aware that Dagu's words were a warning, reminding him not to get too complacent, because this is his ship, the ship of the son of the devil, Dagu, not his, the former Shichibukai Crocodile. It was precisely because Crocodile understood the implication of Dagu's words that he didn't ask anything further and instead opted to rest, indicating his attitude towards Dagu. That is, I even need to ask your opinion about resting. Do you still think I have any other intentions? Naturally, Dagu also understood Crocodile's meaning, which is why he smiled and allowed him to go rest. Thus, after seeing Crocodile return to his room, Dagu continued to enjoy his sunbathing. Chapter 211. Naval Reinforcements and that man 2 days after Enel's battle with Crocodile at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. A group of high-ranking Navy officials gathered in the Marshal's office due to the commotion at Long Chain Island. The current Marine Admiral, Sengoku, who sat in the first seat, was the first to speak. "Let's hear what everyone has to say. How should we respond to this light pirate crew?" After speaking, Sengoku pointed at the bounty posters of a light pirate crew on the table in front of him, along with the bounty poster of the former Shichibukai crocodile, which had been reinstated and had its bounty increased to 400 million berries. This, however, to Sengoku's disappointment, after hearing his question, none of the high-ranking Navy officials spoke up. Each of them pretended to think seriously, as if they were genuinely contemplating. But as the Admiral, known as the Wise General, Sengoku could see through their thoughts. Clearly, they had no ideas at all. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed helplessly and then turned to his old partner, Vice Admiral Tsuru, saying, "Little Tsuru, what do you think?" As expected, his old partner wouldn't let him down. Just as he finished speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment and then directly stated, "I believe the main priority now is to recall Juin." She then explained, "Given the current strength of the light pirate crew, Juin alone cannot handle them. Not only that, but he could even be captured by the enemy, which would put us in a difficult situation." This, after hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's explanation, the high-ranking officials exchanged glances again, feeling at a loss. They understood that what she said might be correct, but allowing Juin to withdraw now would essentially mean that the Navy was afraid of the light pirate crew. If that were the case, what would happen to the Navy's dignity? How could they maintain order in the seas in the future? Will the public still trust them? Trust a Navy that would give way to pirates? Impossible. Although Vice Admiral Tsuru was right. Recalling Juin could indeed preserve him as a potential new admiral in the elite Navy he led. However, from the overall interests of the Navy and the world's perspective, they should not retreat, at least not before they had even encountered the enemy. If they did that, then there would be no need for the Navy to continue existing. Of course, Vice Admiral Tsuru, as the Navy's Chief of Staff, understood this very well. Therefore, she immediately added, "However, we cannot actually recall Juin. Thus, for safety's sake, I believe we should reinforce Juin, sending more personnel to assist him in capturing the light pirate crew." Indeed, upon hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's suggestion, not only did the others nod in agreement, but even Sengoku acknowledged her statement. However, Sengoku then asked Vice Admiral Tsuru, "But little Tsuru, who should we send to support him? Given the current situation with the light pirate crew, we must deploy someone strong, perhaps even an admiral, to ensure success." But at this point, Sengoku glanced at the high-ranking Navy officials present and then turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru again, saying, "You see, all three admirals are on missions. Sakazuki is stationed in the New World, Borsellino is in the Four Seas, and Kuzan has gone to Mariewa, and that scoundrel Carp has gone back to the East Sea." As Sengoku mentioned Carp, he couldn't help but curse, finally sighing helplessly. "So, aside from me, where else is there any admiral-level combat power in the Navy right now?" "No, there is." However, to Sengoku's surprise, after he finished speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head, indicating he was mistaken. Then, under Sengoku's puzzled gaze, Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled and explained, "Sengoku, have you forgotten about the training camp?" Hearing what Admiral Crane said, Sengoku was first puzzled for a moment, then his pupils suddenly widened, but immediately afterward, he sighed as if deflated, saying, "Alas, indeed, he is also an admiral-level combatant. But given his physical condition, I'm really worried he might get into trouble." Little Crane, for Sengoku's concerns, Admiral Crane was equally worried. She sighed and said, "How could I not know what you just said? But if we don't have an admiral stationed, I believe we can't suppress the current son of the devil." After speaking, Admiral Crane glanced at Sengoku and said, "Although you can go, but can you go out? As the fleet admiral, if you personally step in to capture a rookie pirate who just set foot on the Grand Line, what kind of reputation would that bring? So we can only let him take the lead. With him, we won't lose face, and we can ensure a certain level of feasibility." Of course. At this point, Admiral Crane turned to the senior Navy officials and said, "To prevent any unexpected situations, I think we should send a few more vice admirals." Oh! Hearing this from Admiral Crane, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the crowd and smiled. Indeed, having multiple vice admirals should be foolproof. Then, Sengoku's expression became serious as he looked at everyone and asked, "Is there anyone who wants to take part in this battle?" Unfortunately, upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, not a single senior Navy official stepped forward to volunteer to help Gion fight against the pirates. However, this was understandable. After all, This was supposed to be a support mission. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the main credit would go to Gion. Moreover, considering what Sengoku had just implied, the one in the training camp would also be participating. In that case, even if they won, the credit they could share would be minimal. They weren't like the hawkish Navy members such as Gecko Moria or Doberman, who had a strong desire to eliminate pirates. If there was credit to be gained, that would be fine, but if there wasn't any, how could they foolishly throw themselves into it? Thus, when Sengoku looked at them, each of them wished they weren't here today, so they wouldn't have to be put in such a difficult position. Alas, seeing everyone's reaction, Sengoku couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh and then said, "Since you won't step forward, then I will designate someone." Chop! Bang! Just as he was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open and a male voice came in. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I think I can go alone." Chapter 212. Admiral Candidate Chibuta, and arriving at Water 7 immediately after, a man nearly 3 meters tall, but slightly lewd in appearance walked in from outside. Jackie. Looking at the man who walked in, Sengoku was slightly surprised and then asked, "Did you complete your mission?" "Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Hearing this, the man, referred to as Jackie by Sengoku, nodded and replied, "I just finished my mission, and by coincidence, I overheard your discussion." Saying this, Jackie turned to the others and said, "I think I can handle this mission alone." At this point, Jackie turned to Sengoku and proposed, "If you're worried, you can arrange for a teacher to accompany me." Upon hearing Jackie's words, Sengoku fell into deep thought, carefully considering the feasibility of this suggestion. After a long deliberation, Sengoku felt that Jackie's proposal was completely feasible, because this Navy member named Jackie was none other than Chibuta, another candidate for Admiral alongside Gion in the Navy headquarters. With him and Gion, plus that one from the training camp, it would be equivalent to deploying 3 admirals. With such strength, let alone the light pirates, Sengoku couldn't help but worry they might go looking for trouble with the 4 emperors in the New World, as they had that capability. All right, thinking of this, Sengoku immediately agreed and said, "Jackie, you will go with the chief instructor to support Gion. We don't ask you to capture that son of the devil, but at least we can't let the reputation of the Navy be tarnished." "Yes." Hearing Sengoku say this, Jackie was a bit puzzled as to why Sengoku believed their lineup couldn't take down a newly developed pirate crew. However, Jackie did not hesitate and immediately agreed, while saying to Sengoku, "Since the matter is settled, then Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I will inform the teacher so we can set off as soon as possible." Go ahead." In response, Sengoku nodded. "Wait." Just then, Sengoku suddenly remembered something and quickly said to Jackie, "You can go directly through the Justice Gate to reach Ini's lobby, and then set off to Water 7 from there." Understood. After listening to Sengoku's reminder, Jackie nodded seriously and then left the office without looking back. After Jackie left, one person among the senior Navy officials stood up and asked Sengoku, "Admiral, why do you think their lineup can't capture that so-called son of the devil?" Alas, hearing this, Sengoku first sighed heavily, then did not directly answer the person's question, but instead asked back, "Have you forgotten the abilities of the son of the devil?" "I see." Upon hearing Sengoku mention the abilities of the son of the devil, not just that person, others also suddenly realized. Indeed, based on the son of the devil's ability to traverse space at will, even with this powerful lineup, it might not truly be able to capture him. Since the matter has been decided, then you all can return. Now that everyone understood, Sengoku no longer said anything more, instead waving his hand for everyone to return to their respective posts. "Yes, Admiral." In response, the others showed no hesitation, and after acknowledging, they all left Sengoku's office, leaving only Admiral Crane, the chief of staff. Looking out at the sky, Sengoku murmured, "Do you think they can capture that son of the devil?" "No." Listening to Sengoku, Admiral Crane immediately shook her head and said, "With the abilities of the son of the devil, unless he is threatened by his companions, otherwise, it would be impossible to capture him. And the few people on this trip wouldn't do such a thing, so..." Just as Admiral Crane was about to say this, Sengoku immediately followed up, "So he won't be captured." Alas, then the two sighed in unison, looking out the window without saying another word. On the other side, after drifting on the sea for several days, the light pirates, under the command of Navigator Beepo, finally successfully landed in the city of Water 7, the most developed and prosperous shipbuilding city in the pirate world. At this moment, at the port of Water 7, the light pirates were placing their ship, the Ark, the Proverb. Hey! Just then, a somewhat rough voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, Crocodile immediately frowned, ready to act, but when he saw Dagu looking over, Crocodile had to suppress his dissatisfaction and continued with his own business. Seeing Crocodile calm down, Dagu couldn't help but smile slightly, then walked up to the person and said, "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" However, unexpectedly, in response to Dagu's friendly greeting, the person did not appreciate it at all, but instead snorted coldly and said, "You are pirates, aren't you?" "Aye." Upon hearing this, Dagu immediately wanted to respond, but before he could say anything, the man continued, "If you are pirates, then don't land here. And you even dare to fly the pirate flag." As he spoke, the man glanced at the flag waving on the Ark pledge and said, "You are really asking for trouble. You should know that there are Navy forces on the island now, yet you walk around so brazenly. TSK, TSK, TSK. After hearing the man's words, Dagu was taken aback. He never expected that there would be Navy forces in Water 7 at this time. Although he didn't know which Navy it was, his current actions were indeed a bit too ostentatious. "Thank you." Thinking this, Dagu first thanked the man in front of him, then turned to Enel on the lookout tower and said, "Enel, take down the flag." "Understood." Hearing Dagu's words, Enel, though somewhat puzzled, did not hesitate and immediately complied to take down the flag. However, Enel's actions were a bit late, because just as he had just taken down the flag, inside a certain building in Water 7, a man holding a telescope happened to see the waving skull flag. Immediately, the man turned to the two men and one woman in the room and said, "Report, officer, the light pirates have now landed at the port of Water 7. Hearing the man's report, the older man among the two nodded quietly and said, "It seems our mission is about to begin." "Yes, Teacher Zifa." Upon hearing the old man's words, the remaining man and woman nodded in agreement. Chapter 213. Zifa's Justice and Gion's Decision. Boom. Soon after, at the port, a powerful pink slash came whistling through the air. Swish! Seeing the slash coming, Dagu, who was about to say something to Robin, immediately drew the contract victory sword from his waist and swung it towards the slash without hesitation. Bang! In no time, the two slashes collided and canceled each other out. However, Dagu's expression gradually became serious, as he had realized who the Navy station here was. In his impression, the only person who could unleash such a slash was one, the former Navy lieutenant, now Navy captain, and a candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit, Gion. Just as Dagu was thinking about this, the figure walking out of the city confirmed his guess. "Long time no see, Navy Miss." As he saw the figure approaching, Dagu immediately greeted her, but then his gaze shifted to the two figures flanking her, a rather burly old man and a middle-aged uncle who looked quite lecherous. Looking at these two, along with the Navy Miss, Gion in front of him, Dagu understood that it would be difficult to resolve matters peacefully today. At the same time, he didn't expect that the Navy would mobilize such a lineup for him, which really showed they took him seriously. Because if he wasn't mistaken, that old man should be the former Navy Admiral, now the Navy's chief instructor, known as Black Arm Zifa, and that lecherous middle-aged uncle. Judging by the way he looked at Gion and his position, was likely another candidate for Admiral, codenamed T-Pig, Kaji. Thinking this, Dagu couldn't help but self-deprecate with a smile, dreaming of the victorious Dagu. Seeing Dagu still able to smile in such a situation, Gion thought he didn't recognize the two people beside her, so she called out, "Dagu," and then introduced him. "This is Teacher Zifa." But just as Gion began to speak, Dagu immediately looked at Zifa and said, "I've heard of the name Black Arm Zifa, the Admiral who doesn't kill." Seeing that Dagu actually knew Zifa, Gion was both embarrassed and somewhat surprised. After all, Zifa hadn't appeared in front of the public for a long time, and for Dagu to recognize such a Zifa at a glance, how could Gion not be surprised? But the surprise didn't end there. Dagu, after greeting Zifa, turned to Kaji and said, "I presume this is Vice Admiral T-Pig? I didn't expect the Navy would send you out to deal with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu glanced at the three of them and said to the old acquaintance, "Navy Miss, you Navy really think highly of me. To deal with us, you actually sent out one former admiral and 2 candidates for Admiral. 3 Admiral-level figures. Nanny. As Dagu finished speaking, the members of the light pirates behind him, who had initially been indifferent, were left in shock. They had thought that the 3 people opposite them were at most 3 mid-level admirals. However, after hearing Dagu's introduction, they realized they had underestimated the situation. They never expected the Navy would dispatch 3 admiral-level figures, even if one was a former admiral, meaning a retired admiral. The other 2, from Dagu's words, seemed to be candidates for admirals, meaning future admirals. But the problem was that whether it was a former admiral or a future admiral, they both at least proved they possessed admiral-level or near-admiral-level strength. Facing such a lineup, how could Robin and the others not be shocked? Haha, after hearing Dagu's words, Zifa, who was standing behind, immediately laughed and walked forward, looking Dagu up and down with curiosity and asking, "Kid, since you know us, why do you look like you're not worried about your safety?" Facing Zifa's question, Dagu chuckled and replied, "Admiral Zifa. Oh no, I should now call you Mr. Zifa. Mr. Zifa, have you forgotten where we are now?" Saying this, Dagu looked around and reminded Zifa, "We are currently in Water 7. If you don't care about the safety of others, you can take action to capture us." After hearing Dagu's words, Zifa frowned, realizing that this was indeed not a good place for a battle. Similarly, after hearing Dagu's words, Kaji immediately rushed forward, pointing at Dagu and wanted to say something. But before he could speak, he was stopped by Zifa, who then frowned and looked at Dagu and said, "It seems you are quite confident in your strength. I dare not." Upon hearing this, Dagu couldn't help but bow slightly, showing humility, and then looked directly at Zifa and replied, "In front of Mr. Zifa, this kid does not dare to be arrogant." But at this point, Dagu raised his head, looked at Water 7, and smiled. "If we engage in battle, I believe it won't be a good thing for Water 7. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Zifa merely snorted coldly, but did not refute, because what he said was correct, no matter what the final result was as long as they fought. It would be catastrophic for Water 7. Otherwise, Sengoku wouldn't have sent him and Kaji here for support. All of this was because Sengoku recognized the strength of this group of pirates and acknowledged that it would require all 3 of them to have a chance to capture the opponent. In other words, Sengoku equated this group of pirates with the Yonko pirate groups, indicating they possessed Emperor-level combat power. An Emperor-level combat power, if fully unleashed, could completely destroy an island. Therefore, after hearing Dagu's words, Zifa did not refute and even felt a bit disheartened. If this continued, would they have to watch the pirates leisurely right under their noses? Upon thinking of this, Zephyr's expression changed, and he stared intently at Dagu. "Kid, don't think that just because you threaten us with Water 7, we will let you go free. You better never leave Water 7, otherwise, there will definitely be a place for you in Impel Down. Jiuin, Kaji, let's go." With that, Zephyr turned to Jiuin and Kaji beside him, called out, and then prepared to leave. "Teacher Zephyr." But just as Zephyr turned around, Jiuin said to him, "I want to follow Dreambeard Dagu." Hearing Jiuin's words, Zephyr couldn't help but turn back with a puzzled expression, and after looking into Jiuin's eyes and glancing at the members of the light pirates beside him, he understood Jiuin's intention and nodded in agreement with her request. "Teacher Zephyr, you." Kaji, who was beside them, felt somewhat unreasonable upon hearing Jiuin's words, and now seeing Zephyr actually agree with her, was even more surprised, immediately wanting to say something to Zephyr. "Enough, Kaji." However, before he could finish, Zephyr interrupted him and said, "Jiuin has her own considerations. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr no longer paid attention to Kaji and headed straight back to Water 7. Kaji saw this, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jiuin. Seeing her determined expression, could only helplessly follow Zephyr's footsteps back to Water 7. Chapter 214. Carrera and Katia watching Zephyr and Kaji walk away, and looking at Jiuin, who remained in place. Dagu quickly figured out her thoughts. If Dagu guessed correctly, Jiuin should be thinking of monitoring them to prevent them from sneaking away. Understanding this, Dagu shook his head helplessly, then turned to Analu and Crocodile, saying, "You guys go take a look around." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu reminded them, "But don't cause too much of commotion. After all, there's the Navy presence here." Understood, Captain. After hearing Dagu's words, everyone nodded, and then under Gyuen's watchful eyes, they paired off and left. As for Gyuen, she didn't care about the others leaving, because her task was just to keep an eye on Dagu. As for the others, it didn't really matter. After all, the others did not have the ability to teleport freely like Dagu. So in the end, only Robin remained. Stepping forward to look at Gyuen and saying, "Long time no see, Navy Miss." Facing Robin's greeting, Gyuen nodded slightly, then silently stepped aside. This time she had no intention of conversing with Dagu, because in just a short time apart, Dagu's strength had completely surpassed hers. Although Dagu's aura was restrained, preventing her from sensing his exact power, it was precisely because she couldn't sense it that she understood Dagu's strength truly surpassed hers. If their strengths were similar, then no matter how Dagu hit it, she would still be able to detect it. Only when the difference in strength was too great would there be no aura at all, and she had only experienced this with two individuals. One was the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, and the other was the former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who had been promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the entire Navy. Moreover, over the years, the feeling Steelbone Kong gave her had become clearer and clearer, while only Garp still felt shrouded in a layer of mist. If her perception was accurate, then that would mean Dagu, the son of the devil, already possessed strength comparable to the Navy hero. Thus, this time Gyuen silently stepped aside, no longer communicating with Dagu. Unaware of Gyuen's thoughts, Dagu, upon seeing her retreat to the side, found her behavior strangely different from before, but he did not inquire further. After all, she was Navy and he was a pirate. Therefore, Dagu didn't pay much attention to Gyuen and turned to Robin, saying, "Robin, let's go take a look around." However, Robin did not respond to Dagu's invitation immediately. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, she walked up to Gyuen and invited, "Navy Miss, would you like to join us?" Sudden hearing Robin's invitation surprised Gyuen, and after glancing at Dagu, she shook her head at Robin. "You guys go ahead. I could just follow along." "All right then." Seeing Gyuen say this, Robin nodded helplessly, turned to Dagu, and said, "Let's go." Hearing this, Dagu nodded, and then he and Robin began to walk towards Water 7, with Gyuen naturally following behind them. Time passed slowly, and Dagu and Robin thoroughly enjoyed the local customs of Water 7, such as the water meet, the vehicle called Blue, and the fountains and arches along the way. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Gyuen. Although she followed the two throughout, her mind was not on these external things. Her main focus was still on Dagu, to prevent him from suddenly disappearing. However, to her disappointment yet relief, Dagu had no intention of running away throughout the day. Even when they accidentally encountered Zephyr and the others, he showed no signs of being distant. Instead, he naturally approached to greet them and even asked Zephyr if he wanted to try a piece of water meat. Naturally, Zephyr sternly refused Dagu's politeness and turned to leave. Seeing Zephyr's lack of appreciation, Dagu then suddenly proposed going to see the shipyard. Although Gyuen found Dagu's suggestion sudden, she didn't think too much about it. After all, Water 7 was famous for its shipbuilding industry. It was entirely reasonable for Dagu to want to see the shipyard. Thus, the three of them arrived at the largest shipbuilding company in Water 7, Carrera, because of the presence of Navy Vice Admiral Gyuen and Dagu's substantial bounty. The three of them smoothly entered the office of the president of Carrera, who was also the mayor of Water 7, Ispena. However, as soon as they entered, Dagu and the others first encountered not the mayor Icebegu, but a blonde, blue-eyed, graceful OL. "Hello." As soon as this OL saw Dagu and the others entering, she immediately greeted them and then looked at Gyuen, asking, "May I ask if Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit has come here for something that we at Carrera can assist with?" But what puzzled this OL was that after she asked, Gyuen did not respond, but instead turned to look at Dagu, indicating that he was the one in charge. In fact, the OL recognized Dagu's identity, the son of the devil with a bounty of 1 billion berries, at first sight. However, to conceal her identity, the OL could only pretend to be unaware and turned her gaze to Gyuen, who was already familiar to her. After all, as a Navy Vice Admiral and a candidate for Admiral, most people would assume she was the one in charge. Now, after hearing Gyuen's words, the OL silently turned her head back to Dagu and greeted, "Hello, sir. My name is Katia. I'm the secretary of President Icebigo. May I ask what brings you to our Carrera company? Do you need us to build a ship or repair one? Listening to the oh no, Katia's words, Dagu did not respond immediately. Instead, after curiously observing Katia for a moment, he finally said to her, I would like to find President Icebigo. I have some matters to discuss with him. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Katifa hesitated for a moment, and then, after seeing Jiwen nod, she said to Dagu, All right. Katifa then turned around and pointed to a small door beside her, gesturing for Dagu to follow. As soon as she finished speaking, Katifa walked ahead towards a small door and called inside. Mr. Isbagu, Rear Admiral Momonosuke from the Navy has brought people to see you. Oh, is it Rear Admiral Momonosuke? Please come in. Just as Katifa finished speaking, a steady male voice came from inside the room. Creak upon hearing this, Katifa pushed the door open and then said to Dagu and the others, Please. Thank you. Seeing this, Dagu first thanked Katifa and then walked into the room, followed closely by Robin and Jiwen. Chapter 215, Isbagu and the shipwright inside the room, seeing Dagu and the others enter. Isbagu immediately stepped forward and greeted Jiwen. Rear Admiral Jiwen, may I ask if there is something you need Kara to handle? If so, I assure you I will not decline. You're too polite, Mr. Mayor. Hearing Isbagu's greeting, Jiwen responded and then stepped aside to indicate to Isbagu. Actually, it's him looking for you, not me. Oh, hearing Jiwen say this, Isbagu turned his head to look at Dagu. The moment he saw Dagu and Robin, Isbagu's pupils involuntarily shrank twice, and then he asked Dagu, May I ask what this gentleman needs from me? Are you looking to build a ship? Or? Upon hearing this, although Dagu noticed the unusual expression in Isbagu's eyes, he didn't mind and looked at Isbagu. Actually, Mr. Isbagu, it seems my ship has some issues. May I ask you to take a look at it? This. However, in the face of Dagu's request, Isbagu hesitated a bit because he understood the implication behind Dagu's words. It was clear that Dagu wanted Isbagu himself to check his ship, not someone else from the Kara company. Seeing Isbagu hesitate, Dagu understood that the other party should be aware of his intention. So he continued, If Mr. Isbagu has any inconvenience, then forget it. Actually, I heard that Mr. Isbagu is the best shipwright in Water 7, which is why I wanted to ask you to check my vessel. After all, a ship is also a companion of mine, and I always want to give the best within my capabilities to my companions. All right. Hearing Dagu's words, Isbagu's spirit lifted, and he immediately said yes. Then looked at Dagu. Sir, I can go check your ship. Seeing Isbagu agree, Dagu was a bit surprised and then smiled. Then thank you, Mr. Isbagu. It's no trouble. In response to Dagu's politeness, Isbagu shook his head and then turned to the door. Katifa, make a note of this. I will now go check this gentleman's ship and may not return today. Yes, Mr. Isbagu. Originally standing at the door, observing the situation, Katifa immediately responded upon hearing Isbagu's call. She then returned to her workstation and recorded Isbagu's upcoming schedule, as this was her duty as a secretary. Although she was an undercover secretary, she was also a professional in her role and would handle her responsibilities properly. Seeing Katifa recording, Isbagu looked back at Dagu. In that case, let's go. Okay. Dagu nodded in agreement and turned to leave the room, leading Isbagu towards his ship. Robin and Jiwen naturally followed closely behind, keeping pace with Dagu. After a while, at the ship of the light pirates, Ark Purgatory, after examining the general style of the ship, Isbagu turned to Dagu and asked, Sir, may I ask who the shipwright is? Then, perhaps worried that Dagu wouldn't understand, Isbagu further explained, It would be better for the shipwright to be present while I check the ship, as it's usually that shipwright who is responsible for the ship's condition. Listening to Isbagu's words, Dagu found it reasonable, and then, under Isbagu's puzzled gaze, he raised his head and called out, Inaru, boom. As soon as Dagu's voice fell, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out, and a tall figure, the thunder god, Inaru, appeared before everyone. Then he walked up to Dagu and asked, Captain, do you need something? Facing Inaru's question, Dagu nodded and then looked at Isbagu to introduce. This is Mr. Isbagu, the strongest shipwright in Water 7. I asked him to check our ship, and you can learn a thing or two along the way. Understood. Hearing Dagu say this, although Inaru was somewhat curious about Isbagu, he did not contradict Dagu's words and immediately nodded in agreement, then walked in front of Isbagu and said blandly, Let's go. Faced with Inaru's attitude, Tsubaki couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He didn't expect that such a polite person as Dagu would have a shipwright who was completely the opposite. However, Tsubaki only paused for a moment before following Inaru onto the Ark Purgatory to check its condition. Meanwhile, Dagu, feeling bored, took out a deck of cards from somewhere and waved it, signaling to Jiun, "Miss Navy, do you want to join us for a game?" Looking at Dagu's action, Jiun hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "All right, Robin." Seeing Jiun agree, Dagu immediately turned and called out to Robin, then casually found a place to sit down and started playing cards with the two. Time quietly passed like this until Inaru and Tsubaki finished checking the Ark Purgatory, and only then did Dagu and the others stop their actions. Seeing Tsubaki come down from the ship, Dagu immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tsubaki." "It's nothing." In response to Dagu's courtesy, Tsubaki waved his hand, indicating not to mind these things. But then he looked at Dagu with an unusual expression and exclaimed, "Now I understand why you insisted I come." Hearing Tsubaka's words, Dagu understood that he must have realized the ship's structure, which is why he said this. In response, Dagu could only scratch his head and smile. Seeing Dagu like this, Tsubaki shook his head but didn't know what else to say. Heaven knows how shocked he was when he learned that such a large ship's frame, even the entire ship, was made of gold. With such a large quantity of gold, Tsubaki began to doubt Dagu's identity as a pirate. After all, aren't pirates supposed to go to sea for treasure? With so much gold, Dagu and the others had already achieved financial freedom, and Tsubaki simply couldn't understand why they still sailed the seas, constantly facing the pursuit of the Navy. Thinking of the Navy, Tsubaki couldn't help but glance at Jiun, who was standing behind Dagu, and finally he shook his head helplessly, deciding not to think about it any longer, and said to Dagu, "Since everything has been taken care of, I'll take my leave now." As he spoke, Tsubaki turned to look at Enel and continued, "I have informed the shipwright of all the necessary precautions regarding the ship. From now on, the shipwright should be able to handle any issues on his own. Thank you." Upon hearing this, Daku once again expressed his gratitude to Tsubaki. However, Tsubaki did not say anything further, turned around, and left, heading into the city. Chapter 216. The confused Tsubaki and the keen-minded Tontada that night in Tsubaka's bedroom. He sat in a chair with a serious expression. He was deep in thought about the conversation he had earlier on the ship of the light pirates with that son of the devil. Although to outsiders it seemed that he was merely discussing ship-related issues with Daku, in reality, he had engaged in a spiritual connection on the ship. Not exactly a spiritual connection, but rather a conversation through the notes left by Daku. God knows how shocked he was when the shipwright took him into the cabin and accepted the book he handed over. At first, he thought it was just a design blueprint for the ship to help him understand the situation. However, upon flipping through it, he was astonished because the book contained information about the king of the underworld, or rather, information about Tsubaki himself. Indeed, it detailed a series of events involving Tsubaki and Carter Flam, including their shared status as Tom's disciples, Flam's name change to Frankie, and how the design blueprints of the king of the underworld passed from Tsubaki to Frankie. Each of these points made Tsubaki feel as if Daku was also an eyewitness. Of course, these were not the factors that led him into deep contemplation. What truly made him ponder was the mention of CP9 at the very end. He never expected that his secretary, Katifa, was actually a member of the world government's CP organization. Not only Katifa, but also the new shipwrights, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and others. They were all CP members, with the goal of stealing the design blueprints of the king of the underworld. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tsubaki couldn't help but let out a sigh. Frankie. He then turned and walked to the window, gazing at the distant lights, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a certain inn in Water 7, after arranging accommodations for everyone, Daku looked at Gon, who was also staying there, with some surprise and asked, Miss Navy, don't you really need to join Mr. Zephyr and the others? No need. Gion calmly shook her head in response to Daku's inquiry. My task is to monitor you. If I go back now, wouldn't that be neglecting my duty? Hearing Gion say this, Daku and Robin exchanged glances, ultimately having no choice but to sigh and say, all right, Robin, let's go back to the room. Just as Daku turned to pull Robin back to their room, Gion called out to him. Wait. What is it? Daku turned back with a puzzled expression and asked Gion. Well, Gion nodded at Daku's question and then pointed at Robin, saying, For today, oh no, for a while. She will be with me. Huh? Upon hearing Gion's words, not only Daku, but also Robin, who was about to go upstairs, as well as Ro, Hawkins, Bonney, and everyone from the Light Pirates, were all taken aback. They never expected that Gion would come up with such a plan to keep Daku in check by having Robin, who was incredibly important to Daku, stay with her 24 hours a day. It must be said from a certain perspective, this was indeed very effective. In fact, the reason Gion had this idea was due to her observations of Daku and Robin throughout the day. She discovered that the son of the devil, Daku, truly cared for the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, as he would worry about her falling or something, even knowing her strength. Therefore, she had a sudden inspiration that she didn't have to keep an eye on the son of the devil. Watching the daughter of the devil would be just as good. After Gion called out to Daku as he and Robin were about to return to their room, she let Robin come with her. After the initial shock, Daku realized this point as well, and he couldn't help but look at Gion with newfound respect. She was indeed a woman who stayed by the side of the Navy's chief of staff. Her thinking was sharp and incisive. With that thought, Daku shook his head and looked at Robin, asking, What do you think? Robin smiled lightly and replied, I have no objections. Seeing that Robin had said this, Daku had no choice but to nod in agreement, saying, All right. As he spoke, Daku turned to Gion and said, Miss Navy, I'll trouble you with Robin during this time. Gion simply nodded in response to Daku's words and then looked at Robin, saying, So, Nico Robin, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Gion stepped ahead toward the hallway, and Robin, seeing this, let out a light laugh and followed Gion's footsteps. Captain. After Gion took Robin into the room, Bonney turned to Daku and was about to say something. However, before she could speak, Daku shook his head and said, Don't worry about Robin's safety. This Gion is different from other Navy members. Robin won't run into trouble with her. Besides, Daku's mouth curved into a confident smile as he continued. With Robin's current strength, even if Gion wanted to do something to her, it wouldn't be that easy. And during this time, I will have enough opportunity to be by Robin's side. Well, after hearing Daku's words, Bonney pondered for a moment and finally realized that it was indeed reasonable. With Robin's strength, even if something really happened, she would be able to hold on until Daku arrived to help. Coming to this conclusion, Bonney helplessly nodded and said, All right then, Captain, we'll head back to our room too. With that, Bonney turned and pulled Kureha and Yuta up the stairs. Meanwhile, Ro, Hawkins, and the others, seeing that the matter was settled, silently returned to their rooms. Seeing this, Daku shook his head and then walked back to his own room. However, as the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Although these 2 women couldn't perform a play, they still had topics to discuss. In Robin and Gion's room, the 2 sat opposite each other, quietly looking at each other. After a long while, it was Gion, as a Navy officer, who broke the silence first, saying, Nico Robin, do you really have no leeway left? Well, facing Gion's question, Robin pretended to ponder for a moment, and then smiled, saying, If Ohara were still here, perhaps we would have some leeway. You. Hearing this, Gion was momentarily at a loss for words. She understood that the primary reason, or rather the only reason, Daku and Robin had become pirates was the extermination order issued by the Navy against Ohara. In Gion's view, this was the Navy's fault. But if it weren't for the scholars of Ohara wanting to study history, how could the extermination order possibly fall upon Ohara, a holy land for scholars? Thinking of this, Gion inadvertently voiced her thoughts, saying, If you hadn't studied history, the extermination order wouldn't have fallen upon Ohara. Nico Robin. Chapter 217. Robin and Gion Ha. Hearing Gion's words, Robin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, looking at her calmly and saying, Is there something wrong with studying history? Then what is the purpose of writing? History is gone, and naturally, words are also gone. At that time, everything in this world will be ignorant. Only after history settles down can words appear, and only then can civilization develop, making the world truly a world. If history ceases to exist, if words do not exist, what will the world be like? And what will humanity do? In the end, Robin stared into Ji Yuan's eyes and asked, Have you thought about it? After finishing, Robin turned and asked, So, On what grounds do you say that Ohara's study of history is wrong? On what grounds do the Navy and the world government intend to destroy Ohara? As she spoke, Robin's tone gradually rose, and finally, she roared at Ji Yuan. On what grounds? Faced with Robin's questioning, Ji Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. It can only be said that Robin truly deserves to be a scholar. Her words were reasonable and irrefutable. Robin, at the same time, Dagu, who heard the commotion, fell into silence. Robin's sister. As for Bonney, Guna, and Yuta, the three girls directly rushed out of their rooms, ran to Robin's room, shouting her name while pushing open the door. Obviously, Robin's sudden shout made them think something had happened to her. This, however, when they pushed open the door and saw the situation inside, they were momentarily confused. They saw Ji Yuan with his head lowered, silent. Robin was also silent, and the room was extremely quiet. Although they didn't understand the situation, Bonney still brought Guena and Yuta to Robin's side, keeping a wary eye on Ji Yuan while asking Robin, "Robin's sister, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hearing Bonney's question and seeing the actions of the three girls, Robin felt a warmth in her heart but shook her head and said, "You guys go back, I'm fine." But Robin's sister. Hearing Robin say this, Bonney was still somewhat uneasy and immediately wanted to say something else. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Robin interrupted her. "Don't worry. If something really happened, Dagu would definitely be the first to come over." Upon hearing this, the three girls thought about it and agreed. If something really happened to Robin, the captain would surely be the first to arrive. And since the captain hadn't shown up now, it proved that nothing was wrong. Well then, understanding this point, Bonney silently nodded, turned around, and left the room with Guena and Yuta. But in the end, Bonney couldn't help but say to Robin, "Robin's sister, if something really happens, be sure to call us." "Rest assured I will." Robin smiled in response to Bonney's concern. Seeing Robin agree, Bonney didn't say anything further and directly left the room with the other two, returning to their own room. However, after the three girls returned to their room, they did not rest but remained vigilant in case something else happened to Robin. With Bonney and the others making such a commotion, the originally awkward situation was relieved. "Sorry." Just then, Ji Yuan walked up to Robin, who was sitting in a chair and reading, with a face full of apologies. No need." Unfortunately, in response to Ji Yuan's apology, Robin didn't lift her head from the book in her hands, saying, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to say this." Hearing this, looking at Robin's expression, Ji Yuan still had things to say, but didn't open her mouth again. Instead, she turned and walked to the windowsill, looking up at the sky in a daze. The sun rises and sets, and a new day begins. When the sun rose, the light pirates began to wander around Water 7 again, and after seeing that Robin was indeed fine and that Dagu was also by her side, Bonney and the others turned and left the hotel. "Dagu, where are we going today?" Watching everyone leave, Robin turned to Dagu and asked about today's itinerary. "Let's go check out the abandoned shipyard today." After a moment's thought, Dagu responded to Robin's inquiry. Looking into the distance, "I heard that this is where the world's #1 shipwright, Tom, built Roger's ship, the Oro Jackson." "The Pirate King's ship?" Upon hearing this, Robin couldn't help but murmur, following Dagu's gaze into the distance. "Let's go." Under Dagu's lead, Robin and Ji Yuan arrived at the site of the former Tom's workshop, the abandoned shipyard. Is this the place where the ship that sent Roger to the Pirate King's position was built? Looking at the messy environment of the abandoned shipyard and the shipwrecks everywhere, Robin couldn't help but sigh. "Yes." In response, Dagu nodded lightly and said, "This is the place where the Oro Jackson and the Sea Train were built, Tom's original workshop located in the abandoned shipyard. Let's go. Let's take a look at this place of miracles." After saying that, Dagu took the lead into the abandoned shipyard, and Robin naturally followed closely behind. As for Ji Yuan, she was also somewhat curious about the Pirate King's ship and the sea train that thundered across the sea, so she stepped forward and followed Dagu. "Impossible." Suddenly, a sharp reprimand entered the ears of the three. "There's nothing impossible. Frankie, you have to leave today." Following that, the familiar voice of Icebug also reached their ears. Hearing the commotion, Dagu and the others exchanged glances and then walked toward the source of the sound. They saw Icebug confronting a man in a short-sleeved shirt not far away. The man coldly snorted at Icebug. "In any case, I will not leave. What qualifications do you have to manage me now?" "Frankie." Hearing the man's words, Icebug couldn't help but angrily shout, "This is not the time to be willful. If you don't think of yourself, you should also think of Mr. Tom. Can't you listen to me just this once?" "Ah, Mr. Tom." Hearing Icebug mention the word master, the man called Frankie by Icebug froze for a moment. But then Frankie raised his head, looking firmly at Icebug, and said, "In any case, I will not leave here. Just give up on that thought." As soon as he finished speaking, Frankie turned and walked away, ignoring Icebug. Seeing Frankie's attitude, Icebug couldn't help but shout again. Unfortunately, Icebug's shout was of no use. The man named Frankie resolutely left the abandoned shipyard before his eyes. Chapter 218, Internal Affairs and Surveillance. Icebug. Seeing Frankie leave, Dagu immediately brought Robin and Ji-Yuan out. "Huh?" Suddenly hearing Dagu's shout, Icebug was taken aback, and his expression involuntarily showed panic. But when he saw that the newcomers were Dagu, Icebug let out a sigh of relief, turned around, and greeted Dagu. "Mr. Dagu, hello." In response to Icebug's greeting, Dagu nodded slightly, then looked in the direction Frankie had left and asked Icebug, "Mr. Icebug, who were you talking to just now? It seemed like there was some disagreement." Looking at Dagu's seemingly innocent question, Icebug understood that he was saying this because Ji-Yuan was present as a Navy officer. If Ji-Yuan weren't there, Dagu certainly wouldn't have said that. However, although Dagu knew that the question was rhetorical, Icebug had to play along. If Frankie's identity was exposed in front of the Navy, it could potentially reveal the design drawings of the Pluton. At that time, what his master, Mr. Tom, had passed down with his life might be lost. Therefore, following Dagu's question, Icebug casually replied, "It's nothing. That person is a local hoodlum from Water 7 who often disrupts the work of other shipyards. So I was looking for him. It's just..." Sigh as he spoke, Icebug couldn't help but let out a sigh, then continued, "Hoodlums, as you know, are not easy to deal with." "I see." After hearing Icebug's explanation, Dagu and the others suddenly understood. Of course, whether anyone believed Icebug's words was subjective. However, Dagu then followed up on Icebug's words and advised, "If you can't handle it, I can step in on your behalf as a favor for checking our ships." "No need." Suddenly hearing this, Icebug thought Dagu was trying to take the opportunity to get the design drawings from Frankie, so he quickly shook his head and refused. "This is an internal matter of Water 7, so I won't trouble Mr. Dagu." As soon as he finished speaking, Icebug turned and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Mr. Dagu, you can continue to explore. Water 7 is worth a visit." "Okay." Hearing this, Dagu nodded and said, "Mr. Icebug, you are welcome to go." Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Dagu and the others, Icebug turned and walked towards the town. Watching Icebug leave, Ji-Yuan turned to Dagu and asked, "Dream-biased Dagu, are you going to find the hoodlum?" "No." However, to Ji-Yuan's surprise, Dagu shook his head and replied to her inquiry. As Mr. Icebug said, "This is an internal matter of Water 7. Since he, as the mayor, did not seek my help, what reason do I have to intervene?" "Oh." Listening to this, Ji-Yuan quietly nodded and then stopped focusing on Frankie. After all, as Dagu said, this was an internal matter of Water 7. And since Icebug had not given any indication, it was indeed inappropriate for them, as outsiders, to intervene. Seeing that Ji-Yuan had dropped her concern about Frankie, Dagu then suggested, "So let's continue exploring." "All right." In response, Ji-Yuan nodded. Thus, the three of them continued to wander around the abandoned shipyard. After finishing at the shipyard, they returned to Water 7 for more exploration before finally heading back to the inn to rest. Inside the inn, Dagu suddenly spoke up, "You all chat. I'm going to the bathroom." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Ji-Yuan's response, he stood up and walked directly towards the bathroom in the inn. Seeing this, even though Ji-Yuan knew she shouldn't let Dagu leave unaccompanied, she had no choice since, after all, there was a gender difference between her and Dagu. So, watching Dagu's departing figure, Ji-Yuan subtly glanced to the side. Just at that moment, among the three people sitting at another table, a burly man immediately stood up and followed Dagu. Clearly, this person was also someone from the Navy assigned to monitor Dagu. Not only him, but the other three at the table were also watching Dagu leave and were observing Nico Robin, who was talking to Ji-Yuan. In fact, it wasn't just around Dagu that there were Navy personnel. Bonney, Law, Hawkins, and even Enel and Crocodile all had people monitoring them. However, The difference was that the ones monitoring Law, Bonney, and Hawkins were just some ordinary Navy personnel at most members of Zifa's elite training camp. The ones responsible for watching Crocodile and Enel, however, were Zifa himself and Chibuta, who was also a candidate admiral alongside GUN. Not long after, in a certain location in Water 7, Crocodile, smoking a cigar, looked at the Zifa standing boldly in front of him and asked, "Admiral Zifa, are you really that worried about us? Pirates are hard to trust." In response to Crocodile's inquiry, Zifa replied flatly, "Moreover, you, who have fallen back to being a pirate, are even more concerning." Huff, hearing Zifa's words, Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke and did not refute. After all, it wasn't his choice to become a pirate again. He was forced into it. Otherwise, who would abandon a good official identity, Shichibukai, to become pirate? But could Crocodile say that? Not to mention whether Zifa would believe it. Even if Zifa did believe it, Crocodile's inner pride would not allow him to admit that he was beaten by Dagu and had to concede. If he said that, would he still be Crocodile? Therefore, facing Zifa's words, Crocodile calmly said, "Perhaps you were right, but you really don't need to keep an eye on us. After all, if we really want to leave, you aren't enough." Hearing Crocodile say this, Zifa's expression changed. He could not understand where Crocodile got the confidence to say such things in the presence of him, Jin, and Chibuta, which was equivalent to 3 admirals surrounding him. If Crocodile were a rookie, Zifa might not have reacted so strongly. After all, rookies are often fearless, not understanding the strength of the admirals, which can lead to arrogance. But Crocodile had fought against Whitebeard. Not only that, when he was invited to join Shichibukai, the Navy also sent an admiral to express their sincerity. The purpose was to show that Crocodile was the first pirate to become a Shichibukai and to demonstrate the strength of the Navy. It could be said that Crocodile was very clear about the strength of the Navy admirals. Yet this Crocodile, in front of the 3 of them, claimed that their strength was insufficient to threaten the Straw Hat Pirates. How could that not make Zifa's expression change? Chapter 219. Zifa's worries and Dagu's plans. Huff, watching Zifa's expression, Crocodile said nothing more. Instead, after exhaling another smoke ring, he turned to look into the distance. After a long while, Zifa, coming back to his senses, fixed his gaze on Crocodile and asked, "What did you mean by what you just said? Are you saying that you now have the strength to confront 3 Navy admirals at the same time?" Hearing Zifa's question, Crocodile replied indifferently, "That's not my meaning. It's your Navy's meaning." "Our Navy?" Upon hearing this, Zifa was momentarily stunned. "Yes, it's your Navy's meaning." Facing Zifa's confusion, Crocodile nodded again and explained, "If it weren't for your Navy, oh no, it should be Sengoku. If Sengoku didn't believe that the Straw Hat Pirates had that strength, how could they possibly send all 3 of you over?" This, after listening to Crocodile's words, Zifa found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, if it weren't for the Navy, or rather Sengoku, believing that the Straw Hat Pirates had that strength, they would not have sent all 3 of them at the same time. Understanding this point, Zifa sighed and then said, "For Sengoku to think this way, it seems that you have truly grown." Hearing Zifa's words, Crocodile let out a cold laugh, then turned his head to look at Zifa and said, "What you said has nothing to do with me. I just joined." Upon hearing this, Zifa couldn't help but be taken aback. Then he looked up and down at Crocodile, while also speculating again about Dagu's strength in his heart. Judging by Crocodile's attitude, he was clearly not voluntarily staying in the pirate crew, which meant that someone must have forced him to do so. In Zifa's view, the only person who could have such strength was the captain of the pirate crew, the son of the devil, Dagu, the dreamer. Thinking of this, Zifa's expression became serious. At the same time, he began to worry about Gion's safety, wondering if she was okay now. At this moment, Gion, whom Zifa was thinking about, was completely different from his speculation. Inside the inn, where everyone had settled, Gion was sitting face to face with Robin, both of them very quietly waiting for Dagu to come out. "Are you both this quiet?" Suddenly, Dagu's voice entered the ears of the 2, and soon after, his figure appeared from around the corner. "Isn't it good to be a little quiet?" In response to Dagu's question, Robin chuckled lightly and said, "Do you want to see us fight?" "Huh." Hearing this, Dagu was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "Of course I don't want to see you fight, but don't you have any topics to talk about?" Saying this, Dagu sat back down, glanced at the two of them, and continued, as fellow women, you should have plenty to talk about. Hearing this, Robin and Guillaume exchanged glances and then shook their heads in unison, saying, no. As soon as they finished speaking, seeing that the other had synchronized with her thoughts, the two were taken aback again. But they didn't say anything further and returned to silence. Seeing this, Dagu could only shake his head helplessly and sighed, forget it, since you don't have any topics. Let it be. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned to Guillaume and said, Miss Navy. Facing Dagu's sudden call, Guillaume looked at him with some confusion and asked, what's wrong? Well, seeing Guillaume looking at him, Dagu pondered for a moment before saying to her, we will be leaving Water 7 tomorrow. If you plan to capture us, then just follow us. Okay. Hearing Dagu's words, Guillaume didn't feel much, just quietly nodded, then stood up and walked out of the inn. She had long known that Dagu wouldn't stay in Water 7 forever, which was why she had suggested to Zifa to stay behind and monitor Dagu, fearing he might suddenly run away. And now, the reason she left without hesitation was that her time spent with Dagu over the past 2 days had given her an understanding of him. And she also understood what Dagu meant by this. It's a challenge. That's right, Dagu had issued a challenge to their navy. Since it was a challenge, Guillaume naturally wasn't afraid that Dagu would suddenly run away. Because if Dagu issued a challenge and then fled, his reputation on the sea would surely be destroyed. No one would look up to someone who issued a challenge and then ran. It was precisely because of this that after agreeing to Dagu's words, Guillaume left without hesitation, casually calling other Navy personnel to leave with her. Are we leaving tomorrow? Looking at Guillaume and the others leaving, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, have you finished your business? Yes. In response to Robin's inquiry, Dagu nodded without hesitation and said, it's done. After I return to my room, I'll show you. All right. After hearing Dagu's words, Robin nodded and then stood up directly, walking toward the hallway. Seeing this, Dagu naturally followed Robin's footsteps. Not long after, in Dagu's room. Here. This is the purpose of my trip. Dagu reached into his pocket and took out a stack of yellowed papers, handing them to Robin. Is this the design of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons? Taking the papers from Dagu, Robin whispered, then began to look at the contents inside. As Robin focused on the papers, Dagu couldn't help but let his thoughts drift, recalling the situation after he had gone to the restroom earlier. In fact, when Dagu left his seat to go to the restroom, it wasn't really to wash his hands. Rather, he used the flying thunder god technique he had set up on Frankie at the abandoned shipyard to teleport to Frankie's side. Then, before Frankie could react, he knocked him out and retrieved the design of Pluton based on his memory from the original work. And all of this Robin knew, and even others knew that Dagu had business to attend to in Water 7. The difference was that Robin knew everything, while others only followed Dagu's orders to attract the Navy's attention. As for why Guillaume, who had been following Dagu all along, was completely unaware, the main reason was that Dagu had told the others about the plan through his eye abilities when he first saw Guillaume and the others. Because they were in a space of illusion, even though Guillaume was always following Dagu, she remained completely unaware. Similarly, on the ship, Enel showed Ace the things he did because Dagu had instructed him through the illusion. However, Enel didn't know the content. Dagu only asked him to show a notebook to Ace, that's all. He even told Enel that if Ace wanted to take the notebook, he could go ahead. In fact, it wasn't that Dagu didn't trust everyone, but because the matter of Pluton was too significant, the fewer people who knew, the better. Chapter 220, Accident and Continuation. After a long while, after finishing reading the design, Robin couldn't help but exhale deeply and then looked at Dagu and asked, is it true that Pluton has the ability to sink an island with one shot? It should be, Dagu replied uncertainly. I don't know if Pluton really has that capability to sink an island with one shot. But then Dagu added, however, as one of the 3 ancient weapons, even if it can't sink a large island, a smaller one should be no problem, right? Is that so? After hearing Dagu's words, Robin looked at the design in her hands, deep in thought. Seeing Robin's expression, Dagu immediately reached out to take back the design and said to Robin, all right, it's getting late. We should rest. After all, we have to leave tomorrow. That's true. Listening to Dagu, Robin thought for a moment and agreed. Then she stopped dwelling on the matter of Pluton and turned to enter the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a certain area of Water 7, Frankie suddenly woke up, then recalled what Ace had told him earlier, and hurriedly checked his own condition. When he found himself unharmed, Frankie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But soon after, when he opened his upper body and saw the space where something was supposed to be stored, but was now empty, he exclaimed, "Who did this?" After shouting, Frankie realized the seriousness of the situation and then quickly adjusted his state and ran towards Ace's house. He needed to find Ace to tell him that something big had happened. Not long after, Frankie arrived outside Ace's villa. Wait, just as Frankie was about to rush in, Khalifa happened to come out and blocked him, asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Hearing KDFA's voice, Frankie, who was originally anxious and hurried, finally regained some composure. He then looked at KDFA and said, "I have urgent business with Ice Dagu. Let him come out quickly." "Do you have an appointment?" KDFA asked, but she did not let him in as he had hoped. Instead, she calmly replied, "If you don't have an appointment, please come back tomorrow. It's late, and Mr. Ice Dagu has already gone to rest." "You." Frankie became furious at KDFA's words, pointing at her for a moment before finally shouting, "Ice Dagu, come out quickly. Something big has happened." "Ice Dagu." "Huh? Frankie?" Inside the villa, Ice Dagu, who was about to rest, was taken aback when he heard that voice. He then walked to the window and saw Frankie shouting outside, frowning as he murmured, "What could he want from me? Could it be?" Suddenly, Ice Dagu's expression changed drastically, and he rushed out of the room to the floor below. "Frankie!" Upon hearing Ice Dagu's voice, Frankie immediately stopped shouting and hurried to Ice Dagu, saying, "Ice Dagu, it's gone. The thing is gone, it's gone." "Huh?" Ice Dagu was momentarily stunned by Frankie's words, wondering what was gone. But then he thought to himself, if he wasn't mistaken, Frankie was probably talking about the design of the Underworld King. Realizing this, Ice Dagu also became flustered and quickly asked, "How could it be gone? Didn't you say it was well preserved and no one could find it?" I don't know." Frankie stammered for a long time, and finally could only explain the situation to Ice Dagu. "I was just wandering around, but I don't know what kind of person suddenly knocked me out from somewhere. When I woke up, I found that thing was gone." This. Ice Dagu fell silent upon hearing Frankie's words. If he was right, this must have been the work of Dagu, because so far in Ice Dagu's memory, besides himself and Frankie, only the son of the devil, Beast Daku, knew the location of that thing. Thinking of this, Ice Dagu glanced at KDFA, who was also lost in thought. Sighing, Ice Dagu helplessly said, "Frankie, if it's gone, then it's gone. But, enough, Frankie." Upon hearing this, Frankie was about to say something, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Ice Dagu. "You can rest here for today." After saying this, without waiting for Frankie to respond, Ice Dagu turned to KDFA, who was still in deep thought, and instructed KDFA, "Make arrangements for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Ice Dagu turned and went back to his room. Hearing Ice Dagu's words, KDFA returned to her senses and looked at Frankie, saying, "Sir, please come with me." Okay." Frankie nodded in a daze, and then, under KDFA's arrangement, he settled into Ice Dagu's villa. After arranging for Frankie, KDFA directly left the villa and headed straight to a bar in Water 7. After informing the other CP9 members of the situation, KDFA then looked at the strongest among them, Rob Lucci, who had a pigeon perched on his shoulder, and asked, "What should we do now?" As KDFA's voice fell, the other CP9 members in the bar turned their gazes towards Rob Lucci, waiting for his response. After a long silence, Rob Lucci finally spoke, "We should ask our commander about this." As soon as he finished speaking, Rob Lucci took out a din-din mushy and dialed the number. "Beep, beep, beep, what is it?" After a series of busy tones, a cold voice came from the din-din mushy. "Commander, it's like this." Upon hearing the voice, Rob Lucci promptly reported the situation that KDFA had just described, and finally asked, "So, Commander, do we still need to continue with the mission?" After listening to Rob Lucci's explanation, the person on the other end of the din-din mushy fell silent. "Continue." After a long pause, the command finally came through, and then the din-din mushy was hung up. Looking at the hung-up din-din mushy, the people present exchanged glances and then left the bar without saying a word, returning to their respective posts. Chapter 221. Departure and battle in the early morning at the port of Water 7. Dagu and the members of the light pirate crew were all ready and stepping onto their vessel, the Ark of Proclamation. Captain, are we really going to fight them? As soon as he boarded the ship, Beepo walked up to Dagu with a worried expression, pointing to the naval warship on the other side and asking Dagu. Yeah. Hearing this, Dagu quietly gazed at the naval warship across from them and nodded, saying, although I could take you all away from here. If we run away every time we encounter the Navy, then what adventures will we have? This. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Beepo fell silent. Seeing Beepo silent, Dagu turned around and surveyed everyone, saying, in the past few years, since you were all still young, I tried to take you to relatively safe places for training. Now, except for Yuta, who is relatively small, the rest of you have grown up. In that case, at this point Dagu paused, his tone deepening as he asked everyone, are we going to keep avoiding things forever? After hearing Dagu's words, except for the newly joined Crocodile and Enel, everyone who had been with Dagu from the beginning fell silent. At the same time, they finally realized one problem. They had never experienced any battles that could be called real fights, because whether in the East Blue, Whiskey Peak, Magnet Drum Island, Alabasta, or even in Skypiea, everything they experienced had Dagu backing them up. Everything had been conducted under Dagu's watchful eye, and this made everyone unconsciously develop a mentality that was both dismissive of others and overconfident in themselves, or perhaps one could say arrogant. Everything they had gone through before had been too smooth for them, so smooth that they felt like they were on vacation. Although some felt a sense of urgency for various reasons, that sense of urgency was actually just a manifestation of their arrogance regarding their own strength. They were confident that their strength was already strong enough and were eager to do something to prove that they were not just freeloaders on the ship. Dagu was also clearly aware of the problem, which is why he did not directly use the Flying Thunder God to leave with both the people and the ship, but chose to stay and fight the Navy. This was also a training for Hawkins and the others. Thinking this, Dagu turned to look at Juin on the naval warship, who was always watching them, then shook his head helplessly and said to everyone on the ship, set sail? Yes. Thus, under Dagu's command, the Ark of Proclamation began to move slowly. As the Ark proverb set sail, Ji Yuan immediately asked Zephyr, the son of the devil has set off. Should we chase after them? Hearing this, Zephyr frowned as he looked at the gradually receding Ark proverb and quietly nodded, agreeing to Ji Yuan's request. Set sail. With Zephyr's consent, Ji Yuan wasted no time and shouted to everyone, then looked ahead at the Ark proverb and declared, target ahead, pirate crew of light. Yes. Following Ji Yuan's command, the Navy began to move, driving their warships closely behind Dagu and the others. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and the Navy had been following closely behind Dagu for a whole day. They were now quite far from Water 7, and there was still a considerable distance to the next island. Therefore, the Navy, no, Zephyr, was ready to take action. All hands prepare, Zephyr shouted, then waved his hand. Target the pirates ahead. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. With Zephyr's command, all the Navy warships launched a fierce bombardment towards the Ark proverb. Captain. At the same time, seeing the shells raining down, Yuta, Beepo, and the others looked worriedly at Dagu. In response, Dagu frowned and immediately shouted, Enel. Yes, Captain. At Dagu's command, Enel immediately took action. Crackle. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning surged forth, roaring towards the incoming shells. Bang, 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 bang. Before long, the cannonballs fired by the Navy were completely intercepted by Enel's lightning. Jaji, watching the scene unfold, Zephyr furrowed his brow and shouted, Stop him. Yes, master. Hearing this, Jaji immediately took command and, after a series of moon steps, stood in the air above the Ark proverb, calling out to Enel, Hey, Lightning Kid, come up here and play. Oomph. In response to Jaji's challenge, Enel snorted coldly and, without needing Dagu to say anything, immediately activated his ability to confront Jaji in midair. Seeing Enel being drawn away by Jaji, Zephyr turned to his subordinates and ordered, Continue firing. Boom, boom, boom. Thus, with another command from Zephyr, the cannon fire resumed. Observing the situation, Dagu frowned but said nothing, only glancing at Crocodile, signaling that it was his turn to act. However, to Dagu's surprise, Crocodile took a puff of smoke and explained, "Captain, we're at sea. My abilities are quite limited here." Upon hearing this, Dagu tightened his brow. He knew Crocodile was trying to slack off, but he had no rebuttal, because as Crocodile had said, they were on an endless sea surrounded by water, and once his sand touched the water, his control would significantly decrease. This meant that Crocodile's strength would quickly diminish, and the more sand that touched the water, the weaker he would become. At this moment, it was indeed not the time to let Crocodile suffer a loss in strength. Sighing in resignation, Dagu turned to Law and Hawkins and said, "You two go." "Yes, Captain." Hearing this, Law and Hawkins immediately took their orders and stepped forward. Demon form, room, slaughterhouse. The two of them unleashed their abilities, instantly obliterating all the incoming cannonballs in the air. Chapter 222. Targets and setbacks. Watching the cannonballs being intercepted once more, Zephyr frowned again and shouted, "Continue firing." Boom, boom, boom. As Zephyr's words fell, another barrage of cannon fire erupted. Meanwhile, seeing the Navy attacking again, the members of the pirate crew of Light frowned. They didn't even need Dagu to command. Bonney, Kuna, Beepo, and even Yuta stood up one after another, joining Law and Hawkins in targeting the incoming shells. Seeing their offensive intercepted again, Ji Yuan's expression darkened, and he looked at Zephyr, suggesting, "Master, let's engage in close combat." Listening to Ji Yuan's words, Zephyr fell into contemplation. After witnessing yet another round of bombardment being intercepted, Zephyr, though reluctant, could only give the order, "Target the pirates ahead." Close combat. Yes. With Zephyr's command, the cannon fire finally ceased. "Captain." Seeing the Navy stop firing, everyone immediately approached Dagu, wanting to say something. "All right." But before they could speak, Dagu took the initiative to say, "Get ready, we should be engaging in close combat next." Hearing Dagu say this, everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain." Then, they all prepared themselves and awaited the Navy's approach. Bang! Before long, with a loud collision, the Navy's warship connected with the Ark proverb, Dagu, the dreaming behemoth. At this moment, Ji Yuan shouted loudly, leaping over the obstacles and raised his weapon, Golden Pira, to slash at Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu did not hesitate and drew his contract of victory sword to meet the attack. Clang! As the blades clashed, an invisible shockwave swept through, causing those nearby to squint their eyes slightly. "Ein Bins." Zephyr then turned to the two students standing behind him, saying, "You two take a portion of people to deal with the magician, Hawkins, and the surgeon, Trafalgar Law." "Yes, master." Following Zephyr's command, Ein and Bins took their orders and, after calling on a team of colleagues, charged towards Law and Hawkins. Tina. Seeing Ein and Bins set off, Zephyr looked towards the pink-haired Navy and instructed Nico Robin, "It's up to you." Tina understood. Hearing this, the pink-haired female Navy, Black Prison, Tina, immediately took her orders and stood opposite Robin. "Whatever you want to do, figure out yourself. Just don't interfere with me capturing the pirates." After Tina left, Zephyr murmured something, unsure to whom he was speaking. Then, Zephyr turned to the others and commanded, "Everyone, target the pirate crew of Light. Go." After saying this, Zephyr charged forward, directly facing Crocodile. "Former warlord, Sand Crocodile, Crocodile, I now declare you." Looking at Crocodile, who was calmly puffing on a cigar, Zephyr frowned and shouted, "You are under arrest." "Huh." As his voice fell, Zephyr shouted and charged at Crocodile. Boom! As his fists fell, a powerful aura swept out, but unfortunately, it had no effect on Crocodile, because just before Zephyr's attack arrived, Crocodile had already elementalized in advance, successfully dodging Zephyr's fierce punch. "Are you not going to help?" Meanwhile, in the air, both sides were engaged in a boarding battle, and it was clear that the opponent had the upper hand. Kaji couldn't help but ask Enel, who appeared indifferent to everything happening in front of him. In response to Kaji's question, Enel only replied nonchalantly, "They can handle it, so why should I go looking for trouble?" Moreover, as he spoke, Enel glanced down at the fierce struggle between Daku and Guion and said, "The captain hasn't given any orders, so why would I act on my own?" To his surprise, Kaji remarked, "I didn't expect you to have principles." Hearing this, Enel was slightly taken aback, then sighed, "Unfortunately, you became a pirate. Since you're a pirate, you naturally cannot let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaji launched another attack on Enel. Crackle. At the same time, Enel was engulfed in lightning and thunder. Charging at Kaji, the battle in the air reignited, while the fight below on the ships was also intense. Crocodile, you have no advantage at sea. Give it up. Zifa shouted at Crocodile with a serious expression. Humph. Crocodile merely exhaled a puff of smoke and replied coolly. So what if it's at sea? Although my advantages are suppressed, it's not so easy for you to take me down. Besides, instead of thinking about taking me down, you might as well think about capturing the captain. If he can recruit me, wouldn't that be? At this point, Crocodile suddenly paused, then looked Zifa up and down, laughing. I see. You lack the confidence to capture a captain who can freely shift spaces, so you've set your sights on us. I thought, as the commander, you should be looking for the captain instead of aiming for me. Oomph. Zifa couldn't help but snort coldly at Crocodile's words, but did not refute him. Clearly, the reality was as Crocodile said. Their target was not the son of the devil, because even if they locked onto the son of the devil, they might not be able to catch him. If that's the case, why waste manpower and resources? It would be better to focus on others from the start, like Crocodile in front of them or Nico Robin beside them. Thinking of this, Zifa turned to glance at Nico Robin and could not help but nod in satisfaction. Bang! With a loud bang, Robin, who was fighting Tina, was suddenly caught off guard and punched in the back, sustaining serious injuries. Sister Robin, seeing this, Guena, Bonney, and Yuta, who were fighting other Navy soldiers, couldn't help but exclaim, momentarily distracted. The Navy would naturally not let such an opportunity slip by. Huh! Immediately, the Navy shouted loudly and surged forward with dozens of elite Navy soldiers overwhelming the three women, quickly capturing them all. This scene seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Not long after the three women were captured, Beepo was also taken down by the Navy. And even the worried Law showed a slight opening, allowing Ain to seize the opportunity to transform into a child. Chapter 223, Daku returns and Zifa's roar Law. Watching Law transform into a child, Hawkins couldn't help but widen his eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Thick and tangled. Seizing the moment, Binns, who was fighting him, quickly acted to bind Hawkins tightly. Thus, aside from Crocodile, who was battling Zifa, Enel, who was fighting Kaji, and Daku, who was engaged with Gion, the light pirates were completely wiped out. Sigh. Looking at the captured individuals, especially Robin, who was sealed by Tina's black shackles, Daku couldn't help but sigh deeply. Really, they went down after holding out for such a short time. It seems they still lack experience. As he spoke, Daku pondered, it seems I need to find them more tasks in the future to train their adaptability. However, seeing Daiku's demeanor, Gion, standing opposite him, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She didn't understand how Daku could remain so calm in such a situation. After all, most of his crew had already been captured. Didn't he feel anxious? Unable to comprehend, Gion then voiced her inquiry to Daku. Dreaming of the future, Daku, your partners have all been captured. Aren't you worried? Huh. Daku, who was lost in thought, suddenly heard Gion's voice and froze for a moment. Then he shook his head with a smile and said, Miss Navy, it's not that I look down on you, but capturing my partners in front of me is impossible. But seeing Daku say this, Gion immediately pointed at Robin and the others, wanting to say something. Boom! But before she could finish her sentence, she felt an invisible force sweep through the area. Soon, one by one, the Navy soldiers collapsed. In the end, only a few remained standing, including Zifa, Tina, Ain, Binns, and 3 ordinary Navy soldiers in Navy uniforms. Although they were called Navy soldiers, Daku did not consider them ordinary Navy because ordinary Navy soldiers would not still be standing at this point. Beep beep. Just then, with a crackling sound of electricity, Enel suddenly appeared on the ship, coming to the front of everyone, effectively protecting those who were temporarily immobilized. So, watching the scene, Daku turned to Gion and smiled. Miss Navy, do you have any more questions? Seeing Daiku's smug expression, Gion's face darkened, cursing inwardly, conqueror's haki. At the same time, seeing his subordinates all knocked out, Zifa's face darkened, and he couldn't help but feel regretful. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have brought the new recruits out, but should have brought some veterans. At least the veterans would have some resistance against the impact of the Conqueror's haki, rather than being completely wiped out like now. Yes, although it seemed that the Navy still had the upper hand at the moment, Zifa felt that they had already been completely wiped out, because those pirates who had been captured had stood up again, and judging by their appearance, they had not sustained any significant injuries, at least not enough to affect their combat ability. Realizing this, Zifa glanced at the other still conscious individuals gathered around him and stepped forward to confront Daku, saying, "Demon brat, you are impressive." Hearing Zifa's words, Daku chuckled lightly. "You're flattering me, Mr. Zifa." Then, Daiku's tone changed as he asked, "I wonder if Mr. Zifa could let us go. Since we've fought, let's consider this a draw." Faced with Daiku's proposal, Zifa fell into contemplation. To be honest, he felt that the current situation was the best it could be. Because if they continue to fight, if the Lightning Kid and that crocodile went all out, the resulting commotion could very likely lead to the demise of everyone present. Commander Zifa. Just as Zifa was contemplating, the 3 Navy soldiers in uniforms immediately reminded him, "Commander Zifa, you should understand the key to this mission." Billy, however, before Zephyr could respond, as soon as he finished speaking, Enel suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning towards them, causing all 3 of them to involuntarily shudder. How this change made Zephyr let out a long breath, and then he looked at Daku and said, "Demon Kid, as you wish. You can leave now." After saying that, Zephyr casually picked up 2 nearby unconscious Navy soldiers and returned to the Navy ship. Others saw this, and, though they were extremely reluctant to admit it, had no choice but to follow Zephyr's actions and bring back their colleagues onto the Navy ship. In fact, if the one leading the team this time had been Tsubaki instead of Zephyr, Daku and the others would have had no chance of threatening the Navy to retreat. The only possibility would have been that under Tsubaka's orders, Daku and the others would perish together with the unconscious Navy soldiers. Of course, if they really encountered Tsubaki, Daku would not have fought him directly, but would have taken Tsubaki to some uninhabited island to let him fend for himself. It was precisely because Zephyr was leading the team and that the accompanying group included doves like Kaji, Gion, and Tina. If the pursuing Navy had been hawkish, Daku felt that they wouldn't have had it so easy. Thus, as time passed, Zephyr and his team finally transported all the Navy personnel back onto their own ship. Although Daku wanted to help, he was refused. It made sense. How could the Navy accept help from pirates? With that thought, Daku shook his head and then said to Zephyr, who had returned to the warship, "Thank you, Mr. Zephyr, for escorting us. We'll take our leave now. Let's go." Saying this, Daku turned to the others and then began to move. Boom! Not long after, with a rumbling sound, the Ark proverb sailed away into the distance. Dream pirates. Watching Daku and the others gradually disappear from view, Gion couldn't help but murmur, "By the way, there's something I need to handle." But just then, Daku's voice suddenly came from behind everyone. "Dream pirates Daku." When everyone turned around, they saw Daku standing behind the 3 navy-clad individuals, and their necks were already stained with blood. Seeing everyone look over, Daku smiled at them and then said, "It's all taken care of, so goodbye everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Daku instantly disappeared from the spot. Dream pirates. Daku. Watching Daku move freely before him, Zephyr couldn't help but roar at the Ark proverb. Similarly, Gion and the others stared at the Ark proverb in silence. Chapter 224, Devil's Sea and Ghost Ship's Time Flies. In the blink of an eye, it has been 10 days since the battle between the light pirates and the Navy. During these 10 days, the members of the light pirates not only rested and recuperated, but also reflected on their mistakes. This defeat made everyone realize one thing. Their combat experience was severely lacking. In the past, when facing other pirates or the Navy, the disparity in strength was significant, and Daku had initially used Conqueror's haki to stun the others. Because their opponents were all stunned by Daku, it could be said that they did not experience much pressure during the battle. Everything went so smoothly, and now, when facing the Navy fleet led by Zephyr, the crew felt pressure for the first time, as well as what a truly evenly matched battle was like. This led everyone, even after 10 days, to still be preoccupied with that battle, seriously contemplating what they had overlooked and what was unnecessary and should not have been focused on during that fight. Suddenly, Navigator Beepo looked ahead with a puzzled expression and said, "What is that place? Why is it so dark?" Huh? Hearing Beepo's shout, Daku also turned his head in confusion. Looking at the black fog ahead, Daku couldn't help but smile slightly, then turned to the others and explained, "This place is called the Devil's Sea. It is said that many ships passing through here never came out again." Upon hearing this, Beepo immediately shouted and hurriedly ran behind Law to hide, clearly frightened. Seeing Beepo react like this, Law couldn't help but face-bombed and said helplessly, "With the captain here, do you think we won't make it out?" Hearing Law's words, Beepo was taken aback for a moment, then reacted, "Indeed, with Daku around, how could they possibly not make it out?" Meanwhile, Yuta was already looking at Daku with an excited expression, pleading, "Captain, let's go in and take a look." "No problem." In response to Yuta's request, Daku nodded without any hesitation. The main reason was that Daku's purpose for this journey was to enter the Devil's Sea to find someone. Former Rum Bar Pirates crew member, acting Captain Brook. That's right, Daku had not forgotten that he had promised Kurokas to find Brook for him, or rather for Labun. Thinking of this, Daku turned to the others and said, "Set sail, destination, the Devil's Sea." "Yes, Captain." Thus, with Daku's command, the art proverb slowly moved forward, sailing into the dim Devil's Sea. Inside the Devil's Sea, looking at the surrounding gloom, it was clearly still midday, but it felt like deep night. Beepo, Yuta, and Bonney couldn't help but shiver, looking anything but calm. At the same time, after observing the situation around them, Law also asked Daku, "Captain, what do you think is in this Devil's Sea? Why does it look like this?" Well, listening to Law's question, Daku pondered for a moment and then hesitated. "I once heard a speculation that one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, is said to be sleeping in this Devil's Sea. Of course, this is just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not." Pluton. Just as Daku finished speaking, Crocodile's pupils contracted, his face filled with shock. He never expected that Pluton would actually be in this Devil's Sea, although Daku said he had only heard of it. Combining the stories of Pluton and the legends of the Devil's Sea, Crocodile increasingly believed that Pluton might really exist here. However, seeing Daku's nonchalant demeanor, Crocodile couldn't help but feel puzzled. He didn't think Daku was unaware of Pluton's power. Since he knew about Pluton's power, why did Daku seem uninterested? After all, it wasn't just about Daku searching the world for historical texts or coordinates of Pluton. As long as Daku circled around the Devil's Sea, he could potentially obtain Pluton. That was Pluton right in front of them. Why was Daku still not the least bit tempted? Unable to understand, Crocodile then asked Daku, "Captain, why do you seem to have no interest in Pluton?" However, Daku did not answer Crocodile's question, but instead countered, "Why should I be interested in Pluton?" Hearing Dagu's words, Crocodile was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but feel a bit excited. That's the Pluton, the ancient weapon rumored to be able to sink an island with a single shot. Unfortunately, unlike the excited Crocodile, Dagu, after listening to him, gave him a strange look and said, "You said it yourself. That's an ancient weapon. We don't even know if it can be used now." Moreover, as he spoke, Dagu changed the subject and smiled. "Why do we have to rely on Pluton to sink an island? Can't we do it ourselves?" "We? Ourselves?" After hearing Dagu's words, not only was Crocodile stunned, but the others were also taken aback. Is it really something they can accomplish? The crowd exchanged glances, falling into silence. Splash yo-ho-ho-ho, bing sake. Suddenly, a sound of flowing seawater reached everyone's ears, and soon after, a song followed. "Captain, this is..." Hearing the commotion, everyone looked at each other, and then Bonney walked up to Dagu, looking at him with a puzzled expression. However, unlike the confusion of the others, upon hearing the song, Dagu smiled. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. As soon as he entered the Devil's Sea, he encountered the person he wanted to meet. Or rather, the other party had probably been waiting at the entrance of the Devil's Sea. Otherwise, how could they meet so quickly? Thinking of this, Dagu turned his gaze toward the ship slowly approaching them, which emanated a sinister aura resembling a ghost ship. Oh no, it was indeed a ghost ship. As they got closer, everyone noticed that there was a skeleton standing on it. If it were just an ordinary skeleton, that would be one thing, but this skeleton was waving at them. Upon seeing this, Beppo, Yuta, Bonney, and even Kina couldn't help but shiver, their faces changing drastically as they screamed and ran behind Dagu, seeking safety. Although the few of them had run behind Dagu and were trembling, they still couldn't help but peek out to steal glances at the skeleton. Chapter 225. Skull and Brooks seeing this situation. Dagu shook his head helplessly and then turned to the others, asking, I want to go over and take a look. Does anyone want to come with me? Faced with Dagu's question, everyone exchanged glances, clearly not wanting to meet a moving skeleton. The scene was too beautiful. They didn't even dare to imagine, let alone see it. Watching everyone's reaction, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. Since you all don't want to go, then I'll go alone. After saying that, Dagu directly soared into the air and landed on the ghost ship. Yo-ho-ho-ho, upon seeing Dagu approach, the skeleton on the ghost ship immediately greeted him and then bowed, saying, Greetings. Then the skeleton couldn't help but express, I don't know how many years it's been. Finally, I see a living person again. Here, apart from ghost ships. It's still ghost ships. It's really terrifying. Come, don't be shy. Come inside and let's have a good chat. Saying this, the skeleton turned to invite Dagu into the cabin. However, in response to the skeleton's invitation, Dagu did not nod in agreement. Instead, after sizing him up, he said, I wonder what Laboon would think upon seeing this scene. Laboon. Upon hearing Dagu mention Laboon, the skeleton visibly trembled, even though he was just a skeleton frame. Have you seen Laboon? The skeleton then turned to Dagu and asked, even though he had no eyes. Suddenly being stared at so intently by a skeleton, Dagu couldn't help but shiver, feeling a bit creeped out. It wasn't about strength. It was simply that in this situation, no one could remain calm. It was too scary. A skeleton frame, in a dark environment, staring at you with its eye sockets devoid of any flesh. Thinking of this, Dagu shuddered again. He couldn't understand how the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, who had followed him all the way in the original story, could endure it. Not to mention Luffy. What about Nami, Usopp, and Chopper? How did they manage to hold it together? Unable to figure it out, Dagu could only shake his head and conclude that WT was just a cartoonist. Seeing that Dagu didn't respond, the skeleton once again asked, Sir, may I ask if you have seen Laboon? Yes. Faced with the skeleton's repeated inquiry, Dagu finally came back to his senses and nodded in response. Indeed, I have seen Laboon, or rather, there isn't a ship sailing on the Grand Line that doesn't know Laboon. Upon hearing Dagu's words, the skeleton was astonished. Although Dagu didn't state the reason, the skeleton understood. Clearly, Laboon was still keeping their promise and waiting for him at the base of Reverse Mountain in the Twin Cape. If it weren't for that, the young man in front of him wouldn't say that there wasn't a ship on the Grand Line that didn't know Laboon. Laboon. Thinking of this, the skeleton couldn't help but hesitantly ask Dagu, Is he okay? No. Upon hearing this, Dagu shook his head. He's been crashing into the Red Line almost every day. How could he be okay? Nanny? Laboon. Hearing Dagu's words, the skeleton was shocked. He never expected that Laboon would be crashing into the Red Line. Why would he do that? But then the skeleton suddenly raised his head, staring at Dagu with his empty eye sockets, as he understood. Laboon must have thought they were on the other side of the Red Line. So he had been crashing into the Red Line, trying to find them. Realizing this, the skeleton's mood sank, and he murmured, Laboon, why are you so foolish? After saying this, the skeleton raised his head again and looked at Dagu, saying, Thank you. Thank you for telling me about Laboon. Then the skeleton changed the subject and requested Dagu. However, I would like to ask you for a favor. Could you tell Laboon for me? Just say Brook. Just say the Rumbar pirates haven't forgotten him. It's just that they have. Stop. Unfortunately, just as the skeleton was about to say something else, Dagu raised his hand to stop him. What's wrong? Seeing Dagu's gesture, the skeleton tilted his head, expressing his confusion. Looking at the skeleton's expression, Dagu chuckled lightly. Whatever you want to say, you should tell Laboon yourself, rather than asking us to do it. After all, your personal presence is definitely more useful than 1,000 words. Upon hearing Dagu's words, the skeleton fell silent again, then helplessly explained to Dagu, although I really want to tell Laboon myself right now. Seeing the skeleton's troubled expression, Dagu also realized. If he remembered correctly, The skeleton in front of him was none other than Brook, the former acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates, who had lost a shadow to Gecko Moria and thus lost the ability to exist under the sun. And those who had their shadows taken by Moria would gradually vaporize if exposed to sunlight, which meant that Brook could only survive in this Dark Devil's sea where not even sunlight could penetrate. This is my situation, so I'm sorry. But please tell Labu for me. Just as Dagu was lost in thought, the skeleton, Brook, had already finished explaining his situation and requested of Dagu. I am Brook, and our Rumbar Pirates have not forgotten our promise to him. But please let him stop waiting foolishly. Please. After saying that, Brook bowed to Dagu. Looking at Brook, who was bowing in front of him, Dagu couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, as if he had returned to his past life, sitting in front of his computer watching One Piece. The reason he had chased after One Piece for so long was not just because he was obsessed with the cool skills and devil fruits, but because he was initially attracted by the friendships depicted in it, which made him continue to follow the story. All right. Understanding this, Dagu immediately shouted to Brook. However, before Brook could be happy, Dagu changed his tone and said, "What do you want to say to Labu? You can say it yourself. If you can't meet the light because your shadow has been taken, then just get your shadow back." Saying this, Dagu beckoned to Brook. "Come with me." After saying that, Dagu turned around and went back to his ship, not giving Brook a chance to refute. Seeing this, Brook was momentarily stunned. Then, as if lost in thought, he followed Dagu onto his ship. The Arc Maxim. Chapter 226, Brook's Shadow and Moonlight Moria Captain. On the Arc Maxim, seeing Dagu return, Bonney and the others immediately wanted to ask him something, but before they could speak, they noticed the explosive-haired skeleton, Brook, following Dagu. Looking at Brook, everyone became cautious, and Bonney even directly questioned Brook. "Who are you? No, what are you?" Yo-ho-ho hearing Bonney's voice, Brook finally came back to his senses. And then looking at the crowd surrounding him, he couldn't help but smile and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen so many living people. It's really so moving." Yo-ho-ho, as soon as he finished speaking, Brook walked directly in front of Robin and politely requested, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, could you show me your panties?" Upon hearing Brook's words, Robin couldn't help but support her cheek and smile, then turned to Dagu and said, "Should I tell this skeleton gentleman? Don't be naughty." Hearing Robin's words, Dagu's face darkened, and then he directly introduced to everyone. "This is Brook, a member of the former Rumbar Pirates, and the person Labu has been waiting for." Huh. After hearing Dagu's introduction, Bonney, Beppo, and even Luo looked at Brook in shock, not expecting that the person Labu had been waiting for was actually a skeleton. Oh no. It should be said that he had already become a skeleton. As for Enel, Crocodile, and other later members who did not know Labu's existence, they did not have much feeling about Brook's story. They just thought it was a bit incredible that a skeleton like Brook could still be considered alive, because in a certain sense, Skeleton Brook had already achieved immortality. "Hello everyone, I am Brook, a member of the Rumbar Pirates." Facing the surprise of Bonney and others, Brook also greeted them with noble etiquette while introducing himself and thanking everyone. "Thank you all for taking care of Labu at Twin Cape." Yo-ho-ho after saying that, Brook unconsciously laughed. No need to be polite. In response to Brook's thanks, Bonney and the others waved their hands, indicating that Brook did not need to be so courteous. "All right, now that we are acquainted." Once everyone was introduced, Dagu immediately proposed, "Let's talk about Brook's matter." "Brook's matter?" Hearing Dagu's words, everyone looked at Brook in confusion, unsure of what Dagu was referring to. Although Brook's skeleton form was indeed a bit strange, it was something they couldn't solve. Even though they had Luo, a user of the surgery fruit, that fruit couldn't regenerate someone's cellular structure. Did they want Luo to do something like a sandwich for Brook too? Thinking of this, the way they looked at Brook became increasingly peculiar. Their reactions naturally caught Dagu's attention, and he understood that they must have misunderstood. "What are you all thinking?" He quickly reprimanded, then pointed to the ground beneath Brook's feet. "I'm talking about retrieving Brook's shadow, not about whatever nonsense you're imagining." "Shadow?" Following Dagu's reminder, everyone turned to notice that there was indeed no shadow under Brook's feet. It was important to note that because of the eerie Devil's Sea, the ship's lighting tools were always on, which meant the Arc Maxim was actually quite bright. However, under such circumstances, Brook's shadow was missing. Although he was now just a skeleton, even a strand of hair would cast a shadow, let alone a skeleton as large as Brook. After figuring out the situation, Kuina walked up to Dagu and asked, puzzled, Captain, why does Brook not have a shadow? Well, facing Kuina's question, Dagu immediately thought to explain. Because of Moria, I guess. But before he could speak, Crocodile took the lead and said, one of the 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria. I remember he is the user of the shadow fruit, and I've heard he's taken other people's shadows before. That's right. After Crocodile finished speaking, Dagu nodded and replied, Brook's shadow was taken by Moria, which is why Brook can't live in sunlight and has lost the ability to return a twin cape. So our next goal is to retrieve Brook's shadow and defeat Moria. Just as Dagu said this, Bonney continued his words and looked at Dagu with a smile. Right, Captain? Yes. Seeing Bonney's expression, Dagu smiled, then looked at everyone and instructed, get ready, we're going to find Moria. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned to Enel and instructed, Enel, see where Moria is? Yes, Captain. In response to Dagu's order, Enel didn't hesitate. After acknowledging, he activated his vast observation haki, mind network, to sense the movements in the Devil's Sea. After a while, Enel pointed in a direction and said, Captain, there's some mixed sounds over there. Good. Hearing Enel's voice, Dagu replied, then looked at everyone and said, set sail, destination. The 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria. Oh, thus, with Dagu's command, the light pirates began to steer the Arc Maxim toward the direction Enel pointed. It was at this moment that Brook finally reacted. They were actually going to find that person, the one who had taken his shadow. Reacting quickly, Brook wanted to dissuade Dagu, as he thought that everyone besides Crocodile was too young and inexperienced to fight that man. However, before Brook could say anything, Dagu raised his hand to interrupt him. Brook, I think you underestimate us and overestimate that Moonlight Moria. After saying this, Dagu ignored Brook and turned to sit on a bench on the deck with Robin, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing Dagu's actions, Brook was a bit confused. Could it be that this young man's strength is quite strong? Brook, although I haven't seen that Moonlight Moria. At the same time, seeing Brook's expression, Law quickly explained, but for the captain, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. He won't lose, even if the opponent is an admiral of the Navy. After finishing his sentence, Law also turned and went to his post, an admiral of the Navy. After hearing Law's words, Brook was shocked. Although he hadn't sailed on the sea for decades, he still understood what an admiral of the Navy meant. That was the pinnacle of strength on the ocean. And now, for what it sounded like, this young man, named Dagu, actually had the strength of a Navy admiral. This was enough to astonish Brook, and at the same time, he felt relieved. If someone with the strength of a Navy admiral couldn't retrieve his shadow, then he might as well jump into the sea, because there would be no hope at all. After coming to this realization, Brook also turned and walked over to a nearby chair to sit quietly. He waited for the ship to sail and find Moonlight Moria to retrieve his shadow. Chapter 227, The One Thrown into the Sea and Robin's Quirk. Inside the Devil's Sea, aboard the Argo, Proverb, Beepo suddenly exclaimed as he looked ahead. What happened, Beepo? At the same time, Law followed Beepo's gaze and looked ahead, puzzled. What is that? Hearing Law and Beepo's voices, Dagu chuckled lightly. It seems we have arrived. Then Dagu looked up to the front and saw a row of things that looked like teeth blocking the way. Bang suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, the teeth opened up as if a giant mouth was waiting for Dagu and the others to enter. Watching this scene, Bonney, Yuta, Beepo, and even Law couldn't help but feel chill. Let's go. However, Dagu shook his head and said, the host has invited us. How can we not go in? After saying that, Dagu turned and gestured to Eneru to drive the Argo. Proverb. Billy understanding Dagu's signal. Eneru nodded and released a bolt of lightning, providing a bit of power to the ship, allowing it to sail into the giant mouth. An island? Soon, as the ship sailed into the giant mouth, Dagu and the others finally saw the situation inside, but the sight once again surprised everyone, because they discovered that inside the giant mouth was actually an island. Just then, Brook suddenly spoke up to explain, this is the ghost island that haunts the sea, the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship, Following that, Dagu continued. It is also the headquarters of the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria. Moria's headquarters. Hearing Dagu's explanation, the members of the Light Pirates couldn't help but glance at each other, and then Inaru, Law, Hawkins, Guna, and others all jumped down from the Argo, Proverb, and headed to the island. Clearly, they were going to find trouble with Moria. Watching the backs of the departing crew, Dagu shook his head helplessly and then turned to Crocodile, saying, "Take care of Guna. Don't let her get hurt." How in response to Dagu's command, Crocodile, though silent, exhaled a puff of smoke and followed Guena's footsteps. Seeing this, Dagu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, then looked at the others and asked, "Do you want to go explore the island too? Such a haunted house-like island is quite rare." No. Unfortunately, in response to Dagu's proposal, Beepo was the first to shake his head in refusal. Since Beepo isn't going, then I won't either. At the same time, seeing Beepo refuse, Bonney also followed suit and rejected Dagu's suggestion. As for Yuta, since Bonney wasn't going, how could she possibly go? Therefore, she also shook her head, expressing that she didn't want to go down. All right then, seeing that everyone was unwilling to go down, Dagu could only give up helplessly and turn to Robin, saying, "Robin, shall we go for a walk on the island?" "Sure." In response to Dagu's invitation, Robin immediately nodded in agreement and then followed Dagu's footsteps. Oh, by the way, suddenly, Dagu seemed to realize something and turned to Bonney, saying, "Although I'm not a capable captain, I can still protect my crew." "Captain?" Suddenly hearing Dagu say this, not only Bonney, but Yuta and Beepo were also confused, completely not understanding why Dagu would say this to Bonney. Universal Pool. Unfortunately, Dagu did not answer everyone's confusion. Instead, he reached out to Bonney and suddenly activated his ability. Cough, cough. Immediately after, a series of coughing sounds abruptly came from in front of Dagu, and then a figure began to slowly materialize. At that moment, everyone finally understood to whom Dagu's words were directed. It turned out that at some point, someone had sneaked onto their ship. Seeing that he was exposed and had his neck gripped by Dagu, the person immediately tried to say something. "Goodbye." But before he could speak, Dagu preemptively said to him. Then with a flick of his hand, he tossed the person away in a perfect parabola. Bang! The person was directly thrown into the sea by Dagu. Given the situation when the person just appeared, it was clear he wouldn't be able to get back up. Because from the moment he suddenly appeared, everyone had already realized that he was definitely a devil fruit user, and devil fruit users are essentially powerless in seawater. This means that once he fell into the water, he would never be able to surface again. Moreover, there was no hope of having companions to rescue him, because his companions were already entangled with Inaru and others waiting on the island. Crackle in the center of the island, lightning was raging, clearly indicating that Inaru was displaying his might. On the western side of the island, a transparent light shield was covering the area. Although everyone could not see the situation inside, they understood that Law was battling someone. On the eastern side, a magical statue towered, wielding a long knife. That was Hawkins. And in the woods in front of the ship, with trees falling one after another and slashes occasionally flying into the air, everyone understood that Guena was making her move. And the cause of all this? Brooke had already followed Guena and the others onto the island and was currently wandering around, searching for his shadow. Therefore, there was no way anyone would come to rescue the figure thrown into the sea by Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu said to Robin again, "Let's go onto the island." Upon hearing this, Robin said nothing more, simply nodding quietly, and then followed Dagu onto the island. Strolling among the islands and watching the various strange creatures running around, Robin couldn't help but feel excited and intrigued. However, seeing Robin encounter all sorts of bizarre creatures without a hint of fear, but rather eager to try, Dagu could only facepalm. Indeed, although Robin had always followed him and had not experienced the troublesome events of the original story, her taste was still quite peculiar. Nevertheless, Dagu felt a bit helpless about Robin's little quirks, but said nothing. Or perhaps it was precisely because of these quirks that Dagu felt Robin, who usually exuded a mature vibe, also had a girlish side. Thinking this, Dagu looked at Robin and said, "Robin, how about we catch one and raise it?" "Catch one?" Suddenly hearing Dagu say this, Robin was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the strange animal in front of her, smiling and shaking her head. No. Even though I quite like these odd shapes, Bonney and the others definitely wouldn't like it. Since that's the case, how could I ruin everyone's mood just because of my preferences? Saying this, Robin lifted her head and looked at Dagu. Let's keep moving. After her words, Robin no longer paid attention to those strange creatures and walked towards the thunderous area. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head slightly and followed. Chapter 228, Enel and Moria Boom. Before long, Dagu and Robin arrived at the center of the island. Looking at the huge figure engaged in battle with Enel, Robin couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It was as if she had returned to more than 10 years ago, back to Ohara, because Solo had the same large stature, which made Robin nostalgic and reminded her of Solo. Billy Captain, you're here. Suddenly, a sound of thunder rang out beside them, followed by Enel's voice. Facing Enel's greeting, Dagu nodded in response and then looked at the huge figure, asking Enel, what do you think of this big guy? Listening to Dagu's question. Enel pondered for a moment and said, not very good, not only in strength, but I even feel his movements are quite simple. That has to be expected. Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded slightly and explained, because this big guy was created by Moria's ability. It's just a puppet. I see. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Enel suddenly understood. No wonder he always felt something was strange about this big guy. It turned out it was just a puppet. In other words, he had been fighting a puppet all along, which made him feel like he was performing like a monkey. Crackling thinking of this, Enel's expression darkened. He was angry. As the mighty thunder god, being toyed with like a monkey was infuriating. Enel's anger had serious consequences. With a roar of thunder, Enel instantly vanished into the sky, then pressed down with his golden staff. 300 million volts chillin. In an instant, thunder roared, and a thunder beast appeared, rushing towards the giant figure as Enel moved. Roar facing the thunder beast's assault, the enormous figure, the giant demon Oz who had once shaken the world 500 years ago, responded with a roar, raising its fist to meet the thunder beast. Boom! Soon, the two collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave with rampant lightning. Awoo! But at that moment, another loud roar came from Oz, and then it suddenly fell straight down. Clearly, compared to Enel at that moment, the decaying Oz was no match at all. The reason it had been able to hold out against Enel for so long was mainly that Enel hadn't taken it seriously. But once Enel truly made a move, the outcome became apparent. Oz couldn't withstand a single attack. Oz suddenly, right as Oz fell, a roar erupted from the castle behind it. Following that, a voluptuous figure emerged from the top of the castle, glaring fiercely at Enel in the sky and shouting, Thunder God, why did you destroy my Oz? Unfortunately, facing this person's accusation, Enel couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply snorted coldly and said, Does this god need to report to you about what I do? Hearing Enel's words, the person was taken aback, then realized that they were enemies. Since they were enemies, how could the other party possibly tell him the reason? However, even as enemies, the fact that the other party dared to destroy his Oz meant there would be a price to pay. Thinking this, the person's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, In that case, today I will let you understand why I, Gecko Moria, was summoned into the 7 warlords. Shadow Javelin. Saying this, the person, who was the target of Dagu and the others, Gecko Moria, let out a loud shout, and the shadow beneath his feet suddenly rose, charging towards Enel in the sky. In response to Moria's attack, Enel showed no panic. Instead, he sneered and raised his hand to point. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Instantly, a Thunderbird appeared, heading towards Moria's attack. Bang! The Thunderbird collided with the Shadow Javelin. Scatter bats. But this was not the end, for right after the Shadow Javelin, Moria actually had another attack, following closely. As the Shadow Javelin disappeared, a large swarm of bats suddenly appeared, flying towards Enel. Looking at the swarm of bats coming towards him, Enel frowned, then raised his golden staff, pointing towards the sky. 10 million volts thunderstorm. In an instant, the already dark sky grew even darker, and then countless bolts of lightning struck down, targeting the flying bats. Bang, 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 bang. Unsurprisingly, all the bats were hit by the lightning and scattered. Seeing this, Moria couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He had originally thought that this so-called thunder god was just a rookie, and the reason he had such a high bounty was mainly due to his devil fruit. However, the current situation made him realize that this thunder god's strength might indeed match his bounty. Thinking of this, Moriya's expression became more serious, and then he spread his hands, suddenly exerting power. Shadow Sorcerer. In an instant, Moriya split into two, indicating that he was serious. Watching Moriya's actions, Enel was somewhat surprised, and he was also contemplating whether he could split himself in two like Moriya. Thinking it, he did it. Enel began to exert power, with lightning swirling around him, gradually trying to condense into a humanoid form. Crackling, unfortunately, the power of lightning was too violent, and since it was Enel's first attempt, it unsurprisingly ended in failure. Chihigi seeing Enel's state, Moriya couldn't help but burst into laughter, loud and unabashed. Being mocked by Moriya like this made Enel feel a bit embarrassed. With a cold snort, he said nothing and raised his golden staff again, pointing. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In an instant, another thunderous beast rushed towards Moriya. Shadow Javelin. Seeing this, although Moriya was still laughing, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he raised both hands, and the shadow beneath his feet rose, launching another Shadow Javelin towards Enel. Billy, but at that moment, Enel had already appeared beside him, swinging his golden staff towards him. Bang! Just as the words were spoken, Moriya seemed to be caught off guard by Enel's sudden attack, and was struck by Enel's staff. However, looking at Moriya, who was scattered by his attack, Enel was not happy but rather serious, because he and T felt the usual resistance when hitting something. Instead, it felt incredibly smooth. Shadow Box. At that moment, Moriya's voice suddenly came, confirming that Enel's feeling was correct. He and T actually hit Moriya. Meanwhile, seeing the shadows surrounding him, Enel realized that he had fallen into Moriya's trap. Crackle. However, this did not restrain Enel, because just as the shadows were about to close in, with a crack of thunder, Enel reappeared in the air. Chapter 229. Changing Swords and Returning. TCH. Watching Enel return to the air, Moriya, who had reappeared, couldn't help but click his tongue, but he didn't get discouraged. Instead, he gathered his strength and launched another attack at Enel. Captain. At the same time, Law's voice reached Dagu from not far away. When Dagu turned to look, he saw not just Law, but also Crocodile, Hawkins, Kana, and others who had come to the island. Even Brooke was following behind them. Seeing everyone arrive, Dagu nodded and then glanced at the long sword Kuina was holding, asking her, Kuina, are you going to change swords? Suddenly hearing Dagu's words, Kuina was momentarily stunned. When she realized that Dagu was asking about the sword in her hand, she immediately shook her head and said, It's not like that, Captain. Then, Kuina presented the black sword, Chioshui, which was different from the Wado Ikamanji, to Dagu, saying, This was given to me by a senior swordsman, asking me to find a successor for him. Oh, I see. After hearing Kuina's explanation, Dagu pondered for a moment and then reached out to take Chioshui, saying, Then I can hand it over to Zoro, right? Zoro? Hearing Dagu mention Zoro, Kuina was slightly taken aback, and after some thought, she nodded and said, Zoro is indeed a good choice. Seeing Kuina agree, Dagu immediately said, In that case, after we finish handling things here, I'll return to the Yishin Dojo to hand it over to Mr. Kanjuro, and then Mr. Jinjiro can decide whether to pass it on to Zoro. That's fine. Hearing this, Kuina nodded. Then everyone turned their attention back to the battle above, where both sides were still in a stalemate. One was in the sky, occasionally launching lightning attacks, while the other was on the castle, seemingly playing a game of dodging the lightning attacks one by one. Finally, unable to endure the fighting style any longer, Moriya looked up at Enel in the sky, reached out, and said, Come down. To this, Enel was also unceremonious, pointing his golden staff at Moriya and shouted back, You come up. You come down. You come up. Captain, this. The scene of the two playing such a game left Law and the others dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen a battle like this. And neither of them was an ordinary person. One had a bounty of 300 million, and the other was a warlord of the sea. Yet these two were actually. Sai watching this scene, Dagu shook his head. It was also the first time he had seen such a situation, where both had strength but refused to step into each other's territory due to geographical advantages. The Lightning Man, Enel, had a clear advantage in the air, and after falling into Moriya's trap earlier, Enel also understood that Moria had a greater advantage on the ground, because Moria's ability mainly relied on shadows, and shadows were always below, which created this situation. This wasn't to say that Moria couldn't fly. If he couldn't, how could he have fought Kaido? However, even if he could fly, he was still not as good as Enel in the air. Therefore, Moria simply chose not to fly, which might give Enel an unexpected surprise. Seeing that the two planned to continue like this, Crocodile turned to Dagu and asked, "Captain, does it still make sense to keep fighting like this?" Facing Crocodile's reminder, Dagu understood that continuing like this had no meaning. So after a moment of contemplation, he turned to Crocodile and said, "Go." Upon hearing this, Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and then stepped out of the group, heading towards the two fighting. Swish, 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 following closely was the sound of sand and stones. Before they knew it, the sandstorm had spread, and when Crocodile reached the middle of the two, the sand had already covered the entire battlefield. Then Crocodile looked up at Enel in the sky and said flatly, "The captain sent me to end this battle." "Oh." Hearing this, Enel nonchalantly responded and slowly descended. "Crocodile?" At that moment, Moria finally noticed Crocodile's presence. Immediately, Moria looked at Crocodile with a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you get here? And what do you mean by captain? Aren't you a warlord of the sea?" Regarding Moria's confusion, Crocodile did not choose to hide, but explained directly, "As you can see, I have withdrawn from the ranks of the warlords of the sea and joined the Pirates of Light." Pirates of Light. Hearing Dagu's explanation, Moria murmured and then turned to look at Dagu, who had been standing outside the battlefield. What kind of power does this man have to make a god of thunder like Enel and someone like Crocodile submit? However, unlike Moria's hesitation, Crocodile did not think too much and immediately asked Moria, "So, Moria, do you still want to fight?" Listening to Crocodile's words, Moria fell silent for a moment. After glancing at Crocodile and Enel, he helplessly shook his head and said, "Forget it. There's no point in continuing to fight." After saying that, Moria released his devil fruit ability, walked up to Dagu, and asked, "What do you want from me?" Well, facing Moria's question, Dagu pondered for a moment, then looked at Brook and said, "I came for his shadow." His shadow. Hearing Dagu's explanation, Moria turned to look at Brook in confusion and then glanced at the ground, where he saw Brook's shadow already present. Seeing this, Moria's expression darkened, and he looked at Dagu with displeasure, saying, "Since he has already taken back his shadow, do you plan to stay?" Well, hearing this, Dagu contemplated for a moment. Initially, he intended to recruit Moria into the crew since his strength was noteworthy for being able to confront Kaido. However, after glancing around at everyone, Dagu shook his head and said, "No, we should leave. Law, Enel Crocodile, let us go." Saying this, Dagu called out to Crocodile and the others, then turned around and headed back the way they came. "Yes, Captain." Seeing this, everyone said nothing more and quickly followed Dagu back to the Ark. The Preamble. Chapter 230, Autumn Water and Zoro, Son of the Devil. Just watching the departing figures of Daku and the others, Moria's expression was somewhat unpredictable. After a brief pause, Moria's subordinates had already informed him of the news on the island. What made him both furious and helpless was that even though his subordinates had been dealt with by the son of the Devil's Man, he had no way to take revenge. Just like more than a decade ago, when he battled Kaido. Even though his companions were completely wiped out by Kaido, he could only watch helplessly and ultimately had to leave in dejection. "Haul back, Absalom." Moria murmured the names of the companions he had lost and turned back into the castle. On the other side, under Daku's leadership, everyone returned to the Ark Maxim. "Captain." Upon seeing Daku return, Bonney and the others who stayed on the ship immediately greeted him. Daku nodded in acknowledgement of Bonney's greeting, then turned to Brook and asked, "Brook, now that you've retrieved your shadow, what are your plans? Do you want me to take you back to Twin Cape, or what?" "No, it's fine." Hearing Daku's words, Brook shook his head and said, "I won't trouble you guys. I'll go back to Twin Cape by myself." "Huh?" Upon hearing Brook's response, Daku understood that Brook likely thought he meant to take him back by sailing the ship. Realizing this, Daku slightly shook his head and said, "Brook, taking you back to Twin Cape is actually very simple. It's just a moment's work." "A moment?" Hearing Daku say this, Brook looked surprised, even though he lacked muscle tissue. Yes. Facing Brooks' confusion, Daku nodded affirmatively. My ability is spatial manipulation. Going from here to Twin Cape is just a moment's work. Is that so? Seeing Daku's confirmed answer, Brook momentarily fell silent. He was hesitating, wondering whether he should meet Laba now. Clearly, their agreement was to meet again after sailing around the Grand Line for a week. Yet now he hadn't even reached halfway before he was considering going back. Noticing Brook's hesitation, Daku didn't pressure him, but turned to the others and said, "Regardless of that, let's leave here first." "Yes, Captain." Thus, with Daku's command issued, the Ark Maxim set sail once again into the sea. Just as the ship sailed out of the range of the three-masted sailing ship, Daku turned back and asked Guina, are you going back? Aye. Faced with Daku's sudden question, Guina was slightly taken aback. Then, after pondering for a moment, shook her head and said, "No." "All right then." Seeing that Guina wasn't going, Daku didn't press the matter further. After acknowledging, he turned to Robin and said, "Robin, I'll leave this to you." Hearing Daku's instructions, Robin smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry." Seeing this, Daku didn't say more and immediately used Flying Thunder God to leave the Ark Maxim. Sai, watching Daku suddenly disappear before him, Brook finally believed that he could indeed traverse space, which meant he could truly be sent back to Twin Cape in an instant. "Mr. Brook, what's wrong?" Brook's unusual behavior naturally drew everyone's attention. Robin, who was replacing Daku, immediately asked him about the situation. Nothing. However, in response to Robin's inquiry, Brook didn't say much but simply acknowledged quietly and turned to sit aside. He had made up his mind, since there was already an agreement. He would adhere to it and not give up halfway. He would meet Labu properly after sailing around the world. Although Robin didn't know Brook's decision. Since Brook didn't want to say much, she naturally wouldn't ask any further and similarly sat down on a nearby chair to read. Mr. Yagyu. On the other side, Daku had returned to the One Heart Dojo using Flying Thunder God. At this moment, he was speaking to Yagyu in front of him. "This is something Guina was entrusted to pass on. You see what should be done." Saying this, Daku handed the black blade, Autumn Water, to Yagyu. Autumn Water. Looking at the long sword Daku handed over, Yagyu was somewhat astonished. He never expected that the national treasure of Wano, Autumn Water, would be obtained by his daughter and that it was entrusted to her. Thinking of this, Yagyu couldn't help but look puzzled and asked, "Did you go to Wano?" Regarding Yagyu's question, Daku didn't think much of it, knowing that Yagyu understood the significance of Autumn Water. So, it was understandable that Yagyu suspected they had been to Wano. However, to Yagyu's disappointment, they had not been to Wano, and this Autumn Water was obtained outside of Wano. Thinking of this, Daku explained to Yagyu. After hearing Daku's explanation, Yagyu's expression darkened. "So, you obtained the Black Blade, Autumn Water, from a Tomb Raider?" "Yes." Daku nodded in response. At the same time, he understood Yagyu's expression. After all, Yagyu was from Wano, and as the national treasure of his homeland, Autumn Water had been stolen by a thief. No matter how one thought about it, he wouldn't have a good expression. Yagyu even looked at Daku with a complex expression and asked, "So this Autumn Water was given to Guina by that Tomb Raider?" "Ah." Upon hearing Yagyu's words, Daku was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "It's not like that. It's..." Then, Daku explained what he knew to Yagyu, which was generally similar to the original story. It was during the battle with Guina that the lingering will of the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster, Ryuma, recognized Guina and entrusted Autumn Water to her. In the end, Daku also said to Yagyu, "So this Autumn Water can also be said to have been entrusted to Guina by its original owner." "I see." Upon hearing this, Yagyu's expression finally softened. He then reached out to take Autumn Water, gently stroking its blade while softly saying, "If Zoro can meet my requirements, I will give Autumn Water to him." Hearing this, Daku smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Yagyu." It was clear that Yagyu already understood Daku's intention for bringing Autumn Water over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned Zoro. Before long, Yagyu lifted his head and looked at Daku, saying, "Since the matter is finished, you should be going back now, right?" Faced with Yagyu's obvious attitude of wanting to dismiss him, Daku felt no dissatisfaction. After smiling, he activated Flying Thunder God again to leave the One Heart Dojo. So after glancing at the spot where Daku had vanished, Yagyu sighed softly and looked down at autumn water in his hands. Chapter 231. Carp and Gion Archipelago, the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line, is also the first island that Daku encountered after going to sea that can't really be considered an island. Because, strictly speaking, Tsubaki Archipelago is not an island. It is merely formed by a giant red tree. At this moment, at the coast of this island, marked as number 13, the Arc Maxim docked. "Brooke, are you leaving?" At the same time, Dagu turned to Brooke, who was preparing to disembark, and asked. In response to Dagu's question, Brooke nodded and laughed. "Yo-ho-ho. I've been bothering you all for quite a while. It's time for me to leave." Saying this, Brooke looked around at everyone in the light pirates and bid farewell. "See you all again if fate allows." After finishing, Brooke jumped off the ship, the Arc Maxim. Watching Brooke's departing figure, Dagu fell into silence. He glanced at Robin beside him and wondered to himself, did he just take away one of Luffy's crew members? With this thought, Dagu shook his head slightly and turned to the others, saying, "If you want to go sightseeing, go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, let's go meet the teacher." "Okay." Robin nodded in agreement without hesitation. The two then walked down the ship together, heading toward the island. Beppo. As for the others, after seeing Dagu and Robin leave, Law called out to Beppo and then jumped off the ship as well. Billy at the same time, with a rumble of thunder, Enel also left the ship. Shortly after, Bonney turned to Yuta and Kuina and said, "Yuta, Kuina, let's go for a stroll." "All right, Sister Bonney." Yuta and Kuina nodded in response. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, only Hawkins remained on the Arc Maxim. Watching the empty ship, Hawkins shook his head helplessly, found a random chair to sit down, and began to look at the ship. Dingling at Red Tree number 13, at Shucky's bar, Dagu gently pushed open the door and greeted, "It's been a while, teacher's wife, teacher." He was about to ask about Rayleigh's whereabouts, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he froze. Inside the bar, there were two unexpected guests. Dagu walked up to them curiously and asked, "Mr. Carp, Navy Miss, what are you doing here?" Indeed, the two who appeared in the bar were none other than Luffy's grandfather, Carp, and the Navy Vice Admiral candidate, who had been entangled with Dagu. Cheers in response to Dagu's question. Carp took a sip of his drink and then looked at Dagu, saying, "Kid, Sengoku is worried you might cause trouble, so he sent me to check on you." Hearing Carp's words, Dagu was taken aback and then turned to Tsuru. Unexpectedly, Tsuru nodded and said, "Me too." Hearing Tsuru say this, Dagu's face darkened, and he sighed lightly as he sat down beside them. Settling in, Dagu asked Carp again, "So, does that mean Mr. Carp has to follow all my actions here in Tsubaki?" "No." However, in response to Dagu's question, Carp did not answer. Instead, Tsuru shook her head and explained to Dagu, "Mr. Carp is here to keep an eye on things. As long as you don't cause any major incidents, he won't intervene." Upon hearing this, Dagu was surprised and then turned to Tsuru. So that means the Navy Miss will be following me?" Tsuru nodded and said, "Yes." She then recalled the situation from a few days ago, after they separated from Dagu and the others and returned to the headquarters without resting for a few days. The Navy received news that the light pirates had appeared in Moria's territory and were in battle with him. This made the Navy very vigilant, as they feared that Moria might end up under the control of the son of the devil, just like Crocodile. However, when they learned that Dagu had only fought Moria briefly before leaving, the Navy's higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief. Although this represented another defeat for a warlord of the sea, it was in the Devil's Sea, and few people were aware of it. So the impact was much less than that of Crocodile, which is why the Navy did not make things difficult for Moria. Moreover, after Crocodile had just exited the warlords of the sea, another was kicked out. Did the warlords of the sea still need to exist? Because of this, even though Moria was defeated, his position as a warlord was not forcibly revoked. However, regarding the audacious actions of the light pirates, the Navy, after some discussion, came up with two options. Although it was said to be two, it was actually just one. The first option, to dispatch enough troops to wipe out the light pirates in one fell swoop, had been rendered impossible due to the battles involving Zephyr, Tsuru, and others, as well as Dagu's spatial mobility ability. The second option, to monitor Dagu and the others and restrict their activities, passed unanimously. At first, among the Navy's higher-ups, the only one designated for monitoring was Carp. Tsuru requested to join, arguing that since she was responsible for the light pirates, she should bear the responsibility. Thus, Tsuru accompanied Carp to Tsubaki. Seeing Tsuru nod, Dagu shook his head and sighed again. It seems the Navy really values me. Hearing this, Carp casually replied, after all, your strength can no longer be underestimated. Hearing this from Carp, Dagu felt somewhat pleased for some reason, as receiving a statement of not to be underestimated from Carp indirectly indicated that Carp recognized his strength. However, Dagu also felt a bit uncomfortable, partly because of Carp's statement. The fact that his strength was not to be underestimated meant that the Navy had directly dispatched Carp and even brought Tsuru to monitor him. Thinking about this, Dagu decided not to pay any attention to Carp and the others. If they wanted to follow, let them. He wouldn't be doing anything major in Tsubaki anyway. The main reason was that Dagu felt that since Carp and the others were so openly monitoring them, there wouldn't be any celestial dragons coming to Tsubaki at this time, and thus nothing major would happen. For the Navy and the world government, only matters concerning the celestial dragons were considered significant. Everything else was trivial. Realizing this, Dagu turned to Shuki and asked, Teacher's wife, where's the old man? I want to find him to coat the ship. Chapter 232. Auction House and Hancock. In response to Dagu's question, Shuki first glanced at Tsuru and Carp, especially Carp. Seeing that he didn't react, she then said to Dagu, he went out to sell himself again. Oh, is that so? Dagu nodded slightly, and then said to Shuki, then, teacher's wife, we'll go for a stroll first. We'll come back when the teacher returns. All right. Hearing Dagu say this, Shuki nodded in agreement. Seeing Shuki agree, Dagu immediately turned to Tsuru and asked, in that case, Navy Miss, shall we go together? However, in response to Dagu's invitation, Tsuru first looked at Carp. After seeing him nod, she stood up and replied, of course. Seeing this, Dagu smiled slightly and then looked at Robin, saying, let's go. After saying this, Dagu directly turned around and left the bar, with Robin and Tsuru naturally following closely behind. Aren't you worried that the little girl might get into trouble? Just after Dagu and the others left, Shuki walked up to Carp and quietly asked him, worried about what? As for Xiaqi's question, Carp casually replied, let's not say that kid isn't that kind of person. Even if he really wants to do something, Shiyuan still has room for resistance. While they are at a standstill, it's enough time for me to rush over. Hearing Carp's words, Xiaqi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, saying, that's true. Anyway, that little girl is a candidate for Admiral, so she won't easily give in. After that, the two fell into silence. On the other side, after leaving the bar, Dagu took the two women to number 1 Red Tree. However, he wasn't there to find Rayleigh, but to see if there were any fishmen at today's auction. If there were, he could lend a helping hand, which would grant them some privileges when they go to Fishman Island. With these thoughts in mind, Dagu stepped into the auction house. A young and beautiful woman, 23 years old. As soon as he entered the auction house, Dagu heard a voice. Then, when he looked toward the main stage, the auctioneer said 170 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Starting price, 1 million berries. Watching this scene, Shiyuan, as a Navy officer, felt uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything. She silently followed Dagu and sat down in an empty seat, quietly observing everything. In fact, it wasn't just Shiyuan. Both Dagu and Robin felt uneasy about this situation, but no one suggested doing anything. They understood that even if they did something this time, what about next time? Or the time after that? There was even a high possibility that their actions this time would lead to a worse situation next time. To change all this, fundamental changes were necessary, which was also why Dagu would go to the Revolutionary Army. Although the world would eventually change significantly, Dagu wanted to expedite that process, which is why he taught the Revolutionary Army that knowledge. With these thoughts, Dagu's mood seemed to lighten a bit, no longer feeling so depressed. Similarly, as time passed, the auction was nearing its end. Unfortunately, or rather thankfully, it might be a bit inappropriate to say so, but indeed, until the very end, Dagu and the others did not see any sign of fishmen. Let's go. Seeing the auction was over, Dagu immediately said to the two women before standing up and walking toward the exit of the auction house. Dagu? Just as Dagu was about to step out of the auction house, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hearing the voice, Dagu was a bit curious about who was calling him, as it sounded both unfamiliar and familiar. With curiosity, Dagu slowly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Instantly, When Dagu saw that figure, he couldn't help but be surprised, then exclaimed, "Hancock, what are you doing here?" Indeed, the figure who suddenly called out to Dagu was none other than Boa Hancock, the current Empress of Amazon Lily, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the first person Dagu encountered after leaving Ohara. Hancock, similarly, upon hearing Dagu's exclamation, Robin couldn't help but tremble in surprise. Then she turned around and, upon seeing Hancock, immediately rushed to her and embraced her, saying, "Long time no see, Hancock." In fact, saying that Robin embraced Hancock would be more accurate to say that Hancock embraced Robin, due to their height difference. Looking at Robin, who was tightly hugging her, Hancock couldn't help but smile, then reached out to embrace Robin back, saying, "Long time no see, Robin." Then Hancock lifted her head to look at Dagu and said, "And Dagu, long time no see, long time no see." In response to Hancock's greeting, Dagu quickly replied, then looked at the tall figures beside Hancock and said, "Long time no see, Marigold, Sandersonia. Long time no see, Dagu." Marigold and Sandersonia hurriedly greeted Dagu in return. At this moment, Sean, who was nearby, said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you guys know each other." Hearing Shiwan's voice, Dagu felt a bit embarrassed. Robin and Hancock also separated from each other. And then Hancock looked at Shiwan with curiosity and asked Dagu, "So have you joined the Navy? Or are you being monitored by the Navy?" Faced with Hancock's question, Dagu hesitated for a moment, then helplessly shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about me for now. What about you?" Saying this, Dagu looked around at the Boa sisters and asked, "Why are you all here?" "We?" Upon hearing Dagu's question about their purpose, Hancock didn't hesitate and immediately explained to Dagu, "We are here too." "All right." However, Hancock was interrupted by Robin, who said, "Whatever it is, let's talk after we leave the auction house. This is really not a suitable place for a chat." As she spoke, Robin gestured around. Hearing this, both Dagu and Hancock were taken aback. When they noticed that the remaining people in the auction house were looking at them, they realized that this indeed was not a suitable place for conversation. "That's true." Understanding the situation, Dagu nodded and then suggested, "Let's go outside first." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu stepped out of the auction house first, and the others followed closely behind him. Chapter 233. Shiwan and Hancock outside the auction house. Dagu and the others were walking, and Robin asked Hancock again, "Hancock, is there something you need help with here?" "No." Although Hancock was pleased with Robin's concern, she shook her head and said, "We are just here to see if there are any sisters who haven't given up hope and to bring them back to Amazon Lily." "I see." Listening to Hancock's explanation, Robin seemed to understand. It seemed Hancock was there to recruit people for Amazon Lily. At the same time, Robin recalled how back then, when Susan went out, the numbers increased. It turned out they were recruiting others to join Amazon Lily. It made sense without fresh blood. Amazon Lily would probably encounter problems one day. With these thoughts, Robin silently shook her head. "Kid." But just then, a loud voice suddenly came from ahead. Everyone turned to look and saw that they had unknowingly been surrounded by a group of pirates, one of whom was pointing a knife at Dagu, and said, "Our captain has taken a liking to them. Get lost if you know what's good for you." As he spoke, the pirate gestured towards Robin and the others. What surprised the pirate was that after he finished speaking, Dagu not only didn't refute him, but instead chuckled softly and stepped back to Robin's side, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Because he understood that Hancock was not someone who would remain indifferent in such situations, let alone Shiwan, who was a Navy officer. In this case, there was no need for him to do anything, as they would handle it. Sure enough, when Hancock and Shiwan reacted, they both turned their heads to look at the pirate and asked, "Your captain has taken a liking to us?" That's right. At this time, the pirates, who were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, thought that Hancock and her crew were intimidated by their captain's reputation. One of them then said, "Our captain has taken a liking to you, so you'd better come over and serve us." As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate turned and walked towards a middle-aged man in a suit, bowing respectfully, "Captain." Meanwhile, upon seeing the suited man, Robin introduced Gentleman Vissy, captain of the Gentleman Pirates. Bounty of 101 million berries from the West Sea. It's said that although he is very violent, he always considers himself a gentleman. The West Sea local. After hearing Robin's introduction, Dagu muttered to himself, and then didn't think much about it anymore, because regardless of how this Visi was before or after today, his fate would only lead him to impel down. Unless this Visi was also a time traveler. Otherwise, facing the combination of Ji Yuan and Hancock, there was no room for surprises, especially since his bounty was just a little over 100 million. He was also a bit curious. Did this Visi not read the newspapers? Not to mention Ji Yuan, Hancock's portrait had already spread throughout the seas when she became a warlord of the sea. In this situation, how could this Visi not recognize Hancock? This made Dagu somewhat surprised. In fact, the situation was a bit different from what Dagu thought. Visi had seen Hancock's portrait, but that was just a picture and did not compare to the real person. Moreover, with Hancock's graceful figure and the influence of her sweet fruit, it left Visi unable to connect her to the warlord of the sea. This was a classic case of being confused by the situation. Soon, after dealing with his subordinates, Visi stepped forward and politely invited Ji Yuan and Hancock, two beautiful ladies. May I invite you to dinner? Turning to Robin, he added, of course, this lady as well. May I have the honor? Alas, unfortunately for Visi, Robin smiled but remained silent, looking as if she was watching a show. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan and Hancock's expressions had already turned completely dark. The Navy, shall we have a competition to see who takes down more of them? Hancock then suggested to Ji Yuan, who readily agreed. All right. Without hesitation, Ji Yuan immediately struck out towards Visi. Bang! A furious punch landed squarely on Visi's handsome face, sending him flying. TCH. Seeing Ji Yuan strike first, Hancock felt a bit dissatisfied but said nothing. She turned and attacked the others. Sweet, sweet wind. After lightly kissing her lips, she formed a bow and arrow stance. Whoosh. Then, with a whoosh, countless pink arrows appeared, instantly turning all the pirates on that side into stone sculptures. Oomph. Seeing this, Ji Yuan snorted coldly and leaped into the air, using one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Gale Kick, to execute a wide-range attack, evening the score. Ha! Watching Ji Yuan's actions, Hancock also sneered. She then turned and charged toward another group of pirates. Bang! 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 After a series of kicks, another group of pirates fell at Hancock's feet. This situation made Ji Yuan frown. She then turned and rushed towards the last group of pirates, and under the dual assault of the Navy's 6 styles, shave and finger pistol, the last group was also taken down by Ji Yuan. After surveying the area, both of them looked at each other and simultaneously said, 100 people. I won. After speaking, they were both taken aback. They hadn't expected the final result to be a tie. Damn it, you little girls, how could you? But at that moment, Visi, who had been sent flying by Ji Yuan, finally stood up. He looked around at his fallen subordinates and angrily pointed at the two. You dare to take down Lord Visi's subordinates. Unforgivable. With that, Visi let out a roar and charged at the two. He, however, seeing Visi rushing over, Ji Yuan and Hancock showed no signs of fear. Instead, they both smiled, thinking I won. With that thought, Ji Yuan used shave and instantly appeared in front of Visi, preparing to punch him again. Boom! But at that moment, an invisible energy suddenly appeared, causing Visi to faint on the spot and fall forward due to inertia. Bang! A blast of air followed. It was because Visi suddenly fell that Ji Yuan's punch hit nothing but air. I won. Looking at Ji Yuan's expression, Hancock laughed, genuinely happy. I lost. Ji Yuan felt a bit dejected for a moment, but she quickly reacted and took out a din mushi to inform the Navy in Sabaody to send someone to handle the situation. Chapter 234. Amusement Park and Chance Encounter Major Momo 2. Soon, led by a Navy officer, a group of Navy soldiers arrived. In response to the officer's greeting, Ji Yuan quietly nodded and pointed at the still unconscious gentleman pirates. Take them back. Yes, Major Momo 2. The officer accepted Ji Yuan's order without hesitation, but then subtly glanced at Dagu and asked Ji Yuan, Major Momo, what about them? You don't need to worry about that. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Ji Yuan interrupted him, speaking sternly, they are not something you can casually inquire about. Just handle your own matters seriously. Yes. With Ji Yuan being so serious, the officer had nothing more to say and could only respond earnestly before turning to direct his subordinates. Seeing this, Ji Yuan turned back to Dagu and the others, saying, I've finished my business. Shall we continue exploring, or what? Well, for Ji Yuan's question, Dagu did not respond immediately. After checking the time, he turned to Hancock and asked, Hancock, are you going back to Amazon Lily today? No, although curious as to why Dagu asked her this. Hancock shook her head and replied, we arrived in Tsubaki yesterday and have no plans to return to Amazon Lily today. Saying this, Hancock smiled slightly. Actually, we came out to have fun, so we don't plan to go back until we've had enough. I see. After hearing Hancock's explanation, Dagu understood and then suggested, in that case, let's go to the amusement park. Upon hearing this, Hancock first exchanged glances with her two sisters, then nodded, all right. Let's go. Seeing Hancock agree, Dagu immediately called out and led the way towards the amusement park. Hancock's three sisters, Robin, and Ji Yuan naturally followed closely behind. Bonney, Yuta, Kuina. But to Dagu's surprise, as soon as they arrived at the amusement park, they encountered familiar faces. Captain? Sister Robin? Upon hearing Dagu's voice, Kuina and the others, who had been resting in a sun lounger, immediately turned their heads and saw Dagu and the others. The three of them immediately stood up and walked to Dagu and Robin, asking Captain Sister Robin, are you here to play games too? After speaking, Kuina turned to look at Ji Yuan, the woman who was also a female and already a great swordsman in the Navy, the woman she had set as her target. Then she asked Dagu, Captain, why is this Navy's Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit here too? Facing Kuina's inquiry, Dagu hesitated for a moment and then said helplessly, just like in Water 7, in Tsubaki, this Navy lady will be accompanying us. What? After hearing Dagu's explanation, Bonney and the others were shocked. Why was Ji Yuan still following them? Hadn't they already fought? Was the Navy not at ease with them? Or did this Navy officer have some thoughts about their captain? Otherwise, why was it her and not someone else? Thinking of this, Bonney and the others began to look at Ji Yuan with slightly different expressions. Robin, are they your companions? Just then, another voice caught the attention of the three girls, and they noticed that there were three more women standing beside Robin, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. Then Robin's words resolved their doubts as she turned to that person and replied, yes, Hancock, they are our companions in the pirate crew. Hancock? After hearing Robin's words, Kuina and the others paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, looking at Hancock in surprise. Boa Hancock? The pirate empress? One of the 7 warlords of the sea? Hello. In response to their surprise, Hancock stepped forward and greeted them. My name is Hancock. Please take care of me. Faced with Hancock's friendly greeting, the three girls were momentarily stunned, but they quickly returned the greeting. We should be the ones saying that. Please take care of us. Next, Marigold and Sansonia also introduced themselves to the three girls. Okay, seeing that everyone had already met, Dagu immediately suggested, since we all know each other now, let's go play in the amusement park. Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. Okay. As time passed, the group tried every ride in the amusement park, including the bubble roller coaster, bubble drop tower, spinning bubble, bubble boat, and bubble Ferris wheel, among others. During this time, although some people caused trouble, they were all dealt with by Sansonia and Marigold. There were no issues they couldn't handle, as those who couldn't typically wouldn't recognize Hancock, let alone be as idle as Dagu and the others to come to the amusement park for fun. Hancock, outside the amusement park, Dagu looked at Hancock and asked, do you want to be my teacher? Teacher? Suddenly hearing Dagu mention a teacher, Hancock was momentarily confused, then realized he was likely referring to Rayleigh. However, she had no intention of meeting Rayleigh, or rather Shaki. Therefore, she shook her head in refusal. No, I have to go back to the ship. Otherwise, I'm worried something will happen to them. Upon hearing Hancock say this, Dagu didn't stop her and simply replied, all right. But then he added, how about this? Since I have nothing else to do, I'll take you back. Hancock hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go. After saying that, Hancock took the lead, and seeing that Hancock agreed, Dagu said no more and followed her, along with Robin, Kuina, and the others. They all expressed their desire to see Hancock's ship. Thus, under Hancock's guidance, they arrived at Tsubaki's Dock 44. Upon reaching the dock, Hancock pointed to the ship docked nearby and introduced, that is our Snake Princess ship. Let's go. We will board. Saying this, Hancock led everyone onto the ship. Just before boarding, Dagu suddenly turned his head to the side, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Dagu's unusual behavior immediately drew Robin's question. Nothing, let's go up. However, in response to Robin's curiosity, Dagu merely shook his head slightly and then pulled Robin on a Hancock's ship. Captain, can we take a look around? Once on board, Yuta stepped forward to Dagu and expressed her desire to explore the Snake Princess pirate ship. Dagu didn't answer directly, but turned to Hancock. Sure. Seeing Dagu's expression, Hancock understood what he meant. However, she didn't refuse Yuta's request, but immediately agreed and turned to Sandasonia. Sandasonia, you take them to explore. Yes, sister. Hearing this, Sandasonia responded and then turned to Yuta and the others. Now, I'll take you to explore our Snake Princess pirate ship. Thank you. Seeing this, the three girls thanked Sandasonia and then followed her to explore the Snake Princess pirate ship. As for Dagu, Robin, Hancock, and Ji-Yuan, they walked over to a bench on the deck and sat down to chat. I didn't expect you to know each other. As soon as they sat down, Ji-Yuan exclaimed in surprise at the three. Well, hearing this, the three looked at each other, and in the end, Dagu said to Ji-Yuan, we've known each other for quite a long time. Over 10 years ago, as he spoke, Dagu recounted the incident of his abilities awakening and unexpectedly traveling to the island of Nine Snake. Of course, he dared to tell Ji-Yuan these things without fear of the Navy using them against Hancock because there was a precedent. Indeed, it was because of the relationship between Shanks and Mihawk that he felt comfortable mentioning his relationship with Hancock to Ji-Yuan. However, in the end, he still requested Ji-Yuan, I hope the Navy lady will not disclose our information to others. Unfortunately, to Dagu's disappointment, Ji-Yuan shook her head in response to his request. Even if I don't say anything, others will know. Just based on your actions today in Sabaody, anyone would understand you have some connection. He, however, in response to this, Dagu chuckled. If that's the case, then the Navy lady is the same. And it's not just today. We already spent 2 days alone in Water 7. This remark caused Ji-Yuan to pause in surprise. She realized that Dagu was using her as a shield, since she, a vice admiral in the Navy, could accompany him, the son of the devil, under the pretext of a mission or surveillance. Why couldn't the warlord Hancock use the same reasoning? Moreover, the reasoning was quite sufficient. She could not handle the son of the devil alone, so the Navy asked the warlord Hancock for help. Understanding this point, Ji-Yuan fell silent. Seeing that Ji-Yuan had nothing more to say, Dagu didn't speak further either, but turned to Hancock and asked, Hancock, how have you been these years? Hearing Dagu's question, Robin also looked at Hancock and said, right. How had you been during the years we were gone? And what about Senior Susan? After you left, faced with the inquiries from Dagu and the others, Hancock did not hesitate and immediately told them about her experiences over the years. This included Susan's tragic end, her succession as the Empress of the Kuja, and the decision to join the 7 warlords under the suggestion of Giroliosa. She shared everything that had happened over the years with Dagu and the others, not minding that there was an outsider present, Guion. After listening to Hancock's story, Dagu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At the same time, Robin reached out to hold Hancock's hand in consolation. It's okay. However, in response to Robin's consolation, Hancock slightly shook her head and turned to Robin, asking, enough about me. What about you guys? How have you been all these years? Upon hearing this, Robin immediately began recounting her experiences over the years, including the Twin Cape, East Blue, Sky Island, and so on. After listening to Robin's narration, Hancock couldn't help but exclaim, you all seem to have had a more exciting life than I have. Hearing Hancock's words, Robin and Dagu were momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Captain. Just then, Yuta's voice came at the right moment. Upon hearing the noise, Dagu immediately turned to look at Yuta and the others who were walking towards them and asked, finished shopping? Yes. In response to Dagu's question, Yuta lightly nodded her head, then hesitantly asked, Captain, can we stay here tonight? Upon hearing this, Dagu was surprised for a moment, then turned his body to look at the 3 girls and said, sure. How about this? After saying that, Dagu turned to Robin and said, Robin, you should rest here today as well. You haven't seen Hancock in a long time, so you must have a lot to talk about. Regarding Dagu's suggestion, Robin just glanced at Hancock and nodded in agreement. Okay. Then, Robin looked at Hancock and asked with a smile, Hancock, is that all right? Of course, that's fine. In response to Robin's question, Hancock agreed without a second thought. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Seeing Hancock agree, Dagu turned to the others and said a few words before turning to leave the Kuja pirate ship. After all, now is different from then. Back then he was still young and had no choice, but now his ship is just on the other side of the island. In this situation, how could he possibly stay on a ship full of women? With this thought, Dagu left the Kuja ship and headed toward the person he had just seen by chance. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "Master, long time no see. I'm here." Hearing Dagu's greeting, the white-haired old man, who was Dagu's master and known to the world as the Dark King, was now just a coding craftsman, Rayleigh. "Old Ray," he lightly responded. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Dagu, saying, "You just arrived today, right?" Hearing Rayleigh's not-so-questioning question, Dagu nodded and replied, "Yes, just in time. I finished work as well." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh glanced at the ship not far away, and then said to Dagu, "Take me back." "Yes, Flying Thunder God." Just like that, under Rayleigh's instructions, Dagu immediately placed his hand on his shoulder, then used Flying Thunder God to return to Shucky's bar. Chapter 236, The Royal Level and a Smile. Shucky, I'm back. As soon as he appeared in the bar, Rayleigh greeted Shucky. "Got it." Upon hearing Rayleigh's voice, Shucky lightly responded and then poured a glass of wine at the bar, clearly for Rayleigh. Rayleigh was not pretentious and immediately walked to the bar to sit down, then turned to Dagu and asked, "Kid, are you preparing to go to the New World?" "Yes, teacher." In response to Rayleigh's question, Dagu did not deny it, but also sat down beside him and said, "This time I'm going to the New World." Saying this, Dagu turned and said, "For that, I hope you can help coat my ship." "Coating, huh?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh pondered for a moment and then replied, "That's no problem." Seeing Rayleigh agree, Dagu immediately thanked him. "Thank you very much, teacher." "No need." In response to Dagu's gratitude, Rayleigh just waved his hand and then said, "However, you should know that old man Carp is on the island, right?" "I know." Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded and then said, "I just arrived today and ran into Mr. Carp here, and now the Navy's Vice Admiral Momonosuke is still monitoring us." In that case, hearing this, Rayleigh looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you confident in leaving?" Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu couldn't help but smile and explained, "Teacher, don't worry. It's not the Navy that's stopping me from leaving now. They actually want me to leave quickly." "Oh, is that so?" Listening to Dagu's words, Rayleigh was quite surprised. He really hadn't thought that the Navy's attitude towards Dagu had reached this point. This kind of treatment he had only seen with Shiki before. Even Whitebeard did not receive such treatment. The root of all this was that Shiki could fly. His entire pirate crew could fly, which resulted in low control from the Navy. Now, from Dagu's meaning, it seemed that the Navy had placed him on the same level as Shiki, which, in the terms of this era, meant royal level. Thinking this, Rayleigh murmured. Hearing Rayleigh's mumbling, Dagu responded, "More or less." Seeing Dagu confirm it, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile and looked up at him, saying, "Then I'll test your results." Boom! As soon as the words fell, the Conqueror's haki burst forth and pressed towards Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu also smiled slightly and focused his gaze, unleashing his Conqueror's haki. Boom! In an instant, two immense waves of Conqueror's haki collided, causing a silent surge. But just at that moment, a voice interrupted the clash of their haki, followed by Shucky's voice. "Do you want to destroy my little bar?" Hearing Shucky's words, Rayleigh immediately felt embarrassed, while Dagu hurriedly apologized to Shucky. "I'm sorry. I'm a bit carried away, teacher. I'm sorry." Saying this, Dagu also bowed to Shucky in apology. Seeing Dagu like this, Shucky didn't dwell on the issue but turned to Rayleigh and said, "If you want to spar with your disciple, just have him take you to other islands tomorrow. It's too late to spar today, especially in a bar." Hearing Shucky's words, Rayleigh felt even more embarrassed. "In that case, master, teacher, I'll take my leave first." Seeing that Shucky's attention had turned to Rayleigh, Dagu quickly said a word and then activated Flying Thunder God to leave the bar. However, what Dagu didn't know was that after he left, Rayleigh and Shucky returned to calm. Rayleigh looked at the place where Dagu had disappeared and lightly asked, "What do you think?" Facing Rayleigh's question, Shucky looked at the place where Dagu had disappeared and replied, "In terms of sheer dominance, it's enough, Not to mention this kid also has swordsmanship and fruit abilities. Hearing Shaki's words, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh, saying, truly, the student surpasses the master. After saying that, Rayleigh picked up his cup and started drinking. After seeing Rayleigh drink, Shaki didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, on the Arc Maxim, Dagu had returned to the deck, but he was puzzled. Where are the others? Looking at Hawkins, who was fiddling with tarot cards on the deck, Dagu asked. In response to Dagu's question, Hawkins slowly lifted his head and replied, Law and Beepo have already gone back to their rooms. As for Crocodile, Enel, and Bonney, they haven't returned. Oh, so Bonney and the others aren't coming back today. Upon hearing this, Dagu casually explained and then pondered, but where did Enel and Crocodile go? While thinking, Dagu said to Hawkins, I'll go check the situation. After saying that, Dagu used Flying Thunder God and left the Arc Maxim. Seeing this, Hawkins shook his head slightly and then stood up to return to his room. On the other side, after teleporting through the Flying Thunder God mark on Enel, Dagu was somewhat surprised. He never expected that Enel had this hobby. Listening to the noisy surroundings, Dagu helplessly shook his head, never anticipating that Enel would follow Crocodile to a casino. Indeed, Enel was with Crocodile, and they were currently in a casino. But what surprised Dagu even more was the person who was gambling against Crocodile. A man with short black hair, a circle of beard around his mouth, wearing a light purple kimono and tied with a black-purple belt, also leaning on a cane with his right hand. However, Dagu knew that this was not just a cane, but a sword shaped like a cane, known as a cane sword. Based on these characteristics, Dagu confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. Fujitora Isho. No, it shouldn't be Fujitora Isho just yet. He was simply Isho now, as he was not the Navy Admiral who had risen through the ranks 2 years later in the original work. Right now, he was just Isho, a samurai who had left Wano country. Chapter 237. The Gamble of No Gamble, and Isho joining the crew, looking at Isho across the table. Dagu slightly calmed his emotions and asked Enel beside him, Enel, what's going on? Why is Crocodile gambling with others? Facing Dagu's question, Enel pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, I don't know either. Seeing Enel's expression, Dagu initially thought he understood what was happening. But all he got was I don't know. Sighing helplessly, Dagu quietly observed the situation between Crocodile and Isho. He noticed that the chips in front of both of them were about the same, meaning they were still tied. Seeing this, Dagu couldn't help but be surprised. Dagu's sudden voice caught Crocodile's attention, who turned to look at Dagu and said, Captain, you're here. Saying this, Crocodile stood up and turned to the casino staff, saying, exchange the chips. I'm leaving. Hearing Crocodile's words, the staff hesitated for a moment and glanced at Isho, as if to ask for Isho's opinion. However, he quickly realized that Isho seemed to be blind. So he approached Isho and asked, Sir, your opponent says he wants to leave. What do you think? Is that so? Listening to the staff's words, Isho hesitated for a moment and then said with a disappointed expression, Since my opponent wants to leave, although I'm a bit sad, I have no objections. Seeing that Isho had no objections, the staff immediately turned to Crocodile and said, In that case, please wait a moment, sir. I'll go exchange your chips. As soon as the words fell, the staff quickly gathered all of Crocodile's chips and turned to go exchange for cash. Meanwhile, Isho seemed unsatisfied and turned to the people around, saying, Is there anyone else willing to have a game with me? However, Isho was disappointed as no one reacted to his invitation because they were scared. That's right, they were scared. Although Isho's eyes were blind. Whether it was because he lacked sight, his luck was extraordinarily good, and he rarely missed. It could be said that the reason Crocodile managed to tie with him was largely due to his years of skill. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to tie with Isho. Therefore, after Crocodile announced his withdrawal, no one was willing to have a game with Isho anymore. Although Isho was blind, they could freely call out numbers to trick him, but it wasn't that they didn't want to do that. It was that they couldn't, because this casino had a significant background. Standing behind it was a big figure. So they didn't dare to mess around here. Not being able to return was a small matter, and one careless move could lead to losing everything. In such a situation, who would dare to challenge Isho, whose luck was against the heavens? Sigh. After a long time without anyone responding, Isho understood that his desire for another match couldn't be realized. After a slight sigh, Isho stood up. Wait. But at that moment, Dagu raised the corners of his mouth and called out to him. Hearing Dagu's sudden voice, Isho turned with some confusion and asked Dagu, this young man, do you want to have a match with me? That's right. Looking at Isho's puzzled face, Dagu smiled lightly and said, I want to have a match with you, but it will be a gamble of no gamble. Oh, hearing this new term from Dagu, Isho looked curious and asked, what is a gamble of no gamble? The so-called gamble of no gamble is actually quite simple. Upon hearing this, Dagu didn't try to be cryptic, but immediately explained to Isho, if you don't gamble, we'll turn around and leave immediately, along with my partner's chips. If you choose to gamble, then you must join my ship. As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Isho frowned. Meanwhile, the others around also reacted, and a noisy discussion broke out. What kind of gamble of no gamble is this? Isn't this just inviting him to join? Yeah, isn't this just inviting him to join? Where did this gamble of no gamble come from? However, some seemed to have thought of something, their eyes shining as if they understood. Young man, at this moment, Isho also raised his head and looked at Dagu with his pale, sightless eyes, saying, this is indeed a gamble of no gamble, but I'm curious, what are your chips? Facing the question from Ishiao, Dagu pondered for a moment before suddenly looking up and smiling lightly at Ishiao, what the uncle wants. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Ishiao was surprised again and asked, really? Little brother knows what I want. This time, in response to Ishiao's question, Dagu changed from his earlier playful demeanor to a very calm tone. What is justice? As soon as Dagu spoke, Ishiao's body shook involuntarily, and surprise filled his expression. He couldn't understand why the young man in front of him knew what he was thinking. He was certain this was not the effect of Kinbunchika haki, as he had never thought about these things since arriving here. In this situation, even if the young man opposite had the ability to read minds, he shouldn't be able to know his true thoughts. Moreover, he himself had not even confirmed this idea. He was still hesitating. Why would this young man, who seemed to be not much older, know all this? Why? Unable to comprehend, Ishiao immediately asked. However, to his disappointment, Dagu did not answer directly, but instead asked him again. So, uncle, do you want to gamble? Hearing Dagu ask again, Ishiao first fell silent for a moment before suddenly pulling out a knife from his cane and slashing towards Dagu. Boom! With Ishiao's movement, the gravity around Dagu suddenly increased several times, making him involuntarily sink a bit. However, he quickly used his eye ability to counteract the gravity. After standing firm, he looked at Ishiao and smiled. Welcome aboard, uncle. Indeed, while Ishiao's action surprised Dagu a little, it also made him realize that this was Ishiao's test to see if he had the qualification to take him on. And now Dagu, who believed he could still move freely under such gravity, should be enough. Just as Dagu thought, Ishiao suddenly attacked to confirm Dagu's strength. Although Dagu seemed to have a bit of an advantage in the situation, he indeed managed to withstand Ishiao's attack with ease. Considering this, Ishiao slowly put away his cane knife and walked in front of Dagu, saying, please take care of me from now on. Captain. Chapter 238. The Vice Captain and the Admiral level in the blink of an eye. The sun rose and set. Captain, we are back. Early in the morning, Yuta's voice came from below the ship. Hearing the noise, Dagu walked to the edge of the ship and looked down, seeing Yuta, Robin, and even Hancock coming along. Before long, as he watched everyone board the deck, Dagu greeted, Hancock, Navy Miss, welcome to our ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned to Hancock and asked, by the way, where are Sandersonia and the others? In response, Hancock softly replied, they took the others out to play. I see. After hearing Hancock's explanation, Dagu nodded and then turned to introduce Ishiao, who had just boarded the ship yesterday. This is Mr. Ishiao, who will also be our partner from now on. Mr. Ishiao? Following Dagu's gaze, everyone turned to look at Ishiao, who was quietly drinking tea. Seeing the scars on his face, they couldn't help but be curious about what was so special about someone named Ishiao that Dagu invited him aboard. However, curiosity aside, they still approached Ishiao and introduced themselves. Hello, Mr. Ishiao. I'm Bonney, the cook on the ship. Just let me know what you want to eat in the future. This is Bonney, the cook. Hello, Mr. Ishiao. This is Kuina. Mr. Ishiao, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. This is Robin. Hello, Uncle Ishiao. I'm Yuta. Just let me know what song you want to hear in the future, and I promise to make you feel good. This is Yuta, the singer. MM. In response to everyone's greetings, Yixiao also smiled and replied, I'm very happy to travel with all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixiao stood up and formally introduced himself. I am Yixiao. Although I cannot see, I can still do what I am capable of. Please take care of me in the future. After speaking, Yixiao bowed to everyone. Where did you find this person? Meanwhile, upon seeing that the no-light pirates had gained another member overnight, Ji Yuan couldn't help but ask Dagu. Well, just yesterday. In response to Ji Yuan's question, Dagu did not hide it and immediately explained. After I separated from you last night, I was originally looking for Crocodile and the others. Then I saw Crocodile playing dice with Mr. Yixiao, and then I invited Mr. Yixiao to join. Just like that, Ji Yuan looked skeptical. With her understanding of Dagu, she found it hard to believe that Dagu would simply invite someone to join without reason. There must be something extraordinary about this Yixiao that led Dagu to extend the invitation upon their first meeting. Thinking this, Ji Yuan turned to Dagu and asked her thoughts. Well, in response to Ji Yuan's question, Dagu hesitated for a moment and then said, let's put it this way, you can't beat him. Huh? Upon hearing Dagu say she couldn't beat a blind uncle like Yixiao, Ji Yuan's first reaction was disbelief. However, she quickly furrowed her brows, realizing Dagu had no reason to lie to her. Therefore, even if she was skeptical, she had to consider whether she really couldn't defeat someone named Yixiao. She then thought of another question. Since she couldn't beat him, did that mean Yixiao had the strength of an admiral-level character? After all, Dagu was well aware of her current identity, status, and strength. She could only be outmatched by those at the emperor level. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan furrowed her brows tightly, no longer monitoring Dagu and the others. She turned and left the Ark, proverb, heading towards the Navy base. This was not her abandoning her post. Rather, she felt that the emergence of another admiral-level figure was more important than continuing to watch Dagu. However, not everyone understood what Ji Yuan was thinking. Just then, seeing Ji Yuan leave, Hancock turned to Dagu and asked, what's wrong with her? Nothing. Unfortunately, while Dagu understood Ji Yuan's thoughts, he did not share them with Hancock. Instead, he shook his head slightly and said, maybe the Navy has something for her to handle. After speaking, Dagu turned and approached everyone, announcing, I have an announcement. From now on, Mr. Yixiao will be our pirate crew's official vice captain. While I'm not around, you all should listen to him. Huh? As soon as Dagu finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Immediately, Bonney hurriedly asked Dagu, Captain, why so sudden? Why make Mr. Yixiao the vice captain? Yes, Captain. Yuta also quickly asked. Uncle Yixiao just joined the pirate crew. He's still a newcomer. What do you find a newcomer becoming vice captain on the first day? Meanwhile, Crocodile looked at Dagu and asked, if that's the case, I'm a bit curious why you think he can overshadow me. Dagu, little brother. At this moment, Yixiao, the person in question, hurriedly stood up, eager to say something to Dagu. But before he could finish his words, Dagu had already started explaining. If you also have the strength of a general, then it would be no problem for you to take the position of vice captain. General, Dagu's words once again surprised everyone. They never expected that this latest addition would actually be a figure of general-level strength. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Dagu calmly asked, are there any questions? None. Upon hearing this, Bonney, Law, Hawkins, and the others all shook their heads, indicating that there were no issues. Facing a general, what other questions could they have? Dagu had anticipated their reactions, and after nodding in response, he turned his attention to Crocodile and Enel, as their current strength, while not on par with the general, was still formidable enough. Moreover, if they were to argue about their order of boarding, they were indeed qualified. Additionally, considering their personalities, Dagu didn't believe they would have no objections. Captain, sure enough, while Dagu was contemplating these things, Enel was the first to speak. I have no objections, but I hope to have a match with him to see what qualifications he has to be appointed as vice captain. As he spoke, Enel glanced at Robin and continued. The reason we had no objections when you let Robin manage us before is that she was the first to follow you and is also your woman. So we had no complaints. However, at this point, Enel turned his head and looked at Ikeo with a smile. This uncle might have the general level strength you mentioned. But as a newcomer who just joined, as Yuta said, how could it be reasonable for a new member to become vice captain on their first day? Listening to Enel's words, Dagu didn't respond immediately, but turned to Crocodile and asked, "Do you share this view as well?" Chapter 239. Enel and Ikeo, but to Dagu's surprise, Crocodile simply took a puff of his cigar and said, "I have no objections if he really has the strength of a general." Seeing this, Dagu nodded and then turned to Ikeo and asked, "Mr. Ikeo, why don't you have a match with Enel?" Hearing Dagu's words, Ikeo hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond, not to mention being appointed as vice captain right after joining. Just the fact that he had to fight a fellow member on his first day went against his life motto. However, he also understood that this match had to happen, as he could tell Dagu's attitude was firm, leaving him no room to refute. Coming to this realization, Ikeo silently nodded. All right. Seeing Ikeo agree, Dagu didn't say more and immediately placed a hand on Ikeo's shoulder, turning to Enel and calling out, "Enel, come here. I'll take you to another place." "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing this, Enel quickly walked over to Dagu, allowing him to place a hand on his shoulder. "Wait." But just as Dagu was about to take the two away using Flying Thunder God, Law called out to him and requested, "Captain, I want to see it too." Me too, me too." As soon as Law finished speaking, Yuta, who was eager to watch, quickly added, "Captain, I want to see it too." But in Dagu's eyes, it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone else was looking at him with hopeful eyes, clearly wanting to witness Ikeo's strength. All right. Seeing this, Dagu slightly shook his head, then released Enel and Ikeo, turning to the crowd and saying, "Since you all want to see, let's go together." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu suddenly exerted his strength, releasing an overwhelming aura. Flying Thunder God. Then he used Flying Thunder God to take everyone, along with the ship, away from Tsubaki Archipelago and onto an uninhabited island in the Calm Belt. This was a small island that Dagu had discovered by chance, and, out of habit, he had left a Flying Thunder God mark when he encountered it, which turned out to be useful now. This is, looking at everything around him, Hawkins and the other members of the light pirate crew had long since gotten used to it. However, this scene was somewhat beyond Ikeo's expectations. Although he couldn't see the surroundings, the change in climate and the perception of observation hockey made him realize that they had already left Tsubaki and were somewhere unknown. This is an uninhabited island in the Calm Belt. Dagu immediately introduced the island to Ikeo, then turned to Enel and Ikeo and said, "Wait a moment, Mr. Ikeo, Enel, you will fight on the island, and we will watch from outside." Upon hearing this, Enel immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem." Ikeo also responded with a smile. "Sure, I'll follow the captain's arrangements." In that case, seeing that both had no objections, Dagu pointed at the island and said, "You can go ashore." Crackle. As soon as he finished speaking, Enel was the first to step forward, transforming into lightning and appearing on the island. As for Ikeo, upon hearing Enel's movement, he leisurely stepped onto the island as well. Let's move back a bit. Watching Enel and Ikeo go ashore, Dagu then told the others to keep the ship at a distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile on the island, Enel and Ikeo faced each other from a distance. While sizing up Ikeo, Enel said, "Although I believe what the captain said about you having general-level strength, I still want to see why the captain would directly appoint you as vice captain." Zing. Without waiting for Ikeo to respond, Enel had already flashed forward, launching an attack against Ikeo. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A large bird glowing with lightning suddenly appeared, charging towards Ikeo. Although Ikeo couldn't see it with his naked eye, he could clearly identify Enel's move through the sound of the lightning and his own observation hockey, and prepared to respond. Just as the lightning bird was about to reach him, Ikeo calmly drew his cane sword and slashed at the Thunderbird. Gravity Blade. Fierce Tiger. In an instant, a blade of energy surged towards the Thunderbird. Boom! Before long, as the blade energy reached the Thunderbird, it seemed to be pressed down by something and completely scattered. Gravity? Huh. Watching this scene, Enel murmured. Although he had known about Ikeo's ability since yesterday, he had previously thought that gravity wouldn't affect him. After all, his attacks were lightning, which, strictly speaking, were not influenced by gravity. But now it seemed that Ikeo's gravity could indeed affect his lightning. However, Just as he thought of this, Enel pondered, to what extent it can affect still needs to be tested. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Saying this, Enel launched another attack at Ikeo, this time a stronger lightning dragon than the Thunderbird. But what made Enel frown was that his attack was once again blocked by Ikeo with a single swing of his blade. Boom! Watching the Thunder Dragon dissipate once more, Enel's thoughts shifted. Zing, in a flash of electricity, he instantly appeared in front of Ikeo, simultaneously swinging his golden staff towards Ikeo. Clang! Hearing the sound, Ikeo's reaction was also extremely quick. He twisted his wrist and immediately blocked Enel's golden staff with his cane sword. Looking at Yixiao, who was blocking his attack with a knife, Enel felt that his guess was probably correct. That is, Yixiao was surrounded by a lack of gravity. But is the situation really as simple as Enel thought? The answer is, of course, no. Hell journey, just as the two were at standstill. Yixiao frowned and suddenly exerted force. Oomph. In an instant, Enelu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his body had become many times heavier. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Enelu instinctively entered elementalization. Originally, Enelu thought he wouldn't be able to escape, but to his surprise, after entering elementalization, he easily left the range of gravity. So that's how it is. After flashing a distance away, Enelu looked thoughtfully at Yixiao across from him, then raised the corners of his mouth, directly ascending into the sky, clearly preparing to unleash his ultimate attack. Sure enough, as Enelu ascended, the sky suddenly became overcast, with flashes of lightning and thunder. Not long after, the golden staff in Enelu's hand suddenly pressed down towards Yixiao. Thunder. At the same time, with Enelu's movement, the lightning above also rushed out of the dark clouds, heading towards Yixiao below. This time, the lightning had no specific form, only the original appearance of lightning, which in Enelu's view should no longer be affected by gravity. Chapter 240, Meteorite from the Sky and the World Annihilation Disk. Meanwhile, outside the island. Captain this. Looking at the situation above the island, Yuta couldn't help but turn to Dagu, wanting to say something. Don't worry. But before the words could come out, Dagu had already spoken first. They are not so easily in trouble, especially since I am here. All right then. Hearing Dagu say this, Yuta quietly nodded, thinking to himself, that's true. The captain is watching here, and if something really happens, he will definitely step in to stop it. Understanding this, Yuta set aside his worries and continued to watch the battle on the island. However, unlike Yuta's concerns, Ro, Hawkins, and even Guina were all frowning, their expression serious. Because they were different from Yuta, who didn't care much about strength. They all had their own ambitions, and this ambition drove them to improve their strength. For example, Guina wanted to become a great swordsman who would impress Kaishiro. For Ro, he wanted to avenge Razanani and kill Don Quixote da Flamingo, which required him to enhance his own strength. All of these were motivations driving them to improve their strength, and they felt the pressure as one powerful person after another joined. Originally, they were not that eager for strength, but since the arrival of powerful figures like Enelu and Crocodile, they couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Today, after Yixiao joined and was appointed as the vice captain, their urgency for strength increased another notch. That's why they were tense and seriously watching the battle between Enelu and Yixiao. Seeing Ro and the others, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head slightly, not saying anything more, and turned his attention back to the battle between Enelu and Yixiao. At this moment, the situation had changed. In the sky, Enelu was periodically unleashing bolts of lightning, while on the island, Yixiao was also occasionally slashing out knife energy to dissipate Enelu's lightning. However, perhaps feeling a bit frustrated after once again dissipating Enelu's attack, Yixiao frowned and suddenly raised his staff, directly launching an unknown light wave into the sky. Enelu was puzzled by Yixiao's action, completely unaware of why Yixiao was attacking into the air. At first, Enelu might have doubted whether Yixiao was unable to see and thus missed, but now, through their battle, he was very clear. Perhaps Yixiao's eyes couldn't see, but his observation haki was very strong, even stronger than his own. So missing was impossible. The only possibility was that Yixiao's move had some deeper meaning. Thinking of this, Enelu's expression became serious, and he began to be on guard. Suddenly, Enelu exclaimed in surprise, looking up at a higher point, feeling that something was moving above. However, when he looked up, he was immediately shocked, as there was a meteorite, sparking, falling towards him. But after the shock, Enelu understood that now was not the time to be surprised, but to find a way to deal with it. Watching, Enelu thought for a moment, then turned around and no longer cared about Yixiao, facing the meteorite head-on. He raised his right hand, and power began to surge. 300 million volts, Qilin. Not long after, Enelu's golden staff pointed, and the dark clouds above began to gather, finally forming a huge lightning beast, charging towards the meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! There was no sound of explosions. As soon as the lightning beast made contact with the meteorite, it triggered a terrifying explosion. Although the explosion occurred high in the sky, the shockwave generated was immense, shaking not only the island below, but also the Arc Maxim, which was some distance away from the island. However, this was not what surprised Hawkins and the others on the ship. The real reason was that after the explosion, there was still the presence of meteorites in the sky. Captain, that's... Beppo gazed in astonishment at the scene in the sky, raising his hand to point and wanted to ask Dagu something, but was too shocked to say anything. Seeing Beppo open his mouth, but say nothing, Dagu also said no more, then told Beppo, just watch. This is the true top strength on this sea. After his words, Dagu looked back at the situation on the island. The others, including Beppo, silently turned their attention back to the sky above the island. At this moment, beneath the meteorites, Enelu was sweating profusely. He originally thought there was only one meteorite, but unexpectedly it was not just one, but 1, 2, 3, 8 meteorites. Plus the previous one, that makes 9. Counting the meteorites in the sky, Enelu's face grew increasingly grim. 9 meteorites were falling from the sky. Although he could elementalize, the problem was that if these 9 meteorites all attacked him at once, Enelu felt that even with elementalization, he wouldn't fare well. And there was a significant possibility he could leave this world. Thinking this, Enelu began to take action. He saw the once windless sky filled with dark clouds gathering, with lightning dancing among them. 1 billion volts, world annihilation. Not long after, accompanied by Enelu's loud shout, all the dark clouds gathered, forming a rapidly rotating disk. The lightning within it resembled blades, merging at the outer edge of the disk, and as the disk spun, it seemed to tear apart space itself. Go! Following this, with a swing of Enelu's golden staff, the disk made of lightning spun towards the meteorites summoned by Yixiao. Needless to say, it was indeed Enelu's full-strength world annihilation, in a situation that seemed to have already ended in the eyes of others. After the disk's rotation, the meteorites quietly dissipated. However, with each meteorite ground down, the thunderplate shrank by 1 circle. Finally, when the 7th meteorite was extinguished, the thunderplate had already exhausted its energy and disappeared. Looking at the remaining meteorite, Enel wanted to move, but could do nothing. Even his body could no longer maintain its levitating state and was slowly descending. It was evident that the previous move, Thunderplate, destruction of the world, had consumed all of Enel's energy, leaving him without any power to resist. Chapter 241. Victory in return. Seeing this situation, Dagu furrowed his brow and immediately used his heavenly hand power to swap places with a fragment of rock in the air, then focused his gaze. Super Shinra Tensei. The ability of the Rinnegan S Deva Path was unleashed in an instant, sending the remaining meteorite of Enel flying far away. Then it slowly descended and landed beside Enel. Watching Enel half kneeling on the ground, Dagu said nothing, just quietly placed his hand on Enel, then used the abilities of the immortal body to begin healing him. After a while, Dagu withdrew his hand and calmly looked at Enel, saying, "You were a bit overconfident." "Sorry, Captain, I..." Faced with Dagu's reproach, Enel immediately wanted to say something to Dagu. "All right." But before he could speak, Dagu raised his hand to stop him and said, "No need to say more. Just be careful next time." After saying that, Dagu turned and walked towards Yixiao on the other side. Watching Dagu's departing figure, Enel couldn't help but sigh, then slowly stood up. "Mr. Yixiao, how do you feel?" Standing in front of Yixiao, Dagu asked him how it felt to battle Enel. "I'm sorry, Captain. Just like Enel, Yixiao did not respond immediately to Dagu's question. Instead, He bowed to Dagu and said he was sorry. But just as he was about to continue speaking, Dagu spoke first. Hey, why say that? It was Enel who challenged you, and nothing serious happened. Captain. But at that moment, Yuta's voice came from the side. Hearing this, Dagu turned to the direction of a voice and found that everyone had gathered. You all came. Seeing this, Dagu first greeted everyone, then said to Luo, Luo, go check on Enel. Yes, Captain. Luo did not say anything in response to Dagu's order, simply acknowledged it and turned to check on Enel. Meanwhile, Yuta was circling around Xiao, asking him, Uncle, your strength is really impressive. You can actually summon meteorites to attack. He facing Yuta's compliment. Xiao smiled lightly and then explained, This is my ability. My ability is gravity. Just now, I merely applied it to the meteorites, which allowed me to pull them down. But that's still very strong. Hearing Xiao's seemingly humble words, Yuta hurriedly said, Since you can accurately pull down meteorites, it means you can sense their positions, which also indicates that your observation haki is extraordinary. You should know that, generally speaking, people can't even sense meteorites from outside, let alone this small island. Not to mention you pulled down 9 meteorites at once. Well, upon hearing Yuta's words, Xiao was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Because if he continued to be humble, it would no longer be humility, but a form of arrogance. Yet he couldn't bring himself to admit his abilities outright. In desperation, Xiao turned to Dagu, hoping that the captain could rescue him from his awkwardness. Seeing Xiao's expression, Dagu shook his head slightly and then walked in front of Yuta, saying, All right, Yuta, we can discuss any issues when we get back. Hearing Dagu's words, Yuta hesitated for a moment and then reluctantly replied, All right then. Seeing Yuta agree, Dagu then turned to everyone and said, Since the competition is over, let's head back. After saying that, Dagu took the lead towards the ship, and the others naturally followed closely behind. In this way, the group that had just left the ship soon returned to it once again. Looking at everyone on the ship, Dagu smiled and asked, Do you all have any questions about Mr. Xiao serving as the vice captain now? Faced with Dagu's question, everyone looked at each other first, and then shook their heads in unison. No, we have no objections to Mr. Xiao serving as vice captain. Very good. Seeing that everyone had this attitude, Dagu couldn't help but exclaim good, then approached Xiao and said, Mr. Xiao, that's it. For now on you will be the vice captain of our light pirates. Please take care of us. Saying this, Dagu patted Xiao on the shoulder. Please take care of me. Vice Captain Xiao. At the same time, the others also greeted Xiao, and to show that they had no objections, they addressed him as vice captain. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Xiao hurriedly responded, Please, everyone, take care of me too. After saying that, Xiao bowed to everyone to show his attitude. Then, Xiao turned to Robin and said, Although the captain has appointed me as vice captain, I am still a newcomer to the pirate crew and don't understand many things. So I hope Miss Robin can look after me a bit more in the future. Mr. Xiao is joking. Although somewhat surprised by Xiao's attitude, Robin still smiled and said, Actually, there is not much to handle on a daily basis. Before you, I was temporarily acting as vice captain. But to be honest, I hardly did anything because everyone was doing what they wanted to do. So strictly speaking, our pirate crew has no clear hierarchy, as everyone is the same. Is that so? After hearing Robin's words, Xiao fell into thought. He had previously thought that this pirate crew was like others, with a clear hierarchy. In the end, aside from Dagu, who was naturally higher as captain, even the vice captain didn't stand out much. Although Robin could only be considered an acting vice captain, which was different from his official position. But being the first crew member to follow Dagu, and being his woman, Robin was someone Xiao couldn't compare to. Yet even so, it seemed to be similar to everyone else. Yes, yes. At that moment, Yuta walked up to Xiao again and smiled. So, uncle, you really don't need to be nervous or feel like you have to do anything. We can take care of ourselves. Hearing Yuta say this, what else could Xiao say? He could only nod and respond. I understand. All right, we should also head back now. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Dagu turned to everyone and warned, Everyone, sit tight. Yes, Captain. As Dagu's words fell, everyone responded and stopped talking, standing still to prevent being left behind by Dagu. Once everyone was settled, Dagu no longer hesitated and once again used Flying Thunder God, bringing both people and ship back to Tsubaki. Chapter 242, Coding in Combat at the Tsubaki Archipelago, the Red Tree number 13, the ship, the Pledge, silently appeared here. Dagu, Robin, I want to go back. On the deck, Hancock turned to Dagu after returning to Tsubaki and said something before directly getting off the ship and heading towards the location of the Kuja pirates. Although Hancock wanted to stay for a while and chat more with Robin and Dagu, they were no longer children. The Kuja pirates needed her, and she couldn't be away for too long. For this reason, Hancock didn't linger, and since Dagu and the others had just confirmed the vice captain, they surely had some matters to handle. If she stayed at this moment, it would actually hinder them. Watching Hancock's departing figure, Dagu turned to everyone and said, "All right, let's go." "Where to, Captain?" Beepo asked, a bit confused. Were they really leaving Tsubaki already? In response to Beepo's question, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "I'm taking you to meet someone. Let's go." With that, Dagu was the first to disembark. As for the others, although they were curious about who Dagu was taking them to meet, they didn't ask further and followed closely behind him. Before long, they arrived at the Nakambar, where Dagu brought everyone from the light pirates. Nakambar? Looking at the sign above, Law, Bonney, and the others were somewhat surprised. The name was clearly not serious and likely indicated a black shop. What was Dagu bringing them to this black shop for? As they thought this, everyone exchanged glances and then looked at Dagu, hoping for an explanation. However, although Dagu noticed their confusion, he didn't explain, but took 2 steps forward and pushed open the door to the bar. As he walked inside, he greeted, "Aunt Xia, I'm here again." "Aunt?" Hearing Dagu's way of addressing the person inside, Law, Bonney, and the others were shocked, realizing that Dagu's master was no ordinary person. She was the legendary Pirate King's vice captain, Silver's Rayleigh. This meant that the person inside was Rayleigh's woman. It was even possible that the legendary Rayleigh was also there. Thinking of this, Law and the others were further astonished. As for Crocodile, who had just joined and was unaware that Dagu had a master, along with the Chiji, they were very curious about what kind of person could be Dagu's master. With this in mind, the group, led by Robin, stepped into the bar. "You're here." After everyone entered, Dagu called out to them, then looked at Xiachi behind the bar and introduced, "This is my master's wife. You can call her Aunt Xia." "Of course." Saying this, Dagu turned to Ichiji and chuckled. "Mr. Ichiji, it's better if you call her Miss Xiachi." After that, Dagu turned to the man in front of him and introduced, "This is my teacher, Rayleigh. You can call him Uncle Rayleigh or Senior Rayleigh." "Rayleigh? The Dark King, Rayleigh?" Initially, when they heard Dagu introduce Xiachi, everyone had no particular reaction, but when it came to Rayleigh, everyone, including Crocodile, couldn't help but be astonished. "Hello." However, in response to Crocodile and the other surprise, Rayleigh merely raised his glass in a gesture of greeting. He then turned to Dagu, who was sitting next to him, and said, "Not bad. Your friends are quite impressive." "Thank you, teacher, Dagu wanted to respond, but before he could finish, Crocodile stepped up to Rayleigh, looking uncertain, and asked, "Are you really Rayleigh? The Dark King Rayleigh? The vice captain of the Pirate King?" "Yes." Seeing Crocodile's puzzled expression, Rayleigh smiled slightly. "Indeed, it's me, the former Shichibukai, Crocodile." Upon Rayleigh's confirmation, Crocodile immediately asked, "Can you tell me about the situation in Laugh-Tale?" Laugh-Tale. Hearing Crocodile mention Laugh-Tale, Rayleigh fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, as Crocodile brought up Laugh-Tale, Yuta and the others also reacted, since Rayleigh was the vice captain of the Pirate King. He must have gone to Laugh-Tale with Roger. Yes. Therefore, they hurriedly requested from Rayleigh, "Uncle Rayleigh, please tell us something about Laugh-Tale." Well, looking at the expressions of the crowd, Rayleigh was slightly taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. "No, you'll have to find out for yourselves." Moreover, he turned to Dagu. "Your captain isn't interested in these matters." Upon hearing Rayleigh say this, everyone was stunned, and they turned to look blankly at Dagu. In response, Dagu simply chuckled. "That's true. I'm not going to see for Laugh-Tale. I just want to experience this world." Then he murmured in his heart, "And try to change it." Hearing Dagu's dream for the first time, Crocodile and the others who joined later were somewhat taken aback. It was the first time they had heard of a pirate captain going to sea just to experience the world. Other pirates typically sought treasure, freedom, or the title of Pirate King. This idea of experiencing the world was truly something new, Although it was somewhat similar to the concept of freedom, it was different. Thinking of this, Crocodile could only helplessly say, "All right, since the captain has said so." After saying this, Crocodile sat back down. Originally, Robin, who had also reacted to Crocodile's words and wanted to say something, had now returned to calmness. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Dagu smiled with satisfaction and then turned to Rayleigh to ask, "By the way, teacher, when will you come to coat my ship?" "Coat?" Hearing this, Rayleigh looked puzzled. Seeing Rayleigh's confused expression, Dagu thought he had forgotten, so he quickly nodded affirmatively. "Yes, coat it. But let's not talk about that." To his surprise, Rayleigh did not respond to him, but instead turned to ask, "By the way, kid, I think I mentioned yesterday that you would have a duel with me today, right?" "Huh? Saw the... Hearing Rayleigh bring this up, Dagu was startled and quickly apologized, then explained, "Teacher, we have a situation today, and I forgot about the promise I made to you. I'm really sorry. I'll take you to another place right away." Saying this, Dagu had already placed his hand on Rayleigh's shoulder. Flying Thunder God. Chapter 243. Master and apprentice, seeing Dagu about to leave like this, Kuna, and the others immediately wanted to say to take them along. However, before they could speak, Dagu and Rayleigh had already vanished. Seeing this situation, everyone could only helplessly sigh and quietly wait for Dagu's return. In fact, even if they had said they wanted to go with them, Dagu would not have taken them, because in doing so, he would inevitably be distracted and unable to fight seriously. Moreover, this was ultimately a duel between Dagu and Rayleigh as master and apprentice. Regardless of whether Dagu won or Rayleigh won, it would not look good. If Dagu won, it meant he defeated his teacher, which would be embarrassing for Rayleigh. If Rayleigh won, it meant Dagu had failed to live up to Rayleigh's teachings, and even he, as an old man, couldn't win, which would still be embarrassing for Rayleigh. In this situation, how could Dagu possibly take them with him? Therefore, unlike in the morning when he asked them if they were going, Dagu directly left the bar with Rayleigh. On a deserted island in the calm belt, looking around at the surroundings, Rayleigh sighed. "Your ability is really convenient no matter how many times I see it. Teacher, you flatter me." In response, Dagu only smiled slightly and said, "This ability is just convenient for traveling. It's really nothing special. You, forget it." Seeing Dagu say this, Rayleigh couldn't help but shake his head, then said to Dagu, "Do you want to take a break? If not, let's get started right away." "No need." After hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu immediately said, "Teacher, let's begin." With that, Dagu flashed to the other side, separating some distance from Rayleigh. Clang. Then without pausing, he drew out the sword of victory and reminded Rayleigh, "Teacher, be careful." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu raised his right hand and slashed a sword aura towards Rayleigh. "Good." Watching Dagu's actions, Rayleigh first exclaimed "good," then drew his own sword, Aurora, and slashed towards Dagu's sword aura. Whoosh. Soon, the two sword auras collided. Bang! The collision of the sword auras erupted a powerful shockwave that blew the surrounding vegetation off the ground, creating a cloud of dust. But this did not stop Dagu and Rayleigh's movements. In the midst of the dust, Dagu instantly appeared behind Rayleigh, with the sword of victory pressed against Rayleigh's waist. He slashed horizontally. This scene did not cause Rayleigh to panic. Rather, he had long since become unflappable. Huh! Facing Dagu's strike, Rayleigh just let out a light laugh and turned his wrist, causing the Aurora sword to move and block Dagu's sword. Clang! Dagu was not surprised by this. After being blocked, he did not stop or retreat, but directly continued to strike at Rayleigh's waist. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Faced with Dagu's relentless assault, Rayleigh couldn't help but frown, but he did not slow his movements. With each swing, he perfectly blocked Dagu's blades. Clang, 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 clang. After a round of fighting, Dagu distanced himself from Rayleigh and retreated to the side. Then he smiled at Rayleigh and said, "Teacher, you really are as sharp as ever." Enough of that. It's a pity that Rayleigh, unperturbed by Dagu's compliment, nonchalantly replied and then raised the Aurora pointing at Dagu and said, "Let me see your full power." Hearing Rayleigh say this, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Heavenly hand power. Then without saying more, he used the ability of his eyes to swap places with the nearby rubble, attacking Rayleigh once again. However, although Dagu's attack was sudden, it did not succeed. Rayleigh's observation haki had long sensed the danger, allowing him to instinctively respond. Clang! In front of the Sword of Victory, the Aurora stood like a shield blocking it. Your ability may be sudden, but for someone skilled in observation haki, it is not undetectable. After blocking Dagu's long sword, Rayleigh did not push Dagu away, but began to lecture him. Although my observation haki is not as good as Raid Field's, it is enough to detect your movements. Dagu did not respond to Rayleigh's lecture. In fact, he had known from the beginning that Rayleigh's main purpose for wanting to fight him was to test whether he truly had the strength to venture into the new world. Therefore, to avoid disappointing Rayleigh, Dagu decided to put on a good performance. Thinking of this, Dagu chuckled and then suddenly raised his left hand towards Rayleigh. Divine Force. Just as Rayleigh was curious about what Dagu was doing, a massive repulsive force suddenly emanated from Dagu, launching him away. Bang! After being sent flying for several meters, Rayleigh finally stabilized himself. As soon as he stood firm, Rayleigh curiously asked Dagu, "What was that move just now? Why did you send me flying?" "We'll discuss it after the fight." Unfortunately, to Rayleigh's disappointment, Dagu did not answer him directly but said, "Teacher, you taught me not to reveal my abilities to the opponent during battle to avoid being targeted. You brat." Hearing Dagu use his own word against him, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears, pointing at Dagu and saying helplessly, "All right, we'll talk after the fight." With that, this time Rayleigh no longer waited for Dagu's attack, but charged directly at him. Whoosh! With a strong push from his feet, Rayleigh launched himself towards Dagu. Whoosh! Just as he got close, Rayleigh swung the Aurora, sending a sword aura slashing towards Dagu, and he did not stop his momentum, following closely behind the sword aura. However, it seemed Dagu did not notice Rayleigh's strike and remained indifferent. Heavenly Hand Power. But just as the sword aura was about to hit, Dagu swapped positions with the rubble behind Rayleigh, causing Rayleigh's attack to miss while launching a new offensive against him. Dagu shouted at the still charging Rayleigh with his left hand. Universal Attraction. Huh. Suddenly, Rayleigh felt an inexplicable pulling force from behind, drawing him back. Chapter 244. Susanoo and the strongest in the world, however. Although Dagu's move once again caught Rayleigh off guard, it did not cause him to panic. Boom! As Rayleigh was being pulled back, he suddenly stomped the ground, pivoting to face Dagu, and swung the Aurora towards him. Whoosh! Seeing the slash rushing towards him, Dagu frowned, suddenly raising his right hand to slash back at Rayleigh. Bang! In an instant, the universal attraction stopped, and the two sword auras collided, erupting in a roar. At the same time, Rayleigh did not stop his steps and moved right in front of Dagu, thrusting his sword upward. Clang! But just as quickly, Dagu turned his right hand and blocked Rayleigh's attack with his sword. "Teacher, it seems I'm still lacking in combat experience." While they were in a stalemate, Dagu humbly said to Rayleigh. To Dagu's words, Rayleigh laughed and scolded. "You brat, are you mocking me for living in vain these past decades?" Faced with Rayleigh's remark, Dagu quickly smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare. I'm praising my master. Master enough." But just as Dagu was about to compliment him further, Rayleigh directly interrupted him and said, "Let us continue fighting." "Yes." Hearing this, Dagu stopped saying anything else, responded, and then exerted force, pushing Rayleigh back. Following that, his conqueror's haki surged, wrapping around the Sword of Victory. Huh! Seeing this, Rayleigh let out a light laugh, and similarly wrapped his conqueror's haki around the Aurora to counter Dagu's attack. Slash! Soon, Dagu's conqueror's haki completely enveloped the Sword of Victory, and without any hesitation, he slashed towards Rayleigh. Whoosh! Similarly, Rayleigh also seized the opportunity to strike with his sword. Boom! In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from the point where the two clashed, spreading across the entire island. Boom! 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 But that was not the end. Next, Dagu and Rayleigh exchanged blows repeatedly, their attacks infused with the Conqueror's haki, containing terrifying might. Each sword strike transformed the desolate island, located in the calm belt and ignored by all, into a scene of devastation. Finally, perhaps seeing that the stalemate was unending, Rayleigh suddenly exerted force, forcing Dagu back 2 steps and temporarily creating distance between them. Kid. Then, looking at Dagu across from him, Rayleigh said, "I understand your swordsmanship now. Let me see your abilities next." With that, Rayleigh charged at Dagu once more. This time, however, Dagu withdrew his sword and instead extended his hand towards Rayleigh. Shinra Tensei. As Rayleigh wished, Dagu no longer attacked with swordsmanship, but instead unleashed his own ability. Oomph. Feeling a repelling force stronger than before, Rayleigh, though reluctant to retreat, had no choice but to step back a few paces. Boom! But that was not the end. Just as Rayleigh was being forced back, Dagu made yet another unexpected move. Susanoo. Indeed, Dagu unleashed the ultimate technique of his Sharingan. A towering golden giant over 100 meters tall, wielding a long sword, appeared in the sky. Looking at this colossal being, even Rayleigh, who had been through many battles, couldn't help but feel a shock. Over the years, aside from Sea Kings, he had never seen another race or ability user capable of creating such a massive form. Teacher, this is one of my abilities, Susanoo. Just as Rayleigh was still in shock, Dagu's voice echoed from the sky. Susanoo. Gazing up at the giant, Rayleigh murmured, then shouted upwards. You really are a bit beyond my expectations, kid. In the sky, at the forehead of Susanoo, hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu smirked with pride. However, he quickly regained his composure and reminded Rayleigh, Teacher, be careful. With that, Dagu raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed down towards Rayleigh. Whoosh, the massive long sword descended from the sky, creating a visual impact that was immense enough to momentarily daze Rayleigh. However, being a seasoned warrior, Rayleigh quickly regained his focus and began to gather power with the Aurora in his hand. Just as the giant's sword approached, Rayleigh's preparation was finally complete. With a loud shout, the Aurora, wrapped in immense conqueror's haki, instantly surged towards the giant's sword. Boom! Immediately, an incredibly massive sword energy clashed against the giant's sword, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that shook the entire island 3 times. As expected of Teacher Rayleigh, on top of Susanoo, seeing the giant's sword severed, Dagu couldn't help but murmur, marveling at Rayleigh's formidable strength. Although he hadn't used his complete form, the sheer size of the sword, combined with his own enhancements, was still easily broken by Rayleigh with a single strike. This made Dagu reassess his understanding of strength in this world. Previously, he thought he could sweep through this world because his strength had improved significantly, whether it was the Rinnegan, the Reincarnation Eye, or the abilities of the Mangeki Sharingan. All had given him immense confidence. Yet today's battle with Rayleigh had awakened him. He might be strong, but he was not invincible. After all, the opponent he faced today was merely an aging Rayleigh whose strength had somewhat declined. Even in such a state, Rayleigh could effortlessly break his Susanoo, albeit not in its complete form. But Rayleigh's strength was not that of the pinnacle of the sea. Above him were figures like Whitebeard and Carp. If he had faced Whitebeard or Carp today, Dagu felt that even his complete Susanoo might not be of any use. Not to mention him, who was above them. Thinking of this, Dagu's expression turned serious. He had indeed become somewhat arrogant. Kid, are you still going to fight? At that moment, seeing Dagu hesitating to make a move, Rayleigh called out to him. Hearing the sound, Dagu finally regained his senses, but after a moment of reflection, he lost the desire to continue fighting. Dagu slowly retracted Susanoo and stood before Rayleigh again, saying, Teacher, let us call it a draw. You saw it too. With a slight smile, Dagu added, With my current strength, I can easily navigate the new world, right? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh did not respond immediately. After hesitating for a moment and sizing Dagu up, he finally nodded helplessly. All right then. So, teacher, let us go back. With that, Dagu took Rayleigh back to Tsubaki using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 245, Old Man and Decision-Making Captain. At Tsubaki, in Shaki's bar, seeing Dagu return with Rayleigh, Law and the others quickly surrounded Dagu, inquiring about the battle between the two. Law was the first to ask Dagu, Captain, you're back. Who won between you and Rayleigh-senpai? Following that, Bonney hurriedly asked, Yes. Captain, who won between you and Rayleigh-senpai? Did you win, or did Rayleigh-senpai win? Finally, even Crocodile couldn't help but be curious. Looking at Dagu, I'm also a bit curious. The you who pulled me onto the ship, how do you compare to the Pirate King's first mate? With that, Crocodile turned to glance at Rayleigh. No one won. However, in response to their questions, Dagu shook his head. We did not determine a winner. Overall, it should be considered a draw. After saying that, Dagu turned to look at Rayleigh. Following Dagu's words, everyone turned to Rayleigh, waiting for his answer. About the same. For this, Rayleigh thought for a moment and could only nod in agreement. We indeed did not determine a winner, so it doesn't matter who lost or won. Sigh. After hearing Rayleigh's explanation, everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed inside. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing everyone's reaction, Dagu quickly said, then turned to Rayleigh and asked, Teacher, since we've fought, when can you help us coat the ship? With that, Dagu looked at Rayleigh with eager anticipation. You brat. In response to Dagu's request, Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle and scold him, then said, I just had a battle. I need to rest a bit. After taking a sip from the cup on the table, Rayleigh continued, Tomorrow. I'll coat it for you tomorrow. Then thank you, teacher. Upon hearing this, Dagu smiled widely and expressed his gratitude to Rayleigh. Coating? Who are you coating for? But at that moment, a rough male voice suddenly came from outside. Immediately, two familiar figures walked in. Mr. Carp, Navy Miss. Seeing the two who entered, Dagu greeted them. That's right, these two figures that Dagu is familiar with are indeed Gion, who left earlier, and the old man Carp. Although Dagu knows their intentions, he still has to feign ignorance and ask, Why have you come here? Hearing this, Carp picked his nose and looked at Dagu, saying, Kid, you really don't know why we are here? After that, Carp bypassed Dagu and turned to look at Ichao, staring at him for a few moments before walking over to Rayleigh's side. Bang! With a slap, Carp slammed Rayleigh's head onto the table. What are you doing? Carp's actions immediately changed the expressions of Luo and the others, as they instinctively went into a defensive stance against Carp and Gion standing next to him. Don't be nervous. But before they could do anything, Dagu spoke first. Mr. Carp means no harm. Huh? Upon hearing Dagu's words, everyone was puzzled. They had just gotten physical, and yet there was no malice? However, the truth was just as Dagu said. Carp indeed had no ill intentions, at least not at that moment. Facing everyone's wariness, Carp ignored them entirely and sat down beside Rayleigh, looking at the cup in front of him, saying to Rayleigh, You old man have really made it big. Your disciple's deputy is already a top-tier figure. Hearing Carp's words, Rayleigh slowly raised his head and replied nonchalantly, If you have the ability, go find such a disciple to inherit your position as a Navy hero. Hey, you old man, Rayleigh's calm words instantly made Carp turn his head to look at him. He initially wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh, unable to say anything. It wasn't that Carp couldn't find such people. He had already trained two, one being the current admiral, Akiji Kazan. The other was his son, Monkey D. Dragon, whom he had high hopes for. Unfortunately, Dragon eventually left the Navy, which would always be Carp's pain. Seeing Carp suddenly stop talking, Rayleigh, who had been both an enemy and a friend throughout his life, certainly understood his current thoughts. However, as an outsider, he felt it wasn't appropriate to comment too much, so he could only remain silent. The others, seeing that Carp indeed wasn't going to fight Rayleigh, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried that a fight would break out with Carp, although they not only had the legendary figure Rayleigh on their side, but their captain and the newly appointed vice captain, Mr. Ichao, were also formidable. They themselves were quite capable. However, the reputation of the Navy hero Carp, for them, he was far too intimidating. They could say that they grew up hearing the legends of Carp. In such a situation, how could they not be nervous about fighting Carp? Seeing the expressions of the few people, Dagu shook his head helplessly and then turned to Gon, who was still standing, and asked, So, Navy Miss, you came because of Mr. Ichao, right? Yes. Facing Dagu's seemingly questioning but actually affirming words, Gion did not deny it and nodded in response. We came mainly regarding your new member, Mr. Ichao. As she spoke, Gion also turned to look at Ichao, recalling her previous conversations with the Navy higher-ups. Time pushed slightly forward after leaving the Ark. Gion went straight back to the Navy base and immediately informed Carp about Ichao's situation. Without hesitation, Carp quickly dialed Sengoku's private transponder snail. Beep, 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 who is it? After a series of beeping sounds, the Navy Admiral Sengoku answered the call. It's me. I have some issues over here. Seeing that the transponder snail was connected, Carp didn't beat around the bush and immediately reported the situation that Gion had informed him about. And then he relayed it to Sengoku. However, in the end, Carp said to Sengoku, "You all hurry up and make a decision, so I can execute it." After that, regardless of how angry Sengoku was, Carp didn't stay for even a second and hung up the transponder snail. Just like he said, it was up to Sengoku and the others to come up with a plan, not for him to participate in creating one. Little Carp, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Of course, Carp's actions inevitably drew Gion's reprimand. Chapter 246. The Navy's decision and abnormal relationships, however. Carp was not particularly affected by Gion's scolding. Instead, he replied, "Gion, don't say that. I'm just an ordinary rear admiral. These matters should be for the admiral to handle. What does it have to do with me as a rear admiral? I'd rather enjoy some donuts." After saying this, Carp pulled out a bag of donuts from who knows where and started eating. Side looking at Carp's demeanor, Gion lost her temper. Although she usually calls Carp Little Carp, in reality, she only followed Sister Tsuru's lead in doing so. In her heart, she still holds great respect for Carp. Therefore, despite wanting to say something in response to Carp's attitude, Gion found herself unable to voice it, ultimately having to step aside and wait for the decision from Marineford. At the same time, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, after listening to Carp's narrative, Sengoku immediately called in Tsuru, the Navy's chief advisor, and Akiji Kazan, who happened to be at headquarters, to discuss. After telling both of them about the situation Carp had described, Sengoku looked at the two and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Of course, the main focus was on Vice Admiral Tsuru, as Sengoku believed Kazan couldn't provide him with a satisfactory suggestion. As expected, after hearing Sengoku's account, Kazan still looked half asleep and said dully, "Admiral Sengoku, do you want me to support Mr. Carp?" In contrast to Kazan, after hearing Sengoku's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru fell into deep thought. After a long while, she finally looked up at Sengoku and said, "I think the one who should be worried right now is not our Navy, but the New World." Then, Vice Admiral Tsuru directly analyzed. According to the information relayed by Carp, the pirate crew, led by this son of the devil, already possesses the strength of a Yonko-level pirate crew. Their high-level combat power is even stronger than that of Big Mom's Tato Land. Besides Big Mom herself, only Katakuri can be considered a top-tier combat power in the sea. Moreover, this son of the devil, aside from his own strength that even Carp has to take seriously, also has Crocodile, a former Shichibukai, under his command. You know that those who can become Shichibukai, while they may not necessarily have the strength to look down on the sea, at the very least, they are on par with Katakuri. Not to mention, he also has Enel, known as the strongest Logia user with the Rumble fruit. Now, combined with this admiral-level figure named Ichao, it could be said that the son of the devil's pirate crew has completely matured and is capable of rivaling Yonko-level pirate crews. So, the one who should be worried now is not us, but the son of the devil and the new world they are heading to next. After hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's analysis, Sengoku hesitated and asked, "So we don't need to do anything now?" No. However, what puzzled Sengoku was that Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head in response to his question, saying, "We still need to take action. After all, they're still in Tsubaki. We just need to put on a show, like having Carp personally follow them, and also." At this point, Admiral, he turned to Kazan and said, "Kazan, you should also head to Tsubaki and be on guard." "Huh? Me?" Hearing Admiral He's sudden mention of himself, Kazan, who was almost falling asleep, became drowsy and pointed at himself, asking, "You want me to go to Tsubaki?" "That's right." In response, Admiral he nodded, because the power of the demon child is too strong. Just in case, you need to support Carp and the others. Okay. At the same time, Sengoku also said to Kazan, "This time you go to support Carp, just in case. It's best if nothing happens, but if it does, it will be a safeguard." "All right, I'll go." Seeing that his superiors had said so, Kazan had no choice but to nod in agreement. He had been very interested in this demon child for a long time, but unfortunately, he had never had the chance to make formal contact. This time could be considered a fulfillment of his expectations. With that thought, Kazan turned and left the office, riding his bike alone towards Tsubaki. Watching Kazan's distant figure, Sengoku, standing by the window, quietly asked Admiral He, "You noticed his obsession, so you sent him, right?" "That's right." Admiral, he did not refute Sengoku's affirmation, but instead watched Kazan's receding back, saying, "Over the years, Kazan has never forgotten the events of Ohara. This time, besides having him support Carp. It also gives him a chance to open up. Sai listening to Admiral He's words. Sengoku sighed, slightly without responding, but turned to gaze complexly at the justice that rules the world on the office wall. After a long time, Sengoku finally said to Admiral He, "You inform Carp about the situation. I'm going to rest." After saying that, without waiting for Admiral He to reply, he walked out of the office. Sai watching Sengoku's departing figure. Admiral He also felt uneasy. She understood what was going on with Sengoku, but what could she do? Or rather, what could the Navy do? Besides maintaining this hard-won peace, what else could they do? Although this peace is superficial, at least it is peace, and just that point makes her reluctant to break it. Beep, 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 lost in thought. Admiral He dialed Carp's transponder snail, and after the connection was made, she got straight to the point and informed Carp of their decision. And this is why Carp followed Ji Yuan to the bar. In the bar, seeing Ji Yuan finally come back to her senses, Dagu couldn't help but laugh. Did the Navy lady remember something? No. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan had no intention of sharing her thoughts with Dagu. Instead, after refusing Dagu, she looked at him strangely and said, "Speaking of which, we've known each other for so long. Why do you still call me Navy lady? But you refer to others by their names or code names. Don't tell me you don't know my name or code name. Do you know what my subordinates say? They say you have thoughts about me, which is why your address is different from others." Ji Yuan's words stunned Dagu. To be honest, he called Ji Yuan Navy lady without any other meaning. He just thought it was a way to keep a certain distance. He never considered that his most normal way of addressing her was seen as the most abnormal by others. It seems that the saying holds true. When the abnormal becomes the norm, then the abnormal is normal, and the normal becomes abnormal. And if no one contradicts it, then this abnormality and normality will gradually become accepted as correct. Chapter 247, Ancient Weapons and Unjust Accusations. Thinking of this, Dagu smiled and shook his head, then turned to Ji Yuan and said, "If you don't like it, then I will call you Major Peach Rabbit from now on." "That's fine." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan did not refuse and immediately accepted Dagu's title. Then, seeing Ji Yuan agree, Dagu then asked her, "Ji Yuan, does your Navy have any plans for us?" "Plans?" Facing Dagu's inquiry, Ji Yuan pondered for a moment but did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to Carp, clearly letting him decide. Carp, however, did not mind and immediately looked at Dagu. "Kid, our Navy's requirements are simple. Just don't cause trouble. Is that all?" Listening to Carp's words, Dagu felt somewhat skeptical. He couldn't believe that Sengoku would be so at ease, just as long as he didn't cause trouble. Seeing Dagu's disbelief, Carp replied nonchalantly, "What else can we do? In fact, this is also a helpless move by Admiral Sengoku." Just as Carp finished speaking, Ji Yuan explained, "Your ability is too convenient. Until we have absolute confidence in capturing you, we won't take any reckless action against you." "I see." After hearing Ji Yuan's explanation, Dagu finally understood. It turned out that everything was because of his ability. So even though they knew his strength had increased further, the Navy had not taken any major actions. In that case, understanding this point, Dagu no longer cared about Carp and turned to Luo and the others. "If you want to go have fun, go ahead. The coding will take a few more days. So consider these days as a holiday." Hearing this, Luo and the others hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Carp and Ji Yuan before nodding in agreement and leaving the bar together. As the others left, Carp looked at Dagu with curiosity. "You sent them away because you have something to say?" "Huh." As soon as Carp said this, it immediately caught the attention of Ji Yuan, Rayleigh, and the others. The remaining people all turned their gazes toward Dagu, waiting for his answer, as expected of Mr. Carp. And sure enough, Dagu indeed had something to say for sending the others away. Dagu looked at Robin, Ji Yuan, Carp, Rayleigh, and Shaki, then walked over and sat beside Carp, gesturing for the others to sit as well. Only then did he look at everyone and say, "I do have something I want to discuss with Mr. Carp." After saying this, Dagu turned to Carp and asked, "I wonder how much Mr. Carp knows about the 3 ancient weapons?" "Huh." As soon as Dagu's words fell, not just Carp, but everyone else involuntarily tensed up, looking around warily, and they all asked Dagu about his intentions. Rayleigh, as Dagu's teacher, was the first to speak. "Do you have thoughts about ancient weapons? Weren't you disdainful of this?" Following closely, Ji Yuan looked at Dagu with a serious expression. You want ancient weapons? Do you know what they are? Dagu. And although Robin looked at Dagu with a somewhat complex expression, she said nothing, only gently held his hand, proving with her actions that she would support him no matter what he did. Seeing this, Dagu also gently patted Robin's hand and then looked at Carp. Kid, you should understand that if you only follow Roger's path, then the Navy can still hold you back to some extent. But, and facing Dagu's gaze, Carp also looked at him seriously. If you really touch the ancient weapons, the Navy, not just the Navy, the entire world government will definitely act with all their might to capture you, even execute you. I know. Regarding Carp's warning, Dagu merely replied calmly. I know what touching ancient weapons means, just like Ohara. Since you know, why do you still want to touch them? Carp looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. In response to Carp's question, Dagu's face was filled with bitterness. Why does the world government impose the issue of ancient weapons on Ohara? On my grandfather, just because we are researching history? The people present couldn't help but fall silent as they observed Dagu. They all knew about Dagu's experiences in his youth and understood where his interest in ancient weapons came from. At the same time, Robin unconsciously tightened her grip, showing her inner unrest. After a long silence, Carp stared intently at Dagu and asked, So you want to make this matter a reality? Carp's words once again made everyone present tense up. Yes. And facing Carp's questioning, Dagu did not deny it and immediately answered. Since the world government believes that Ohara is researching ancient weapons, then I will really take an ancient weapon to show them. You. Hearing that Dagu really intended to take action on ancient weapons, Shiwan was shocked beyond measure, pointing at Dagu and momentarily forgetting what to say. She had never seen anyone so openly declare their desire for ancient weapons, especially in front of the Navy, and in front of a naval hero and a candidate for admiral like herself. The shock wasn't just from Shiwan, Shaki, Rayleigh, and even Carp himself were also very surprised. However, after the shock, Carp realized that this wasn't the time for astonishment, but to figure out what Dagu really intended to do with the ancient weapons, or how he knew where they were. Therefore, he directly asked Dagu, Kid, do you know where the ancient weapons are? What do you plan to do with them? Challenge the world government? Or aim for dominance on your own? No. What surprised Carp was that Dagu had not considered any of these ideas. He simply shook his head and said, I just want to solidify that crime, nothing more. You. Listening to Dagu's plan, everyone present frowned again. They had never thought that someone would genuinely just want to solidify a crime, willingly risking being targeted by the world government. This time even Rayleigh had to advise Dagu, think it through. This is not a small matter. You've seen what the ancient weapons are capable of. Even if you're not afraid, what about Robin? Saying this, Rayleigh glanced at Robin and continued, What about your companions? What about your other friends over the years? Have you thought about them? Chapter 248. Carp's frown and Rayleigh's helplessness. Rayleigh's words made Dagu fall into silence. He had indeed thought about these things. But ever since Ohara was destroyed because of it, he had been harboring the idea of solidifying this matter. Since the world government claimed they violated the law for researching ancient weapons, he wanted to bring in the ancient weapons and make it real. Otherwise, it would be a great injustice, being wrongfully accused of something that never happened. Therefore, Dagu had always been troubled by this. Of course, in reality, he didn't need the ancient weapons for anything. He merely wanted to solidify that point and annoy the world government. However, others didn't know this, and they weren't sure they could believe that Dagu wouldn't use the ancient weapons for anything. After all, people can change once they gain such immense power. They didn't believe Dagu could maintain his original intentions. Thus, seeing Dagu silent, Rayleigh, as Dagu's teacher, couldn't help but advise again, Dagu, have you really thought this through? You need to understand that even Roger and Whitebeard never considered seeking the so-called ancient weapons. That's right. Before Rayleigh could finish, Shaki immediately took over. The last person who coveted world power was Rox. You may not understand his fate. Teacher, I understand. What surprised Shaki was that before she could finish, Dagu preemptively answered. Decades ago, the world-dominating Rox, dissatisfied with his position, decided to lead his pirate crew, including Whitebeard, Shiki, Mihawk, and other legendary pirates, to strike at the world government. In the end, he was defeated at a stronghold, Hakanosu. At this point, Dagu looked at Carp and continued, and by Mr. Carp, who joined forces to defeat him. Since you understand, why do you still want to do this? Seeing that Dagu was aware of events from decades ago, Shaki was puzzled as to why he insisted on solidifying that crime. Carp, also frowning, stared at Dagu and asked, Kid, do you mean you're stronger than rocks now and can withstand my punches? I don't dare. Dagu replied with respect. I don't mean to look down on Mr. Carp. You have always been a respected elder to me, just like my teacher. Oomph. Hearing Dagu's flattering words, Carp couldn't help but snort, but he didn't say anything, knowing Dagu's words weren't finished. Sure enough, Dagu continued, but even you, Mr. Carp, cannot do anything about my spatial teleportation ability. Hearing this, Carp frowned, his expression darkening. Indeed, as Dagu said, with his strength, he might be able to defeat Dagu, but if he couldn't find him, what was the use? However, Dagu's words were not over. After glancing at everyone, he continued, You all know that my ability allows me to take others with me, meaning as long as we are together, you will never catch us. Perhaps there are abilities in this world that can restrain mine, but the Navy and world government won't find it easily. Moreover, my strength doesn't rely solely on spatial teleportation. This point, my teacher, who just fought with me, knows best. After saying this, Dagu looked at Rayleigh. That's right. Seeing everyone look at Rayleigh, he did not hide it, but immediately explained, I did indeed fight him just now, and I acknowledge his strength. Saying this, Rayleigh turned to Carp and said, To be honest, Carp, I think you might not necessarily be able to take my disciple down. Oh, Rayleigh's words piqued Carp's curiosity. He was somewhat curious about what made this young man in his 20s worthy of such praise, even to the point where Rayleigh believed Carp couldn't defeat him. So, Mr. Carp. However, facing Carp's gaze, Dagu seemed to be oblivious and turned to say, The reason I am telling you my plan is that I hope when I truly appear on the sea with ancient weapons in the future, you could turn a blind eye because I have no intention of using the ancient weapons for anything. I have always prioritized people. You little. Looking at Dagu, who was smiling, Carp momentarily didn't know what to say. Forget it. Finally, helplessly shaking his head, he stood up and turned to Gon, saying, Gon, we should head back. Mr. Carp, really? Seeing that Carp was actually going to let go of Dagu, who was so brazenly eyeing ancient weapons, Gion found it hard to believe and immediately wanted to say something. All right, let's go. However, before she could speak, Carp urged them to leave first and directly exited the bar without waiting for Gion. Seeing this, Gion said nothing more, casting a complicated glance at Dagu before hurriedly following in Carp's footsteps. Kid, are you really going to search for ancient weapons? Seeing Carp and the others leave, Rayleigh couldn't help but confirm Dagu's thoughts again. Yes. In response to Rayleigh's repeated confirmations, Dagu nodded affirmatively, saying, Teacher, I really will get my hands on ancient weapons. As for the purpose, I just want to make things difficult for the world government, that's all. Seeing Dagu's resolute attitude, Rayleigh sighed helplessly, unsure of what else to say. Because a king has his own persistence, once a decision is made, it's hard for anyone to change it, and he deeply understood this from Roger. Thinking of Roger, Rayleigh shook his head again. Then, looking at Dagu with a complex expression, he said, Kid, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. But given how brazenly you've revealed this to Carp, your path ahead might not be easy. Hearing this, Dagu chuckled lightly and said, There's no need to worry about that. My partners are not weak. I believe they can handle everything that comes next. Since Dagu said that, Rayleigh had nothing more to say. He could only sigh and say, In that case, I'll go ahead and coat your ship, so you can set off quickly. After saying that, Rayleigh stood up and headed for the door. Chapter 249. Enel and Kazan in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. During these 2 days, because of Dagu's words, Rayleigh hurriedly finished coating Dagu's ship ahead of schedule. Similarly, due to Dagu's words, the Navy had to change their strategy. In addition to Kazan, who was already on his way to Tsubaki, Vice Admiral Tsuru, as the Chief of Staff, also arrived aboard a warship. Captain, are we going to fight? On the shores of Tsubaki number 13, aboard the Ark Maxim, Luo asked Dagu while looking at the Navy warship not far away. Wait a moment. In response, Dagu waved his hand and then stepped forward, shouting, Are you all here to see us off? In response to Dagu's shout, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was observing them from the warship, frowned and then glanced at Kazan beside her. Understanding Tsuru's hint, Kazan immediately took off into the air and landed on the sea. Ice Age. Following this, Kazan unleashed his Ice Age ability, instantly freezing the entire sea area. Watching Kazan's actions, Dagu and the members of the Light Pirates couldn't help but frown. Clearly, the Navy was trying to prevent their ship from submerging. However, the Navy should also understand that this situation was meaningless for them. If they really wanted to leave, the Navy couldn't stop them at all, and all of this was because of Dagu's ability to traverse. Thinking of this, everyone unconsciously looked at Dagu, waiting for his decision. Dagu, however, didn't mind and shouted again at the Navy. Admiral Kazan, are you trying to keep us here with this ice? Son of the devil. To Dagu's surprise, the response did not come from Kazan, but from another female voice, one he had never heard before, yet he understood. Because the only woman in the Navy at this stage who had the courage or the qualification to make an admiral bow down was Vice Admiral Tsuru. Sure enough, an elderly figure stepped out from behind the warship and came into Dagu's view. It turned out to be Vice Admiral Tsu, the then Chief of Staff of the Navy. Long time no see. Looking at Vice Admiral Tsuru's figure, Dagu first greeted her and then asked, Vice Admiral Tsuru, are you trying to keep us here? In response to Dagu's question, Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brows and then questioned Dagu. Son of the devil, why do you want to solidify that matter? What benefits does it have for you for? She paused here, then continued. What benefits does it have? Vice Admiral Tsuru. Dagu could have chosen not to answer Vice Admiral Tsuru's question, but in the end, he still explained. Even if this matter is solidified, it brings no benefits to me or Ohara. But, speaking, Dagu couldn't help but curl his lips into a bitter smile and said, but what right does the world government have to burn Ohara for this baseless matter? Hearing Dagu's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, then looked at the transponder snail in her hand that was still in communication. You all heard that. How should we proceed? You arrange it. The 5 elders. Indeed, the figure on the other end of Vice Admiral Tsuru's transponder snail was none other than the pinnacle of power in this world. The 5 elders. At this moment, within Mariewa, facing Vice Admiral Tsuru's inquiry, the 5 elders did not respond immediately, but exchanged glances in disgust. One of the 5 elders with white hair said lightly, my idea is to kill him directly. But just as this 5 elder finished speaking, a tall and thin 5 elder standing nearby voiced a different opinion. No, he slowly said, I think we shouldn't kill him now. Instead, we should wait until he finds the ancient weapon, then take action. This way, we can also acquire an ancient weapon. I don't agree with your point. However, just as the tall and thin 5 elder finished speaking, a blonde 5 elder directly analyzed. How can you guarantee that this son of the devil will bring the ancient weapon with him instead of hiding it? That's right. Meanwhile, another 5 elder with a Mediterranean hairstyle also said directly, if he really obtains the ancient weapon, regardless of whether he truly intends to embarrass us as he says, or for another reason, we cannot allow such a thing to happen. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves. As soon as the Mediterranean 5 elders' words came out, they instantly silenced the other 5 elders. After a while, the last 5 elder, holding a long sword, said lightly, which finally led all the 5 elders to reach a consensus, to kill. At the same time, in the Tsubaki Sea, aboard the Navy warship with the 5 elders' order issued, Vice Admiral Tsuru no longer wasted words and turned to Karp beside her. Karp, you heard that. This is the 5 elders' order. Hearing this, Karp fell silent, his expression gloomy. Seeing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru stopped looking at him and turned to Kazan, who was still standing on the ice. Kazan, make your move. Sigh in response to Vice Admiral Tsuru's order. Kazan let out a helpless sigh, then steadied his mind, looked at Dagu on the arc maxim, and said, it's my duty. I'm sorry. Ice block, 2-pronged spear. After saying that, Kazan raised his hands and shot 2 ice spears towards Dagu and the others, and he himself followed closely behind, charging towards the arc maxim. Clang! Sensing Kazan's movements, Ishiao immediately drew his staff sword, ready to face Kazan's attack. Mr. Ishiao. However, just as he made a move, Dagu called for a stop. Dagu then turned to Enel and instructed Enel, I'll leave him to you. No problem, Captain. Enel immediately responded to Dagu's command. With a thunderous sound, Enel shattered Kazan's ice spear and positioned himself directly in front of Kazan, looking at him proudly and saying, "I've heard you're an admiral. I've never fought a real admiral before." As he spoke, Enel pointed at his golden staff and declared, "Come on, let me test the worth of this admiral. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon." With that, Enel unleashed a dragon of lightning aimed straight at Kazan. Ice block, violent pheasant beak. Seeing this, Kazan frowned and quickly formed an ice bird to meet Enel's Thunder Dragon. Boom! Soon after, the Thunder Dragon collided with the ice bird, creating a shockwave that shook the previously frozen sea surface. Chapter 250, Shizuka and Crocodile. Seeing that Enel could actually hold his ground against Kazan, Vice Admiral Crane couldn't help but tighten her expression and glance at Shizuka. At Crane's signal, Shizuka jumped down without a word, landing on the still unmelted ice. Clang! Raising her Kinpira, she pointed it at Dagu and declared, "Dream be used, Dagu." However, to Shizuka's disappointment, Dagu did not respond to her challenge. Instead, he turned to Crocodile and said, "Just hold him off." Got it. Although Crocodile was unhappy with Dagu's orders, he had no choice. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. So even though he was reluctant, he nodded in agreement and moved to face Shizuka. Seeing that it was not Dagu himself coming to fight, but Crocodile, Shizuka was clearly dissatisfied, but she couldn't say anything. She knew that compared to Dagu, she was no match. Even if Dagu had accepted her challenge, she wasn't sure how long she could last. Moreover, Dagu probably no longer viewed her as a rival. Thinking this, Shizuka smiled bitterly and glanced at Carp, who was still on the ship. Arc Moon Sandune. Suddenly, Shizuka's expression tightened, and, out of instinct, she slashed down with her sword. Bang! A loud roar erupted. "Are you distracted during the fight? Do you look down on me?" Crocodile's voice immediately reached Shizuka's ears. Oof. Unfortunately, in response to Crocodile's dissatisfaction, Shizuka only returned a cold snort without replying. In her eyes, this former Shichibukai crocodile was fundamentally different from Dagu and wasn't worthy of her respect. Swish! Thus, the only response Shizuka had for Crocodile was a slash. But watching the attack coming at him, Crocodile felt no tension. He even leisurely took a puff of his cigar before reacting to Shizuka's strike. Arc Moon Sand Dune. Another arc-shaped sand dune met Shizuka's slash head-on. However, he soon frowned, looking down at his body, which had been split in two at the waist. Then Crocodile lifted his head, looking at Shizuka not far in front of him, and sighed. "No wonder you're a candidate for Admiral. I underestimated you." Oof. Unfortunately, the response to Crocodile was still a cold snort, accompanied by a slash. Desert Diamond Blade. Although Shizuka's attack was sudden, Crocodile, who had already taken her seriously, reacted swiftly and conjured a blade of sand. Clang! He successfully blocked Shizuka's Kinpira. Swish, 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 swish. Seeing this, Shizuka did not stop but continued to strike, aiming for Crocodile's vital points. Faced with Shizuka's relentless assault, if it were the old Crocodile, he might have relied on his elementalization to evade. However, after spending some time with Dagu, Crocodile had stopped clinging to elementalization. There was no choice. Under Dagu's Rinnegan, the elementalization he once took pride in was utterly meaningless. Therefore, during this time, Crocodile had learned a lot from Dagu about techniques for fighting without elementalization. Just like now, facing Shizuka's blade, Crocodile was also wielding his diamond blade to counter. Clang, 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 clang. However, the two were so engrossed in their fight that they forgot they were standing on the sea. Splash, splash. With one misstep, both of them lost their footing and suddenly felt weak all over, falling into the sea. Seeing this, Dagu frowned and extended his hands. Universale Traction. He immediately used the power of the Rinnegan to successfully pull both of them back up. However, Dagu's action inadvertently revealed an ability in front of Vice Admiral Crane. Carp. Vice Admiral Crane frowned, no longer intending to delay, and directly called out Carp's name, then waved his hand attack. Yes. Thus, with Crane's command, a number of Navy soldiers began to move. Some loaded their weapons, while others set up cannons. Some Navy officers who had mastered the moonwalk charged directly towards Dagu and the others, including Carp, because all the Navy knew that, apart from Carp, No one present could withstand the son of the devil. Boom! However, in the face of the Navy's onslaught, Dagu remained unfazed and calmly unleashed his conqueror's haki. But to his surprise, after he released his conqueror's haki, not a single Navy soldier fell. However, although the Navy's quality greatly exceeded Dagu's expectations, it did not cause him to panic. He turned to Ishiao and calmly said, "Mr. Ishiao, just let the ship sink. As for the situation here, I'll take care of it." With that, Dagu turned to Carp, who was almost upon him, and said, "Mr. Carp, as much as I would love to have a good fight with you, I'm not in the mood for that right now, so I apologize." Boom! After he finished speaking, Dagu drew his victory contract sword and unleashed his conqueror's haki with full force. Splash! 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 This time, facing Dagu's fully unleashed conqueror's haki, the Navy soldiers finally began to fall one after another. Not just those on the warship, but even many of the officers who jumped into the air fell back into the sea. As for those who didn't fall into the sea, they had no choice but to dive underwater to rescue their comrades. One could say that Dagu's conqueror's haki successfully neutralized Vice Admiral Crane's attack. Swish! But that wasn't the end, because after Dagu unleashed his conqueror's haki, he did not retract it. Instead, he wrapped it around the victory contract sword and slashed towards Carp. Seeing this, Carp had no choice but to stop, his right hand clenched into a fist as he struck against Dagu's slash. First, there was a silent collision. Boom! Then a thunderous sound erupted, and an incredibly massive energy burst forth from the center of their clash. Ice Age. Meanwhile, just as the sea was about to surge, Kazan unleashed a big move, completely freezing the surface of the sea. Although Kazan froze the Navy members who went into the water to prevent a tsunami, no one on site cared about that. Everyone, still clear-headed, was shocked by the sight of Dagu fighting against Carp, including Rayleigh, who was watching from the shore. This kid seems to have really grown up. Looking at Dagu, who was facing Carp from a distance, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 251, Dagu and the Three Admirals. Boom. Just as everyone was amazed by the commotion caused by Dagu and Carp, a smile suddenly unleashed his power, shattering the ice surrounding the ship. Enel, Crocodile! At the same time, Dagu shouted to Enel and Crocodile, "Get on the ship." Billy upon hearing this, Enel showed no hesitation and boarded the Arc Maxim at the first moment he heard Dagu's voice. Understood. Crocodile also responded and transformed into sand to fly onto the ship. Carp, seeing the actions of Dagu and the others, Vice Admiral Tsuru quickly shouted to Carp, urging him to stop them. "Kid, do you think you can leave in front of me?" In response, Carp frowned and calmly asked Dagu across from him. Ice Block, Two-Pronged Spear. At the same time, Kuzan suddenly attacked the Ark, trying to intercept Crocodile and the others. Bang! Bang! However, before Kuzan's attack could reach the ship, Dagu intercepted it first. Seeing Dagu's actions, Carp's frown deepened. He understood Dagu's intention. Dagu wanted to stop them alone, just like Roger did in the past. Guion, who also realized this, glared at Dagu and said, "Dreaming of becoming the legendary Dagu, do you really think you can stop the three of us by yourself?" In the face of Guion's question, Dagu did not respond, but from his attitude, Guion could see that he indeed thought so. Because right after she finished speaking, Dagu directly raised the Sword of Victory and isolated the three of them from the ship. Swish! Looking at the sea, half water and half ice, everyone present, including Rayleigh on the shore, fell into silence. They had never seen such an arrogant guy before, daring to stop three admirals, including Carp, all by himself. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Carp burst into loud laughter. Shortly after, Carp turned to the shore and shouted, "Old man, your disciple doesn't he want you at all? He has actually got a bit of Whitebeard's demeanor. Tell me the truth. Did you mistakenly take him as your disciple?" This guy on the shore, seeing Carp say this, Rayleigh felt a bit troubled. He had never realized that Dagu had such high ambitions, wanting to stop three admirals all by himself. Even Whitebeard in his prime had never been this bold, although that was also because he had never encountered such a situation. But then, Rayleigh's expression darkened because Dagu's current aura reminded him of someone. Roxy. Zebek. Indeed, the aura Dagu exuded at this moment was something Rayleigh had only seen in Rox. No one else, not even Roger, had it. This doesn't mean Roger was inferior to Rocks, but Roger had different aspirations. In the past, even when facing Carp, Roger would run if he could, only fighting Carp when he truly had no choice. The act of fighting 3 admirals alone, like Dagu was doing today, was something only Rocks had accomplished. Thinking about this, Rayleigh's gaze towards Dagu became increasingly complex. He might have misjudged his disciple. On the other side, seeing Rayleigh not respond, Carp didn't wait for him, but turned to Dagu and said, "Kid, I don't know what gives you confidence, but I'll let you know that sometimes big talk can't be taken lightly." Boom! After finishing his words, Carp stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Dagu. His right hand aimed directly at Dagu's face. Bang! Unfortunately, although Carp's punch was fierce, evaporating the seawater in front for 100 meters, it had no effect on Dagu, because just as Carp's fist was about to hit, Dagu used the effect of kaleidoscope, heavenly hand to swap places with a piece of floating ice next to Guillaume. "Mr. Carp, this is my confidence." Suddenly, Dagu's voice came from beside her, startling Guillaume, who was still in shock at Carp's strength. Clang! However, her reaction was quick. As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Guillaume already turned her wrist and thrust her sword, Kinpira, towards Dagu's waist. Clang! At this critical moment, Dagu also timely blocked Guillaume's surprise attack with his own sword. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. "So, son?" After blocking, Dagu smiled at Guillaume. "Oomph." But in response to Dagu's teasing, Guillaume merely scoffed coldly, and then, turning her wrist again, she stabbed out several more times. Just like before, no matter where Guillaume attacked from, Dagu managed to block all of them without missing a beat. Clang! But suddenly, Dagu felt something was off with his blocks. When he realized it, he found that Kazan had somehow appeared at his side, wielding an ice blade. It could be said that if his reflexes hadn't been quick enough, he would have likely ended up with a hole in him. Thinking this, Dagu sighed slightly. "I said, Admiral Akiji, as a Marine Admiral, couldn't you give a warning before attacking? Sneaking up like this is detrimental to your Marine's prestige." Alala in response to Dagu's words, Kazan seemed unconcerned. "I'm really sorry. I'll pay more attention next time." But however, as he spoke, Kazan's tone turned cold, staring directly at Dagu. "For someone who completely disregards the Marines, even if you come from Ohara, I will not let you off anymore." "Is that so?" Seeing Kazan say this, Dagu fell silent, then looked at Kazan and said, "Then let's just be even. Although you were following orders back then, you still bear some responsibility for the destruction of Ohara." Shinra Tensei. After finishing his words, Dagu directly unleashed Shinra Tensei, pushing both Guillaume and Kazan back. This is both of them, pushed back by the sudden repulsive force, were shocked. The son of the devil actually had such abilities. Isn't he supposed to have space transfer abilities? Thinking this, Guillaume directly asked Dagu her inner thoughts. Dreaming of becoming the legendary Dagu, isn't your ability space? Why does it also have gravity and repulsion? In response, Dagu answered, "You're asking this? Can't I use space abilities to push you away?" You looking at Dagu's obviously perfunctory explanation, Guillaume couldn't help but feel a bit angry. How could he say such nonsense with a straight face? If it were any other ability, it would be fine, but your space ability is supposed to absorb people from the sea with gravity and repel them with repulsion, right? Who are you trying to fool? Chapter 252. Susanoo and the Frost Giant. Seeing Guillaume's reaction, Dagu merely smiled slightly and did not explain further. But what Dagu did not know was that his sudden departure had stirred some emotions in Carp. He was already somewhat angry at Dagu's audacity, and now, with Dagu's teasing, it was even more so. That's right, just now, Dagu's sudden appearance seemed to Carp as if he was playing tricks on him. Therefore, seeing that Guillaume was once again at a disadvantage, Carp was genuinely angry. Carp was very angry, and the consequences were severe. "Kid, watch the old man's love fist." With a loud shout, Carp charged at Dagu again. Dream of the Beast Dagu, watch the blade. At the same time, Guillaume also raised his sword to slash at Dagu. "I remind you again, son of the devil." Not only that, Kazan beside him also wielded an ice blade to strike at Dagu, facing attacks from 3 sides. Even Dagu couldn't help but furrow his brows and secretly lament that it was not good. Susanoo. But just when Carp and the others thought they would once again teleport away, a gigantic samurai, entirely golden in color, suddenly stood in front of them. Boom! Bang! All three of their attacks landed on this gigantic golden samurai. This is, looking at the towering golden samurai, Carp, Gion, and Kazan, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru on the ship, couldn't help but change their expressions. However, unlike the others, Kazan, who had seen it before, compared it with what he had seen in the past. He finally realized that this golden samurai was not just 10 times larger than before, but almost 100 times larger. And if he wasn't mistaken, the size of this golden samurai also represented Dagu's strength, meaning his power had increased nearly 100-fold compared to the past. With this thought, Kazan's expression grew more serious. Although the others didn't know this, they understood that breaking through this gigantic figure was clearly not so easy, and if they weren't mistaken, this giant was merely an energy body. In other words, even if they shattered it, it would only mean Dagu lost some energy. Therefore, Carp directly shouted at Dagu, who was at the forehead of the giant, "Kid, with this size, do you still want to fight?" Hearing Carp say this suddenly, Dagu was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and directly slid down from the forehead of the golden giant to the ground. Looking at Carp and the others across from him, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong? Mr. Carp, are you scared of me? What a joke." Dagu's words directly made Carp so angry that he laughed in anger, pointing at the golden giant, which was Dagu's Susanoo, and said, "Old man, would I be scared of this thing? I fought against sea kings of this size before. Is that so?" Seeing Carp say this, Dagu didn't say much, just calmly replied, "In that case, please enlighten me, Mr. Carp." After saying that, Dagu returned to the forehead of Susanoo along the same trajectory he came from. Ice Giant. However, to Dagu's surprise, just as he returned to the forehead of Susanoo, a frost giant, nearly as tall as Susanoo, suddenly appeared. Truly worthy of an admiral. Gazing at the three atop the frost giant, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. Admiral Kazan's ice giant is indeed somewhat unexpected. Bang! Suddenly, Dagu felt that the arms of Susanoo were bound. "Kid, where are you looking?" Just then, as Dagu looked down, Carp's voice timely reached his ears. Boom! Then a violent force surged from outside the crystal surrounding Dagu, flooding into his senses. Are they coordinating? Observing the tacit understanding between Kazan and Carp, Dagu began to ponder. As expected of the Navy's high command, their division of labor was perfectly understood. Kazan would restrain his Susanoo, while Carp would attack his true body, and Gion, being the weakest present, would be responsible for blocking Dagu's surprise attacks and launching counterattacks. Just like now, seeing that the crystal protecting Dagu was about to break, Gion found it increasingly unsatisfactory. Swish! Gion directly delivered the final blow to the crystal. Crack! Sure enough, as Gion's sword struck, the crystal finally shattered. However, what left the three speechless was that the moment Gion shattered the crystal, Dagu restored it to its original state. Although after this, the three clearly felt the golden giant shrink. That little bit was completely insignificant compared to its height. Mr. Carp, Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Tsuru. At that moment, Dagu suddenly shouted at the three, then said, "Although I also want to fight you again, I'm sorry, but it's about time for me to leave." As soon as his words fell, Dagu directly vanished before their eyes. After a long time, when they realized that Dagu had truly left and not just hidden away, Carp and the others' expressions turned somewhat grim. Did they just collectively get played by Dagu? Moreover, the three Admiral-level figures teamed up, yet they didn't even leave behind a single person from the other side. In such a defeat, what face do the three have left? What face does the Navy have left? Yes, although on the surface it seemed like there was no clear winner or loser, Carp and the others were 3 against 1. In this situation, not leaving behind a single person from the opponent already meant they lost. And they lost quite thoroughly, the reason being that in the end, they were even toyed with by Dagu. With this thought, Carp and the others' expressions turned ugly as they descended from the frost giant and returned to the warship. He left? Seeing the three return, Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately asked about Dagu's situation, but although she was asking, her tone was more of a statement, as if she had known all along that Dagu would be able to leave. As expected, facing Vice Admiral Tsuru's question, Gion silently nodded, affirming her speculation. So, although she had long known the situation, hearing the answer from the person involved truly felt somewhat incredible to Vice Admiral Tsuru. After all, Dagu was facing 3 Admiral-level figures. Yet even with such a lineup, he effortlessly left. How could that not be astonishing? Chapter 253, Fishman Island and the 7 Warlords. Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep in the sea, a miraculous island. It is called miraculous because even at 10,000 meters underwater, there is still sunlight on Fishman Island. 800 years ago, during the blank period of 100 years, a human named Joy Boy, who lived at the same time as the mermaid princess, made a certain promise. However, due to circumstances, it could not be fulfilled, leaving behind a historical text of apology to Fishman Island in the coral forest of the sea forest. Because of this, the residents of Fishman Island began to protect the ancient giant ship Noah on the island, firmly believing that a successor to fulfill the promise would appear in the future. In the past, the fishmen and merfolk on Fishman Island were classified as fish by humans and suffered discrimination. It wasn't until 200 years ago, when the Ryugu Kingdom became a member of the world government, that they began to establish friendly relations with humans. However, despite this, humans still held a disdainful attitude towards the fishmen, and the issue of discrimination did not improve. Instead, it worsened. In order to change the situation of the fishmen and humans, the queen of the Ryugu Kingdom, Princess Otoheim, who is the mistress of Fishman Island, began to call on the island's residents to treat humans equally and not to harbor hatred against them, adhering to the principle of peaceful coexistence with humans. However, not long after, several years ago, Princess Otoheim was shot during a speech, and under the guidance of malicious fishmen. The hatred on Fishman Island towards humans not only did not diminish, but became even stronger. They completely forgot who protected the entire Fishman Island after the era of the Great Pirates began, preventing it from being bullied and ensuring that the marauding navy and pirates did not dare to invade. It is important to note that in the beginning, many navies and pirates passed through this area, launching large-scale abductions and plundering of the fishmen and merfolk on the island. The reason for this was that young female mermaids could fetch high prices in human auction houses. Of course, all of this can still be blamed on humans, or rather, the despicable nobility among humans, the celestial dragons. If they had not offered high prices, how could others have risked their lives to dive into the depths of the ocean to plunder the residents of Fishman Island? In addition, Fishman Island has a lesser-known secret, which is also the purpose of Luffy's arrival. One of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. According to the royal legend of Fishman Island, every few hundred years, a mermaid princess who can summon the Sea King will appear on the island, bringing about great changes in the world. According to the original work, Luffy is certain that the current mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, is the Sea King recorded in the legends, Poseidon. Shirahoshi. Outside Fishman Island, Luffy, who has returned to the Noah, gazes at the enormous bubble-shaped island before him, lost in thought. Captain. Just then, seeing Luffy in a daze, Law couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going in? Let's go." Hearing this, Luffy nodded lightly and then directly instructed everyone to steer the ship into Fishman Island. Unlike Luffy's illegal entry in the original story, Luffy and the others entered through the front gate. This also informed the high-ranking officials of Fishman Island that they had arrived. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Shortly after Luffy and the others entered Fishman Island, in the Palace of Ryugu, which represents the highest authority of Fishman Island, a catfish fishman was anxiously calling out, "Left Minister, why are you so anxious? Is something wrong?" Soon, a slightly rough voice sounded, and a bony fishman walked out from the front palace gate. This person is Neptune, the king of Ryugu and the master of Fishman Island, known as the Great Knight of the Sea. As for the catfish fishman, he is the left minister of Ryugu. However, at this moment, the left minister did not have the slightest demeanor of a minister. When facing Neptune's question, he hurriedly said, "He's coming, he's coming. His Majesty is coming." "What is coming?" Hearing the left minister's half-finished words, Neptune was puzzled. "What is coming? Is it a person or something else?" Seeing Neptune's confused expression, the left minister realized he had misspoken, so after calming his breath, he reported to Neptune in a steady tone, "Your Majesty, the son of the devil has arrived. The son of the devil with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Monkey D. Luffy." "What? with the left minister's words. Neptune was taken aback. Actually, if it were someone else, he wouldn't react this way. But Luffy having a bounty of 1 billion berries before even entering the new world made Neptune understand that he couldn't be simple. Moreover, Luffy's bounty was so high. Yet his deeds were few, whether it was fighting the former Admiral Zephyr or subduing the former 7 warlords. Crocodile. Just one of these events would be enough to shock the world. Thus, it can be seen that Luffy's bounty was not inflated at all. Neptune even felt that the Navy had set it too low. It was precisely for this reason that he showed such shock upon hearing of Luffy's arrival. Let's go. We need to meet him. Soon, Neptune decided to personally meet Luffy. After all, a person like Luffy needed him to show sincerity by appearing in person. Furthermore, if Luffy suddenly made a move, only he could slightly counteract it. Your Majesty, let me go. But just then, a voice came from the palace that Neptune had just exited, and then a round, blue-skinned whale shark fishman walked out slowly. Jinbei. Seeing this whale shark fishman, Neptune couldn't help but exclaim. How could he have forgotten about him? One of the 7 warlords and a pillar of Fishman Island, the Sea Knight, Jinbei. Jinbei walked slowly to Neptune and quietly looked at him, saying, Your Majesty, before you are clear about the son of the devil's intentions, let me go. Jinbei. Looking at Jinbei's earnest expression, Neptune felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Since Fisher Tiger's passing, Jinbei had inherited his will and become the protector of Fishman Island. To be honest, Neptune had been watching and remembering Jinbei's contributions. All right, you go. Therefore, although Neptune felt a bit reluctant about Jinbei's request, he did not refuse. Instead, he nodded in agreement, as this was Jinbei's own will. However, Neptune couldn't help but remind him. But if that son of the devil comes with ill intentions, don't act alone. Come and tell me first, and I will face it with you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Jinbei expressed his gratitude to Neptune, then left Ryugu and headed towards Fishman Island below. Chapter 254. Foreseeing the future and Madame Charlie, you all go and explore. On Fishman Island, at the port, after stabilizing the ship, Luffy immediately let everyone go explore on their own. He then turned to Robin and said, Robin, let's go too. Okay. Robin nodded in response to Luffy's invitation. Following Luffy's lead, they began to explore this dreamlike island. Standing in the Giancato Square, Luffy couldn't help but drift off, imagining how Princess Otoheim delivered her speech here. What's wrong? Luffy's unusual behavior naturally caught Robin's attention, and she quickly looked at him with curiosity, asking what was the matter. It's nothing. Luffy didn't want to say much about it. After all, Princess Otoheim was no longer here. What was the point of saying more? So, shaking his head, he pointed to a more bustling street on the other side. Let's go explore over there. Okay. Although Luffy seemed a bit unusual, Robin didn't think too much of it and casually nodded, following him towards that direction. Coral Hill, the most bustling street in Fishman Island. Fishman CAF. Looking at the name on the signboard in front of him, Luffy murmured, then walked right in. Ding ding ding, as Luffy stepped in, a bell rang at the door. Welcome. At the same time, a female fishman waitress walked straight to Luffy and asked, What would you like to order? However, Luffy did not reply to the waitress's question. Instead, he turned to Robin, signaling her to speak. Seeing this, Robin smiled slightly and took a step forward to speak to the waiter. Just bring some signature dishes. Sure. As soon as Robin finished speaking, the waiter responded immediately, then led the two to their seats and turned to go to the kitchen. Did you come here for something? After the waiter left, Robin posed a question to Dagu, causing him to smile slightly. You're not wrong. Dagu chuckled lightly. I heard that the owner here has the ability to predict the future, so I thought I'd come and take a look. Predict the future? Dagu's words made Robin momentarily stunned. Can someone really predict the future? Yes, predict the future. Seeing the puzzled look on Robin's face, Dagu nodded. In the past, Roger had her predict some things. So it's true. Hearing Dagu say that even Roger had her make predictions, Robin couldn't help but believe that someone could indeed predict the future. Don't you think so, Miss Sherry? Just then, Dagu turned to a woman walking towards them and asked. Dagu's action prompted Robin to turn and look as well, scrutinizing the newcomer while secretly wondering. Is it her? In response to Dagu's question, Sherry, who was walking towards them, replied calmly, I did predict some things for Roger back in the day. As she spoke, Sherry had already sat down beside them and looked at Dagu. So, is that all you came here to ask? The son of the devil, Dagu. Yes, to Sherry's surprise. Dagu nodded in response to her inquiry. I just wanted to see what the legendary future-predicting owner of the Mermaid CF, Mrs. Sherry, is like. Is that so? Listening to Dagu's explanation, Sherry fell silent for a moment. In fact, she had noticed Dagu at the Galangkot Square earlier. It was hard not to pay attention to a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Because of this, Sherry had even made an exception to perform a divination for Dagu, but unexpectedly, no matter how she tried, there was no response. As if Dagu had no future at all. Not only Dagu, but to be cautious, she also performed a divination for Robin. But the result was the same, no reaction at all. This result was what prompted Sherry to come out and meet Dagu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have planned to show herself. The son of the devil. Thinking this through, Sherry looked at Dagu with a complicated expression. You have no future. Hearing Sherry say this, Dagu frowned, somewhat surprised. What does Sherry mean by that? As he pondered, Dagu asked Sherry what was on his mind. Without hiding anything, Sherry immediately replied, It means I can't see your future. Not even a tiny bit. After answering, Sherry's expression turned serious. In this situation, even Roger back then didn't experience it, because even when I divined for Roger, I could get a general idea. But, as she spoke, Sherry looked Dagu and Robin up and down. When I performed divination for you, there was no response at all. Not just you, but even the devil's daughter next to you showed no reaction. I see. After listening to Sherry's explanation, Dagu seemed to understand something. It appears that it should be because he is not from this world, which is why Sherry couldn't foresee his future. And the reason Robin was also unreadable is that her future had already been altered by him. Dagu even thought that it wasn't just Robin. Others who had come into contact with him should also be unreadable by Sherry. Seeing Dagu in deep thought, Sherry couldn't help but wonder if this son of the devil knew something. So, she followed up, It seems like you thought of something? Some guesses. Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded, affirming Sherry's speculation, but then he said to Sherry, However, these have nothing to do with you, Mrs. Sherry. That's true. Seeing Dagu say this, Sherry thought for a moment and agreed. After all, whatever it was the other party's business and seemed to have nothing to do with her. In that case, coming to this understanding, Sherry then said goodbye to Dagu and Robin. Please enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Sherry turned and left. Watching Sherry's departing figure, Dagu's thoughts drifted off. He remembered Arlong. Sherry and Arlong are siblings. If he were to mention that he killed Arlong, he wondered how Sherry would react. Of course, this was just a passing thought for Dagu. He could never expose the fact that he killed Arlong. If this matter were to come to light, it would greatly affect his subsequent actions. If he wanted to accomplish something on Fishman Island, he absolutely could not reveal that he killed Arlong. Because no matter what Arlong did in the EC, he is a resident of Fishman Island, a bona fide fishman. Chapter 255, Dagu and Jinbei, let's go. Before long, Dagu and Robin finished their meal, and then, at Dagu's suggestion, the two left the Mermaid CF, the son of the devil. However, the two had not walked far when an elderly voice called out to them. Following the direction of the voice, Dagu slowly turned around. Huh? As soon as he turned around, Dagu was surprised for a moment, but then he smiled at the newcomer. See, hero, Jinbei, I've heard so much about you. Although Dagu greeted him with a smile, the blue giant Jinbei did not return the favor. He simply asked Dagu flatly, What business do you have on Fishman Island? In response to Jinbei's question, Dagu did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying to Jinbei, I do have some matters to discuss on Fishman Island. After speaking, Dagu pointed at the Dragon Palace in the sky and suggested to Jinbei, How about this? Let's go to the Dragon Palace to talk. However, upon Dagu's sudden proposal to go to the Dragon Palace, Jinbei frowned, clearly not intending to agree to Dagu's suggestion. Because in his view, Dagu and the others' intentions were unclear and could pose a threat to Fishman Island, and the Dragon Palace is the most important place on Fishman Island. So he was reluctant to allow Dagu to go there. In that case, seeing Jinbei hesitating, Dagu suggested, How about this? You take us around Fishman Island, and after seeing our behavior, you can decide whether to take us to the Dragon Palace? As he spoke, Dagu smiled at Jinbei. To be honest, If we really wanted to do something to Fishman Island, given its current strength, it might not be able to stop us. Hearing Dagu's obvious threat, Jinbei felt a surge of anger, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Although today was the first time he met Dagu in person, he was well aware that with the strength of Dagu's light pirate crew, if they really wanted to make a move against Fishman Island, it would indeed be difficult for Fishman Island to withstand. As for bringing up Whitebeard, Jinbei wasn't that foolish. Dagu's attitude was still unclear, and he seemed to be relatively objective towards Fishman Island. But if he brought up Whitebeard now, it might provoke Dagu's rebellious psychology, and regardless of the outcome, it would be a disaster for Fishman Island. Understood. Therefore, under the circumstances, Jinbei had no choice but to agree to Dagu's proposal. Since then, seeing Jinbei's agreement, Dagu smiled again and then said to Jinbei, "Let's go." After speaking, Dagu pulled Robin and started walking toward the distance, and Jinbei naturally followed closely behind. The Sea Forest. This is an underwater forest located in the northeast of Fishman Street. Due to many shipwrecks being carried here by the tide, it is also known as the Graveyard of Ships. Among them is something that Robin is very interested in: historical texts. Furthermore, it records a letter of apology related to Joy Boy. This is actually a letter of apology. At this moment, Robin, who had just finished reading its content, looked at it with a face full of doubt. A letter of apology? Robin's words successfully piqued Jinbei's curiosity. Although it was not the first time he had seen this historical text, it was indeed the first time he learned that it was a letter of apology. This was a letter of apology written by a man named Joy Boy to the mermaid princess of that time, 800 years ago. Seeing the curious expression on Jinbei's face, Robin, after obtaining Dagu's consent, explained to him, the general meaning is that Joy Boy had made a certain agreement with the mermaid princess of that time, but in the end, due to some matters, he did not fulfill that agreement. I see. After hearing Robin's explanation, Jinbei's expression inevitably became a bit complex. Although he did not understand what agreement Joy Boy had with the princess 800 years ago, it must have been an extraordinary agreement. Otherwise, it would not have been recorded in the historical text. All right, let's go to the next place. Seeing that the matter regarding the historical text had been resolved, Dagu immediately led the two towards the next location. Soon, the three of them arrived at Mermaid Bay. However, Dagu was disappointed because, unlike the chef Sanji, there were no mermaids playing around at this time. Jinbei, since you don't want us to go to the Dragon Palace then. So after wandering around Mermaid Bay, Dagu turned to Jinbei and asked, "How about you take us to your home for a visit? Let's enjoy your hospitality." Hearing Dagu's words, Jinbei hesitated for a moment. His home was not a good place. Fishman Street. This is Jinbei's home. Initially, Fishman Street was just a large protective measure to shelter orphans on Fishman Island, but it did not take long for the facilities to start to decay, and the managers were helpless. From then on, it became a lawless area where the rogues of Fishman Island gathered. The fishmen who grew up in Fishman Street also took different paths. Some fishmen, despite being fishmen, became traders who sold their own kind, while some hot-tempered ones became pirates. And they were reckless pirates. Of course, in their view, their actions were merely imitations of human atrocities, nothing more. Naturally, where there are bad ones, there are good ones. The previous leader of Fishman Street, Fisher Tiger, was a typical example. Over a decade ago, Fisher Tiger left this country as an adventurer, trying to find a way for Fishman Island to coexist peacefully with humans. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Shortly after leaving Fishman Island, he was captured by humans and sent to Mariehua. Although he later managed to escape, he was soon found by the Navy and died. Jinbei is the one who inherited his will. However, unlike Tiger, Jinbei has been much more cautious, as he has learned from Tiger's experience. Although he also hopes that Fishman Island can coexist peacefully with humans, he will not be blind about it. He will trust selectively, as is evident now. He clearly does not trust Dagu, so he did not take him directly to the Dragon Palace and hesitated even about bringing him to Fishman Street. Seeing that Jinbei had not responded for a long time, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I really didn't expect that the great sea hero wouldn't even have the courage to invite someone to his home. Chapter 256. Sea hero Jinbei and Hody Jones. Unfortunately, to Dagu's disappointment, Even after saying this, Jinbei still seemed to ignore him and sat in silence. Seeing this, Dagu helplessly sighed and turned to Jinbei. Since you are unwilling, then forget it. Boom. But often, things have unexpected occurrences. Just as Dagu was about to say something, a deafening sound came from afar. The next moment, Dagu directly used his Rinnegan to observe the situation over there, while Jinbei and Robin also sensed the situation with their observation haki. Soon, all three of them had different expressions, and Jinbei even moved away from Dagu and the others. Because the situation over there was actually caused by Dagu's crew member, Enel. Following that, Dagu suggested to Jinbei, "Let's go. We should see what happened." For this, Jinbei did not refuse again, as something had indeed occurred, and he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. Thus, under Dagu's suggestion, the three of them turned and hurried towards the scene of the incident. Before long, the three of them arrived at their destination, Fishman Street. However, looking at the environment before him, Jinbei felt somewhat silent. Yes, this was indeed Jinbei's home, Fishman Street on Fishman Island, but now Fishman Street was in a state of decay, completely battered by thunder, full of holes and dilapidated, although it was originally already in a state of disrepair. Enel. Seeing the situation, Dagu directly called out to Enel, "Captain." After a while, Enel flashed to Dagu's side. Seeing Enel come over, Dagu immediately questioned him. "What happened? Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? Why did you attack here?" Faced with Dagu's question, Enel did not immediately give an answer, but hesitated for a moment and then looked at Yuta, who had also come aside. Seeing this, Dagu turned to Yuta and asked, "Yuta, what do you think happened?" "It's like this, Captain, just now." When Dagu asked, Yuta did not hesitate like Enel. Instead, she directly explained the reason to Dagu. It turned out that while Dagu was wandering around with Robin, Yuta and the other two girls were also walking together, starting to explore the dreamlike Fishman Island. But unexpectedly, Fishman Island was not as calm as it appeared. Suddenly, a group of fishmen rushed out and surrounded the three of them while they were shopping. And since Kuina and Bonney were both strong, in the end, only Yuta, who was a musician and not good at fighting, was captured. The rest was simple. Kuina and the others found Enel. And then they had Enel use his extraordinary observation haki to locate Yuta, which led to the situation that Dagu and the others saw. Crack! As Yuta finished explaining, the air around them instantly froze, accompanied by the sound of breaking. Immediately, Jinbei felt a powerful aura erupting from Dagu, instantly spreading throughout Fishman Street, causing the already shattered Fishman Street to completely collapse. Feeling the imposing aura of Dagu and the scene he created, Jinbei was deeply moved. He had only seen such strength in Whitebeard, and that was when Whitebeard was angry. "Jinbei, what would you think if I said I wanted to destroy this place?" Dagu's calm voice reached Jinbei's ears. "No way." Without thinking, Jinbei immediately rejected Dagu's request, but he quickly realized that he had overreacted. Turning to Dagu, he said, "I assure you, Fishman Island will give you a satisfactory result in this matter. Don't worry." After saying that, Jinbei rushed into the already ruined Fishman Street. Although Dagu had essentially destroyed Fishman Street, what he had just destroyed were merely some buildings. The fishmen inside had not suffered significant losses. This was also why Dagu had asked Jinbei, as his concept of destruction included harming the fishmen as well. Jinbei understood Dagu's words, which is why he hurried to stop him. "Captain." At the same time, Bonney, seeing that Dagu had let Jinbei handle this matter, looked at Dagu in confusion and asked, "Why are you letting him handle this for Fishman Island?" With anger on her face, Bonney added, "These fishmen kidnapped Yuta, All right." But before she could finish, Dagu interrupted her. He then explained, "Fishmen, like humans, have both good and bad. We can't judge all of Fishman Island based on a few bad ones. As long as the final result is satisfactory, what reason do we have to disagree?" After saying this, Dagu asked everyone in return, but then he added, "Of course, if the final result isn't satisfactory, we can always use force later. This is called courtesy before conflict." "I see." After hearing Dagu's plan, everyone pondered for a moment and then relaxed, waiting for Jinbei to handle the situation. Boom! However, to Dagu's surprise, instead of waiting for Jinbei, a commotion erupted in Fishman Street. Hearing the noise, Dagu and Robin exchanged glances. clearly indicating that the fishmen in Fishman Street were in conflict with Jinbei. Let's go take a look. Not long after, at Dagu's suggestion, the light pirates headed toward the source of the noise. Before long, Dagu and the others arrived at the scene of the incident, only to see Jinbei fighting with several fishmen. Recognizing the faces of a few of them, Dagu realized they were part of Hody Jones' gang. Jinbei. Seeing that Jinbei was having difficulty dealing with Hody Jones' group, Dagu called out to him, "If you can't handle it, let us take over." Humph. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Jinbei frowned, suddenly exerting force to push back Hody Jones, then turned to Dagu and said, "No need for you. I can handle it." After saying that, Jinbei decided to stop holding back because if Dagu intervened, Hody and his gang would have no chance of survival. For their safety, Jinbei had to take them down personally. Dragon Fist. Chapter 257, Fishman Street and Neptune. Boom! With Jinbei's sudden burst of strength, Hody Jones and his gang were instantly sent flying like debris in the wind, landing several meters away. Captain, seeing Jinbei suddenly exert himself so fiercely, Robin couldn't help but curiously ask Dagu, "Are you really not going to step in?" In response to Robin's question, Dagu first nodded, then explained to everyone, "If Jinbei can handle it, I won't intervene because I have something to do here on Fishman Island, and it's best not to escalate the situation too much." I see. After hearing Dagu's explanation, everyone finally understood why he hadn't intervened from the start and instead let Jinbei handle it. What is going on? But at that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the air, followed by a questioning voice. "Children of the devil, do you think there's no one on Fishman Island?" Accompanying this question was a slash aimed at Dagu. However, to the attacker's surprise, Dagu remained unmoved, simply looking up at him calmly. 5,000 tiles, Dragon Fist. But what truly surprised the attacker was that just as his attack was about to hit Dagu, Jinbei, who had been fighting Hody Jones' group, suddenly intervened to block the attack. He then said, "King Neptune, this matter is the fault of Fishman Island. Please do not be angry." Hearing this, the attacker, who was none other than Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, paused for a moment. He quickly realized that perhaps the fault did not lie with Dagu and his crew, but rather with Fishman Island. He had just realized where they were, the most chaotic place on Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Moreover, there was nothing good to see in Fishman Street, which meant that normal people typically wouldn't come here, yet the entire Light Pirates crew was present. In fact, if Neptune calmed down, he would understand that the chaos was likely caused by the fishmen in Fishman Street, which led to Dagu and his crew being here. However, at first, upon seeing the devastation in Fishman Street, he had been overwhelmed with anger as the king of Fishman Island and hadn't thought of this aspect. Now, having calmed down, he approached Dagu and apologized. "I'm sorry, It's fine." But once again, Neptune was surprised when Dagu waved his hand and said, "I can understand your reaction. It's only human." However, Dagu's tone became slightly colder as he continued. "It's a bit unreasonable for you to attack us without distinguishing right from wrong." Seeing Dagu first say it was fine and then point out his lack of discernment, Neptune was at a loss for words. "Mr. Dagu, King Neptune." Seeing Neptune in trouble, Jinbei immediately wanted to say something, but before he could, he was reminded by Dagu's gesture. Looking in the direction Dagu indicated, he saw that Hody Jones' group had started fighting again and had gathered together. "Your Majesty, here's the situation." Watching Hody's group, Jinbei frowned and explained the circumstances to Neptune. What? After hearing Jinbei's explanation, Neptune was utterly shocked. Although he had suspected something, he never imagined that Hody's group had kidnapped Dagu's crew, which was why they had gathered in Fishman Street. Moreover, to prevent Dagu from intervening, Jinbei had claimed he would provide them with a satisfactory response first. "I'm sorry, this matter is the fault of Fishman Island. I will give you a satisfactory response." After clarifying the situation, Neptune first assured Dagu, then turned to his soldiers and commanded, "Arrest Hody's group and take them to the prison to await my judgment." Yes. With Neptune's orders given, the soldiers immediately moved to surround Hody's group, followed by Jinbei. After the earlier confrontation, he was very clear that these ordinary soldiers could not subdue Hody Jones, so he had no choice but to take action. "Your Majesty." Finally, with the support of the guards, Jinbei managed to capture Hody Jones and his accomplices. Looking at the unconscious Hody Jones and the others, Neptune nodded gravely and then turned to Dagu. Mr. Mebius, I would like to take them to the Dragon Palace for trial, but I wonder. After saying that, Neptune anxiously looked at Dagu, worried that Dagu would disagree. No problem. But to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Dagu directly nodded in response. Just in time. We also want to see the Dragon Palace. Although Dagu's statement made Neptune feel a bit uneasy, he could not refute the other party. After all, this time it was the fault of Fishman Island, and as the victim, Dagu had the right to be involved. Therefore, helplessly, Neptune could only say to Dagu, if that's the case, please follow me. With that, Neptune turned and pointed at Hody Jones and the others, instructing the others, take them back to the palace. After saying that, Neptune led Dagu and the others towards the Dragon Palace. Whoosh, suddenly, an unknown object flew over the heads of everyone. Bang! But before that thing could fly far, Dagu used the universal attraction technique to pull it in. TSK, looking at the object in his hand, Dagu couldn't help but click his tongue. If you remember correctly, this was something belonging to Vander Decken 9, a user of the target fruit, who had witnessed the mermaid princess Shirahoshi summon sea kings with her cries. Learning that she was the legendary mermaid princess who could control sea kings, which his ancestor had been searching for all these years, he made such a move to force Fishman Island, or rather Neptune, to marry Shirahoshi. However, what that guy did not expect was that Neptune did not comply, but instead built a hard-shell tower, preferring to imprison Shirahoshi. Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that he could not agree with Neptune's decision. If it were him, if someone treated his daughter like that, he would have fought back with all his might, regardless of who the other party was. Chapter 258 Vanderdecken and the Mermaid Princess Captain. What is this? However, not everyone understood this. Goena, with a puzzled expression, asked Dagu. This, unfortunately, much to Goena's disappointment, Dagu did not answer a question, but instead turned to Neptune, indicating that she should be asking Neptune, not him. Seeing this, Goena and the others turned to Neptune, waiting for his answer. Sigh, this is, to this. Neptune did not hide it and immediately told everyone about Vanderdecken 9. After all, this matter was well known within Fishman Island, and any fishman could be asked about it. So that's how it is. After listening to Neptune's explanation, Goena and the others couldn't help but feel enlightened, while also feeling very angry about Vanderdecken X's behavior. You say, you are an old man, yet you have improper thoughts about a girl who is not even 10 years old. That's one thing. What's even more despicable is that after failing to confess, you still cling to her and use your abilities to force her. This is truly intolerable. Captain, Goena, unable to endure any longer, immediately proposed to Dagu to catch that Vanderdecken 9. But to her surprise, several voices echoed her sentiment. In the next moment, Goena, Law, Bonney, Yuta, Beppo, and others exchanged glances, clearly thinking along the same lines. To this, Dagu helplessly shook his head and then turned to Neptune to ask, Your Majesty Neptune, does Fishman Island intend to capture Vanderdecken 9? If so, may I ask? Saying this, Dagu pointed at Goena and the others. May I let my companions assist? This, hearing Dagu's words and facing the hopeful gazes of Goena and the others, Neptune couldn't help but hesitate. Although he also wanted to capture Vanderdecken 9, and Vanderdecken 9 had been wandering outside Fishman Island, it was difficult to find him, and his strength was not weak. Capturing him would likely incur significant losses for Fishman Island. Therefore, Neptune had not made up his mind to deal with him. Now, Dagu mentioned that they wanted to help capture Vanderdecken 9, and Neptune was actually willing. However, if he wasn't mistaken, most of Dagu's group were fruit users, which meant they would not be able to exert much strength in the sea and might even fall into a trap. This was the reason Neptune did not agree immediately. Forget it. Seeing that Neptune did not respond, Dagu could only shake his head helplessly and say, Your Majesty Neptune, this matter is ultimately an internal issue of Fishman Island, and as outsiders, we indeed should not interfere. However, upon hearing Dagu say forget it, although Neptune felt a bit disappointed, he understood him. But before he could regain his thoughts, Dagu directly approached him. Dagu looked at Neptune and inquired, I would like to meet the mermaid princess, may I? Meeting Shirahoshi? Hearing Dagu say he wanted to meet his precious daughter Shirahoshi, Neptune couldn't help but be taken aback, then fell into deep thought, considering whether to take Dagu and the others to meet Shirahoshi. Although at present, Dagu and the others seemed to have no ill intentions. One could never know a person's heart. Who knew what he was thinking? What if he was also after Shirahoshi? That would be inviting a wolf into the house. One could only say that sometimes a chance encounter might really reveal the truth of the matter. Just as Neptune was worried, Dagu's target was indeed his daughter, the current mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Unfortunately, not only was Neptune unaware of this, but even Crocodile and Enel were clueless. The only one who vaguely suspected was Robin, who knew of the mermaid princess's identity and could grasp Dagu's intentions. Therefore, while Neptune was contemplating, Jinbei, who had always felt guilty, advised Neptune, "Your Majesty, it's just to meet the princess. There's nothing to worry about. Moreover, you and I can accompany them to prevent any accidents." Saying this, Jinbei leaned close to Neptune's ear. "Furthermore, if we can establish a connection with the son of the devil, it would also be more beneficial than harmful for Fishman Island." This, after listening to Jinbei's persuasion, Neptune clearly relaxed a bit. Indeed, seeing Neptune ease up, Dagu immediately seized the opportunity, following Jinbei's words, just as the sea hero said, "Your Majesty Neptune, if you're worried about me, you can accompany us the whole way. And if during this time I act inappropriately, you can take action against me, and I will not resist." Saying this, Dagu glanced at his companions and then assured Neptune, "Not just me. They will also never take action." "Captain." With Dagu's words, Hawkins and the others couldn't help but be surprised, but it was also within reason, as Dagu had used similar tactics before. However, for those who are not familiar with these matters, Dagu's words can be considered a reassurance, making it hard for people not to believe him. "Good." Immediately after Dagu finished speaking, Neptune exclaimed "good," and then assured Dagu, "Mr. Driambius, don't worry. Once we handle the situation with Hody and his gang, I will take you to meet Shirahoshi." Seeing Neptune agree, a subtle smile appeared on Dagu's face, and he replied to Neptune, "Thank you, Your Majesty Neptune." "All right." Once the matter was settled, Neptune nodded and said, "In that case, let's hurry back to the Dragon Palace." With that, Neptune turned to his subordinates and urged, "Pick up the pace." "Yes, Your Majesty Neptune." With Neptune's command, the soldiers quickened their steps. Before long, Neptune brought Dagu and the others into the Dragon Palace. And after dealing with Hody and his gang, he turned and led Dagu to the Hardshell Tower. As for how Neptune dealt with Hody and his gang, it was somewhat unexpected for Dagu. He had thought that the laws of Fishman Island were strict. In the end, they only received a sentence of imprisonment, albeit for a lengthy duration of 20 years. To be honest, Dagu was not very satisfied with this outcome, but there was nothing he could do. He had to endure for the sake of handling matters on Fishman Island and bringing Shirahoshi aboard later. Chapter 259. The Hardshell Tower and the Mermaid. Seeing that Dagu had not said anything, Neptune also said no more, but turned to Dagu and asked, "In that case, Mr. Driambius, shall we go meet Shirahoshi?" "All right." Hearing this, Dagu nodded. Soon, under Neptune's guidance, they arrived at the Hardshell Tower. This is looking at the completely enclosed, dark tower filled with various weapons. Guena and the others were at a loss for words. They could hardly imagine how a person could spend years in such a grim environment. And it was a little girl, not even 10 years old. What had she gone through during this time? Thinking about it, Guena, Yuta, Bonney, and the others couldn't help but feel their eyes welling up. "Your Majesty Neptune, please open the door." At the same time, Dagu solemnly said to Neptune, "With me here, Princess Shirahoshi will be safe." "Good." Seeing Dagu say this, Neptune did not hesitate any longer and stepped forward to personally open the door. After opening it, Neptune did not leave, but stood guard at the entrance, telling Dagu, "Mr. Driambius, you may go in." After that, he turned to Jinbei and said, "Please follow them." "Yes, Your Majesty Neptune." Jinbei immediately nodded in response, and then looked at Dagu, saying, "Please follow me." With that, Jinbei took the lead and stepped into the Hardshell Tower. After exchanging glances, Dagu and the others followed him inside. "Is this a little girl?" Before long, inside the Hardshell Tower, looking at the mermaid who was almost as tall as the entire tower, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates turned to Jinbei with faces full of disbelief. Is your little girl over 10 meters tall? Are you sure she's from the mermaid race, not the giant race? Well, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Jinbe felt a bit embarrassed. What could he say? The princess just had to grow this tall. There was nothing he could do about it. Mr. Jinbe. Suddenly, a timid voice came from above everyone. Princess Shirahoshi. Hearing this, Jinbe first respectfully called out to Shirahoshi and then pointed to Dagu and the others to introduce. This is Mr. Dagu, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. This is Nico Robin, she. Before long, Jinbe introduced all members of the Straw Hat Pirates to Shirahoshi. Hello. Once Jinbe finished the introduction, Shirahoshi timidly greeted everyone again. Faced with Shirahoshi's demeanor, not only Crocodile, Enel, and the other men frowned, but even Guna, Bonney, and the other women also showed signs of dissatisfaction. They all felt that Shirahoshi was really too big now. Thinking about it, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Hello, Princess Shirahoshi. Only Yuta, a true musician, stepped forward with joy and asked Shirahoshi, "Do you like listening to music?" Music. Suddenly hearing Yuta mention music, Shirahoshi fell silent for a moment. She thought of her mother, Queen Otoheim. Back then, besides teaching her to be a qualified princess, her mother would often sing songs for her. Those days could be said to be the happiest time for Shirahoshi. Seeing Shirahoshi's expression, everyone seemed to recall something related to music. The wheel of fate keeps turning. Just then, Yuta's singing suddenly filled the air. But I have always waited for you. Why am I so fortunate in this life? But I have always waited for you, gazing at the starry sky with a smile. The wheel of fate keeps turning, spreading the wings of courage no matter when luck awaits you, forever watching over you as time passed. The song Turning the Wheel of Fate echoed through the hard shell tower. Mother, accompanied by Yuta's singing, Shirahoshi was already in tears. This song made her feel as if her mother was watching over her from above, never leaving her side. Otoheim. Meanwhile, outside the hardshell tower, after hearing Yuta's performance, Neptune was also moved to tears. However, unlike Shirahoshi, his tears were filled with regret for imprisoning Shirahoshi all these years. Indeed, while this was meant to protect her, it was also a form of imprisonment, something Neptune had known from the very beginning. I'm sorry. I don't have any objections to your song, After a long while, Shirahoshi finally wiped her tears and apologized to Yuta. It's okay. In response to Shirahoshi's apology, Yuta merely smiled and said, "This at least proves that my song can reach you, bringing you out of the gloom. That's enough. Thank you." Hearing Yuta say this, Shirahoshi's heart was greatly shaken, and she smiled to thank Yuta. By the way, suddenly, Shirahoshi seemed to remember something and eagerly asked Yuta a series of questions. For example, she asked Yuta if she had ever seen the sun, and if at night, do the stars rise into the sky, and about animals with fur, various flowers and plants, etc. Of course, in the end, Shirahoshi didn't forget to ask Yuta, "Have you been to the forest? I've heard that it's all green as far as the eye can see." After speaking, Shirahoshi's face was filled with longing, and she even began to imagine herself in that lush green forest. As for Shirahoshi's curiosity, Yuta did not show any impatience and promptly answered each of her questions. For example, she explained that the sun is very big and hot. The stars are actually always in the sky. They are only visible at night when the sun has set. As for furry animals, don't they have one right here? Therefore, regarding this, Yuta directly pushed out Beppo and used Beppo as the original version to explain to Shirahoshi what a furry animal is. As for flowers and plants, naturally, that was left to Nico Robin, who is a user of the flower fruit. Although she can actually create flowers, she has planted many flowers on the ship, so her understanding of flowers is certainly higher than that of others. As for the forest issue that Shirahoshi was most concerned about, Yuta also provided her own explanation. "I've been there. The forest." Yuta said to Shirahoshi, "The forest is not always green in autumn." Chapter 260. The Great Truth of Yuta and Neptune's Affirmation. Wow, with Yuta's introduction, Shirahoshi was full of anticipation and excitement. She really wanted to see the forest, the strange animals, and all kinds of flowers on the surface of the sea. But she quickly dimmed down because she couldn't go out. Once she did, she would face various golden weapons attacking her, which forced her to stay hidden inside this hard-shelled tower for safety. Shirahoshi, and naturally, Guena and the others noticed Shirahoshi's expression. They saw how she had just been so lively and eager, only to turn into this state in an instant, which made them feel quite uncomfortable. At the same time, they couldn't help but harbor even deeper resentment towards Vanderdecken 9. If it weren't for him, Shirahoshi would definitely not be in this situation. Captain, thinking of this, Guena and the others turned to look at Yuta, hoping that Yuta would respond to their request. No. Unfortunately, Yuta shook his head and said, "This matter is ultimately about Fishman Island. Until Fishman Island speaks up, we, as pirates, cannot intervene. If we act on our own, it will be seen as a provocation against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Fishman Island is still under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates." After listening to Yuta's explanation, Guena and the others also came to realize. Acting recklessly within someone else's territory would indeed be seen as a provocation to the host. But they still couldn't control their thoughts, and all wanted to bring Vanderdecken 9 to justice as soon as possible and give Shirahoshi a brand new world. How about this? Seeing that Guena and the others were still deep in thought, Yuta suggested at the banquet later, "We can discuss it with King Neptune and see if he agrees. If he agrees, then I won't stop you." But Yuta paused slightly and continued, "If King Neptune disagrees, then I can't do anything about it. Of course." At this point, Yuta paused again, then closed his eyes and said, "I'm not a god. I also need to rest, and I won't know what happens during my rest." Hee after hearing Yuta's words. Guena and the others couldn't help but exchange smiles. Dreambeard Yuta. Meanwhile, Jinbe, who was beside them, looked at Yuta in a daze. He didn't understand why Yuta would help them. Clearly, it was Fishman Island that took the initiative to attack them first. So why did it seem like they were now unconcerned and willing to stand up for Princess Shirahoshi? Thinking this, Jinbe couldn't help but ask Yuta. However, in response to Jinbe's question, Yuta simply smiled and said, "Nothing is absolute, and no one is perfect. In my view, whether it's humans, fishmen, or other races, there are distinctions between good and evil. Although sometimes malice is more prominent, it cannot be completely ignored that there is good, just like Hody Jones from Fishman Island. In our view, they're the evil side, while Yuta pointed at Jinbe and said, "The sea hero, Jinbe, in our eyes, you're the good side." I see. After hearing Yuta's explanation, Jinbe seemed to have an epiphany, looking enlightened. All right. At that moment, Neptune, who had been guarding outside the door, suddenly shouted, "Okay." Then Neptune pushed the door open and entered, making the already slightly cramped space even more enclosed. "Father." When Shirahoshi saw Neptune come in, she hurriedly greeted him. However, facing Shirahoshi's greeting, Neptune only smiled and nodded, then looked at Yuta and said, "Mr. Dreambeard, I apologize for my previous doubts. I'm sorry." As he spoke, Neptune bowed to Yuta. "No." Seeing this, Yuta quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. However, before he finished speaking, Neptune solemnly said to him, "So, Mr. Dreambeard, I now formally invite you and your companions to help us Fishman Island deal with Vanderdecken 9 and give Shirahoshi a bright new world." Okay. Hearing this, Yuta smiled slightly, then turned to the already eager Guena and the others and said, "You all heard that. Why aren't you taking action?" "Yes, Captain." Thus, with Neptune's approval and Yuta's orders, Guena, Law, Bonney, and others rushed out of the hard-shell tower to find Vanderdecken 9. Wait, but at that moment, Neptune suddenly called out to a few of them, "Take these." He then took out a few items and handed them to everyone, saying, "This is bubble coral. After using it, you can have a layer of membrane attached to your body, just like the membrane on your ship." Really, listening to Neptune's introduction, the few of them looked at the bubble coral in their hands, momentarily unsure of what to say. They had never thought that the membrane on the ship could also be used on a person, which was completely beyond their expectations. In the end, they could only exclaim, "The world is vast and full of wonders. Thank you, Your Majesty." Considering this, Guena and the others all thanked Neptune and then left the hard-shelled tower one after another. Jinbe, similarly, after seeing Guena and the others leave, Neptune seemed a bit worried about them and turned to look at Jinbe. Jinbe understood and followed in the footsteps of Guéna and the others. Crocodile, Enel. Coincidentally, as Neptune gestured for Jinbe to follow, Yuta also instructed Crocodile and Enel to follow as well. As a result, in the end, the only ones left inside the hard-shelled tower were Neptune and his daughter, Yuta, Robin, and the great shark, Mechalo, who had been there from the beginning. And seeing that the matter was finally settled and many people had left, Shirahoshi couldn't help but curiously ask Neptune, "Father, what were you talking about?" Faced with Shirahoshi's question, Neptune didn't think much and immediately explained to her what everyone had discussed. Upon hearing that Guéna and Jinbe were going to find trouble with Vanderdecken 9, Shirahoshi's mood seemed to plummet, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Seeing such a big Shirahoshi, who was crying because she couldn't get what she wanted, everyone present felt speechless yet helpless. Chapter 261. The Embrace of Death and Memories. Sigh. Looking at White Star's expression, Neptune shook his head helplessly, then turned to Dagu and said, "Mr. Driambius, I apologize for the sight. White Star has been living in this hard-shell tower for years, which is a bit. It's all right." Before Neptune could finish, Dagu spoke up first. It's understandable that Princess White Star, being able to live alone in this hard-shell tower for years, is somewhat emotional. Seeing Dagu say this, what more could Neptune say? All right, he could only nod, then invited Dagu. "How about this, Mr. Driambius? The banquet is almost ready. Why not join us?" "Sure." Dagu did not refuse Neptune's invitation, but immediately agreed and turned to White Star, asking, "Princess White Star, would you like to join us?" "Huh?" Hearing Dagu call her out, White Star was a bit dazed at first. Then she shyly looked at Neptune with her hopeful eyes. It was clear she very much wished to go out, but she still remembered her father was present. All right. This time, in response to White Star's request, Neptune did not refuse her as he usually did, but nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Father." Seeing this, White Star immediately expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Neptune. Looking at the delighted White Star, Neptune felt a touch of emotion in his heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he had seen White Star smile. A genuine smile. All right. But Neptune quickly regained his composure and turned to Dagu, saying, "Mr. Driambius, let's go." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded. Thus, led by Neptune and Dagu, Robin, White Star, and Maikaro exited the hardshell tower and arrived at the banquet hall of Fishman Island. At the same time, a significant event was happening on the sea, and this event was related to Dagu. The battle between Dagu and the Navy along the coast of Tsubaki had already sent shockwaves across the world. It was to be expected. Tsubaki itself could be considered the center of the world, not to mention that neither side in the battle were insignificant figures. One side was the recently famous Straw Hat Pirates, while the other had the naval hero, Garp, the naval admiral, Akiji, the vice admiral, Tama the Rabbit, along with the terrifying lineup that included the naval chief of staff, Tsuru. How could such a battle not attract attention? However, what truly shook the world was not the battle itself, but the Navy's response after the fight. Indeed, after battling Dagu, the Navy, or rather the world government, 5 elders personally issued a bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates, specifically the demon child who fought against 3 admiral-level foes, Driambius Dagu. The 5 elders issued a brand new, shocking bounty, 3 billion berries. That's right, a staggering bounty of 3 billion berries. This also represented that Dagu had officially reached the level of an emperor. The subsequent bounties made the Straw Hat Pirates a true emperor-level pirate crew. In this battle, the Thunder God, Enel, who fought against Kazan, received a bounty of 2 billion. Similarly, Crocodile, who battled against Ji Yuan, was given a bounty of 1 billion. Most importantly, even the rarely seen Yisio during this battle was given a bounty of 1 billion. For these 3, the world government even bestowed upon them a special title, directly aligning them with the ranks of the emperor-level officers, akin to Kaido's Calamities or Big Mom's Sweet Commanders. It was clear that this was a ploy of the world government to elevate their status. Of course, it was inevitable that after this battle, Law and Guena's bounties also increased, but not as rapidly as Enel's. Each of them only saw a minor increase of several tens of millions or a billion. Even so, it still sent tremors throughout the world. Gulalalala in the New World. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was laughing heartily while looking at Daigu's bounty notice. Brother, you truly are impressive. Meanwhile, on the other side of the New World, aboard the Red Force, Shanks gazed into the distance in contemplation, holding Daigu's bounty notice in his hand. In the West Sea, in an unknown area of the ocean, a lone sailboat was sailing, and the figure on the boat was also looking at Daigu's bounty notice. Although his expression was not much, a flicker of excitement could be seen in his eagle-like eyes. Goena. In the East Sea, at the Isen Dojo, Gungshiro was also holding a bounty notice, but unlike everyone else, he was not holding Daigu's bounty notice, but rather his daughter's, Goena's, bounty notice. It read clearly, Demon Sword, Goena, bounty, 100 million berries. Indeed, after this, Goena's bounty not only increased to 100 million, but her title also changed from female swordsman to demon sword captain. However, all of this was unknown to Dagu and the others, who were deep under the sea, at least for now. Welcome back. At this moment, with a shout, Dagu looked at his returning companions and chuckled. You've worked hard. How's the situation? In response to Daigu's question, Goena was the first to nod. It's already been resolved. That's good. Seeing this, Dagu nodded in satisfaction. However, before he could say much, Bonney directly pointed at Enel and said, Enel went a bit overboard this time. He electrocuted everyone with just one lightning strike. Is that so? Hearing Bonney's explanation, Dagu turned to look at Enel in surprise, then casually said, It's all right. It shouldn't be Enel's fault. After all, we're underwater, and water conducts electricity. Perhaps Enel just wasn't used to underwater combat and accidentally overdid it. Is that so? After hearing Daigu's explanation, Bonney and the others looked at Enel with doubtful expressions. They couldn't quite believe that the Enel from earlier was merely out of his comfort zone. After all, Enel had just unleashed an attack of 1 billion volts. If they hadn't been further away, and if Yisio hadn't been present, they might have been caught in Enel's attack. As for why Enel acted that way, it was simple. Seeing them reminded Enel of his childhood, which led to an overreaction. Chapter 262. Inviting White Star and Whitebeard looking at everyone's expressions, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head. But he didn't say much. Instead, he turned to White Star with a smile and said, Princess White Star, now that Vanderdecken 9 is no longer here, you can freely come and go from Fishman Island. Really? Upon hearing this, White Star immediately looked at Neptune with an incredulous expression, inquiring whether she could really come and go freely from Fishman Island. Yes. Facing White Star's eager gaze, Neptune smiled slightly. From now on, you can freely enter and exit Fishman Island without having to stay in the Hardshell Tower. That's great. Seeing Neptune nodding, White Star immediately exclaimed with joy. Even unable to sit still, she turned to Mekalo and said, Mekalo, did you hear that? Father said I can leave the Hardshell Tower. Saying this, White Star grabbed Mekalo's hand and walked outside, saying, Let's go, Mekalo. Let's take a stroll. White Star. Seeing White Star in such a hurry, Neptune couldn't help but call out, but just as he shouted, White Star had already disappeared from his sight. Seeing this, Neptune could only shake his head helplessly and then looked at Ogu, saying, I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Dreambeard. It's nothing. However, Ogu chuckled lightly and said, It's really reassuring to see Princess White Star so lively. Speaking of which, Ogu couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I thought White Star wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Upon hearing Ogu's words, Neptune was slightly taken aback. Then his expression darkened as he self-reproached. I failed her. If I had made up my mind sooner, White Star wouldn't have had to live alone in that Hardshell Tower for years. Your Majesty. Seeing Neptune's demeanor, the left and right ministers in the Dragon Palace, as well as other officials, even Jinbe, fell silent. They all understood that the reason Neptune had confined White Star in the Hardshell Tower had nothing to do with Vanderdecken 9. The real reason was White Star's ability, or rather, the power of the Sea King. On the day Queen Odoheim passed away, the entire Fishman Island witnessed it, the several giant Sea Kings that loomed over Fishman Island. How could such a spectacular sight go unseen? And Neptune had long known the reason behind it according to the royal family's generations of legends. Sea King. According to royal legend, the Sea King, Poseidon's true form, is a mermaid princess who can communicate with Sea Kings, appearing only once every 800 years. She is the queen of sea kings, possessing the immense power to save countless lives or destroy the entire world. It was precisely for this reason that Neptune had to confine White Star, in hopes of using time to erase the impact she caused on that day, making people forget that White Star is the Sea King. Seeing the Fishman Island fall into silence, Ogu felt quite bored, so he looked at Neptune and asked, "Your Majesty Neptune, do you have any intention of letting Princess White Star go to sea?" As soon as Ogu said this, all parties from Fishman Island became alert, and even Jinbe seemed to have a sense of caution. After staring at Ogu for a few moments, Neptune finally asked Mr. Dreambeard, "Do you mean you want Princess White Star to board your ship?" "Yes." In response to Neptune's question, Ogu did not refute, but affirmed, "I indeed intend to let Princess White Star board my ship." Ogu's frank admission surprised Neptune somewhat, but he still looked at Ogu solemnly, saying, "Mr. Dreambeard, although I know that the strength of Fishman Island cannot compare to your pirate crew, you also understand that Fishman Island still belongs to Whitebeard's sphere of influence. If you want to make a move on Fishman Island, you need to ask Whitebeard first." Neptune's meaning was clear. After speaking, Neptune fixed his gaze on Ogu, waiting for his response. "Is that so?" Upon hearing Neptune's words, Ogu fell into deep thought. "Your Majesty Neptune." After a long silence, Ogu suddenly raised his head to look at Neptune and said, "You should have Whitebeard's Den Mushi, right?" Seeing Ogu suddenly ask about Whitebeard's Den Mushi, Neptune was momentarily taken aback. Did he want to speak to Whitebeard personally? That's right. Perhaps Neptune's thoughts were too easy to guess. While he was lost in thought, Ogu spoke again. "Since you believe that Whitebeard can make the decision on this matter, let me talk to Whitebeard." "You." Seeing that Ogu didn't seem to be joking, Neptune couldn't help but perk up. He really didn't expect the other party to genuinely want to confront Whitebeard directly. "All right." After staring blankly at Ogu for a long time, Neptune nodded heavily, then took out the Den Mushi and dialed Whitebeard's private number, handing it to Ogu, saying, "The call is connected. You can speak." "Thank you." Seeing this, Ogu took the Den Mushi while thanking Neptune. Neptune, my friend, what can I do for you?" Not long after, a slightly old yet still powerful voice came through. "Whitebeard." Listening to this voice, Ogu calmly replied, Ogu's response caused the person on the other end to be momentarily stunned. Then came a burst of hearty laughter, followed by the voice from the other side again. "Is that the Devil Kid?" Ogu was not surprised that Whitebeard recognized him. Rather, it would have been somewhat unexpected if Whitebeard hadn't recognized him. After all, he had been a rival of the strategist, Sengoku, in the previous era. How could he not guess? Speaking of which, Ogu was also somewhat curious. Whitebeard and Sengoku were a pair, Roger and Garp were a pair, and the Golden Lion and Zephyr were a pair. But in Ogu's view, these three pairs seemed entirely mismatched. Putting aside Garp and Roger, could Sengoku really withstand Whitebeard alone? And Zephyr, who could be easily defeated by Whitebeard too, could he really stand against the Golden Lion? Thinking about this, Ogu couldn't help but shake his head, putting those thoughts aside, and turned to Whitebeard on the Den Mushi, saying, "Indeed, I am Dreambeard Ogu." Chapter 263, Agreement and Choice. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Moby Dick in the New World, Gurura holding the Den Mushi in one hand and receiving in 4 drip with the other, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh heartily upon hearing Ogu's words, then said in a booming voice, "Devil Kid, are you trying to take my Fishman Island?" "Ah, old man." Whitebeard's sudden shout immediately drew the attention of others on the Moby Dick. Among them, Marco, the captain of the First Division, hurriedly approached Whitebeard and asked, "Old man, what's wrong?" Unfortunately, Whitebeard did not answer Marco's question, but continued to question Ogu on the Den Mushi. "Devil Kid, answer me. Do you want to take my Fishman Island?" "No." In response to Whitebeard's questioning, Ogu calmly said, "I have never thought about taking any territory." "Oh." Hearing Ogu say this, Whitebeard was surprised. Could there really be someone who didn't want territory? Thinking about it, Whitebeard couldn't help but ask Ogu, "Then why did you call me?" In response, Ogu did not hide anything and immediately explained to Whitebeard, "I want to invite a mermaid to board my ship. And then Your Majesty Neptune said I should talk to you." "Invite a mermaid to board your ship?" Listening to Ogu's words, Whitebeard turned to Marco, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although he had claimed Fishman Island as part of his territory, it seemed he hadn't restricted the residents of Fishman Island. They could do as they pleased. So why would Neptune let that devil kid ask him? Thinking of this, Whitebeard turned to Dagu and asked, "So, are you planning to invite that mermaid on board? Why did Neptune send you to ask for my opinion?" As Whitebeard finished speaking, Dagu calmly replied, "Princess Shirahoshi." Huh. Upon hearing the name Shirahoshi, Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, unable to recall who she was. However, it was understandable, as Shirahoshi had lived alone in the Noah's Ark Tower for several years, making her seem non-existent to outsiders. But then, Whitebeard's expression grew serious, as he remembered what Roger had said in the past, and recalling the Princess Shirahoshi he had seen on Fishman Island. He finally realized who she was. But upon remembering, his expression changed drastically as he stared at the transponder snail in his hand and said, "Demon brat, you." However, just as he spoke, Whitebeard paused, then quietly said, "Demon brat, Shirahoshi is the princess of Fishman Island. Do you want a princess from another country to accompany you across the sea? Besides, Shirahoshi is the daughter of my friend, Neptune. From another perspective, she is also my daughter. Are you trying to provoke me by setting your sights on my daughter?" Boom! After speaking, Whitebeard's aura surged, shaking the nearby sea 3 times. Old man. Seeing Whitebeard's sudden action, Marco and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked and stood up, ready to defend Whitebeard at any moment. On the other side, inside Fishman Island in the Dragon Palace. Provocation? Hearing Whitebeard say that he was being provoked, Dagu was taken aback, then helplessly shook his head and said, "Whitebeard, you're overthinking it. I'm not provoking you. This is just a friendly conversation. If you don't want to, then forget it." Saying this, Dagu was about to hang up the transponder snail. Demon brat. However, before Dagu could hang up, Whitebeard's voice came through again, surprising Dagu. Whitebeard calmly said, "If you really want to take Shirahoshi on your ship, then come to me, and let me personally test you to see if you have the qualifications to have my daughter on your ship." Saying this, Whitebeard turned and added, "The last person who took someone away from me was Roger. I wonder if you'll be the next." Beep beep beep. After speaking, Whitebeard hung up the transponder snail directly. Seeing that Whitebeard had hung up, Marco immediately asked, "Old man, was that call from the demon child, Dagu?" "That's right." Facing Marco's question, Whitebeard silently nodded and said that Demon Brat actually wants Neptune's daughter on his ship, and Neptune had no choice but to throw the problem to me. "I see." After hearing Whitebeard's explanation, Marco nodded, understanding the situation. On the other side, inside Fishman Island, after Whitebeard finished speaking and hung up the call, Dagu couldn't help but feel speechless. He then helplessly shook his head and handed the transponder snail back to Neptune, saying, "Your Majesty Neptune, you also heard it. Whitebeard said I should go find him." Hearing this, Neptune looked at Dagu in confusion and said, "Mr. Dagu, you don't seem very afraid of Newgate?" To Neptune's surprise, Dagu did not answer immediately. Instead, he retorted, "Why should I be afraid?" Then he explained, "Whitebeard is human, and I am human too. Moreover, Whitebeard is ultimately under Roger. In this era, I believe no one is above me, not even my peers." Listening to Dagu's confident words, not just Neptune, but even Jinbe and Olkuana, and even the ministers of the Dragon Palace were somewhat shocked. At the same time, they found it hard to refute. Some might say, isn't there Shanks? Shanks is also not that old, and is considered a contemporary. But in reality, Shanks and Dagu are not from the same era at all. Shanks had already been making waves on the seas during Roger's time, and even after he formed a crew, it was 10 years earlier than Dagu. So it is absolutely correct that Shanks and Dagu are not from the same era. "Your Majesty Neptune." Seeing everyone silent, Dagu turned to Neptune and asked, "Since the matter of inviting Princess Shirahoshi on board will have to wait until I meet Whitebeard, can we first familiarize ourselves with Princess Shirahoshi here, so we can adapt to each other?" Hearing Dagu's words, Neptune hesitated a bit. His original intention was actually to make Dagu retreat, but unexpectedly, not only did it not make Dagu retreat, but it also allowed him to reach an agreement with Whitebeard, which was somewhat beyond Neptune's expectations, leaving him unsure of what to say. Chapter 264. Inviting Shirahoshi and differential treatment. All right. After a long while, Neptune finally responded helplessly. During this time on Fishman Island, Shirahoshi can play with your crew. However, saying this, Neptune glanced at Jinbe before continuing, I hope Jinbe can accompany her the whole time. Upon hearing this, Dagu turned to look at Jinbe and nodded, saying, no problem. Jinbe, seeing that Dagu had no objections, Neptune turned to Jinbe and instructed, I will trouble you with this. It's nothing, Your Majesty Neptune. Facing Neptune's request, Jinbe did not refuse, but nodded in agreement, stating that he would keep an eye on Princess Shirahoshi. Seeing that matters had been settled, Neptune looked around at everyone and said, if that's the case, then let's continue the banquet. Yes. Thus, as time passed, the banquet finally came to an end. Your Majesty Neptune, we will take our leave now. Before long, Dagu took his leave from Neptune, leading the light pirates away from the Dragon Palace and turning to leave Fishman Island. Watching Dagu and the others leave, Neptune couldn't help but sigh, then turned back to the palace. Captain, why are you thinking about bringing that princess on board? You even have to confront Whitebeard for this. On the other side, Bonney was asking Dagu why he wanted to invite Shirahoshi on board. In fact, not just Bonney but Kuna and others were also curious about why Dagu would want to invite the tearful Princess Shirahoshi on his ship. About that, seeing the expressions of everyone, Dagu hesitated slightly. Then, after glancing at Yuta, he finally explained, actually, there isn't too much reason. Mainly, I saw that she gets along so well with Yuta. So I thought about letting her come on board too. Because of me? Seeing Dagu say that he wanted to invite Shirahoshi on board because of her, Yuta was surprised. Not just Yuta, but others also found Dagu's answer full of holes. Clearly not the real reason. However, at this point, everyone understood that Dagu must have a reason for not stating the true reason. So after exchanging looks, they chose not to question Dagu further on this matter. Instead, they directly skipped the topic and asked, so, Captain, how many days are we staying on Fishman Island? Hearing this, Dagu was taken aback for a moment. Then after pondering for a while, he said, let's see how we feel. If we're enjoying ourselves, we'll play for a couple more days. If we get bored, we'll leave a bit earlier. All right, Captain, we're going to explore on our own. Seeing Dagu say this, the others had nothing more to say, so they nodded in agreement and then scattered off to enjoy their own activities. Watching his companions leave one by one, Dagu turned to Robin and Jinbe, suggesting, let's go to the sea forest. Without waiting for a response from the two, Dagu headed towards the sea forest. Princess Shirahoshi. Outside the sea forest, Jinbe was somewhat surprised to see the gigantic mermaid sitting quietly in the forest, seemingly in a light slumber. Did Princess Shirahoshi come here to rest right after leaving the Dragon Palace? Observing Shirahoshi's serene appearance, Dagu slightly smiled and slowly walked over to her side, choosing not to disturb her, but instead sitting down at her feet, quietly watching her sleeping form with Robin. Not wanting to interrupt, Jinbe also tiptoed to the other side, gazing at Shirahoshi. Perhaps the three of them were staring too intently, or maybe Shirahoshi was just about done with her nap. In any case, it wasn't long before she stirred and awoke with a soft murmur. Jinbe-san? Dagu-sama? Robin-sama? After waking up and suddenly seeing familiar faces in front of her, Shirahoshi looked a bit dazed and asked the group, what are you doing here? Princess Shirahoshi. Facing her question, Dagu immediately replied, we're here to find you. Find me? Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi was even more confused. Didn't father allow her to come and go freely from Fishman Island? Why would Jinbe come to look for her? In Shirahoshi's mind, Dagu's finding her was actually Neptune looking for her. The situation is like this, Princess Shirahoshi. This time, it was Robin who explained the situation to Shirahoshi, clearing her confusion. I see. After hearing Robin's explanation, Shirahoshi finally understood. It turned out Dagu wanted to invite her onto the ship, so he thought it would be good for her to get familiar with the pirate crew first. I'm sorry, Dagu-sama. Unfortunately, although Dagu's invitation was sincere, Shirahoshi declined. I'm the princess of Fishman Island. I cannot leave Fishman Island. Huh? Dagu was somewhat surprised by Shirahoshi's statement because, in the original story, she had expressed a desire to go out to sea with Luffy. So why was she saying she couldn't leave Fishman Island now? Confused, Dagu proceeded to ask Shirahoshi, why not? Didn't you want to see a real forest? Of course I wanna. To Dagu's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Shirahoshi exclaimed, but then her expression dimmed a bit as she continued, "But I have a mission that I haven't completed. The mission of being the princess of Fishman Island." Seeing Shirahoshi mention her mission as a princess, Dagu was truly at a loss for words. In the end, it could only be attributed to the will of the world. Otherwise, why would the responses be so different when both he and Luffy invited her? Despite both helping to resolve some troubles for Fishman Island, clearly, in the original story, Shirahoshi was eager to follow Luffy onto land. Yet here she was saying she couldn't leave as a princess of Fishman Island. "I'm sorry." Noticing Dagu's expression was not good, Shirahoshi couldn't help but apologize again. "Forget it." Seeing this, Dagu helplessly waved his hand and said, "Perhaps you're still young. Maybe your perspective will change in time." That's right, Dagu finally understood. Maybe the current Shirahoshi was younger than her original counterpart, leading to different thoughts. With that in mind, Dagu gently shook his head and smiled at Shirahoshi. "But whether you want to leave or not, you wouldn't refuse to play with Yuta and the others, right?" On this matter, Shirahoshi nodded vigorously, showing her willingness to play with Yuta and the others. Chapter 265, Departure and Explanation thus, for the next period. Shirahoshi followed Yuta and the others to play. They not only explored Fishman Island thoroughly, but even took a trip around the nearby seas, enjoying the wonders of the deep sea. Of course, during this time, the situation at sea was also conveyed to Dagu and the others through the pirates who came down later, keeping them informed. However, Dagu didn't pay too much attention to this. In his view, the bounty was utterly irrelevant, as he could completely reset the world if he wanted to at this moment. Indeed, Dagu now had that confidence. His strength allowed him to do so. From awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan to the Rinnegan, and now, with all his powers unleashed, he couldn't even predict the consequences. One could say whatever could be done in the neighboring Naruto world by the Sage of Six Paths, he could do as well. Not to mention the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Even the abilities of the fully activated Rinnegan gave Dagu the power of creation and destruction, let alone the other two. All of this combined, Dagu's strength under full release was absolutely the strongest existence in this world. It was also for this reason that Dagu had spoken so boldly in front of Carp at Sabaody, daring to face 3 Marine Admirals alone. Although his earlier spar with Rayleigh had made Dagu somewhat more aware, it didn't completely erase the pride in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the subsequent events. However, while Dagu didn't care much about the bounty, for others, it was a shocking piece of news. After all, a bounty of 3 billion berries was truly a sky-high price. Even Enel, Crocodile, and Buggy were all bountied over 1 billion berries. Since the new bounties of Dagu and the others had spread to Fishman Island, Neptune and the others were genuinely restless, almost wishing they could leave quickly. Of course, this wasn't because Neptune and the others were afraid Dagu and the others would cause trouble. After spending a few days on Fishman Island, they were quite reassured about the island's attitude towards them. What Neptune and the others were actually afraid of was the Whitebeard pirates, or rather, the pirate crews under Whitebeard, fearing they might come to Fishman Island looking for Dagu. After all, Fishman Island was still under Whitebeard's jurisdiction, and Dagu had just had a friendly conversation with Whitebeard a couple of days ago. Now, with the sudden announcement of a 3 billion bounty, it was hard not to worry that Whitebeard's crews might want to show their loyalty by targeting Dagu's light pirates. Thus, the next scene unfolded. "Mr. Dagu, do you know when you will head to the New World?" Neptune asked Dagu when he was inquiring about their plans. Dagu understood that Neptune was subtly hinting that it was time for them to leave. Hearing this, Dagu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he replied, "Your Majesty Neptune, we're here to say goodbye." Oh, upon hearing that Dagu was there to say goodbye, Neptune was surprised for a moment and then smiled back. "Then I wish Mr. Dagu a safe journey." "Thank you." Regarding Neptune's politeness, Dagu responded with a smile and then turned to the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates and said, "Let's go." "Yes, Captain." Just like that, under Dagu's leadership, the entire Straw Hat Pirates headed towards the port of Fishman Island. What kind of changes would they bring to the world when they arrived in the New World? Looking at the backs of the crowd, Neptune couldn't help but murmur. Although he didn't know what changes would occur, he was certain that it would definitely shake the entire world. As Neptune's words fell, Jinbei beside him also softly replied, "Princess Shirahoshi, Are you going to come ashore with us? On the other side, Dagu was smilingly asking the beautiful figure that suddenly appeared next to the Arc Maxim. However, although Dagu asked this, he knew that Shirahoshi would not come with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected him earlier. It's not like that. Sure enough. In response to Daigu's question, Shirahoshi immediately shook her head and said, Lord Daigu, I am here to see you off, not to go with you. All right. Although Dagu already knew Shirahoshi's intentions, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After nodding, he turned to Yuta and the others and said, Yuta, Captain. Hearing Daigu's call, Yuta and the others didn't say much and immediately walked in front of Shirahoshi to talk to her. Meanwhile, Dagu approached Crocodile and after scanning the crowd, he fixed his gaze on Law and said, Law, on the next leg of our journey, we will pass through Dressrosa. Are you? At this point, Dagu couldn't help but ask, Are you prepared? Aye. Upon hearing this, Law opened his mouth to say something but then hesitated. How could he not understand what Dagu meant? He also knew very well where Dressrosa was, but the impact from his childhood was not so easy to overcome. Even though his strength was already formidable, able to compete with some Marine headquarters vice admirals, sometimes some matters really had nothing to do with strength. Moreover, over the years, under Daigu's protection, Law had not experienced too much, which meant his experiences were limited, making him feel somewhat constrained when facing certain situations. Forget it. Seeing Law's appearance, Daegu sighed helplessly and changed the subject. We'll talk about it when we get to Dressrosa. After saying this, Daegu turned to Enel and said, Enel, when we get to Dressrosa, you'll be the main attacker. Yes, Captain. In response to Daigu's order, Enel nodded without hesitation, even though he didn't know who the opponent was. Dressrosa? Is it Flamingo? Meanwhile, Crocodile looked at Daegu curiously and asked, Does he have a grudge with Law? As he spoke, Crocodile glanced at Law, who was still looking down. That's right. Daegu did not hide this and immediately told everyone about Law's connection with Dressrosa, specifically Flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Corazon, Don Quixote Rosinante. Chapter 266, The White Sea Dragon and Punk Hazard IC. After listening to Daigu's story, Crocodile and the others finally understood that Law had such a history with Da Flamingo. Thinking about it, everyone's gaze inevitably turned to Law. Captain, I'm going back to my room. Perhaps unable to bear the gazes of everyone, or for some other reason. Law immediately stood up, said a word to Daegu, and turned to return to his room. Watching Law's departing figure, Daegu couldn't help but let out a sigh. What's wrong with Law? Just at that moment, Robin's voice suddenly rang out beside Daegu. Hearing the noise, Daegu immediately turned his head but did not answer Robin's question. Instead, he asked Robin, Did Shirahoshi go back? In response, Robin nodded and said, After we finish talking, I'll let her go back. After all, it's not suitable for her to be on the surface right now. You're right. Hearing Robin's words, Daegu agreed with her decision and then turned to the direction Law had left, explaining to her, We just talked about Dressrosa and Da Flamingo. I see. Upon hearing Daegu mention Da Flamingo, Robin immediately understood why Law had reacted that way. What happened? Meanwhile, Bonney and the others, upon hearing Daegu mention Da Flamingo, also turned their heads, looking at Daegu with curious expressions. Captain, what are you saying about Flamingo? Are we going to fight him at our next stop? Pretty much, Da Flamingo. In response to Bonney's question, Daegu chose not to hide it, and similarly explained Law's relationship with Da Flamingo to Bonney and the others. I see. After listening to Daigu's explanation, Bonney and the others immediately showed thoughtful expressions, though it was unclear whether they had really come to terms with it or not. Boom! Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the ship, drawing everyone's attention. What is that? In an instant, everyone's expressions turned astonished, because they discovered that ahead appeared a white sea current resembling a sea dragon, and the Arc Maxim was slowly being drawn towards it. Looking at the massive sea current, Daegu furrowed his brow and prepared to cut it off. Wait. However, before Daegu could act, he was stopped by Beepo, who was the navigator. Beepo took a couple of steps forward, observed the white sea dragon current twice, and said, Captain, we might be able to ride it to surface faster. Oh. Upon hearing Beepo's words, Daegu also realized that there was indeed such a scene in the original work. When Luffy and the others left Fishman Island, they also encountered this white sea dragon. Their approach was just as Beepo suggested. They rode the white sea dragon and mistakenly reached a crucial island that was not shown on the map. Punk Hazard. All right, thinking of this, Dagu nodded in agreement with Beepo's suggestion, deciding to ride this white dragon and see if they could get to Punk Hazard. Since the decision was made, Dagu did not hesitate and immediately instructed the others. Everyone, get ready, we are going to ride it. Yes, Captain. The crew had no objections to Dagu's request and immediately agreed. Then each took their positions to start navigating the Arc Maxim into the White Dragon. Boom! Shortly after, with a loud noise, Dagu and the others successfully boarded the white sea current resembling a sea dragon, and instantly it felt like they were on a sea train. Speeding up dramatically, Punk Hazard is an island located in the New World, directly under the world government, and is the first island that the Straw Hat crew landed on after entering the New World in the original work. According to the original description, a terrible accident occurred on Punk Hazard, releasing a large amount of corrosive substances from the island, turning it into a deserted island. After the famous Marineford War in the original work, due to the duel between Aokiji and Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral at Punk Hazard, the climate of Punk Hazard underwent drastic changes. It turned into an island of ice and fire, with one half covered in snow and ice, and the other half engulfed in flames. However, all of this happened in the original story, and now there are still a few years left before the events of Punk Hazard begin. Even Monkey D. Luffy hasn't set sail yet. He is still fighting Ace in the Gorba Mountains of the Goa Kingdom. Therefore, Punk Hazard is still a scientific research base for the Navy. The person in charge here is none other than the Gas Fruit user who boasts of being on par with Vegapunk. Caesar Clown. As for the research Caesar is currently overseeing, it is the artificial devil fruits that Vegapunk had just put down not long ago. Indeed, just before Luffy's arrival at Fishman Island, Vegapunk was still in charge here. However, the day after Luffy arrived at Fishman Island, Vegapunk announced that he no longer wanted to work on artificial devil fruits and left Punk Hazard. Thus, in order not to waste the research data, the world government handed everything over to Caesar. Little did the world government expect that this island, which had been removed from the map, would still have someone accidentally stumble in, and not just any small fry, but a massive beast, the pirate crew of Light. On this island, in the waters off Punk Hazard, the Arc Maxim floats independently at sea, while Bonney and the others watch the situation on the island, frowning unconsciously. Because this island, although not turned into an ice-fire island or a poison island like in the original work, has long been damaged by Vegapunk's research. Therefore, Punk Hazard now looks like a dead island devoid of life. Let's go. We'll know once we get up there. However, Dagu did not elaborate on this. After calling everyone, he directly used his ability to bring the Arc Maxim to the shore of Punk Hazard, then turned around and stepped onto the island. Seeing Dagu go up, Bonney and the others exchanged glances and had no choice but to follow in Dagu's footsteps onto the land of Punk Hazard. Chapter 267. Caesar Clown and the Dragon Fruit. Meanwhile, inside a building on the island, a figure with a distinctive appearance looked at the monitor in front of him, filled with surprise and suspicion as he watched Dagu and the others. Suddenly, this person let out a very strange laugh. But then, his laughter abruptly stopped, because he realized that as he laughed, Dagu suddenly looked up, his eyes meeting his, and he even raised the corner of his mouth. This action from Dagu immediately made him break out in a cold sweat and abandon his original plan. You see, when he first saw Dagu and the others, he thought they were just newcomers to the New World and looked down on them, even considering capturing Dagu for research material. However, that glance from Dagu successfully woke him up. Dagu was not comparable to other small fries who had just entered the New World. He was the notorious pirate known as the Son of the Devil, Mebius Dagu, who had been offered a bounty of 3 billion berries by the world government for fighting against the Navy hero, Garp, and the Navy Admiral, Aokiji. Therefore, Caesar Clown, the ruler of Punk Hazard, the user of the gas fruit, and the greatest scientist in the world, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, with a strange laugh, Caesar Clown transformed into a gas and hid himself somewhere unknown. Captain, did you just discover something? On the other side, Kuina was curious about why Dagu had smiled at a certain spot just now. Yes. In response to Kuina's question, Dagu did not hide anything and immediately explained to her. There is a monitoring snail over there. Clearly, the people on the island have already discovered our arrival. I see. After hearing Daigu's explanation, Kuna nodded, indicating that she understood. After Kuna, Hawkins also couldn't help but ask Dagu, Captain, do we need to deal with the other party? It was evident that he had also noticed Caesar Clown inside the island. No need. Unfortunately, Dagu did not accept the suggestion. Instead, he told him, he hasn't bothered us, so there's no need to specifically seek trouble with him. All right, seeing Dagu say this, Hawkins had nothing more to say, so he nodded in agreement and stepped aside. Let's go. Seeing that no one had any further questions, Dagu called out to everyone, picked up his pace, and walked towards the place he had just seen with his eyes. As for Daigu's goal, it was quite clear. Since they had come to Punk Hazard, that devil fruit could not be left here to be eaten by that person in the future. Therefore, whether it would be given to someone in the crew or kept as a collection, he needed to take it into his own hands. Not long after, Dagu led the crew of the Pirate Crew of Light to their destination, the research facility. Artificial devil fruit, fish fruit, mythical Zoan, dragon form. Looking at the devil fruit placed on the platform in front of him, Dagu murmured a sentence. He then picked it up, examined it carefully, and turned to look at everyone. Does anyone have an interest in it? However, while looking at everyone, Daigu's main focus was still on Kuina, because among the people present, only Kuina was not a devil fruit user. As for the others, whether it was Crocodile, Enel, and others who joined later, or Bonney, Hawkins, and others who had joined from the beginning, they were all already devil fruit users. So, if anyone could actually eat this devil fruit, it would only be Kuina. Moreover, Dagu was already well aware of the appearance of this devil fruit. It was pink. The pink appearance was relatively suitable for Kuina. After all, she was a girl. No need. Captain. Unfortunately, in response to Daigu's inquiry, Kuina refused without a second thought, and even raised her hand and said, I am a swordsman. The sword is the most important thing. If I eat the devil fruit, then my sword might become impure. Well, okay. Seeing Kuina say this, Dagu could only nod helplessly in agreement, but he couldn't help but say to Kuina, Actually, Kuina, is it possible that you are overthinking it? Huh? As soon as Dagu said this, Kuina immediately looked a bit confused. Seeing Kuina's expression, Dagu didn't keep her in suspense. He directly explained, Kuina, you should remember the Marine's Vice Admiral Momonosuke, right? Do you think she is a powerful swordsman? When Dagu asked about Tsu, Kuina immediately answered without thinking, Of course she is. Of course she is, because in Kuina's eyes, Tsuru was the goal she pursued, strong, beautiful, full of justice, and more importantly, she was also a swordsman, and a female swordsman at that. It could be said that Tsuru was the perfect version of herself in Kuina's heart. Looking at Kuina's expression, Dagu smiled slightly and asked again, Do you know that she's also a devil fruit user? Huh? As soon as Dagu said this, Kuina was immediately astonished. She had never thought that the Gion she regarded as a target, who had never used a devil fruit ability, was actually a user of a devil fruit. That's right. Dagu nodded affirmatively and continued. Momotaro has eaten a devil fruit. She is a genuine devil fruit user. Saying this, Dagu changed the subject and told Kuina, So, even if you eat a devil fruit, you can still specialize in swordsmanship. You can completely view the devil fruit as something that enhances your physical abilities. At this point, Dagu looked at the devil fruit in his hand and quietly said, After you eat it, your main change will be that your physical abilities will be significantly different. You will no longer be limited by the inherent disadvantages of being a woman. After eating it, you will have physical capabilities that rival Zoro's or even surpass him. In the future, when you meet Zoro again in battle, you might even be able to hold down his 3 swords with one hand and say to him, Zoro, it's been years. How come you can't even handle my sword anymore? With that, Dagu stopped saying anything else and quietly watched Kuina, waiting for her to make a decision. Chapter 268, Kuina and the Dragon Form Eye. After listening to Dagu's words, Kuina did not respond immediately, but fell in a deep thought. Seeing her expression, Dagu did not urge her, but turned to Law and said, Law, this is a research facility. You can take a look around. There should be things here that interest you. Okay. Upon hearing this, Law nodded, then turned around and began to explore the research facility, with Beepo definitely following closely behind. Next, Dagu played with the devil fruit in his hand, quietly waiting for Kuna to make a decision. Captain. Finally, as time passed, Kuina seemed to have come to a realization. She looked up at Dagu and said, "I will eat it." Good. Seeing Kuina say this, Dagu smiled slightly and then extended his hand to pass the devil fruit to Kuna, introducing it. This is a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the fish fruit. Mythical Zoan. Dragon form. Mythical Zoan. As soon as Dagu said this, everyone present was astonished. They did not expect this devil fruit to be a mythical Zoan, and even in the dragon form. As far as they knew, another user of a dragon form devil fruit was Kaido of the 100 Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. This also meant that this devil fruit had the potential to make someone a 4 emperor. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards Kuna became somewhat envious. However, although they were envious, they did not have too many thoughts about it, as they were already devil fruit users themselves. According to the rule that only one devil fruit can be eaten by a person, even if this devil fruit were given to them, they could not eat it. At most, they would find a buyer and sell it at a high price. However, in that case, it would be better to let Kuna eat it directly. After all, she is a companion. With this thought, everyone's gaze gradually returned to calm. At the same time, since she had already made a decision, Kuina was not a hesitant person. She immediately ate the devil fruit. Gulp, just as it went down, Kuna uncontrollably made a retching motion. Clearly, although this devil fruit was artificially created by Vegapunk, its taste was still quite authentic. Thinking this, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle twice. But Dagu only laughed twice, and soon he returned to calmness, then asked Kuna, "How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Listening to Dagu's question, Kuina did not answer immediately, but fell silent, feeling her own state. After a long silence, Kuina raised her right hand. Then, under everyone's gaze, Kuina's right hand slowly began to change. Scales gradually covered her right hand, and her hand suddenly grew much larger. Looking at the changes in Kuina's right hand, Dagu and the others were momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it was Dagu who spoke to Kuna. "Very good, Kuna. With these dragon scales, your physical abilities and strength will undergo a tremendous change." "Thank you, Captain." In response, Kuna did not say anything else, but silently thanked Dagu, then retracted her ability, and her right hand returned to its usual appearance. "Captain, there are some issues here." Just then, Law, who had just left, suddenly shouted to everyone. "What?" Hearing Law's shout, Dagu first asked a question and then said to everyone, "Let's go take a look." Thus, under Dagu's lead, everyone arrived at the place where Law was. Shortly after, everyone reached Law's location under Dagu's guidance. But looking at what Law was holding, everyone was a bit confused and completely did not understand why Law had called Dagu over. Unable to figure it out, they directly asked Law, "What is this?" Facing everyone's curiosity, Law did not hide it but tossed the item in his hand and explained, "This is a kind of drug which contains." As Law explained, everyone finally understood why he had called everyone over. It turned out this was a drug that could make people grow larger, but it had side effects. If the drug was not taken regularly to suppress its effects, it would become a poison. Finally, Law said with a serious expression, "So I suspect that someone here is conducting research that can make people grow larger." Looking at Law's expression, Dagu calmly asked, "Do you want to stop it?" "Yes." In response to Dagu's question, Law did not refute but nodded and said, "The most significant aspect of this research is that it must involve children. Only children's bodies can adapt to it, so I want to stop it." Seeing Law's firm attitude, Dagu couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Then let's do it." After saying that, Dagu turned to the others and said, "You all come along too." "Yes, Captain." In response to Dagu's order, Crocodile and the others did not express any rejection but agreed. "Thank you, Captain." Seeing this, Law couldn't help but bow to Dagu to express his gratitude. "Follow me." Then, Law directly led everyone away towards the distance, where his observation hockey had detected some unusual places, likely where those children were located. After seeing Law take everyone away, Dagu did not follow, but instead took Robin and walked in another direction. He wanted to find the owner of this place to ask him some questions and borrow some items. Caesar Clown. Thus, not long after, Dagu arrived in front of Caesar, son of the devil. Looking at Dagu, who suddenly appeared, Caesar was filled with immense fear. He did not understand how Dagu could so precisely find his location and appear before him as if he had teleported. After the initial shock, Caesar still asked Dagu, "What are you doing here? I haven't offended you, have I?" "No." In response, Dagu shook his head. Seeing Dagu shaking his head, Caesar asked again, "What are you here for?" Looking at Caesar's startled expression, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "I'm here to find you. What do you want with me?" As soon as Dagu said this, it immediately made Caesar break out in a cold sweat. In his view, Dagu was here to kill him. Chapter 269, The Situation and Research Data of the New World. Seeing Caesar's demeanor, Dagu couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to do anything to you. I just want to inquire about some information from you. After all, I'm new to the New World and unfamiliar with everything here." "Oh, I see." Hearing Dagu say this, Caesar couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out Dagu was just here to ask him about the situation. Then, Caesar explained to Dagu, "You've seen my situation. I'm a scientist, so I don't really understand the New World either. Most of what I can tell you is hearsay." However, after hearing Caesar's words, Dagu didn't mind. He just waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's fine. Just say whatever you want." "All right then." Seeing that Dagu had said so, Caesar stopped being pretentious and immediately began to introduce the situation of the New World to him. The situation in the New World was the same as in the original work. It hadn't changed significantly because of Dagu's arrival. The entrance to the New World was still in a vacuum zone, not belonging to any of the four emperors. If one had to say, it would be the Navy, because Mariowa was on the Red Line, and the Navy's G1 branch was also in this area. Therefore, the pirates gave the Navy and the world government face and didn't occupy the sea area at the entrance. As for the rest, it was the same as in the original work, completely divided among the four emperors like Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Shanks. The buffer zones between them were occupied by figures from the underworld, such as Flamingo, Dufeld, and Kyberson. These were the apparent situations in the New World. As for the smaller hidden forces, there were actually many, but those forces generally depended on the four emperors or the pirate groups under the four emperors. Therefore, they were living quite well in the New World. Not long after listening to Caesar's narration, Dagu silently nodded, said nothing, and instead fell into deep thought. He was contemplating what direction he should take after resolving Doflamingo during the upcoming voyage. Should he pause to recuperate and wait for Monkey D. Luffy to set sail? Or should he continue forward, aiming straight for Raftel? After pondering for a long time, Dagu let out a slight sigh. "What's wrong?" Hearing Dagu's sigh, Robin couldn't help but be curious. What was he sighing about? "It's nothing." However, Dagu didn't say much in response to Robin's question. He just gently shook his head and then looked at Caesar again, saying, "Actually, besides these, I also want to borrow something from you." What? As soon as Dagu said this, it immediately made Caesar extremely nervous because in his view, this borrowing might not be just asking for his head. "Don't be nervous." Seeing Caesar's expression, Dagu chuckled lightly, telling him to relax, and then said, "Aren't you doing research?" "Aye." At that moment, hearing Dagu mention his research, Caesar interrupted, "You want me to do something for you?" "No." But to Caesar's surprise, as soon as his words came out, Dagu directly shook his head and said, "I just want your research data." At this point, Dagu paused and then added, "All of it. You want my research data?" After hearing Dagu's request, Caesar looked puzzled. He completely did not understand what Dagu wanted his research data for. Did he want to conduct research himself? But as far as he knew, there were no researchers on the ship of this devil fruit user, let alone scientists comparable to him. Unable to comprehend, Caesar directly asked Dagu, "What do you want my research data for? Do you want to do research yourself?" "That's none of your business. Just give it to me." Unfortunately, in response to Caesar's question, Dagu did not answer. Instead, he urged him, reassuringly warning again, "Remember, it's all of it." This, hearing Dagu's unquestionable tone, Caesar's heart wanted to refuse. After all, his research data was not simple. It contained not only his own, but also Vegapunk's, and even data from the Vinsmoke family from the North Sea, as well as information from other scientists he had worked with. So Caesar was really unwilling. "I only need a backup." Perhaps seeing Caesar's dilemma, Dagu directly gave him a shot of reassurance, which was that he only needed a backup, not the original. This statement indeed reduced a lot of Caesar's resistance. He thought Dagu must want the original. If that were the case, he would lose a significant part of his research data. But now that Dagu only wanted a backup, he only needed to make a copy. As for those that couldn't be copied, he couldn't be blamed for not giving them. Thinking of this, Caesar relaxed and immediately said to Dagu, "All right, I'll go get it for you now." As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar walked out of his hiding place and returned to where he stored his research data. "Here, this is what you wanted." Finally, as time passed, and after rummaging through boxes, Caesar pointed to a pile of data. Looking at the pile of research data that was as high as a small mountain, Dagu felt a bit overwhelmed, but still pretended to be calm and nodded. "Flying Thunder God." Then he walked directly to the pile of data, placed a hand on it, and used the Flying Thunder God technique, making the mountain of research data disappear before Caesar and Robin. Is this space movement? Looking at the spot where Dagu suddenly disappeared, Caesar couldn't help but sigh. As for this, Robin said nothing. She simply sat down on a nearby chair, picked up an unknown book beside her to read, while also monitoring Caesar to prevent him from escaping. Faced with such a situation, Caesar could only helplessly sigh, then sat down on a nearby chair, waiting for Dagu's return. On the other side, Dagu had brought Caesar's research data to an unexpected yet reasonable place. That was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dagu on White Soil Island. That's right, the reason Dagu wanted those research data was actually for the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, with just his ship's scale, what would he need research data for? Chapter 270, The Revolutionary Army and the Big Boy Mr. Brook. Inside the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on Dagu, Drag was quite surprised by Dagu's sudden appearance. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Brook, why are you here at this time? Shouldn't you be in the New World?" Hearing this, Dagu chuckled and then pointed to the research data he brought, saying, "I'm here to deliver these things." "What is this?" Following Dagu's gesture, Dorag also saw the large pile of documents he had brought, but he didn't understand what Dagu intended to do with them. Seeing the puzzled expression on Dorag's face, Dagu didn't hold back and directly explained, "These are some research data, including artificial devil fruits and drugs that can enlarge people, among other research materials." Oh, hearing Dagu say this, Dorag's interest was piqued. He then went directly to the pile of documents and casually picked up a sheet to look at. "I've given you the materials, so I'll head back now." Noticing that Dorag had started looking at the documents, Dagu decided not to linger and said a quick goodbye before using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave Dagu and return to Punk Hazard. Unfortunately, he didn't hear Dorag calling out to him. Looking at the empty space, Dorag sighed helplessly and then focused on the materials Dagu had sent him. Back on Punk Hazard, in Caesar's research center, when Dagu returned, Robin greeted him while casually putting down the book she was holding. Dagu nodded lightly to Robin's greeting, then turned to Caesar, who had also stood up, and said, "I've finished handling my matters, but what?" Dagu's heavy breathing immediately made Caesar tense up. Seeing Caesar's nervousness, Dagu calmly said, "My companion's matter has not been resolved yet." "Your companion's matter?" Upon hearing this, Caesar was slightly taken aback. He couldn't remember having any connection with Dagu's companion. In fact, today was the first time they had met. "Come with me." However, this time, Dagu did not explain anything to Caesar. He simply said to follow him and led Robin out of the room. Seeing this, although Caesar felt that things were not looking good, he did not run away directly because he knew it would be useless to escape. With Dagu's ability to teleport, where could he run to? Thus, reluctantly, Caesar had no choice but to follow Dagu. In this way, they wandered around and arrived at a large room, where they saw Law treating some large children inside. These were indeed big kids, each looking around 10 years old but standing several meters tall, even over 10 meters in height. They also saw a frowning Ikaku and Kuina nearby. When Dagu saw that Law was treating the children, he did not disturb him but walked over to the others and asked Bonney, "Bonney, what is the situation now?" "Captain," in response to Dagu's question, Bonney first called him and then turned to look at Law, explaining, "The situation is that these children have reacted to the drug they took and have started to grow huge. If this continues, they won't have a future." At this point, Bonnie's expression darkened slightly, but she continued, "Although Law is treating them now, because of the short time, his treatment can only address the symptoms, not the root cause." "I see." After hearing Bonnie's explanation, Dagu fell silent for a moment and then looked at Caesar. "This is your doing, You solve it. Huh? Dagu's words shocked Caesar, who was taken aback. He had never thought about solving it since he created these things. After all, that existence didn't want giants that could return to normal. Hey, thinking of that existence, Caesar suddenly seemed to gain some confidence. Straightening his back and looking at Dagu defiantly. Son of a devil, I advise you to stay out of this matter, and you better release me quickly, otherwise. Shoo, la la la. Saying this, Caesar burst into laughter. Seeing Caesar laughing, Dagu was taken aback, unable to understand what was going on with him. Just moments ago, he had been as timid as a mouse, and now he dared to laugh out loud in front of him. However, Dagu's surprise did not stop others from reacting. Billy crack. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck right next to Caesar's feet. Shut up. A scolding voice followed. Clearly, this was Enel expressing his dissatisfaction with Caesar's behavior. Looking at the scorch marks at his feet, Caesar's expression stiffened. But he immediately shouted at Enel, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" "I am." "Shoo." Unfortunately, before Caesar could finish his sentence, a stream of quicksand quietly surrounded him, completely enveloping him. He even felt that if he said one more word, the sand would come crashing down. This situation finally made Caesar shut his mouth. Meanwhile, after treating the last child, Law let out a sigh of relief and returned to the others. "Captain." As soon as he returned, Law greeted Dagu. Good work." Dagu smiled back at Law and then looked at the children before asking him, "How are the children? Can they recover?" About that, faced with Dagu's question, Law did not immediately give an answer. Instead, he turned to look at Bonney before explaining to Dagu. "Actually, it's quite simple to solve their illness. As long as Bonney uses her ability on them, it would be fine. But," transitioning his tone, Law continued, "but if Bonney uses her ability and then removes it, it could very likely worsen their condition." "I see." After listening to Law's explanation, Dagu fell into deep thought. Chapter 271, Treatment and Departure. After a long silence, Dagu turned to Caesar and asked, "Can you solve it?" Faced with Dagu's question, Caesar was clearly taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "No." After saying that, Caesar quickly explained to Dagu, "These were made at the request of a big shot. That big shot wanted giants from the very beginning. So how could he expect me to develop an antidote? Forget it." Hearing Caesar's words, Dagu sighed helplessly and then looked at Law. "Law, do you have any other methods?" Hearing Dagu's question, Law fell into thought, and after a while, he said to Dagu, "If you give me time, I think it should be possible. Is that so?" After hearing Law's words, Dagu was silent for a moment before saying, "If you don't mind going to Dressrosa, then we can stay here a little longer." Dressrosa. Upon hearing Dagu mention Dressrosa, Law hesitated significantly. His original intention was to go to Dressrosa as soon as possible, but thinking about it, Law turned to look at the big kids who were all nervously watching him. Upon seeing this, Law's heart trembled fiercely, and he immediately said to Dagu, "Captain, I want to treat them first." Seeing that Law had made a choice, Dagu did not stop him, but instead smiled and affirmed, "All right, go ahead." Suddenly, Dagu seemed to think of something and pointed to Caesar, saying, "This guy is one of the researchers who developed the growth medicine. Take him with you." "Yes." Upon hearing that Dagu said Caesar was a researcher of the medicine, Law's expression noticeably changed, but he quickly regained his composure, nodded to Dagu, and then looked at Caesar, saying, "Come with me." With that, Law turned and walked towards the children, not worried that Caesar wouldn't keep up. In fact, after hearing Law's words, Caesar hesitated for a moment, but he quickly sensed several cold auras, which made him react immediately and hurry to catch up with Law. Watching Caesar's back, Goenna couldn't help but walk over to Dagu's side, uncertainly asking, "Captain, is he really okay?" "Don't worry." In response to Goenna's doubt, Dagu waved his hand and said, "With us here, he wouldn't dare to mess around, and with Law watching him, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the opportunity." "All right." Since Dagu said so, Goenna had nothing more to say and could only nod in agreement. Thus, in the following time, Dagu and the others stayed at Punkhazard. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dagu did not idle, but instead conducted special training for Goenna, who had just gained fruit abilities, allowing her to finally adapt to her suddenly enhanced physical qualities during this period. In addition, during this time, Dagu also established future plans. Ultimately, Dagu decided that after dealing with Whitebeard, he would stop and wait for Monkey D. Luffy to make his appearance. After all, his goal of going to sea was never to find a One Piece, so there was naturally no need to go to Raftel. Therefore, it was better to calm down and wait for Luffy's departure, while also waiting for the complete awakening of his Rinnegan. Thus, even though they stayed in Punk Hazard for 2 months, Dagu did not rush Law to hurry up. Instead, he hoped it would be slower. However, contrary to his wishes, just when Dagu wanted Law to slow down, Law directly ran up to him and reported, "Captain, the antidote is ready. However, this medicine is not immediate. They will need to take it for a long time to gradually change their condition." Very good. In response, Dagu did not say much else but smiled slightly and said, "Since you have made it, then give the medicine to them." "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing Dagu's order, Law immediately took the order and went to deliver the medicine to the children. As for Caesar, who had come with Law, he did not leave with him, but instead stood in front of Dagu, hesitating. Regarding Caesar's odd behavior, Dagu just said lightly, "What's wrong? Can you let me go now?" As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Caesar exclaimed, "Do you know how much I've lost in the past 2 months accompanying you? And soon, those 2 big shots will come to inspect. How am I supposed to explain this?" "I see." After listening to Caesar's words, Dagu showed a look of sudden realization, then chuckled and said, "What you can't take out has nothing to do with me. It's not like I have to take it out. You." As soon as Dagu said this, it made Caesar furious, pointing at Dagu and momentarily at a loss for words. "It's over, it's over, it's over." In the end, Caesar could only keep saying that it was over. Watching Caesar's reaction, Dagu ignored him and directly turned to the others, saying, "Since Law's matter has been resolved, we will set sail once he returns." "Yes, Captain." The members of the Light Pirates did not hesitate to respond immediately to Dagu's command. Not long after, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Law brought the group of children to Dagu's side and said, "Captain, let's go." Upon hearing this, Dagu did not immediately agree, but instead pointed to the children and asked, "Are you planning to send them back?" "Yes." In response to Dagu's question, Law answered without hesitation, "All right." Seeing this, Dagu could only nod in agreement, then waved his hand and said, "In that case, let's all board the ship." "Thank you, Captain." Hearing Dagu allow them to board the ship, the children expressed their gratitude to Dagu. "Let's go." In response to the children's thanks, Dagu did not say much, just called out and turned to board the ship, the Ark Maxim. Thus, the Light Pirates left Punk Hazard with a group of children, heading toward the children's homeland. As for the anger that Caesar would face from the 2 emperors next, that was no longer Dagu's concern. After all, this was something Caesar had created himself, and he should bear the consequences. Chapter 272, Dressrosa and Don Quixote da Flamingo Dressrosa. 800 years ago, the royal family here was still the Don Quixote family. But 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family chose to leave, joining the world government and becoming celestial dragons. Thus, the guardian clan at that time, the Ricca family, became the new royal family of Dressrosa. However, a few years ago, the heir of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote da Flamingo, returned here with his subordinates. A few years ago, da Flamingo appeared before King Riku, threatening him to gather 100 billion berries in a day, or he would invade Dressrosa with his army. King Riku, considering the safety of the citizens, begged the citizens of Dressrosa to turn over all their cash to him, not knowing that this was all a trap set by Doflamingo. He thus fell into Doflamingo's scheme, who used his devil fruit ability to control his actions, leading to the killing of his soldiers and citizens, and even causing arson in the town. This made the entire population look down upon his tyrannical actions, and ultimately, Doflamingo took the opportunity to overthrow his regime, posing as a hero and becoming the new king. In this way, the Riku royal family, which had ruled Dressrosa for 800 years, was deposed and received the people's scorn. Thus, after 800 years, Dressrosa returned to the hands of the Don Quixote family once again. So Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Crocodile looked at Dagu in surprise and asked. At the same time, Bonney, Hawkins, and others also turned their gazes to Dagu, waiting for his reply. That's right. Facing everyone's gaze, Dagu responded. Although Doflamingo was expelled from Mariewa, it is undeniable that he is indeed a genuine celestial dragon. Hearing this, Everyone couldn't help but turn a look at Law. After all, the reason they came to Dressrosa was actually because of Law, and they were very curious to know how Law would act in the face of a celestial dragon. Looking at everyone's expressions, Law understood what they were thinking. To be honest, he was quite shocked to hear that Doflamingo was a celestial dragon, because this means that the person he admires and looks up to, Corazon, that is, Don Quixote Rocinante, is also a celestial dragon. After all, the two are biological brothers. If Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, then, as his younger brother, Corazon must also be a celestial dragon. I have to say, this news left Law momentarily speechless. Clearly, he had looked down on the celestial dragons before, but he never expected that the person he admired was actually one of them. Law. Seeing that Law was silent, Dagu understood that he must have thought of Rocinante and didn't know what to say. Therefore, he directly patted Law's shoulder and said, "A celestial dragon is a celestial dragon, but Rocinante is Rocinante. You don't have to force Rocinante to fit the mold of a celestial dragon. After all, he didn't grow up in Mariejoa. Instead, he grew up within the Navy, and the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, took him as an adopted son, which means that, strictly speaking, he should be considered a Navy man, not a celestial dragon. Sengoku's son?" When Dagu said this, it caused Crocodile and the others to look at Law with strange expressions. Because if what Dagu said is true, doesn't that mean that Law is, in a sense, Sengoku's grandson? Allah, realizing this point, also found it hard to accept. Just a second ago, the person he admired was a celestial dragon, and now, in the next second, he himself became the grandson of the Fleet Admiral. Just then, Dagu suddenly felt a gaze directed at him. Following the feeling, Dagu turned to look at the nearby island, Dressrosa, discovered. At the same time, within Dressrosa, on the King's Plateau, a woman in a long dress. Upon feeling Dagu's sudden gaze, was taken aback. She immediately put down her hands, which were in a strange gesture in front of her eyes, and then turned and ran towards the palace behind her. Doflamingo. Soon, the woman found Doflamingo, who was basking in the sun. "What is wrong?" "Violet." Hearing the woman's call, Doflamingo slowly turned his head and asked what happened. Indeed, this woman is Violet, the daughter of the former king of Dressrosa, a Paramecia-type user of the staring fruit. At this moment, facing Doflamingo's question, Violet regained her calm and said lightly, "The son of the devil has come." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, then murmured, "Law, you finally came?" "Fufufu." After saying this, Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter. Doflamingo. Watching Doflamingo laugh out loud, Toripol, Diamante, and the others were momentarily taken aback and felt some concern. Because unlike other pirates who have just arrived in the New World, this son of the devil has forcefully entered the New World with the remarkable achievement of single-handedly fighting 3 admirals. This is truly a fierce dragon crossing the river. After laughing, Doflamingo returned to normal. "Family." He looked around at the people present and said, "Let us go meet that son of the devil, and welcome our long-lost family, Law." Saying this, Doflamingo walked towards the exit. Yes. Following Doflamingo's order, the members of the Don Quixote family didn't hesitate and immediately followed his lead. "Captain, someone is coming." Soon, at the port of Dressrosa, aboard the ship Merman, Enel immediately reported to Dagu when he sensed several powerful auras approaching their direction. "Oh." Hearing Enel's words, Dagu immediately followed his gaze and then said to Law, "Law, your target has arrived." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Law silently acknowledged and then walked over to Dagu's side, seeing the members of the Don Quixote family approaching them. The Plum Blossom Army, Toripol, the Spade Army, Pica, the Diamond Army, Diamante, Monet, Sugar, Gladius, Lout, G, Buffalo, and looking at the familiar yet strange faces, Law named them one by one, and finally, he looked at one person and murmured, "Baby 5. Chapter 273. The Don Quixote Family and the Pirates of Light. Chapter 273. The Don Quixote Family and the Pirates of Light. Law. At the same time, Doflamingo, who had walked in front of everyone, warmly greeted Law. "Long time no see. Welcome home." However, in response to Doflamingo's greeting, Law did not respond and didn't even give him a good expression. Ever since he arrived, Law's face had been grim. As for this, Doflamingo didn't mind and turned to Dagu, saying, "Son of the devil, what do you want to do here?" Before Dagu could speak, Doflamingo pointed at Law. Looking at Dagu with a surprised expression, "Are you here for Law?" Fufufu. After saying this, Doflamingo immediately started laughing, saying as he laughed, "But you must understand, Law is a member of my Don Quixote family. He just coming home." "Is that so?" After hearing Doflamingo's words, Dagu didn't refute him, simply saying lightly, then looked at Law. "Do as you wish." Saying this, Dagu turned to a smiling man and said, "Mr. Smile, please keep an eye on Law." "Yes, Captain." In response to the captain's orders, Smile nodded without saying much. Following that, Dagu looked at the others. "You all choose your opponents." "Okay, Captain." Upon hearing this, Crocodile and the others nodded. "Son of the devil." Just then, seeing that Dagu not only ignored him but also arranged opponents, Doflamingo's anger immediately flared up. He pointed at Dagu and questioned, "Don Quixote Dagu, what exactly do you want to do?" "Me?" Upon hearing this, Dagu turned his head in confusion, first pointing at himself, then calmly looking at Doflamingo and saying, "I don't want to do anything. I just heard that Dressrosa has a good local culture, so I thought I'd come for a visit. As for looking for you." At this point, Dagu turned to look at Law, smiled slightly, and said, "You also said that Law is your family, and you welcomed him home. Therefore, it's not me looking for you. It's just Law coming back home." Fufufu. After hearing Dagu's words, Doflamingo laughed heartily again. He was laughing out of anger. However, he didn't say anything further to Dagu and instead looked at Law again, saying, "So Law, you're here to avenge Rosinante." "Oh no." When he mentioned Rosinante, Doflamingo couldn't help but shake his head, then said, "It should be said Corazon." He then directly questioned Law. "So you're here to take revenge for Corazon?" "Trafalgar Law." "That's right." In response to Doflamingo's question, Law nodded and said, "I'm here to avenge Corazon for the brother you killed." "Mr. Corazon?" Fufufu. Seeing Luo's serious expression, Doflamingo laughed again. But this time his smile carried a different flavor. After laughing, Doflamingo said, "Luo, you've barely managed to get your life back, a life that Corazon traded us for, and yet you don't know how to cherish it. I really don't know what to say to you. Luo, you have no right to mention him." Doflamingo. Unexpectedly, this statement directly angered Luo. Swish. After a furious shout, he drew his sword, Onigiri, and charged at Doflamingo. "How can you get so close to our king?" But at that moment, Diamante suddenly shouted and blocked Luo's path. "Your opponent is me." Just as he made his entrance, another person stepped up to face him. Hawkins. Indeed, facing Diamante was Basil Hawkins. "Oomph." Seeing this, Diamante snorted coldly but didn't go after Luo. Instead, he focused on Hawkins. Although Hawkins was still a newcomer in the New World, his bounty made it impossible for Diamante to treat him as a rookie. Besides, he thought to himself, even if he couldn't go after Luo, there were still others. However, when he saw the situation of the others, he was stunned. Because contrary to what he expected, there was actually no one blocking Luo's path. Soon after, as he looked around, he understood why there was no one to stop Luo. Because those who could had already been stopped. Pico of the Stone Fruit was blocked by Crocodile, one of the former warlords. Treble of the Sticky Fruit was intercepted by Enel, the Thunder God. Baby, 5 of the Weapon Fruit and Monet of the Snow Fruit were stopped by the Big Eater, Jewelry Bonney. As for Ultai of the Blast Fruit, Buffalo of the Spin Fruit, and Say or Pink of the Swim Fruit, they were all subdued by a blind swordsman named Ishao, who suddenly emerged and was even offered a bounty of 1 billion berries by the Navy. Faced with such a situation, Diamante was at a loss for what to do. Fufufu. But at this moment, Doflamingo still laughed, even smiling at the charging Luo. "Luo, with your reckless charging, how long will it take for you to change?" Line. As he spoke, Doflamingo raised his right hand and launched an attack before Luo could react. Bang! As Doflamingo moved, Luo quickly lifted his sword, successfully blocking the attack through his observation haki. Oh! Seeing Luo effortlessly block his strike, Doflamingo was quite surprised. He sighed, "Luo, it seems you really have grown." Unfortunately, Doflamingo's words didn't stir much in Luo's heart. He simply snorted coldly, but his movements didn't stop, and instead he raised his sword. Swish! In an instant, a flying slash shot towards Doflamingo. Bang! As Luo expected, this attack did not cause any harm to Doflamingo, nor did it even affect him. In the next moment, Doflamingo retaliated. 5 color strings. Doflamingo's 5 fingers each produced a nearly transparent thin thread, and then he assumed a beast claw posture, instantly sending 5 threads clawing towards Luo. Chapter 274, Doflamingo and the Sweet Commander's Room Slaughterhouse. Facing Doflamingo's attack, Luo's first reaction was not to take it head-on, but to instinctively use his Devil Fruit ability to evade. Sigh seeing Luo's movements. The spectator Dagu couldn't help but sigh and softly lament. It seems Luo still hasn't fully overcome the shadows of his childhood. Just after Dagu spoke, Robin beside him seemed to recall the past and remarked, "How could the shadows be so easily overcome?" Hearing this, Dagu said nothing more and continued to focus on the duel between Luo and Doflamingo. Luo was holding onigiri, slicing towards Doflamingo's waist from behind. Fufufu. Feeling the movement behind him, Doflamingo chuckled lightly but didn't pay much attention. Because when onigiri passed through, yes, it passed through, Luo's onigiri smoothly cut through Doflamingo's body. Feeling the force in his hand and seeing Doflamingo before him, who showed no sign of pain even as he was bisected, Luo understood that the Doflamingo in front of him was not the real one. Boom! Sure enough, the next moment, the Doflamingo in front of Luo collapsed, revealing a mass of strings. Yes, the Doflamingo before Luo was merely a string clone created by Doflamingo. As for the real Doflamingo, he was in the sky, or rather, he had never appeared before Dagu and the others at all. This was also the reason why Dagu wanted Ishao to keep an eye on Luo rather than watching him himself, because he needed to keep an eye on the real Doflamingo above. When he saw Luo deal with the string clone, Dagu immediately looked up and shouted, "Flamingo, your clone has been dealt with. Isn't it time to come down?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu suddenly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, targeting the airborne Doflamingo. Suddenly hit by Dagu's Haki, Doflamingo couldn't help but feel a jolt in his spirit. He also unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki to counter Dagu's. Boom! Thus, at the port of Dressrosa, invisible waves swept through, causing one civilian after another to fall into unconsciousness. However, this wave did not last long, because Doflamingo couldn't hold on. Yes, after clashing with Dagu's Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo finally understood why the world had placed a bounty of 3 billion berries on this guy. Fu, after figuring it out, Doflamingo laughed heartily as he descended, landing opposite Dagu. Dreamer Dagu, with such strength, what do you want to bring to this world? As soon as he landed, Doflamingo posed a question to Dagu. What I want to do is none of your business. Unfortunately, in response to Doflamingo's question, Dagu only replied calmly, "Because you have no future left. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to see it." Is that so? Upon hearing Dagu say this, Doflamingo's expression noticeably dimmed, but he quickly smiled and looked at Dagu, saying, "Are you so sure you can keep me here? You could try." In response, Dagu calmly replied again, Fu. As soon as Dagu said this, Doflamingo actually laughed instead of getting angry. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Are they your alliance? Because Dagu was looking at the other side. Come out. There are not many who could be relied on by Doflamingo and have conflicts with me. Wouldn't you agree? The sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates. No wonder he was the demon child with a bounty of 3 billion from the Navy. As soon as Daku finished speaking, a sigh of emotion followed, and a group of 3 men and 2 women stepped out from a large mirror nearby. Charlotte, Katakuri. Seeing the group that emerged, Robin was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the ones appearing here were the children of Big MOM, the sweet commanders. They were the special paramecia, the Machi fruit user, Minister of Flower, Charlotte Katakuri. The paramecia, the juice fruit user, Minister of Juice, Charlotte Smoothie. The paramecia, the biscuit fruit user, Minister of Biscuits, Charlotte Cracker. And the one who was removed from the original story after being defeated by the monster monk Urki, Charlotte Snack. If we talk about why Katakuri and the others are appearing in Dressrosa, it actually comes down to Daku. His actions and punk hazard caught Big Mom's attention. To further her ambitions, Big Mom immediately decided to send Katakuri to trouble Daku. But ultimately, something unexpected happened. In any case, when Katakuri set out, Big Mom also sent the other 3 sweet commanders along. As for the last Mirror fruit user, Charlotte Brule, she actually requested to come, and Katakuri thought that bringing her might be helpful, so he took her along. And it proved to be somewhat useful, though not significantly. Katakuri stared intently at Daku and said, "Son of the devil, you should have known our hiding place from the beginning, right?" Yes, in Katakuri's view, Daku likely already knew their hiding place. Indeed, as expected, facing Katakuri's question, Daku nodded affirmatively. "Before coming to the island, I sensed the situation here. However, at that time, I didn't know it was you, just speculating whether it was a partner of Don Quixote Doflamingo. But when you came with Doflamingo, I recognized you." Recognized? As soon as Daku said this, it startled Katakuri and the others. They had just been in Brule's mirror space. Yet this son of the devil claimed he recognized them. Which, thinking this, the Charlotte family looked at Daku with increasingly strange expressions. They felt they had underestimated this son of the devil. Or perhaps his strength truly matched his bounty. Son of the devil, what exactly is your ability? Suddenly, Katakuri became curious about Daku's powers. Although rumors suggested that this son of the devil had space transfer abilities, it seemed it might not be that simple. After all, if it were just simple space transfer, how could he have seen them inside the mirror space? Chapter 275, 1 against 2 and Daku eating melon. Want to know? Looking at Katakuri's expression, Daku said lightly, and then with a smirk added, "Why don't you see for yourself?" You. As soon as Daku spoke, it immediately drew the dissatisfaction of Snack, Smoothie, Cracker, and Brule, who all wanted to say something. However, as the words reached their lips, they were stopped by Katakuri's hand. And Katakuri did not respond to Daku, but instead looked at Doflamingo and said, "Doflamingo, if you destroy Dressrosa later, don't blame us." Fufufu. Hearing this, Doflamingo not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed heartily. Of course not. Very good. Seeing Doflamingo say this, Katakuri nodded, then looked at Daku and said, "Son of the devil, as long as you hand over the devil girl, Nico Robin, to us, we can let you leave Dressrosa. Otherwise, boom." Before Katakuri could finish his sentence, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted violently, instantly enveloping the entire Dressrosa. Otherwise what? Immediately, Daku's cold voice rang out. Oomph. Under the impact of Daku's conqueror's haki, Charlotte Brule was the first to falter, letting out a muffled groan before collapsing. Following that, the soldiers of Dressrosa, members of the Don Quixote family, and even weaker high-ranking members like Buffalo and Sugar all fell one after another. Watching the scene before them, whether it was Doflamingo, Katakuri, or the others, they all fell silent. They had considered that Daku might be strong, but they never thought he would be this strong. Just looking at the power of his conqueror's haki, Katakuri felt that even Imom might not compare. Not to mention other members of the Don Quixote family. Without having seen the strength of the other 4 emperors, they thought Daku's conqueror's haki might rival that of Shanks, who was rumored to have the strongest haki. Son of the devil. After a long silence, it was finally Katakuri who reacted, letting out a furious roar as he released his own conqueror's haki to counter Daku. Boom! Boom! Not just Katakuri, but in the moment Katakuri erupted, Doflamingo also unleashed his own conqueror's haki. Thus, the 2 forces of conqueror's haki clashed against Daku's. However, to the disappointment of the Don Quixote family and the Charlotte siblings, even when Katakuri and Doflamingo teamed up, their conqueror's haki was suppressed by Daku alone. Katakuri, Doflamingo. In the end, Daku looked at the 2 and smiled. Have you not eaten? You. Hearing this, the 2, who were initially thinking of competing with Daku's conqueror's haki, simultaneously retracted their haki and rushed towards Daku. But an unexpected incident occurred just at that moment. Law. Looking at the figure in front, Doflamingo had to stop in his tracks. What? Staring at Law for a moment, Doflamingo then asked Law, "Do you still want to fight me?" Oomph. Facing Doflamingo's question, Law snorted first, then said very seriously, "Doflamingo, I said before, I'm here to take revenge for Corazon today, so I naturally won't hand you over to anyone else. Is that so?" Hearing Law say this, Doflamingo responded lightly, and then lost the desire to trouble Daku, focusing instead on Law. As for Katakuri, Billy, just as he was about to charge in front of Daku, a bolt of lightning struck in his path. And then Enel appeared in front of him, looking at him and saying, I heard you're very strong. Do you want to spar with me? God of Thunder, Enel. Seeing the figure in front of him, Katakuri's expression became tense. Initially, he thought that the one who had a bounty of 1 billion berries before entering the New World was just a fame-seeking individual. However, after witnessing Daku's earlier eruption, Katakuri understood that the Enel in front of him was definitely not just someone seeking fame. He possessed strength worthy of the 1 billion berries bounty. Thus, when facing Enel's interception, he did not recklessly disregard him. Instead, he regained his composure and looked at Enel, saying calmly, all right. Whoosh. With that, Katakuri twisted his wrist, directly lifting his trident and stabbing it toward Enel, who faced with Katakuri's sudden attack. Enel was not surprised at all. Instead, he raised his golden staff and swept it towards Katakuri. Bang! Soon, the spear and the staff clashed, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept across the area. Sweet Commander, Charlotte Cracker. Former 7 warlords, Sir Crocodile. At the same time, on another side, Cracker confronted Crocodile. Sweet Commander, Charlotte Smoothie. Devil Child, Nico Robin. Similarly, Smoothie was also intercepted, and the one who stopped her was none other than Robin. It seems that the world has underestimated your strength. Devil Child. Looking at Nico Robin, who was equally imposing, Smoothie's expression turned serious as she spoke. You're overpraising me. Unfortunately, Robin didn't pay much attention to Smoothie's compliment and simply replied lightly before falling silent. Sweet Commander, Charlotte Snack. Magician Basil Hawkins. In another corner, Hawkins also faced the last of the Sweet Commanders. As for the members of the Don Quixote family, who were originally supposed to take charge, apart from those who were knocked out by Conqueror's Haki, the rest were stopped by Ishao, Bonney, Beepo, and Guana. Although Beepo and Guana's strength had not fully matured yet, they were still capable of dealing with a member of the Don Quixote family, while most were stopped by Ishao. A great battle was about to break out. However, the strongest presence on the scene, who also had the highest bounty, Dagu, he found a place to sit down, took out some melon seeds from who knows where, and leisurely watched the battles unfold. How comfortable. Chapter 276. Enel vs. Katakuri Dressrosa, a well-known country of love, passion, and toys in the New World, was supposed to be bustling with prosperity everywhere. However, at this moment, Dressrosa was in stark contrast to its title of a land of love, passion, and toys. Because throughout Dressrosa, there were deafening booms erupting from time to time, and within the island, no one was left standing. Everyone had collapsed on the roadside. The toys, which were once everywhere in Dressrosa, had inexplicably vanished without a trace, as if Dressrosa had never had toys at all. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout Dressrosa, drawing everyone's attention from their battles. On the other side of the port, dark clouds gathered, and lightning danced within them. It was clear that the thunder god, Enel, was unleashing his power. No, but that was not the most surprising part. What was truly astonishing was that under those dark clouds, countless Nua appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire area. Brother Katakuri, it's serious now. Looking at the endless Nua, Smoothie, who was originally clashing with Robin, couldn't help but pause and remark, is this the awakening of the Paramecia devil fruit that Dagu mentioned? At the same time, Robin also turned her gaze towards that direction, even whispering to herself unconsciously. That's right. In response, Smoothie immediately said, this is the awakening of the devil fruit. Only by reaching this level can one be considered to have truly developed their devil fruit. Is that so? Listening to Smoothie's explanation, Robin chose not to say anything further, quietly gazing at the distant scene, trying to find her own path to evolution. You're not bad at all. On the other side, seeing that Katakuri could assimilate the surrounding materials to create a powerful terrain for himself, Enel's eyes lit up. It seemed he had found the right opponent. You're not bad either, Thunder God. Similarly, in response to Enel's compliment, Katakuri could not help but reply, the world has underestimated you. You truly have the strength to match your bounty. Whatever. Unfortunately, hearing Katakuri's words, Enel was not particularly moved. In his view, how the world spoke was their business. Of course, he did not know who said it. If he did, Enel would definitely make them understand what divine punishment really meant. Divine punishment. Thinking this, Enel first unleashed a divine punishment towards Katakuri, just as he had said earlier. If he didn't know, that would be fine. But now that the person was right in front of him, he had to deliver a divine punishment. Boom! With Enel's action, a massive bolt of lightning, mixed with a terrifying aura, crashed down towards Katakuri below. Oomph. Looking at the commotion above, Katakuri snorted coldly, and then suddenly exerted his strength. Invincible donuts. Countless donuts made of nuo suddenly appeared around Katakuri, followed by fists emerging from within. Monster Machi. But in the next moment, countless donuts began to gather, gradually merging into one, and the fists simplified into a single one. Just as the lightning in the sky was about to strike him, Katakuri suddenly stretched out his hand and punched towards the thunder. Bang! Following Katakuri's movement, the enormous fist he created also struck towards the lightning. Crash! In an instant, a sound that shook the heavens and the earth resonated between the two, echoing across the land of Dressrosa. Crackle, but this was not the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning, because in the next moment, Enel teleported next to Katakuri and swung his staff at him. Bang! Unfortunately, Enel's action had long been sensed by Katakuri through his advanced observation haki. So Enel's sudden attack did not achieve the expected effect and was directly blocked by Katakuri holding his trident. However, the two did not stop there. Instead, they engaged in close combat. Bang, 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 Enel's golden staff flew, each strike aimed at Katakuri's vital points. Yet no matter where Enel attacked from, how much force he used, or how unexpectedly he struck, Katakuri intercepted them all one by one. Captain, why do I feel like Katakuri seems to know where Enel is going to attack before he strikes? Watching the battle between the two, Yuta, who had been staying beside Dagu, couldn't help but voice her confusion. You're not mistaken. In response, Dagu did not deny Yuta's words, but nodded in affirmation. Then explained to her what the advanced application of observation haki was. Foresight. Katakuri is this strong. After hearing Dagu's words, Yuta couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed she had underestimated this sweet commander, the first of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, Katakuri. Katakuri is indeed impressive. Listening to Yuta's words, Dagu nodded again and said, one could say that if it weren't for the presence of big MOM above, Katakuri might have become the next emperor of the sea if he ventured out on his own. Of course, but soon, Dagu changed the subject and said, if he really separated from Big Mom, he might end up in a worse situation. After all, without Big Mom's protection, they would have probably already perished in the sea. Hearing Dagu say this, Yuta was momentarily at a loss for words and did not respond, instead falling into silence. Seeing Yuta like this, Dagu shook his head, choosing not to disturb him, but continued to look towards another battlefield. Doflamingo and Laws. Doflamingo, after Katakuri used the awakened power of his devil fruit, seemed to have a change of heart. Perhaps he recognized Law's strength. Or maybe he didn't want the big MOM pirate crew to overshadow him on his own turf. In any case, he also used his devil fruit awakening, assimilating everything nearby into his ability's form. Strings. Looking at the suddenly white surroundings, Law felt somewhat at a loss for words. Although he had tried to elevate Doflamingo's strength, he realized he had underestimated him. He never expected that Doflamingo had actually awakened his devil fruit. Chapter 277. The Battles of Everyone and Kaido's Attack. What? Are you scared now? Seeing Law's expression, Doflamingo couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing Doflamingo's slightly provocative words, Law said nothing, just snorted and charged towards Doflamingo again. Seeing Law rush towards him without a word, Doflamingo involuntarily smiled again, but then his expression hardened, and he suddenly unleashed the skill after awakening his devil fruit. Raging White Line. In the next moment, with Doflamingo's forceful thrust, countless transparent white threads suddenly aligned horizontally on the ground, forming a wave-like attack that surged up from below Law, gradually closing in on him. Room Slaughterhouse. Seeing this, Law did not sit idly by. Instead, He immediately used his Devil Fruit ability to successfully swap positions with a stone behind Doflamingo, outside of the white threads. Swish! With the swap successful, Law swung his sword, Kikoku, aiming for Doflamingo's neck. Unexpectedly, when faced with Law's strike, Doflamingo did not use his Devil Fruit ability again. Instead, he directly clenched his right fist and struck fiercely at Law's beloved sword, Kikoku. Clang! As expected, in the next moment, a metallic clash echoed from their collision. After all, Doflamingo couldn't really take Law's sword with his bare hand, so he naturally coated it with armament hockey. Seeing Doflamingo, who still wore a smile even now, Law felt a wave of imbalance in his heart. It was as if Doflamingo was mocking him, laughing at how he had not changed at all over the years. Huh! Lost in thought, Law couldn't help but let out a loud shout, while simultaneously increasing the force in his hand and accelerating his speed, delivering a flurry of strikes towards Doflamingo. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, Doflamingo managed to counter each one. Few after a long while, Law let out a long sigh, appearing somewhat drained. He didn't even know why he felt this way. Clearly, his experiences over the years had been completely different from those in the original story. In the original story, Law had lived a long period of poverty after leaving the Don Quixote family, and he had not received training from world-class figures like Corazon, Dr. Correja, or Shiki. Yet now, despite the guidance from so many top-tier individuals, Law found himself at a disadvantage against Doflamingo. Dagu thought Law's strength was quite decent, at least not inferior to some Navy vice admirals. Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but look at Law's figure and sighed, then turned his head to observe the duel between Robin and Smoker. The battle between these two was quite evenly matched. Just as Robin kicked Smoker with a whip kick, Smoker retaliated with a hook punch. Bang! Robin's kick landed on Smoker's thigh, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Slap! But Robin didn't fare any better, as at that moment, Smoker swung his giant sword, striking her in the waist. Cough cough after taking that hit. Robin couldn't help but cough twice. But it wasn't a big deal since she had already coated herself with armament hockey beforehand. Seeing Robin's condition, Dagu nodded, then turned to observe the situation with Bonney and Kuina. After Law, Hawkins, Enel, and Crocodile exited the battlefield, their opponents were taken over by Bonney, Kuina, and Ichiji. Kuina faced off against Diamante, the opponent of Hawkins. Perhaps it was because he also wielded a sword that Kuina chose to take him on. On the other side, Bonney faced off against Pika from the Spade Pirates. As for the remaining members of the Don Quixote family, Toribol, Onizuka, and others who were not knocked out by the Conqueror's hockey, were all held back by Ichiji alone. In fact, with Ichiji's strength, he could have easily dealt with all of them, but for some reason, he didn't do that. Instead, he engaged in a stalemate with them. As long as the opponents didn't move, he wouldn't move either, as if he could only discern their positions through sound. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head helplessly, then looked at Yuta beside him and said, "Yuta, let me take you back to Shanks." "Why?" Suddenly hearing Dagu say he would take her back to Shanks, Yuta was puzzled, as she couldn't understand why she had to be sent away, even though her strength was still quite lacking. There was no one around who could attack her now. Moreover, she was right beside Dagu. How could there be any danger? Facing Yuta's confusion, Dagu looked up at the sky and said lightly, "I might not have time to look after you later." As soon as Dagu said this, Yuta instantly became nervous. Clearly, new enemies were approaching, and their strength was so formidable that even Dagu had to take it seriously. Kaido. Suddenly, Yuta thought of a possibility. If there was anyone in the New World who could make Dagu take things seriously, it could only be the Emperors of the Sea, and among them, the ones who could attack from the sky were either Big Momonosuke or Kaido. But the fact was, Big Momonosuke had already sent her sweet commanders. She wouldn't come herself. So it could only be the Beast Kaido. Hearing this, Dagu nodded quietly. "All right." Seeing Dagu nod, Yuta helplessly replied, "Sorry for the trouble, Captain. Let's go." With that, Dagu reached out and placed a hand on Yuta's shoulder. Then with a flying thunder god technique, they disappeared from Dressrosa. Roar just as Dagu vanished. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the skies, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction at Dagu's sudden disappearance. Whoosh! But before anything else could happen in the sky, Ichiji on the ground took the lead and shot a beam of light towards the sky. Boom! Moments later, a gigantic meteor came crashing down from the heavens, targeting the figure in the sky. As for the Don Quixote family members who had just fought Ichiji, they fell into silence, stunned by the turn of events. They just thought that Xiao was smiling because he couldn't see with his eyes, which is why he acted only after they made a move. It turns out that the other party's attention was not on them at all, but in the sky, on that giant blue dragon. Chapter 278. Kaido and the Ancient Times. Kaido, known to the world as the strongest creature among all living things on land, sea, and air. The governor of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, with a bounty of 611, 100, 000 berries. He is a user of the fish fruit, mythical beast type, Azure Dragon form, hailing from the Wokai Kingdom. He was once a trainee pirate in the Rocks Pirates and later left the crew. Moreover, after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, his strength only increased, making many pirates submit to him with just his own formidable power. He is now the protector king of Wano country, residing in Onigashima. He possesses a necessary item for reaching Laugh Tale, one of the 4 road poneglyphs. Not only that, he also attempts to establish an anarchic pirate empire, naming it the New Onigashima Project. As for why he appeared here, in Dressrosa, the main reason is similar to Katakuri and the others. Kaido also came because of the actions of Ancient Times and Punk Hazard, as well as the sudden rise of Ancient Times, prompting Kaido to decide to personally find Ancient Times for some fun. Of course, before this, Kaido first made a phone call to Big M, which explains why, even though Katakuri was about to set off, Big M suddenly called Krija, Smooji, Snag, and the other 3 sweet commanders. However, what Kaido didn't expect was that just as he arrived, the brat had already left. This made Kaido quite unhappy, and he roared in anger. But what surprised Kaido even more was that after his roar, the guy below, who looked like a subordinate of that brat, actually had the guts to attack him first. Even more astonishing was that the guy's attack was not simple at all. Looking at the meteorite rapidly falling from above, Kaido smiled, laughed loudly. Orolololo. However, Kaido's expression soon turned serious as he unleashed a blast of flame toward the meteorite. Boom! In an instant, the massive meteorite was shattered by Kaido's blast, scattering into the waters outside Dressrosa. Bang! Not long after, a tremendous sound echoed through Dressrosa, and then, amid everyone's gaze, Kaido, wielding a kanabo, emerged from the dust. Beast! Kaido! Looking at Kaido's towering figure, everyone involuntarily stopped their actions, and then, as if they had agreed, each walked back to their respective camps. The Don Quixote family gathered around Doflamingo. The sweet commanders regrouped around Katakuri, and they didn't forget to bring along the already unconscious BRLE. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, due to Ancient Time's sudden departure, everyone consciously gathered around Robin, clearly positioning her as their leader. However, although Robin was supported by the crowd, she knew very well that her current strength was not even enough to qualify for a conversation with Kaido, so she did not truly take on the role of leader. Instead, she turned to Xiao, who had been appointed as the vice captain by Ancient Times. Seeing this, Robin looked at Xiao and said, "Mr. Xiao, now that Ancient Times is not here, it should be up to you as the vice captain to command." This. Upon hearing Robin's words, Xiao was initially stunned, then smiled helplessly. All right. After saying that, Xiao stepped forward and, based on his observation haki, turned to Kaido and said, "This must be Mr. Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates." With that, Xiao immediately asked, "May I ask, Mr. Kaido, are you just passing by or Orolololo?" In response to Xiao's question, Kaido did not answer immediately, but let out a hearty laugh. "You have some decent strength. Why follow that brat? Why not follow me instead?" "I absolutely." Mr. Kaido. Unfortunately, before Kaido could finish his words, Xiao interjected. As the saying goes, a horse cannot bear 2 saddles, and a loyal minister does not serve 2 lords. Captain Ancient Times has treated me well, so I have no intention of leaving for the time being. Oh, hearing Xiao say this, Kaido couldn't help but be surprised, but he quickly responded. But as the saying goes, a good bird chooses a good tree to perch on, and a good minister chooses a good lord to serve. Compare to me, What does that brat have? What does he have? Do you want to know what I have? At that moment, a voice that the Straw Hat Pirates were all too familiar with suddenly rang out from beside Robin. Captain. Hearing the commotion, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates all turned their gazes over and greeted the figure that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, Yi Xiao quietly stepped back. Seeing Yi Xiao do this, Ancient Times felt helpless, but said nothing. After all, Yi Xiao had only joined recently, and this situation should disappear as time went on, right? While pondering, Ancient Times stepped forward and confronted Kaido. Kaido, do you want to dig up my vice captain in front of me? Boom! After speaking, his conqueror's haki erupted, surging toward Kaido. Orolololo. Feeling the impact of Ancient Times' conqueror's haki, Kaido couldn't help but burst into laughter. But in the next moment, Kaido's expression sharpened, and he released his own conqueror's haki. Boom! In an instant, the two massive conquerors' haki clashed, and the power of these two haki was incredibly terrifying. The results of their combined might were astonishing. As expected, those who were still conscious, like Gladius and Sei or Pink from the Don Quixote family, all fell down. Even Kuina and Beepo were swaying unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing like the others. Seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately stepped forward to shield Kuina and the others from the impact of Ancient Times and Kaido's conqueror's haki. Orolololo. After a long while, accompanied by another round of Kaido's hearty laughter, the two finally withdrew their conqueror's haki and quietly looked at each other. That brat, your conqueror's haki isn't weak. Kaido was the first to speak. Unfortunately, in response to Kaido's compliment, Ancient Times did not make too many moves, merely replying lightly. Likewise, at the same time, his thoughts drifted momentarily. When he went to send Yuta off, Shanks had expressed a desire to come along when he heard that he was going to fight Kaido. Although it seemed like Shanks wanted to help his junior brother face Kaido, from another perspective, if Shanks intervened, no matter the outcome, the world would prefix this event with 4 Emperors, red-haired Shanks. That's right, no matter how the final outcome played out, as long as Shanks appeared and stood on his side. In the end, he, the Devil's Son, would definitely be excluded from the equation. At most, it would just be added that he was the one who picked up the pieces in the Battle of the 4 Emperors. Chapter 279, New Hatred and Old Grudges, or Rolo Lo Lo Lo. Seeing Ancient Times' expression, Kaido couldn't help but chuckle twice. Boom! But turning his head, Kaido swung the kanabo in his hand, creating a massive noise, and stared directly at Ancient Times. Brat, I heard you destroy my factory. Have you figured out how to compensate? Compensate? Hearing Kaido mention the factory at Punk Hazard, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle, then shrugged and said nonchalantly, compensate for what? You only contacted me for a few days, and you don't even know if that factory can operate normally. How can you expect me to compensate you? Upon hearing this, Kaido was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Doflamingo and said, Joker, you promised me there would definitely be devil fruits. Are you trying to deceive me? Huh. Boom. As he spoke, Kaido unleashed his conqueror's haki and charged straight at Doflamingo. Kaido. Faced with Kaido's sudden eruption, Doflamingo didn't dare to resist and hurriedly explained. In all these years, who have I, Joker, deceived in business? Hearing Doflamingo say this, Kaido recalled that over the years, he indeed hadn't deceived anyone in business. Oof. It better be so. He snorted coldly and no longer focused on him, turning to Dagu and saying, Demon Brat, you heard what I said. So how do you plan to compensate for my losses? Under Kaido's gaze, Dagu smiled slightly and retorted, Do you think I will compensate? Oh, ho ho ho. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but laugh in anger. It was the first time someone spoke to him like this since he became one of the 4 Emperors. Very well. But after laughing, Kaido became furious, shouting loudly as he raised his kanabo, smashing it down towards Dagu in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of immense energy erupted from the kanabo, charging directly at Dagu. Oomph! Facing such a strike, Dagu also snorted, then drew his victory contract sword and swung it out. Whoosh! Bang! In an instant, 2 extremely powerful attacks collided. The dust in Dressrosa flew up, and a fierce wind rose, separating the clouds above and the seas outside the island with this energy shockwave. Not to mention the members of the Don Quixote family who were close by, including the Sweet Commanders. although Doflamingo and Katakuri immediately stepped in to intercept. Their strength was still somewhat lacking compared to a 4 Emperor level like Kaido. Therefore, even though they defended, they couldn't completely block it. One by one, they were sent flying several dozen meters, only managing to stop with the help of their awakened abilities. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, they were not too affected because they had the Admiral Yisheng, as well as Enel and Crocodile, both of whom were of the Emperor level. So, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had the leisure to point and comment on the battle between Dagu and Kaido. Is this the battle of the 4 Emperors? Looking around, especially at the situation in the sky and the sea, Guina, Bonney, Hawkins, and Law couldn't help but show looks of shock. They never thought someone could achieve this level solely through physical strength. They thought one needed to have a Logia-type devil fruit, like Enel or Crocodile, to do so. Little did they know, their captain was giving them a lesson at that moment. At the same time, a few of them couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the figure of Yisheng standing in front of everyone. If they remember correctly, the captain said he also had such strength. Thinking of this, they felt their own strength was lacking again. In the first half, they could fight anyone, but in the second half, as they entered this new world, they felt an urgency once more. Oh ho ho ho! Suddenly, Kaido's laughter rang out again, drawing everyone's attention. Demon Brat, you're quite something. Kaido leaned on his kanabo, praising Dagu, then looked at the victory contract sword in his hand and asked, Demon Brat, what is the name of the sword in your hand? Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Hearing this, Dagu didn't refuse to answer. Instead, he slowly raised the sword in his hand, gently stroking its blade as he introduced, the sword is called the Victory Contract Sword, also known as the Sword in the Stone. It is the holy sword of ancient Britain. Listening to Dagu's words, Kaido suddenly looked dazed, lost in memories. After a long while, Kaido came back to his senses and looked at Dagu, saying with emotion, decades ago, when I was still an intern, I follow my captain to a country. If I remember correctly, its name is Britain. Before Kaido could finish, Dagu spoke first. That country's name is indeed Britain, and it is also the birthplace of my sword. Back then, your captain wanted to invite the king of that country, who was also the former owner of this sword, King Arthur, aboard, but he was refused. Because of this, your captain not only killed him, but also destroyed his entire country. Oh, ho ho ho. Listening to Dagu's narration, Kaido laughed again, and after a while, he looked at Dagu seriously and said, I didn't expect you to know so much. Saying this, Kaido turned to Dagu and asked, so, do you want to avenge your predecessor? I do have that thought. Upon hearing this, Dagu quietly nodded and said, after all, I inherited his sword, so it wouldn't be too much to do something within my capabilities for him. Within your capabilities? Dagu's words made Kaido pause for a moment, then burst into laughter again. Oh, ho ho ho, Demon Brat, you say it as if you can easily resolve me. In the next moment, Kaido pointed his kanabo and said, come, let me see if you have the qualifications to say that. Thunder Bagua. As he spoke, Kaido lifted his kanabo, and a Thunder Bagua surged forth, heading straight for Dagu. However, the next scene puzzled Kaido, as Dagu surprisingly did not dodge or evade, nor did he raise his sword to counterattack. Instead, he simply raised his left hand. What surprised Kaido even more was that after Dagu raised his hand, his attack rebounded back towards him. Shinra Tensei. Indeed, the reason Kaido's attack bounced back was that Dagu used the ability of the Rinnegan's Deva Path, Shinra Tensei. Chapter 280, Susanoo and the Azure Dragon Kaido. Thunder Bagua. Watching the returning attack, Kaido raised his hand again and executed another Thunder Bagua to cancel it out. Oh ho ho ho. The next moment, Kaido laughed again and said, Demon Brat, your ability is quite impressive. Hearing Kaido's laughter, Dagu did not respond but turned his gaze to all of Dressrosa. Upon discovering the devastation around him, Dagu couldn't help but frown. Then his body slowly began to rise. And he said to Kaido, Kaido, let's fight in the sky. After saying that, Dagu accelerated his ascent, quickly flying above the clouds. Roar seeing this, Kaido didn't hesitate and transformed into his Azure Dragon form to chase after him. Brother Katakuri, what should we do next? Looking at the figures of Dagu and Kaido leaving, Smudgy turned to Katakuri, asking what they should do next, continue fighting or leave. Wait a moment. Listening to Smuggy's question, Katakuri looked up at the sky and said lightly, "Let's wait until they have results. If Kaido wins, there's no need to leave. If that demon child wins." Hearing this, although Katakuri didn't finish his sentence, Smuggy and the others already understood his meaning, and they all nodded in agreement. Yes. At the same time, Doflamingo's decision was the same as Katakuri's, which was to wait and see the outcome between Kaido and Oden. However, while Doflamingo wanted a ceasefire, some people were not planning to let him go that easily. Doflamingo. Suddenly, Law shouted at Doflamingo. "I said, I'm here to avenge Corazon today. You can't leave." Room Butcher. As soon as he finished speaking, Law suddenly used his ability to swap places with Doflamingo and a nearby rock. Law suddenly swapped. Doflamingo's expression turned grim as he fixed his gaze on Law and said, "In that case, let us see if you really have the ability to avenge Corazon." Color of the Supreme. With that, Doflamingo's right hand clawed towards Law. Clang, clang, clang. In the face of Doflamingo's attack, Law appeared very calm, flipping his wrist and using Haki to enhance his sword, blocking Doflamingo's attacks one by one. Doflamingo. Meanwhile, Diamante and other members of the Don Quixote family, seeing Doflamingo swapped with Law, became anxious. They immediately ran towards the two, fearing that something might happen to Doflamingo, especially since Law was surrounded by all the members of the Light Pirates. How could they not be afraid? However, in reality, they were overthinking, as neither Kuna, Bonney, nor Enel, Crocodile, had any intention of joining Law to attack Doflamingo. After all, this was Law's own issue. If they acted rashly before Law called for help, they might even be disliked by Law. Therefore, the Light Pirates had no intention of helping Law, but when Diamante and the others rushed over, they became targets. Just like before, Kuina once again approached the swordsman Diamante. Hawkins then turned to face Treble. Bonney confronted Pika, and Say or Pink was intercepted by Beepo. As for the other members of the Don Quixote family, aside from those knocked out by Conqueror's Haki, the remaining few were blocked by Crocodile. Finally, the remaining members of the Light Pirates were Ichiji, Robin, and Enel. They stayed back to guard against the possible ambush from Katakuri and the Sweet Commander. Of course, the real ones keeping an eye on Katakuri were Robin and Enel. Ichiji's main focus was actually on the battle above, between Oden and Kaido. Although Ichiji recognized Oden's strength, he knew the saying, "Better safe than sorry." What if Oden lost? At this stage, aside from Oden, he was the only one capable of stopping an Emperor-level enemy. So Ichiji believed he must pay attention to the battle in the sky, just in case. On the other side, in the sky, seeing Kaido transform into a blue dragon, Oden also activated his Susanoo. Roar. Looking at Oden's Susanoo, Kaido, now in his dragon form, grinned and laughed. "Demon Kid, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Now we can have a good fight." Roar, Heat Breath. With that, Kaido roared and unleashed a Heat Breath attack towards Oden's Susanoo. Facing the fiery energy rushing towards him, Oden remained calm throughout. Even as the Heat Breath approached, he simply raised his hand, manipulating the sword of Susanoo, and slashed out. Swish! In an instant, a massive sword energy swept across, and Kaido's Heat Breath was instantly extinguished. Roar! Seeing this scene, Kaido let out an angry roar, no longer launching Heat Breath at Oden, but instead his massive dragon body charged directly at Oden. In response to Kaido's movement, Oden did the same. The wings of Susanoo flapped, propelling him to meet the blue dragon Kaido. Bang! In an instant, the dragon's fangs collided with Susanoo's giant sword, creating a tremendous sound. However, this was not the end. Just as the dragon's fangs and the giant sword were at a standstill, Kaido suddenly extended his dragon claw, aiming directly at Oden's forehead and Susanoo. Bang! However, Kaido's plan did not succeed, as at the moment he extended his dragon claw, Oden also extended his other hand, perfectly blocking Kaido's dragon claw. The problem was that Blue Dragon Kaido had more than one claw, and besides his claws, he had a strong dragon tail. Roar! Just then, after his claw was restricted, Kaido swung his tail, and the thick dragon tail smashed towards Oden's Susanoo with terrifying force. Faced with this powerful tail strike from Kaido, Oden's expression finally changed. He furrowed his brow, then his eyes widened, and suddenly a massive repulsive force erupted, sending Blue Dragon Kaido flying away. Super Shinra Tensei. That's right. What Oden used was the Shinra Tensei from the Rinnegan's Deva Path. And to be safe, he didn't use the ordinary Shinra Tensei, but directly used the Super Shinra Tensei, which sent Blue Dragon Kaido flying away. Chapter 281, Wolf Tooth Club and Sword and Stone. Bang! After being sent flying dozens of meters, Kaido finally erupted with a force that stopped his momentum. Then Kaido did not recklessly charge again, but instead stopped and kept sizing up Oden, trying to figure out what Oden's ability was exactly. Why could he use repulsion? Wasn't he supposed to have a space-type ability? Suddenly, Kaido seemed to think of something and asked Oden, "Demon Kid, are you a mythical Zoan type?" Mythical Zoan? Hearing Kaido's question, Oden was taken aback for a moment, then pondered slightly, sort of, oro. Seeing Oden's acknowledgement, Kaido immediately laughed and then directly invited Oden. "Demon Kid, how about joining me? I'll make you my vice captain. What do you say?" Not interested. Unfortunately, to Kaido's disappointment, Oden rejected him outright without even hesitating. "In this world, I will not become anyone's subordinate." Is that so? Faced with Oden's righteous words, even Kaido felt a bit disappointed. But he quickly recovered and looked at Oden. "In that case, I will take you down and see what kind of king you can become." Heat breath. With that, Kaido unleashed a heat breath attack directly at Oden, who, looking at the heat breath rushing towards him, Oden took a light breath and then suddenly raised his right hand and waved. As Oden moved, the massive Susanoo followed suit. In an instant, Susanoo's long sword slashed out a powerful sword energy towards Kaido's heat breath, sending it soaring higher into the sky until it vanished from sight. But that wasn't the end, as in the next moment, Susanoo's long sword turned. Bang! In an instant, a huge sound erupted. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Kaido had taken advantage of Luffy dealing with King to swiftly rush to Luffy's side, swinging his tail at him. Unfortunately, Luffy had sensed the ambush in advance and intercepted it. With the attack blocked, Kaido immediately turned his body, swinging his tail once more at Luffy. However, before Kaido's tail could reach him, Luffy had already raised both fists and began to hammer away at Kaido's dragon body. Bang, bang, bang. In just an instant, Luffy had landed over 100 punches on Kaido's dragon form. Bang! Finally, with a heavy blow from Luffy, Kaido was sent flying dozens of meters away. Cough, cough. After taking that hit, Kaido couldn't help but cough, indicating that his condition had changed somewhat. At the same time, he realized that he was at a disadvantage against Luffy in the air. Coming to this conclusion, Kaido decided to change his strategy and shouted at Luffy, "Demon Brat, if you have the guts, come down and fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido immediately flew down towards Dressrosa. To Kaido's surprise, just as he was about to fly towards Dressrosa, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Seeing this, Kaido was furious. Demon Brat. He no longer cared about whether they were in the air or not. After a roar, he abruptly exited his dragon form and transformed into his strongest hybrid form. Then, raising his Kanabo, he charged at Luffy. Thunderous Bagua, a massive, powerful swing, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, rushed towards Luffy at incredible speed. In response to Kaido's swing, Luffy chose not to use Susanoo to block it. Instead, like Kaido, he exited the Susanoo state and brandished the Sword of Victory, also wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, to meet a head-on. Boom! In the next second, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, followed by a colossal sound. The power of this energy was so great that everyone on the island felt an immense pressure, causing them to involuntarily stop their movements and stare blankly at the two figures standing against the clear sky. After silently watching for 2 seconds, Katakuri suddenly said to his siblings, "Let's go, brother Katakuri." Seeing Katakuri suddenly tell them to leave, Smoker and the others were puzzled and wanted to ask what was going on. Although the Demon Brat's strength exceeded their expectations, there was no need to run away directly. Indeed, to Smoker and the others, leaving at this moment symbolized fleeing. "Don't ask, let's go." But before they could finish their words, Katakuri preemptively stopped them and then said something before heading toward the other side of the island, where their ship was docked. Watching Katakuri's demeanor, Smoker and the others exchanged glances and ultimately no one said anything, just silently followed in Katakuri's footsteps. As for why Katakuri was in such a hurry to leave, it was because he had seen the future. He saw that in the next moment, Kaido would fall from the sky, shaking the entire Dressrosa 3 times. It was precisely for this reason that Katakuri was eager to leave, as this situation indicated that Kaido would most likely not be a match for the demon brat. In other words, they had no chance of recovering their losses, so why linger? Therefore, Katakuri decided not to wait for the outcome of the fight and planned to leave immediately. Bang! Sure enough, just as Katakuri had left the port and had not yet reached their ship, Kaido suddenly fell from the sky, crashing onto the streets of Dressrosa, causing the entire Dressrosa to tremble. This scene instantly shocked both the Don Quixote family and Smoker's group of sweet commanders. They never expected that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, would actually be defeated in battle against a newcomer. Captain. Unlike them, Kuna, Hawkins, and Law were all excited to see Luffy knock Kaido down. Although they already knew Luffy was strong and had previously fought against admirals like Akiji, Carp, and Gion, the problem was that they had not witnessed that battle firsthand. They had only seen a little of the beginning, nowhere near as much as they saw now, so their feelings weren't as stirred as they were now. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, Aizo finally let go of his worries. Chapter 282. The sweet commanders depart and return to Punk Hazard. But the next moment, to everyone's surprise, before Kaido could get back up, Luffy suddenly appeared beside him and directly took him away from Dressrosa. What does this mean? Watching this unfold, whether it was Katakuri, Doflamingo, or Aizo and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, they were all puzzled. Sister Robin, where did the captain go? Kuina immediately turned her gaze to Robin, trying to get an answer from her. I don't know either, but unfortunately, Robin had no idea where Luffy had gone. Brother Katakuri, are we still leaving? At the same time, on the other side, after seeing Luffy and Kaido disappear, Smoker asked Kakuri again if they should still leave. Let's go. In response, Katakuri said without hesitation, Kaido doesn't know where that demon brat took him, but it's highly likely he won't be coming back. Since that's the case, what are we still doing here? True, Katakuri's words made Smoker and the others realize. Indeed, just as Katakuri said, Kaido had been taken somewhere unknown, and it was uncertain how long it would take for him to return. However, Luffy could return in an instant, and the reason he hadn't returned yet was probably because he wanted to fight Kaido. Otherwise, he could have simply dropped Kaido and turned back. Coming to this realization, Katakuri and the others no longer hesitated and immediately ran off into the distance, subsequently boarding their ship to leave Dressrosa. Thus, in the end, the only ones left in Dressrosa were the Don Quixote family as the hosts and the Straw Hat Pirates as guests. Doflamingo, looking at the stronger and more numerous Straw Hat Pirates across from them, Diamante and the other remaining senior members of the Don Quixote family couldn't help but cast their eyes towards Doflamingo, waiting for his orders. However, faced with such a situation, Doflamingo had no good solutions at the moment. If it were other pirate crews, it would be one thing. At least there would be a chance for negotiation, just like with the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. But the problem now was that the Straw Hat Pirates were different. Thinking this, Doflamingo quietly looked at Law, who was among the Straw Hat Pirates, and shouted, Law, weren't you going to avenge Corazon? What's wrong? Are you too scared to make a move? You. Hearing Doflamingo's obvious provocation, Law, although aware, couldn't suppress the anger within him. Clang! In the next moment, Law drew his sword, and then charged straight towards Doflamingo. Looking at Luo's appearance, Bonney and the others couldn't help but sigh, but they didn't just stand by and let Luo face the Don Quixote family alone. Instead, they rushed forward right after him, blocking everyone except for Doflamingo. Boom! In an instant, battle broke out once again, and this time the intensity was much greater than before, as there were no outsiders like Katakuri or Kaido present anymore. Naturally, there was no need to hold back anymore. Where's this? On the other side, several days' journey away from Dressrosa, on Punk Hazard, Kaido staggered to his feet, looking around in confusion. He was a bit dazed. He clearly remembered fighting that demon kid in Dressrosa. So how did he suddenly end up here? This is Punk Hazard. Regarding Kaido's confusion, Dagu did not remain silent. On the contrary, he openly informed him, it's where your factory is located. Factory? Listening to Dagu's explanation, Kaido was still a bit confused, unable to recall what the factory Dagu mentioned was. However, Kaido's eyes soon lit up, and he began to use observation haki to sense the situation on the island. But soon, Kaido couldn't help but frown, as under his perception, there was only one person's presence on this island, and no other aura was detected. Demon Kid, did you take everyone here away? The next moment, Kaido turned to question Dagu. In response, Dagu answered, yes and no. What do you mean? Hearing this, Kaido looked puzzled. Seeing Kaido's expression, Dagu explained calmly. I did take some people away, but they shouldn't be related to what you want, as I took away some unusually sized children. Then why is there only one person's aura here? Upon hearing Dagu say he took away some children, Kaido immediately became furious, thinking Dagu was lying to him. How would I know? Faced with Kaido's anger, Dagu shrugged indifferently. While seeing Dagu's attitude, Kaido immediately roared in anger, then swung his kanabo and charged at Dagu. Seeing Kaido's actions, Dagu also refused to back down, drawing his long sword to meet him. Boom! In an instant, the sword and the kanabo collided in midair, unleashing a terrifying force. Bang, 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 but this was not the end. Just at that moment, Kaido swung his kanabo repeatedly, striking at Dagu from all directions. Yet, his attacks were once again blocked by Dagu, resulting in a series of clashes. Thunder Bagua. Suddenly, Kaido unleashed a Thunder Bagua again, attempting to inflict some damage on Dagu. Shin's Tenjin. However, Kaido might have forgotten Dagu's ability. Just as Kaido executed his Thunder Bagua, Dagu followed closely behind with Shin's Tenjin, reflecting Kaido's Thunder Bagua back at him once more. Seeing his attack coming back at him, Kaido let out a cold snort. However, the next scene took Dagu by surprise. Just when Dagu thought Kaido would respond with another Thunder Bagua to cancel out, Kaido suddenly used a technique to redirect the reflected Thunder Bagua, making it spin around and then charge at Dagu, adding another layer of Thunder Bagua to it. In other words, Kaido's move was a double Thunder Bagua. Watching this scene, Dagu felt a bit surprised but did not slow down his actions. As the double Thunder Bagua approached, Dagu also swung his long sword twice, executing 2 slashes to meet it. Chapter 283, Dagu vs. Kaido. Boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided, unleashing a terrifying wave that shook the surrounding area down by half a meter. But did you think this was the end? No. Just as the residual waves of the attack had not yet settled, Dagu finally took the initiative to strike. Whoosh! With the power of the heavenly hand, a stone that had been kicked up beside Kaido suddenly transformed into Dagu. Swish! Without pausing, as soon as he switched over, before he had even fully landed, Dagu turned his sword and slashed at Kaido's waist. Or rather, Dagu could only attack Kaido's waist when he was still in the air. There was no other way. Kaido in his dragon form was simply too tall, at least compared to Dagu's 3 meters. Kaido's dragon form was like a towering building. Therefore, to attack Kaido's weak point at the waist, he had to stand in the air. Otherwise, he could only rely on long-range attacks like flying slashes. However, although Dagu's feeling was abrupt, Kaido quickly responded. He retracted his left hand and slammed down just in time to block Dagu's sword. Clang! In an instant, another burst of momentum erupted, causing the previously settled ground to sink once more. What happened? What happened? On Punk Hazard, within the experimental base, due to the battle between Kaido and Dagu, it felt as if an earthquake had struck. No, it had indeed experienced an earthquake. And within the experimental base that had encountered this earthquake, Caesar, who had been fast asleep, was immediately awakened and looked around, trying to find the source of the commotion. Kaido, the son of the devil. The next moment, on one of the monitors, Caesar saw the mastermind behind all this, but he wished he hadn't seen it. It's over, it's over. Upon discovering that the intruders were Kaido and Dagu, Caesar's spirit immediately collapsed, kneeling on the ground, holding his head, mumbling incessantly. Clearly, he was worried that Kaido had come to settle accounts with him, specifically regarding the artificial devil fruit that Dagu had forced him to halt. However, it can only be said that Caesar was overthinking, not to mention that Kaido didn't have time to deal with him at that moment. Even if Kaido wasn't fighting Dagu, he wouldn't do anything to Caesar, as he still needed Caesar for the artificial devil fruit. Therefore, although Kaido sensed Caesar's presence, he deliberately avoided him. directing his attacks as far away as possible. And although Dagu knew his intentions, he did nothing to stop him. Instead, he followed Kaido, shifting the center of the battle to the other side of the island. After reaching the other side of the island, Dagu suddenly looked at Kaido and said, "Kaido, now that we are far from him, you should be able to let loose, right?" Or Hearing Dagu say this, Kaido immediately laughed and replied, "All right, since you, Demon Kid, said so, I will give you this face." Thunderbagwa. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki surged, wrapping around his kanabo, and then he gripped it tightly, striking down at Dagu with incredible speed. Oomph. Facing such an attack, Dagu also let out a cold snort, channeling his Conqueror's Haki into the Sword of Victory to meet it. Boom! Instantly, another massive explosion occurred, followed by an unstoppable residual wave that devastated the already somewhat intact land, turning it into a ruin. But this was only the beginning, as Kaido then leaped into the air, and with his kanabo wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, he struck down once more. Lower 3 realms. Indra's Descent. Another powerful attack left Dagu with no time to think about anything else, forcing him to fully concentrate on battling Kaido. Conqueror's Haki. Divine Departure. This time, facing Kaido's down with 3 worlds. Indra. Dagu unexpectedly unleashed a combination attack using his Rinnegan and Conqueror's Haki, wrapping the Divine Departure in Conqueror's Haki. It must be said that Dagu's idea was indeed extraordinary and had a basis. After all, Conqueror's Haki is fundamentally a form of mental attack, and Divine Departure is also a mental type ability of the Rinnegan. The encounter of these two did indeed produce an incredible effect. Conqueror's Haki interfered with reality, a capability that only the top-tier Conqueror's Haki users could possess, yet Dagu managed to utilize it in this clever way. Moreover, the effect seemed quite good, at least managing to send Kaido's attack back. Bang! With a loud bang, Kaido was successfully propelled back by Dagu's Conqueror's Haki version of Divine Departure, crashing to the ground several dozen meters away. Cough, cough. After that, Kaido stood up, coughing, and his gaze towards Dagu was once again filled with suspicion. He understood well that this was definitely not the simple rebound ability from before, because if it were, he wouldn't have been sent flying like that. And he could also feel the power of Conqueror's Haki within it. This made Kaido realize that this must be an ability Dagu obtained by combining Conqueror's Haki with his own powers. Understanding this point, Kaido chuckled again, thinking that only this way would it be interesting. After laughing, Kaido did not charge directly at Dagu. Instead, he took out a wine gourd from his waist and started drinking. Watching this scene, Dagu's expression finally changed slightly. He knew that Kaido drinking was not a sign of giving up. On the contrary, Kaido drinking during battle meant he was finally serious. Therefore, Dagu made his response. Golden points of light began to gradually appear on his body, and as they increased, soon Dagu was enveloped in golden light, transforming into a small golden figure. This small golden figure form was actually Dagu's Rinnegan Chakra mode. That's right, it was the Rinnegan Chakra mode used by Otsutsuki Shurin from the neighboring Naruto world, except that in Dagu's case, the original green light turned into gold, with no other differences. The next moment, seeing Dagu also change, Kaido burst into hearty laughter again, appearing quite satisfied. Bang! But this was just a facade, because in the next instant, the still laughing Kaido suddenly charged in front of Dagu, swinging a kanabo at him. Seeing this, Dagu did not hold back. He raised the Sword of Victory and met the attack. Boom! Another collision, another roar, and another destruction of the island. Chapter 284. The Celestial Dragon's National Treasure and a Life Not Weaker Than Others. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, the battle between Law and Doflamingo had also reached a fever pitch. 1,000 arrows, piercing heart, feather strike, line. Doflamingo unleashed a feather strike, suddenly causing thousands of armed color-wrapped lines to rise violently from the ground, surrounding Law in the shape of flamingo wings, aiming to pierce him with 1,000 arrows. Room, slaughterhouse. In response, Law's counter was quite simple. He successfully dodged with a slaughterhouse, causing Doflamingo's effort to be in vain. But was it really in vain? The next moment, where Law reappeared, Doflamingo's attack followed closely. 16 sacred death bullets, divine execution. 16 strands of high-density armed color giant white lines suddenly shot up from the ground at high speed, piercing straight towards Law, as if they wouldn't stop until they thoroughly penetrated him. This time, there was a clear difference as Doflamingo's attack was too well connected, leaving Law momentarily unable to react. When he tried to escape through the slaughterhouse, it was too late. Seeing the attack coming, Law had no choice but to shout loudly and raised his sword, the Sword of Hades, to meet it. Hell's Journey. But just at that critical moment, with no one to guard against, a certain figure arrived just in time to save the day. With a single Hell's Journey, he successfully pinned all of Doflamingo's lines to the ground, unable to rise again. You watching this scene, Doflamingo was greatly surprised. He never expected that this guy named Yisio would be so powerful. Realizing this, Doflamingo's expression darkened, feeling that he was likely facing a disaster today. In the end, Doflamingo took a heavy breath, holding on to a slim hope. He thought he should negotiate with the opposite side and see if they could let this matter pass. Thus, Doflamingo did not launch another attack, but instead looked at Yisio with a slight smile, saying, "Mr. Yisio, right? I have a business deal here related to the Celestial Dragons. I wonder if you're interested?" A business deal related to the Celestial Dragons? Hearing Doflamingo's words, Yisio paused for a moment, then stopped his movements and turned to Robin according to his observation haki. Clearly, Yisio thought it would be better for Robin to handle such matters. A business deal related to the Celestial Dragons, it must be said that Doflamingo indeed knew how to stir up trouble. At least when he mentioned that this matter involved the Celestial Dragons, everyone else, including Bonney, Hawkins, Kuna, and others, stopped their attacks and quietly observed the situation here. Similarly, after hearing Doflamingo's words, Robin was also stunned. She momentarily didn't know what to do, whether to let Law take revenge or agree to Doflamingo's deal. Pondering, Robin turned her gaze to Law, thinking that this should be decided by Law himself. Facing Robin's gaze, Law was also very hesitant. He didn't know what to do. On one hand was the grudge against Corazon, who was like a father to him, and on the other was the matter concerning the Celestial Dragons. Either choice left him unsure. What is the business deal you mentioned regarding the Celestial Dragons? In the end, Law decided to first ask what the deal was before making a decision. The situation was stronger than the individual, so Doflamingo had no choice but to explain the matter of the Celestial Dragon's national treasure to everyone. Of course, Doflamingo would not fully disclose everything. So, while it seemed Doflamingo said a lot, when everyone processed what he said, they found that his words could be summarized in just 6 words. The Celestial Dragons have a national treasure. When they realized this, everyone was speechless. Although Doflamingo did reveal some information, the key points were not disclosed at all. Therefore, everyone still didn't know what to do. Should they let Doflamingo go? Yes or no? Lost in thought, everyone fell into contemplation. Finished? Just then, a voice that the Light Pirates found extremely familiar and that made Doflamingo's heart skip a beat suddenly rang out. Then everyone noticed that next to Robin, there was suddenly another person, and that person was none other than Dagu, the devil child who had just left with Kaido. Captain. Seeing Dagu appear, the members of the Light Pirates quickly returned to Dagu's side and greeted him. In response to everyone's greetings, Dagu lightly nodded, then turned to Law and asked, "Law, is this over?" "Captain, it's a pity," but facing Doflamingo's question, Law hesitated. Seeing Law's expression, Dagu felt puzzled and turned to Robin, asking, "What is going on?" Robin immediately reported the situation to Dagu, explaining that Doflamingo said "I see." After listening to Robin's explanation, Dagu pondered for a moment, then turned to Doflamingo and said, "Sorry, but I'm not interested in whatever national treasure you're talking about. What I care about is my crew." With that, Dagu turned to Law and asked, "Law, following your heart, do you want to deal with Doflamingo and take revenge for Corazon, or do you want him to continue ruling Dressrosa?" Hearing this, Law fell silent, contemplating whether he should recklessly kill Doflamingo. Although Dagu had made it clear that he was not interested in the so-called Celestial Dragon's treasure, it sounded significant. Even if he wasn't interested, what if taking down Doflamingo led to irreparable losses in the future? Law. Perhaps seeing Law's hesitation, Dagu then spoke as captain. "No matter what this so-called treasure is, you can completely trust your captain." Saying this, Dagu suddenly declared dramatically, "My life is no weaker than anyone else's." Captain. Hearing Dagu's words, not just Law, but also Crocodile, and other members of the Light Pirates, even Doflamingo and Diamante from the Don Quixote family, couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. It was evident that everyone was stunned by Dagu's words. It was indeed the first time they had heard someone say that their life was no weaker than others. And the surprising part was that when it came from Dagu, it somehow felt convincing. This was quite unexpected. Chapter 285, Spatial Ability and Correct Usage Understood. Then Law nodded, indicating he understood. Since the captain said so, then Law turned around and looked at Doflamingo, saying, Doflamingo, you 1T be leaving today. Room Slaughterhouse. In an instant, Law used his teleportation again, flashing behind Doflamingo and launching an attack. Faced with Law's sudden assault, Doflamingo's expression immediately darkened. But he said nothing further and focused on countering Law's attack. Oomph. Doflamingo snorted coldly, then coated his arm in hockey and executed a right whip kick while turning. Bang! In that moment, Law's attack was accurately blocked by Doflamingo. Whoosh! At the same time, a white line suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing Law's right arm while he was distracted. Oomph! With his right arm pierced, Law couldn't help but grunt in pain, nearly losing his grip on his sword Inma. Divine Departure. But at that moment, Dagu suddenly appeared beside them and used Divine Departure on Doflamingo, sending him flying. Are you okay? After launching Doflamingo away, Dagu did not pursue but turned to check on Law. I'm Fina. Facing Dagu's inquiry, Law first glanced at the wound on his right hand, noticing it was just a small hole, then shook his head slightly, indicating he was okay. That's good. Seeing this, Dagu nodded, then turned to Doflamingo, who had been sent flying. Doflamingo, from now on, I will be your opponent. Swish. After speaking, Dagu raised his sword, the Sword of Victory, and slashed at Doflamingo, unleashing a powerful sword energy. Watching the sword energy rushing towards him, Doflamingo frowned and immediately activated his Devil Fruit Awakening. Shield of White Lines. In an instant, countless white lines formed a shield in front of Doflamingo, successfully intercepting Dagu's slash. But Dagu's attack was not that simple. Just as Doflamingo was defending against Dagu's slash, Dagu suddenly appeared on his right side, facing him. Divine Departure. Unsurprisingly, another Divine Departure sent Doflamingo flying again. However, this time, before Doflamingo could land, Dagu appeared behind him first. Divine Departure. Then came another Divine Departure, once again launching Doflamingo into the air. Thus, every time Doflamingo was about to land, Dagu always appeared behind him first, launching him again, leaving him no time to rest. Such a bizarre scene made both the Don Quixote family and Law, Crocodile, and the others change their expressions, especially Crocodile. Watching this scene, he couldn't help but recall how Dagu had once beaten him in Alabasta without giving him a chance to fight back. But as he watched, Law suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He understood why Dagu was using this method against Doflamingo. Clearly, if he truly wanted to deal with Doflamingo, there were many other ways. But Dagu deliberately chose this. It turned out Dagu was teaching Law, showing him how to fight against enemies using spatial abilities. The first point is that Law, who relies on his Devil Fruit abilities, should not always think about close combat with enemies, but should consider how to use his abilities to turn the battle situation to his advantage. Just like Dagu is doing now. Don't be fooled by Dagu's bouncing Doflamingo around like a punching bag. It may seem easy, but in reality, it is quite manageable. Because Dagu is only using two abilities, and one of the key abilities Law can also use. That is by manipulating the positions between himself and the stones, allowing his teleportation ability. This ability is also Law's forte, but what he had been thinking before was too meaningless. A good spatial teleportation ability had been turned into a life-threatening skill. Instead of teleporting in front of the enemy to engage in close combat, or using this teleportation ability on some minor characters to let them experience spatial transfer, he completely lacked the mobility that Dagu had, hitting then running, hitting again, then running. It was precisely because of this that Dagu deliberately used this method to make Law realize how spatial abilities should be used. But Dagu didn't expect that, besides Law, Inaru was also pondering over his fighting style. Clearly, he was also considering whether he could perform as impressively as Dagu with his lightning speed. While thinking, Inaru felt that it seemed plausible. Dagu's method, in essence, relied on ultra-high-speed movement, making it impossible for the opponent to react. If that's the case, then can't lightning speed do the same? Billy with that thought, Inaru suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Treble. Bang! With a swift strike, Treble was immediately sent flying. Billy then, with another rumble of thunder, Inaru instantly reappeared behind Treble again. Bang! Once more, Treble flew away. Seeing this, Inaru seemed to have found something fun, continuously striking Treble, making him accompany their young master, Doflamingo. Treble. Watching the two, Pika, Diamante, and the other members of the Don Quixote family fell silent. They couldn't understand why just yesterday they stood at a high point in the new world, overlooking its storms and tribulations, but today, thinking of this, everyone looked at Dagu, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Bang! Finally, perhaps Dagu had played enough, or perhaps Doflamingo could no longer endure it. In any case, with a loud crash, Doflamingo fell to the ground. Upon seeing Doflamingo hit the ground, Diamante and the others rushed over to check on him. Dagu did not stop them. Instead, he returned to Law's side and said to him, "Do you understand now?" Hearing this, Law's heart trembled slightly. It was indeed as he thought. Dagu had done this on purpose. So, Law nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Chapter 286. The Pain of Doflamingo and Shank's Invitation to Battle. The son of the devil, however, unlike the ease of Dagu and the others, Doflamingo, who had been treated like a punching bag for a long time, was furious. Yet, he had no way to deal with Dagu. He was well aware of the vast difference in strength between them. Just the fact that Dagu had returned unscathed, while Kaido was nowhere to be seen, made Doflamingo realize how strong Dagu truly was. Therefore, even though he recognized Dagu's contempt for him, Doflamingo said nothing and silently stood up, remaining wordless. On the other side, after finishing his education of law, Dagu turned his gaze back to Doflamingo. Observing Doflamingo's demeanor, Dagu quietly said, "Doflamingo, you can't escape today." Hearing Dagu's words, the previously silent Doflamingo suddenly laughed. Not necessarily, fufufu. After laughing, Doflamingo suddenly took out a din mushi from his pocket and held it out towards Dagu, saying, "Son of the devil, do you want to hear what these people have to say first?" The Gorosei? Watching Doflamingo's actions, Dagu instantly understood who was on the other end of the line. 10 hands of power. However, before the person on the din mushi could speak, Dagu directly used 10 hands of power to snatch the din mushi into his own hands and squeezed it hard. Crack! The din mushi shattered into pieces. Clearly, Dagu had no intention of conversing with the Gorosei. After all, in Dagu's heart, the culprits who caused the death of his grandfather and Robin's mother were precisely the Gorosei who issued the extermination order. Therefore, how could Dagu possibly show any good face to the Gorosei? Simultaneously, upon seeing Dagu crush the din mushi, Doflamingo's heart sank, and his expression turned grim again. "Doflamingo, do you have any tricks left?" In the next moment, Dagu's voice suddenly rang in Doflamingo's ear, causing him to tremble. "Nothing left?" But just as Doflamingo jumped away, Dagu's voice echoed in his ear once more. Thud! Hearing the noise, Doflamingo quickly jumped again. However, at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then he saw a blade protruding from his heart. Watching this scene, Doflamingo immediately opened his mouth to say something, but he could say nothing. Bang! As Dagu slowly pulled the blade out, Doflamingo immediately collapsed, losing all support. Thus, the ruler of the Dark World, Joker, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, once a celestial dragon, now the king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, fell. As Doflamingo's body fell, Diamante and the other members of the Don Quixote family were overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. Although they were ruthless individuals, Doflamingo was someone they had watched grow up and nurtured. Moreover, they had invested so much effort into Doflamingo, helping him reach his current position. With his sudden demise, how could anyone not feel a pang of regret? Similarly, Law felt a twinge of regret. Law silently walked to Doflamingo's corpse, looking at him, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. Clearly, he had avenged Corazon, even though he wasn't the one who killed him. Yet Doflamingo died right in front of him. Why did he feel so little joy? In fact, not only joy, but Law felt a bit sad, which was quite absurd. Seeing Law's expression, Dagu did not disturb him, but instead turned around and approached the members of the Don Quixote family, saying, "Commit suicide." With no other choice, Dagu intended for them to take their own lives, having no plans to make them submit and use them for his own purposes. After all, they were different from Crocodile. Although Crocodile had done many evil deeds, he had strength, but the members of the Don Quixote family were completely lacking in strength. Even the underage Kuina could contend with one of them, Diamante. It was clear that their strength meant nothing to Dagu. Not to mention, Dagu had no intention of expanding his forces. Therefore, in Dagu's view, there was no need to keep them alive. On the contrary, keeping them could pose a risk. Of course, for Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5, who had made fewer mistakes and were requested by Law, Dagu let them off. But while they could avoid death, they could not escape punishment. Although the three were not directly dealt with by Dagu, he had arranged tasks for them. First was Monet. She was assigned to work under Robin. Then there was Baby 5. Since Law wanted to keep her, he would take care of her. Finally, there was Sugar. Sugar was the most special case because of her ability, the Hobby fruit. It was precisely because of the extraordinary ability of the Hobby fruit that Dagu did not kill Sugar directly, as no one knew what kind of person would obtain the Hobby fruit next after her death. So the best course of action was to keep Sugar, who had the Hobby fruit, close for monitoring. Flying Thunder God, having finished dealing with the matters regarding Dagu, he handed over the affairs of Dressrosa to Robin, and then used Flying Thunder God to appear on Shanks' ship, where he came to bring Yuta back. Senior Brother. As soon as he boarded the ship, Dagu first greeted Shanks. Junior Brother. Hearing the commotion, Shanks quickly got up and returned the greeting. But soon, Shanks looked at Dagu with a surprised expression and said, "You resolved Kaido so quickly?" "Yes, after I returned." In response, Dagu did not hide anything and proceeded to recount his battle with Kaido to Shanks. "I see." After listening to Dagu's account, Shanks nodded gravely. He realized he might have underestimated this junior brother of his, and his strength might very well be above his own. No matter whether it's the Susanoo that can match the size of the Azure Dragon form, or this bizarre spatial ability. All of these prove Daigu's extraordinary nature and the elusiveness of his strength. Thinking of this, Shanks suddenly smiled at Dagu and said, "Junior Brother, I really want to spar with you sometime." To this, Dagu could only respond with a smile, "Definitely if there's time." Then, he added, "Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll take Yuta back first." After saying that, Dagu directly took Yuta and left Shanks' Red Force. Chapter 287. A year passed, and Ace's arrival time flows. And the years pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar. By this time, more than a year had passed since Daigu's battle with Kaido and the death of Don Quixote Doflamingo. After killing Doflamingo, Dagu did not continue moving forward, but instead stopped directly in Dressrosa. During this year, many events occurred in the world. First, Doflamingo's death represented the demise of the Don Quixote family he operated. However, just as the subordinate forces of the Don Quixote family were on the brink of extinction, Dagu suddenly dispatched Robin, Crocodile, and Monet, who served as Robin's assistant, to take over the vast majority of the Don Quixote family's assets. As for why it was said to be the vast majority and not all, it was naturally because, as a youth of the new era, Dagu did not take over activities like slave trading and drug dealing. He only took over the arms business. Additionally, to prevent any former subordinate forces of the Don Quixote family from using his name to continue these activities, Dagu directly contacted Morgans. He asked for a front-page headline. The content was naturally to announce that he had taken over the inheritance of the Don Quixote family and the rules he had set. Moreover, Dagu also introduced revolutionaries into Dressrosa, allowing members of the Revolutionary Army to directly participate in his arms trade. It can be said that on the surface, all of this was done by Dagu, but in reality, all these things were handled by the revolutionaries. He merely provided them with a trading location. Then he collected some rent to support the large family on his ship. It was precisely because he had to deal with these matters that Dagu temporarily forgot about his agreement with Whitebeard. As a result, Marco, the first division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and the Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical Zoan phoenix form, even specifically came to Dressrosa to meet Dagu. However, it was better that they met. Upon meeting, Marco was shocked by the lineup of the light pirates. At the same time, he understood why Dagu had such confidence to openly declare war on Pops. He, son of the devil, Beast Daku, truly had that kind of confidence. In addition to Marco, Shanks also visited Dressrosa. The reason for his visit was even simpler. He came to probe Daigu's intentions. He was very curious why Dagu suddenly stopped again. To this, Dagu explained that Yuta was still too young, and he wanted to take this opportunity to leverage the influence of the Don Quixote family to turn Yuta into an international superstar. In fact, Dagu had indeed succeeded in promoting Yuta's fame throughout the world over the past year. Of course, all of this was thanks to Morgans. If it weren't for him, Yuta's fame wouldn't have spread to the entire world in just 1 year, whether it was the East, South, West, North Seas, or the first half of the Grand Line, or even a new world. Naturally, famous people attract trouble. After Yuta became famous, many pirates and merchants had tried to make a move on her. However, facing such a situation, how could Dagu not have made arrangements? Dagu had long arranged for Kana and Bonney to be by Yuta's side. One reason was to keep her company so she wouldn't feel lonely, and the other was for Yuta's safety. However, when faced with ordinary pirates or merchants, Kana and Bonney were enough to handle it. But when it came to some real experts, even Bonney had some difficulty. At this time, another person needed to step in, Thunder God Enel. That's right, Enel was also arranged by Dagu to protect Yuta. Fortunately, Dagu arranged for Enel. Otherwise, when the celestial dragons attacked, Bonney and the others wouldn't have been able to hold up. Indeed, because Yuta's fame was so great, it even spread to Mariewa. Consequently, some celestial dragons suddenly got the idea to capture Yuta and take her back with them. They secretly slipped out of Mariewa with their subordinates and went to find Yuta. They even declared that they would take Yuta back to become their personal concubine. Unfortunately, just as their subordinates defeated Bonney and Kuina and were about to capture Yuta, crackle, with a thunderous sound, Enel suddenly appeared and saved Yuta. In addition to this, Enel also did something that shocked the entire world. He actually killed that celestial dragon in public. Yes, with a swing of Enel's golden staff. He easily killed a celestial dragon. Therefore, they also attracted the attack of a Marine Admiral. But what was more surprising was that even the Admiral, Kazuru, Borsellino, personally intervened. Yet he couldn't do anything to Enel. As a result, the people at sea had a new understanding of the light pirates led by Dagu. Consequently, Dagu's status was elevated to that of Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks, making him one of the 4 emperors. In just a few years at sea, the nearly 30-year-old Beast Daku had ascended to the emperor level, successfully breaking Shanks' record as the youngest of the 4 emperors. Thus, the situation at sea changed again, and the 4 emperors became 5 emperors. Regarding becoming one of the 5 emperors, Dagu didn't feel much about it, or rather, in Dagu's view, this so-called 5 emperors held no real significance. However, while this so-called 5 emperors was of no great concern to Dagu, it held great meaning for certain people. For example, the young man standing in front of Dagu, with a face full of acne and wearing a smiley face hat. Long time no see, Ace. Dagu greeted the young man with a smile. That's right, the young man standing in front of Dagu was his subordinate from years ago in Fusha village, and also the illegitimate son of the pirate king, Roger. In the original work, he would become the future 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and the user of the Flame fruit. Port Gasti Ace. Long time no see, Dagu. Teacher. Ace responded to Dagu's greeting with a smile as well. I didn't expect that when we meet again, Dagu-sensei would already be one of the 4 emperors. Oh no, 5 emperors. As he spoke, Ace's expression suddenly changed, revealing a peculiar smile as he said, I wonder what expression Luffy will have when he finds out about Dagu-sensei's current achievements? I think, hearing this, Dagu momentarily recalled Luffy and then chuckled. He would probably laugh out loud and say, the one who will become the Pirate King is me. Chapter 288. Ace's thoughts and a Moby Dick ha ha ha. Then Dagu and Ace burst into laughter, clearly envisioning that scene. However, after laughing, Dagu calmed down and turned to Ace and asked, Ace, what are your plans next? Are you planning to Hearing Dagu's question, Ace fell silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at Dagu and said, Teacher Dagu, I will go find red-haired Shanks next and convey my gratitude to him on behalf of Luffy. Shanks, huh? Listening to Ace's plan, Dagu pondered it. Ace didn't stop there and continued. After that, I will go find Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard. Hearing Ace's plan, which was not much different from the original story, Dagu fell silent. After thinking for a long time, Dagu looked at Ace and asked Ace, Do you know Shanks' identity? The identity of red-haired? Upon hearing this, Ace was puzzled. Isn't Shanks one of the 4 emperors, or rather, one of the 5 emperors? Does he have another identity? Unable to understand, Ace directly asked Dagu, Teacher, does he have any special identity? Facing Ace's question, Dagu quietly nodded and then explained, about 40 years ago, the second half of the Grand Line wasn't called the New World yet. At that time, a group of pirates, after a great battle, accidentally discovered something unexpected among the spoils, 2 children. Eventually, the crew believed it was fate, so they decided to keep them and sailed all the way to the island known as Raftel, the final island. One of these children had a very noticeable big red nose, while the other had bright red hair. At this point, Dagu didn't continue, as Ace had already fallen silent after being shocked. It was clear that he understood Dagu's implication. He never expected that someone his younger brother talks about every day had actually been on that man's ship as a crew member. Seeing Ace's silence, Dagu said nothing more and directly stood up, leaving the room to let Ace be alone for a while. Robin. After leaving the room, Dagu turned to find Robin. Dagu, what's wrong? Hearing Dagu's call, Robin, who was reviewing various materials, immediately put down her work and looked at Dagu, saying, Aren't you chatting with Ace? In response to Robin's question, Dagu lightly nodded, acknowledging her words, but then turned and said, Pack your things. We will be leaving for a while. Leaving? Suddenly hearing Dagu say they were leaving, Robin was somewhat puzzled. Where are we going? Thinking this, Robin directly asked Dagu, Leaving? Are we going with Ace for a while? Or, no. Hearing Robin's speculation, Dagu shook his head and said, We are not going with Ace. We are going to find Whitebeard. As he spoke, Dagu looked out the window and murmured, It's been more than a year. Some things really need to be dealt with. Understood. Upon hearing Dagu say this, Robin finally reacted. Indeed, a year ago, Dagu had promised Whitebeard on Fishman Island that he would come and discuss the ownership issue of Princess Shirahoshi. In the previous year, due to just settling in Dressrosa and having many matters to handle, this promise had been repeatedly postponed. Now that a year had passed, and everything that needed to be dealt with had been taken care of, it was time to fulfill the promise. Then you should prepare. Seeing Robin react, Dagu reminded her again before returning to Ace's side. As for why he didn't remind her earlier or later, but just now, the reason was Ace. After all, Ace was his little brother, and knowing that his little brother would be bullied, the older brother, while not wanting to go against his brother's wishes, could still make a show of strength beforehand. That's right, Dagu wanted to meet with Whitebeard before Ace did, to support Ace. Although in the original story, Ace didn't suffer too much harm on Whitebeard's ship, as an older brother, wanting to back up his little brother was completely reasonable. Thinking this, Dagu nodded twice. Seeing Dagu's sudden strange nod, Ace, who came back to his senses, couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what's wrong? It's nothing. Unfortunately, how could Dagu express his inner thoughts? He simply shook his head, indicating he was fine, then asked Ace in return, Ace, would you want a father? No. As soon as Dagu's words left his mouth, Ace replied without hesitation, I don't have a father, nor would I want one. Is that so? Dagu was not surprised by Ace's answer. Before being won over by Whitebeard, Ace indeed had this kind of personality, or even after being won over, Ace's character had not changed. Otherwise, during the Marineford War in the original story, he wouldn't have been provoked by Akainu's 2 sentences. Just as Dagu was contemplating, Ace asked again, Teacher, why do you ask me this question? Regarding Ace's curiosity, Dagu didn't reveal the truth but waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I was just a little curious. Suddenly, the transponder snail in Dagu's arms rang, drawing both their attention. When Dagu took it out and saw it was Robin calling, he immediately said to Ace, I have something to take care of. You can wander around here for a bit. Flying Thunder God. After saying this, Dagu directly used the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing in front of Ace and appearing in front of Robin. Flying Thunder God. Without saying anything, He used the Flying Thunder God technique again and left Dressrosa directly. Using the Flying Thunder God mark placed on Marco to arrive at the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Meanwhile, watching Dagu suddenly disappear, Ace opened his mouth and eventually left the room helplessly, wandering around Dressrosa. Chapter 289, Whitebeard and Dagu somewhere in the New World. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates were resting here, and their ship, the Moby Dick, was docked by the shore. Currently, only Whitebeard and the 1st Division commander, who is also the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix, were on board, with Marco constantly monitoring Whitebeard's condition. Suddenly, while lying on a recliner, getting in 4 drip, Whitebeard's spirit jolted, and he immediately turned to look at Marco. Then, under Whitebeard's gaze, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Marco. What the hell? Feeling that something had suddenly appeared next to him, Marco exclaimed and reflexively kicked out without thinking. Bang! But the next moment, Marco felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. No, it wasn't a steel plate. After all, how can an ordinary steel plate withstand his kick? In Marco's view, only the historical text could give him this feeling. Little Marco, you really are enthusiastic. Just as Marco was pondering, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar reached his ears. Hearing this, Marco slowly raised his head and saw the person who had caught his kick. The son of the devil? Then, Marco quickly withdrew his feet and turned to look at Daku, saying unhappily, "Can you not just appear beside me out of nowhere? And you must have left a mark on me, right?" As he spoke, Marco curiously asked Daku, "So when exactly was it? How did you leave a mark on me?" Well, facing Marco's barrage of questions, Daku scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "It was when we first met. I left a mark on you back then." At that moment, after hearing Daiku's explanation, Marco fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Daku slightly shook his head, no longer paying attention to him, and instead turned to face Whitebeard, who was staring at him. Looking at the tall Whitebeard, Daku calmly said, "Whitebeard, I'm here." Then, surprisingly, Daku apologized to Whitebeard. "I'm sorry for making you wait for a year." Gurura, hearing Daku apologize to him, Whitebeard burst into laughter. "You little devil." After a while, when Whitebeard stopped laughing, he looked directly at Daku and asked, "You said you want Neptune's daughter, White Star, to come on your ship?" "Yes." Facing Whitebeard's question, Daku nodded directly, as his main purpose for coming here was indeed about White Star. Since that was the case, why beat around the bush? Seeing Daku agree, Whitebeard asked him again, "Do you know White Star's identity?" "I do." Daku understood that Whitebeard was likely asking about White Star's identity as the daughter of the Sea King. After all, Whitebeard himself might not have known about White Star's identity at first. However, Daku believed that Roger must have mentioned the Sea King to Whitebeard, which was why he had said those words over a year ago. Gurura. Seeing Daku nod again, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh again. But at the same time, Whitebeard unexpectedly drew the large sword behind him, the supreme great knife, one of the 12 works, Songyun Chia. With a twist of his wrist, he directly slashed at Daku. "Then let me see if you have that qualification." Old man, seeing Whitebeard suddenly make a move, Marco snapped back to reality. "Then take a good look." Facing Whitebeard's attack, Daku calmly replied before drawing the sword of victory and meeting the strike. Boom! In an instant, the swords clashed in midair, and a powerful energy erupted from the point of contact. In that moment, it felt as if the sky and the surrounding sea were cut by something, remaining wounded for a long time. "Old man, old man, old man." Before long, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, startled by the actions of the two, rushed from the island to the ship, each one watching Daku, who was grappling with Whitebeard with vigilance. Although they were all on guard against Daku, they couldn't help but marvel at his strength. Only those who could face Whitebeard head-on and not fall behind were the other 4 emperors. Oh no, it should now be 5 emperors. They had only seen Kaido, red-haired, and Big Mom battle Whitebeard to such an extent. Naturally, without anyone needing to introduce him, everyone easily recognized Daiku's identity. The current one of the 5 emperors, the son of the devil, Daku Mebius. Gururara, as expected, Whitebeard laughed again. "Not bad, very good. No wonder you have the guts to challenge me." After that, Whitebeard sheathed Songyun Xia. Likewise, seeing Whitebeard put away Songyun Xia, Daku also sheathed the sword of victory and turned to Whitebeard, saying, "So, Whitebeard, do you agree to give White Star to me?" White Star, huh? Hearing Daiku's question, Whitebeard did not respond immediately. Instead, after pondering for a moment, he looked at Daiku and asked, "Devil Kid, why are you so obsessed with White Star?" At this, Daiku was slightly taken aback. Why? He couldn't really articulate a reason at that moment. Originally, he had decided to take White Star on board to annoy the world government, but if he had to give a specific reason, Daiku truly couldn't provide one. "It seems you were just acting on a whim." Seeing Daiku fall silent, Whitebeard's expression flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then he said lightly, "In that case, White Star cannot go with you, because you can't even explain why you want to take her, which makes me very uneasy. Is that so?" Hearing Whitebeard say this, Daiku also felt a bit dejected. Seeing Daiku's forlorn expression, Robin felt a bit uncomfortable as well, because she knew that Daiku wanted White Star on the ship for the sake of Ohara. He wanted to seek some justice for Ohara, which was why he thought about bringing White Star on board. Whitebeard. With that in mind, Robin took a step forward, intending to say something to Whitebeard. But before she could speak, Daiku stepped in to stop her, taking a step forward himself and saying to Whitebeard, "If I say I want to protect her and train her, would you believe me?" Chapter 290. Daiku and Whitebeard Gura. Hearing Daiku's words, Whitebeard laughed loudly again, then fixed his gaze on Daiku and said, "Train? Protect? Don't make me laugh. What qualification do you, a pirate, have to talk about protection? What strength do you have to protect her?" Faced with Whitebeard's questions, Daiku fell silent for a moment, then looked at Whitebeard and said, "On this point, I think you, as a fellow pirate, have no right to say anything. You bastard. Son of the devil. Do you want to die?" Son of the devil apologized quickly. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Daiku said this, it instantly provoked discontent among the members of the Whitebeard pirates present, who shouted for Daiku to apologize. Faced with dozens of furious eyes, Daiku said nothing. He simply quietly raised his head. However, at the moment he looked up, a massive wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth. Boom! In an instant, just for a moment. With the emergence of the Conqueror's haki, the vast majority of the Whitebeard Pirates members collapsed. In the end, only a few senior members like Marco and Jozu remained standing. "You little devil." Meanwhile, seeing that Daiku had suddenly made a move. Oh no, it was a sudden display of haki that knocked out his sons. Whitebeard was furious. Roaring, he swung Song Yun Chia down again, aiming directly at Daiku. In response, Daiku was not polite. He also swiftly drew the sword of victory. Bang! Another wave of energy surged, sweeping through the area. Stalemated, Daiku glanced at the situation around him, then turned to Whitebeard and proposed, "Whitebeard, let's change locations." "Sure." Hearing this, Whitebeard also noticed the situation around them and nodded silently in agreement with Daiku's suggestion. The next moment, both of them retracted their strength, and Whitebeard looked at Marco and the others, saying, "Marco, find an island." "Yes." Although Whitebeard's words were not complete, Marco understood his meaning and directly agreed. Then, turning his head, he woke up those who had been stunned and drove the Moby Dick toward the distance. Time passed, and after traveling several dozen nautical miles, the group arrived at a new island. This island appeared battered and bruised, clearly a place often used by the Whitebeard pirates for their daily training. "This will do." On the Moby Dick, looking at the island ahead, Whitebeard said lightly, "Marco, you all stay on the ship." Without waiting for Marco and the others to respond, Whitebeard jumped up and landed on the island. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head slightly, then turned to Robin and advised, "Robin, you should stay on the ship too?" "I understand." Robin quietly nodded in response, but then she countered Dagu's advice, saying, "On the contrary, you should be more careful. After all, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world." "Don't worry." In response to Robin's concern, Dagu smiled slightly, reassuring her that even if it was Whitebeard, he would be fine. Then, Dagu turned to Marco and said, "Little Marco, the Whitebeard pirates shouldn't make things difficult for guests, right? Do you think the Whitebeard pirates are like other pirate crews?" Hearing Dagu's words, Marco thought for a moment and understood his meaning, then replied somewhat irritably, "Go ahead. Your companions won't have any problems." "Then thank you, little Marco." After Marco agreed, Dagu thanked him and turned to leap onto the island to face Whitebeard from a distance. On the island, looking at Dagu across from him, Whitebeard said lightly, "Devil Kid, show me what you've got." Clearly, Whitebeard wanted Dagu to make the first move. After all, in terms of age, pirate experience, and reputation, Whitebeard was much greater than Dagu at this moment. Therefore, as a senior, Whitebeard felt he should let the junior go first, so that no one would say he was bullying the young. Since you put it that way, then. Heavenly Hand Power. Seeing that Whitebeard had said so, Dagu did not refuse and directly used the Heavenly Hand Power while speaking, instantly appearing behind Whitebeard. Gurururur. Seeing Dagu's action, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh out loud, but while laughing, he also turned his sword, Song Yun Xie, and swung it toward Dagu. Godly Universal Force. In the face of Whitebeard's slash, Dagu did not choose to resist with his sword as he had on the ship, but instead used the godly Universal Force, unexpectedly pushing Whitebeard back 2 steps. But this was not the end. Just as Whitebeard was involuntarily retreating, Dagu shouted loudly, raised his long sword, and slashed forward. Seeing Dagu's golden slash, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and without time to turn his sword, he suddenly clenched his left fist and punched out. Boom! The power of the Tremor fruit, known as the strongest of the paramecia, erupted instantly. Under this punch, Dagu's slash shattered, and Whitebeard's strike continued unabated, pressing toward Dagu. Although Dagu could completely evade this attack with Heavenly Hand Power or Flying Thunder God, dodging would go against his purpose for coming here. Godly Universal Force. Therefore, in the face of this strike, Dagu directly extended his hand to block, successfully using Godly Universal Force again to neutralize Whitebeard's tremor power. Girarur. Seeing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh a few times. Then, with great curiosity, he looked at Dagu and asked, "Devil Kid, what is your fruit? Why do you have so many abilities?" Unfortunately, to Whitebeard's disappointment, Dagu did not tell him directly, but instead said, "I'll tell you after the fight." All right. Seeing this, Whitebeard was somewhat disappointed, but did not say much. After nodding in agreement, he said to Dagu again, "In that case, let's have a good fight." Air Tremor. After speaking, Whitebeard punched down, launching an air tremor toward Dagu. Faced with Whitebeard's charged air tremor, Dagu frowned and then extended his left hand. Super Godly Universal Force. The enhanced version of the Godly Universal Force was unleashed, clashing with Whitebeard's air tremor. Whoosh, but at that moment, a strong wind attacked from Dagu's left side. Whitebeard was swinging Song Yun Xie, slashing toward Dagu. Chapter 291. Injury and Ceasefire. At this moment, Dagu had just used Godly Universal Force, with his old power fading and new power not yet rising. Moreover, Whitebeard was attacking from Dagu's left side, making it even more difficult for Dagu to handle. However, difficult as it was not without a way to respond. Universal Attraction. Dagu directly exerted force with his left hand, using Universal Attraction to slightly divert Whitebeard's Song Yun Xie. Whoosh. However, that was not the end. Just as Whitebeard's Song Yun Xie was diverted from its path, Dagu suddenly turned his right hand, and the Sword of Victory shot toward Whitebeard, aiming straight for his wrist. Facing Dagu's sword, Whitebeard frowned but did not panic. Instead, he directly used his ability. In the next moment, his wrist was enveloped by a white, translucent light sphere. With the activation of Whitebeard's ability, Dagu's sword did not achieve the desired result. Bang! With a bang, the Sword of Victory struck the white light sphere and could no longer advance. Boom! But at that moment, Whitebeard's other hand, also accompanied by the light sphere, punched out toward Dagu. Air Tremor. Yes, Whitebeard unleashed the air tremor again and at close range, making it nearly impossible for Dagu to evade. Of course, this was only nearly impossible. Now that Dagu had created some space, he quickly reacted and made a counter. Conqueror's Haki Godly Universal Force. Yes, Dagu directly used the Godly Universal Force, infused with Conqueror's Haki, successfully countering Whitebeard's air tremor. Whoosh, the two did not strike again, but instead took a few steps back, pausing the battle. Looking at Dagu, who held the sword, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Devil Kid, not bad. It's been a long time since I've felt this level of battle. Gurururur. Looking at Whitebeard laughing loudly, Dagu replied calmly, "That just shows you, Whitebeard. You've been living too comfortably these years, to the point where you've almost forgotten the feeling of battle. Hearing Dagu say this, Whitebeard was momentarily stunned. Garur. The next moment, Whitebeard burst into another round of laughter, but while laughing, he raised his sword and charged toward Dagu. Devil Kid, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Boom. In an instant, the Tsong Yun Chia, infused with Conqueror's Haki, clashed with the Sword of Victory, producing a thunderous sound as the sky and sea split once more. The strength of this devil child is actually so strong. Able to fight with Dad to this extent, outside the island, on the Moby Dick, seeing the commotion caused by Dagu and Whitebeard's battle. Jozu and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were seeing Dagu for the first time, couldn't help but admire Dagu's strength. In response to the astonishment of the brothers, Marco said lightly, "Otherwise, do you think why he could make the 4 emperors into 5 emperors?" And almost no one opposed it, relying on his strength. Whether it was his solo battle against 3 general-level figures outside of Sabaody or his fight with Kaido over a year ago, it all proves that he, the son of the devil, has royal-level strength that can rival his old man. After listening to Marco's explanation, everyone present fell silent. They then looked back at the 2 fighting on the island. At that moment, the battlefield had changed. Both Odin and Whitebeard had discarded their weapons and started a hand-to-hand combat. Bang! Whitebeard's right fist, clenched tightly, charged at Odin, infused with the power of the Tremor fruit. Meanwhile, to make up for the size difference, Odin used Susanoo to fight against Whitebeard. Boom! In the next moment, the massive fist of Susanoo collided with Whitebeard's fist, which carried his ability. Although it didn't split the heavens like when they held weapons, it still unleashed a tremendous force that shook the surrounding area 3 times. Bang, 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 bang. But this was not the end, as the 2 continued to exchange blows, landing dozens of punches and strikes on each other. However, it was far from over, as they suddenly picked up their weapons again and slashed at each other. Boom! Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Blade Energy, and Sword Energy erupted one after another, wreaking havoc on the sky and sea. Cough, cough. Suddenly, an untimely cough rang out, causing Odin to freeze while Whitebeard's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Odin quickly stopped attacking and turned to Whitebeard, saying, "Whitebeard, you." But before Odin could finish, Whitebeard raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, "It's nothing, just an old issue." After that, Whitebeard looked at Odin and said, "Devil Kid, let's continue." Seeing Whitebeard's forced calm demeanor, Odin did not accept his challenge, but instead sheathed his sword and said, "I don't fight the handicapped. Heavenly hand power. Flying Thunder God." After saying this, without waiting for Whitebeard to speak again, Odin used Heavenly Hand power combined with Flying Thunder God to bring Whitebeard back to the Moby Dick. "Old man, old man, old man, how are you?" Upon seeing Odin suddenly return with a pale-faced Whitebeard, Marco and the others quickly surrounded Whitebeard, asking about his condition. At the same time, Marco directly used his ability to start treating Whitebeard. "Odin, are you okay?" Meanwhile, Robin looked at Odin with a worried expression, checking to see if he was hurt. To this, Odin gently shook his head and said, "I'm fine." "Devil Kid." At that moment, Whitebeard's voice suddenly interrupted their interaction. However, neither of them was angry. They quietly turned to look at Whitebeard and asked, "What? Did an old injury flare up? Do you still want to fight me? Are you looking for punishment?" The members of the Whitebeard pirates, completely not expecting Odin to say such a thing, immediately became angry. One by one, they glared at Odin and said, "Son of the devil, don't think your strength is so great that you can insult the old man like this, you." Unfortunately, just like Robin, before they could finish their words, Whitebeard raised his hand to interrupt them and then looked at Odin with a calm gaze, saying, "Devil Kid, if you can get Shirahoshi to willingly come onto your ship, then I have no objections." Chapter 292, Law's Treatment and Whitebeard's Refusal. Seeing Whitebeard say this, Odin couldn't help but smile, then confirmed with Whitebeard, "Good, that's what you said." Hearing this, Whitebeard calmly nodded. "That's right, I said that." Robin we. Seeing Whitebeard like this, Odin immediately turned to Robin, preparing to take her back, but just as he spoke, Odin felt that leaving like this might be a bit inappropriate. So, he turned to Whitebeard again and said, "Whitebeard, since you agreed to my request, then it would be rude not to reciprocate. Let me give you a gift. Flying Thunder God." Saying this, Odin completely disregarded Whitebeard's reaction and used Flying Thunder God to leave the Moby Dick, staring blankly at the spot where Odin had disappeared. Whitebeard then turned, looking at Robin with a puzzled expression. "Girl, what is your captain doing?" Faced with Whitebeard's question, Robin was also taken aback. To be honest, she didn't know what Odin was doing either. Could it be? But soon, seeing Whitebeard lying down and Marco's expression beside him, Robin began to have some guesses. Then, Robin smiled slightly and said, "Although I don't know what Odin is doing, I think you will like the gift he prepared." Seeing Robin say this, Whitebeard also began to look forward to the gift Odin mentioned. In fact, it didn't take long for everyone to wait, as Odin returned to the Moby Dick again, and he brought someone with him. Sure enough, the moment they saw that person, Robin quietly nodded, showing a look of "just as I thought." Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Odin walked that person to Whitebeard and introduced. "This is my ship's doctor, Trafalgar Law, a surgery fruit user." Surgery fruit. After hearing Odin's introduction, the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but be surprised. Then they quickly realized what Odin meant by gift. If their guess was correct, Odin wanted their ship's doctor to treat Whitebeard. Sure enough, Odin's next words confirmed everyone's thoughts. After finishing the introduction, Odin immediately continued, "I think you will need his help." Saying this, Odin turned to Law beside him. "Law, please treat Whitebeard." "Yes, Captain." Facing Odin's order, although Law was still a bit confused, he did not refuse. Instead, after agreeing, he walked directly to Whitebeard and raised his hand, ready to use his ability to treat Whitebeard. "Wait." But at that moment, Whitebeard suddenly called out to stop Law, turning to look at Odin with a serious expression and asking, "Devil Kid, what do you mean by this? Do you think I was injured by you just now?" "Not all." Regarding Whitebeard's sudden question, Odin was not surprised at all. Instead, he calmly replied, "I just feel a bit bad about owing someone a favor and wanted to repay it." Gurura. Hearing Odin say this, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh again, but after laughing, he shook his head and refused. "I don't need some junior to repay any favors." Old man, you just..." Unexpectedly, as soon as Whitebeard said this, Marco and the others immediately shouted out. They all wanted to persuade Whitebeard to accept the treatment. But before they could finish their words, they were stopped by Whitebeard. Looking at Whitebeard's expression, although the Whitebeard pirates felt a bit helpless, they could only accept it. After all, this was the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard was absolute. Well then, seeing this, Odin no longer insisted. After all, this was Whitebeard's own decision, and there was nothing he could do about it. So, after responding, Odin turned to Law and said, "Law, since Whitebeard doesn't need treatment, let us go back." As the conversation ended, Dagu looked at Whitebeard and said, "If that's the case, Whitebeard, we shall take our leave." Flying Thunder God. After saying that, Dagu directly took Law and Robin away from the Moby Dick. Watching Dagu and the others disappear, Marco couldn't help but voice his lingering doubts to Whitebeard. "Old man, why didn't you let the demon child treat you?" Marco. Seeing Marco's expression, Whitebeard soon turned his gaze towards the distant sea and softly said, "I've spent my whole life at sea, and what I've experienced, I believe you are also aware. The injuries and ailments on my body, in a way, give me a sense of being alive. Because of them, I feel like I'm still living." Old man. Hearing Whitebeard say such sentimental words, Marco and the others fell silent. Of course. Just then, Whitebeard turned to the crowd and said, "In the end, it's because I temporarily don't trust that demon kid. That's why I refused his treatment. Now I understand." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone finally comprehended that it was because Whitebeard didn't trust Dagu. Seeing that everyone understood, Whitebeard then said to them, "All right, we should head to the next island." In response, everyone chorused, "Yes, old man." Thus, the Whitebeard pirates set sail on the Moby Dick, leaving behind the battered deserted island and heading towards the next island. "Captain, is Whitebeard seriously injured?" Meanwhile, back in Dressrosa, Dagu was met with Law's inquiry. However, Dagu merely smiled and replied, "He's getting old, so he will have some ailments." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Dagu's response, Law was momentarily taken aback. Then he said nothing further, bidding farewell to Dagu and the others before walking away. Watching Law's departing figure, Dagu shook his head slightly, then turned to Robin beside him and said, "Robin, I know. However, before Dagu could finish his sentence. Robin preemptively spoke, "Let's go." "Okay." Seeing Robin's reaction, Dagu didn't say more. He nodded in assurance to Robin and once again activated Flying Thunder God, disappearing from the land of Dressrosa. Ancient weapons. Watching the spot where Dagu vanished, Robin murmured, then turned and headed towards the royal plateau. Having been away for some time, she imagined there were some matters that needed her attention. Chapter 293. Invitation refused and flag borrowing refused. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace, Neptune's study. While handling state affairs, Neptune suddenly felt something was amiss in the room and quickly raised his head to look ahead. "Long time no see, King Neptune." The next moment, a somewhat familiar voice reached Neptune's ears. Soon after, Dagu's figure appeared before Neptune. "Mr. Dreambeard?" Seeing Dagu, Neptune hurriedly stood up and walked over to greet him. "What brings you here? Please have a seat. Please have a seat." Saying that, Neptune led Dagu to a chair. "Someone prepare some desserts. We have a guest." After instructing someone outside, Neptune turned back to Dagu and asked, "May I ask what brings Mr. Dreambeard here this time?" "Well, King Neptune." In response to Neptune's question, Dagu did not answer directly, but instead asked in return, "Do you remember the agreement from a year ago?" The agreement from a year ago. Hearing Dagu's question, Neptune fell into deep thought. Princess Shirahoshi. After a long time, Neptune finally recalled the matter from a year ago, which was about Shirahoshi boarding a ship. Thinking of this, Neptune turned to Dagu with a calm expression, confirming, "So Mr. Dreambeard really intends to let Shirahoshi board, correct?" "Yes." Hearing this, Dagu quietly nodded. Seeing Dagu nod, Neptune couldn't help but be shocked. Because according to the agreement from a year ago, if Dagu wanted Shirahoshi to board, he would have to get Whitebeard's consent. In other words, he would have to fight Whitebeard first and gain his approval before coming to take Shirahoshi aboard. So Dagu has already fought Whitebeard. While pondering, Neptune's expression changed several times, and he finally exclaimed, "I didn't expect Mr. Dreambeard to have reached the level to rival Whitebeard. Truly impressive." After saying that, Neptune immediately shifted the conversation. "Since that's the case, I won't hold you back any longer. As long as Shirahoshi agrees, Mr. Dreambeard can take her away." "Thank you very much, King Neptune." Hearing Neptune say this, Dagu immediately smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude. Looking at Dagu's smile, although Neptune felt very reluctant, he had to call out, "Someone, go get Shirahoshi." After giving the order, Neptune turned to Dagu and said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Dreambeard." "No problem." However, Dagu shook his head, signaling Neptune not to be so polite. He then said, "Moreover, King Neptune, since Shirahoshi will be my crew member from now on, you don't need to call me Mr. Dreambeard anymore. It feels too distant. Just call me Dagu. It feels more friendly." "All right." Upon hearing this, Neptune pondered for a moment before nodding. "In that case, I will call you Brother Dagu from now on." Saying this, Neptune called out to Dagu, "Brother Dagu." "Okay." Similarly, upon hearing Neptune's address, Dagu smiled and replied, "Then I won't call you King Neptune anymore, Uncle." "How does that sound?" "Very good." "Ha ha." Upon hearing Dagu call him Uncle, Neptune immediately laughed heartily. At the same time, Dagu also laughed joyfully. "Father, did you call for me?" But just then, Shirahoshi's voice suddenly came from outside the door, and soon her tall figure appeared. "Shirahoshi, come here." Seeing Shirahoshi arrive, Neptune immediately beckoned her over. "Father, what do you need me for?" Hearing Neptune's words, Shirahoshi curiously walked over to his side. "Mr. Dagu." Suddenly, Shirahoshi noticed that Dagu was also nearby, so she hurriedly greeted him. "Mr. Dagu, how come you are here? Aren't you in Dressrosa?" "Hello, Princess Shirahoshi." Facing Shirahoshi's greeting, Dagu first responded with a smile, then explained, "I came here to formally invite you to join my pirate crew, the Light Pirates." After finishing, Dagu then asked Shirahoshi, "I wonder if you would be willing? Join the Light Pirates." Hearing Dagu's invitation, Shirahoshi was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect that after a year, Dagu still wanted her to join his pirate crew. Unfortunately, although Shirahoshi really wanted to see the land, she also clearly understood that Fishman Island still needed her for the time being, and she couldn't leave. "I'm sorry." So, faced with Dagu's invitation, she could only shake her head and refuse, saying, "I'm sorry, Lord Dagu, but Shirahoshi can't leave Fishman Island yet. Fishman Island needs me." Seeing Shirahoshi's refusal, Dagu was also taken aback. He didn't expect that after a year, Shirahoshi would still be unwilling to board his ship, which made him feel a bit frustrated. Over the years of smooth sailing, Dagu felt that everything was already under his control, and all he had to do was wait for his abilities to fully awaken. Then he could take revenge for his grandfather and Ohara. Hey, thinking of this, Dagu gave a self-deprecating smile. Brother Dagu. At that moment, Dagu's smile made Neptune worry. He feared that Dagu might be angry and would want to take action against Fishman Island. After all, times had changed. Dagu was no longer the somewhat famous figure he was a year ago. Now, he was revered as the Emperor of the Sea, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. If he were to get angry, Fishman Island might not be able to withstand it. Well then, however, to Neptune's surprise, his worries did not come true, as Dagu, after smiling, helplessly shook his head and said to Shirahoshi, "Since Shirahoshi doesn't want to go to sea, I won't force you." But halfway through his sentence, Dagu paused, and then, seeing Neptune's tense expression, slowly said, "However, if anything happens to Fishman Island, you can always come to me for help. You can even hang my flag under Whitebeard's flag." This, although Neptune felt a bit relieved upon hearing that Dagu was not angry, he hesitated to accept the offer of borrowing the flag. According to unwritten rules at sea, an island could only fly one flag. If a second flag appeared, it could be seen as the pirate crew wanting to declare war on the previous pirate crew. Therefore, Neptune had to shake his head and refuse, saying, "While I appreciate that Brother Dagu is willing to lend us his flag, we have already hung the Whitebeard Pirate's flag." Chapter 294, Ace's Departure and New Journey. All right. Seeing Neptune say this, Dagu could only nod helplessly. However, he immediately promised Neptune, "Even so, Fishman Island is still my friend. If anything happens in the future, please let me know." Definitely. Seeing that Dagu was not the least bit dissatisfied with being refused twice, Neptune was surprised and quickly responded, "If there are any troubles that cannot be resolved in the future, I will definitely let you know." That's good. Hearing this, Dagu nodded and said, "In that case, I'll be heading back now." After saying a few words, Dagu directly used Flying Thunder God to leave Fishman Island. Watching the place where Dagu disappeared, Neptune let out a heavy sigh, then turned to Shirahoshi beside him and curiously asked, "Shirahoshi, why did you refuse his invitation?" After all, he was not the same as before. Now he was the Emperor of the Sea, and his strength was recognized by the entire ocean. "Father," to Neptune's surprise. Upon hearing his question, Shirahoshi also seemed a bit confused and softly replied, "I don't know why I refused Lord Dagu's invitation. I just have a voice in my heart that keeps telling me not to leave with Lord Dagu, as if, saying this, Shirahoshi fell into deep thought. After a long while, she continued, "As if he is not the person I am waiting for. Is that so?" After hearing Shirahoshi's explanation, Neptune couldn't help but be stunned, and then he fell silent. After a while, Neptune raised his head to look at Shirahoshi and said, "Since he has already left, you should go back now." "Yes, father." Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi quietly nodded and turned to leave the room. Watching Shirahoshi's departing figure, Neptune sighed again and then continued with his work. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dressrosa. "Dagu, you're back." Seeing Dagu return, Robin immediately smiled at him, but then looked around in confusion and asked, "Is Shirahoshi unwilling to come?" In response to Robin's question, Dagu did not hide anything. He directly nodded, then sat down on a nearby chair and sighed helplessly. Maybe she has her concerns. "I see." Hearing Dagu say this, Robin seemed to ponder, but did not ask further. Instead, she said to Dagu, "Ace just came by and said he was leaving. But when he saw you weren't here, he said he would wait until you returned to talk." "Ace is leaving?" Hearing Robin mention Ace, Dagu suddenly remembered that Ace was still on the island. It wasn't too surprising that Dagu forgot about Ace. There had been quite a lot going on today. While thinking, Dagu slowly stood up and said to Robin, "Let's go find Ace." After saying that, Dagu was the first to walk out of the room and headed towards the streets of Dressrosa. Robin also did not continue her work, but followed in Dagu's footsteps. Ace. Soon, using his observation hockey, Dagu found Ace, who was stuffing himself in a restaurant. Woo-woo hearing Dagu's call, Ace immediately stopped eating, turned around to look at Dagu, and stammered to say something, but only managed to make wooing sounds because his mouth was stuffed with food. Thump thump. Noticing this, Ace immediately slapped his chest twice, forcing the food down his throat. Then he rushed to Dagu and greeted, "Teacher Dagu, you're back." In response to Ace's greeting, Dagu smiled slightly, then asked Ace, "I heard you were leaving?" "Yes, Teacher Dagu." Ace nodded and said, "I have my own adventures. It doesn't make sense to stay on your island all the time." "That is true." Dagu did not refute Ace's words. Instead, he agreed. So he was not there to stop Ace from going to sea. On the contrary, he was there to see him off. "Ace." Dagu quietly looked at Ace and warned, "The road ahead will not be as easy as before. The new world may not be a big deal for me, but it might not be the same for you. So, if you really encounter anything that you can't handle, feel free to mention my name. As your teacher, it's only right to protect my students." "Teacher." Hearing Dagu say this, Ace was stunned. It was the first time he felt a sense of security from someone in his life. This made his eyes a bit moist, but his stubborn heart wouldn't allow him to cry. In the end, Ace could only heavily assure Dagu, "I understand, teacher." "Good." Seeing Ace like this, Dagu smiled again. Suddenly, Ace looked at Dagu and said, "Teacher, I will take the lead then. Brothers, let us go." After finishing his words, Ace turned to greet his crew and then walked past Dagu towards the port. Watching Ace's departing figure, Dagu did not say anything further, just quietly gazing until he disappeared from sight. "Let's go back." He then turned to call Robin and returned to their residence. As time passed, 7 days had quickly gone by since Ace's departure. On this day, Dagu summoned all members of the Light Pirates. "Captain, are we setting sail again?" As soon as he entered, Yuta asked Dagu if they were going to continue their journey. Similarly, Crocodile and the others also looked at Dagu, eagerly awaiting his response. "That's right." As expected, upon hearing Yuta's question, Dagu immediately nodded and replied, "I gathered you all because we are indeed setting sail." As he spoke, Dagu looked around at everyone and explained, "The reason we stayed in Dressrosa for a year was that we had our reasons. First, to help stabilize the situation in Dressrosa, and second, to further train you." At this point, Dagu glanced at Kuna and others who were relatively weaker before continuing. "Now that your strengths have significantly improved, it is indeed time to set sail." "Hooray!" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Yuta immediately shouted in excitement. Chapter 295, The Giant Elephant and Zoe. Meanwhile, the faces of the others also showed some joy. Clearly, everyone had been eager to continue their journey. After all, staying on one island was contrary to their original intention. That was why they were so happy to hear Dagu say they would set sail again. "All right." Seeing everyone's expressions, Dagu couldn't help but smile and then said, "You all go back and pack your things. We will set off shortly." "Yes, Captain." With Dagu's command, everyone turned to leave and went back to their rooms to get ready. After they left, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, let's go too." Hearing this, Robin nodded slightly and followed Dagu. Shortly after, on the Arc Maxim, Dagu looked around at the people before him and waved his hand, saying, "Set sail." Thus, after a year's time, the Light Pirates began their journey again. A little over 10 days later, in a certain sea area of the New World, the members of the Light Pirates suddenly heard a loud and deep beast roar. Following that, a massive figure quietly appeared in their line of sight and gradually approached them. Watching this scene, everyone on the ship was shocked, even Crocodile, who had seen such things before. But after the shock, Dagu suddenly said to everyone, "Let's go up and take a look." "Huh?" As soon as Dagu said this, everyone was puzzled, and Yuta directly asked Dagu, "Captain, why we need to go up? That guy's so big, what if—" "Don't worry." Unfortunately, regarding Yuta's concerns, Dagu calmly chuckled and said, "This guy won't attack easily." After saying that, Dagu directly used his powers to lift the ship into the air, heading towards the back of the giant elephant. Before long, under Dagu's guidance, the Arc Maxim successfully landed on the back of the giant elephant. What is this? But when they saw the scene here, they once again fell into shock. They never expected that there were buildings on the back of the giant elephant, and judging by the scale, it was comparable to— No, this is a city where people live. Let's go. However, unlike everyone else, Dagu quickly regained his senses, called out to the others. and then walked down the ship towards a tall city gate not far away. By the way, but after taking a couple of steps, Dagu seemed to remember something and suddenly turned to Beepo, saying, "Beepo, this is your hometown." Huh. As soon as Dagu said this, it surprised Robin, Beepo Kana, and others. They never expected that Beepo's hometown would be on the back of a giant elephant. The next moment, everyone's gaze turned to Beepo. But faced with everyone's eyes, Beepo was confused. To be honest, he had no memory of his hometown at all, and he didn't even know it would be on the back of an elephant. Seeing Beepo like this, the others understood that Beepo should have no memory of his hometown, so they turned back and followed Dagu's footsteps towards the city. "Who are you?" Before long, they arrived at the front of the city, but before they could do anything, a voice of inquiry came from the lookout tower above. Seeing this, Dagu glanced up but did not respond. Instead, he turned to Beepo and said, "Beepo, it's your turn to take the stage. This is your hometown. It's more fitting for you." "Okay, all right." Hearing this, Beepo hesitated a bit, but still agreed. "Hello, we are the Light Pirates." Beepo stepped forward slowly and shouted toward the figure above, "We arrived here by accident. We mean no harm." The Light Pirates. Hearing Beepo's shout from the lookout tower, the warrior of the fur tribe fell into deep thought. He seemed to have heard the name of this pirate crew, but couldn't remember where from. "What's wrong? What are you shouting?" At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, which made him perk up and quickly turn around. "Captain." But in the next moment, he froze, because the person who appeared behind him was none other than his captain, a member of the Fur Kingdom's musketeer squad, and also the bird of the king, Wanda. Regaining his senses, the warrior of the fur tribe immediately pointed at Beepo below and reported to Wanda, "Captain, there's a compatriot with a pirate crew below." "Compatriot? Pirate crew?" Hearing this, Wanda slowly walked to the edge of the lookout tower with a hesitant attitude, seeing Dagu and the others looking up at them, as well as the Arc Maxim not far away with its flag flying. That is, in an instant, just a moment, Wanda was stunned, then turned around, extending his right hand. Dong dong dong. In an instant, a bell rang out across the sky of the Fur Kingdom, causing the Fur Tribe members, who were leisurely doing their own things, to stop their actions. Among them, the musketeers and the guards of the Fur Kingdom immediately gathered and rushed towards the city gate. "Captain." Naturally, this bell sound made Dagu and the others frown, and Hawkins immediately wanted to say something to Dagu. However, before he could speak, Dagu raised his hand to stop him, then looked at him and said, "There's no need to be too nervous. With your strength, no one here can stop us." "Yes." Hearing Dagu say this, Hawkins nodded and returned to calmness, waiting for the actions of the others. Before long, a large group of upright animals, the Fur Tribe, surrounded Dagu and the others. Watching this scene, although Daiku's expression was somewhat unpleasant, he said nothing. After all, he had already stated that Beppo would be in charge today. Since that was the case, let us see how Beppo would handle it. In his thoughts, Daiku turned his gaze to Beppo. At the same time, Beppo did not disappoint Daiku. Upon seeing that they were surrounded, Beppo changed from his usual reserved self and loudly questioned the surrounding Mink tribe members. "What are you doing?" "We mean no harm. We just happened to come here." "Why are you surrounding us?" Chapter 296. Duke Inuarashi and the Forest of Whales. In response to Beppo's questioning, Wanda did not reply. Instead, she cautiously stepped forward, keeping a wary eye on Daiku, and asked, dreaming Beast Daku, "Why have you come to Zo Island?" Hearing Wanda's question, although Daiku had already said that Beppo would make the decisions today, out of politeness, he still looked at Wanda and replied, "Don't worry. We just came here by accident and mean no harm." "Is that so?" Hearing Daiku's words, Wanda seemed somewhat skeptical. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Daiku was a notorious pirate. Regardless of whether he truly came here by accident, they had to take him seriously and remain vigilant. Yes. However, just at that moment, Beppo stepped forward again and said to Wanda, "We really mean no harm." Seeing Beppo, a fellow countryman, speak again, Wanda finally glanced at Daiku, as if confirming he truly meant no harm before nodding and saying, "All right, disperse." After Wanda instructed the others to disperse, she turned to Daiku and said, "Since you mean no harm, then you may leave. You are not really welcome here." "Captain." Seeing Wanda say this, Beppo couldn't help but look at Daiku, his eyes filled with countless unexplainable emotions. Beppo was worried. He was worried that Daku would listen to Wanda and leave directly instead of going in to see his hometown. However, to Beppo's relief, Daku smiled slightly in response to his gaze and then turned to Wanda, saying, "Captain, there is no need to rush us to leave." Saying this, Daku glanced at Beppo before continuing. "After all, we have one of your companions here. It shouldn't be a problem for us to go in and take a look." Well, hearing this, Wanda hesitated as she looked at Beppo. "All right." After a long while, Wanda silently nodded, agreeing to Daiku's request. In fact, she had no other choice because in Wanda's mind, someone like Daiku, a Sea Emperor, would surely have various issues. If she didn't agree to him, what if he became angry and took action against Zoe? The consequences. It was precisely for this reason that Wanda agreed to let Daiku and his group enter. However, that being said, Wanda couldn't help but remind Daiku, once you go inside, you cannot move around freely, and you must first meet the King of Daylight, Duke Inuarashi. Only with his permission can you stay in Zoe. Otherwise, you will have to leave. Upon hearing this, Daiku couldn't help but glance at Robin and the others, then looked at Wanda and replied, "Understood. Then follow me." Seeing Daiku agree, Wanda said no more and immediately led everyone into Zoe. Before long, under Wanda's guidance, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Zoe, specifically at the Duke's mansion of the Furry Kingdom, where they met the King of Daylight, Duke Inuarashi, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. "May I ask what brings you to Zoe?" Like Wanda, upon seeing Daiku, Inuarashi inquired about his intentions. In response, Daiku reiterated what he had just said to Wanda. "Your Excellency, just as I said to that captain earlier, we came here by accident." And, at this point, Daiku turned to Beppo and said, "One of my companions is from here, so I thought I'd bring him to take a look." "I see." After hearing Daiku's explanation, Inuarashi looked thoughtfully at Beppo and then said to Daiku, "In that case, our Ming tribe is not unreasonable. However, I still hope your crew will not move around freely to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." Hearing this, Daiku nodded lightly and replied, "Understood." "Good." Seeing Daiku so agreeable, Inuarashi was surprised but did not engage in further conversation. Instead, he turned to Wanda, who had brought Daiku and the others, and said, "Wanda, I'll leave the rest to you. It's getting dark. I want to go back and rest. I don't want to have too much contact with that guy." With that, Inuarashi turned and went back to his room. After watching Inuarashi leave, Wanda then faced Daiku and the others, saying, "Since the Duke has agreed to let you stay, follow me. I'll show you around." With that, Wanda walked ahead, leading the way. Thus, under Wanda's guidance, Daiku and the Straw Hat Pirates got a general impression of Beppo's hometown, Zoe. Eventually, they arrived at a high ground and saw a building in the distance that resembled a whale in the forest. "What is that?" Looking at the building, Robin couldn't help but ask Wanda beside her. In response, Wanda did not hide the truth, but thought it was better to clarify things in advance. So she directly explained to Robin that is the forbidden area of Zoe, the whale tree. Besides the two kings, no one else is allowed inside. As for the surrounding forest, it is the whale forest, which is also off limits to anyone except members of the Musketeers, especially. At this point, Wanda turned to Daiku and added, "Foreigners." "I understand." Hearing Wanda's serious warning, Daiku didn't say anything further. He nodded and assured Wanda, "Don't worry, we won't intrude into the whale forest." "That's good." Hearing Daiku say this, Wanda couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was really afraid Daiku would be interested in the whale tree. If that happened, they would probably have to. Thinking this, Wanda lightly shook her head and then looked around at everyone before saying, "Now that we've walked around enough, let me take you to your resting place." "Sound good." Seeing Wanda say this, Daiku looked at the darkening sky and didn't refuse, directly agreeing. In the end, under Wanda's lead, they arrived at a wooden house located within the city. "This is where you'll be resting for this period. If you have any questions, you can come find me. I'm right next door." After saying this to everyone, Wanda turned and left their room. "Captain, aren't you curious about that whale tree?" Once Wanda had completely disappeared, Crocodile immediately asked Daiku if he was interested in the whale tree. Chapter 297. The Signpost and the Kazuki clan, however, to Crocodile and the other surprise. Daiku responded to this question with a mysterious smile. "Dao, Actually, I already left a mark on that whale tree just now, so I can quietly dive in at any time. I knew it. Hearing Dagu say this, Crocodile and the others couldn't help but show expressions of as expected. So, seeing everyone's reaction, Dagu no longer said anything else and directly asked the group, "Who wants to go?" Well, upon hearing Dagu ask if they wanted to go, everyone hesitated. "I'm not going." Just then, Ikkyo was the first to speak up and express that he wouldn't go. "Since Uncle Ikkyo isn't going, then I..." Seeing Ikkyo not going, Kuna, who always prided herself as a swordsman, immediately stated that she also didn't want to go. But before she could finish, Dagu suddenly looked at her and said, "Kuna, you should go take a look. There's something inside that I think will interest you." Huh? Hearing Dagu say there's something inside that she would be interested in, Kuna was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, "All right then." Seeing that Kuna was going, Bonney immediately grabbed Yuta's hand and said without caring whether she wanted to or not, "Since Kuna is going, then we should go too." "That works." Watching Bonnie's action, Dagu lightly nodded, then turned to Enel and the others and asked, "What about you? Are you going?" Upon hearing this, Enel shook his head and directly refused. "No need, I'm not interested in that." "Me neither." Following that law, Hawkins, Beepo, and even Crocodile, who had inquired earlier, all shook their heads to express their lack of interest. Huh? Seeing that even Crocodile rejected it, Dagu was somewhat surprised and asked him, "Weren't you curious just now? Why are you not interested now?" However, in response to Dagu's question, Crocodile did not answer, merely gazing quietly at Robin, Bonney, and the other four girls. Understood. Seeing this, Dagu immediately understood and no longer inquired further, turning to Robin and the others and saying, "Then let's go." Flying Thunder God. After speaking, Dagu directly took the four girls and disappeared from the spot with a Flying Thunder God technique. Arrived. In the blink of an eye, Dagu, Robin, Bonney, Kuna, and Yuta quietly appeared on the whale tree. As soon as they appeared, before the others could say anything, Dagu spoke first. "Let's go. Let's take a look inside." Seeing Dagu like this, the four girls exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, under Dagu's lead, they entered the interior of the whale tree and saw the huge, dark red stone that seemed to be stained with ominousness. Historical text. At the first sight of it, Robin let out a gasp. She never expected that there would be a historical text here, and judging by its style, it was actually a recorded landmark historical text. That's right. Hearing Robin's exclamation, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "Robin, go take a look." Okay. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Robin immediately nodded and walked up to the giant red stone, the landmark historical text, and began to observe it. Kuina. Seeing Robin enter work mode, Dagu then turned to Kuna and said, "You should be interested in this." What? Hearing Dagu say this, not only Kuna, but Bonney and Yuta's interest was also piqued. Over here, facing the gazes of the three girls, Dagu, after saying a word, turned and walked to another side, looking at the small bird pattern above, and said to Kuna, "This is the family crest of the Kazuki clan from Wano country. You should have seen it before." This is. Listening to Dagu's words, Kuina slowly raised her head, staring at the small bird pattern, lost in memories. She remembered that as a child, she often saw this pattern in her grandfather's study. But after her grandfather passed away, her father put it away, and she could no longer see it. She seemed to have asked her father about it back then, but received no response, only that it was a thing of the past, and that she shouldn't ask too much. Thinking about this, Kuina looked at Dagu uncertainly and said, "So this place has a connection to my family?" "That's right." In response to Kuina's words, Dagu nodded and replied, "This place indeed has a connection to your family, or rather, your family once had a connection to this place. This place, was once a vassal of the Kazuki clan from Wano country, and your family." Saying this, Dagu paused slightly, then looked Kuna up and down. "Your family hails from Wano country. Decades ago, your grandfather, Kazuki Yusaku, resolutely left his homeland, Wano country, and went to the EC. At that time, the Kazuki clan was also the lord of Wano country, essentially the king of Wano country. So that's how it is." After listening to Dagu's explanation, Kuina finally understood that her family actually came from Wano country. She had always thought of herself as from East Sea. After all this time, she turned out to be from the New World, Wano country. In her thoughts, Kuina couldn't help but ask Dagu, "Captain, can we visit Wano country later? I want to see my hometown." "Sure." Hearing this, Dagu didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Just then, Bonney finally sorted out the cause and effect and looked at Kuina in surprise. "I didn't expect Kuina to have such a background. I thought you were just from the East Sea." Hearing Bonney's words, Kuina smiled slightly. "This is also my first time knowing. Sister Kuina, you." Just then, Yuta was about to say something, but at that moment, Robin's voice came from the other side. "What are you guys talking about?" Seeing Robin come over, Yuta immediately ran to her side and said, "Sister Robin, you definitely don't know. Sister Kuina is actually from the New World." "Oh." Hearing Yuta's words, Robin was momentarily stunned. Then after glancing at Dagu, turned to Kuina and said, "So there is something here related to Kuina's background?" "Yes, Sister Robin." Facing Robin's gaze, Kuina immediately pointed to the small bird pattern above and said, "This is the family crest of the Kazuki clan from Wano country. I saw it at home when I was a child." Chapter 298. The Cat Viper and Conflict resurfaces, so that's it. Listening to Kuina's story, Robin gently nodded, then looked at the others and said, "If there is nothing else, let's head back for now." "All right." Upon hearing this, Dagu, Yuta, and Bonney exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Robin's suggestion. Meow, meow howl. But just at that moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from outside, followed by an orange figure that charged towards Dagu at incredible speed and launched an attack at him. Captain, be careful." Faced with this sudden turn of events, Kuina, Bonney, and Yuta immediately became worried about Dagu's situation. However, in contrast to the three girls concerned, Robin seemed unfazed and instead leisurely walked aside to watch. Bang! The situation indeed unfolded as Robin expected. In the next second, facing the sudden attack of that figure, Dagu merely extended his hand slightly and directly blocked the attack. Then he looked at the other party, one of the two great kings of the Fluffy Kingdom, known as the King of the Night, the Cat Viper, calmly said, "Your Excellency, isn't it a bit inappropriate to attack blindly without saying anything?" Meow, however, compared to the calmness of Dagu, the Cat Viper was quite angry and directly shouted at Dagu, "Who are you? How did you sneak in here? Why didn't the Knights group notice anything unusual? What is your purpose for being here? Speak the truth." Looking at the huge face in front of him that seemed like it would swallow him, Dagu was not fazed at all. Instead, he calmly replied, "Your Excellency, you are overthinking. We're just here to take a look and have not harmed a single blade of grass or tree here. So I hope you can treat this as if nothing happened. It would be better for both of us." Meow, impossible. But the Cat Viper did not heed Dagu's words and angrily shouted at him, "No matter who you are, since you dare to intrude here, that means you are our enemy." Meow roar. In the next moment, the Cat Viper reached out with his right hand and swiped at Dagu. Seeing that the Cat Viper was so unreasonable, Dagu couldn't help but sigh softly, then narrowed his eyes and instantly flashed behind him, followed by a swift palm strike. Bang! The next moment, the Cat Viper fell down. Seeing the Cat Viper collapse, perhaps due to concerns related to the kingdom of He and Harmony, Guena couldn't help but ask Dagu with some worry, "Captain, is this okay?" "No problem." As for Guena's question, Dagu didn't feel much and simply shook his head slightly. "I just knocked him out. I didn't cause him any harm." "Okay." Hearing Dagu say this, Guena still felt a bit guilty, but she could only nod in agreement. "Let's go back." Seeing Guena like this, Dagu didn't say anything further and directly called on a few people to return to their resting area. Flying Thunder God. Not long after, in the resting area of Dagu and others, Crocodile and others, after listening to Yuta's story, couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Guena, but just with one glance. They quickly looked to Dagu instead, because according to what Yuta just said, they had actually encountered a piece of historical text. And it was a historical text marked with the location of the final island, Raftel. So they were curious about what plans their Captain Dagu would have now that he had obtained such information. Would he continue sailing, or what? Thinking about this, the concerned Crocodile then asked Dagu, "Captain, since that's the case, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to search for the remaining historical texts to head to Raftel, or continue sailing like this for a so-called adventure?" As soon as Crocodile's words came out, the others' gazes also turned to Dagu, eager to know what he was thinking and what the ship's course would be. Plans. However, Faced with everyone's gazes, Dagu only pondered for a moment before directly looking at everyone and saying, "My thoughts have been clear for a long time. My goal is not to become the Pirate King, but..." At this point, Dagu paused before continuing. "If I have the opportunity, I would still like to see Raftel." Understood. Hearing Dagu say this, everyone nodded silently, indicating their understanding. Meow. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the whale tree, the cat viper, who had been knocked out by Dagu, was slowly waking up. Gulp meow, meow roar in an instant. A roar that echoed throughout the entire whale forest burst from his mouth. Then, the cat viper swiftly left the whale tree and loudly commanded the surroundings. Knights group, assemble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not long after, one figure after another appeared in front of the cat viper. Meow, looking at the crowd in front of him. The cat viper said nothing more and directly ordered everyone, "All of you, follow me," without waiting for anyone to react. The cat viper already moved his feet and charged out of the forest. Seeing their leader like this, although the Knights group members were a bit confused, they reacted quickly and immediately followed the cat viper's footsteps. Gulp meow. In this way, in the blink of an eye, the cat viper had led all the Knights group members to the city of the Fluffy Kingdom. Such a commotion from the cat viper naturally could not go unnoticed. Just as the cat viper stepped into the city, the subordinates of Duke Inuarashi, members of the gunner team, had already blocked his way and asked, "Boss Cat Viper, what is going on with all this commotion?" But to the surprise of the gunner team, the cat viper did not answer their question, but instead asked them, "Have any outsiders come recently?" "Yes, Boss Cat Viper." Upon hearing this, although the gunner team felt puzzled, they still respectfully replied. During the day, a group of pirates landed on Zo, and because there were lost compatriots among their crew, Lord Duke Inuarashi has agreed to let them rest on Zo for a while. Chapter 299. Cat and Dog Gulp Meow. After hearing the explanation from the gunner team, the cat viper immediately called out, then looked at the gunner team and ordered, "Now, immediately, take me to where they are staying." The cat viper's reaction left the gunner team in a brief state of shock. "Boss Cat Viper, this way." However, quickly, the captain of the gunner team, Sicilian, regained his composure and led the way for the cat viper. "All right, let's go." Thus, under Sicilian's guidance, the cat viper arrived at the place where Dagu and the others were staying. "Here we are." In the room, sensing the commotion outside, Dagu murmured, "Let's go. We should head out." Then he directly called everyone to leave the room, meeting the arriving cat viper. "You, it's you." At the same time, upon seeing Dagu's figure, the cat viper immediately roared angrily and launched an attack at him. Whoosh! With a step, the cat viper appeared next to Dagu at almost teleportation speed and swiped down with his claw. But unfortunately, unlike before, this time Dagu was not alone. His companions were standing beside him, and how could they allow the cat viper to make contact with Dagu so easily? Russell, just as the cat viper was about to reach Dagu, a cloud of fine sand suddenly appeared, perfectly blocking his claw strike. Boom! Crack! In an instant, dust flew everywhere, but it had no effect on Dagu's side, as all the dust was blown towards the cat viper. Clearly, this dust had been controlled, and the one controlling it was none other than Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords, and now a member of the Light Pirates. Spit, spit, after spitting out the fine sand in his mouth, the cat viper then shifted his gaze from Dagu to his surroundings. Suddenly, the cat viper couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. The strength of these people seems to be not weak. Perhaps, maybe, likely, he might not be a match for them as just a cat. "What are you doing here, you guy?" However, just at that moment, a voice that made the cat viper feel at ease suddenly rang out. Following that, a figure that usually made the cat viper want to scratch it to death, but at this moment was filled with joy, appeared. Duke Inuarashi. "Old dog, you came just in time." Seeing Duke Inuarashi approaching step by step, the cat viper immediately pointed at Daku and explained, "This guy broke into the whale tree and saw that thing. You need to team up with me quickly and catch him first." Broke into the whale tree? Saw that thing? The cat viper's words clearly stunned Duke Inuarashi. And then he suddenly turned his head, staring at Daku, questioning, "Son of a devil, how do you know what's inside the whale tree?" Faced with Inuarashi's gaze, Daku did not feel any pressure. On the contrary, he even smiled slightly and chuckled. "Your Grace, I can only say that there are many things in this world that I do not know. But unfortunately, Zioyu is not one of them. Moreover, at this point, Daiko paused slightly, then glanced around at the group of mink tribes surrounding them. With a calm tone, he said, "We haven't done anything to Zioyu, so I hope you won't do anything to us. After all, this is my companion Beepo's hometown. I won't make him uncomfortable. At this point, you still dare to threaten us." Seeing that Daiko not only showed no remorse for breaking into the whale tree and stealing the historical text, but also threatened them, the cat viper was furious. His expression changed, and he charged towards Daiko. Wait. However, just as the cat viper was about to explode with anger, that old dog not only did not help, but actually reached out to stop him. But just as the cat viper was about to explode, Inuarashi spoke first. Old cat, wait a moment. After saying that, Inuarashi turned to Daiko and said, just like he said, he only took a look at that thing and did nothing. More importantly, if we push him too hard, it would be a disaster for us and Zioyu. Inuarashi's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming the furious cat viper. So, seeing the cat viper calm down, Inuarashi then looked at Daiko again, his face serious, and asked, "Your purpose for coming to Zioyu is not just for Beepo, but also for that thing, right?" "Not really." However, what surprised Inuarashi was that Daiko actually shook his head in denial of his question, because as I said before, there are many things in this world that I do not know, and Zioyu is not among them. So, I already knew about that thing inside the whale tree. And not only that, I know what you were waiting for. What exactly are you? As soon as Daiko said this, both Inuarashi and the cat viper's expressions changed drastically. However, before they could speak, Daiko continued, "Of course, I do not intend to do anything to you or what you are waiting for. I say all this only to hope that we do not start a war lightly. After all, once a war starts, it won't have a big impact on me, but for Zioyu, for Beepo's hometown, it would." Although Daiko's words were not finished, the meaning was clear to everyone present, whether they were from the Straw Hat Pirates or Zioyu. In fact, as Daiko said, once both sides really fought, no matter the outcome, it would be a disaster for Zioyu. Not to mention, the strength of both sides was not equal for Daiko and the others. Even considering the Zioyu beneath their feet, it barely equaled their strength. If not considering Zioyu beneath their feet, then relying solely on Inuarashi and the others, they would be like ants facing the king of the forest, completely incomparable. Thus, after understanding the stakes, and since Daiko and his group indeed had not done anything excessive, Inuarashi, the cat viper, and the others from Zioyu restrained some of their hostility and no longer targeted Daiko and his group. However, although Inuarashi and the others did not continue to target Daiko, they also could not return to the initial enthusiasm. Basically, aside from providing them with food, they would not offer anything else like Kurizumi. And so, after another 2 days of allowing Beepo to enjoy himself in his hometown, the Straw Hat Pirates set off on their journey again. Chapter 300. The territory of the Four Emperors and Charlotte Smoothie in the New World in an unknown sea area. The Ark Maxim was sailing slowly. "Captain, on the lookout," Enel reported to Daiko. "We should be entering Big Mom's territory soon." Big Mom. Hearing Enel's report, everyone on the ship turned their eyes to the distant island, which still looked quite small. "Captain, should we go ashore?" After a while, Crocodile stepped in front of Daiko and asked. At the same time, the others also brought their gaze back, waiting for Daiko's instructions. "Let's go." Looking at the expressions of his partners, Daiko smiled slightly and said, "Not to mention that we have already come this far. Just the few supplies left on the ship do not allow us to reach the next island." True. Hearing this, everyone remembered the scant supplies left on the ship. And indeed, those stocks were not enough to support them to reach the next island. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, the next island would also be Big Mom's territory. Since that is the case, why not go ashore now? Understanding this point, everyone quickly took their positions and steered the Ark Maxim toward the island. As the saying goes, a mountain is run to death by a horse. Similarly, it's the same at sea. Although the Straw Hat Pirates had already seen the outline of the island, when they truly arrived, it took them over 3 hours. Thud! At the port, after docking the ship, Daiko and the others immediately got off the ship. "Captain, they don't seem to be afraid of us." Looking at the surrounding people, who were different from those on other islands. Beepo couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. Similarly noticing this, Law thoughtfully said, perhaps because this is Big Mom's territory, they're able to remain calm upon seeing us. It's possible. Upon hearing this, Beepo nodded. The situation might just be as Law said. Precisely because this place belonged to Big Mom, the people here did not have any extreme reactions upon seeing them. As for whether the people here did not recognize them or their flag, Beepo and the others did not believe that. Given the popularity and prominence of the Straw Hat Pirates at this moment, even if this were East Blue's Windmill Village, the Calm Belt's Kuja Island, or even Sky Island, Fishman Island, they were all well-known entities. Not to mention that this is Big Mom's territory, and it's almost at the gateway position. How could they not have heard of the Straw Hat Pirates' great name? Therefore, the reason why the people here acted this way could only be one possibility. The four emperors Big Mom gave them enough confidence. You are the Straw Hat Pirates, right? As a few people were observing their surroundings, a man dressed in armor, holding a spear, and about 2 meters tall, led a group to block their path. Is there something you need? In response, Crocodile casually asked. Former warlord, Sir Crocodile. Upon seeing Crocodile step forward, the group felt a slight stir. But the leader quickly regained composure and looked at Crocodile, asking Crocodile, what is your purpose for coming to this island? Crocodile did not answer the man's question, but coldly replied, you don't need to know. You. Seeing Crocodile's attitude, the man was momentarily taken aback, and then became angry. Did he still think he was one of the warlords? Now, as just a pirate, what right did he have to be so brazen on Mom's territory? Crocodile, do you think this place is just anywhere? The man, filled with rage, began to scold Crocodile. This is Big Mom's sea, the territory of an emperor. What right do you, a lost dog of a pirate, have to bark here? Seeing that the man dared to scold him, Crocodile raised an eyebrow and instinctively lifted his hand. Hey! However, before he could strike the large figure in front of him, Dagu quickly raised his hand to stop him and then turned to the armed group, lightly laughing. It seems you're not very welcoming to us, Miss Smoothie. Since you know, why did you still come ashore? Accompanying Dagu's voice was a cold, somewhat icy tone. Following that, a tall woman with silver hair, dressed in a pink striped bodysuit, appeared before everyone. Charlotte Smoothie. Upon hearing Smoothie's question, Dagu pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, Miss Smoothie, in this vast sea, you can't expect us to drift endlessly without coming ashore. Hearing this, Smoothie merely snorted coldly and did not respond further. She was very clear that against Dagu and the others, unless all the main forces of the Big Mom pirates gathered, there was no chance of victory. Understanding this, and seeing that Dagu did not appear to have malicious intent, Smoothie did not continue to make things difficult for them, but turned to her subordinates and instructed, you don't need to manage this. Just go do what you need to do. But Miss Smoothie, However, her subordinates did not immediately follow Smoothie's orders. Instead, they hesitated as they looked at Dagu and the others. Seeing this, Smoothie immediately frowned and scolded, get lost. Yes. With Smoothie's anger, her subordinates finally realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly moved aside. Few as everyone left, Smoothie couldn't help but exhale. After calming her emotions slightly, she looked at Dagu and the others again and said coldly, I will be in charge of this island for the time being. You can do whatever you want. But if, she warned Dagu before turning and walking away. Captain, watching Smoothie's retreating figure, Crocodile seemed to think of something and was about to say something to Dagu. It's fine. However, before Crocodile could speak, Dagu seemed to anticipate what he would say and spoke first. After all, this is Big Mom's territory. Before they take action, let's try to keep a low profile. Of course, as he spoke, Dagu's tone suddenly turned cold. If they make any moves, we don't need to hold back. Understood. Hearing this, the members of the Light Pirates couldn't help but smile, appearing quite relaxed. Thus, the Light Pirates began to stroll around the island. Chapter 301. Dagu's drastic change in expression and the mysterious figure in black robes looking at the surroundings. Robin couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the people here to live quite well. Dagu, also observing the surroundings, explained, after all, this is the territory of an emperor. Generally, Outsiders rarely dare to cause trouble. That makes sense. After pondering Dagu's explanation, Robin found it reasonable. Just then, Dagu suddenly expressed suspicion and quickly turned to look in another direction. What's wrong, Dagu? Dagu's unusual behavior naturally caught Robin's attention. As she inquired, Robin followed Dagu's gaze. There, a figure wrapped entirely in a black robe, indistinguishable as male or female, stood silently. The only thing that gave Robin a hint of familiarity was the hawk-like pupils. However, just as she was secretly pondering the connection between the figure and Hawkeye, Dagu's words jolted her back to reality. While staring intently at the figure across from him, Dagu seriously said to her, "Robin, go find Uncle Yixiao and immediately take everyone away." After saying this, as if not reassured, he added, "Don't stay a moment longer." "I understand." Not asking why, Robin nodded in response and turned to run off into the distance. Although she didn't know who the figure was, it was clear that someone who could make Dagu act this way was not simple. Over the years, she had never seen Dagu show such an expression, even when facing Marine Admirals, Emperors, or the Marine Hero Corp. In this situation, she knew that what she needed to do was not to stubbornly stay and distract Dagu, but to leave quickly and let him act freely. In this way, Robin quickly disappeared into the street. Meanwhile, Dagu continued to lock eyes with the presence across from him, adopting a stance of the enemy does not move. I do not move. After a while, even the surrounding civilians sensed the anomaly and fled, leaving the indistinguishable figure to slowly speak up. "Who are you?" A question filled with deep confusion. "I am Dreamiest Dagu." Seeing the other party ask, Dagu did not hide and directly introduced himself, then asked in return, "May I ask what you want from me?" Upon hearing Dagu's response, the figure seemed somewhat disappointed, yet relieved, murmuring, "Not Diha. If it's not, then it's not." Then, as if thinking of something, the figure suddenly raised a hand towards Dagu. This action instantly made Dagu's hair stand on end. Clang! Without time to think, Dagu quickly drew the Sword of Victory and infused it with Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki for defense. Bang! Dagu's instinct was correct. As soon as he raised the Sword of Victory, he was struck by an invisible force. Tap, 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 tap. The force was so great that even he had to step back several paces to dissipate the impact. Few after glancing at the now trembling Sword of Victory and noticing that it was undamaged, Dagu couldn't help but exhale. He then said no more, raising his sword and slashing out. Swish! In an instant, a golden sword aura surged from the Victory contract sword, seemingly intending to split the opponent in two. At the same time, Robin, following Daku's instructions, found the wandering crew members and informed them of Daku's intentions, leading everyone back to the ship. "Robin, why did the captain want us to come back? Did something happen?" As soon as they boarded the ship, Bonney couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked Robin, "Why did Daku call them back to the ship when they had just disembarked not long ago?" "I don't know." To her disappointment, Robin shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. "How is that possible? After all, I'm Robin. Is there anything on the ship that I don't know? Does that captain dare to hide it from me?" Bonney wasn't the only one thinking this. The others shared her confusion as well. "Robin, can you at least say a little bit?" "It's okay," Guena urged Robin. Unfortunately, this time they were disappointed. Although Robin knew it was because of that person with the eagle eyes, she didn't know the opponent's identity, and naturally, she didn't understand why Daku wanted them to leave. So, even when Guena and Bonney repeatedly inquired, Robin could only shake her head, indicating that she really didn't know. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the island, drawing everyone's attention. That was looking at the fleeting golden slash in the sky above the island. The members of the light pirate crew understood why Daku had called them back. The captain encountered an enemy. A thought flashed through everyone's minds. Immediately, Bonney looked at everyone and said, "The captain is fighting an enemy right now. How can we just leave like this? We should help." As soon as Bonney finished speaking, Law echoed, "Bonney is right. We can't just leave." At the same time, Crocodile, Enel, and others moved, preparing to support their captain. "Stop it!" However, before they could take action, Robin's aura suddenly surged as she shouted, "Do you think I don't want to help? Do you think I want to watch Daku face the enemy alone?" Robin's sudden outburst instantly silenced everyone. They stopped moving and quietly watched her, waiting for her explanation. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Robin slowly explained, although I don't know who the opponent is, the moment Daku saw them, without any hesitation. He told me to find you all immediately and leave without stopping for a moment. The way he looked at that time, I've never seen it in all these years. Even when I first encountered a Marine Admiral or faced Whitebeard and others when I was still weak, he never showed such an expression. At that moment, I knew that this enemy is different from any before. He is stronger than anyone, and much stronger, including Whitebeard. How is that possible? After hearing Robin's explanation, everyone was in disbelief and shock. How could there be someone much stronger than Whitebeard? But Robin's expression didn't seem fake, and the continuous golden sword flashes from the island proved the intensity of the battle. Moreover, they had only seen Daku's golden slashes so far, but had not witnessed any of the enemy's attacks. Could it be that the enemy really, the more they thought about it, the more unsettled the members of the light pirate crew felt? So let's set sail. Seeing her companions wake up to the situation, Robin immediately added, "Stay as far away as possible so Daku can use Flying Thunder God to teleport us." Yes, Robin, that's right. Thus, under Robin's command, the Ark of Prophecy sailed away into the distance. Chapter 302, Eliminating Variables and World Correction on the other side, on the island. The battle between Daku and the mysterious person was becoming increasingly intense. In fact, even Charlotte Smoothie, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, had to stand outside and could not intervene. Boom! After forcing Daku back with a blow, the mysterious person slowly spoke, "Dream Emperor Daku, this world is not where you belong. You should leave." Huh? Upon hearing such words from the mysterious person, Daku felt puzzled. What does this mean? Filled with confusion, Daku stared intently at the mysterious person and asked, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean I shouldn't be in this world?" But facing Daku's question, the mysterious person calmly replied, "This world is predetermined. Your arrival has disrupted its operation." Hearing this, Daku felt even more astonished. Could it be? At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. So this world is... Following his inner thoughts, Daku calmly looked at the mysterious person and said, "A predetermined program, or a history that has already passed. You should leave." Unfortunately, the mysterious person did not answer Daku's question further. Instead, after saying a few words, he raised his hand again. Boom! Instantly, another wave of invisible energy surged toward Daku. Although he had already made some guesses in his heart, Daku did not give up. Instead, he snorted coldly, focused his gaze, and activated the power of his Rinnegan. Heavenly Path, Shinra Tensei. Bang! In an instant, a sound of invisible collision resounded. Following that, Daku did not hesitate, wielding the Victory Contract sword, and slashed out. Whoosh! ZZZ. But this time, unlike before, this golden slash did not hit the opponent. Instead, it seemed as if metal met concentrated sulfuric acid, or foam met fire, and was gradually dissolved. Such a scene, even with Daku's extensive experience over the years, left him greatly shaken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, he struck down several more times. Heavenly Hand Power. In fact, Daku even used Heavenly Hand Power to get closer to the mysterious person. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed down again. However, no matter how swift Daku was or how powerful his attacks were, once they got within a foot of the opponent, they would be completely worn away. Watching Daku, whose attacks had completely failed and who had fallen into a dazed state, the mysterious person slowly extended his hands and began to close them toward Daku. With the mysterious person's movements, Daku felt the space around him being slowly compressed, as if the entire world was rejecting him. This is not spatial ability. Daku was very clear that this was definitely not spatial ability, because under this pressure his Flying Thunder God, Heavenly Hand Power, and even his Rinnegan had all disappeared. It wasn't that he couldn't use them. They had simply vanished, as if he had never possessed them from the start. Not only the Rinnegan, but with the passage of time, the three Haki types, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, also gradually faded away. In the end, only the swordsmanship instinct developed from physical training remained. This scene completely exceeded Daku's expectations. He was astonished and wanted to say something. But before he could speak, he was completely expelled from this world. Variables should not exist. Looking at the place where Daku had vanished, the mysterious person murmured and then also disappeared from the spot. Just as Daku left and the mysterious person vanished, the world suddenly began to shake violently. Everything has changed its appearance. The light pirates, once dominating the new world and looking down upon the seas, have completely disappeared as if they never existed. No one has any memory of them. This includes the crew members of the light pirates themselves, Sir Crocodile, Enel, Trafalgar Law. Even Robin has completely forgotten about the light pirates, only knowing that she is the sole survivor of Ohara. Thus, the world returns to its trajectory, heading towards its predetermined end. Introduction. What do you think of the son of the devil, Dream Mephisto? Nico Robin propped her chin on her hand and smiled, saying, he is the one who has accompanied me throughout my life. However, Jewelry Bonney said with a face full of anger, he is just a liar. He promised to help me find my father, but instead, he made me wait and wait. With a clang, the sound of a sword echoed as Momonosuke, now a Marine Admiral, drew his close-fitting sword, Kinpira, and fiercely said, he is my lifelong enemy. My wish is to imprison him and impel down.